You have two options in front of you. If you choose the left option, you will instantly awaken the divine ability of the Sharingan. If you choose the right option, you will gain a stunning school beauty. And you will also receive an additional value of 10 billion. The only cost of choosing is to like and follow. Looking at the options before me, I smirked coldly. Only children make choices, I want both. At this moment, in an introductory class where abilities can also awaken, the school beauty, Lu Ruyan, burst into a classroom holding a marriage contract, saying, Meng Fei, you must marry me, this is our marriage certificate. Before Meng Fei could react, Lu Ruyan slammed the marriage certificate onto the table. The previously noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. Meng Fei looked bewildered, unable to understand the situation. Was it really this thrilling? He just crossed over and was already being pressured into marriage by the school beauty. All the classmates were stunned. Oh my, I had been trying so hard to create an encounter with the goddess, yet it turns out she was already taken. What luck! Meng Fei had to be noticed by the goddess. However, as the person involved, Meng Fei looked troubled. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved by the stunning school beauty before him. But just then, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind: accept Lu Ruyan's marriage proposal to receive a reward of 3 agility points, or refuse to receive the double Tomo Sharingan. Looking at the stunning school beauty before him, after some thought, he said, I'm sorry, we aren't suitable. What? Did I just hear that wrong? The class was in an uproar, somewhat confused. Is he blind? That's Lu Ruyan. Not only is she beautiful and academically excellent, but her family is also worth billions. How could he refuse such a fortunate opportunity? The once silent classroom erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, I secretly scoffed at them, thinking, what do you all know? The school beauty is just a pawn in this game. Even Lu Ruyan looked confused and incredulous. She had thought that as soon as she spoke, this inconspicuous boy would gladly agree. Are you sure? Lu Ruyan asked again, still in disbelief. I am sure, Meng Fei replied, his gaze clear as he nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan let out a long sigh, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. He wanted to fulfill this marriage contract, as it was his grandfather's last wish. But as a vibrant young woman, who wouldn't want a passionate love story? Now that her fiancé had rejected her, any guilt she felt vanished instantly. Yet soon, she felt a twinge of annoyance. As the school beauty, not only was she academically exceptional, but her family background was also prominent. How could this inconspicuous boy dare to reject her? This inevitably sparked a sense of defeat in Lu Ruyan. She bit her silver teeth and said resentfully, Meng Fei, you will regret your decision today. After saying this, she put away the marriage certificate and turned to walk out of the classroom. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Meng Fei scoffed, thinking, regret? This woman clearly doesn't want to fulfill the marriage contract either. But what was with that forlorn look in her eyes before she left? Task completed, reward, double Tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan paid no mind to the strange looks around him. Meng Fei was completely immersed in immense joy. He had really obtained the Sharingan. In the next moment, he felt a warm current surge through his eyes. With just a thought, he could activate the Sharingan. Unfortunately, there were too many people in the classroom, so he could only wait until he got home after school. In just one afternoon, the news of Lu Ruyan's marriage proposal being rejected spread throughout the school. Various versions of gossip circulated in every corner of the school. Look, that's Meng Fei. I heard Lu Ruyan is pregnant with his child, which is why she proposed in front of everyone. But it turns out this scumbag just denied it. Where did you hear such rumors? They've known each other since childhood. It's just that Meng Fei isn't interested in girls, which is why he rejected her. The people nearby widened their eyes, excitement on their faces. Wow, is it really that explosive? Why does what I heard differ from yours? Meng Fei had a dark expression, utterly speechless. He couldn't understand why this matter had spread so absurdly in just one afternoon. He could only ignore it and quicken his pace home. Following the route in his memory, Meng Fei wound his way to a dilapidated building, where countless familiar yet strange memories surged forth. The original owner's parents had died in a car accident 2 years ago. The only inheritance left was this rundown house. After collecting his emotions, he eagerly activated his abilities. His eyes instantly turned blood red, with 2 black Tomo appearing within. At the moment of activation, Meng Fei felt the world before him become clear. He could even see the flight path of the mosquito in front of him distinctly. He reached out with his right hand, pinching a mosquito between his fingers. Using the Sharingan to catch a mosquito was probably something only he could afford to do. After nearly 5 minutes, Meng Fei still hadn't recovered from the immense joy when he suddenly felt a splitting headache, and the Sharingan faded away. It seemed that while the Sharingan in this world didn't consume chakra, it did consume mental energy. Currently, his mental energy was still too low, allowing the Sharingan to last only about 5 minutes. The awakening ceremony would be held tomorrow, and he wondered what effects the Sharingan would have after awakening. A wave of exhaustion from mental energy depletion swept over his brain, and the next moment, Meng Fei collapsed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, the school entrance was already crowded with people. Most were parents hoping their children would soar to great heights. They were working hard. Whether their precious daughters could get into Tsinghua or Peking University depended on today. Their sons must awaken at least one ability to make their family proud, no, to make the family prosper. Taking a deep breath, Meng Fei squeezed his way in with all his might. His appearance caused a small stir, but fortunately, today was an important day, and everyone was too preoccupied to gossip. As the awakening ceremony began, the crowd that had been buzzing gradually quieted down. F-level ability, Pig Postnatal Care. A student who had just awakened turned pale upon hearing he had an F-level ability and almost collapsed. Pig Postnatal Care was definitely a low-level life skill ability. As he staggered and was about to fall, Principal Lin Zhangnan casually waved his hand, and the student felt an invisible force support him. "I'm sorry, Principal, I lost my composure," he said, then stumbled off the stage. Meng Fei below narrowed his eyes in surprise. He hadn't expected this greasy middle-aged man to possess such power. "There are no useless abilities, only useless ability users," he seemed to say to comfort the students before him. Lin Zhangnan spoke up. "As long as you work hard to cultivate, even an F-level ability can shine in its role. While it sounds nice, the students present know it's just empty comfort. In this world, everyone's realm is categorized into 7 levels based on the strength of mental power, human, earth, sky, and so on. The level of abilities also determines the limits of each ability user, which is why most students dismiss Lin Jingnan's comforting words. They are skeptical. The awakening ceremony continues, and Li Mingliang awakens a B-level transformation ability, Arbitrary Demon. Wow, a B-level ability is still a rare transformation type. Although he won't make it to Tsinghua or Peking University, he still has a chance at a 211 school. Lin Zhangnan looked at Li Mingliang approvingly, but inside he felt a twinge of bitterness. After more than an hour, only one B-level ability had appeared. Is this batch really going to flop? Li Mingliang was clearly surprised to awaken a B-level ability. He first froze, then revealed a look of sheer joy. As he confidently stepped off the stage, his eyes narrowed, sending a chill toward Meng Fei. Feeling Li Mingliang's malicious gaze, Meng Fei felt uneasy. "You awakened a B-level ability. Great, but why are you staring at me? I haven't done anything to you." However, before he could process it, the next name drew his attention back. The next one is Lu Ruoyan, a stunning girl with an alluring figure, who casually walked up to the awakening platform. Upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's name, all the boys' eyes lit up, fixating on her graceful silhouette. Lu Ruoyan is widely recognized as a joke, and everyone is curious about what level of ability she will awaken. As a beam of light shot up into the sky, Lin Zhangnan, who had been calm, gaped in shock. He stared at Lu Ruoyan in disbelief, his eyes filled with ecstasy. It was an SSS-level ability, Summoning Device. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted. Did they hear that correctly? An SSS-level ability? Isn't that a guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? Meng Fei was also surprised, looking at the dazzling girl on stage. He didn't expect this not-so-bright beauty to possess such talent. Little did he expect that the next to awaken after Lu Ruoyan would be Meng Fei. The students, who had been excitedly discussing, suddenly paused upon hearing this name. They couldn't help but recall the various rumors from yesterday, and Meng Fei was once again thrust into the spotlight. "Ha ha ha, I bet Meng Fei is regretting it now. She's beautiful, comes from a prominent family, and has such talent. She'll definitely be out of our league, and he rejected her like that." As Lu Ruoyan stepped down, she brushed past Meng Fei and turned to look at him with a hint of apology. If it weren't for his impulsive actions yesterday due to his grandfather's passing, Meng Fei wouldn't be the subject of everyone's ridicule now. He opened his mouth to say something, but saw Meng Fei casually walk by him, causing Lu Ruoyan to swallow her words. Unlike the other students, Meng Fei showed no signs of anxiety or nervousness. He calmly placed his right hand on the crystal ball. This boy has quite a good mental resilience, Lin Zhangnan thought to himself upon seeing Meng Fei's action. He felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps another A-level or higher ability might be awakened. However, he didn't know that it was all just his own assumption. Meng Fei's calmness didn't stem from good mental resilience. Rather, he already knew his talent, which is why he wasn't anxious like the other students. In the next moment, a faint glow radiated from the crystal ball. A level 1 children's ability. Lin Zhangnan shook his head, feeling a bit disappointed. He had been too greedy. High-level abilities weren't so easily found. Although children's abilities are relatively rare, unfortunately, it was just a level 1. Hearing it was only a level 1, mocking voices arose from the crowd. "Good thing he's not with my goddess. otherwise, it would be like a flower stuck in cow dung. Meng Fei ignored the mocking voices and swaggered back to his seat. After nearly a morning, the awakening ceremony finally concluded. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a sudden voice rang out. Meng Fei, I challenge you. This shout instantly grabbed everyone's attention. Wait, is that Li Mingliang, the one with the awakening cheat? Who is he challenging? Upon hearing that he was the target of the challenge, Meng Fei's mouth twitched. Do we even know each other? At this, Li Mingliang's eyes turned even fiercer. You, a useless blind man with an E-level ability, have no right to refuse goddess Lu Ruoyan's affections. How dare you even think about pursuing her? Meng Fei's expression darkened, feeling speechless. He didn't expect such a cliché situation to happen to him. Before Meng Fei could respond, a fragrant breeze wafted by as a stunning figure appeared before him. Li Mingliang, are you crazy? Lu Ruoyan glared frostily at the boy across from her. Li Mingliang, who had been furious for the sake of beauty, immediately turned timid upon seeing Lu Ruoyan approach. Ruoyan, I was just standing up for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan frowned. Don't give me that. Besides, this is none of your business. At her words, the once docile Li Mingliang erupted in anger. Not daring to lash out at Lu Ruoyan, he turned his ire towards Meng Fei. Meng Fei, what kind of man are you? Hiding behind a woman? If you're a real man, fight me. Meng Fei was once again speechless. Seriously, do all the side characters only know how to say these few lines? Thinking this, the pent-up frustration he had felt all day surged within him. This had nothing to do with him. He hadn't done anything yet was being berated by so many. Just as he prepared to negotiate before the battle, the system's voice rang in his ears. System activated. Accept Li Mingliang's challenge for 1 point of strength, or concede for 3 points of agility. Meng Fei was dumbfounded and rubbed his ears. System, did I hear that right? Shouldn't accepting the challenge reward me with 3 points instead? This system does not make mistakes and does not accept any rebuttals. Please make your choice quickly, host. Hearing the soulless voice, Meng Fei got angry. Whose system are you? I seriously suspect you're an undercover sent by a monkey. Please make your choice, host. Ugh, you scam. Last time I lost a beautiful wife for the Sharingan. This time, I won't let you off easy. What's more important, face or attribute points? At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Meng Fei, and a plan formed in his mind. Don't accept him, Meng Fei. Lu Ruoyan, noticing his angry expression, was worried about Meng Fei but couldn't help but agree to Li Mingliang's challenge. However, the next moment, Meng Fei's words caught her off guard. Li, you're a B-level ability user and a rare transformation type. How could I possibly be your opponent? Why would I concede? The students who had come to watch the show threw scornful looks. Wow, I've never seen someone so refreshingly cowardly before. Li Mingliang clearly didn't expect Meng Fei to concede outright. Alright, Ruoyan, now you've seen his true colors. He turned to leave. Lu Ruoyan glanced at Meng Fei but said nothing. While she was relieved he didn't accept the challenge, she still felt a bit disappointed. Task completed. Reward, 3 points of agility. A warm surge flowed through Meng Fei's body. Meng Fei exclaimed, confirming that he had received the reward. The crowd, who thought there was nothing more to see, was drawn back by his shout. What? Do you have something else to say? Li Mingliang looked at Meng Fei with disdain. I didn't let you leave. Don't you know that my least favorite person is you? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know why the flowers are so red. At that moment, the system in his head stirred as well. Are you seriously messing with me here? Meng Fei's barrage of insults without profanity left the crowd stunned. Just a moment ago, he had been meek and humble, and now he had flipped so quickly. Is Meng Fei suffering from a split personality? Li Mingliang's face flickered between green and white. What kind of man just relies on verbal insults? Be a man and accept my challenge. Sure, I accept. This time, Meng Fei agreed without hesitation. Seeing the agreement between the two, the onlookers stepped back a few paces, forming a circle around them. The teachers nearby watched the scene with great interest. After all, these students would soon be heading to the front lines. The earlier they developed their fighting spirit, the better. Meng Fei and Lu Ruoyan both wanted to stop it, but she was interrupted as soon as she opened her mouth. Meng Fei glanced at Lu Ruoyan, feeling somewhat impatient. Why do you always have to meddle in men's affairs? Lu Ruoyan's face turned beet red, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. Who even cares about you? She stomped her foot and angrily walked back into the crowd. Li Mingliang, seeing this scene, turned sullen, and the shadow of a four-winged demon wolf flashed behind him. Li Mingliang's figure suddenly lunged forward. Although he had just awakened and couldn't control his body yet, as a four-winged demon wolf known for its speed, he more than doubled his speed while activating his ability. Wow, so fast. No wonder it's a B-level ability. to have such power right after awakening. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing Li Mingliang launch his attack, Meng Fei wasted no time and activated the Sharingan. His originally distinct black and white eyes instantly turned crimson, with two black tomos slowly forming. In that moment the Sharingan activated, Li Mingliang felt a chilling sensation pierce deep into his heart. Thankfully, it came quickly and left just as fast, not causing him too much distress. Li Mingliang's speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, he lunged toward Meng Fei, who was still in shock. Look at you, with that useless ability, you can only use it in the bathhouse. What do you think you're going to fight me with? With a fierce expression, Li Mingliang threw a punch aimed at Meng Fei's face. However, Meng Fei merely tilted his head slightly and easily dodged it. Li Mingliang lost his balance and staggered forward. Seeing this scene, a smirk appeared at the corner of Meng Fei's mouth as he swiftly kicked toward Li Mingliang's abdomen. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed across the entire playground. Nearby male students instinctively closed their legs. If I said I didn't mean to kick there, would you believe me? At that moment, Li Mingliang endured the searing pain and instantly raised his sharp wolf claws. He lunged straight for Meng Fei's throat, snarling, "Die!" Everyone returned to the classroom and settled down. Meng Hang's deskmate was a short-haired girl who looked extremely cute. Although her appearance couldn't compare to Lin Luoxue, she was still one of the top beauties. The girl's name was Nuo Yun, and at that moment, she was gazing at Meng Hang with her big, watery eyes. Meng Hang felt uncomfortable under her stare and helplessly said to her, "I say, big sister, could you not look at me like I'm an animal in a zoo?" Nuo Yun's face was full of gossip. "Meng Hang, the news about you and Lin Luoxue is all over the place. Some say she's pregnant with your child, and others say you're a playboy. Which version is true? Spill the beans." Hearing her say this, Meng Hang felt as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. "Don't listen to their nonsense, it's all rumors." Nuo Yun clearly didn't believe him, pouting her lips and gently tugging at his shirt with both hands. "Meng Hang, come on, just tell me." Just as Meng Hang was getting annoyed by her persistence, the homeroom teacher, Yi Qianwen, walked in with her long legs, finally giving him some peace. "Alright, don't think that just because you've awakened your abilities, you can relax. Awakening your abilities is just the beginning. The real moment that will change your life is the college entrance exam in 2 months. If you don't reach the human level in your cultivation within 2 months, even if you have an SSS level ability, you won't have a chance to enter a top university. Now, let's get to the main topic and teach you the basic breathing technique." Hearing about the breathing technique, all the students showed excited expressions. They had known since childhood that only by mastering the breathing technique could they become stronger, but without awakening their abilities, there was no way to practice. Yi Qianwen took out a black cylindrical object the size of a signature pen from her pocket. With a gentle press of a button, a dazzling light instantly filled the entire classroom, blinding everyone. This is. Meng Hang covered his eyes with his hand, feeling puzzled as to why this scene felt so familiar. Suddenly, he thought of something. Isn't this the scene in the Men in Black movie where they erase memories? I haven't heard that awakening requires memory erasure. The next second, Meng Hang realized his worries were unnecessary. When the light dissipated, a lengthy text of hundreds of words about the breathing technique appeared in his mind. This combination of technology and abilities is just too cool. It's no different from the enlightening moments in novels. Meng Hang thought to himself. He instinctively began to adjust his breathing according to the method in the breathing technique. The next moment, the surrounding objects became illusory, and Meng Hang's consciousness arrived in a void. Where is this? He looked around in astonishment. Not far from him, a drop of crystal-clear liquid was quietly suspended in the air. At the same time, wisps of mist were gathering towards the droplet. Unfortunately, the mist was so fine that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. After pondering for a moment, Meng Hang began to understand. This should be his spiritual world, and the wisps of mist were the legendary spiritual power. Just as everyone was still with their eyes closed studying the basic breathing technique, Yi Qianwen suddenly let out a soft exclamation. She felt a fluctuation of spiritual power in the classroom, which greatly surprised her. Generally, when a person first receives the breathing technique, it usually takes a whole night to get started. Yet now, someone was able to practice right after receiving the technique. How could this not astonish her? With such terrifying talent, as long as their ability level wasn't too poor, they would definitely achieve something in the future. Scanning the room, her gaze finally landed on Meng Hang. It's Meng Hang. Yi Qianwen shook her head with regret. E rank is ultimately too weak. Even a D rank, combined with this terrifying talent, would become different. Just as Yi Qianwen was still lamenting, one by one, people began to open their eyes. Wow, how amazing! The breathing technique was directly transmitted to my mind. Unfortunately, when I practiced according to the text of the breathing technique, there was not the slightest reaction. What are you anxious about? I heard from my cousin at home that it takes at least a whole night to get started. You've only been at it for a short time, and you expect a reaction. The classroom began to buzz with lively discussions, the noisy voices waking Meng Hang from his meditation. System, Open Personal Attribute Panel. Host, Meng Hang, Ability, Double Tomo Sharingan, rank, Mental Power, 29, Human Level, Strength, 12, Agility, 18, Physique, 13. The first thing Meng Hang did upon waking was to check his attributes, looking somewhat speechless at the meager increase in mental power. The efficiency of the breathing technique is too low. When will I be able to break through to the earth level? Seeing that everyone was awake, Yi Qianwen cleared her throat and said, the path of cultivation is like rowing upstream, not to advance is to drop back. You are not geniuses like Lin Luoxue, so you must work harder to establish yourselves in this world. After saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at Meng Hang below. After another round of earnest education, Yi Qianwen allowed the students to pack up and go home. After all, the two most important tasks of the day had been completed, and there was no need for them to stay at school any longer. Moreover, the students' minds had long since flown elsewhere, eager to return home and try out their abilities in breathing techniques. As Meng Hang walked down the street after leaving the school, he was deep in thought. Just moments ago, while battling Li Xingliang and activating his Sharingan, he was surprised to discover another use for it. He could see the flow of the opponent's mental power within their body. Is this a mutated use of the Sharingan? In the original work, activating the Sharingan allowed one to see the direction and color of the chakra within the opponent's body. Unexpectedly, in this world, it had transformed into the ability to see mental power. If I can see a person's mental power, can I also see the spiritual artifacts that can enhance combat power? Unlike the awakening of abilities in humans, spiritual artifacts did not emerge only after the changes in the world. Instead, after the changes, many dimensional spaces appeared on Blue Star, and these spiritual artifacts were products of those spaces. People discovered that most dimensional spaces resembled ancient battlefields, filled with ruins. Among these ruins, there were many weapons or other treasures that could enhance the combat power of ability users. However, it was unknown how many years these ruins had existed in the dimensional space. After being baptized by spiritual energy and the unique substances in the air of the other dimension, the surfaces of these remaining spiritual artifacts would develop a layer of transparent crystal. This layer of crystal isolated the weapon's transmission of mental power to the ability user. Only by removing this layer could its true power be unleashed. After removing the crystal, people found that most weapons lost their spiritual essence and became mere scrap metal. Only a small portion retained their spirituality. Experts once conducted research on the crystals enveloping spiritual artifacts and concluded that, with current technology, it was impossible to artificially create such crystals. Thus, the industry of selling these unsealed spiritual artifacts emerged. After all, spiritual artifacts with remaining spirituality accounted for less than 1%, making it more worthwhile for those who were unlucky to gamble on them like betting stones. Sometimes, the profits were even greater than selling a spiritual artifact. Suddenly, Meng Hang's eyes lit up as a look of eagerness appeared on his face. Without hesitation, he turned around and headed straight for the most famous ghost market in Yunshui City. Although called a ghost market, it was actually a place where stalls sold spiritual artifacts wrapped in crystals. Inside, not to mention the spiritual artifacts that still possess some spirit, the ones truly obtained from the ruins are very few. Most are just ordinary weapons wrapped in artificially crafted crystals to impersonate real ones, deceiving those who are not in the know. An expert can tell at a glance that they are fakes. Yet, despite this, many people flock there every day, hoping to find a genuine spiritual artifact and become rich overnight. To find a real spiritual artifact that has flowed out from the ruins, one must go to a large trading house. However, Meng Hang was financially strapped and could not afford such places, so he could only try his luck at the ghost market. After nearly half an hour on the bus, Meng Hang finally arrived at the ghost market. Upon seeing the scene inside, he felt a bit embarrassed. Each stall simply laid out a piece of rag on the ground and displayed various weapons wrapped in crystals for sale. Meng Hang was quite skeptical. Could there really be genuine spiritual artifacts in a place like this? As the saying goes, a thief doesn't leave empty-handed. No, wait, it's when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since he was here, he might as well take a stroll around. Meng Hang first bought a pair of sunglasses from a 2-yuan shop. After all, activating the Sharingan was too conspicuous, it was better to keep a low profile. Walk by, don't miss out. I have good stuff here, all taken from the Fonlan ruins, guaranteed to be able to open into spiritual artifacts. Today, not 99,998, not 9,998, just 998. Blood drop clearance sale. As soon as he entered the ghost market, he saw a burly man with a full beard shouting. Manhang quickly activated his Sharingan and took a brief glance, then hurriedly cancelled it. After all, with his current strength, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes. He didn't dare to use his abilities carelessly. Shaking his head in regret, he didn't find anything unusual and continued to the next stall. Thus, Manhang wandered around the ghost market for over 10 minutes, still finding no signs of anything. Just as he began to doubt his assumptions, a stall not far away caught his attention. Under the Sharingan, a weapon at that stall emitted a faint glow. Found it! Manhang was overjoyed, but on the surface, he remained calm, pretending to casually walk over to that stall and take a look. The glowing item was an ancient dagger wrapped in transparent crystal. Without the Sharingan, no one would be able to tell that it was a rare spiritual artifact. The stall owner was a monk draped in a robe, with a scar on his forehead. Seeing that the newcomer was a youthful student, he immediately recognized him as a novice. His eyes lit up, thinking that today he would finally make a sale and couldn't let this little sheep escape. Amatba, may I ask which spiritual artifact the young benefactor is interested in? Please feel free to tell this poor monk. To be honest, young benefactor, these weapons are all items brought out by my elders during their exploration of the ruins. They are absolutely genuine relics from the ruins. If it weren't for the fact that the temple needs to reconstruct the golden body for the Buddha, I wouldn't sell these items at all. Hearing the monk say this, Manhang scoffed and curled his lip. He had already checked with his Sharingan. Apart from the dagger emitting a faint glow, the rest were just a pile of scrap metal. Manhang pretended to be nonchalant, picking and choosing, and finally picked up the dagger. Master, how much is this dagger? The monk in the robe quickly waved his hand. Ah, young benefactor, you are mistaken. As a monk, how can I talk about money? Let's talk about fate. 18,000 yuan. What? Master, it seems you really need gold powder to sculpt the Buddha's golden body in your temple. Manhang's lips twitched as he mocked. The monk was not embarrassed at all, clasped his hands together, chanted a Buddhist phrase, and replied, "This is what we disciples should do. I see your face is also made of gold." Manhang no longer engaged in conversation and stood up, pretending to leave. As soon as the monk saw the duck with its mouth open about to fly away, he hurriedly got up to stop him. Little benefactor, why the rush? Meeting is fate, the price is negotiable. How about this, you name a number. Hearing the monk say this, Manhang was not polite. Then let's wipe off the zeros. The big monk quickly calculated in his mind and then agreed without hesitation. Deal, 1800 it is. Manhang shot him a strange glance and said, I meant wipe off the zeros. Isn't 1800 wiping off a zero? I meant wipe off all 3 zeros. What? After hearing Manhang's words, the big monk was truly unhappy. Little benefactor, that's not how bargaining works. Oh, then forget it. I was just here to stroll around anyway. With that, he turned to leave again. The big monk hurriedly grabbed him once more. After some back and forth bargaining, Manhang finally acquired the dagger for the huge sum of 20 yuan. Little brother, I also have some relics left by the Buddha from back in the day. Would you like to take a look? Absolutely honest. Forget it, you should keep it for yourself. Manhang left that remark and turned away without a hint of reluctance. He tucked the dagger into his pocket, but his heart couldn't stop racing. With this ability, if he had the chance to stroll around the ancient battlefield in the future, wouldn't he become rich overnight? After wandering around the ghost market for nearly 20 minutes and checking all the stalls without finding another spiritual artifact, Manhang had to leave reluctantly. He didn't go straight home but instead headed to a secluded alley. After looking around to ensure no one was watching, he took out the dagger he had bought for a hefty sum. He slammed the dagger against the wall. With a crisp crack, the crystal exterior of the dagger shattered into pieces. Holding the dagger that had seen the light of day again, a chill emanated from it. When he infused his meager spiritual power into the dagger, the previously unremarkable dagger suddenly radiated a glimmer of brilliance. He swung the dagger and gently stabbed it into the wall beside him. Puff! The dagger pierced the wall as easily as cutting tofu. Wow! Manhang couldn't help but exclaim softly. He hadn't expected the spiritual artifact infused with spiritual power to have such power. Cautiously tucking the dagger away again, he glanced at the already dimming sky and then happily made his way home. This day could be considered a fruitful one. Not only had he learned a breathing technique, but he had also obtained a spiritual artifact. Although he didn't know the quality of the artifact, even the lowest grade spiritual artifact was not something an ordinary family could afford. In a hurry, he returned home, carefully placed the dagger, and then began to meditate on his bed. Manhang did not become overly attached to the spiritual artifact, playing with it at all times. He knew that whether it was a supernatural ability or a spiritual artifact, it all required spiritual power to support it. Adjusting his breathing according to the breathing technique, Manhwa once again entered the void space. That drop of crystal clear liquid still floated in the air, with wisps of mist slowly condensing into it. Just like that, an entire night passed unknowingly. When the alarm clock rang, Manhwa woke up from his meditation. I actually spent a whole night. Manhwa was somewhat surprised. In the void space, he couldn't feel the passage of time. He thought only a few hours had passed. Having not slept all night, he didn't feel mentally fatigued. Instead, he felt refreshed. Moreover, after this night of meditation, Manhwa's spiritual power had also changed significantly. The liquid formed by his spiritual power had increased from 1 drop to 2, and the spiritual power section in his attribute panel had risen from 29 to 61. Gurgle. Just as Manhwa was still immersed in the pleasure of meditation, he was interrupted by the grumbling of his hungry stomach. After thinking it over, it made sense. He hadn't eaten dinner last night, so it was no wonder his stomach was protesting. After washing up, he headed out to school. As for the dagger, after some consideration, he felt it was unsafe to leave it at home, so he decided to carry it with him. On the way, he stopped at a breakfast shop and ate 6 buns, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Normally, he would be 8/10 full after just 2, but today he had eaten 6 and was only half full. It seemed that practicing really consumed a lot of energy. He patted his pants pocket, which was cleaner than his face, swallowed hard, and left helplessly. The stunning Yi Qianwen stood on the podium, smiling at the students below. I believe after last night's practice, you all have learned the breathing technique and felt the wonders it brings. As soon as she said this, voices of agreement rose from the crowd. Yes, when I practiced the breathing technique, a bowl appeared in my mind, and it was filled with droplets formed from my mental energy. I saw that bowl too. And after practicing all night, I didn't feel the slightest bit tired. All the students in the class were chattering excitedly, claiming they had seen that bowl. Only Manhwa looked around in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. Bowl? What bowl? Isn't it just a void? Could it be that my mental world is different from theirs? Not noticing Manhwa's unusual reaction, Yi Qianwen nodded with satisfaction. That's right, every ability user will perceive a container similar to a bowl when practicing the breathing technique, and the goal of practice is to fill this container. Then what's my goal? To fill the entire void? Wouldn't that be the Milky Way? Hearing Yi Qianwen's explanation, Manhwa not only didn't feel relieved but became even more confused. Actually, in the 3 years of high school, I've already taught you all the theoretical knowledge you need. The rest depends on your own practice. As she spoke, Yi Qianwen took out a pile of crystals emitting a faint glow from her spatial ring. Wow, a spatial ring! Someone exclaimed, and Manhwa's eyes lit up as he looked at the ring on Yi Qianwen's hand. Spatial rings aren't particularly rare in this world, but a 1 cubic meter spatial ring costs hundreds of thousands. Manhwa didn't expect Yi Qianwen to be a hidden wealthy woman. Teacher, I don't want to work hard anymore. When everyone's gaze fell on the small pile of crystals on the table, another round of gasps erupted. That's a core. What's a core? Manhwa was a bit slow to react and asked the nearby Nuayun. Nuayun looked at him with disdain, as if he were looking at a fool. What have you been learning for the past 3 years? Dog, I'm not taking the blame for this. The core is a special mineral that emerged after the economic recovery. The special energy contained within can be absorbed by the human body, converting it into mental energy. 1 core is worth several days of hard practice. Damn, that's amazing. Manhwa's eyes widened, greed shining from them, making Nuayun feel a bit flustered. Manhwa, I know I'm quite pretty, but you don't have to stare at me so openly. Even if you are indeed very handsome, if you don't formally confess, I won't agree. Manhwa. That's right, it's a core. Yi Qianwen said seriously. But these are not complete cores, they are core fragments. After all, a single core is worth 100,000, even if the school is wealthy, it can't give each of you a piece. Manhwa couldn't help but click his tongue. The rich are martial, and a single core costs 100,000. Since we're talking about cores, perhaps your families have reminded you, but I still want to advise you one thing. Although the spirit cores are good, everyone's constitution is different, and the amount of spiritual energy that can be absorbed each day varies. Remember, you must not absorb them without restraint. Of course, with your current absorption efficiency, even if I place thousands of spirit cores in front of you, you wouldn't be able to absorb much. After saying this, Yi Qianwen distributed the fragments of the spirit cores to each student. Manhwa held a fragment the size of a fingernail, watching the shimmering energy flow within, and unconsciously mobilized his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy inside the core seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, surging into his body. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Hang withdrew from the void of spiritual energy. He looked at the time, then at the powdery remnants of the spirit core fragment in his hand, and a fervent expression appeared on his face. It had only been 10 minutes, and his spiritual energy had actually increased by a drop. This was comparable to a whole night of cultivation. And this was just a fragment. He couldn't imagine how much progress a complete spirit core would bring him. Money! Money! At this moment, Meng Hang's eyes turned red, his mind filled with thoughts of how to make money. He resembled a lovesick dog. Meng Hang, this is a classroom, you shouldn't act recklessly towards me. As Nguyen opened her eyes, she saw Meng Hang breathing heavily, his eyes red, and thought he was plotting against her, so she warned him. Meng Hang shouted in his heart, "Sister, do you have to be this narcissistic?" Meanwhile, one by one, others began to wake up, their faces filled with excitement. I believe everyone has felt the wonderful effects of the spirit cores, but the school can only provide you with this one opportunity. From now on, you will need to work hard yourselves to strive for the strength to go out and hunt demon beasts to obtain spirit cores. In fact, she had one more thing she was afraid would discourage the students from saying. That was, aside from going out to hunt demon beasts, some wealthy families had already prepared spirit cores for their children to cultivate with. Society is just this unfair, many things cannot be chosen. As soon as the school bell rang, Meng Hang couldn't wait to stop his cultivation and ran outside. Yi Qianwen looked at the students still cultivating below, then turned to see Meng Hang had already run far away, letting out a cold snort of anger. With such a low level of ability and still not knowing to work hard, the distance will only grow further. In fact, Meng Hang also thought about cultivating a little longer, but he had more important things to do. Currently, the spiritual energy liquid in his mind had reached 4 drops. Thanks to the spirit core in the morning, he had condensed a drop of spiritual energy liquid in just 10 minutes. Yet, during the entire day's cultivation, he had only produced 1 drop, which made Meng Hang realize the importance of the spirit cores even more. So after some hesitation, he ultimately decided to sell the spiritual weapon dagger he had just obtained in exchange for spirit cores. After all, with the Sharingan, he would have plenty of time to acquire spiritual weapons later. But the urgent matter was to increase his strength. Tianfu Commercial Firm is one of the top commercial firms in the Dragon Kingdom, with branches in every city, regardless of its tier. Tianfu Commercial Firm not only sells unsealed spiritual weapons but also genuine spiritual weapons. However, the price difference between the two is vast. After all, whether the former can actually produce intact spiritual weapons is still debatable. But what can be guaranteed is that the unsealed spiritual weapons sold here are all obtained from ancient battlefields. This is unlike the ghost market, where 80% are artificially replicated junk. Meng Hang arrived at the Tianfu Commercial Firm located in the center of Yunshui City. Standing at the magnificent entrance, Meng Hang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. As expected of one of the top commercial firms in the Dragon Kingdom, there were actually 2 nearly 2-meter-tall sculptures of true fire lions standing on either side of the entrance. The most crucial part was that the sculptures were actually plated with real gold. As he walked into the trading hall, a tall and elegant woman in a qipao approached him. She did not show any disdain for Meng Hang's student attire. "Hello, sir. May I ask what you need? I can assist you," she said. Meng Hang avoided looking at the dazzling array of items on display, fearing he might drool. He pulled out an inconspicuous dagger from his pocket and asked, "Do you accept weapons here?" Seeing the dagger in the young man's hand, a hint of disdain flickered in the woman's eyes. However, due to her professional demeanor, she maintained her smile and replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but we do not accept weapons." "Oh, what about spirit weapons?" Meng Hang said, infusing a bit of his spiritual energy into the dagger. In an instant, the previously unremarkable dagger emitted a sharp, cold light. "Spirit weapon." The woman in the qipao gasped softly. Although spirit weapons were not as rare as a once-in-a-century find, they were not something an ordinary family could easily possess. Most people who obtained spirit weapons would keep them for personal use rather than sell them. "I'm sorry, sir," she continued. "Spirit weapons are too valuable for me to make decisions about. Please follow me." With that, she led Meng Hang to the second floor. In stark contrast to the opulence of the first floor, the second floor exuded an antique charm. An elderly man in a tang suit sat on a priceless golden silk nanmo chair, savoring tea, seemingly unaware of their arrival. The woman in the qipao approached the old man cautiously, leaning down to speak softly, "Mr. Tang, someone is selling a spirit weapon. I hope you can give your opinion." "Oh, a spirit weapon?" The elderly man in the tang suit raised an eyebrow and set down his teacup. "You may leave now, I will attend to this young friend." He waved his hand to dismiss the woman and turned to Meng Hang, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Tang Wuqiang, you can call me Mr. Tang." I am the head of the Tianfu Trading Company branch in Yunshui City. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, young friend. Tang Wuqiang? Meng Hang blurted out. Which company has the best excavator technology? Even the well-versed and unflappable Mr. Tang was momentarily taken aback by Meng Hang's nonsensical remark. Never mind. Let's get back to business. Meng Hang awkwardly smiled and quickly changed the subject. This was not entirely Meng Hang's fault, Mr. Tang's name was just too iconic. The two took their seats, and Mr. Tang brewed Meng Hang a cup of tea before examining the dagger closely. Gently grasping the dagger, Mr. Tang waved it lightly, and it immediately radiated a dazzling light, far brighter than when Meng Hang had used it. Meng Hang squinted, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this unassuming old man to be a hidden master. It made sense, though. Anyone who could become the head of the Tianfu Trading Company would naturally possess considerable strength. Retrieving his spiritual energy, Mr. Tang returned the dagger to Meng Hang, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, it's quite a good quality for a low-tier spirit weapon. Low-tier spirit weapon? Meng Hang instinctively asked. He had only heard of spirit weapons but had never known they were classified by rank. Mr. Tang looked at Meng Hang with curiosity. You don't even know the quality of spirit weapons? Where did you get this one? Surely you didn't steal it from your family's collection? Meng Hang smiled but remained silent. Seeing Meng Hang's attitude, Mr. Tang didn't mind. He was merely asking casually and had no intention of digging deeper. The Tianfu Trading Company was wealthy enough not to harbor any ill intentions over a low-tier spirit weapon. Spirit weapons can be classified based on their power into low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, epic, sacred, and divine. Although low-level spiritual artifacts are rare, they still circulate in the market. However, epic level and above spiritual artifacts can be said to be priceless and extremely precious. Meng Hang nodded in realization, not expecting there to be so many intricacies regarding spiritual artifacts. He then looked at Old Tang with some trepidation. So, Old Tang, how much can I sell this dagger for? Old Tang pondered for a moment before continuing. If you truly wish to sell, our Tianfu Trading Company offers 1 million. I believe you won't find a second place in Yunshui City offering this price. Put. Meng Hang, who had just taken a sip of tea, was so shocked that he sprayed it all out. I'm sorry, Old Tang, I lost my composure. Did you say how much? Old Tang's face darkened as he wiped his face with his sleeve and replied, the young people nowadays really can't keep their cool. Just 1 million and you're this surprised. Just 1 million? Hearing him say that, Meng Hang almost wanted to spray him with tea again. He had lived for 18 years and had never seen even 100,000, let alone 1 million. Deal. Meng Hang agreed without any hesitation. Young man, you're straightforward. Old Tang laughed heartily. Our Tianfu Trading Company has a dazzling array of goods. I wonder if you might be interested? Oh, what do you have? Meng Hang's eyes lit up. He had come for the crystal core, but he was also very interested in what else was for sale here. Let's not talk about spiritual artifacts for now. Since you came to sell a spiritual artifact, it means you don't need it in the short term. We also sell crystal cores, intermediate and advanced breathing techniques, and spirit recovery liquid. Meng Hang had seen the first two, but he had never heard of the last one, spirit recovery liquid. With an attitude of there's no shame in asking, he asked again, spirit recovery liquid? What does it do? Old Tang, instead of being impatient due to Meng Hang's lack of knowledge, patiently explained. Spirit, as in mental spirit. As the name suggests, it can quickly restore the mental strength of an ability user. It can be said to be an essential item for home travel, and for killing and looting. Meng Hang nodded in understanding but then asked with some confusion, then why isn't it called? Before he could finish his sentence, Old Tang slammed the table and shouted, shut up! If you say it, the book will be banned. Although Meng Hang was very tempted by the advanced breathing techniques and spirit recovery liquid mentioned by Old Tang, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. Excuse me, how much is a crystal core? The lowest level crystal core is 100,000 each, which is more than enough for someone like you who has just awakened their abilities. With Old Tang's strength, he could easily tell that Meng Hang was still a novice who had just awakened his powers. Can't it be cheaper? I will sell spiritual artifacts here in the future. Do you think spiritual artifacts are cabbages that you can just sell? Old Tang smiled lightly on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing. You're joking, young friend, this is already the lowest price. Meng Hang shook his head helplessly and said, alright then, I'll buy 10 of the lowest level crystal cores. When Meng Hang walked out of Tianfu Trading Company, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. 1 million. A whole million. I didn't even see a shadow of it before it was gone. He suddenly remembered a saying circulating online, Tianfu earns money, Tianfu spends money, and no one wants to take it home. He then touched the 10 crystal cores in his pocket, and his mood finally brightened. Looking back at the flamboyant Tianfu Trading Company sign, Meng Hang thought resentfully, when I have strength in the future, I will definitely buy all the unsealed spiritual artifacts here and sell them back to you. In fact, he had long thought about using his Sharingan to buy a few unsealed spiritual artifacts from the Tianfu Trading Company and then sell them back. Chicken lays egg hatches chicken. He would definitely become rich instantly and reach the peak of his life. Unfortunately, this method was too conspicuous and could easily attract attention. Without the ability to protect himself, Meng Hang did not plan to do this. He clenched his bulging pockets and hurried home, eager to start his training. However, what Meng Hang did not notice was that after he left the Tianfu Trading Company, a young man with yellow hair was coldly staring at his back from not far away. Just came out of the Tianfu Trading Company, and his pockets are still so full. Today, I'll teach you what it means to keep your wealth hidden. With that, he quietly followed. By the time Meng Hang exited the Tianfu Trading Company, the sky had already darkened. When he turned into a small alley, the already dim environment became even darker. Still immersed in the joy of purchasing the core, Meng Hang suddenly paused. He felt a malicious gaze coming from behind him. Turning around, he found a young man around 25 or 26, with yellow hair, standing at the alley's entrance, sneering at him. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, realizing the newcomer was not friendly. Before he could speak, the yellow-haired man spoke first. Rob. The yellow-haired man struggled for a long time but couldn't get the last word out. Meng Hang looked at the red-faced yellow-haired man with a face full of black lines. You can't even speak properly, yet you come out here to learn how to rob. Meng Hang said helplessly. After being mocked by Meng Hang, the yellow-haired man's face turned even redder. Rob, you dare to mock your grandpa, really don't know how to write the word death. As long as you hand over the things you bought from the Tianfu Trading Company quickly, and take out all the money in your pockets, I'll let you go. It took the yellow-haired man nearly 2 minutes to finish this sentence, making Meng Hang anxious for him. Big brother, can we just get to the point? With the time you're talking, I could have been home. Meng Hang said, his words coming from the heart. He was genuinely anxious to get home to train and had no time to waste with this person. Give face and don't be shameless. With that, a blazing flame suddenly ignited in his hand, casting flickering shadows on the yellow-haired man's face. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! System activated. Fight the yellow-haired man to the end, reward 10 points in strength attribute. Hand over the core and beg for mercy from the yellow-haired man, reward 3 Tomo Sharingan. Damn! Seeing the reward for the second option, Meng Hang was shocked and cursed. He didn't expect the system to be so generous. It had only been a few days since he awakened his double Tomo, and now it was offering to upgrade him to 3 Tomo. However, Meng Hang felt that the system had ulterior motives, always wanting to turn him into a coward. Seeing Meng Hang curse in shock, the yellow-haired man thought he had frightened him, so he smugly said, Are you scared? I'll give you credit for having good eyes, seeing my extraordinary talent. I have awakened a D-grade fire attribute ability, which is not something a high school student like you can compare to. Alright. Meng Hang quickly interrupted the yellow-haired man, fearing that if he let him finish, it would be dawn by then. Meng Hang rubbed his hands together, looking like a sycophant. Brother is right, as soon as you made your move, I immediately sensed your extraordinary presence. My admiration for you, brother, is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Meng Hang's flattery made the yellow-haired guy feel elated, his face flushed. Under Meng Hang's praise, he suddenly felt that an Sss-Level ability was nothing special, and the Imperial Realm was just a dog by the roadside. You little brat, at least you have some insight. Quickly take out what you have in your pocket. This time, brother will spare you. Today, I will acknowledge you as my little brother. In the future, if you encounter such things, mentioning brother's nickname will definitely be effective. The yellow-haired guy patted his chest and said boldly, Well, put. Influenced by the yellow-haired guy, Meng Hang also started to stutter a bit. He quickly cleared his throat and continued to ask, So, what is brother's nickname? Easy to say, I won't change my name, nor will I change my surname. In the martial world, I am known as the one who shakes the 3 mountains. Chao Jun. Shakes the 3 mountains? I don't even know if it shakes the 3 streets. Meng Hang thought to himself. So it's brother Chao, my apologies. Hearing Meng Hang's flattery, Chao Jun nodded in satisfaction. This title of brother is not given for free. If you want me to take you in, you need to show some sincerity. Saying this, he glanced again at Meng Hang's bulging pockets. Understood. Understood. With that, Meng Hang took out all 10 essence cores from his pocket and handed them to the yellow-haired guy. Essence cores? A cry of surprise. Seeing that Meng Hang had actually taken out essence cores, Chao Jun was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He had thought Meng Hang would at most take out some ordinary treasures, but he didn't expect him to come up with essence cores worth millions. Trembling, he snatched the essence cores and greedily examined them as if he were looking at a beautiful woman. These are all I have. I wonder if brother is satisfied? He no longer cared about what Meng Hang was saying, cautiously looking around to ensure no one was watching before quickly tucking the essence cores into his clothes. From now on, you will be under my protection, Chao Jun. After saying this, he turned to leave. He was now thinking the same as Meng Hang had before, to hurry home and cultivate. As Chao Jun turned away, the system reward also arrived simultaneously. Ding! Task completed, reward the host with the 3-tomo Sharingan. Meng Hang's originally clear black and white eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the double tomo transformed into 3-tomo, evenly distributed around the pupil. Unfortunately, this bizarre scene went unnoticed by Chao Jun, who was walking away. A surge of heat flowed through Meng Hang's body. Host, Meng Hang, ability, 3-tomo Sharingan, a grade, mental power, 122, human level, strength, 32, agility, 38, physique, 33. When an ability user awakens abilities of different levels, the enhancement to physical attributes varies as well. Meng Hang roughly calculated that from E grade to A grade, each physical attribute had increased by 20 points. He couldn't imagine how powerful Sss-Level Lin Luoshua would be. Crack, crack. Meng Hang stretched lazily, and a sound like frying beans came from his body. Looking at Chao Jun's impatient back, wanting to leave quickly, he suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." Hearing Meng Hang's shout, Chao Jun turned back and impatiently asked, "What? What else is there?" Meng Hang smiled playfully, his eyes transforming into the Sharingan, mimicking his tone as he said, "Rob. Robbing." Chao Jun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. "What? I said, robbery." Once he regained his composure, Chao Jun laughed, a laugh filled with disdain. He pointed at Meng Hang, then at himself. You want to rob me?" Meng Hang nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Yeah, is that a problem?" Chao Jun, who had been laughing wildly, instantly wiped the smile off his face and looked at him with a sinister glare. "Kid, don't think that just because you activated your powers, you have the upper hand. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way." Fire fist. Flames erupted from Chao Jun's right hand, and with a slight push from his feet, he charged at Meng Hang. Although he spoke slowly, his speed was not to be underestimated, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Meng Hang. Feeling the wave of heat rushing towards him, Meng Hang stood still, a smile on his face, his blood-red, eerie eyes fixed on the figure before him. Chao Jun raised his fire fist high, ready to turn this oblivious kid into ashes, erasing all evidence. But at that moment, he felt something suddenly block his throat, choking him and making it hard to breathe. Not only that, but he also sensed that the thing in his throat was alive, crawling its way up little by little. What the hell? Chao Jun's eyes bulged, nearly popping out of their sockets. He could no longer care about Meng Hang, who he could easily extinguish with a wave of his hand, and fell to his knees in agony. A suffocating sensation washed over him as he clutched his neck tightly with both hands, gasping for air, hoping to breathe in fresh air. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The thing in his throat slowly crawled out, filling his mouth completely. Chao Jun uncontrollably opened his mouth. The next second, he saw a pitch-black crow with blood-red eyes emerge from his mouth. A crow? Chao Jun stared in terror at the scene before him, unable to comprehend what was happening. The all-black crow turned its head, coldly glanced at Chao Jun, then flapped its wings a few times and flew into the air. Why does this crow feel so familiar? Wait, those blood-red eyes. It was as if he understood something, and he looked up angrily at Meng Hang, who stood before him. It's you! You! What kind of power is this? He had never heard of any ability that could control a living creature to grow inside someone else's body. If a Titan Python were to appear inside him, it would surely burst his body apart in no time. What kind of perverse ability was this? Meng Hang did not answer him, he simply lowered his head, looking at the terrified young man with yellow hair. At that moment, Chao Jun finally realized he was kneeling on the ground like a lost dog. Meng Hang stood before him like an emperor, coldly looking down at him. The sky had completely darkened, making the empty alley even more eerie. Chao Jun raised his head and found he could no longer see the boy's face, only a pair of blood-red eyes staring intently at him. Locking eyes with those eerie orbs, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if the entire world had become illusory and distorted. No! Impossible! How could I be scared by a high school student? Chao Jun's face twisted in rage, shouting in his heart. Then, the flames that had previously extinguished in his right hand reignited, and he unexpectedly punched towards Meng Hang's abdomen. The next second, his flame-wrapped hand passed right through. Did it work? Chao Jun looked at the scene before him in disbelief. He hadn't expected such an easy ambush to succeed. What the hell? Turns out to be a silver gun wax head, scaring me like this. Seeing his ambush succeed, Chao Jun regained his previous indifference. Just in the next moment, his pupils constricted, and the calm expression that had just appeared turned into sheer terror. It turned out that Meng Hang's body, which had been pierced through, did not bleed a single drop, let alone the scene he had imagined of being burned to ashes by his own powers. Meng Hang stood there like a ghost, devoid of any trace of a living person. Suddenly, his body exploded from the point of penetration, transforming into a sky full of crows that scattered in all directions, leaving behind a ground covered in black feathers. No, wait! There were also a pair of blood-red eyes, enlarged countless times, still hovering in midair, fixated on Chao Jun. Chao Jun's face turned pale, and he fell to the ground, his legs kicking backward in a frantic attempt to distance himself from those eerie eyes. As he retreated, he pointed at the Sharingan in midair, shouting like a madman, I get it. You're not human, you're a ghost. You're a ghost. Startled, Chao Jun surprisingly spoke fluently. Back to reality. Meng Hang remained motionless, but the bizarre scene was that Chao Jun was still frozen in the moment he had turned around at Meng Hang's call. It turned out that when Chao Jun had turned to meet Meng Hang's gaze, he had already fallen under the illusion of the Sharingan, though he was unaware of it. In fact, Meng Hang was not feeling well either. With his current mental strength, forcibly activating the three-tomo Sharingan was still somewhat difficult. The scene of Chao Jun being trapped in the illusion was lengthy to describe, but in reality, it had only been a few seconds. Yet, even so, it had consumed most of Meng Hang's mental energy. Seeing that his mental strength was nearly depleted, he dared not delay and took a few steps to reach Chao Jun's side. At that moment, Chao Jun was still deep in the illusion, his face showing boundless terror. Meng Hang paid no mind to this and kicked out. With a power attribute of 32 points, equivalent to the strength of 3 adults, the kick landed directly on Chao Jun's chin. Chao Jun didn't even make a sound before collapsing to the ground. Withdrawing the Sharingan, Meng Hang's eyes returned to their clear black and white. He squatted down and thoroughly searched Chao Jun's body. Aside from his 10 energy cores, there were only a few $100s. Meng Hang curled his lip, disdainfully muttering poor bastard, and then left. Until the next day when the sky brightened, the gloomy alley became bustling with people again. The unconscious Chao Jun was finally discovered by passers-by, who reported it to the city guard and sent him to the hospital. Inside the hospital, a middle-aged man around 40, accompanied by a 20-year-old girl in city guard uniform, was questioning Chao Jun. Although this incident was not a major issue, as guards, they could not overlook any clues. After all, their mission was to protect the safety of Yunchue City. If a monster were to infiltrate, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, a member of the White Lotus sect had recently appeared in the city, with strength already reaching the empty stage. Although the guard team had dispatched personnel to pursue, that person had still managed to escape at the cost of serious injury. Now, any sign of trouble in the city would not be overlooked by the guard team. Waking up, Chao Jun recalled the events of last night, still shaken. Seeing that the newcomers were from the city guard, he immediately shouted, "Guard, I encountered a ghost last night." The girl, who had initially looked serious, couldn't help but twitch her lips in an attempt to laugh but ultimately held it back. If Chao Jun had said it was a monster, it would have drawn their attention. But saying ghost, what era is this? Who still believes in that? Are you sure it was a ghost and not a monster or a middle-aged man? The middle-aged guard asked helplessly. I'm sure. I'm 100% sure. That ghost had a pair of blood-red eyes and could turn into crows and fly away. Chao Jun replied fluently. The middle-aged guard shook his head and said to the girl behind him, "Let's leave for now. I think he might have hurt his head, his mind seems a bit unclear. We'll come back in a few days to ask." The two then turned to leave. Seeing them about to go, Chao Jun hurriedly shouted, "Guard, I'm telling the truth. Hey, why am I not stuttering anymore?" It was only then that he realized he was speaking very fluently. Soon, his wild laughter echoed throughout the ward. "I'm not stuttering anymore. Let's see who dares to call me Little Stutter from now on." Listening to the manic laughter in the ward, the girl following the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. It seems he really did hurt his head. After dealing with Chao Jun, Meng Heng couldn't wait to rush home. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he held a crystal core in his hand. As he began to practice his breathing technique, a large amount of mental energy mist filled his mental world. When Meng Heng opened his eyes, the crystal core in his hand had turned into a pile of residue. He glanced at his phone, it was already midnight. He remembered coming back around 8, which meant it took him about 4 hours to absorb a complete crystal core. Without checking how much his mental energy had increased, he picked up another crystal core to absorb. When Meng Heng opened his eyes again, the daylight was bright, and there were already 3 piles of crystal core residue beside him. System, open the character attribute panel. Host, Meng Heng, ability, 3 Tomo Sharingan, a grade, mental energy, 1022, human level, strength, 32, agility, 38, constitution, 33. His mental energy had surprisingly jumped from 122 to 1022. This meant that each primary crystal provided him with 300 points of mental energy. Meng Heng looked at the 7 remaining crystal cores beside him and shook his head regretfully. I only absorbed 3 crystal cores in one night, the efficiency is really too low. Looks like I need to make money quickly to buy a better breathing technique. What he didn't know was that even with a better breathing technique, no one would dare to absorb mental energy from crystal cores continuously like he did. If it were anyone else, their head would have exploded. Of course, this excluded those talented individuals from noble families, who had been assisted by various rare treasures provided by their families since childhood, something ordinary people couldn't compare to, but none were as abnormal as Meng Heng. Moreover, according to the normal calculations for ability users, reaching 1000 points of mental energy would qualify one as a ground-level ability user. Yet at this moment, Meng Heng showed no signs of wanting to advance. Damn, it's 8 o'clock. He opened his phone and found it was indeed 8. Meng Heng hurriedly washed up and rushed to school. When he pushed open the classroom door, he found his classmates had already entered a state of cultivation. He awkwardly looked at Yi Qianwen at the podium. Yi Qianwen shot a slightly annoyed glance at Meng Heng, thinking he was late because he overslept. However, to avoid disturbing the student's cultivation, she didn't say much. She simply gestured with her eyes for Meng Heng to quickly return to his seat. At this point, there was nothing more to teach at school, everything depended on oneself. Another day passed in the blink of an eye, and Meng Heng was the first to rush out of the campus. 3 more days went by, and Meng Heng had completely absorbed all 10 crystal cores in his hand. His mental energy had increased from 1022 to 3185, and his realm had finally reached ground level stage 1, with all his physical attributes doubling. As usual, Meng Heng walked through the dilapidated corridor, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. Since he had run out of crystal cores, he didn't rush home today but instead walked slowly upstairs. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from behind him. Meng Heng instinctively turned to look back, and a man about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a hood, was walking up. The dim environment, combined with the shadow of the hood, made it difficult for Meng Heng to see his face clearly. The man moved quickly, catching up to Meng Heng in just a few steps and sweeping past him. Meng Heng instinctively frowned. The building he lived in was several decades old, and most of the residents were elderly. He had no impression of this man, and as he passed by, Meng Heng felt a chill emanating from him. Meng Heng lived on the 3rd floor, and as he took out his keys to open the door, he heard the sound of someone upstairs opening a door. This made him even more puzzled. The elderly Mrs. Liu lived above him, a widow with no children, whose husband had passed away several years ago. Because Meng Heng was alone and without family, Mrs. Liu often invited him over for meals. He had been so absorbed in his training these past few days that he only realized today that he hadn't seen Mrs. Liu in several days. Could it be a distant relative of Mrs. Liu? But I've never heard of her having any relatives, otherwise, they wouldn't have waited so many years to visit her. Meng Heng furrowed his brow, feeling that something was off. I drink alone, with a dim light, a few get drunk, a few go mad. Damn it, not again. Meng Heng cursed, seriously doubting that his system was malfunctioning. What kind of nonsense was he hearing? Ding! System activated, choose to go to the 4th floor and knock on Mrs. Liu's door. Agree, reward, 8 gates of Duanjia. Give up, reward, 5 points of constitution. Hearing that the reward was the 8 gates of Duanjia, Meng Heng was not overjoyed this time. Instead, he furrowed his brow into a frown. Given the system's nature, it would never reward him with something so generous for no reason. Something must have happened upstairs. Mrs. Liu treated him like a grandson, and knowing something was wrong, Meng Heng would have gone to check even without a reward. Meanwhile, upstairs, Tang Yang was sitting cross-legged, holding a core. He had originally received orders from the leader to come to Yunchuei City to handle an important matter. However, he did not expect the city's guard to be so sharp, halfway through, they discovered him. He had escaped from the heavy encirclement only after sustaining serious injuries. Glancing at the frozen corpse of an elderly person on the ground, Tang Yang felt no pity. Mother of no life, hometown of vacuum. To give your life for the divine sect is your honor, your soul will return to the divine kingdom. The White Lotus sect had appeared in the last era, long before the global revival of spiritual energy, but had long since vanished into the annals of history. However, in recent decades, the White Lotus sect re-emerged under the banner of purifying the world. The divine kingdom descends, quickly attracting a large number of followers, including many powerful individuals. To achieve their goals, the White Lotus sect's followers did not hesitate to collaborate with beasts, committing many atrocities, and soon became wanted by the government, turning into a notorious cult. Tang Yang felt the sword intent surging wildly within him, and he could only forcefully suppress it with his mental strength. Otherwise, with this sword intent, he could easily open several holes in his own body. What a Zhao Sanpang, truly worthy of being a Huan-level powerhouse, even a casual sword strike has such power. Fortunately, I have a one-time escape treasure given to me by the leader, otherwise, I would have been done for. Bang! 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 At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Tang Yang furrowed his brow, not making a sound or going to open the door, pretending that no one was in the room. His priority was to recover from his injuries and he didn't want to expose himself due to a minor incident. However, the person outside was not willing to give up and continued knocking. Bang! 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 Grandma Lu, are you home? Tang Yang still received no response, thinking that the boy outside would leave since no one answered. Grandma Lu, I brought some fruit to see you. Looks like she's gone out, then I'll come back later. Tang Yang let out a long sigh, believing Meng Hang would take his leave. Who would have thought that before he could even finish his breath, the knocking on the door sounded again. Damn it, didn't you say you'd come back later? Is this short pause considered later? Tang Yang's mind was filled with 1,000 curses, scolding the boy's ancestors for generations. Wait a minute, I remember Grandma Lu didn't go out today. Could something have happened? No, if she had an accident at home, no one would know. I should call the police. Hearing that the person outside was going to call the police, Tang Yang finally couldn't sit still. The police might not cause trouble, but it would eventually attract the city guards, and with his current strength, it would be impossible to escape. Creak! Just as Meng Hang raised his hand to knock again, the old iron door finally opened a crack. A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression poked his head out to scrutinize him. Meng Hang feigned surprise, glanced at the floor numbers on the wall, then turned back to look at the middle-aged man with confusion, as if suddenly realizing something. Ah, I see, you must be Grandma Lu's son that she often mentions. Tang Yang's lips curled up slightly, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. That's right, I am her son. My mom is unwell today and is sleeping inside. I'll let you know when she's feeling better in a couple of days. Hearing the man admit he was Grandma Lu's son, a cold glint appeared in Meng Hang's eyes. Now he was even more certain that something must have happened to Grandma Lu. Without changing his expression, Meng Hang pretended to be anxious and worried, saying, Grandma Lu is sick? Then I must go in and see her. I lost my parents when I was young, and Grandma Lu treats me like her own grandson. Hearing that the boy in front of him was an orphan, Tang Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. He hadn't wanted to stir up trouble, worried that dealing with this boy would attract his family's attention. But since he was an orphan, who would care about his life or death? It was as if the big bad wolf was smiling at Little Red Riding Hood. Tang Yang's lips curled up again, putting on a friendly facade. Since my mom treats you like a grandson, I guess I can be considered your elder. Come on in, I'll go wake her up. Okay, uncle. Meng Hang smiled innocently, walking in without a hint of doubt. He easily made his way to the bedroom, but his smile instantly froze. There, on the bedroom floor, Grandma Lu was encased in a huge block of ice, and it looked like she had long since stopped breathing. Creak! Bang! The door slammed shut, and the room fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of footsteps approaching Meng Hang from outside. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward, 8 Gates of Duanjia. As the reward notification sounded, Tang Yang's figure appeared at the bedroom door. Mother of no life, return to your hometown. Your Grandma Lu has returned to the embrace of the Mother of no life, and next, I will send you along, so you two can meet in the divine realm. As he spoke, Tang Yang's expression shifted from gloomy to one filled with fervor, almost pathological. Meng Hang suddenly turned his head, his eyes glowing faintly red in the dim room. Like a demon crawling out of hell, he was staring at the food before him. Tang Yang, who had been lost in his own excitement, was momentarily startled by Meng Hang's eerie demeanor, taking a long time to regain his composure before coldly smiling and saying, a pupil technique ability? Quite impressive. Too bad you ran into me. The temperature in the room plummeted, and even the air Meng Hang exhaled turned into white mist. Just then, a spike of ice suddenly appeared beneath Tang Yang's feet and swiftly extended towards Meng Hang. Although this move was not very lethal, it could instantly freeze opponents weaker than himself, until they either froze to death or suffocated. Tang Yang was confident. With his empty stage realm strength, dealing with a boy dressed like a high school student was a piece of cake. However, in the next moment, Tang Yang's expression changed drastically. The ice pillar that was originally aimed at Meng Hang suddenly twisted a few times and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a giant python the size of a bull. The giant python turned its head and let out a roar at Tang Yang, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. Then, with a powerful thrust of its body, it lunged straight for Tang Yang's neck. This scene came too quickly. Tang Yang had no time to react and could only instinctively raise his right arm to block. Not good. As an empty stage powerhouse, Tang Yang had rich combat experience and instantly realized he had fallen into an illusion. Although he was already deeply trapped in Meng Hang's illusion, the difference in their realms allowed him to break free just as he realized it. From the moment he entered, Meng Hang had sensed a dangerous aura from this man, so even though he activated his Sharingan, he remained vigilant. 8 gates, first gate, open. His mental energy instantly spread throughout his body, causing his blood to boil. Bang! He exerted force with his feet, instantly dodging the incoming ice pillar, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside Tang Yang, kicking out. Just then, Tang Yang also broke free from the illusion. Feeling the whistling sound by his ear, his expression changed wildly. With no time to think, an ice wall formed instantly, blocking beside him. The next second, the ice was shattered by a tremendous force, but it barely managed to block Meng Hang's powerful strike. Tang Yang, who had almost capsized in the gutter, wore a gloomy expression, but the beads of sweat on his forehead revealed that his heart was far from calm. He had managed to escape from Zhao Sanpong's hands, yet he never expected to almost die at the hands of a high school student today. Good kid, playing the pig to eat the tiger with me. He grasped the air with his right hand, and an ice knife appeared in his hand, slashing fiercely at Meng Hang. Meng Hang chose not to take it head-on and suddenly leaped back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Standing firm, Meng Hang glanced at the ice crystals forming on his clothes. Just the cold could freeze his clothing. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he got hit. Kid, I admit you're strong among your peers, but unfortunately, I'm an empty stage powerhouse. Dare to sneak attack me? I'll let you taste the pain of Ling Qi. With that, Tang Yang clenched his right hand tightly, and the ice knife in his hand instantly shattered into countless ice shards. These ice shards emitted a sparkling cold light, flying towards Meng Hang like numerous sharp blades, vowing to slice the flesh from his body piece by piece. Looking at the flying ice shards, Meng Hang's expression was extremely indifferent. Is the empty stage really that impressive? Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Not afraid of tigers when just starting out. Tang Yang sneered, believing the boy before him had no idea how powerful the empty stage was. Just as the sky was about to be filled with ice shards wrapping around Meng Hang, his blood seemed to boil, turning his entire body red, and a faint green light enveloped him from the outside. Boom! With a loud bang, Meng Hang was propelled forward with immense force, shattering the entire floor beneath him. Tang Yang felt his vision blur, and Meng Hang's figure actually disappeared from his spot. At the same time, a mocking voice came from behind him. Empty stage, is this all you've got? Tang Yang's face changed dramatically, unable to understand why the boy's speed had increased so drastically in an instant. Ice barrier. Not daring to think too much, he quickly activated his ability, trying to form an ice barrier behind him to block Meng Hang's attack. Too slow. A cold shout rang out as Meng Hang kicked out, producing a sonic boom in the air. Tang Yang only felt a tremendous force coming at him, as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, and his body involuntarily flew backward. Bang! The old wall was directly smashed out, creating a hole, and Tang Yang's figure continued to fly out of the building. Meng Hang did not hesitate for a moment, pushing off with his feet and chasing after him. Tang Yang, who had been kicked out of the building, spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, trying to adjust his position. However, at that moment, he was in the air with no point to leverage, and could only watch helplessly as he fell downward. Fortunately, it was only the 4th floor. Even if he fell, with his physical condition, he wouldn't sustain too much damage. Tang Yang thought to himself. I didn't expect that this small Yunshui city, besides the Sss-Level Lin Luoxue, actually hides such a monster, capable of defeating me, a void-level ability user, across levels. You little beast, just wait until I escape from Yunshui city and heal my injuries, then I'll play with you properly. He was already starting to think about how to escape after hitting the ground. Although Meng Hang's kick had worsened his original injuries, he still had confidence that he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. If it comes to it, I'll threaten them with the lives of everyone on the street, a desperate strike from a void level user. I don't believe they would dare let so many people accompany me to the grave. Countless thoughts flashed through Tang Yang's mind, but in reality, only a few seconds had passed. His body was still suspended in the air, just about to fall. At that moment, his originally cold eyes suddenly saw a faint green figure appear beside him. Without needing to guess, he knew it was Meng Hang again. Looking at Meng Hang, who was like a parasite, Tang Yang cursed inwardly. He thought Meng Hang would jump down and wait for him on the ground, giving him time to think of a countermeasure. Unexpectedly, this kid played by his own rules and ran directly to his side. Seeing Meng Hang's expressionless face, a chill unconsciously rose in his heart. Bang! Meng Hang, also suspended in the air, kicked Tang Yang's body out again. At the same time, Meng Hang's body quickly landed on the ground. Boom! With his legs bent, he pushed off again, causing the ground to instantly collapse. Using the rebound force, he transformed into a blur once more. Hit by this kick, Tang Yang's body uncontrollably smashed toward the opposite building. But before his body could collide, Meng Hang had already arrived above him. How can he be so fast? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the young man in front of him say lightly, "Void level, is that all?" In midair, Meng Hang raised his right foot high and slammed it down on Tang Yang's stomach. Whoosh boom! The ground cracked inch by inch, instantly creating a pit about a meter deep. Tang Yang lay in the air like a broken doll, blood pouring from his mouth as if it were free. At that moment, all the bones in his body had been shattered by Meng Hang's kick, leaving him unable to move. He stared in disbelief at the young man in the air, unable to believe that he could escape from Zhao Sanpong's hands, and today he would actually fall at the hands of a high school student. Looking at the middle-aged man gasping for breath in the pit, Meng Hang had no intention of stopping. He stepped in the air, somehow able to leverage himself as if stepping on a wall, diving down. Using the tremendous impact generated by the high-speed dive, Meng Hang drove his knee into Tang Yang's body. Under such a heavy impact, Tang Yang's body curled up like a large shrimp, and he spat a mouthful of fresh blood all over Meng Hang, which seemed to be mixed with bits of internal organs. "Kid, the White Lotus sect won't let you go, wait for their punishment. I am about to return to the embrace of the mother of all things, and you will receive the most terrifying punishment from her. Ha ha ha. Cough. Ha. Tang Yang laughed maniacally, then fell silent. There was no longer any fear of death in his eyes, only boundless fervor. Meng Hang paid no mind to his mad words before dying. Seeing the person beneath him finally breathe their last, he felt a sense of relief and put away the 8 gates of Duanjia. But as soon as he did, a wave of weakness surged through his body, and he uncontrollably collapsed to the ground, pinning Tang Yang's corpse beneath him. What followed was an unbearable agony. He gritted his teeth, resisting the pain that crashed over him like waves, struggling not to make a sound. Is this the side effect of the 8 gates of Duanjia? Meng Hang thought before losing consciousness. At the same time, he vaguely heard the system's voice. Ding! Host has killed a sky-level ability user beyond their rank. Reward, Double Divine Might Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Killing shop activated. Time rewinds a few minutes. Su Xiaoxiao was a live streamer, gaining nearly 1 million fans online thanks to her stunning looks and carefree personality. Usually, she streamed indoors, but today she had made plans to eat out with friends, so she decided to be an outdoor streamer. Brothers, I'm generous, right? Going out to eat and still thinking of you. I'll show you my girlfriends later. Although they're a bit worse than me, they're all beauties. Don't say I'm not considerate. Good things shouldn't go to outsiders. Let the brothers in the stream have their eyes open first. Hearing her say this, the comments in the live stream began to flood in. It's still my Xiao Xiao, she really means it. Not watching. Not watching. Just watching Xiao Xiao is enough, other women will only slow me down. What the guy above said is right. As long as she doesn't speak, she's my goddess. Just then, a loud noise erupted, startling the pedestrians below, who all stopped and looked up. Su Xiaoxiao was no exception, her face paling at the sudden sound. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was decent, and she quickly regained her composure. As a live streamer, she had a natural instinct for trending topics. She had a hunch that something big was about to happen today, so she quickly flipped her phone's camera to focus on the source of the noise above. She saw a person burst through the wall, and a figure glowing green, obscured in appearance, seemed to appear out of thin air. Wow, that was fast. How did that glowing green figure appear? The moment Meng Hang appeared was captured by Su Xiaoxiao's camera, causing a stir in the livestream. Goodness, that must be a speed-type ability user. Otherwise, how could they move so fast? The person who got kicked must be in a bad spot. The wall has a huge hole in it. What kind of grudge is this? Before the viewers could finish their comments, the glowing green figure's next move made everyone in the live stream gasp in shock. They saw the middle-aged man who had been kicked out of the house get hit again, and then the glowing figure vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Where did he go? The streamer's filming skills are lacking, they can't even capture the figure. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's mouth dropped open in shock. It's not that I can't capture it, it's that he's moving too fast for the phone to catch. With Su Xiaoxiao's eyesight, she could only see the green light flash by, unable to keep up with Meng Hang's figure. Hearing her explanation, the live stream erupted once more. I can't believe it, moving so fast the phone can't capture it? What level of ability user is this? At least a sky level, and it has to be a speed type ability to achieve this. Wow, sky level, gods fighting, gods fighting. This wasn't a battle, no, it couldn't be considered a battle. The one-sided slaughter came quickly and left just as fast, ending with a loud bang after just a few dozen seconds. The ground was shattered, dirt and stones flying everywhere, but fortunately, the onlookers had retreated several meters back and no one was accidentally injured. When Meng Hang cancelled the 8 gates of Duinjia, everyone finally realized that the figure glowing green was actually just a handsome young boy. What the hell? Who just said he was at least an empty stage ability user? Have you ever seen such a young ability user? Goodness, he's still wearing a high school uniform. He must be a high school student. Are students nowadays this freakish? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This year's seniors just held the awakening ceremony a few days ago. How could he possibly reach the empty stage? It's unreasonable. Maybe he awakened naturally. I actually have no words to respond. About 10 minutes after Meng Hang fainted, the city guard arrived in full force, led by the middle-aged man from the hospital that day. At this point, more and more people gathered to watch, surrounding Meng Hang so tightly that not a drop could leak through. The city guard members quickly dispersed the crowd and set up a boundary around the area. When the middle-aged man saw the corpse in the pit, he was momentarily stunned, then his expression changed drastically. Is it that remnant of the demon cult? Upon seeing that it was actually a young boy, he looked utterly incredulous. No, it can't be that this boy killed him. Although this person had been injured by the city lord, he was still an empty stage strongman. The other team members were also discussing among themselves, speculating on how Tang Yang had died. At that moment, a team member who had just finished asking the surrounding crowd about the situation walked back in a daze and said to the middle-aged man, "Captain, I found out, it really was this boy who killed the remnant of the demon cult. Wow, how old is he? If only we could recruit this boy into our team." Don't even think about it. Judging by his outfit, he's still a high school student. He definitely has a bright future ahead. How could he be content to stay in our small city? After the shock, the city guard quickly handled the battlefield and carried Meng Hang onto an ambulance to take him to the hospital. The onlookers, seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, gradually dispersed, leaving the area eerily empty. Although the crowd had dispersed, the battle was recorded by the viewers in Su Xiaoxiao's livestream and quickly went viral online. Wow, such speed. An ordinary high school student can actually have such speed, he must be cheating. Is this the gap between me and a genius? His speed is so fast that even my phone couldn't capture it. Lin Luoxue finished her day of training and took out her phone during her free time to check out the latest happenings online. With her SSS-level talent and her well-off family providing the necessary resources, she had already reached the late human stage, just half a step away from entering the Earth stage. Even with her temperament, she couldn't help but feel a bit excited. As soon as she opened her phone, a video that was trending first caught her attention, and she curiously clicked on it. When she saw the unparalleled speed and power of the green figure, she felt a bit surprised, but it wasn't enough to truly astonish her. After all, there were countless strong individuals in Long Country. While empty stage strongmen were powerful, they weren't that rare. However, when she saw the final scene, her eyes widened involuntarily. Why did this figure feel so familiar? Wait a minute. It's Meng Hang. Lin Luoxue jumped up from her bed, her face filled with disbelief. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and dragged the progress bar to the last part, wanting to confirm once more. How is this possible? He just awakened a few days ago. How could his strength reach this level? Comparing the strength Meng Hang displayed in the video with her current abilities, she helplessly realized that she had no chance at all. Yi Qianwen finished a day of classes, took a beautiful shower, and wrapped herself in a towel as she walked out of the bathroom. At this moment, her damp long hair fell loosely around her, perfectly showcasing her curves. Ah, so comfortable. With a thud, she lay down on the bed, letting out a soft moan. Yi Qianwen felt there was no time more relaxing than this. Ding! Seeing a notification from Weibo, she instinctively clicked on it. Originally, Yi Qianwen's slightly dazed expression grew increasingly serious, eventually turning into confusion and disbelief. Is this Meng Hang? My student Meng Hang? Impossible, he only has E-level talent. He must just look like him. No, I have to ask him properly when school starts tomorrow. At that moment, Li Xingliang was gripping his phone tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Impossible, he's just an E-level waste, how could he suddenly become so powerful? Li Xingliang had planned to challenge Meng Hang again in the next few days to regain the face he lost in front of the entire school staff and students. But after seeing this video, the impact was so great that he couldn't muster even a hint of a challenge. In the Lord's mansion, Zhao Sanpang was leisurely sipping tea when a figure hurriedly pushed the door open. It was a middle-aged man from the city guard. Seeing Lu Zhalian's flustered appearance, Zhao Sanpang couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness. I say, old Lu, you're almost 40, why do you still act like a 20-something hothead? You should learn from me in this regard, you need to remain calm even when the mountain collapses on top of you. Lu Zhaliang's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he could only smile awkwardly before continuing. The Lord said so, but it's just that the demon cult's prodigy died today, and I lost my composure. Hearing that the remnants of the demon cult he had injured a couple of days ago were dead, Zhao Sanpang raised an eyebrow and said with some pride, haha, everything was within my expectations, how could a void-level ability user withstand my sword? Tell me, old Lu, did he die from the sword energy piercing through him? Upon hearing the Lord's words, Lu Zhilian's face turned even more awkward. My lord, he didn't die from the sword energy piercing through him, he was killed by someone else. Zhao Sanpang's mouth twitched, but he still managed to maintain his lordly demeanor. I was just joking with you. Which expert from our city guard discovered his whereabouts and took action to kill a void-level ability user? My lord, it wasn't one of our city guard, it was a high school student. A high school student is good, heroes emerge from youth. Wait, a high school student? Zhao Sanpang, who had been completely calm, suddenly raised his voice a few notches, causing his body to jiggle. A high school student killed a void-level ability user? You can't be serious. This achievement is something even the naturally awakened geniuses from those big families in Longhua might not be able to accomplish. Seeing the Lord's astonished expression, Lu Zhaliang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So much for being calm and unflappable. My lord, we've already found out, it really is a high school student from No. 3 High School. No. 3 High School? Upon hearing it was a student from No. 3 High School, Zhao Sanpang raised an eyebrow. A student from No. 3 High School, and he was able to kill a void-level powerhouse right after awakening, even if it was a severely injured void-level ability user, that's not something a newly awakened student could match. Unless it's that little girl with the Sss-Level talent, then it makes sense. Zhao Sanpang looked as if he had suddenly realized something, muttering to himself. Lu Zhaliang couldn't stand his wild guesses any longer and directly opened a video saved on his phone, handing it to him while explaining beside him. Meng Hang, 18 years old, orphaned, currently living alone. At the Awakening conference a few days ago, he awakened an E-level eye technique ability. Based on his competition with classmates, it should be an illusion type. Zhao Sanpang stared at the ghostly figure in the video, his mind struggling to process it. Are you telling me this is an illusion type ability? Did he use his ability to hypnotize everyone watching the video? The more Zhao Sanpang watched, the graver his expression became, and even after the short video ended, he remained silent for a long time. Lu Zhaliang, seeing him not speak, dared not ask anything and could only stand quietly by. After a long while, Zhao Sanpang finally spoke again. He must have used some secret technique to forcibly enhance his physical attributes. But such secret techniques usually have significant side effects. By the way, how is that kid? Is he alright? Rest assured, City Lord. If he relies on his own self-healing, he won't be able to get out of bed for a few months. I've already sent a wood-type ability user to treat him. He should recover in about 2 or 3 days. Lu Zhaliang hesitated for a moment before continuing. City Lord, should we notify the operators to take down this video? With the way those lunatics from the White Lotus cult operate, if they see this video, who knows what they might do? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang's demeanor changed, sending chills down one's spine, a stark contrast to his corpulent figure. A cold smile appeared on his greasy, overweight face, and a hint of murderous intent glimmered in his small, bean-sized eyes. A bunch of turtles hiding their heads. If they dare to show themselves again, I'll just chop their heads off. Just as Zhao Sanpang was discussing the White Lotus cult, in a secret base of the cult, several people were trembling on their knees, while a man with a pale face and a delicate demeanor was watching Meng Hang's video with a gloomy expression. The room was silent except for the sounds of fighting in the video. As the video ended, the atmosphere in the room grew even more tense, and one could even hear the sound of sweat dripping from the foreheads of those kneeling. After an unknown amount of time, just as everyone was about to go mad from the oppressive atmosphere, the delicate young man finally spoke. Very good, very good. Our White Lotus cult's esteemed empty stage expert was actually defeated by a high school student without any ability to fight back. Very good, indeed. The young man's tone was flat, lacking any fluctuations. However, the kneeling individuals lowered their heads even deeper upon hearing this. That waste, Tang Yang, deserves to die. I was originally worried that too many of us entering the city would be noticed by that mad pig Zhao Sanpang, but I didn't expect this waste not only failed to assassinate that Sss-Level Lin Luoxua but was also killed on the street by a high school student. Now, we have become the laughingstock of other branches. What use are you to me? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Qiu Guang roared, slamming his hand down, and the marble table beside him shattered into pieces like foam. The others dared not breathe, and only one person gritted his teeth and spoke up, "Master, please calm down. We will enter the city tonight and kill that kid in the video and that SSS-level genius who awakened." Upon hearing this, Qiu Guang not only did not calm down but became even angrier. Can you all use your brains? Zhao Sanpang might have already set up a net, just waiting for us to stick our heads in. The person who spoke earlier also changed his expression, indignantly saying, "Are we just going to suffer in silence?" Qiu Guang suppressed his anger and smiled ominously. The reputation of the White Lotus cult cannot be tarnished by a mere kid who hasn't even grown hair. This humiliation must be washed away with blood. I want the lives of everyone in Yunshui City as compensation. Alright, you all go down first. I have my own plans for this matter. Having said that, he waved his hand, dismissing everyone. As Qiu Guang stepped out, he vanished into the room. The spiritual energy revived, and the world changed. The once high-speed connections between cities had long turned into dense forests. Only those with great powers dared to fly directly over the depths of the forest, unafraid of the powerful beasts within. Most people still needed to take specialized trains, traversing the pathways painstakingly opened by countless powerful beings. Yunshui City was no exception. To its southwest lay an endless mountain range, and no one knew how many beasts lurked within. When Qiu Guang reappeared, he stood before a massive cave deep in the mountains. With a wave of his hand, dozens of corpses appeared out of thin air. Looking around, the corpses varied in age, and a pungent smell of blood assaulted the senses. The cave, which had been pitch black, suddenly lit up with two lantern-sized blood-red lights. At the same time, a tremendous suction force emanated from within, pulling all the corpses inside. The next moment, a chilling sound of food being swallowed echoed from the cave. Qiu Guang, however, stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing everything. Minutes later, the sound of swallowing ceased. Then, a gigantic blood-red python, several dozen feet long, slithered out of the cave, and the two glowing red lights turned out to be its eyes. A fourth-tier beast, the blood python. The blood python lowered its head, looking at Qiu Guang, who seemed as small as an ant, and surprisingly spoke human words. How long has it been since I tasted this flavor? Human flesh and blood are the most delicious. Looking up at the towering blood python, a hint of displeasure flickered in Qiu Guang's eyes. Just a beast, yet it dared to look down on him. A fourth-tier beast was equivalent to a cosmic tier ability user, but in his pride, a beast was still just a beast. If it weren't for the grand plan of the Holy Church, he wouldn't even bother to cooperate with these blood-drinking creatures. I don't like your condescending attitude, Qiu Guang said coldly. Oh, the blood python was not angered. A hint of anthropomorphic mockery appeared in its enormous triangular eyes. Considering the blood feast you brought me, I will reluctantly accommodate you. As it spoke, its body rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into a creature about 2 meters tall, with a human head and a serpent's body. Qiu Guang, who had been calm, changed his expression drastically upon seeing this. You've advanced to the 5th tier. Qiu Guang exclaimed in shock, instinctively taking a step back. The ability to partially transform into a human form was a power of 5th-tier beasts, so the blood python before him should be called the Blood Beast King. Despite his disdain for beasts, this was predicated on the equality of powers. Now that this creature had advanced to the 5th tier, it was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Regaining his composure, Qiu Guang seemed to ignore the mocking gaze of the blood python and coughed lightly, saying, "Ahem. I was a bit abrupt just now. However, I still hope you can adhere to the agreement between our Holy Church and the Beast Emperor, and help each other." The Blood Beast King extended its long serpent tongue, licking its lips, greedily eyeing the human before it. The flesh and blood of a cosmic tier ability user were far more delicious than that of an ordinary person. If it weren't for the presence of the Beast Emperor, it would have devoured this human long ago. There's no visit without a purpose. I wonder what brings you, Captain Qiu? Seeing that the Blood Beast King did not hold a grudge over the earlier incident, Qiu Guang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Of course, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Our church wishes to offer the souls of the entire Yunshui city to the Old Mother, so I would like to ask for your help. The Blood Beast King widened its eyes, staring incredulously at the human before it. Are you from the lifeless church insane? Although Yunshui City is just a small city, it has a population of several million. If you truly intend to slaughter the city, the Dragon Kingdom will not let you off. Qiu Guang did not pay attention to the shock of the Blood Demon King and continued, you don't need to worry about this. Right now, apart from a few major cities where there are Huan-level experts stationed, most experts above Huan level are on the front lines. By then, I will hold off that Zhao Sanpang. Even if other city lords come to assist, they won't be your match. We have plenty of time to wipe out the entire Yunshui city. The Blood Demon King squinted, pondering for a long time. Back then, I barely escaped the madman's pursuit and hid in these Yunshui mountains for nearly 10 years. You think just because of these few words, I would risk being discovered by him to go out? Isn't your Wuxing sect a bit too arrogant? Qiu Guang smiled confidently. Rest assured, as long as you agree to take action, we will use the White Lotus secret method to create the 10,000 ghosts blood refining array, using the essence blood of over 1 million people to refine a blood essence pill. I believe that with this blood essence pill, your strength will see a significant improvement. The blood essence pill is a product refined by the Wuxing sect using dark arts, capable of enhancing the abilities of its user. The more essence blood it contains, the better the effect. Even the Blood Demon King had heard of its great name. Refining a blood essence pill with the essence blood of 1 million people. Thinking of this, the gleam in the Blood Demon King's eyes could not help but intensify. At its level, advancing even a small step in realm is extremely difficult. With this blood essence pill, it believed that its long stagnant realm would see a significant boost. This risk was worth taking. At worst, after this matter, it could escape the human territory and still be a good fighter. With this thought, the Blood Demon King no longer hesitated. Alright, it's settled. It then narrowed its eyes, coldly staring at Qiu Guang. If you don't keep your promise by then, don't blame this king for turning against you. Chao Junmei had a beautiful sleep and opened his eyes. Ever since he inexplicably overcame his stuttering problem after the encounter in the alley, he felt that life was so wonderful. Chao Jun sat up and comfortably stretched. His injuries had mostly healed, and he would probably be discharged today. Turning to glance at the adjacent hospital bed, he noticed someone else there and looked a few more times before disdainfully curling his lip and retracting his gaze. On the bed lay a sharply featured, handsome but extremely pale young man. Chao Jun could not stand such pretty boys. Why could they rely on their looks while he had to depend on his strength? But the next moment, as he sat there, he stiffened, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Chao Jun mechanically turned his head back slowly, widening his eyes, staring in disbelief at the young man on the adjacent bed. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed throughout the ward. He is coming. Doctor. I want to be discharged. Saying this, he didn't even have time to put on his shoes and ran out of the ward. Awakened by the piercing scream, Meng Hang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Meng Hang felt utterly weak, his head pounding as if it had exploded. Looking around, he realized he was actually in a hospital, and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. No wonder it's the 8 gates of Duanjia of the Emperor Kai. The strength gained after activation is indeed a huge boost, but the aftereffects are also quite obvious. He then couldn't help but feel hopeful. If only I could have Hashirama's cells, then this problem could be perfectly solved. Not long after he woke up, a plump man with a middle part hurriedly walked in, followed by a large group of people. The plump man looked at Meng Hang with admiration and, seeing Meng Hang's bewildered expression, spoke up. Hello, young Meng, let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Sanpang, the Lord of Yunshui City. This time, you have made a great contribution by single-handedly killing a remnant of the Wuxing sect. To think that he is actually an ability user of the empty tier, truly a hero in his youth. Meng Hang stared at Zhao Sanpang with a strange expression, suddenly feeling a bit like laughing. 3 fat? This body shape, this head shape, this name, it inevitably reminds him of a character from a past life. I didn't expect the Lord of Yunshui City to be so amusing. Zhao Sanpang looked at the dazed boy in front of him, thinking he hadn't recovered from the battle, and continued to laugh as he said, given that you are unafraid of life and death and have successfully killed an empty tier ability user, the Yunshui City government has decided to reward you with 10 essence cores and 10 tubes of recovery liquid. I hope you can train well in the coming days and strive to bring glory to Yunshui City in the college entrance examination. As he spoke, he took out an ornately decorated ring and handed it to Meng Hang. Everything is inside, and this space ring is also a reward, so I'm giving it to you as well. Hearing about the reward, Meng Hang couldn't help but widen his eyes. 10 essence cores are worth 1 million, and each tube of recovery liquid is worth 100,000, adding up to a total of 2 million. Although he didn't know the grade of this space ring, even the lowest grade is worth 500,000. Meng Heng instantly felt his worth skyrocketing, stepping onto the peak of life, ready to win over a rich and beautiful girl. The people behind Zhao Sanpang began to whisper among themselves. I didn't expect the usually stingy lord to be so generous this time. That's over 2 million gone. My monthly salary is only 1 essence core. This reward is worth 2 years of my salary. Sigh, comparing people makes one feel inferior. If you could kill an empty tier ability user, you'd get these rewards too. Forget I said that. The Lord is being polite. Killing the remnants of the White Lotus sect is the responsibility of every citizen. Meng Heng straightened his back, putting on a righteous demeanor. Then, he suddenly clutched his forehead, showing a look of intense pain. But Lord, in this battle, my mental energy was exhausted. Could you please give me a tube of recovery liquid to restore my mental energy first? The people present looked bewildered, even Zhao Sanpang twitched his mouth. I just gave you 10 tubes of recovery liquid, and now you want more? Are young people nowadays so shameless? He thought this but still had to maintain his lordly dignity, suppressing the urge to curse, and took out another tube of recovery liquid from the space ring to hand to Meng Heng. Ha ha, little Meng, take care of your injuries. The rewards that should be given to you have all been given, you rest well, and we won't disturb you. After a few more polite words, Zhao Sanpang turned to leave. He was afraid Meng Heng would mention another pain and extort something else from him. Alright lord and esteemed officials, please take care. My body is inconvenient, so I won't see you off. Once he had the recovery liquid in hand, Meng Heng immediately changed his demeanor, no longer looking like someone who had just exhausted his mental energy. The crowd. As the crowd left in a grand procession, the ward was left with only Meng Heng, instantly becoming incredibly quiet. Galu Gilu. Galu Gilu. Feeling his head heavy, Meng Heng didn't hesitate and swallowed the recovery liquid in one gulp. He felt a surge of energy rushing to his head. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he instantly became clear-headed. Good stuff, really good stuff. Meng Heng muttered to himself, greedily stroking the now empty glass bottle. Truly a must-have item for home travel and city exploration. One could say that having it means having an extra life at certain times. After moving his body a bit, Meng Heng found that he was no longer seriously injured, and with his mental energy restored, he estimated he could be discharged today. With only a few days left until the college entrance examination, he didn't want to waste time in a hospital bed. Right. Meng Heng clapped his hands, vaguely recalling that while he was unconscious, the system seemed to have reminded him to activate something. System, open the personal attribute panel. Alright. Meng Heng felt speechless. Why did it seem like his system was becoming increasingly unserious? Ding. System activated. Host, Meng Heng, ability, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Double Kamui, Sss-Level, Mental Power, 3185, Earth Stage 1, Strength, 79, Agility, 91, Constitution, 81. If there were outsiders in the room at that moment, they would see Meng Heng with a foolish expression, a few drops of crystal clear liquid at the corner of his mouth. Wow, has the Kaleidoscope Sharingan advanced already? In the original work, the Double Kamui Sharingan could be said to be a bug-like existence. Kakashi had only used a trial version once. This meant that as long as Meng Heng's mental power was sufficient, he could fully unleash the capabilities of Double Kamui. How could this not excite him? Ha! A light exclamation escaped Meng Heng's lips as he noticed an additional option next to the personal attribute panel, a slaughter shop. System, what is this slaughter shop? The host will earn corresponding points for every beast or ability user killed. Killing an Earth Stage ability user or corresponding beast rewards 1 point, Empty Stage rewards 50 points, Universe Stage 2500 points, and Cosmic Stage 25,000 points. The higher the points, the rarer the items or abilities that can be exchanged. Of course, points will decrease as the host's realm increases. Hearing this, Meng Heng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, eagerly clicking to open the slaughter shop. The shop displayed a dazzling array of items, and the more he looked, the more astonished he became, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Current points, 50, Magic Blade 1000 Edges, 50 points. As this is the host's first time opening the slaughter shop, this item is a beginner's benefit. The next time the shop is opened, the exchange points for the Magic Blade 1000 Edges will reset. Great Freedom Breathing Technique, 500 points, Mental Power 5 Elements Attribute Gold, 1000 points, Mental Power 5 Elements Attribute Wood, 1000 points, Mental Power 5 Elements Attribute Water, 1000 points, Mental Power 5 Elements Attribute Fire, 1000 points, Mental Power 5 Elements Attribute Earth, 1000 points, Shadow Clone, 2000 points. Great Fireball Technique, 2000 points, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami, 50,000 points, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan Amaterasu, 50,000 points, Hashirama Cells, 50,000 points. This is insane. Completely insane. Meng Hang felt his blood boiling. This is definitely cheating. As long as the points are sufficient, he could be a god, and he was confident he could take them down. Points. Points. This is forcing me to go out of the city to kill beasts. Looking at his 50 points, Meng Hang hesitated. Should he save up to exchange for better items, or exchange directly? He steeled his resolve. What he had in hand was his own, and directly chose to exchange for the magic blade Thousand Edges. Only attack, no defense, unmatched in the world. Meng Hang smirked slightly. Defense? Non-existent. With double Kamui, did he still need defense? This blade was simply prepared for him. In the next moment, a long black-bladed sword, emanating a faint purple glow, appeared in Meng Hang's hand. Meng Hang gently caressed the blade, a chilling sensation transmitting from his fingers. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the blade was indeed composed of countless fragments. With a gentle swing, a sound of slicing wind echoed. The more Meng Hang looked, the more he liked it, playing with it in his hands for nearly 10 minutes before putting it back into the space. Of course, this space did not refer to the space ring but rather the alternate space activated by Kamui. Meng Hang had his own space, so how could he still look down on a space ring that was less than a cubic meter? He glanced at the time. It was only around 8 in the morning. Since he had nothing to do, he simply took out a core and began to meditate with his eyes closed. Around 5 in the afternoon, feeling that he was mostly recovered, he asked the nurse for his clothes and hurried home. He had completely forgotten about something particularly important amidst the joy of his significant gains and cultivation. He had demolished his own home. Suppressing the pain in his heart, he hailed a taxi and rushed home. It should be noted that he usually preferred to take the bus rather than a taxi. As soon as he got out of the car, Meng Hang was momentarily stunned, surveying his surroundings to confirm that the driver hadn't dropped him off at the wrong place, before staring in disbelief at the old building he had lived in for nearly 20 years. The originally dilapidated walls had been completely transformed, and even the paint on the outside looked freshly applied. Not to mention the hole he had kicked in, which had long since shown no trace. Just as Meng Hang was in shock, not knowing what had happened, a voice exclaimed nearby. "Oh, isn't this little Meng? Weren't you in the hospital? How come you're out after just one day?" Meng Hang turned to see it was Aunt Lin from downstairs. Aunt Lin looked at the young man in front of her with surprise. When she saw Meng Hang kill that White Lotus cult member yesterday, she could hardly recognize the powerful and ruthless boy as the child she had watched grow up. However, despite her surprise, she felt no fear or distance in her heart. In this era, although it seemed peaceful, it was relative. Heroes break the law with their martial prowess. Once someone possessed extraordinary strength, they would always use their abilities to challenge the law, not to mention the lurking threats from beasts outside. Therefore, people in this world had become accustomed to such matters and did not feel fear just because Meng Hang had killed someone in the street. On the contrary, his powerful strength earned him more respect. "Why aren't you taking care of your injuries? How come you're out already? Are you worried about the hospital expenses being too high? You've always had a strong sense of pride since you were a child. When I invited you to my house for dinner, you'd rather go hungry than come. It's the same now. If you have any difficulties, just tell Auntie. I can still cover your hospital bills." Watching Aunt Lin chatter away with concern, Meng Hang couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart and quickly interrupted her. "Aunt Lin, don't worry, I only came out after I was fully healed. With my current strength, is it still hard to make money?" Hearing Meng Hang's explanation, Aunt Lin finally felt relieved. "By the way, Aunt Lin, how come there's such a big change in the house after just one day of my absence?" Upon hearing Meng Hang's question, Aunt Lin proudly explained, "Little Meng, you don't know, but you can now be considered a prominent figure in Yunshui City. The city lord has already issued an announcement praising you for your bravery in killing the remnants of the White Lotus cult at the empty stage. This house was specially arranged by the city lord for Earth-type ability users to repair overnight. You usually look so gentle and weak, I didn't expect you to be so formidable." Meng Hang smiled awkwardly, but inside he was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the seemingly greasy fat man had such a delicate mind. Upon returning home, he saw that the room, which had been left in disarray due to the fight, had been cleaned up thoroughly, and he couldn't help but feel a bit grateful towards Zhao Sanpang. After hastily eating a bowl of noodles, Meng Hang didn't rest for the night due to yesterday's battle. Instead, he took out the core and began to cultivate again. Coming to this world had shown him a different perspective. The activation of the system had given him the opportunity to see the scenery at the top of this world. If he didn't work hard now, it would truly be hopeless. A night passed without a word. The next day, Meng Hang got dressed and hurried to school as usual. However, unlike before, people around him seemed to stare at him as if he were some rare species, whispering among themselves. This made Meng Hang feel awkward, as if he had become a monkey on display in a zoo. Hey, look, isn't he the one who killed the white/Lian teacher in that video yesterday? Where? He does look somewhat similar, but it feels different. The boy in the video had a chilling murderous intent on his face, while this person looks clean and well cared for. True, how could he not get hurt fighting an empty-level ability user? He's back in school so soon after being discharged. Of course, there were differing opinions. I'm sure it's him. I've watched that video at least 10 times, I could recognize him even if he turned to ash. Shut the hell up. What if he hears you? Don't forget, he's the genius who can kill empty-level ability users. If he hears you, he might beat you up, and you won't have anywhere to cry. Meng Hang pretended not to hear the conversations around him and quickened his pace toward the school. He thought he would find some peace once he got inside, but to his surprise, the students were even more frenzied. Wow! Meng Hang is at school. A shout turned the previously orderly playground into chaos. Where is he, my idol? No one fight me for him, Meng Hang is mine from now on. You can forget it, he even rejected the school beauty Lin Luoxue. Why would he look at you? No wonder he rejected Lin Luoxue. It seems he really has the capital to be proud. How is that impossible? Maybe he just likes my type. What does he see in you? Your 180-pound weight? Or your F-level talent? Qin Feng, say that again if you dare. I'm ready to fight you today. Originally, he was already well known throughout the school because of the incident with Lin Luoxue, and no one didn't recognize him. Adding to that, the day before, even the city lord personally issued a notice to commend him, and the viral video online once again pushed him into the spotlight. Some of his acquaintances rushed over to ask him about the details of that day. Hey Meng Hang, tell us what happened that day. How did you run into the white/Lian teacher? And how did you suddenly become so powerful? Did you cheat? Where did you get that cheat? Introduce me, I want to get one too. Looking at the classmates surrounding him, Meng Hang couldn't help but smile wryly. It was early in the morning, and he couldn't even get a moment of peace. Before he could respond, a tall, muscular boy squeezed through the crowd from the back. Who the hell are you? Can't you see? What are you pushing for? The person who was pushed down cursed and turned to scold. But upon seeing the newcomer, his expression changed drastically, and he swallowed back a string of curses. The newcomer was none other than the most talented student in the senior class of the 3rd high school, aside from Lin Luoxue. Tai Hu, A-level ability, power amplification. In fact, A-level abilities had already been considered the top existence among previous students of the 3rd high school. Unfortunately, this year, a prodigy like Lin Luoxue emerged, followed by Meng Hang causing a stir, leading outsiders to subconsciously overlook him. However, the outsiders referred to people outside the school. It didn't mean that the students of the 3rd high school hadn't heard of his great name. Activating his A-level ability, power amplification, he was essentially a humanoid beast. The key point was that he was a battle maniac. As long as someone catches his eye, he will challenge them at any cost, regardless of whether they agree or not. He strikes first and asks questions later. Moreover, he never holds back, and on several occasions, if it weren't for the teachers intervening, his opponents might have ended up seriously injured. Therefore, students see him as a plague and retreat in fear of attracting his attention. Tai Hu stared intently at Meng Hang, his fiery gaze seeming to melt him. Meng Hang felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze, goosebumps rising all over his body. This classmate, I'm straight, I'm not into that. Meng Hang's words made Tai Hu realize he had lost his composure, and he quickly corrected himself, saying, Hello, my name is Tai Hu. Upon hearing that the person before him was Tai Hu, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this person's reputation and could roughly guess Tai Hu's purpose this time. Meng Hang pretended to show a hint of surprise and nodded in response. I've seen the video of you defeating a low-tier ability user, you're very strong. People at home say you must have used some secret technique to unleash such terrifying power, but that doesn't matter. Whether it's a secret technique or not, it's part of your strength. I want to experience the power of defeating a low-tier ability user, so I challenge you. Tai Hu briefly introduced himself and directly stated his purpose. Meng Hang helplessly rubbed his forehead, knowing it was about this. To be honest, Meng Hang really looked down on these childish competitions at school. There was no point in killing for points, and there were no benefits. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time training? As if hearing Meng Hang's thoughts, the system's voice appeared at that moment. Ding! System activated. Accept Tai Hu's challenge, no reward. Refuse Tai Hu's challenge, reward 10 points in physical attributes. Hearing the options given by the system, Meng Hang couldn't help but laugh. You could just tell me to refuse. It was clear how Meng Hang would choose, and he immediately said, I'm really sorry, but I just went through a big battle the day before yesterday, and I'm still weak. I can't accept your challenge. Ding! Task completed, reward 10 points in physical attributes. Upon hearing this, Taihu's smile not only didn't fade but became even more sinister. Whether you're weak or not is up to me to decide. With that, his muscles instantly bulged, and his height of nearly 1.9 meters transformed him into a small giant of nearly 3 meters, resembling a faded green giant. Today, you have to accept. With a roar, he swung his massive fist towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang frowned, not expecting Taihu to strike without warning. He quickly stepped back and chose not to take the hit. In fact, he could have easily dodged the blow with his divine power, but that skill was too overpowered, and he didn't want to reveal it too soon. Boom! Dust and debris flew everywhere. Taihu's punch was incredibly powerful, creating a massive crater where Meng Hang had just stood. Seeing this, Meng Hang's previously calm expression darkened instantly. From the power displayed, it was clear that Taihu had no intention of holding back. Even a late-stage human tier ability user wouldn't dare to take that punch head-on. Oomph, I gave you face. With a cold snort, he activated his Sharingan. Of course, Meng Hang only activated the 3-tomo Sharingan. There was no need to use the kaleidoscope Sharingan against just a late-stage human tier ability user. Meng Hang's brown eyes instantly turned blood red, the 3-tomo symbols slightly rotating. Taihu, who had missed his punch, didn't mind. Instead, he stood there provocatively, staring at Meng Hang. But at that moment, he suddenly felt that the once noisy playground had fallen into an eerie silence. Before he could react, an endless darkness swept in, enveloping him completely. Taihu looked around and found that apart from the darkness, he could see nothing else. Even his classmates had vanished. At that moment, he felt as if he were in a black hole, surrounded by nothingness, and the dead silence of the environment made it hard for him to breathe. No, there's still one person. With a serious expression, Taihu realized that not everyone had disappeared. Not far from him, Meng Hang was staring at him with a fixed gaze, his pair of crimson eyes piercing through the darkness. In this environment where he couldn't see his own hand, Meng Hang's glowing red eyes were so eerie that they sent chills down Taihu's spine. In the next moment, Taihu widened his eyes, looking at Meng Hang in disbelief. Suddenly, a pair of eyes opened on Meng Hang's body, the blood-red pupils fixated on him. That wasn't all, a second pair, a third pair. In just a few seconds, Meng Hang was covered in a dense mass of eyes. Not only that, but the entire pitch-black space was filled with hundreds, even thousands, of eyes opening, all staring at Taihu with their emotionless crimson gaze. At this point, Taihu could no longer remain calm, his face turned pale, and he looked at everything in fear. Although he vaguely guessed that Meng Hang was using an illusion-type ability, the scene before him was simply too bizarre. Playing tricks, is that all you've got? After being stared at by these eyes for nearly half a minute, Taihu, drenched in sweat, could no longer withstand the pressure. He gathered his strength and charged at Meng Hang. No matter if it's an illusion or not, as long as I defeat the one who activated this ability, everything in front of me will be resolved. With this thought in mind, Taihu approached Meng Hang without holding back and kicked directly at his head. The sound of air being split echoed as the powerful force created a gust that ruffled Meng Hang's hair. However, Taihu noticed that he didn't dodge. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. That smile sent a shiver down Taihu's spine. But the arrow was already on the string, and he had to release it. The kicked foot could not be retracted, so he cursed to bolster his courage. Laugh all you want, die for me. Bang! His foot, like a cannonball, struck Meng Hang. Yet, instead of feeling joy from the successful hit, Taihu's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. It turned out that Meng Hang, who had been kicked, did not fly backward. Instead, his body shattered like glass, then transformed into countless pitch-black crows. Unlike ordinary crows, these had blood-red eyes. A flock of crows circled in the air, not flying away but staring down at Taihu. Looking at these crows, Taihu absurdly felt a sense of mockery emanating from them, just like the look Meng Hang had given him earlier. Just as Taihu was staring blankly at the crows in the air, he suddenly felt a tightness at his feet and quickly looked down. He was shocked to find that a giant python, as thick as a grown man's arm, had appeared out of nowhere beneath him. The python, a muddy yellow color, quickly coiled around Taihu's feet and began to slither up his thigh. In the blink of an eye, the giant python had completely wrapped around Taihu's body, rendering him immobile. Taihu's forehead was beaded with veins, his muscles tensed as he tried to break free from the python's grip with his terrifying strength. However, no matter how hard he struggled, the python remained as unyielding as chains forged from steel. The python's head loomed in front of Taihu, its forked tongue flicking out, its triangular eyes staring at him ominously. The tongue flicked onto Taihu's face, and he could even distinctly smell the fishy odor emanating from the python's mouth. How could this feel so real? In the next moment, Taihu's vision blurred. The python's body remained unchanged, but its head suddenly transformed into Meng Hang's face. Without giving Taihu a chance to react, Meng Hang, with a human head and a serpent's body, opened his mouth at a bizarre angle like a snake and lunged at Taihu's neck with a pair of sharp fangs. Ah! A piercing scream echoed in the pitch-black space. Outside, the crowd, initially eager, had grown impatient and began to whisper among themselves. I've waited so long that the flowers have wilted. Are they going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving. Exactly, they've been standing there for almost 5 minutes. Are they fighting or flirting? Just hang in there, this might be a battle between experts. They're observing each other, looking for an opportunity. Come on, is this for real? I believed it. Ah! At that moment, Taihu, who had been standing still, suddenly showed a look of terror, screamed, and sat down abruptly. This startled everyone present, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. What the hell is going on? Why did Taihu just lie down? What did Meng Hang do to knock down the A-level ability user Taihu? Could it be that these two were engaged in a celestial battle, and Taihu lost? A boy squinted, stroking his chin as if he had seen through everything. Give me a break, just a moment ago, you said they were observing each other, and now it's a celestial battle. Another boy mercilessly shot him down. Taihu, sitting on the ground, slowly regained focus in his dazed eyes, staring blankly at his surroundings until he finally reacted. Meng Hang looked at Taihu sitting on the ground and smiled slightly, saying, does this mean I've won? Hearing Meng Hang's question, Taihu's expression darkened. Though he felt unwilling, he still nodded. You won. The crowd erupted in disbelief at Taihu's response, all showing expressions of incredulity. The A-level ability master lost just like that? What on earth did they do? How did Taihu lose? Impossible, impossible. How could Meng Hang, an E-level talent, make Taihu concede without even making a move? If he had used that secret technique against a celestial level ability user to win, I would accept it, but the way he won is just too bizarre. Initially, the onlookers believed Taihu had the upper hand. After all, everyone generally thought Meng Hang had used some secret technique that day, but the side effects of such techniques were significant, and they didn't believe he would use it in a casual match. However, the outcome was truly unexpected. Not only did he not use a secret technique, but he also made Taihu concede just by standing there, which they couldn't comprehend. Hearing Taihu concede, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction, ready to turn and leave. Wait a minute. But just as Meng Hang turned, Taihu's voice rang out behind him. Meng Hang turned back with some impatience and asked, what now? Taihu, already standing, clenched his jaw, his face filled with unwillingness. I may concede, but I'm not convinced. Meng Hang rolled his eyes, thinking that if it weren't for the system's temptation, who would have time for this nonsense? He didn't give Taihu any face and bluntly retorted, what you think doesn't matter to me. Taihu's face flushed red from his words, but he still insisted, I admit your illusion technique is strong, and I lost willingly. But what does using illusion techniques mean for a man? A real man should fight with fists. Illusion techniques? When did Meng Hang awaken illusion abilities? The crowd began to discuss again, realizing from Taihu's words the inexplicable reason for his loss. Meng Hang was left speechless, rolling his eyes so hard it felt like they would reach the sky. Are you out of your mind? On the battlefield, it doesn't matter what means you use to kill the enemy. Who cares what method you employ? Well, I don't care. If you don't agree, I'll stick to you every day. In class, I'll follow you. After class, I'll follow you. To the bathroom, I'll follow you. Home, I'll follow you. Even if you find a girlfriend, I'll follow you. Meng Hang couldn't help but laugh at his shameless words. Are you crazy? Yeah, they all call me the martial madman. You're not a martial madman, you're a scoundrel, Meng Hang mocked. Taihu didn't mind Meng Hang's ridicule, shrugging his shoulders with an expression that said he wasn't afraid of anything. Damn it, let's go. This wasn't Meng Hang speaking. It was the system's voice echoing in his mind. I can't stand it anymore. System activated. Defeat Taihu using body techniques, and receive 5 attribute points as a reward. Failure results in a deduction of 5 attribute points. Damn it, let's go. This time, it was Meng Hang who shouted excitedly after hearing the system's reward. This was a reward of 5 attribute points for each attribute. Meng Hang looked at Taihu with slightly reddened eyes, as if he were staring at a delicious dish. Come on, you wanted to fight, right? Today, I'll let you know why the peach blossoms are so red. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Instantly, a faint green energy enveloped his entire body. Opening the third gate against a strong opponent at the empty stage could instantly kill them. Facing Taihu, who was at the late human stage, opening the second gate was already giving him face. Meng Hang raised his arm and beckoned to Taihu, the provocation clear, just short of shouting, come here. He used it, he really used that secret technique from that day. It seems the secret technique doesn't harm the body much, otherwise, how could he use it so easily? Not necessarily, Look at Taihu's shameless expression. If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? That's true. If I could beat him, I would have gone up and slapped him already. The people around them, seeing that Meng Hang had actually used the 8 gates of Duanjia, couldn't help but show excitement in their eyes, knowing that a good show was finally about to unfold. Who do you think will win if they fight? Can you ask a more intelligent question? Meng Hang's secret technique can take out an empty stage ability user in an instant. Although Taihu is an A-class ability user, don't forget he's still at the human stage. You should be asking how many moves Taihu can withstand under him. So how many moves do you think Taihu can withstand from Meng Hang? I think 5 minutes. After all, he's an A-class ability user, he deserves some face. 3 minutes, no more. Taihu didn't get angry at Meng Hang's provocative actions, instead, an endless fighting spirit shone in his eyes. Although he was extremely excited, he didn't dare to be careless for a moment. Ah! With a roar, Taihu's veins bulged, and his muscles seemed to swell even larger, completely transforming him into a muscle monster. Meng Hang, are you ready? I'm coming. Ha! The enraged Taihu didn't charge directly at Meng Hang as everyone expected. Instead, he let out a loud roar at him. Damn, how much power must that muscle unleash? One punch could easily take us all out. Just the pressure from him makes my legs tremble. I wonder if Meng Hang can withstand Taihu's strike. By the way, why is Taihu shouting instead of attacking? Is he trying to intimidate Meng Hang? Who knows, maybe the muscles have taken over his brain, and he has no IQ left. Not hearing their whispers, as Taihu roared at him, he furrowed his brows and instantly dodged to the side. At the moment he dodged, a wave of energy brushed past him, instantly shattering a small tree behind Meng Hang that was thick enough to be embraced by a person. Damn! The onlookers gasped in shock at Taihu's sudden display of power. Is it really possible to do that? How much force must one unleash from within to create such a powerful wave? No wonder it's an A-class ability, just an ordinary roar can unleash such a bizarre yet powerful strike. I wouldn't even be able to withstand that roar. As Meng Hang dodged, Taihu's eyes lit up, and he shouted in his heart, what a great opportunity! He exerted force under his feet and leaped toward Meng Hang with lightning speed. Despite his muscular build, Taihu moved with surprising agility, instantly landing above Meng Hang, raising his right leg high, and bringing it down forcefully toward Meng Hang's head. Battle axe! Feeling the fierce wind pressure from above, Meng Hang did not dodge this time but raised his right arm to block. Bang! The collision between Taihu's thick thigh and an ordinary arm created a shockwave that spread outward. Crack! Meng Hang stood firm, unyielding like a pine tree. However, the sheer force of Taihu's kick caused the tiles beneath Meng Hang's feet to shatter. Hiss! The residual force from their clash made the onlookers gasp. What kind of freaks were these two? They had only awakened a few days ago, and their strength was already terrifying. This is impossible. Seeing that his kick had no effect on Meng Hang, Taihu was engulfed by a wave of shock. He knew Meng Hang's strength when using secret techniques, so he held nothing back and unleashed his strongest attack. He didn't expect to defeat Meng Hang with just this move, but he thought it would at least cause some damage. He never imagined Meng Hang would so easily withstand his attack. Facing the shameless Taihu, Meng Hang showed no mercy and mocked him directly. With that little strength, what gives you the right to challenge me? You can't do this either, you've grown so big, yet you fight like you haven't eaten. Use all your strength. Even Taihu's thick skin turned red from Meng Hang's words. As an A-class ability user, when had he ever been mocked like this? You could say he was shameless or that he bullied others, but you couldn't say he was weak. A man cannot be said to be weak. Meng Hang, don't get cocky, who knows who can't do it. With that, he intended to charge at Meng Hang again. But before he could make a move, his vision blurred, and Meng Hang's figure suddenly vanished. Behind you! Someone shouted, and Taihu finally realized the sound of wind rushing from behind him. Realizing the danger, he quickly dodged to the side, barely avoiding Meng Hang's incoming punch. Wow, quick reaction, Meng Hang remarked, surprised by Taihu's speed. However, he didn't dwell on it. Taking advantage of Taihu's momentary weakness, he transformed his right hand from a punch into a grab, seizing Taihu's right arm. Dare to compete in strength with me? Taihu, caught by Meng Hang, felt joy instead of fear. Competing in strength? Had he forgotten what kind of ability he had? A-class ability, Power Frenzy. He was least afraid of competing in strength with others. But the next moment, he felt an unmatched force coming from the slender hand gripping his arm, filling him with despair. Then, Meng Hang's actions left everyone stunned, unable to breathe. Grabbing Taihu's right arm, Meng Hang lifted the 3-meter-tall beast like a chick and slammed it down onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Taihu was like a rag, being tossed around by Meng Hang before being slammed hard onto the ground. He was smashed down dozens of times, turning the surrounding asphalt road into rubble. Only then did Meng Hang catch his breath and stop paying attention to Taihu, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. At that moment, Tai Hu lay motionless, his eyes vacant. With his physique, he hadn't sustained serious injuries, it was just that he couldn't accept this outcome. He had been defeated in an instant, especially in the area he prided himself on the most, his strength. The playground was silent, and everyone looked at Meng Hang as if he were a monster. Who among you two is the real power-type ability user? From now on, you can have the title of human Tyrannosaurus. After nearly 2 minutes of silence, the crowd finally erupted into a cacophony. Damn! So strong! Is this the power to kill a low-tier ability user? Freak, it's too freakish. With this secret technique, who needs abilities? You can just use physical skills to take down ability users. I wonder what kind of luck Meng Hang had to stumble upon such a secret technique. Let's not think about it. Awesome! Just after the battle, Meng Hang heard the system's carefree and bold voice in his head. Daring to challenge my host, if I don't teach him a lesson, he really won't know who his daddy is. Meng Hang was sweating profusely. What was this? Why did it feel like his system was becoming more and more frivolous? System brother, can we keep a low profile? Low profile? Not a chance. As a famous person once said, only those without strength need to keep a low profile. I've never heard of any famous person saying that. Lu Sun. Meng Hang was left speechless. You're talking nonsense, Lu Sun never said that. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward, hosts all attributes increased by 5 points. With the battle settled, Meng Hang put away the 8 gates of Duanjia. The crowd saw Meng Hang suddenly turn pale and stagger, about to fall to the ground. A graceful figure flashed by, coming to Meng Hang's side and steadying him. When everyone focused, they were surprised to see it was Lin Luoxue. In fact, Lin Luoxue had been mingling in the crowd, watching Meng Hang's battle, and was astonished by his displayed strength. When she saw Meng Hang about to fall, she instinctively stepped forward to support him. Although she hadn't fulfilled her grandfather's last wish, Meng Hang's ancestors had helped her grandfather, so she felt compelled to lend a hand. Are you okay, Meng Hang? I'll take you to the infirmary. Meng Hang feigned weakness and waved his hand, saying, I'm fine, it's just the aftereffects of using the secret technique. This technique, while powerful, indeed comes at the cost of my lifespan. The longer I use the technique, the greater its power, and the more it consumes my vitality. Just that short battle a moment ago consumed nearly a month of my lifespan. But aside from that, it won't cause much harm to my body. I'm just exhausted mentally and a bit weak. Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads in regret. A secret technique that costs vitality was daunting. If overused, who knows when it might lead to an abrupt end. The envious glances they had once cast at Meng Hang had turned into pity, mockery, and regret. Lin Luoxue, hearing this, felt anxious for him and quickly advised, Meng Hang, while the strength brought by the secret technique is indeed tempting, it's not a long-term solution. After all, you're still young, and your future is limitless, there's no need to rely on secret techniques. His earlier words were naturally just nonsense. With his current physical condition, even if he used the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia again, it wouldn't be as painful as before to the point of fainting. The reason for saying that is because of the crime of possessing a treasure. Such a defiant secret technique, if it had no side effects, would definitely attract the covetousness of various forces. Even if he says this now, he cannot be sure that certain people have completely given up on the idea of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Listening to Lin Luoxue's earnest advice like an elder, Meng Hang felt overwhelmed, not understanding why she cared so much about him. Could it be because of my unparalleled charm? Meng Hang thought somewhat narcissistically. Yes, Lin, you are absolutely right. I will keep it in mind. You care so much about me, and I actually rejected your proposal back then. Otherwise, Before he could finish, Lin Luoxue's face turned crimson, and she pinched his arm hard, calling him a rogue before ignoring him and turning to leave. Meng Hang looked at her retreating figure, feeling a bit confused. Back then, you were the one who pressured me, now you call me a rogue. The onlookers watched the flirtation between the two, especially the boys, who all showed envious expressions. No wonder he rejected the goddess's proposal, he's amazing, actually teasing her in front of so many people. A model for us all, I can't compare to him at all. In a relatively luxurious office, the two were standing by the window, overlooking the scene below. The principal stood stiffly to the side, while the leading figure, a corpulent man, was none other than Zhao Sanpang, the lord of Yunshui City. Zhao Sanpang's lips curled into a slight smile as he watched the battle below, his eyes filled with approval. I must say, old Lin, you've struck gold this year. Not only do you have Lin Luoxue, an Sss-Level genius, but these two students are also rare talents. Hearing the lord's praise, Lin Xiaowen couldn't help but show a proud expression, but he still humbly replied, the lord overestimates it. Meng Hang's strength displayed just now is indeed formidable, but he also mentioned that it comes at the cost of life force and shouldn't be used excessively in critical situations. Zhao Sanpang also looked regretful. Yes, it's a pity about this secret technique. I was planning to discuss with that kid later about possibly selling it to me, but what I'm most concerned about is his eyes. When it came to Meng Hang's eyes, Lin Xiaowen also nodded gravely. Zhao Sanpang continued, I remember he awakened an E-level eye-related ability during the awakening ceremony, right? That's correct, my lord. However, judging by the earlier situation, being able to ensnare that kid Taihu in an illusion without him noticing, and making it impossible for him to struggle out, shows that Meng Hang's ability is not as simple as E-level. Lin Xiaowen also looked puzzled. I personally presided over the awakening ceremony. I watched him awaken his ability with my own eyes. There's no way it could be wrong, unless... At this point, Lin Xiaowen seemed to think of something, his words trailing off as he looked at Zhao Sanpang with an expression of disbelief, as if waiting for his confirmation. Lin Xiaowen squinted and nodded. I think the same as you. If I'm not mistaken, this kid may have awakened an extremely rare growth-type ability. Hearing the Lord's affirmation, Lin Xiaowen's face turned red, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. So, does this mean that our school might simultaneously produce two Sss-Level geniuses? Ah, old Lin, don't be too happy too soon. Although there's a high chance that Meng Hang has awakened a growth-type ability, no one knows where his growth will end. It could be Sss-Level, or it could be A-level. Moreover, the growth of abilities takes time, so we all need to keep a calm mindset. What the Lord says is true. The crowd sent the injured Taihu to the infirmary. Injuries during competitions were a common occurrence for the students here. The only difference this time is that it is Taihu who has been sent to the infirmary. In the past, it was always him who took others there. Alright, it's about time. Seniors hurry to the gym for the gathering. A teacher's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. It seemed everyone already knew, and they rushed towards the gym. Only Meng Hang looked confused, quickly grabbing his deskmate Nuayun from the crowd and asking, what are we going to the gym for? Aren't we practicing today? You don't know? Nuayun looked at him in bewilderment, then remembered he hadn't come to school yesterday due to his injury and quickly explained, today is the farewell ceremony for the seniors. Actually, practicing at school now is no different from practicing at home. In fact, practicing together might disrupt some students' training plans. So the school decided that we don't have to come to school until the college entrance examination. Meng Hang nodded in realization, feeling extremely happy inside. He had been thinking about what excuse to use to ask for leave from school. He couldn't just say he was out of town hunting monsters, as the school would definitely not agree. Schools in this world place great emphasis on physical training, so the gym in high school is quite large, easily accommodating hundreds of people. As soon as the students entered, they were stunned by the scene before them. The originally empty and simple gym, solely for students training, now resembled a five-star banquet hall. A huge diamond chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow, and tables were filled with food, drinks, and red wine for the students to choose from. The most eye-catching was a massive stage at the front of the venue, illuminated by colorful neon lights, making it look incredibly vibrant. Wow! Is it New Year already? Upon entering, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xiaowen walked slowly to the front of the stage, picked up the microphone, and began his speech. I still vividly remember the scene when you first entered school. I never expected time to pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, you are about to graduate and step onto a broader stage. The fledgling eagle will eventually soar in the sky. The future is yours. Our era is not peaceful. The brutality of the battlefield requires you to experience it firsthand. Therefore, this era does not allow us to feel ashamed in front of the heroes on the battlefield. May you, with outstanding wisdom, strong will, and fearless spirit, continue to expand and strive forward. But training has its ups and downs. Life is not just about training, but also about the passion of youth. That's why the school organized this event, hoping you can put down all burdens today and enjoy yourselves. The future of Long Country belongs to you. I hope you can shine in the future. After finishing, Lin Xiaowen bowed deeply to the audience. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. The students had tears in their eyes as they looked at the principal on stage. After Lin Xiaowen's speech, all the teachers left the venue, truly leaving it for the students. At first, everyone felt a bit restrained, and the atmosphere was filled with awkwardness. But after all, they were young. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became lively. Some even flushed from drinking, chatting freely. There were those who, emboldened by the alcohol, confessed to their longtime crushes from high school. Some embraced passionately, while others left in solitude. Youth is beautiful, filled with innocent love and pure friendship. As the atmosphere reached its peak, some even ran up to the stage to express their inner feelings through song. Their singing conveyed their reluctance, admiration, sadness, a myriad of emotions. Just as everyone was immersed in this bittersweet farewell, a voice suddenly called out from the crowd. "Meng Hang, as a celebrity of our school, why don't you go up and sing a song too?" Actually, he wasn't wrong. From the school beauty's confession at the beginning to later defeating high-level opponents, he could be considered a prominent figure in the school. At this moment, Meng Hang was also infected by the atmosphere of the venue and did not decline, walking confidently onto the stage. "Meng Hang, what song are you going to sing?" "I'll play the accompaniment for you," a classmate who volunteered to help from behind the scenes asked. "No need, I can play the guitar myself." Meng Hang smiled and picked up a guitar from the stage. In his previous life, the competition among students was fierce, and parents worried that their children would fall behind at the starting line, so they made them learn various talents from a young age. Meng Hang was no exception. He had come here with a wealth of skills but had never had the chance to showcase them until today. "I'll bring you a song called The One Sitting Next to You. I hope everyone can remember the friendship of our 3 years in high school in the days to come." With that, he lightly strummed the strings, and a simple melody rang out, instantly resonating with everyone present. "Will you think of tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still remember, the you who used to cry? Who went to the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who tied up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress?" The simple guitar melody and the plain lyrics concealed the surging emotions of many hearts. Unlike most of the popular music today filled with commercial flavor, Meng Hang's deep, slightly melancholic poetic rendition brought silence to the entire banquet hall. Everyone was immersed in the melodious singing, unable to extricate themselves for a long time, and some even had tears in their eyes. His deskmate, Nua Yun, stared blankly at Meng Hang on stage, a few crystalline drops of liquid unconsciously flowing down her cheeks. Could this song be sung for me? Is this his intention? Did I refuse Lin Luoxue because of myself? I didn't even notice. Fool, why didn't you tell me? Below the stage, Lin Luoxue was staring blankly at Meng Hang, her gaze somewhat vacant. Meng Hang's deep voice slowly sang out the youthful, tender memories, singing into her heart. She hadn't expected that Meng Hang was not only formidable in strength but also so talented in singing. When the song ended, Meng Hang slightly bowed and walked off the stage. Until the song finished, the audience remained silent. Everyone's eyes were dazed, their eyes moist, reminiscing about the bits and pieces of their 3 years in high school. Clap, clap, clap. It was unclear who came back to their senses first, but applause began to break out intermittently. The sound abruptly pulled others back from their memories, and they started clapping vigorously. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Some people secretly wiped away their tears and spoke up. "This song is just too beautiful. It has no fancy words, no dazzling music, yet it strikes right at my heart. Whoa, I'm going to miss you all. Don't forget me in the future. Don't worry, we'll be friends for life. Wooya, I want to tell you, I've always liked you, my deskmate for 3 years." Originally a bit shy about confessing to the person he liked, he was deeply moved by this song and finally couldn't suppress his feelings, loudly confessing to the one he liked. He didn't want to live with regrets, watching the person he liked wear a wedding dress made by someone else years later. The girl named Wuya was in tears, excitedly saying, "You jerk, you finally spoke up. Do you know how long I've waited for this?" Then the two, regardless of the others present, tightly embraced each other. "Lin Luoxue, I like you, be with me." A relatively handsome boy, seeing that confessions really had an effect, also gathered his courage to confess to Lin Luoxue. "Lin Luoxue, I like you too, and I will do my best to make you happy." Another person, seeing someone confessing to his goddess, couldn't hold back and shouted out loud. With the start from these two, those who secretly admired Lin Luoxue also stirred, joining the confession crowd. In an instant, the entire venue echoed with shouts of Lin Luoxue, "I like you." Meanwhile, the culprit Meng Hang looked bewildered at the scene before him, not expecting that a song of his would cause such a huge reaction. At that moment, a shy girl approached Meng Hang and stammered, Meng Hang, I recorded your singing video just now. Can I post it online? I believe with this song, you will definitely become popular." Meng Hang thought for a moment, feeling that this wouldn't affect him much, so he agreed. Hearing Meng Hang's consent, she ran off joyfully, took out her phone, and posted the video online. She had a premonition that this song would definitely go viral. The farewell party continued until the afternoon, and everyone finally expressed their reluctance before saying their goodbyes. Meng Hang also followed his classmates to bid farewell to their homeroom teacher, which naturally led to another touching scene of parting. After all this commotion, when Meng Hang walked out of the school, it was already around 5 in the afternoon. What he didn't know was that his song, The One Sitting Next to You, had already caused a huge stir across various online platforms. "What a divine song, just a few simple lines made me tear up. At first, I didn't understand the meaning of the song, but after listening again, I felt like I was part of it. How I miss the innocent days back then. After listening to this song, all those buried feelings suddenly surged up, familiar faces became clear, and once strange voices gradually felt familiar. I feel my youthful memories awakened by this song. Is the boy singing a trainee from some company? I suddenly don't find young idols so off-putting anymore. Why haven't I heard this song before? Did this boy write it himself? Talented and good-looking, the entertainment industry is lacking such fresh air. Sia, busy all day, finally returned to her home. As the most popular female star of the moment, she was fully developed in film, television, and music, with a large group of loyal fans, making her a regular on trending searches. Whenever she had any activity, it would become the focus of national attention. Today was the release day of her third album, and she knew she would definitely top the trending list. Sia excitedly opened her phone, but her expression stiffened when she saw the trending topics, a surge of unnamed anger rising from her heart. Her album news was only ranked second, while the first was a song she had never heard of called The One Sitting Next to You. Sia couldn't understand why, with her current popularity, there was a song that was even more popular than hers. Suppressing her anger, she clicked in to see who had spent a large sum to buy the trending spot, managing to overshadow her. Opening the video, she saw a handsome boy in a high school uniform. When the boy gently strummed the guitar strings, for some reason, Sia's heart inexplicably trembled. Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? Simple lyrics, a melodious tune, gradually opened the long-sealed door of her heart. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who tied up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress? Upon hearing this, Sia touched her cheek, realizing she was already in tears. After struggling in the entertainment industry for so many years and seeing the darkness of society, she was no longer that innocent girl. But when the song played, it reminded him of the beautiful times at school, and that wonderful person. Are you okay? Sia murmured, her eyes filled with confusion. She opened the comments and left a message. Does anyone know this young man? I would like to ask the author of this song to write one for me. Sia's comment was like a huge stone thrown into a lake, creating massive ripples. Wow, Sia actually commented. Verified, it's the real deal. I didn't expect this song to attract Sia. Thanks to Sia's comment, Manghang's popularity surged to another peak. At that moment, Manghang had no idea that he had gone viral online due to a moment of inspiration. When he returned home, he didn't rush to practice but instead prepared to leave the city the next day. He went to the supermarket to buy essential items like bottled water and food, along with his clothes and shoes, tossing everything into his space. After all, he didn't know how many days he would be outside the city, so he had to be fully prepared. By the time he finished packing and hastily ate a meal, it was nearly 8 p.m., and the sky had already darkened. Listening to the principal's speech had a significant impact on him. Since his awakening, he had either been practicing or fighting, without a single day of proper rest. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. It's not always good to just practice relentlessly. So today, he decided not to practice, to rest well and be in the best state for tomorrow. Sitting on his bed, Manghang felt bored and suddenly realized he didn't know what to do without practicing. After thinking for a moment, he decided that since he had no plans, he might as well go for a stroll. He changed out of his school uniform into a casual outfit and went downstairs. He didn't take a taxi or bus, just walked aimlessly, taking in the scenery around him. Although Yunchuei City was just a third-tier city, its vibrancy couldn't compare to that of larger cities. However, the greenery here was exceptionally well done, with lush parks intertwined with tall buildings, creating a unique charm. As Manghang walked forward, appreciating the scenery, he had no particular destination in mind. He simply wanted to walk until he got tired and then head back. He didn't know how long he had been walking when he was drawn in by a captivating song, unconsciously stopping in his tracks. It was a girl singing, her voice clean, refreshing, and ethereal. In contrast, her voice was not weak at all, instead, it was powerful, which surprised Manghang. Looking up, he realized it was a music bar, and the source of the song was the resident singer there. After hesitating for a moment, Manghang couldn't suppress his curiosity about the singer and stepped inside. This bar was not the kind that focused on dancing, so the atmosphere was not noisy but rather elegant. The people here were those who wanted to unwind after a long day at work, gathering with a few friends to drink and chat about life. As soon as Manghang walked in, he noticed that the bar was already packed. All the customers were entranced, staring at the singer on stage as if their souls had been taken by her. Wow, is she really that charming? Manghang thought to himself, turning his gaze to the singer on stage. The girl had skin as white as snow, and her eyes were like clear water. her graceful demeanor exuded an elegant and refined aura that made one feel self-conscious and unworthy to approach her. Especially in her tight jeans and simple white shirt, her exquisite curves were fully displayed. Meng Hang was captivated by the girl's appearance for a few seconds. However, the more he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed, until he became extremely perplexed. How could it be her? Ever since she heard Meng Hang's song during the day, Lin Luoshua's mood had been unsettled. It wasn't that a song made Meng Hang fall deeply in love, but rather that her greatest passion was singing. Before her awakening, she secretly found a part-time job as a resident singer in a bar during her vacation, hiding it from her family. Lin Luoshue came from a well-off family in Yunshui City, so it wasn't about making money, she simply wanted a stage to sing for others. However, after awakening her Sss-Level ability, both her school and family were filled with hope for her. This was a mix of expectation and heavy pressure. Lin Luoshue didn't want to disappoint those around her, so after her awakening, she practiced day and night, even giving up her greatest hobby. But after hearing Meng Hang's song, her love for singing could no longer be suppressed, so she came back to sing tonight. Just as Lin Luoshua was immersed in the joy that singing brought her, she caught a glimpse of someone walking in through the door, and her voice faltered. How did he get here? Fortunately, her professionalism kicked in. She paused for a moment but quickly regained her composure and continued singing. Meng Hang didn't expect that the prominent campus beauty, a genius with an Sss-Level awakening, would be performing at a bar, so he first looked puzzled, then amused. He didn't despise Lin Luoshua for this job, he simply found it interesting. Not in a hurry to leave, he casually found a corner to sit down, ordered 2 bottles of beer, and slowly enjoyed her singing. Listening to her melodious voice, Meng Hang unknowingly drank 4 bottles of beer, feeling a slight dizziness. He couldn't tell if it was the alcohol or Lin Luoshua's enchanting voice. This bastard isn't leaving. Seeing Meng Hang not only staying but also drinking, Lin Luoshua wished she could punch him twice. But there was nothing she could do, she had already agreed with the bar owner to sing 5 songs tonight. Moreover, Lin Luoshua knew that many people here were regulars who had come specifically because they heard she was back. If she just quit, it would ruin the owner's business. So, gritting her teeth, she finally finished all 5 songs and hurriedly got off the stage, heading towards Meng Hang. When Meng Hang saw Lin Luoshua walking towards him, he smiled slightly and raised his hand to greet her. However, Lin Luoshua didn't give him a chance to speak, grabbing his arm and pulling him towards the back door of the hotel. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly getting physical with me? Wait, I haven't settled the bill yet. Li Ge, put his expenses on my tab for tonight. After Lin Luoshua shouted this, she continued to pull Meng Hang towards the back door. Feeling the strength in her grip, Meng Hang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. No wonder she was an Sss-Level ability user, her strength was surprisingly high even without using her powers. While Meng Hang was secretly astonished, he didn't realize that Lin Luoshua was even more surprised. What's going on? My level has reached the Earth stage, and with the attribute boost from my ability, he can actually withstand me. This bastard must be hiding something from us. Ignoring Meng Hang's resistance, Lin Luoshua dragged him into a small alley behind the bar before finally letting go. Meng Hang pretended to be a pitiful little girl, covering his chest with both hands and looking at Lin Luoshua in terror. What are you pulling me here for? I tell you, if you dare to do anything weird, I will scream harassment. Lin Luoshua couldn't help but laugh at his act. Playing along with his fierce demeanor, she said fiercely, go ahead and scream, even if you shout your throat raw, no one will come to save you. After saying this, Lin Luoshua waved her little pink fist at Meng Hang as a warning, you have to keep my residency at the bar a secret. If I find out you blabbed to anyone, don't blame me, humph. Although there is nothing disgraceful about performing at a bar, it's still not a good influence for a high school student like me to come to such places. Hearing that Lin Luoshua pulled me out because of this, Meng Hang quickly nodded. He wasn't one to blabber, so he naturally wouldn't go around telling others. Seeing his attitude was sincere, Lin Luoshua nodded in satisfaction. You're quite perceptive, kid. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal sometime, just to thank you for keeping my secret. Just letting me go like this? Meng Hang was a bit reluctant and said, we've already come this far in our conversation, if you don't do something for me, it feels a bit disrespectful. Lin Luoshua's face flushed red at Meng Hang's shameless words, and she huffed. Oomph, you rogue. Seeing Lin Luoshua's shy appearance made Meng Hang want to tease her, so he pretended to be mysterious and said, I'll tell you, I have a cat at home that can do backflips. Want to come see? Lin Luoshua's eyes widened in disbelief. A cat can do backflips? Is that for real? Is your cat some kind of monster? Meng Hang was left speechless by her naive reaction, not expecting this girl to have such a cute contrast. After a while, Lin Luoshua finally realized that Meng Hang was trying to trick her into going to his house. She pinched his arm hard with her delicate little hand and threatened fiercely, "You brat, if you keep teasing me like this, I won't be polite. Don't forget, I'm an SSS-level ability user. Even if you use that secret technique, you might not be my match." Ouch! Meng Hang cried out in pain and quickly begged for mercy. "You're right, Goddess Lin, I definitely won't dare next time." Don't even think about there being a next time. Unknowingly, their relationship had become much closer through this playful banter. "Hey, look at this little couple flirting. It's so enviable. Tonight, I'll send you two on your way together, at least you'll have company on the road to the underworld." A cold voice suddenly rang out, and at the same time, a man in a black robe appeared from the shadows at the end of the alley, his face obscured. Both Meng Hang and Lin Luoxue sensed that this person was not friendly, their expressions turning serious as they loudly questioned, "Who are you?" "Wuxing Laomu, from the Wuxing sect. You don't think that killing my Bai Lian Jiao, this name is always blocked by the system, so I'll change it to Wuxing Jiao. People would let things just pass, do you?" Upon hearing that this was someone from the Wuxing sect, Lin Luoxue stepped forward, shielding Meng Hang behind her. "Meng Hang, don't act. The side effects of your secret technique are too great. I can handle this. You're quite lucky, kid. A beauty like this is actually standing up to protect you. I don't know what kind of luck you've stumbled upon. But you don't need to argue, neither of you will escape tonight." With that, he waved his right hand, and a sound of breaking wind erupted as a blade of wind surged toward the two. Feeling the power of the wind blade, Lin Luoxue's expression turned serious again. An empty-level ability user. Not daring to be careless, the space behind her twisted, and a phoenix engulfed in flames flew out. "Phoenix!" the man in the black robe exclaimed, and even Meng Hang behind Lin Luoxue couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. No wonder it's an SSS-level summoning ability. She summoned a legendary divine beast right off the bat. Caw! The fire phoenix that flew out of the void let out a sharp cry, and a ball of intense flame instantly condensed in its mouth, charging straight at the wind blade. Boom! The two powerful energies collided in midair, creating a massive explosion that overturned the surrounding buildings, leaving only an empty space. Even the tavern nearby was not spared. Seeing this scene, Lin Luoxue felt guilty, but she didn't say anything. This was a matter of life and death. There was no time for her to think about anything else. Hee, as expected of a genius who has awakened to SSS level, you actually managed to block my strike. However, killing such a top genius is the most fulfilling. With that, he slashed forward with his right hand, condensing a wind blade several times larger than before, the violent energy within it making Lin Luoxue's heart race. Late stage of the Void Realm, Meng Hang, run. I can't take it. As a beginner in the Earth Realm, Lin Luoxue was confident that with her SSS level ability, she could fight him, even defeat him. But the man in the black robe was actually a late-stage Void Realm ability user, which couldn't be compensated for by just her abilities. At that moment, although Lin Luoxue wanted to dodge, the enormous wind blade was too fast, instantly appearing before her. Am I going to die like this? Seeing that she couldn't escape, despair washed over Lin Luoxue's face. Sigh. Just then, Lin Luoxue suddenly heard a soft sigh behind her, and then she found that the space around her began to distort. What's happening? She felt a blur in her vision, and when she regained her senses, she realized she was in an unfamiliar space. Then, her vision blurred again, and she inexplicably found herself standing behind Meng Hang. The massive wind blade was behind them, its tremendous power cutting a trench several meters deep into the ground. At that moment, a blood tear slowly fell from Meng Hang's crimson eyes. It was the manifestation of his divine power that had saved Lin Luoxue by transporting her to another space. He hadn't wanted to reveal himself too early, but he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. With a pale face, Meng Hang took out a recovery potion and drank it, his complexion finally improving. He hadn't expected that transporting her to another space would consume so much energy, directly depleting 2/3 of his mental strength. As for the damage caused by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, since it was only the first use, the side effects weren't too obvious. Lin Luoxue stared blankly at Meng Hang before her eyes filled with gratitude and shock. She never imagined that the person she needed to protect just moments ago had now saved her life. Meng Hang, was it you who saved me? Meng Hang didn't turn around, merely saying lightly, I'll explain after we deal with the remnants of the lifeless sect. At that moment, the man in the black robe stood in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. You little beast, what exactly are you? How can you still activate spatial abilities? As the person who had been transported, Lin Luoxue didn't understand what had happened, but the man in the black robe had clearly seen the entire process. With his complexion restored, Meng Hang looked at the man in the black robe with a smirk and said, Come and catch me, if you can catch me, then he. A black line crossed Lin Luoxue's forehead. At a time like this, could he be a bit more serious? The previously calm man in the black robe finally lost his composure, shouting, "Lao Lu, make your move. This little beast is suspicious." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Luoxua, wielding a short blade, and lunged directly at her neck. It was actually a transformation-type ability user, a natural killer. They had been lurking beside them for a long time, waiting for this lethal moment. "Be careful." Meng Hang's expression changed drastically, directly activating the third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, his speed skyrocketing as he instantly reached Lin Luoxua's side. With a strong push, he sent her flying out. However, as Lin Luoxua flew backward, she saw that the spot she had been standing in was now occupied by Meng Hang, and the dagger that should have sliced her throat was now piercing into Meng Hang's neck. Meng Hang! In midair, Lin Luoxua let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears streaming down her face. He actually took that stab for me. This thought lingered in Lin Luoxua's mind, stirring a flutter in her heart. With a thud, Lin Luoxua crashed heavily onto the ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust. The full-force strike of a void stage expert, aimed at Meng Hang's vital spot, left no chance for survival. Ignoring her already tattered white shirt, she quickly got up, ready to charge forward and fight the 2 members of the Wuxing sect to avenge Meng Hang. She was willing to die with them if necessary. But when her gaze fell on the spot where Meng Hang had been standing, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks, a bit confused about what had happened. There stood Meng Hang, completely unharmed, holding a long knife that was entirely purple. In contrast, the attacker who had just ambushed him was now cut in half, bloodied and lying at Meng Hang's feet. The figure in the black robe stood not far away, eyes filled with terror. What is going on? Lin Luoxua felt her mind was a bit overwhelmed. Meng Hang had brought her too many unbelievable surprises tonight, leaving her somewhat numb. The scene flashed back to the moment Lin Luoxua fell to the ground. The assassin from the Wuxing sect possessed a chameleon-like ability, allowing him to blend into the surrounding environment, making him undetectable. He hadn't expected Meng Hang to react so quickly, pushing Lin Luoxua away at such close range, causing him to miss his strike. Fortunately, both of them were killers. Assassins prided themselves on a single, fatal blow. Seeing Meng Hang so close, the assassin grinned savagely, twisting his dagger and aiming directly for Meng Hang's carotid artery. Just as the dagger pierced Meng Hang's neck, the assassin smiled sickly, eagerly anticipating the thrill of blood splattering onto his face. But the next moment, the dagger passed through without any resistance, leaving the assassin momentarily stunned. "You damn old six, you really live up to your name." Meng Hang was furious. He hadn't realized that someone had been lurking beside him all along, which left him feeling a chill of fear. The demon blade, Thousand Edges, appeared in his hand in an instant, and taking advantage of the assassin's moment of distraction, he struck down. The assassin, Old Six, was stunned for less than a second. The incoming blade made his scalp tingle, and a sense of death threatened to engulf him. But Old Six was indeed a void stage expert, a seasoned assassin, and he quickly reacted, raising his dagger to block. Thud! Blood splattered. The purple long knife in Meng Hang's hand created a notch where it met the dagger, yet the entire blade bizarrely remained intact, still maintaining its original form as it struck Old Six. Infused with mental energy, the Thousand Edges was incredibly sharp, directly splitting Old Six's body in two. Wow, so strong. Meng Hang hadn't expected the knife to be so sharp, effortlessly dispatching a late-stage void expert with a single blow. He didn't feel pride, he knew that his victory was due to his strange abilities, catching the assassin off guard. Their battle, though it felt lengthy, had only lasted a few seconds, so fast that even the figure in the black robe hadn't reacted before his companion's soul had departed. "You little beast, what kind of monster are you? What the hell is that knife? You can't play this game, you're cheating." The figure in the black robe shouted hysterically, trying to mask his inner fear with his loud questions. Originally, the leader had sent these two late-stage void experts to deal with two high school students, one of whom was a professional assassin. At first, they felt a bit indignant, thinking they were overqualified for the task. But who could have imagined that this little monster's abilities were so bizarre, instilling a sense of panic in him? Wind Blade Dance. The figure in the black robe gathered all his mental energy to unleash his ultimate move. Countless wind blades whistled through the air, and wherever they passed, everything was reduced to dust, continuing to charge towards Meng Hang. Boom! 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 The dense blades of wind seemed to strike Meng Hang's position without restraint. In an instant, flying sand and stones filled the air, enveloping Meng Hang in a cloud of dust, obscuring his figure. Seeing that Meng Hang actually stood his ground without dodging, the man in the black robe couldn't help but show a look of wild joy, laughing maniacally. "Ha! You foolish little beast, even ordinary masters at the universe level would avoid my attack, yet you dare to take it head-on, not knowing your own death. What did you say? It was too noisy just now, I didn't catch that." A faint voice emerged from the smoke, and gradually the mist began to dissipate, revealing the figure within. To everyone's astonishment, the ground within a 10-meter radius around Meng Hang had actually sunk nearly 5 meters. Yet, standing at the center of the pit, Meng Hang was completely unharmed, not even a thread of his clothing was torn. The laughter of the man in the black robe abruptly stopped, replaced by a fear of the unknown, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and he turned to flee without uttering a word. He needed to inform the leader that the Sss-Level Lin Luoxue was not the greatest threat of the Wuxing sect, but rather this Meng Hang before him. The man in the black robe moved swiftly, darting out several dozen meters in just a few flashes. Although Meng Hang's abilities were strange, he did not believe that this little monster could catch up to a dignified late-stage void-level practitioner in terms of speed. Little beast, just wait, your death is not far off. When the time comes, you will be sacrificed to the Wuxing Old Mother along with the entire Yunxue city. Still so noisy while running. Meng Hang jumped out of the deep pit, poked his ears, and wore a calm expression, showing no intention of pursuing. Run, can you really escape? I've even taken off my pants, and you show me this? Divine might. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Meng Hang focused his left eye on the head of the man in the black robe in the distance. The space twisted for a moment. Bang! Suddenly, the head of the man in the black robe, still moving at high speed, vanished, and blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck. Due to inertia, the man's body continued to run a few steps forward before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. He died without ever understanding how it happened. After dealing with the two from the Wuxing sect, Meng Hang's face turned pale, and he stumbled, quickly retracting his abilities. Painfully, he took out a recovery potion from his space and drank it, his complexion gradually improving. The activation of Divine Might consumed an immense amount of mental energy. Each time he opened a space to send someone into another dimension, it would completely deplete his own mental power. Looks like I need to prepare more recovery potions in the future. Then his eyes brightened as he thought of something. Meng Hang first approached the one called Lao Lu, unceremoniously taking the space ring from his right hand. He then picked up the dagger that had fallen to the side and placed it into the space ring as well. This dagger was clearly a spiritual weapon, and Meng Hang would not let it go. Afterward, he scampered a few dozen meters to collect the space ring of the black robe before finally arriving in front of Lin Luoxue. At this moment, Lin Luoxue had not yet recovered from her immense shock, staring blankly at Meng Hang. Meng Hang waved his hand in front of her eyes and said, "Although I'm handsome, you don't have to look at me like that. If you really can't get enough, I can reluctantly go home with you, so you can have a good look all at once." Lin Luoxue paid no attention to Meng Hang's teasing, mechanically extending her hand and pinching his arm hard. Ouch! A cry of pain escaped Meng Hang as he jumped back several meters. Lin Luoxue, are you crazy? I just saved you, and you turn around and pinch me. You're just killing the donkey after the grind. Wait, doesn't that mean I'm calling myself a donkey? Lin Luoxue, you're tearing down the bridge after crossing the river. Meng Hang scolded loudly. At this moment, Lin Luoxue's eyes gradually regained their luster, and she nodded, muttering to herself, he knows pain, so it's not a dream. Hiss, if this isn't a dream, how can it feel so unbelievable? Lin Luoxue then looked at Meng Hang with her big, watery eyes, utterly shocked. Meng Hang, you better come clean. What kind of ability did you awaken? That's a long story, let me make it short. Here's how it is. Boom! Boom! Just as Meng Hang was pondering how to dodge the question, a series of loud explosions from a distance drew their attention. It was then they realized that not only their immediate area had turned into ruins. Looking around, they saw flames shooting up from various parts of Yunxue City. Lin Luoxue's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Is the Wuxing sect launching a full-scale attack? Have they gone mad?" Meng Hang noticed that the loudest explosions were actually coming from the sky, and he couldn't help but look up. Boom! 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 The booming sounds were incessant, but all Meng Hang could see were flashes of light generated by clashes of power in the pitch-black sky, yet he couldn't discern what was actually happening. Sharingan! Out of curiosity, Meng Hang activated his Sharingan and stared at the sky again. With the Sharingan's powerful dynamic vision, he finally saw two figures attacking each other at speeds invisible to the naked eye. The flashes of energy that appeared intermittently were the residual waves produced by their collisions. Hiss! Feeling the strength of the two, Meng Hang couldn't help but gasp. It was obvious that these two were definitely above the cosmic level. Cosmic level powerhouses are terrifying. After the two collided once more and finally separated, they stood in mid-air, facing each other. One of them was a stout man wielding a slender sword. Meng Hang recognized him immediately as Zhao Sanpang, the lord of Yunxue City. The other was a young man with a pale face and a delicate demeanor. The young man was thin but held a massive long knife, making Meng Hang almost think they had swapped weapons during the fight. Zhao Sanpang looked down at the flames below and couldn't help but sneer. You Wuxing sect scum, I didn't expect you to dare attack Yunshui City. Today, I will ensure you have no way back. At that moment, Xiao Guang's expression was somewhat grim. Although on the surface it seemed the two were evenly matched, only he knew that his strength was slightly inferior to that of the fat Zhao. Zhao Fatty, don't just talk big, let's see what you've got. Good. Xiao Guang, let's settle our grudge today. Open the heavens. Zhao Sanpang shouted, and his sword erupted with an incredibly dazzling light. With a swing of his sword, the sword energy surged with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, as if he truly intended to cleave open the gates of heaven, striking towards Xiao Guang. Feeling the overwhelming force of this strike, Xiao Guang was extremely serious, not daring to be careless. He focused his mental energy, and his muscles swelled, transforming him from a thin youth into a 3-meter-tall giant in an instant. Gripping the massive knife tightly, Xiao Guang swung it. Soul Sever. The blade's light also carried immense power, meeting the incoming sword light. When the blade and sword lights collided in the air, a tremendous brightness erupted, illuminating the entire sky for a brief moment. The shockwave spread outwards, causing even Meng Hang, who was far away, to feel his clothes flapping from the energy. In the next second, the blade light dissipated, but the sword light, carrying the remnants of its might, continued to strike towards Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his knife to block. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he plummeted like a cannonball from the sky, crashing heavily into the ruins below. Cough! 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 Lying amidst the rubble, Xiao Guang uncontrollably coughed up blood, looking up at Zhao Sanpang, who was looking down at him, his eyes revealing a strange cunning. He summoned the last remnants of his mental strength in his chest and shouted loudly, "The time has come, activate the formation." Xiao Guang's voice was deafening, echoing through Yunshui City like a sacred sound. Woo woo woo! As soon as his words fell, a ghostly wail suddenly rang out. Countless black mists appeared around Yunshui City, enveloping the entire city. Seeing this scene, Zhao Sanpan's expression changed drastically, the veins on his forehead bulging. The 10,000 ghosts blood refining formation. Xiao Guang, you actually want to refine the millions of citizens in Yunshui City? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Xiao Guang was indeed unconcerned by his questioning. I, the Wuxing sect, only recognize the Wuxing Old Mother, and have never believed in any divine retribution. I have killed countless people in my life, and here I am living well today. Then today, I will act on behalf of heaven. After saying this, Zhao Sanpang slashed his sword towards Xiao Guang. Upon seeing Zhao Sanpan's attack, Xiao Guang's expression finally changed dramatically, and he shouted loudly, "Crimson Blood Demon King, what are you waiting for? Are you really going to wait until I die before you make your move? He, how could I bear to let you die? I'm still waiting for you to offer up the Crimson Blood Pill." As soon as these words were spoken, all the citizens of Yunshui City, including Zhao Sanpang, felt an unnamed pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Just as the words fell, the already dark sky suddenly became overcast with thick clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Within these dark clouds, 2 beams of blood-red light appeared, resembling a pair of blood moons. Below, whether it was the people of the Supreme Sect or the citizens of Yunshui City, they all stopped their actions, staring blankly at the sky. What is that in the sky? Why is there a pair of blood moons? An ominous phenomenon has appeared, it must be a sign of great misfortune. Someone exclaimed. But just as people were trying to figure out what was above them, a massive snakehead emerged from the clouds, coldly gazing down. And that pair of blood moons turned out to be the eyes of the giant python. Demon beast, a demon beast has invaded. The crowd's expressions changed drastically, and in terror, they shouted and fled, the entire city engulfed in a panic. Over the years, Yunshui City had experienced demon beasts attacking before, and even a beast tied once or twice. However, none of those times had brought such a tremendous sense of oppression to Yunshui City as this one. The giant python, dozens of meters long, flickered in and out of the clouds, as if it were a true dragon weaving clouds and rain. Unfortunately, it was not here to bring rain but to harvest the lives of the citizens of Yunshui City. The giant python, with its gaping maw, unleashed a tremendous suction from the sky. The ground began to stir with flying sand and stones, as if a typhoon had struck, uprooting trees and sending them skyward. Countless people were also drawn upwards by this immense force, some desperately clung to nearby buildings, trying to resist the pull. But it was of no use, they could only watch helplessly as they, along with the buildings, were sucked into the air. The mouth of the Crimson Blood Demon King was like a bottomless black hole, accepting all that came, swallowing everything whole. With just this one gulp, nearly hundreds of people were drawn in. The threat of high-level demon beasts to humans was evident, in just a single breath, so many lives were lost. Seeing this scene, Zhao Sanpeng's eyes turned crimson, his teeth grinding together as he shouted at the sky, "You are that crimson blood python from back then. How dare you come out? Aren't you afraid that the martial king will slice you to pieces?" The crimson blood demon king, having swallowed hundreds of lives, let out a satisfied belch and fully emerged, slowly descending to the ground. At this moment, people could clearly see that this demon python was dozens of meters long, towering as high as a dozen stories. When the crimson blood demon king landed, it merely flicked its tail, and nearby skyscrapers instantly collapsed, turning into ruins. People near the buildings desperately fled in all directions, but still, countless were crushed to death by the falling debris. Strangely, the blood of all the dead did not seep into the ground, but was drawn by a force into the air, forming a scarlet blood pearl. The sky was filled with black mist, and the wails of countless ghosts echoed. The ground was in ruins, corpses strewn everywhere, and at that moment, the entire Yunshui city seemed to have transformed into a hell of azura. Zhao Sanpeng's eyes were about to burst with rage as he looked at the city he had sworn to protect, now turned into such a scene, his heart bleeding. Damn beast, die! Although Zhao Sanpeng had already realized that the blood-red demon python before him was a fifth-tier beast, he felt no fear whatsoever. At that moment, the lewd aura that usually surrounded Zhao Peng had completely vanished, revealing a spirit of a warrior who would not return. Zhao Sanpeng swiftly moved beside the blood-red demon king, channeling his mental energy into his sword, and thrust it directly at the demon python's body. The blood-red demon king looked at the human, small as an ant, with eyes full of mockery. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. How could a dignified fifth-tier great demon be compared to a mere cosmic-level ability user? Clang! The next second, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Zhao Sanpeng was horrified to discover that his usually invincible spiritual weapon merely sparked against the demon python's scales, leaving only a shallow white mark. An ant is still an ant. The blood-red demon king sneered, its massive tail sweeping towards him with an overwhelming force. Feeling the earth-shattering blow, Zhao Sanpeng dared not take it head-on, dodging just in time. Boom! As the tail struck down, the entire ground began to shake. Zhao Sanpeng could hardly imagine what would happen if that blow landed on him. He took out a few recovery potions from his storage space. Under normal circumstances, his stingy nature would never allow him to use them unless absolutely necessary. But now, it was as if they were free, and he poured them directly into his mouth. Open the heavens! Having dodged the blood-red demon king's attack, Zhao Sanpeng knew that ordinary means would not harm it, so he unleashed his strongest technique. A beam of sword light slashed out, the sword energy rampaging, tearing through space and striking the massive body of the blood-red demon king. Put! Blood splattered as a huge gash was instantly cut into the demon king's sturdy scales, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Ant, you seek death. It had not expected that a fifth-tier great demon would be injured by a cosmic-level human, and its heart filled with rage. Aoo! With an angry roar, the sound waves transformed into waves that spread out. Ah! Bang! Bang! Hearing this roar, countless citizens covered their ears tightly with their hands, kneeling in pain on the ground. Yet, they could not withstand the immense power of the sound waves, their heads exploding one by one. The blood of the dead gathered into the blood-red pearl in the air, making its color even more vivid. The blood-red demon king looked coldly at Zhao Sanpeng, and suddenly a dark light flashed from its mouth, rushing towards Zhao Sanpeng's heart. The dark light came too quickly. By the time he noticed it, it was already beside him, leaving him no time to think. Am I going to die now? I am sorry to the people of Yunshui City. In the face of life and death, a tear rolled down his cheek, not out of fear of losing his life, but out of guilt for failing to protect the over 1 million citizens of Yunshui City. Divine might! At that moment, a faint voice reached his ears. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing beside a young boy. The spot where he had just stood was now a bottomless pit corroded by a stream of venom, with wisps of purple smoke wafting out. Zhao Sanpeng couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a deep sense of dread. At the same time, he was secretly shocked by the strength of the young boy before him. Being able to escape so easily from the hands of a fifth-tier demon beast, it seems this person possesses an extremely rare spatial ability. He couldn't help but recall when such an extraordinary figure had appeared in Yunshui City. However, due to the dim light, he couldn't clearly see the person's appearance and could only clasp his hands and say, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I, Zhao Sanpeng, will forever remember the life-saving grace of this young brother today. It's nothing. Just remember to give me 100,000 or 200,000 essence cores as compensation in the future. Hearing this lazy voice, Zhao Sanpeng's mouth dropped open, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief as he shouted, Meng Heng? Chapter 32, The Great Sale of the Six Paths of Power. At this moment, Meng Heng was also extremely helpless. When he saw such a terrifying demon beast, his first thought was to run as far away as possible. A demon beast of this level was no match for him, a mere low-tier ability user. What? Use divine might? The best he could do now was to distort the space around him and hit the Crimson Blood Demon King, which was no different from using a spoon to scoop out flesh from his own body. Meng Heng estimated that even if he continuously used divine might, he would only make the other party feel pain, and he would end up blind. As for Susanoo, he felt that if he really used that technique, dealing with the demon python would be a piece of cake. But with his current meager mental strength, as soon as he dared to use it, he would end up giving the Crimson Blood Demon Python a grand display of fireworks. As for how it would explode, of course, it would be with his head blowing up like a magnet. Ding! System activated. Help Zhao Sanpang hunt the Crimson Blood Demon King. Success, reward host with the 13 deadly blades. Failure, retract host's kaleidoscope Sharingan, double divine might. Just as Meng Heng was about to flee, his body froze, and his face darkened to the point where water could almost drip from it. System, UXXXX. Meng Heng unleashed a barrage of curses, scolding the system's ancestors for 18 generations. Although he didn't even know if this system had ancestors. Unfair terms. Blatantly unfair terms. A low-tier ability user like himself participating in a battle of high-tier ability users? Meng Heng seriously doubted whether the 2 tails of meat on his body were enough for the Crimson Blood Demon Python to use as toothpicks. Hey buddy, don't be anxious, I haven't finished yet. Ignoring Meng Heng's curses, the system calmly continued. Given the vast difference between you and the demon python, this system is having a promotional sale. Not $99.98. Not $998. Now only $98. Only $98. Take home the 6 Paths of Power experience card. 98 points of killing value won't let you down, won't trick you, let you experience invincibility for once. What the hell? This is possible? Are you a clown invited by a monkey? Listening to the system's passionate sales pitch, Meng Heng's eyes went blank, once again conquered by this bizarre system. He checked his killing points, which happened to be exactly 100 points, thanks to killing those 2 lifeless empty-tier ability users earlier. Bro, I'm really tied up here, and you even left me with 2 killing points. Meng Heng said, wanting to cry but having no tears. Don't be fooled by his apparent distress over the killing value. Inside, he was already overjoyed. That was the 6 paths. As long as he obtained the 6 paths of power, he was confident he could activate Susanoo. What was it like to sit on a treasure mountain but not be able to spend? Meng Heng had long been itching to try it out, and now he could finally experience it in advance. He no longer hesitated and immediately accepted the system's temptation. Luo Shui, you go home first. I'm going to help Lord Zhao. What? You want to help the Lord? Lin Luoshue's face turned pale upon hearing Meng Heng's words, and she hurriedly advised, are you crazy? I admit you're strong now, able to take on 2 and even kill 2 empty-tier ability users. But the battle there is no longer something at our level can participate in, that's a 5th-tier monster. Looking at Lin Luoshue's anxious expression, Meng Heng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Do you think I don't know? Who told me to get stuck with such an unreliable system? Although he thought this in his heart, he put on a facade of deep understanding. His gaze swept around the mostly ruined Yunshui city, filled with sorrow. Yunshui city has nurtured me for 18 years, and now it has been destroyed by monsters, yet I am powerless, my heart is filled with guilt. A true man is born between heaven and earth, with things to do and things not to do. Since I have encountered such a situation today, I will contribute my meager abilities and fight the monsters to the death, even if it costs me my life. Meng Heng's righteous words moved Lin Luoshue to tears. Meng Heng, I didn't expect you to be such a selfless and noble person. Compared to you, I'm still lacking too much. The thick-skinned Meng Heng felt a bit pleased with Lin Luoshue's praise, but his face remained extremely serious. My goal is to be a noble person, a selfless person, someone who rises above lowly interests. The system's voice echoed in Meng Heng's mind. Meng Heng, you're such a dog. Do you dare to be even more shameless? Dog, damn, I didn't expect you to be a standout of my kind, I'm far behind you. After hearing his words, Lin Luoshue bit her silver teeth and resolutely said, I'll go with you. Meng Heng quickly waved his hand to interrupt Lin Luoshue. No, sister, if you go, it's really just to die. You saw it earlier, I awaken spatial abilities. Even if I can't win, I can still run. If you go, I have to worry about you. Lin Luoshue pouted, feeling extremely wronged. After all, she was also an Sss-Level genius. How could she be made to feel so useless by Meng Heng? But upon reflection, what he said was indeed not wrong. Her going would only bring him trouble. Fine, but you must be careful. After a pause, Lin Luoshue seemed to have made a significant decision before continuing. as long as you can come back alive, I promise to give you a little surprise. What surprise? You'll know when the time comes. Meng Hang didn't dwell on it any longer and directly activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, rushing towards the location where Zhao Sanpang and the Blood Demon King were fighting. Watching Meng Hang's back, Lin Luoxue felt a deep sense of reluctance. You must come back. The scenes of the night replayed in his mind. Meng Hang pushed himself forward, disregarding his own danger. He stood in front of her, his tall figure bringing her comfort. Unknowingly, Lin Luoxue's heart quietly opened its doors to Meng Hang. As Meng Hang made his way, his expression grew increasingly grim. The roadsides were littered with bodies crushed by falling buildings and those whose heads were shattered by the Blood Demon King's roar. Men knelt on the ground, crying out their wives' names, while children helplessly searched for their parents among the ruins. These heart-wrenching scenes felt like an invisible hand gripping Meng Hang's heart tightly. You deserve to die. Endless killing intent erupted in Meng Hang's eyes, and his speed surged as he continued on his way. When he arrived at the location of the battle between a person and a monster, he happened to see the dark light attacking Zhao Sanpang. Kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Divine Might. Without time to think, Meng Hang's gaze locked onto Zhao Sanpang, and at the critical moment, he teleported him to his side. Zhao Sanpang was momentarily stunned to see that the newcomer was Meng Hang, but then his expression changed drastically. You little brat, what are you doing here? I'll hold it off. You hurry and leave. Although Meng Hang's spatial abilities truly surprised him, it was precisely because of this that he could not allow Meng Hang to take risks. The thought of such a genius falling here weighed heavily on his heart. Ignoring Zhao Sanpang, Meng Hang looked at the massive creature in the distance and coldly said, Little Loach, you're looking for death. Little Loach? Zhao Sanpang looked at Meng Hang as if he were a monster, unable to believe that this young man dared to call a 5th-tier demon king a little loach. Are the young people nowadays this arrogant? Zhao Sanpang thought to himself. He simply couldn't fathom who had given Meng Hang the confidence to say such a thing. If the system knew what Zhao Sanpang was thinking at that moment, it would proudly declare, I gave it to him. Zhao Sanpang hurriedly stepped forward to cover Meng Hang's mouth, fearing that he might say something else to provoke the Blood Demon King. He wasn't afraid that Meng Hang would anger the Blood Demon King and implicate him. Rather, he was worried that its furious attack would be something he couldn't withstand, and that Meng Hang wouldn't have time to escape, ultimately meeting his end here. The blood of Meng Hang's generation should be spilled on the front lines, not here. The Blood Demon King was also left dumbfounded by Meng Hang's calm words. Me, a 5th-tier great demon? Over 30 meters long? You, an ant at 1.8 meters, dare to call me a little loach? Who gave you that confidence? It was slightly shaken by Meng Hang's composed aura, doubting that there was a master above the realm hidden in Yunshui City. Otherwise, what gave him the audacity to say such things? It had already prepared itself to flee if a master above the realm truly appeared. After all, it had managed to escape from that person back then, and it was quite confident in its ability to run. However, when it used its massive spiritual power as a 5th-tier demon beast to cover Meng Hang, its expression instantly became extraordinary. What? Earth tier? The Blood Demon King seriously suspected it had misread the situation and checked again with its spiritual power. Still Earth tier? This time, it was absolutely certain it hadn't made a mistake. The Blood Demon King laughed, a laugh filled with rage. Little Loach? It had been years since anyone dared to call it that. The last time someone had called it that was that madman. Back then, when it was chased by that madman to the ends of the earth, that person had also called it Little Loach from behind. But at that time, it didn't dare to retort, merely fleeing like a lost dog, no, like a lost snake. I couldn't refute that madman when he called me Little Loach. But what gives you, a piece of earth-tier trash, the right? A wave of suppressed humiliation and anger that had built up over the years was all drawn out by Meng Hang's words. You are the ant. Your whole family are ants. Come die for this king. The Blood Demon King's eyes glowed red, and it opened its bloody maw to pounce at Meng Hang. It wanted to crush this bastard who dared to call it a loach in the most primal way. The stench of blood rushed towards him, and Zhao Sanpang's expression changed drastically as he reached out to pull Meng Hang away to escape. Brother Tonzi, exchange for the power of the 6 paths. Alright, buddy. In an instant, a tremendous force filled his entire body. An unparalleled aura erupted from Meng Hang, sweeping around him as if a wind had suddenly risen from the ground. Zhao Sanpang, who had intended to grab Meng Hang, was directly knocked back several meters by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. Feeling the pressure emanating from Meng Hang, Zhao Sanpang was utterly shocked. What the hell, this is not the pressure an earth tier should have. What's going on? Was this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along? And it wasn't over yet. Before he could recover from his shock, the next scene struck him like a thunderclap overhead, making his scalp tingle. With the support of the power of the six paths, Meng Hang's spiritual power multiplied countless times, and his spiritual world transformed into a vast ocean. A faint blue flame radiated from Meng Hang, quickly outlining a gigantic skeletal form. This is not over yet. The skeleton's form continues to expand, and a deep blue flesh begins to grow on its exterior. In the end, it transforms into a giant tengu nearly 100 meters tall, clad in armor and sporting a pair of wings. Compared to the fully realized Susanoo standing 100 meters tall, the several dozen meters tall Blood Demon King looks like a mere loach. What the hell? I'm numb. Completely numb. Zhao San's plump face turned crimson, his eyes bulging wide, his mouth agape, and even his hair stood on end in shock. What kind of ability is this? What kind of operation? The manifestation of the law of heaven and earth? What level of ability does it take to unleash such a massive manifestation? The appearance of Susanoo shocked the entire Yunshui city. The citizens who were still fleeing and crying stared blankly up at the enormous figure, unable to comprehend how such a colossal being had emerged. Lin Luoxue, who was hurrying home, also noticed this phenomenon and couldn't help but show a look of horror. For some reason, she had a feeling that this giant was related to Meng Hang. Shaking her head, she forcibly suppressed this unrealistic thought. How could that be? How could such an extraordinary existence be something Meng Hang could manifest? Meng Hang looked at the pale blue flames surrounding him, feeling the endless energy surging within his body, and was filled with astonishment. As expected of the fully realized Susanoo, its prestige is indeed high. Then Meng Hang looked down at the trembling Blood Demon King, his eyes filled with mockery. What's wrong? You don't like being called a little loach? At this moment, the Blood Demon King was also stunned, unable to understand why things had changed so quickly. Clearly, it was just a lowly earth-level ant. How had it suddenly become something it had to look up to? Hearing Meng Hang's question, its fierce face surprisingly showed a semblance of human-like flattery. A true man, no, a great demon king can bend and stretch. Preserving its life comes first. Sure, you're right, I am just a little loach. If you're not satisfied, I can shrink even smaller. After saying that, the Blood Demon King really did shrink a bit more. Below, Zhao San listened in a daze to the conversation between the man and the beast, his mind racing with countless expletives. Hey, you're a fifth-tier great demon, okay? Where's your dignity as a demon king? Do you dare to have some pride? Meng Hang was also rendered speechless by its shamelessness. He thought he was shameless enough, but this demon python was even more so. Just then, a cold light flashed in the triangular eyes of the Blood Demon King. It did not believe that just because it had submitted, Meng Hang would let it go, that everything done today could be brushed aside with a laugh. Strike first. Countless pale purple energies gathered in its mouth, forming a massive purple sphere. You want to save face but don't know how. Meng Hang snorted coldly, and a shuriken appeared in his hand, flinging it towards the Blood Demon King. Divine Might Shuriken. Just as the purple energy sphere was fully formed, the shuriken had already reached the demon python. As the shuriken struck the demon python, the surrounding space began to distort, completely displacing the energy sphere along with the Blood Demon King's head. Put! A thick column of blood erupted, shooting into the sky, turning into a rain of blood that fell to the ground. Thud! The demon python's body, deprived of its supporting strength, crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up dust several meters high. A fifth-tier demon king, equivalent to a transcendent being, was thus instantaneously killed by Meng Hang. At this moment, Meng Hang, in the form of the giant Tengu Susanoo, floated in the air. It was as if a demon had descended from the heavens, a god of the earth. This Susanoo is incredible. Xiao Guang, hiding in a nearby corner, felt as if he were dreaming. A fifth-tier demon beast, just like that, died so easily? I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming, he murmured, his eyes filled with terror. Run, I have to run quickly. At this moment, Xiao Guang was no longer the spirited person he had been before. He felt like a lost dog wanting to sneak away. Unfortunately, his actions were still noticed by Zhao Sanpang, who was instantly filled with uncontrollable rage. Beast, you still want to run? The Wuxing sect colludes with demon beasts to slaughter the common people. Today, you will undoubtedly die, and not a single one of you will escape. With that, he pointed his long sword directly at Xiao Guang's throat. At this point, Xiao Guang had already been terrified out of his wits by the towering Susanoo, and he had no thoughts of resistance left. He only wanted to flee, not daring to take Zhao Sanpang's strike head-on. Meng Hang stood at the head of the Susanoo, still savoring the immense power brought by the six paths. He felt a bit regretful that this was just a one-time experience. If he truly possessed the power of the six paths, he could kill gods and Buddhas alike, rampaging without restraint. The commotion from Zhao Sanpang caught his attention. When he saw Zhao Sanpang's sword about to stab Xiao Guang, his heart stirred. From the moment the two had clashed in the sky, it was clear that this whooshing sect person was at least on the same level as Zhao Sanpang, a cosmic tier expert. What did this indicate? Points. This was a significant amount of killing points. How could Meng Hang just watch as the points so close to him slipped away? He was the best at snatching kills. Divine might. In the next moment, Shou Guang's headless body fell to the ground, silent. Hiss! Zhao Sanpang gasped, and although it wasn't his own head that had been twisted off, he couldn't help but feel a chill rising from the depths of his heart. He could certainly guess that it was Meng Hang who had twisted off Zhou Guang's head, but Meng Hang's ability was truly too bizarre. Zhao Sanpang thought to himself, if he had encountered this move, he wouldn't have had the confidence to dodge it either. What exactly is this kid's background? Points in hand. Just as Meng Hang was still secretly rejoicing, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. The experience time of the Six Paths power had unexpectedly vanished at that moment. At the same time, without the support of the immense spiritual power from the Six Paths, the Susanoo form also dissipated instantly. Is this it? Meng Hang was shocked. From activating the Six Paths power to defeating the Blood Demon King, it had only taken a few minutes back and forth. His 100 points could only be used for such a short time? Then he felt his feet give way, and his body fell instantly. It was then that he remembered he was hundreds of meters in the air. Without the Susanoo, falling would surely turn him into a meat paste. Divine Might. Meng Hang hurriedly activated Divine Might, trying to teleport himself to another space. However, he helplessly discovered that although he had used the Six Paths power, this battle had completely drained his spiritual power, leaving him unable to open another space to teleport himself. System, you bastard. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the exchange time for the Six Paths power is so short, so I could prepare? Are you deliberately trying to screw me over? 80,000. Bang! The system's calm voice echoed in Meng Hang's head. Play mahjong? What the hell, a system playing mahjong with whom? As Meng Hang plummeted rapidly, countless curses raced through his mind. I say, buddy, how long do you want to experience with 98 points of killing points? I'm already being very generous, okay? Sure enough, cheap goods are never good. Meng Hang cursed inwardly. Old buddy, hurry up and earn points. This little bit of points isn't even enough for me to lose a round of mahjong. What? You're using my killing points to play mahjong? This time, Meng Hang was truly shocked, feeling he had stumbled upon something monumental. The system also realized it had let something slip and remained silent no matter how much Meng Hang questioned. Meng Hang's body continued to fall rapidly, but unfortunately, he hadn't reached the cosmic tier yet and couldn't fly in midair. Cosmic tier? Flying in midair? Meng Hang's eyes lit up as he shouted loudly at Zhao Sanpang, City Lord, help! I can't fly! Zhao Sanpang stared blankly at the falling Meng Hang, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. You just killed a 5th-tier demon in an instant, and a moment ago you also took down a cosmic-level powerhouse. Now you tell me you can't fly? If you can't fly, then should I be able to? I feel even less deserving of flying. He thought this, but Zhao Sanpang didn't dare to waste any time. If this great master really fell to his death, he would become a historical sinner. He stepped forward, leaping into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he reached Meng Hang's side, grabbing his arm and slowly descending. When Zhao Sanpang set him down, Meng Hang collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. City Lord, I'm severely drained of mental energy. Quickly bring me 2 bottles of recovery potion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang's small eyes, like green beans, immediately darted around. Didn't I just give you 10 bottles a couple of days ago? Use those first. I've already used mine up in the battle just now. What the hell? Meng Hang was instantly furious, his voice rising a few notches. I believe you, not a chance. You're the City Lord, and you're short on recovery potions? What's wrong with that? Even if I'm the City Lord, I still have to spend my own money at the Tianfu Trading Company to buy recovery potions. Zhao Sanpang replied pitifully. Hearing this, Meng Hang's anger flared even more. So this Zhao Sanpang didn't lack recovery potions, he was just stingy with his own money. Old Zhao, you're really too unreasonable. I just saved your life and helped Yunshui City eliminate a 5th-tier demon, and you're treating me like this? Zhao Sanpang was left speechless by his words and could only painfully take out 2 recovery potions from his storage space and hand them to Meng Hang. Goodness, I asked for 2 bottles, and you really gave me 2. Meng Hang cursed the stingy miser in his heart, then without hesitation, he put 1 bottle into his spatial ring and drank the other in one go. Seeing this action, Zhao Sanpang's forehead was covered in black lines, secretly thinking that he had met his match today. Several hours later, with the death of the Blood Demon King and the head of the Whooshing sect also meeting a gruesome end, the remaining remnants of the Whooshing sect, now leaderless, were quickly wiped out by Zhao Sanpang and the city defense team. Without the control of the Wuxing sect, the blood refining array outside Yunshui city also lost its effect, and the black mist covering the city dissipated, along with the ghostly howls. Although the matter had settled, Meng Hang stood atop a pile of ruins, looking at the displaced refugees, and the sadness in his heart was unavoidable. Before this, he had heard countless people speak of the harm caused by demon beasts and the crimes of the Wuxing sect. However, as someone who had crossed over from a peaceful world, he had never truly witnessed those events and couldn't empathize with them. It wasn't until today, looking at a city ravaged as if by natural disasters, that he truly understood why humans and demon beasts were locked in a life and death struggle. The Wuxing sect and the fifth-tier demon king had teamed up to attack Yunshui city, causing thousands of civilians to lose their lives and countless others to lose their homes, leaving the entire nation in shock. How many years had it been since the Dragon Kingdom experienced such a brutal disaster? The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were furious, issuing orders to eradicate the remnants of the Wuxing sect and sweep away the demon beasts. Countless experts emerged from their nests, sweeping through the mountains outside major cities, leaving no cosmic-level demon beasts behind. In an instant, the entire nation was in an uproar, and the Wuxing sect was like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat it. In just over a month, many branches across the country were uprooted, suffering heavy losses. Of course, that was a matter for later. The next day, after a night's sleep, Meng Hang got up early. However, when he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find that his originally 5.2 vision had become somewhat nearsighted. This result made Meng Hang break out in a cold sweat. The side effects of the kaleidoscope Sharingan were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, he hadn't used it many times, or who knows, he might really go blind one day. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, I should try not to use the Sharingan, Meng Hang thought with trepidation. By the way, I haven't checked the reward for killing the Blood Demon King yesterday. Brother Tonzi, hurry up and give me the reward. Ding! Reward has been issued, please check, host. The voice of the system echoed in Meng Hang's mind. Deathly 13 blades, supreme blade technique. 1 blade shocks the heavens, 2 blades make the gods weep, 3 blades successfully cut PDD, all 13 blades unleashed, daring to bring the deities down to the mortal realm. Deathly 13 blades? What the hell? What era is this, still using such a cheesy name? But if 3 blades can successfully cut PDD, that is indeed quite impressive. When the task was issued last night, Meng Hang was only focused on how to kill the Blood Demon King, with no time to care about the reward. Now seeing this reward, Meng Hang felt a great sense of disappointment. He had thought at least he would get something like the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan or Hashirama's cells. Cheesy? Your whole family is cheesy. Hearing Meng Hang's disdainful tone, the system retorted angrily. What do you know? This is a technique I created with great effort, inspired by a certain app, and you dare to call it cheesy? What the hell, you created this blade technique? I fought hard against a 5th-tier demon last night, and in the end, the reward I got was this technique you created? When Meng Hang realized that this reward was actually created by the system itself, he was immediately unhappy. Don't worry. Products from the system are guaranteed to be top quality. Meng Hang didn't want to dwell on this matter and happily opened the slaughter shop. I killed a 5th-tier demon king and a cosmic-level ability user yesterday. This is a huge amount of points. Self-reliance, living well, it all depends on oneself. Glancing at the 2 points in the slaughter shop, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction. Wait, why is it still 2 points? Meng Hang suddenly reacted, his eyes filled with anger. System, get out here, where are my points? Points? What points? The system asked innocently. Don't play dumb with me, where are the points for killing the Blood Demon King and the lifeless cult ability user yesterday? I say, buddy, what are you thinking? That was achieved with the power of the 6 paths, not your own strength. Why should you get points? What nonsense is this? So what if I used the power of the 6 paths? In the end, wasn't it me who killed them? You didn't say I couldn't use external power. Hearing the system say this, Meng Hang immediately became agitated and started shouting. Didn't I say that at the time? Playing mahjong really delays things. The system muttered in a voice that Meng Hang couldn't hear, then said seriously, it wasn't stated before, but now it is added. What? You can do that? All explanation rights belong to this system. Meng Hang was directly amused by this statement from the system, gritting his teeth and saying, alright, you're amazing, you're so high and mighty. An hour later, Meng Hang stood in front of an ancient-looking building. His argument with the system ended with the system winning due to its shamelessness. After all, monopoly is the truth, and Meng Hang couldn't just drag it out and beat it up. So he changed his approach and went directly to Zhao Sanpong's residence, ready to squeeze him for some money to make up for the losses he suffered from the system. Knock knock knock. After waiting for a while, Zhao Sanpang sleepily opened the door. Who is it, knocking on the door so early in the morning? Zhao Sanpang said impatiently. The battle last night had left him exhausted. After the fight, he held a meeting overnight to discuss the arrangements for the refugees and the reconstruction plans for the city. Just as he had finally closed his eyes for a brief rest, he was awakened by a knock on the door. Upon seeing that it was Meng Hang, he was momentarily taken aback, then curiously asked, Meng Hang? What brings you here? Come in. Zhao Sanpang shifted his plump body to the side and invited Meng Hang in. Once inside, Meng Hang didn't beat around the bush. Rubbing his hands together with a sheepish grin, he said, I came here today for no big deal, old Zhao. Last night, Meng Hang had seen Zhao Sanpang's true character, and the imposing image of the city lord had vanished, so he didn't bother with pleasantries. Being called old Zhao by an 18 or 19-year-old student made a dark line appear on Zhao Sanpang's forehead. However, having witnessed Meng Hang's strength last night, he dared not say anything. The main reason I came today is actually just one thing, the tens of thousands of essence cores you promised me yesterday, can you give them to me now? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang's eyes, which had still been half asleep, widened in shock. You little brat, don't talk nonsense. When did I promise to give you essence cores? Besides, even if I sold the entire Yunshui city, I couldn't gather that many essence cores. Seeing Zhao Sanpang deny it, Meng Hang clutched his chest and pretended to be heartbroken, saying, I fought for Yunshui city. I even saved your life last night. How can you treat the hero who saved Yunshui city like this? Zhao Sanpang was left speechless by his words. How shameless, coming in here and calling yourself a hero. Though he thought this, the fact remained that Meng Hang had indeed saved the entire Yunshui city, so Zhao Sanpang gritted his teeth, as if making a great decision. Then I'll reward you with 5 essence cores. How many? Meng Hang sprang up, glaring angrily at this stingy man. I fought for Yunshui city. I saved your life. And you want to send me off with just 5 essence cores? Then 10. No way, 50. Why don't you go rob someone? 15. 45. After a round of haggling, Zhao Sanpang finally agreed to give Meng Hang 20 essence cores, plus 10 bottles of recovery potion and 2 Bai Ying Dan. The Bai Ying Dan was also a good item, containing a large amount of wood energy that could quickly heal physical injuries in a short time. Satisfied, Meng Hang waved goodbye to the utterly disheartened Zhao Sanpang, saying, City Lord, you should head back now. Don't catch a cold this early in the morning. Zhao Sanpang stood at the door, gritting his teeth as he glared at Meng Hang's retreating figure, his hands clenched so tightly they creaked. This time, I've really lost big. You little brat, if you don't bring honor to Yunshui city in this college entrance exam, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. After leaving Zhao Sanpang's residence, Meng Hang didn't return home. He had already prepared everything he needed, so he headed straight for the city gates. Just as he was leaving the city, a video appeared online and quickly spread widely. The video began with a scene of a massive demon python with blood-red eyes emerging from the clouds. Those 2 eyes, like red moons, and the enormous body that seemed to flicker in and out of the dark clouds brought an overwhelming sense of pressure, even through the screen. Wow, is this the beast that attacked Yunshui city last night? It's so huge. A 5th-tier demon beast, equivalent to a Wancher master, how terrifying. I really admire the poster. In such a situation, the first thing they did wasn't to run but to pull out their phone and record a video. Is this poor soul okay? Everything is normal at the grave, and they can still go online to post videos. Some were shocked by the terror of the Blood Demon King, while others joked about the poster's audacity. The video continued, and when the online viewers saw the demon python merely open its mouth to inhale and let out an angry roar, countless people perished beneath it, leaving everyone in silence. On one hand, there was shock at the 5th-tier demon's disaster-like power, and on the other, anger at the demon beasts wantonly slaughtering their kin. How dare they rampantly massacre the city like this? Does this beast think there are no humans left? Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. The government has been too merciful. They should wipe out all the demon beasts outside the city. Is there no powerful being to take action and eliminate this demon beast? Are we just going to watch this creature act with such impunity? Do you think high-tier experts are as common as cabbages? They don't just appear on command. Aside from a few major cities with high-tier experts stationed, most high-level abilities are fighting on the front lines against the demon race. And those high-tier experts in the major cities are too far from Yunshui city. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. A single large demon has such terrifying destructive power. I can't imagine how hard it is for the soldiers on the front lines to resist the rampant demon beasts. What the hell is that? Just as everyone was worrying about the future of humanity, a giant over 100 meters tall suddenly appeared in the footage, coldly staring down at the Blood Demon King below. It has appeared. It has appeared. A human powerhouse has shown up. The crowd excitedly flooded the screen with comments. What the hell kind of ability is this? It looks so impressive. Looks impressive? Please remove the words looks like. Although it's hard to gauge from the video, this giant must be nearly 100 meters tall. One stomp could destroy a third of the city. Then, the mysterious giant casually struck, and the Blood Demon King instantly exploded. This blatant display of overwhelming power drew gasps from the crowd. Damn, a fifth-tier demon was taken out just like that? When did our dragon country get such a powerful expert? It could be our dragon country's trump card, only revealing itself for such matters. Does anyone know who he is? They say it's a trump card of the dragon country. How could they let anyone know? A man walking in darkness, a man accompanied by loneliness. Mom, I'm in love. As soon as this video was released, it shocked the entire internet, with everyone stunned by the terrifying power of the giant that appeared at the end. Unfortunately, the blogger filmed from too far away to capture who exactly had unleashed such a power. The protagonist of the video stood before a dense forest. Manhang looked out, the ancient trees in the forest towering high, blocking out the sun. Occasionally, the roars of unknown beasts echoed, making the already dark woods seem even more eerie and terrifying. Taking a deep breath, gripping the demon blade Shenrun in his hand, Manhang stepped into this paradise of demon beasts. Just as his figure disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, two men and a woman arrived at the spot where Manhang had just stood. The two men were dressed in sharp black suits, exuding an air of competence. The woman, however, was surprisingly wearing a qipao, her long legs unmistakably exposed. One of the bald men glanced at the peculiar woman, frowning as he said, "You Mayao, I don't care how you dress or how you seduce pretty boys in the city. But outside the city, your outfit seriously affects your mobility. If you fail to complete the family head's orders because of it, you know what the consequences will be. Don't say I didn't warn you." The qipao woman cast a light glance at the bald man, and just that glance revealed countless charms. "Don't worry, Bosley, I know how to weigh the importance of things. Besides, with the three of us mid-tier empty-level abilities surrounding a high school student, if we mess up, we might as well not live. Don't be careless, don't forget that kid once used a secret technique to instantly take out an empty-level ability user from the Wuxing sect." The speaker was another man dressed in a black suit. Hearing him say this, the woman in the qipao curled her lip in disdain. "I say, Wu Lauer, can you change that timid and cautious personality of yours? The matter from that day has been clarified, that useless waste from the Wuxing sect is just a low-level ability user at the initial stage, and he was heavily injured by Zhao Sanpang, unable to exert even 20% of his power, which is why that kid managed to take advantage. The head of the family sent us 3 mid-level ability users to prevent any accidents, so what are you still worried about?" The man called Wu Lauer wanted to retort but was stopped by the bald man. "Alright, silence." After saying this, the bald man took out a special phone and dialed a series of numbers. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, a deep-voiced middle-aged man answered on the other end. "Speak, head of the family, Manhang has entered the mountains. No matter what means you use, you must pry the secret technique out of that kid's mouth. As for that kid, make it clean." The tone of the person on the other end of the intercom was extremely indifferent, as if discussing something trivial. "Understood." After putting away the intercom, the bald man glanced at the other two, especially the woman in the qipao. "You heard what the head of the family said, right? The secret technique on that kid is extremely important to the head of the family. If we fail, we might as well dig a pit here and bury ourselves." The woman in the qipao also put away her earlier disdain, her expression becoming extremely serious. The bald man nodded in satisfaction and said to Wu Lauer, "Lauer, you are an expert in outdoor tracking. Although you only have E-level talent and enhanced smell, this ability is incredibly useful in the wild. Tracking this matter relies on you, you must not let that kid slip away." Wu Lauer nodded. He wasn't skilled in combat, but when it came to tracking, the other two couldn't compare. "Don't worry, boss, I've got this." After saying that, he sniffed the air and led the two into the dense forest. Put. Just as Manhang was walking through the woods, a shadow shot towards him like a sharp sword. Without hesitation, Manhang drew his long knife, and with a flash of purple light, he directly sliced the shadow in half. After sheathing his knife, Manhang realized it was a rodent. He curled his lip, it was just another low-level beast. Along the way, he had faced quite a few attacks, but probably due to being on the outskirts of the forest, they were all low-level beasts, not adding a single point to his score. Manhang took out his phone to check the time. It had been nearly half an hour since he entered the forest, and he had gained nothing, which made him quite frustrated. Just as he was about to take another step forward, the previously silent woods erupted with a rustling sound. Then, the trees around him seemed to come alive, their branches writhing and stretching out like countless long, venomous snakes, attacking Manhang. What the hell? At first, he thought he was facing an attack from a wood-type beast, and he quickly retreated to avoid the first wave of attacks. However, the branches transformed into vines that continued to sweep towards him like a swarm of maggots. This time, Meng Hang's expression truly changed. The entire forest seemed to awaken from slumber, harboring great malice towards this intruder. He even saw countless vines in the depths of the woods converging into a wave rushing towards him. Meng Hang looked at this scene, feeling his scalp tingle, his face filled with disbelief. What level of wood ability was this? At the very least, he didn't believe that a beast below level 5 could achieve this. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Meng Hang prepared to activate his dual divine might, intending to evade this terrifying blow first. A light exclamation. When he activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Then Meng Hang realized, with a cold laugh, he retracted the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and stood still. Countless vines instantly appeared before him, surging forward and binding Meng Hang tightly. A few light laughs came from the surrounding bushes, and then Meng Hang saw 3 people leisurely walking out from the underbrush. The newcomers were the 2 men and 1 woman who had been following him. The woman in the cheapao chuckled lightly and then disdainfully said, "I overestimated this kid. He strikes with his strongest blow right away. I said the master was making a big deal out of nothing, sending all 3 of us to deal with a high school student. But this little brother is quite handsome. I'll have to enjoy him later." As she spoke, she extended her long tongue to lick her crimson lips. The other 2 also hadn't expected this mission to go so smoothly, and relaxed expressions appeared on their faces. "Let's get down to business first. After we're done, you can play with this kid however you want." The bald man stared at Meng Hang and said. Seeing the 3 looking at him, Meng Hang feigned a look of terror and confusion, asking, "Why you? Who are you, and why did you ambush me?" Meng Hang's acting was exceptionally skilled. Tears were already welling in his eyes, as if they would spill out at any moment. "If you have any demands, just say them. As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to anything," Meng Hang said anxiously. The 3, led by the bald man, curled their lips in disdain, looking down on Meng Hang even more. They had thought that someone who could fight to the death with the remnants of the Wuxing sect would at least be a determined young man. Who would have thought this boy was so pathetic, nearly wetting his pants at the first sign of danger? However, this was just right. A coward was easier to extract what they wanted from. "Kid, do you want to live or die?" Upon hearing the bald man's question, Meng Hang couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. What a stupid question. Who would answer that they wanted to die? Although he was silently complaining, he still put on a facade of hope shining from his eyes. "Big brother, I want to live. I want to live." Wu Laosan sneered inwardly. This kid is still too young, hasn't experienced the harshness of society. Today, whether you want to live or die, you won't be leaving this forest. The bald man nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Very good, kid, I like your attitude. As long as you hand over that secret technique that can unleash human potential, I can spare your life." Meng Hang suddenly understood, so that was their aim. He had already exaggerated the side effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia, yet he didn't expect to attract the covetous eyes of certain people. "You're actually after that. This is my family's secret technique, it can't be passed on to outsiders." Seeing Meng Hang's unwillingness to cooperate, the bald man's expression darkened instantly. "Kid, don't push your luck. We have many ways to make you wish you were dead." Meng Hang pretended to hesitate, and finally, as if he had made a firm decision, he said, "I can tell you, but you have to tell me who sent you." "Deal, as long as you tell us the secret technique, I'll tell you what you want to know." The bald man thought Meng Hang was planning to come back for revenge after achieving success in his training, so he sneered inwardly and replied perfunctorily, "Good. Kid, I advise you not to haggle." "Ha?" He agreed. The 3 widened their eyes, somewhat taken aback. They had thought Meng Hang would argue further, demanding they explain their origins before handing over the secret technique. Meng Hang's quick agreement made everyone feel a hint of unease, but now he was like a fish on a chopping board, at their mercy, so he forcibly suppressed that flicker of doubt in his heart. Those who know the times are heroes. "In a moment, when you hand over the secret method, my sister will definitely take good care of you." The woman in the cheapao cast a seductive glance, as if she wanted to draw out Meng Hang's very soul. "I said." Meng Hang lowered his head, his whole body tightly bound by vines, unable to move an inch. "I said, your sister." Meng Hang, who had been looking down, suddenly raised his head. "Sharingan, activate." The 3 were taken aback. The previously immobile Meng Hang transformed into countless crows, scattering in all directions. The vines that bound him seemed to come alive again, but this time they did not rush at Meng Hang, but instead lunged at the other 3. The sky was filled with vines, and in an instant, the 3 were bound and unable to move. The bald man, trapped, exerted all his strength to break free from the vines, but he found that they were as strong as iron chains. Seeing he couldn't escape, the bald man angrily shouted at the woman in the cheapo beside him, "Damn bitch, you used illusion to trap this kid, how come we ended up trapped ourselves?" At this moment, the woman in the cheapo looked extremely pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. "It wasn't me. My illusion backfired." Meanwhile, the crows that had scattered reassembled in front of the three. Meng Heng's figure reappeared, his crimson eyes fixed on the three. "Heh, you overestimate yourselves, daring to use illusions in front of the Sharingan." It turned out that the three had not used any wood-based abilities to control Meng Heng, but rather the woman in the cheapo had activated her illusion abilities, making Meng Heng mistakenly believe he was bound by vines. When Meng Heng activated his Sharingan, he sensed a special fluctuation in the surrounding space and realized he was under an illusion. With newfound confidence, he chose not to resist, wanting to see what the ambushers' true intentions were. Looking at the three trapped in the illusion, Meng Heng decided not to waste any more words and directly drew his 1,000 blades, striking at one of them. After all, villains often perish from too much talk. If he could take one down first, that would be a win. A flash of purple light cut through the air. A line of blood appeared on the neck of the man in black, known as Wu Laosan, and then blood gushed out like a trickling stream. Wu Laosan's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with terror, unable to comprehend how the situation had turned so quickly. Just a second ago, the boy was a lamb to be slaughtered, and the next second, he had become the butcher wielding the knife. Save! Save! Blood poured from Wu Laosan's mouth as he tried to say something, but his throat had already been cut, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. He then fell to the ground, struggling a few times before falling silent. The other two, witnessing the scene, also changed their expressions drastically, not expecting the boy to be so ruthless, giving them no chance to explain. "Bite your tongue!" The woman in the cheapo quickly reacted after her shock, shouting at the bald man, and without hesitation, bit through her own tongue. A stream of crimson blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and with the sharp pain, the woman instantly broke free from the illusion and quickly retreated. Hearing the woman's voice, the bald man did not hesitate either, biting his tongue to escape the illusion. The bald man, freed from the illusion, had veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes red as he glared at Meng Heng, loudly questioning, "We already promised not to take your life. Why did you strike so ruthlessly without a word?" In response to the bald man's question, Meng Heng merely chuckled, his eyes filled with mockery. "We're all adults here, do you believe what you just said? Besides, from the moment you dared to set your sights on me, you should have been prepared to be killed by me. At such a young age, where does all this killing intent come from?" The bald man was secretly shocked, unable to understand how a high school student who hadn't even graduated could be so decisive in killing. Knowing that the situation could no longer be resolved peacefully, the man didn't hold back. Taking advantage of the moment when Meng Heng was speaking, he directly activated his ability, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Earth Spike! The ground beneath Meng Heng's feet suddenly shifted, and in an instant, countless spikes of earth shot up from below. If he hadn't reacted in time, these spikes would have pierced through Meng Heng's body. Unfortunately, the outcome left the bald man greatly disappointed. Just as he activated his ability, Meng Heng had already sensed something was off and retreated, easily dodging the attack. "With that appearance, why do you always like to be a sneak, always going for the ambush?" Meng Heng glared at the bald man, somewhat angry. Under the gaze of his Sharingan, he could see the flow of the bald man's mental energy clearly. So when the bald man mobilized his mental energy, Meng Heng already knew the sneak was about to strike. "You Mei Yao, what are you waiting for? Get in on this!" Three mid-level ability users were trying to ambush a low-level ability user, and now they were being countered. This left the bald man feeling completely unsettled. So he no longer cared about face and urged the woman in the cheapo to act together, to prevent this kid from causing any more trouble. The woman in the cheapo also understood that this was a critical moment. She formed hand seals with both hands, ready to launch an illusion technique. Having learned about Meng Heng's strange methods, she no longer hoped to control him solely with illusions. In a battle of experts, just a few seconds of distraction could determine a person's life or death. So she hoped to trap Meng Heng for even a second, providing an opportunity for the bald man. As the woman in the cheapo prepared to cast her illusion, Meng Heng instantly sensed something was off and snorted coldly. "Big-chested but brainless, still not learning your lesson. Sharingan, illusionary shackles technique." In an instant, the woman in the cheapo felt as if several huge iron nails had pierced through her body, nailing her to the spot, unable to move. At the same time, she clearly knew she was under an illusion-type ability, yet for some reason, she could distinctly feel the pain of the nails piercing her body. "Ah!" A cry of pain escaped her lips, the immense suffering preventing her from concentrating her mental energy. "What happened?" Hearing the woman scream, the bald man was already sweating profusely. The mental-type abilities were too bizarre, he feared that if he wasn't careful, he would fall into Meng Hang's trap, and at that point, it would truly be hopeless. Lu Lauda, this kid's eyes are strange, don't look into his eyes. The woman in the qipao gritted her teeth through the pain. As a mental type ability user, she quickly realized that all of Meng Hang's abilities stemmed from those strange eyes. Upon hearing the woman's warning, the bald man's expression, which had been grim, suddenly brightened with a glint of determination. The unknown is the most terrifying. Knowing the opponent's weaknesses restored his confidence. He lowered his gaze, no longer meeting Meng Hang's eyes, but focusing on his lower body. Time was of the essence. The bald man wasted no more time. He drew a long knife from his spatial ring, exerted force with his feet, and swung it at Meng Hang. Clang! Meng Hang raised his knife to block, and the two long knives clashed, producing a sound of metal striking metal. Meng Hang felt a tremendous force transmitted through the blade, causing him to involuntarily step back a few paces. Seeing that he had the advantage, the bald man's eyes shone brightly, his confidence growing. After all, this kid was merely a low-level ability user. Although his abilities were strange, they were still insufficient in the face of absolute strength. He pressed his advantage, countless flashes of the knife shimmering as he relentlessly struck at Meng Hang. Clang! 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 Meng Hang was forced to retreat step by step, and even his right hand, which held the knife, began to feel numb. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Without using the Sharingan, his realm was still too low. Relying solely on physical prowess against a late-stage, Kongje, ability user was still too strenuous. That day, he was able to instantly kill two late-stage ability users thanks to the overpowering ability of the duel, Shinwei, but the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan were too great. Unless he was truly at death's door, he didn't dare to use it recklessly. Looking at the advancing bald man, a glint of cold light flashed in Meng Hang's eyes. Aren't you done yet? Seizing an opportunity, he swung his knife. However, this time, the long knife did not produce the sound of metal clashing. Instead, Meng Hang's Shenrun bizarrely broke in the middle, creating a gap. Meng Hang tilted his head slightly, narrowly dodging the bald man's long knife that sliced through the. Although the had broken in the middle, it still maintained its original shape as it struck towards the bald man. How is this possible? What kind of weapon is this? The bald man showed a look of horror, speaking in disbelief. He couldn't understand where this young man had come from. Not only did he possess powerful secret techniques and strange abilities, but even the weapon he used was so peculiar. Just as the purple long knife was about to slice him in half, at the critical moment, the bald man emitted a faint yellow glow all over his body. With a clang, the struck his body and surprisingly produced a crisp sound. Meng Hang frowned. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, he withdrew the long knife and stepped back. The bald man's faint yellow glow faded, revealing a suit of earthy yellow armor all over his body. Kid, you're not the only one with special abilities. This armor, forged from earth element essence, is incredibly sturdy. Even late-stage ability users can't easily break through it, let alone you. Meng Hang looked at his armor, which resembled a turtle shell, and pondered slightly. At his current realm, relying solely on physical techniques, he had no hope of defeating the bald man. It seemed he could only open the 8 gates of Duenjia. 8 gates of Duenjia, first gate. Wait, hold on. Just as he was about to activate the 8 gates, the system's voice unexpectedly rang out at that moment. Meng Hang's eyes lit up. Usually, activating the system at such a time meant he would receive a boost, so he excitedly asked, "Hey, system, just tell me the task directly, no need to be polite." There isn't a task, I just want you to use that set of deadly 13 knives I rewarded you. This is the perfect timing to let you experience the power of my unique knife technique. Meng Hang's forehead was covered in black lines. I say, system, this is a bit too much. I'm in a life and death battle here, and you want me to use your unreliable knife technique? What if it doesn't work? I'm not saying, buddy, when have I ever let you down? You actually don't trust me, the system said, somewhat exasperated. When have you not let me down? The system, feeling a bit guilty, didn't respond further and instead issued a task. Ding! System activated. Use the 13 knives to kill the bald man. Reward host with +5 strength attribute. Failure will deduct 5 strength attribute from the host. Damn it! Do you have any professional ethics? Can you really issue a task like this? Seeing this task, Meng Hang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse. But this time, no matter how much he cursed, the system remained silent. At this moment, the bald man had once again charged at him. Meng Hang gritted his teeth. He was all in. If he really couldn't win, he could always forcefully activate Shinwei again. Holding the, Meng Hang infused his mental energy into it. Kid, don't struggle. With your current realm, you can't break through my defense. Meng Hang ignored him and continued to mobilize his mental energy. The 13 deadly blades emphasize the harmony of strength and spirit, the unity of breath and intent, reaching a state where man and blade become one. The entire world seems to freeze, the leaves cease their rustling, the birds on the branches hold their wings poised, and even the bald man stands still, gripping his long knife. Longing for each other, we remember each other. Short longing is endless. The surroundings return to life, the rustling of leaves resumes, the birds have flown into the sky, and the bald man has approached him, ready to strike down with his knife. The first strike, longing. As the blade is drawn, the winds and clouds change color, a wave of energy swirls around Meng Hang, lifting countless fallen leaves from the ground, resembling a small tornado. A blade of energy slashes out, shattering the protective armor like thin paper, effortlessly passing through the bald man's body and continuing forward. Crack, crack. Countless thick trees are severed by this blade of energy, leaving a clearing of over 10 meters. At this moment, the bald man stands dazed before Meng Hang, motionless, his raised long knife still suspended in the air. It is only after several seconds that his lower body remains in place while his upper body begins to slide down at an angle. The bald man, encased in hard armor, is thus cleaved in two. What the hell? What the hell? Two exclamations ring out simultaneously. The first what the hell comes from Meng Hang, who did not expect such immense power from this strike. Moreover, this is just the first blade. He cannot imagine the power of all 13 blades combined. Perhaps, as the system said, it could truly bring down the gods from the heavens. The second what the hell surprisingly comes from the system. Damn it, unlucky system, I knew you were going to screw me over. Meng Hang curses the system while frantically pouring a vial of recovery liquid into his mouth. Upon hearing the system's exclamation, he immediately realizes that it too had no idea, treating him like a guinea pig. Don't mind the details. Just tell me, is this power impressive or not, is it awesome or not? Hearing this, Meng Hang has nothing to say and nods in agreement. After resolving this matter, Meng Hang casts a mischievous glance at the woman in the chi pile, still under the control of the shackles of the technique. At this moment, Yumaya's face is extremely pale, her teeth chattering, trembling uncontrollably, completely devoid of the charm she had at the beginning. The shock from this strike is too great. She cannot fathom how such a stunning yet terrifying blow could come from a mere Earth-level ability user. Seeing the Chipa woman in such a state, Meng Hang cannot help but tease her, lifting her chin with his hand. Oh, good sister, how the tides have turned. Just a moment ago, I was the one trapped. How did it change so quickly to you being trapped while I stand here? Yumaya forces a smile on her pale face and says to Meng Hang, good brother, I didn't recognize your greatness, I didn't know your capabilities. Please, have mercy and let me go. Meng Hang silently nods, thinking to himself that they truly do not know his capabilities. If they knew he was the one who killed the Blood Demon King, they would have long since run away without a trace. Don't be like that. Didn't you just say that once this is over, we should have some fun together? You haven't told me how we should play yet. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light sparks in Yumaya's eyes, and she thinks to herself, all men in the world are the same. As long as they breathe, none are free from lust. Although this kid is incredibly powerful, he is still just a high school student, inexperienced in love. Once I make my move, I can definitely make him dizzy and bow down at my feet. With this thought, her previously terrified face transforms back into one of irresistible allure, and she breathes softly to Meng Hang, so it turns out my little brother likes this kind of thing. You should have told me earlier. As long as you, my little brother, can spare my life, I will be yours from then on. You can do whatever you want, and I will serve you well. As she spoke, she didn't forget to push her ample bosom forward. Meng Hang's cheeks flushed, and his breathing became heavy. Is that true? Seeing that Meng Hang was already moved, Yumayao blew a gentle breath towards his face and continued, look at what you're saying. I'm already in your hands, how could I dare to deceive you? Moreover, I learned a certain technique in my early years that guarantees to make you feel like you're in heaven. The fragrant breeze brushed against his face, and Meng Hang seemed to be overwhelmed by desire, his breathing growing even heavier. Fine, I agree. As long as you tell me who sent you, I will let you go. Upon hearing this, Yumayao immediately fell silent. At this point, she was struggling to save her own life, so of course, she wouldn't care about the mastermind behind it all. She was just afraid that if she revealed it, Meng Hang would end her life with a single stroke. After hesitating for a moment, Yumayao finally asked, what if I tell you the mastermind and you kill me? Meng Hang replied nonchalantly, you've already experienced my mental abilities. I can easily control you with my mental power and make you confess everything. Letting you confess is also a test of your attitude. Then he smiled wickedly, gently brushing his hand across Yumaya's cheek, and continued, besides, I'm looking forward to experiencing your techniques. How could I bear to kill you? Yumayao believed she still had unparalleled charm over men, especially someone like Meng Hang. And seeing the sincerity in his expression, she steeled her heart and said, "We are from the Zheng family of Yunshui City." Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and asked, "The Zheng family, one of the three major families in Yunshui City?" "That's right. I'm still curious. I've clearly mentioned the side effects of this secret technique. Why are you still interested in it?" Yu Meiyao chuckled self-deprecatingly. "My dear brother, I've seen you kill without even blinking. How could you ask such a naive question? The Zhang family can easily cultivate a group of death warriors to practice this secret technique. With this group of death warriors, the Zhang family's future is limitless. As for the issue of lifespan consumption, the most worthless thing in this world is human life. The Zhang family can cultivate countless death warriors." Meng Hang suddenly realized, lamenting his own youth. "Good brother, I've said everything. Can you let me go now?" "Of course." Put. A purple long knife pierced directly through Yu Meiyao's body. Yu Meiyao's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "Why?" At that moment, Meng Hang's eyes were clear, no longer resembling the lustful state from before. "You said it yourself, the most worthless thing in this world is human life. You are not human." Yu Meiyao used her last ounce of strength to glare at Meng Hang with resentment, and then she fell silent. Meng Hang looked at her corpse, nodding thoughtfully. "They really do say I'm quite ruthless." Not one to miss an opportunity, Meng Hang certainly wouldn't overlook the chance to loot. He dumped everything from the 3 spatial rings, collecting a total of 500,000 in cash, 2 low-level spiritual weapons, 18 essence stones, 5 bottles of recovery liquid, and surprisingly, a gene potion that could enhance physical constitution. Most astonishingly, when he checked Yu Meiyao's spatial ring, he found a lot of eye-watering lingerie and some toys, leaving Meng Hang dry-mouthed. "I can't believe a spatial ring can hold these things." He now somewhat regretted not experiencing the room techniques that Yu Meiyao had mentioned. He placed the useful items into his ring, discarding the rest as if they were garbage, leaving them on the ground. Just as Meng Hang was happily collecting his spoils, a beautiful girl was standing in front of his dilapidated door, Lin Luoxue. Today, Lin Luoxue wore a floral dress and a pair of canvas shoes, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, clearly having dressed up with care. At that moment, Lin Luoxue was pouting, evidently upset about something. She had learned from others that Meng Hang was safe, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. She had been waiting for him to contact her since early morning. However, after waiting and waiting, she still hadn't received any news from him, so she picked up her phone and called him. To her surprise, after 3 attempts, she still couldn't get through, which made Lin Luoxue curse Meng Hang countless times in her heart. "Humph, jerk, you don't even think to let me know when you're fine. Am I really that insignificant?" Seeing that she couldn't reach him and the phone wouldn't connect, Lin Luoxue decided to run to Meng Hang's house to find him. It wasn't that Lin Luoxue felt like she hadn't seen him in ages and had to see him today, rather, if she didn't see him today, she would have to leave Yunshui City for Kyoto University, and who knew when they would meet again. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking 3 times and waiting at the door for a full 5 minutes, Lin Luoxue confirmed that there was really no one home before regretfully walking downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs, a middle-aged beauty in her 30s was waiting for Lin Luoxue. When Lin Luoxue saw the middle-aged woman smile weakly, she said, "Teacher, sorry to keep you waiting. My classmate isn't home, so let's go." Although Lin Luoxue was smiling, the middle-aged woman, as someone who had been through it all, could easily see the loneliness in her eyes and couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. "Luoxue, you are a rare genius, and being recruited by Kyoto University will surely let you soar. You don't need to care too much about this relationship, after all, your identities will be too far apart in the future, and it won't lead to anything." When the teacher pointed out her inner thoughts, Lin Luoxue's cheeks immediately flushed. "Teacher, you misunderstood. Meng Hang and I are just ordinary classmates, and he's really strong, much stronger than I am," Lin Luoxue said earnestly, staring into the middle-aged woman's eyes. The middle-aged woman smiled gently, not taking her words seriously, thinking it was just a young girl defending her crush. All right, stronger than you, this Sss-Level genius. I'll be waiting for him at Kyoto University this year to see what kind of young man can steal my Luoxue's heart." This time, Lin Luoxue didn't refute, she just lowered her head and said worriedly, "What if he wants to apply to Magic City University?" The middle-aged woman shook her head helplessly, not arguing further, but thought to herself, does she really think the top universities in Longwei are cabbages, that you can just get in whenever you want? In the Zhang family mansion in Yunshui City, Zhang Shuyuan was sitting in the luxuriously decorated hall, his eyes slightly closed, lightly tapping the armrest with his right hand. "Have the 3 of them still not reported back? Master, we have contacted the 3 of them multiple times, but there has been no response. It seems their situation is dire." A 60-year-old elder stood respectfully beside Zhang Shuyuan and replied. Hearing this, Zhang Shuyuan frowned and couldn't help but snort coldly. Humph, 3 useless fools, and they risked their lives to intercept a high school student. It seems that kid is indeed unusual. Pass the order down. Starting today, the Zhang residence is on lockdown to prevent that kid from seeking revenge. Yes, master. After hesitating for a moment, the old man said, actually, it might not necessarily be that kid's doing. There are plenty of terrifying beasts in the Yunshui mountain range. It could just be their bad luck to encounter a beast they couldn't contend with. Zhang Shuyuan nodded in agreement. No matter what, it's better to be cautious. The next day, after a night of rest, Meng Heng continued to traverse through the forest. Just then, his steps suddenly halted as a strong, acrid smell of blood assaulted his senses. Sniffing in the direction of the scent, Meng Heng crouched down and carefully made his way over. Gently pushing aside the bushes, he was startled to find a 2-meter-long third-tier ironback lizard gnawing on the corpse of a beast that was unrecognizable. Silently drawing his 1,000 blades, Meng Heng exerted force with his feet and shot forward, reaching the back of the ironback lizard in the blink of an eye. Since he was downwind, the beast did not notice his ambush. Meng Heng swung his long knife down swiftly, striking hard at the lizard's back. Clang! The scene he had imagined, with blood splattering everywhere, did not occur. The 1,000 blades struck the beast's back as if hitting a steel plate, producing a crisp sound. Roar! Although the blow did not break through the ironback lizard's scales, the tremendous impact still caused it pain, eliciting an angry roar. The sound of wind whooshed as the lizard's massive tail swung toward Meng Heng before it could even turn around. Meng Heng's pupils contracted as he raised his knife to block. A tremendous force hit him, sending him and his knife flying several meters away. Damn! What kind of monstrous strength is this? Struggling to stand up from the ground, Meng Heng leaned on the 1,000 blades, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The ironback lizard turned around, a hint of anthropomorphic mockery on its face, as if to say that a mere earth-tier human thought he could ambush it. Its mouth curled back, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Meng Heng could even see a light green drool dripping from its teeth, and he knew without thinking that this drool was highly toxic. The ironback lizard pushed off the ground with its hind legs, then simultaneously exerted force with all 4 limbs, opening its massive mouth wide to bite at Meng Heng. Meng Heng narrowed his eyes, coldly watching the ironback lizard charge at him. Third gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, the life gate, open. His mental energy instantly converged in a certain part of his body, enveloping him in a green glow. With the enhancement of his abilities and significant improvement in physical quality, along with the attribute points rewarded by the system, he could now easily activate the third gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Bang! Meng Heng's figure vanished from the spot, directly confronting the oncoming ironback lizard. In an instant, he reappeared in front of it and slashed down with his knife. The ironback lizard was momentarily stunned, not expecting the human before it to be so fast. However, a hint of mockery appeared in its eyes. No matter how fast he was, it wouldn't matter if he couldn't break through its defenses. With a flash of purple light, Meng Heng also revealed a cold smile. With the 8 gates of Duinjia activated, his strength surged several times over, far beyond what it had been moments ago. Thud! The sharp 1,000 blades easily pierced through the ironback lizard's reinforced scales, plunging deep into its body. Roar! The intense pain triggered its beastly instincts, its eyes instantly bloodshot and turning red. Ignoring the excruciating pain within, the ironback lizard opened its massive mouth and lunged at Meng Heng. But when it bit down hard on Meng Heng's body, it realized it had only bitten into an afterimage. The real Meng Heng had already moved behind it, aiming for its neck. The blade flashed, and the ironback lizard's enormous head fell to the ground, its massive body collapsing as well, twitching a few times before falling silent. Meng Heng let out a long breath, deactivating the 8 gates of Duinjia. He sighed inwardly, realizing that aside from the use of the Kamui, he had too few means at his disposal with only the 8 gates technique. He needed to quickly accumulate points to exchange for more powerful abilities. Just then, Meng Heng's pupils suddenly constricted, a tremendous sense of crisis making his scalp tingle. It felt as if he hesitated for even a second, he would meet his end today. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kamui. At the same time, a massive wind blade, carrying unparalleled might, sliced diagonally past Meng Heng's body. In the next moment, he saw that all the trees within a radius of several dozen meters ahead had been neatly severed. He turned his head fiercely, wanting to see which scoundrel had ambushed him again. Not far away, a whirlwind suddenly rose, the hurricane vanishing in an instant, and then a beast resembling a weasel, over a meter long, appeared before Meng Heng. Although this beast was much smaller than the previous armored lizard, the aura it emitted sent chills down Meng Heng's spine. Upon seeing this beast, Meng Hang's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, "Damn, a 4th-tier beast, a Kamaitashi." While Meng Hang was in shock, the Kamaitashi also displayed a look of uncertainty. Its wind blade had clearly passed through this kid's body, yet it felt as if it had struck nothing, causing no harm at all. "Kid, what kind of ability do you have that is so strange?" The Kamaitashi surprisingly spoke human language. Compared to the shock of encountering a 4th-tier beast, Meng Hang was less concerned about it speaking. From the 4th tier onward, these beasts had intelligence comparable to humans and could refine the bones in their throats to speak. Meng Hang's face darkened. He hadn't expected to encounter a 4th-tier beast here. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and the perverse spatial abilities of Kamui, that last attack could have easily taken his life. Meng Hang looked down on the 4th-tier Kamaitashi, his face filled with disdain. "Good for you, Weasel, a dignified 4th-tier beast, yet you ambush a mere Earth-tier ability user." 4th-tier beasts were comparable to cosmic-tier ability users, which put immense pressure on Meng Hang. But now that he had been forced to use the kaleidoscope Sharingan and was in an invincible position, he had nothing to fear. Hearing Meng Hang's words, the Kamaitashi was instantly enraged. "You are the weasel, your whole family is weasels. I am a 4th-tier great demon, Kamaitashi. A weasel?" To have such a noble lineage referred to as that lowly creature made it feel sullied. No longer curious about Meng Hang's strange ability, it unleashed several wind blades. As expected of a 4th-tier beast, each wind blade was comparable to the full-force strike of that wind-type ability user from the whooshing sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blades seemed to tear through the void, slashing toward Meng Hang. At that moment, Meng Hang faced these terrifying wind blades with calm composure, showing no intention of dodging. In the next second, the wind blades sliced through his body, yet left not a single mark on him. "What kind of monster are you?" The Kamaitashi was astonished, its face filled with disbelief. "Heh, go guess in hell." The more Meng Hang used Kamui, the greater the damage to his eyes, and he had no time to waste with it. Kamui. The Sharingan's gaze directly focused on the upper half of the Kamaitashi, and then the space began to twist. Bang! The once lively Kamaitashi was instantly left behind, its body remaining in place. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, Meng Hang retracted his Sharingan, wiped away the blood tears flowing from his eyes, and quickly left the area, enduring the intense pain in his body. The smell of blood here was too strong. He feared it would attract more terrifying beasts. The consecutive battles had left him physically and mentally exhausted, especially the fight with the Kamaitashi, which had forced him to use the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He just wanted to find a good place to rest and restore himself to peak condition. Not long after, Meng Hang found a cave and killed a 2nd-tier red gold bear that was sound asleep inside, taking over its nest. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a bottle of spirit recovery liquid, poured it into his mouth, and swallowed a glimmering pill before he began to meditate with his eyes closed. Although the spirit recovery liquid could restore his mental energy, the consumption of physical stamina still required meditation and rest to replenish. An hour later, Meng Hang suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light burst forth from within him. At this moment, he had fully recovered, and the much-anticipated, thrilling moment had arrived, exchanging his kill points for rewards. In the past 2 days, Meng Hang had killed a total of 10 2nd-tier monsters and 3 3rd-tier monsters, earning a total of 160 points. As for the 1st-tier monsters he had slain, which yielded no points, he couldn't be bothered to keep track of how many he had killed. Of course, these were just minor achievements. What excited Meng Hang the most was the points he gained from killing a 4th-tier weasel, which amounted to a whopping 2,500 points. Meng Hang browsed the slaughter shop for nearly half an hour, his face betraying a look of constipation. For the first time, he felt that having too many good things was not necessarily a good thing. The dazzling array of skills in the slaughter shop left him feeling overwhelmed. Moreover, his 2,660 points seemed substantial, but upon closer inspection, he could only choose at most 2 skills. After a fierce internal struggle, Meng Hang ultimately chose the Great Freedom Breathing Technique and the Instant Step from the Grim Reaper. He had always found the basic breathing techniques taught in school to be inefficient and had long coveted this breathing technique. Unfortunately, he had always been financially constrained, and for so long, he could only watch. So, the first thing he exchanged was this technique. System, exchange for the Great Freedom Breathing Technique and Instant Step. Sure thing, buddy. The system's excited voice rang out just as Meng Hang's alarm clock went off. Meng Hang twitched the corner of his mouth, secretly muttering, "Why do I feel like you're more excited than I am? You're not planning to use the points I fought so hard for to play mahjong, are you?" The slaughter points instantly dropped from 4 digits to single digits, and in his mind, the methods for the Great Freedom Breathing Technique and Instant Step appeared. Looking at the rewards in hand, Meng Hang rubbed his hands together in excitement and took out all the essence cores from his spatial ring. Meng Hang roughly calculated that he had obtained 20 essence cores from killing Tang Yang of the Lifeless Sect, another 20 from Zhao Sanpang over the past 2 days, and 18 more from looting the bald man and his group. At this moment, Meng Hang actually had a total of 58 essence cores. If converted to Dragon Country currency, that would be a whopping 5.8 million, making him a bona fide millionaire. Meng Hang's eyes sparkled as he activated the Great Freedom breathing technique and took a deep breath. The 58 essence cores on the ground immediately released wisps of smoke that rushed toward his nose. The originally radiant essence cores on the ground turned to dust in an instant. Meng Hang felt a massive surge of mental energy flooding into his mental world like a giant wave. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished by the gluttonous acquisition of the cultivation method. If an ordinary person were to have such a vast amount of mental energy rush into their brain in an instant, their head would undoubtedly explode. In contrast, Meng Hang felt nothing but enjoyment. In his introspection, the void in his mental world transformed as this mental energy surged in, turning his mental energy from a few drops of water into a small puddle. System, open the personal attribute panel. Host, Meng Hang ability, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Double Divine Might, Sss-Level, Mental Energy, 20585, Initial Stage of Empty Level, Strength, 173 Agility, 192 Constitution, 192 Finally reached the empty level, and my physical attributes have doubled. Looking at his attribute points, Meng Hang was overjoyed, but soon his expression fell. That was a full 58 essence cores, and it had only allowed him to advance one level. The higher the realm, the more mental power was required for advancement. He couldn't imagine how many essence cores he would need to advance again in the future. What Meng Hang didn't know was that if it were someone else, the mental power he absorbed this time would be enough for a capable person to at least advance to the initial stage of the universe level. Unfortunately, his mental power world was simply too vast. This amount of mental power was like a drop in the ocean for him. Meng Hang stretched lazily and took out his phone to check the time. In this place, apart from special devices, ordinary phones had no signal at all. At most, it could serve as a clock to check the date and time. However, after taking out his phone, no matter how much Meng Hang pressed the screen, the display did not light up. He could only helplessly accept the fact that his phone was out of battery, and now he couldn't see the time or date. Fortunately, in this forest, the dense leaves blocked out the sun, and only a few rays of sunlight reached the ground, making it seem particularly dark even though it was daytime, so knowing the time wasn't of much use. The only thing that worried him was the lack of a sense of time here. After staying for a few days, he couldn't tell the time at all, and he was afraid of missing the college entrance examination. Brother Tongzi, help me remember the date. I have an exam on the 27th. Remind me on the 26th. Got it, no problem. With me around, you can rest easy. 30,000. How much does this system love playing mahjong? Meng Hang nodded helplessly. Although the system was somewhat unreliable in certain aspects, it had never let him down at critical moments. Stepping out of the cave, he focused his gaze and noticed a heavily armored lizard leisurely strolling not far away. Meng Hang chuckled, today is your unlucky day, I'll use you for practice. Instant step. He took a step forward, his feet shrinking the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he covered several meters. A cold light flashed, and the third-tier monster, the heavily armored lizard, fell to the ground with a thud, blood flowing out like a trickle. The poor heavily armored lizard never understood why it lost its life just for taking a stroll. Meng Hang was very satisfied with his current strength. A monster that originally required the 8 gates of Duanjia to defeat could now be easily killed with just his own power. At this moment, he was confident that if he encountered a 4th-tier weasel, he could still fight even without using the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Meng Hang looked up at the boundless primitive forest, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Points, here I come. What Meng Hang didn't know was that in a mysterious space, the system, while playing mahjong, muttered, college entrance examination on the 27th, college entrance examination on the 27th. Sigh, 1 bamboo, don't move, Pong. By the way, what date is the college entrance examination? Alright, the college entrance examination is on the 28th, remind Meng Hang on the 27th. Outside world. Today, the government released an announcement that left major cities in awe and jealousy. Due to the alliance between the Wuxing sect and a 5th-tier great demon, significant damage was caused to Yunshui City. After discussions with major universities, the government has decided to compensate this year's college entrance examination students from Yunshui City by lowering the admission score for students from Yunshui City. Once this news was announced, the entire Dragon Country was in an uproar. Wow, this compensation is quite substantial. The students from Yunshui City really hit the jackpot this year. Why isn't my home in Yunshui City? I have to take the college entrance examination this year too. But this is a bit unfair to students from other cities. They have also worked hard for many years. and with the same scores, why can they get into their desired universities while students from other cities might end up with nothing? Right, it's unfair. I want to appeal. We can't just let them from Yunchue City have lower scores. We also want to enjoy the same treatment. Stop shouting. Haven't you seen how tragic this Yunchue City is? 1/3 has turned to ruins, and thousands have lost their lives. They exchanged the vibrant lives of their friends and family for this. Would you be willing to do the same? Some people could no longer bear the discussions online and stepped forward to defend Yunchue City. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, and no one shouted about unfairness anymore. As the saying goes, policies come from above, and countermeasures come from below. Although there were no more keyboard warriors shouting about fairness online, countless people in reality had already turned their attention to Yunchue City. What? I'm not a citizen of Yunchue City? Who said that? Who said that? I'm furious with whoever said it. I have already bought a house in Yunchue City, and my household registration has been moved here. Why am I not a citizen of Yunchue City? What? I moved here later and didn't experience that disaster, so I don't deserve the policies? I came to Yunchue City to buy a house and even donated money in goods here. Why don't I deserve it? If you have the ability, come buy a house too, come donate money. In an instant, the originally unremarkable third-tier city became a hot commodity. Countless families with children preparing for the college entrance examination were desperate to move their household registrations to Yunchue City, driving the original price of over 3,000 per square meter to rival that of the Magic City and the capital. Finally, the long-silent lord of Yunchue City spoke up. Don't make it too ugly. Buying a house is fine, moving your household registration is fine, but there are only 5 spots in total. You can fight for them yourselves. Zhao Sanpang sat in his room, his face as dark as water, the newly bought teacup in his hand crushed to pieces. A bunch of mindless flies, pests. He could no longer suppress his inner anger and began to curse. How many talents did Yunchue City lose to get this policy? Those trash actually have the heart to squeeze in and compete for spots with the children here. At first, hearing the announcement from the superiors had lifted his post-disaster mood considerably. The college entrance examination is a narrow bridge for millions. Just 1 point can leave hundreds of competitors behind. With this policy, the student admission rate in Yunchue City would be much higher, greatly benefiting their future. But who knew that after just a couple of days of happiness, news of countless people rushing to buy houses in Yunchue City reached his ears. This made Zhao Sanpang's previously smiling face turn extremely ugly again. Not giving a spot to outsiders would definitely provoke public anger. After some discussion, Zhao Sanpang reluctantly issued a statement allowing 5 spots for household registration to be moved to Yunchue City. After venting his frustration, Zhao Sanpang took a deep breath and said to Lu Zhaoliang beside him, "What's the result? Have they fought for those 5 spots?" Lu Zhaoliang showed a bitter expression, shaking his head helplessly as he replied, "It's out, Lord." Where are they from? All from the capital. These 5 are all children of famous families from the Imperial City, 4 of them have A-level abilities, and 1 is actually S-level. What? Hearing Lu Zhaoliang's report, Zhao Sanpang, who had just managed to suppress his anger, suddenly stood up, fire blazing in his eyes. Why is an S-level ability person coming to our small place to fight for spots? With his abilities, even without lowering the scores, he could get in. Then he thought of something, and his anger subsided a bit. They absolutely cannot take the top 3. After hesitating for a moment, feeling uncertain, he changed his words. They absolutely cannot take the top 2. If the top 5 are all taken by outsiders, our Yunchue City won't be able to hold its head high in the country. You go notify Meng Hang and Lin Luoxue, make sure to secure the top 2. I will reward you handsomely once it's done. Thinking of these 2, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Zhao Sanpang's mouth. Lin Luoxue goes without saying, an Sss-Level unparalleled genius, even those from the Imperial City wouldn't be enough to compete. As for Meng Hang, he still felt a chill run down his spine when he thought about that giant towering 100 meters high that night. That kid was serious, he had been completely dominated, let alone those students. Seeing the smug smile at the corner of Zhao Sanpang's mouth, Lu Zhaoliang's face grew even more bitter. City Lord, Lin Luoxue has been accepted early by the Imperial Capital University and was taken away a couple of days ago. What? Taken away? Zhao Sanpang's mouth twitched slightly, his face filled with shock, but he had to accept this harsh reality. He couldn't just run to the Imperial Capital University and drag Lin Luoxue back, forcing him to take the college entrance examination. Fortunately, there was still Meng Hang as a last resort. If he couldn't secure second place, at least he could ensure first place, which wouldn't look too bad. Then contact Meng Hang and make sure he secures first place. Let Meng Hang take first? City Lord, are you sure you're not mistaken? This time it was Lu Zhaoliang's turn to be surprised. During the battle with the Blood Demon King, apart from Zhao Sanpang, anyone nearby was either killed by the Blood Demon King's roar or had long since fled far away, fearing for their own safety. So, apart from Zhao Sanpang, no one else knew that the 100-meter giant was Meng Hang. Therefore, when he heard the city lord say that Meng Hang must take first place, Lu Zhaoliang was astonished. He certainly knew that Meng Hang was powerful, but his opponent was a genius from the capital. He really couldn't understand how Meng Hang could secure first place. Yes, that's right, it's Meng Hang. You'll understand why when the time comes. Zhao Sanpang revealed a meaningful smile. He was eager to see Meng Hang completely dominate those so-called geniuses. Yes, city lord. Although he didn't understand where the city lord's confidence came from, he still went out to contact Meng Hang. A few minutes later, Lu Zhaoliang awkwardly returned. Why are you back so soon? Did you manage to contact that kid? Zhao Sanpang asked curiously. City lord, the soldiers guarding the city said that the day after the demon beasts attacked, he went into the mountains. What? That kid went out to hunt demon beasts? That bastard swindled so many essence cores from me and didn't hurry to cultivate. What's he doing running around now? With only 2 days left until the college entrance examination, if he doesn't come back soon, it'll be too late. Hurry up and call him. I did, but there's no signal outside the city, I can't get through. Lu Zhaoliang said helplessly. Zhao Sanpang. It's fine, there's still 2 days, there's time. That kid can't possibly be so carefree as to forget the exam date. He comforted himself. In Yunshui City, 4 Rolls-Royces were stuck in a congested road. In the back seat of the leading vehicle sat a young man, around 18 or 19, with a beautiful girl beside him. The young man had a tall, slender figure, and his smooth, fair face exuded a sharp coldness. His deep, dark eyes sparkled with a charming light. Unfortunately, his slightly thin lips gave off a hint of harshness. The young man glanced at the endless line of cars ahead, his brows slightly furrowing. He often encountered traffic jams in the capital, but he didn't expect to face one in this third-tier city, so he spoke to the driver. Lao Zhao, go check what's going on up ahead. Yes, young master. The driver, a middle-aged man, replied respectfully and quickly got out of the car to jog ahead. Hua Xiao, you really didn't need to come to this small city for me to take the college entrance examination. With your strength, even in the capital where all the geniuses gather, getting into one of the 4 prestigious universities wouldn't be a problem. Seeing that there was no one else in the car, the girl resting her head on the young man's shoulder said. The young man, referred to as Hua Xiao, smiled slightly and gently brushed his fingers along the girl's nose. Fool, why are you still being so polite with me? It's worth it to do these things for you. Although helping each other is prohibited during the college entrance examination, it's better to be safe than sorry. If something really happens, at least I can rush to your side quickly. Although he appeared deeply affectionate on the surface, he was secretly sneering inside. His S-level talent was indeed powerful, but compared to his half-brother, the prodigy, he was still lacking a lot. If he wanted to compete for the position of family head in the future, he needed to find a strong external ally. This silly woman in front of him, although only an A-level ability user, had a family strength that was on par with his own. As long as he could marry her, he would have a greater advantage in the competition for the family head position. The girl blinked her big, watery eyes, filled with emotion. Hua Xiao, you're the best. Not long after, the driver who had gone ahead to check the situation returned and said to Hua Xiao, young master, there's a crossroads ahead, and the traffic is jammed due to the heavy flow. After glancing at the unmoving vehicles ahead and checking the time, he directly said, by all the cars in front. By the way, get a few more space rings to pack the cars inside and clear the road. Understood, young master. Hearing Hua Xiao's somewhat fantastical words, the middle-aged driver showed no signs of shock, as if he had long been accustomed to it. Hua Xiao, there's no need to spend so much on your first visit, the girl beside him said. Hua Xiao smiled slightly and said, it's almost mealtime, and I would feel sorry for you to go hungry over such a trivial matter. Although this sounded cringeworthy to outsiders, it was particularly pleasing to the girl, who gently kissed his cheek. The middle-aged driver approached a private car and politely knocked on the driver's window. The window rolled down, revealing a burly man with a face full of flesh and a large gold chain around his neck. The man was already extremely irritated due to the traffic jam, and now being knocked on the window, he naturally had a sour expression. What do you want? I'm busy. The middle-aged driver smiled slightly, not angered by the man's attitude. My young master wants to buy your car, you can name your price. Upon hearing this, the man immediately laughed. Young master, stop pretending to be a big shot with me. I want $1 million, can you afford it? The middle-aged driver maintained his smile and directly took out a briefcase from his space ring and tossed it into the car. Exactly $1 million. Count it, if there are no problems, you can get out of the car. The man, who had been fierce just moments ago, froze in place, trembling as he opened the briefcase. Inside, neatly arranged, was 1 million in cash, making his heart skip a beat. Shakily pulling out a few bills to examine them closely, and confirming they were real, the man immediately changed his demeanor. Bro, I didn't recognize the mountain, this car is yours now. Do we need to handle any paperwork or anything? If my young master likes this car, I can get him a few more at this price. The middle-aged driver still wore a smile, but a hint of disdain slipped through his eyes. Alright, stop talking nonsense, my young master is in a hurry. Sure, I'll get out right now. The man nodded and bowed as he moved to the side of the road to let the car through. The middle-aged driver waved his right hand, storing the car in the space ring, and without lingering, continued to walk towards another vehicle. In just over 10 minutes, the previously congested road had become incredibly smooth, while both sides of the road were packed with people. Some even began to chatter happily. Brother, has your car been bought too? Isn't it? My old car is only worth a few tens of thousands. That guy came up and threw 1 million at me to buy my car. How could I refuse such a good deal? Haha, me too. I don't even know which young master from a big family is out and about, making such a grand show. Who cares? As long as we benefit, that's all that matters. I hope he comes by a few more times. After handling these vehicles, the middle-aged driver respectfully said to young Master Hua, Young Master, it's all taken care of. Young Master Hua nodded in satisfaction. Let's go, I'm a bit hungry too. With that, the roar of the car engines erupted, and a convoy of 4 top luxury cars drove off gracefully, leaving the crowd behind casting envious glances. The next morning, Zhao Sanpang paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back, sweat dripping from his forehead due to anxiety. How's it going, old Lu? Have you contacted Meng Hang? Lu Zhalian shook his head with a grim expression. Still no news of him. What the hell is this guy doing? The college entrance exam is tomorrow, and he still hasn't come back. Increase the manpower. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the mountains outside the city, we must find him. Hearing this, Lu Zhaliang hesitated for a few seconds, then finally mustered the courage to speak. City Lord, there are fierce beasts rampant in the mountains. Even an empty stage ability user wouldn't dare to say they could come back unscathed. He's just a high school student at the Earth stage, could it be? He didn't continue, but the implication was clear. Zhao Sanpang let out a cold laugh, showing no signs of worry on his face. You don't need to worry about that. Even if I die in there, that little brat will definitely be fine. Countless students have been studying hard, eagerly awaiting the college entrance exam, which has finally arrived. Zhao Sanpang stood at the front, looking at the dense crowd of candidates below. Although he wore a smile, the hint of anxiety in his eyes was impossible to hide. He quietly asked Lu Zhaliang beside him, how's it going? Still no news? Lu Zhaliang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. We sent more people to search yesterday, but the mountains outside the city are just too vast. Finding a living person is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Plus, the forest is fraught with danger, and the brothers don't dare to go too deep. Alright, I understand. Let the brothers retreat. With a light sigh, Zhao Sanpang didn't dwell on the matter any longer. He had done all he could, and whether Meng Hang could make it back depended on his luck. Shifting his attention back to the candidates below, he cleared his throat and slowly said, Alright, the annual college entrance exam is about to begin. This year's exam will be held in the 8475 low-level ancient battlefield, just like in previous years. This ancient battlefield in another dimension has been cleared out, and fierce beasts have been released as your assessment targets. Although most of them are low-level beasts, there's no telling if high-level beasts might appear, so you must pay attention to your safety and not be careless. Each beast you kill will earn you corresponding points, and the higher the beast's level, the more points you'll earn. After the exam, the points you earn will be your final exam score. Lastly, I remind you once again, during the exam, you are not allowed to cooperate, trade, or fight each other. Any violations will result in disqualification from this exam. Zhao Sanpang recited the exam rules word by word, but his gaze occasionally drifted to the back of the crowd, hoping to see a familiar figure rushing in. Unfortunately, by the time he finished explaining all the exam details, he still hadn't spotted Meng Hang. Glancing at the clock and realizing the time was up, Zhao Sanpang had no choice but to accept this reality. Sighing, he announced loudly, Time's up, all candidates enter the ancient battlefield. The teleportation array activated, emitting a blinding light. The crowd streamed in, disappearing from sight. After a wave of intense dizziness, the candidates opened their eyes to find themselves in a dense forest. Contrary to what they had long heard, there were no ancient ruins to be found, nor any leftover spiritual artifacts, which left everyone feeling a bit disappointed. It seemed that this ancient battlefield had indeed been thoroughly cleaned out. They had hoped to pick up some unsealed spiritual artifacts during the exam, perhaps even striking it rich with a complete artifact, but now that fantasy had cruelly shattered. Hours later, Taihu, taking advantage of the cover of the bushes, was staring at a third-tier demon beast, the Thunderlight Tiger, not far away. Originally, as a late-stage Earth tier, he would have no chance against a third-tier demon beast, but the Thunderlight Tiger before him had a deep wound visible to the bone, clearly severely injured, which made him overjoyed. As long as he could kill this third-tier demon beast, his points would increase significantly. His abilities activated, and his already thick thighs swelled to twice their size, while his right arm, holding the knife, became muscular and bulging. When Taihu saw the Thunderlight Tiger lowering its head to lick its wound, his eyes suddenly lit up. Now's the time. He pushed off the ground with force, his body shooting out rapidly, aiming directly for the Thunderlight Tiger's head. Just as his long knife was about to strike its skull, an out-of-place voice rang out. "Be careful!" The shout startled Taihu, making his scalp tingle, as he thought someone was warning him of other demon beasts lurking nearby. He dared not continue his attack, quickly retracting his knife and retreating, scanning his surroundings and adopting a defensive stance. The Thunderlight Tiger, silently healing, was also startled by the shout, its fur bristling as it tried to endure the excruciating pain and stand up. But before it could rise, a shadow had already arrived beside it, delivering a kick that struck the Thunderlight Tiger's head with a whoosh. The kick seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, exploding the head of the third-tier Thunderlight Tiger, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The shadow stopped, revealing a person with slicked back hair, whose build was surprisingly similar to Taihu's. Upon seeing this scene, Taihu immediately understood, this person was not genuinely warning him. He clearly intended to scare him off and seize the kill for himself. Taihu, known for his fiery temper, could not tolerate this insult and erupted in anger. "Which school are you from? How dare you steal my demon beast? Are you tired of living?" The newcomer was not intimidated by Taihu's fury, instead, he wore a mocking expression. "Your demon beast? What, did it write your name on it? People from small cities have such low quality." Hearing this, Taihu immediately recognized the person's identity and retorted disdainfully, "I was wondering when someone so shameless would come out of Yunchue City. So you're one of the 5 rumored to come from the imperial capital. Are all the people from the imperial capital as shameless as you?" Taihu's mockery made the slick-haired youth's face darken, unable to maintain his composure. "Kid, you're quite arrogant. Do you dare to bet with me?" Betting was a way to resolve conflicts that arose during the exam. It required the agreement of both parties, who would then apply to the outside world. Once approved, both could unleash their full strength without endangering each other's lives. The winner would continue the exam, while the loser would be kicked out of the ancient battlefield, meaning failure in the exam. Upon hearing the word bet, the already battle-crazed Taihu showed no signs of fear, instead, he looked excited. "Good, just what I wanted. I've long wanted to see what kind of tricks the geniuses from the imperial capital have." Without further ado, both submitted their betting applications to the watch-like machines on their wrists. Before long, a cold voice echoed simultaneously from the wrists of both men, saying agree. As the words fell, they rushed towards each other and, as if they shared a telepathic connection, struck fists against fists. Bang! The collision of their fists created a tremendous shockwave that rippled through the air. Taihu stumbled, unable to control himself, and took 2 steps back. In contrast, the young man with slick back hair remained firmly planted in place. Feeling the numbness in his right hand, Taihu's eyes revealed an even more fervent expression. Good, good, good. Aside from Meng Hang, I haven't met anyone among my peers who could overpower me in strength. I didn't expect to encounter another one today. Let's have a good fight today. With that, his muscles bulged, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a small giant nearly 3 meters tall. The slick-back man, witnessing Taihu's transformation, also showed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. A-class ability, Power Frenzy. Haha, it seems I can finally let loose and have a good fight today. Crack crack, his rapidly expanding muscles tore through his shirt, and in an instant, he too became a small giant over 3 meters tall. The 2 giants, resembling small mountains, locked eyes, both able to see the excitement reflected in each other's gaze. After a brief moment of eye contact, Taihu took the initiative, stepping forward and delivering a powerful kick aimed at the slicked-back man's head. The slicked-back man raised an eyebrow, his body bending backward in an uncanny manner, easily dodging the fierce strike. Taihu's kick barely grazed the slicked-back man's face, yet the wind pressure generated was enough to shatter nearby trees into splinters. The ancient battlefield 8475 had long been equipped with special surveillance equipment, ensuring that no matter where the candidates were, their actions would be displayed on the large screen outside. At that moment, the battle between the two drew the attention of the onlookers. Hiss, so strong. Are today's students really this abnormal? Just the wind pressure from a kick shattered a big tree. Which school is he from? I know. He's the child of my neighbor's third uncle's niece, from the third middle school. He's a rare A-class talent, one person said proudly. So he's from the same school as the genius student Lin Luoxue. How come I never heard of him before? Well, if an A-class talent were in previous years, he would indeed be a rare genius. Unfortunately, this year Lin Luoxue's SSS class talent is just too dazzling. And then there's Meng Hang who can instantly defeat a void stage ability user, so naturally, not many people noticed him. Now that you mention it, I suddenly realize I haven't seen those two outstanding students from Yinchuan City. You don't know? Lin Luoxue has already been recruited by the Imperial Capital University. She was taken away just a few days ago. Damn, recruited. Is this the benefit of being a genius? No need to take the college entrance exam. What about Meng Hang? Yeah, where did Meng Hang go? Why haven't I seen him? As he spoke, this person quickly scanned every frame on the large screen with his eyes. Don't think too much about it. With so many candidates, even if you were blind, you might not find him. Just watch the battle between these two. This is about the honor of our Yinchuan city. The slick-back man easily dodged the terrifying strike without getting up, instead using the momentum to perform a graceful backflip, kicking towards Tai Hu's chin as he did so. Feeling the wind pressure rising from below, Tai Hu grinned cruelly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He stood his ground, seemingly unprepared to dodge. Tai Hu's reckless action left the audience outside in shock, and they couldn't help but shout out, "Quick, dodge! What's wrong with this kid? Does he think his chin is made of iron? He actually wants to take this kick head-on." Some even covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear watching the impending scene. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the next scene made the audience gasp in shock. The tiger, kicked in the chin, did not fall to the ground but remained firmly standing in place. This was not what surprised everyone the most. What left the audience dumbfounded was that he actually managed to clamp the foot of the slick-haired man with his chin. What the hell? What kind of bizarre move is this? You can do that? No wonder it's a world of geniuses. We ordinary people just don't understand. The slick-haired man also did not expect the tiger to use such a technique. With his right foot caught, he fell headfirst to the ground. He had initially looked somewhat smug, but now his expression turned extremely ugly. He never thought he would encounter such a freak in such a small place. He exerted force with his foot, trying to pull his right foot out from under the tiger's chin. The tiger would not give him that chance. With a cruel smile, he began to spin around 360 degrees while clamping the slick-haired man's foot with his chin, causing the slick-haired man to uncontrollably spin headfirst as well. The spinning grew faster and faster until it almost became a blur. When the speed reached its peak, the tiger lifted his chin, and the slick-haired man was flung out by the immense inertia, crashing straight into the depths of the forest. Boom! 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 Countless trees fell, and a cloud of dust was kicked up deep in the woods. Damn, that's impressive. Strong, so strong. This kid has the courage to stand against 1,000. What genius from the capital. It's nothing, our students from Yinchuan City can easily crush them. The audience's anxious hearts finally relaxed, and they cheered for the genius of their city. Even Lu Zhaoliang, who was beside Zhao Sanpang, wore an excited expression. Ah, City Lord, we won. Who said our students from Yinchuan City can't compete with the geniuses from the capital? However, at that moment, Zhao Sanpang stared intently, showing no signs of joy, but instead said solemnly, "The match isn't over yet." What? Lu Zhaoliang was shocked and quickly shifted his gaze back to the big screen. He. Ha 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 ha. From deep within the dust-filled forest came a deliberately suppressed low laughter, which soon erupted into uncontrollable roaring laughter. Hearing this laughter, the audience's cheers faltered, and the tiger's expression turned serious. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw the slick-haired man standing up completely unharmed. His slick back hair was slightly disheveled, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. However, his face showed uncontrollable excitement, almost to the point of being perverse. I underestimated you. I didn't expect such a competitor from a small place like Yinchuan City, but this is where it ends. With that, he suddenly exerted force, his muscles twisting, and behind him, it seemed as if a crying evil spirit was forming. The slick-haired man now resembled the king of beasts, greedily eyeing his prey. The tiger felt a chill run down his spine as he was locked onto by this aura, unable to move. He showed a determined expression, biting down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain and heavy metallic taste of blood forcing him to suppress his fear. What are you pretending for? Today, I'm going to beat you until you submit. He exerted force again, charging at the slick-haired man like a cannonball. Tiger cannon fist. The tiger struck with both fists, directly hitting his chest. Bang! The force penetrated through the slick-haired man's body, shattering the trees behind him. But a strange scene unfolded. Despite taking such a powerful blow, the slick-haired man stood there as if nothing had happened. Looking at the tiger, who was sweating profusely, he curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Is that all? Put in all your strength." Upon hearing this, the tiger's face instantly turned red. "Take another punch from me." A punch was thrown, but just as the fist was halfway out, it was easily caught in midair by a large hand. The man with the slick back hair held the incoming fist with his left hand and directly grabbed Tai-Hoo's face with his right. "Kid, next time you look for an opponent, you better keep your eyes open and not provoke someone you can't handle." After saying this, the right hand gripping Tai-Hoo's head slammed down hard. Boom! A massive pit appeared in the ground, and Tai-Hoo lay inside, spitting blood. The man with the slicked back hair looked down at Tai-Hoo and slowly said, "Aside from that legendary Sss-Level genius, you must be the strongest person in Yunshui City, right?" Hearing this, Tai-Hoo revealed a meaningful smile. "You're wrong, the strongest is not me, but Meng Hang. You better pray you don't run into him, or you'll lose terribly." With that, his figure slowly disappeared from this space. The audience outside had long since fallen silent, all shocked by the terrifying power of the man with the slicked back hair. A flash of light passed, and the severely injured Tai-Hoo was teleported out. Zhao Sanpang stepped forward and came directly to his side, feeding him a Bai Ying Dan. After a while, with the powerful healing properties of the Bai Ying Dan, Tai-Hoo slowly sat up from the ground. Seeing that the newcomer was the city lord, his face was filled with endless shame and loneliness. "I'm sorry, city lord, I've embarrassed Yunshui City." Zhao Sanpang gently patted his shoulder and comforted him softly. "Don't say that, you've done very well. Not getting in this year is nothing, you can repeat a year and take the college entrance exam again next year. With your A-level talent, you'll definitely get into the university you desire next year." Tai-Hoo nodded reluctantly. In the ancient battlefield, the muscles on the man with the slicked back hair slowly contracted, eventually returning to a normal size. But he did not move, still staring at the place where Tai-Hoo had disappeared. "Meng Hang? The strongest? I will be completely defeated? Interesting." A sickly excited smile reappeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "Meng Hang, as long as you participate in the college entrance exam in this space, I will find you." With that, he took out a comb and a mirror from his spatial ring and meticulously groomed his already disheveled hair before slowly leaving. Meanwhile, Meng Hang was still excitedly hunting demon beasts in the mountains of Yunshui City. At this moment, Meng Hang stood facing off against a massive demon bull, wielding a long knife. This demon beast was nearly 5 meters tall, entirely blood-red, and although it looked like a bull, it had a mouth full of sharp fangs. Meng Hang had no doubt whether this demon beast was a herbivore or a carnivore. A fourth-tier demon beast, the Dragon Blood Kuei Bull. It was said that this bull contained a trace of dragon bloodline, making it incredibly strong, hence its name. People said that the mountains outside the city were extremely dangerous, with the risk of death at any moment, but Meng Hang had been outside the city for so many days and had only encountered 2 fourth-tier demon beasts. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. In fact, fourth-tier demon beasts were terrifying existences for ordinary ability users. Only experts like Zhao Sanpang, who were at the universe level, could deal with them. If others encountered them in the forest, it would definitely be a matter of life and death. Of course, Meng Hang, this abnormal cheat, didn't count. At this moment, there was a long wound on the back of the Dragon Blood Kuei Bull, and it was easy to guess that it was Meng Hang, the sly one, who had ambushed it again. Unlike the last time he encountered a sickle weasel, this time he was the one who discovered the opponent first. Having already stepped into the void level, his confidence surged, and seeing the fourth-tier demon beast, his eyes lit up as he launched a sneak attack. Unfortunately, the Dragon Blood Kuei Bull had tough skin and thick flesh, and his knife did not inflict heavy damage. The Dragon Blood Kuei Bull glared fiercely at the detestable human before it, snorting out a cloud of white mist from its nostrils. It hated this human with a passion. It was a rare day for me to not kill anything, and I was happily lying on the ground for a little nap. Who would have thought that this human, without saying a word, would come up and stab me in the backside? I was already showing great mercy by not provoking you, and yet a mere empty stage trash dared to sneak attack me? I scraped the ground with my front hooves, then charged at Meng Hang with my massive, metallic-hued horns. Meng Hang didn't dare to take on a fourth-tier demon beast head-on, especially not one known for its strength delivering a full-force strike. He lightly stepped out, as if a gentle breeze, disappearing from his original spot, and then directly appeared behind it, ready to strike. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. All in, pure win. Meng Hang. I mean, bro, you can play mahjong, but you don't have to tell me about winning like this. What are you thinking, buddy? I just remembered today is the 27th, and tomorrow is the college entrance exam. I'm just reminding you. Okay. Once I deal with this killing cow, I'll head back. Wait. Halfway through, Manhang suddenly felt something was off, and the next second, his hair stood on end. What did you say today's date is? Young man, how come your ears aren't working? The system replied impatiently. The 27th. The 27th. Tomorrow is your college entrance exam. Manhang's mouth dropped open, still in disbelief, and he continued to ask, are you sure today is the 27th? Is it possible you got the date wrong? What are you talking about? How can you doubt me? The system was furious at Manhang's lack of trust. I know astronomy and geography, I'm familiar with the history of the past 1,000 years, and I can predict what will happen in the next 1,000 years. How could I possibly get a date wrong? At this moment, Manhang was trembling with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth and saying each word slowly. So, you haven't figured out that I have an exam today. Upon hearing this, the system gasped. What? You have an exam today? Mahjong is messing things up. Mahjong is messing things up. From now on I'll have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. The system muttered to itself. Manhang looked up to the sky in silence, unsure how to criticize this unreliable system. All he wanted to do was sing a song to the system. Listen to me say thank you, because of you, the seasons are warm. Feeling Manhang's anger about to erupt like a volcano, the system quickly tried to calm him down. Buddy, it's not that serious. As long as I'm here, I guarantee you'll end up as a Buddha ancestor, and whether you go to college or not doesn't matter. Manhang, surprisingly, that makes some sense. I find myself unable to refute it. The dragon-blooded Kuei Nyo, having missed its strike, angrily turned around to continue its attack, but it found that the previously carefree young man now resembled a volcano about to erupt, and the pressure emanating from him unconsciously made the dragon-blooded Kuei Nyo feel a sense of dread, causing it to instinctively step back. Then it realized this action was inappropriate, and anger surged within. I'm a dignified fourth-tier demon beast, yet I was scared off by a mere empty-stage human. What a disgrace! With that thought, its already blood-red body turned even redder, and the white smoke it exhaled became thicker. With a roar, the dragon-blooded Kuei Nyo prepared to attack again. Only by devouring this human could it wash away the shame of its earlier cowardice. Meanwhile, the system in Manhang's head continued to comfort him. What do you say, shall we go take a look? Even if you can't pass this year, it's good to broaden your horizons. If it doesn't work out, we can try again next year. Manhang sighed and said nothing more. At this point, he couldn't just drag the system out and beat it up. It's already this time, and I'm relying on these two legs to hurry. By the time I get there, school will have already started. Hee teasy, that's not necessarily the case. The system chuckled mischievously and continued, isn't there a silly bull in front of you? A four-wheel drive is definitely faster than your two-wheel drive by more than double. Manhang's eyes lit up, that made sense. 8 gates of Duinjia, 4th gate, injury gate, open. After advancing to the empty stage, all his attributes had doubled. Now, his powerful physique could fully support the opening of the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia without causing too much harm to his body. Blood flowed rapidly through his body, causing Manhang's skin to redden, and he was enveloped in a surge of green energy, a terrifying pressure quickly radiating outward. The dragon blood Kuei bull, ready to charge, suddenly slammed to a halt, carving 2 deep ruts into the ground. The aura emanating from this human filled it with immense fear, as if it were being targeted by a natural enemy. If it dared to move, it would surely die today. Manhang, are you moved? Dragon blood Kuei bull, I dare not move, I dare not move. Manhang looked at the demon bull with ill intent, stomping his right foot hard on the ground. A crack quickly formed, spreading beneath the dragon blood Kuei bull's feet. The crack was a meter wide and bottomless. The dragon blood Kuei bull widened its eyes, unable to believe the power of a single stomp could be so terrifying. You son of a bitch, no manners. You come up and use your cheat to unleash a big move. It was startled and let out a roar, jumping up and cursing at Manhang. Manhang stared at the dragon blood Kuei bull with malicious intent and coldly said, submit or die. Submit. The dragon blood Kuei bull didn't hesitate at all and shouted loudly. Demon beasts never become slaves unless they can't fight back. Manhang was taken aback. He didn't expect this demon beast to be so shameless, choosing to submit without hesitation. But that was fine, it saved him the trouble of exerting effort. With a light jump, he directly mounted the back of the dragon blood Kuei bull. At first, it was somewhat unwilling and tried to resist. However, after Manhang slapped it down to the ground, it completely lost its temper. Go! Finding a direction, Manhang rode the demon bull and dashed out. As expected of a 4th-tier demon beast, the dragon blood Kuei bull charged through, completely unaware of what a turn was, forcefully carving a path through the forest. Instantly, the entire mountain range was in chaos, and lower-tier demon beasts scattered in fear, afraid of dying inexplicably under its hooves. Outside the teleportation array, there was a terrifying silence, the atmosphere oppressive. With only an hour left until the college entrance examination ended, the scores of the 5 from the imperial capital had left the students of Yunshui City far behind. The difference between the 5th and 6th places was nearly 500 points, which was undoubtedly a blatant slap in the face to Yunshui City. Snatching your college entrance examination qualifications, and now standing over you to take a dump, what can you do about it? The people of Yunshui City felt as if they had swallowed a bitter pill. Just then, someone suddenly pointed towards the distant mountains and shouted in terror, "Look, what is that?" Everyone turned to look and saw dust rising in the distance, as if thousands of cattle were charging towards them. Due to the previous shadow of the Blood Demon King, someone screamed in fear, "Beast tide, beast tide. The demon beasts are attacking again." Everyone was thrown into chaos, ready to scatter and flee. Zhao Sanpang, whose face was already ashen, looked at this scene and his expression darkened even more. Misfortunes never come singly. Today had already been particularly unlucky. The top 5 in his city's college entrance examination had been taken by outsiders, and his only hope, Meng Hang, had missed the exam. Now, with a beast tide coming, how could he not be furious? Stepping forward, he drew his sword, pointing it at the dust-filled area, and shouted loudly, "Where is the city guard?" "Here." The city guard, originally maintaining order, responded in unison, standing resolutely behind him. "Behind us are the people of Yunshui City, and in the teleportation array are the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if we all die in battle today, we must protect them together. Can we do it?" "Yes, yes, yes." The crowd shouted in unison, drawing their weapons and staring resolutely ahead, ready to face death. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, an enhanced vision ability user noticed something unusual and said with a strange expression, "City Lord, something's not right. It seems there's only one beast." Chapter 49, the boy on the bull Zhao Sanpang's right hand, pointing forward, trembled, and the corner of his eye twitched. "Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? The atmosphere had been built up to this point, and now you tell me there's only one beast?" As the billowing dust drew closer, everyone could see the situation within it. A massive, blood-red demon bull was charging towards them. Upon seeing this beast, Zhao Sanpang's previously relaxed expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." The citizens in the distance quickly moved aside, but the city guard behind him stubbornly stood their ground. "City Lord, we will advance and retreat together with you." Hearing this, Zhao Sanpang became anxious. "Advance and retreat my ass. This is a 4th-tier demon beast, the Dragon Blood Kuei Bull, known for its immense strength. Under normal circumstances, I could take it on one-on-one, but with it charging at this speed, its powerful force combined with its massive inertia means that even if I tried to withstand it, I'd be turned into mush, let alone you. You all need to get out of the way. I'll think of a way to slow this beast down, or else I'll have to worry about you." Seeing that they would only be a hindrance, the city guard finally relented and ran to the sides, nervously watching the city lord's next move. At this moment, the Dragon Blood Kuei Bull lowered its head and charged forward without a hint of hesitation. Meng Hang sat steadily on its back. Despite the rapid speed causing violent jolts, he remained as steady as a mountain, showing no signs of falling off the bull. Meng Hang patted the strong back of the Dragon Blood Kuei Bull and said gently, "Old bull, can you speed up a bit more? If we delay, by the time we arrive, the exam will be over, and I'll have to settle for braised beef tonight to mend my wounded spirit." With a mournful roar, the Dragon Blood Kuei Bull exhaled a gust of air, its 4 hooves exerting force again, and its speed surged once more. Seeing the bull accelerate again, Zhao Sanpang felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell did this stupid bull eat? Why is it charging forward for no reason? Is there something here attracting it? Zhao Sanpang had a strange feeling. He couldn't shake the impression that he heard a hint of grievance and fear in the demon bull's earlier roar. As the Dragon Blood Kuei Bull drew closer, he stopped overthinking and infused his mental energy into his sword. Zhao Sanpang prepared to unleash his power, intending to sever the beast's limbs to stop its advance. He squinted, estimating the distance between the beast and himself, ensuring his sword energy could reach it. Closer, just a bit closer, right at. He had already concentrated his energy to a point, just one sword strike away. But at that moment, the enhanced vision ability user suddenly shouted again, "City Lord, it seems there's someone sitting on the back of the Dragon Blood Kuei Bull." Zhao Sanpang paused, incredulous, and turned to ask, "Are you sure there's a person on its back?" "Don't worry, City Lord. I'm not good at fighting, but I'm definitely reliable when it comes to scouting. If I say there's a figure, there absolutely won't be just one." Zhao Sanpang looked incredulous at the person who was spouting nonsense. It should be known that a 4th-tier demon beast is comparable to a cosmic-level powerhouse, at the same rank as him. He had a 70% chance of defeating a dragon blood Quilyu in battle. However, capturing such a demon beast was utterly impossible. After all, 4th-tier demon beasts already possess spiritual intelligence and have their own pride as demon beasts. How could they easily submit to humans? There are only 2 ways to tame a demon beast. The first is to obtain a demon beast egg and drop one's blood into it before it hatches, which would cause the newly hatched demon beast to recognize its master. Unfortunately, demon beast eggs, especially those of high-tier demon beasts, are exceedingly rare, so there are very few people who have demon pets. The second method is even more difficult than the first. The power disparity between the ability user and the demon beast is so great that the demon beast cannot muster any resistance and can only choose to submit. Which big shot is so bored that they come to a small place like Yunshui City to stir up trouble and cause such a big fuss? Zhao Sanpang thought, somewhat speechless. Others, upon hearing that someone was actually treating a 4th-tier demon beast as a mount, couldn't help but excitedly discuss it. Wow, which big shot is so extravagant to actually use a 4th-tier demon beast as a mount? Needless to say, it must be a cosmic-level powerhouse, otherwise, how could they have the strength to subdue a dragon blood Quilyu? The key is that there are hardly any cosmic-level powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom right now. Why would this big shot come here for no reason? We'll find out soon enough. At this point, everyone realized it wasn't a demon beast attack and calmed down, gathering together again. They eagerly stood on tiptoe, stretching their necks to get a glimpse of this big shot riding the bull, even forgetting about the ongoing exam. With only a few dozen meters left, Manhang saw that the crowd had not dispersed and realized the exam was still ongoing, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. With a loud shout of woe, the rapidly galloping dragon blood Quilyu came to a sudden stop, skidding for over 10 meters and leaving 2 deep hoof prints in the ground before finally halting its massive body. As the smoke cleared, the crowd no longer needed the enhanced vision ability user to remind them. They could clearly see the enormous demon beast and the figure on its back. From a distance, they hadn't felt it yet, but now that the dragon blood Quilyu was close, its massive body and the oppressive aura inadvertently emanating from the high-tier demon beast made most people present tremble in their legs. Someone swallowed hard and forced themselves to say to the person next to them, "Buddy, can you help me out? My legs are a bit weak." "Bro, I really can't help you, I'm already sitting on the ground." Although they had seen grand sights before, the appearance of that 5th-tier great demon back then had overshadowed everything. Its momentum far stronger than that of the dragon blood Quilyu. But back then, it was far away. How could it compare to the living presence standing not far from them now? This 4th-tier demon beast is so terrifying. How terrifying must the big shot on its back be? I need to see if this big shot has 3 heads and 6 arms. Hey, why does this big shot look so young? Maybe high-tier ability users have ways to maintain their youth. Wait, why do I feel this person looks so familiar? Someone tilted their head, looking puzzled. Why do I feel familiar too? Whoa, isn't that Meng Hang? One person reacted and couldn't help but exclaim. Meng Hang? Which Meng Hang? Which else could it be? It's the one from Yunshui City who killed the Wuxing sect. Whoa, how could it be him? With that shout, everyone recognized that the person on the bull's back was actually Meng Hang, and the crowd instantly erupted. How is that possible? What level is this kid? How could he tame a 4th-tier demon beast? I must be dreaming. A high school student can actually tame a 4th-tier demon beast. This world is too crazy. Even a rat can be a bridesmaid for a cat. Some people silently lit a cigarette, their eyes filled with melancholy as they said, "I smoked a whole pack and still couldn't figure out how he did it." Don't even talk about smoking. I lit a firecracker and still couldn't make sense of it. I went through 5 gas canisters and still couldn't understand. Wait, isn't he supposed to be taking the college entrance exam now? Why is he only showing up now? Someone finally noticed the anomaly and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Hey, now that you mention it, he's also a senior this year. Why didn't he take the exam? Could it be that he missed the time and had to catch the 1st-tier demon beast to get here? Meng Hang jumped down from the back of the dragon-blooded Kuei-Nyo. He initially wanted to kick the beast's rear, but its size was simply too massive, so he could only kick its leg. Today you're lucky, I'll let you off this time. But if I find out later that you slaughtered humans, I will definitely skin you alive and make soup out of you. Get lost. With a long roar, the dragon-blooded Kuei-Nyo felt as if it had been granted amnesty, relieved to escape the clutches of this calamity, and without a moment's hesitation, it turned and ran. Seeing Meng Hang's actions and the Kuei-Nyo's attitude, everyone was left speechless. This kid didn't seem terrifying at all. Come on, you're a 4th-tier demon beast, do you really have to be so humble? Feeling the strange looks from everyone, Meng Hang couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and could only comfort himself with the protagonist always makes a late entrance. System, you're really late, aren't you? Meng Hang awkwardly shuffled in front of Zhao Sanpang, scratching his head in embarrassment. Warning, old Zhao. Zhao Sanpang was also shocked by his entrance, but when he thought about how Meng Hang, with such strength, had missed the college entrance exam, his anger flared even more. Zhao Sanpang's mouth twitched as he forcibly suppressed his inner rage, letting out a cold laugh. It is indeed quite early, the sun hasn't even set yet. I wonder what young Master Meng is doing here, even having the interest to catch a cow as a mount. Meng Hang could easily detect the sarcasm in his words and chuckled awkwardly. Old Zhao, what are you talking about? As a senior from Yunshui City, of course, I'm here to take the exam. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang could no longer contain his anger and roared, you brat, actually no, today is the college entrance exam. I thought you had died in the mountains outside the city. I've sent so many people to look for you these past 2 days, and now that the exam is almost over, you remember to come back. It's not too late now, I can still go in and see how many points I can score. Meng Hang was confident that with his current strength, he could easily push through the dungeon, and if he hurried, he might still get a good score. What are you dreaming about? Zhao Sanpang shot him a glance and continued, no rules, no order, missing the time means missing the time. Even if I were your father today, I can't let you in to take the exam. Old Zhao, we can talk, but you can't take advantage of me, Meng Hang said somewhat unwillingly. In truth, he didn't really expect Zhao Sanpang to agree to his request, but he had to try, now that hope was completely dashed. Meng Hang sighed deeply, realizing he could only take it one step at a time from now on. After hearing their conversation, everyone finally understood that Meng Hang had indeed forgotten the time and missed the college entrance exam. What kind of heart must one have to forget the time? Just as Meng Hang was sighing, he caught a glimpse of someone and suddenly froze. Tai Hu, what are you doing here? Did you also forget the time and miss the exam? Tai Hu's forehead was filled with black lines, thinking to himself, do you think everyone is as carefree as you, forgetting such an important day as the college entrance exam? Meng Hang recounted the events to Zhao Sanpang, including the country's policies regarding Yunshui City, how people from the capital were seizing spots, Lin Luoxue being recruited by the capital university, and the gambling fight. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang was instantly furious. People from the capital are snatching spots from us, and they even injured you, causing you to lose your college entrance exam qualification? This is intolerable. If the uncle can endure, the aunt cannot. Hearing this, Zhao Sanpang became even angrier and couldn't help but shout, how can you still say that? With Lin Luoxue not here, I was counting on you to bring some honor to Yunshui City, and now look at the exam results. Meng Hang looked up at the scoreboard on the big screen. First place, Hua Qiu, current score, 889, second place, Tu Wu, current score, 852. Fifth place, Ruan Su, current score, 760, Meng Hang asked somewhat uncertainly, could it be that all the top 5 are those people from the capital? Zhao Sanpang sneered and retorted, what do you think? Meng Hang shrank his neck and dared not speak further. While everyone's attention was focused on him, in an inconspicuous corner of the ancient battlefield 8475, a student with an ordinary appearance and glasses was half kneeling on the ground, his face showing a sickly fanaticism, completely different from his previous refined demeanor. Wuxing Lamu, true vacuum hometown. I will offer my soul to the old mother, and let the people here accompany me in death. After saying this, he opened his spatial ring with his mental power, and in an instant, a pungent, nauseating smell of blood filled the air. This spatial ring surprisingly contained a large amount of unknown creature's blood, and as the spatial passage opened, it was as if a dam had burst, with countless blood gushing out and falling onto the ground in front of the glasses-wearing boy. A bizarre scene occurred. As soon as the blood hit the ground, it rapidly seeped in, as if something underground was greedily sucking up the blood. This was indeed the case. The blood that seeped into the ground was being drawn down by an invisible force. Dozens of meters below the glasses-wearing boy, a nearly 10-meter-tall humanoid skeleton lay flat. The large amount of blood that seeped into the ground was being attracted by this skeleton, continuously gathering here and quickly merging into the dense white bones. As it absorbed the blood, the originally bone-white skeleton slowly began to grow patches of flesh. The blood-red flesh adhered to the white bones, and even faint meridians began to appear. Such a bloody and terrifying scene would surely scare an ordinary person to death. At that moment, the skeleton, which seemed to have been buried underground for millions of years, actually moved slightly, and 2 ghostly flames appeared in its empty eye sockets. As the ghostly flames formed in the skeleton's eyes, the ground around it began to collapse, with soil and stones flying everywhere. A pair of enormous skeletal arms reached out from the ground, grabbing the glasses-wearing boy above. In the next second, the boy was crushed, his blood directly absorbed by the bones. Nearby, low-level demon beasts, initially attracted by the strong smell of blood, sensed this terrifying aura and scattered in all directions. The skeleton slowly stood up, the ghostly flames flickering in its eyes, and it actually pulled a rib from its own body, which quickly transformed into a several-meter-long bone knife. The skeletal giant wielded the long knife and slashed into the air in the direction of a fleeing demon beast, which instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The skeletal giant took a deep breath, and the blood mist was inhaled into its nostrils. As it absorbed the blood mist, a trace of flesh, difficult to detect with the naked eye, began to grow somewhere on its body. Hua Qiu, the only S-rank ability user among the 5 from the capital, happened to be nearby and was drawn to the commotion, just in time to witness the scene of the skeletal giant absorbing the blood of the demon beast. His face changed dramatically, cold sweat instantly streaming down his forehead. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. Unfortunately, the gaze of the skeletal giant had already locked onto him, its eyes flickering with ghostly fire as it swung a knife towards Hua Qiu. Although there were dozens of meters between the man and the skeleton, when the skeletal giant swung its knife in midair, Hua Qiu felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if he were about to explode like that monstrous beast in the next moment. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he activated his S-level ability, Biological Exchange. Hua Qiu's figure shifted, and his original position was suddenly occupied by a second-tier monster that should have been fleeing in front of him. He appeared directly in the spot where the second-tier monster had been. This was the effect of activating the S-level ability of Biological Exchange. Wherever Hua Qiu could see a living being, he could exchange places with it at any time, and as long as his mental power was sufficient, there was no limit to the number of exchanges. Just as the positions of the man and the beast were swapped, the second-tier monster exploded, and this scene sent chills down Hua Qiu's spine. 5th-tier Bone Demon. He shouted in alarm, not daring to waste any time, and activated his ability several more times, his figure vanishing deep into the dense forest. The monsters he exchanged with exploded one after another, their blood being completely absorbed by the Bone Demon. Seeing that little bug run far away, the Bone Demon paid it no mind and continued to swing its knife in a different direction. The skeletal giant was about 10 meters tall, but in the ancient battlefield's forest, even a towering tree was nearly 20 to 30 meters high. Therefore, although it caused quite a commotion, most of the candidates in the ancient battlefield had not yet noticed the disturbance and continued hunting monsters. However, the commotion caused by the Bone Demon was clearly captured on camera. Everyone stared in horror at the big screen, their faces filled with fear. Wasn't it said that there were only low-tier monsters inside? What the hell is this? And why does this Bone Demon have a humanoid body yet is so massive? Meng Hang also felt a chill run down his spine. How could such a bizarre change occur right at the start of the college entrance examination? Could this be the legendary protagonist's halo, causing trouble wherever it goes? He mechanically turned his head and stammered to Zhao Sanpang, I mean, old Zhao, what's going on? Is this thing part of the college entrance examination? At that moment, Zhao Sanpang's lips were cracked, his eyes wide and staring blankly at the Bone Demon on the big screen, completely oblivious to Meng Hang's question. He kept murmuring, what to do, all the candidates from Yunshui City are inside. If something happens to them, how will I explain it to their parents, how will I explain it to the country? I, Zhao Sanpang, will be 1,000 times guilty, destined to become a sinner through the ages. Hey, old Zhao. Zhao Sanpang suddenly jolted awake from his daze, brought back to reality by Meng Hang's call. What did you say? I was asking if this is also part of the college entrance examination? Zhao Sanpang shook his head with a bitter smile. How could it be? This is a 5th-tier Bone Demon, I would turn and run if I saw it. How could it possibly appear in the college entrance examination? Then what is this Bone Demon? Meng Hang asked, somewhat confused. The ancient battlefield is a very mysterious place. No one knows what happened there hundreds of years ago. But the ancient battlefield still has countless bones, and some of these bones, after countless years, develop their own intelligence, which we call Bone Demons. They can absorb the blood of humans or monsters to regrow flesh, and the more blood and flesh they absorb, the stronger they become. However, this ancient battlefield prepared for the college entrance examination had already been thoroughly cleaned out. I don't know why a 5th-tier Bone Demon suddenly appeared. If this continues to develop, before the exam is over, the monsters and students in the entire alternate space will become its nourishment. At this point, Zhao Sanpang's face had turned extremely grim. Shit, then hurry up and pause the exam to go save him. Meng Hang exclaimed, urging anxiously. Zhao Sanpang shook his head bitterly, a deep sense of helplessness showing on his face. The time isn't up, the exam can't end, and besides those with examination permits, even I can't enter. Students are the pillars of the nation, so Longwa places great importance on the college entrance examination. Each student's examination permit is issued uniformly by the state to prevent any petty tricks from unscrupulous individuals. Then can't Taihu go in? Upon hearing this, Taihu turned pale, a smile on his face that looked worse than crying. Bro, don't set me up. What good would it do for me to go in? I wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps for them. Although he was combative, he wasn't foolish enough to throw himself into a certain death situation. Meng Hang ignored him and continued to ask, then can't you go in with his examination permit? Zhao Sanpang shook his head helplessly again. It's useless, the higher-ups in Longhua must have thought of this. Before the exam, each student has a drop of their blood collected by the school and placed in their examination permit. Only if the blood matches can they enter the teleportation array. I assume you were also sampled back then. At this point, Zhao Sanpang suddenly froze, and then a spark of brilliance erupted in his eyes. Meng Hang was startled by his reaction and quickly took a few steps back, warily looking at him. Old Zhao, I have to tell you, even though I look very handsome, I'm straight as steel. Ignoring his joking, Zhao Sanpang asked, his voice trembling, did you bring your examination permit? Meng Hang immediately understood his intention and couldn't help but step back a few more steps. Don't get any ideas, that's a 5th-tier bone demon, comparable to a 1-tier powerhouse. If I go in, it's just sending myself to death. At this moment, Zhao Sanpang looked excited, but no matter what he said, he wrapped his arms around Meng Hang's neck and whispered in his ear, others might not know, but how could I not? Back then, you easily took down the 5th-tier blood demon king. Would you be afraid of a 5th-tier bone demon? The ambush on the protagonist by the Lin family had changed to the Zhang family. If it weren't for a reader reminding me, I wouldn't have realized that Lin Luoxue had the same surname again. I really didn't intend to write such a cliché plot. Meng Hang wanted to cry without tears, knowing he would say that. Back then, he had exchanged for the power of the 6 paths and transformed into a complete Susanoo to take down the Blood Demon King. With his current self, he could handle 4th-tier beasts, but against a 5th-tier one, even with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, he could only maintain his undefeated stance. However, the side effects of keeping the Kaleidoscope Sharingan activated for a long time were something he couldn't bear. In the spirit of better a dead friend than a dead Taoist, Meng Hang quickly refused, Old Zhao, it's not that I don't want to help. That kind of secret technique can't just be used whenever, it requires a tremendous cost, even life. Hearing this, the sparkle in Zhao Sanpang's eyes instantly faded, becoming incredibly dull. Since Meng Hang had said this, Zhao Sanpang couldn't force him to use his life to exchange for the lives of the examinees. Ding! System activated. Accept Zhao Sanpang's request, reward plus 30 to all attributes. Refuse, deduct 20 from all attributes. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Meng Hang's mind. Damn it, unlucky system, I haven't settled the score with you over my college entrance exam yet, and now you want to screw me again. This time, no matter what I say, I won't accept. Even if you deduct my attribute points, I'll accept it. Meng Hang was determined to start being a slacker. As long as he gave up, the system wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Hey, buddy, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The system said nonchalantly. How about a Hashirama Cell experience card? Interested? No way, 99,998. Don't want 9,998. Even less 998. Just 200 killing points. Wait a minute, Tongzi, back then you only wanted me to pay 98 killing points for the 6 paths power. Why is it that just for the Hashirama cells you want 200 killing points? Is it because it comes with Sage Body? Sorry, you're overthinking it. Then why are you selling it for more than the 6 paths power? Meng Hang immediately became displeased. Dude, what era is this? Do you understand inflation? Meng Hang glanced at the points in the killing shop, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What inflation nonsense, he was just looking at his remaining 200 points. Although Meng Hang's heart was already wavering, he still pretended to be unwilling on the outside. Then I won't do it. Killing the bone demon doesn't give points, why should I go through that trouble? The system replied, dude, look at what you're saying, what kind of relationship do we have, how can I let you suffer for nothing? To make up for the time you lost for your college entrance exam, I promise that as long as you can kill the bone demon, its points will belong to you. Meng Hang's eyes widened, and he asked in surprise, are you serious? It's not that I'm lying to you, when have I ever tricked you? When have I ever deceived you? Hearing the system backtrack, Meng Hang coldly smiled. At least you have some self-awareness. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. At this moment, Zhao Sanpang's eyes were vacant as he attempted to call for help from headquarters. He also knew that by the time headquarters sent someone, the candidates here would basically be dead. But he couldn't just do nothing and wait. Zhao Sanpang had made up his mind, if things really came to that, he would resign as the lord of Yunshui city and go to the front lines to kill the demon race, not returning until he was dead. Old Zhao, I've made up my mind, I'm going to deal with that bone demon. Meng Hang, I know this is difficult for you, and I won't force you. Hey, you agreed? Zhao Sanpeng's mouth dropped open, not understanding how Meng Hang's attitude changed in just a short time. But the secret technique will harm you. Zhao Sanpeng hesitated. Meng Hang's eyes were fixed on the bone demon on the big screen, his gaze incredibly resolute. If sacrificing myself can save so many students, I will not hesitate. If I don't go to hell, who will? Listening to Meng Hang's selfless speech, tears welled up in Zhao Sanpeng's eyes. He didn't expect that a usually unserious young man could be so selfless at heart. He tightly grasped Meng Hang's hand and said emotionally, Xiao Meng, don't push yourself too hard. If it really endangers your life, you can run away, no one will blame you. The crowd had been paying attention to their conversation, and after hearing them, they couldn't help but show a look of sorrow. Although they had just seen Meng Hang riding a fourth-tier demon beast, they had never witnessed his true strength. Moreover, the bone demon inside was fifth tier, not something a fourth-tier beast could compare to. In their eyes, Meng Hang's actions were undoubtedly a death wish. A genius who can subdue a fourth-tier demon beast at such a young age, why should he waste his life for them? Someone lamented. The sparrow knows not the ambition of the swan. Perhaps this is the difference between true geniuses and us. Our dragon country can keep the demon race at bay because we have young people like Meng Hang who are not afraid of death. That's right, after the college entrance exam, I will definitely set up a monument for classmate Meng in the city center to commemorate his brave and fearless spirit. Hey, a monument? I'm still standing here, not dead. Countless black lines appeared on Meng Hang's forehead. He originally just wanted to show off, but with the plot developing like this, if he didn't die, it would be a disservice to himself. Not wanting to hear any more discussions from the crowd, Meng Hang took out his exam admission ticket and resolutely walked towards the teleportation array. In the eyes of outsiders, he had somehow walked out with the grandeur of the wind is bleak and the waters of the river are cold, the hero departs and never returns. As the light flickered, Meng Hang opened his eyes again and found himself in an ancient battlefield. The moment he opened his eyes and saw the dense, towering trees that blocked out the sun, he was instantly stunned. In the screen, the bone demon appeared to be enormous, but upon entering, he realized this space was incredibly vast. Where the hell was he supposed to find the bone demon? Outside, Zhao Sanpeng was also dumbfounded. It was only at this moment that he remembered he hadn't given Meng Hang the scoring device that resembled a watch. That device not only served as a scoring tool but also allowed communication between those inside and outside. Just like when Taihu and the slick-haired man were betting, it was Zhao Sanpeng who notified them it was possible. Zhou Bo cautiously navigated through the forest. Unlike other candidates who were searching for demon beasts everywhere, he was carefully avoiding them. He had been frail since childhood, and with only an F-level enhancement of his sense of smell, he had no combat power at all. Even if he encountered a first-level demon beast, he would have to take a detour. If it weren't for his father's pressure, he wouldn't even want to take the college entrance examination. Zhou Bo, hello, I am Zhao Sanpeng, the lord of Yunshui City. The sudden voice nearly startled him into a scream, but he reacted quickly and covered his mouth with his hand. He didn't expect that the high and mighty lord of Yunshui City would contact him, so he hurriedly asked, hello, lord, I am Zhou Bo. What can I do for you? There is a classmate 200 meters to your southeast, and I need you to help me find him. Zhou Bo was taken aback when he realized the person the Lord wanted to find was Meng Hang. He was also a student from the 3rd high school, so it was impossible not to know the famous Meng Hang. He just didn't expect that as the exam was nearing its end, Meng Hang was also wandering around the forest's edge like him. Through the surveillance, Zhao Sanpeng informed Meng Hang of the bone demon's location and arranged for Zhou Bo to act together with Meng Hang, making it easier for Zhao Sanpeng to notify Meng Hang of the bone demon's movements at any time. It was then that Zhou Bo learned that Meng Hang hadn't participated in the college entrance examination. Finding the right direction, the two of them launched into a full sprint towards the bone demon. However, after just a few minutes of running, Zhou Bo had to stop, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Meng Hang's speed was simply too fast. He had to exert all his strength just to keep up with him. This caused his stamina to deplete rapidly, and before long, he couldn't hold on any longer. What he didn't know was that Meng Hang was already adjusting his speed to accommodate him, not even using half of his full speed. Zhou Bo hesitated for a moment but still took off the scoring device from his wrist and handed it to Meng Hang. Meng Hang, I really can't run anymore. Although I don't know what you need to do, it must be very important for the Lord to contact you personally. You should keep this. If I follow you, I'll only delay your actions. Meng Hang asked curiously, if I take this, what about your scores for hunting demon beasts later? Zhou Bo gave a self-deprecating smile. When I encounter demon beasts, I can only run. What's there to talk about hunting demon beasts? Meng Hang looked at him deeply, knowing that time was of the essence and this wasn't the moment for sentimentality. He thanked him and directly opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia to speed up. Jobo stood there, mouth agape. He only saw Meng Hang's body first emanate green energy, and then he transformed into a green light and vanished from the spot. Is this a speed a high school student can achieve? Nearly half an hour passed, and Meng Hang had no idea how far he had traveled, only knowing that under Zhao Sanpeng's guidance, he was getting closer to the bone demon. Along the way, whenever he encountered other students, he would remind them to stay as far away from the bone demon as possible. After nearly 5 more minutes, Meng Hang saw another boy with slicked back hair and a strong build heading towards the direction of the bone demon. He had to stop and remind the man with the slicked back hair, "Classmate, that direction is dangerous. I advise you not to go that way." Tuwu raised an eyebrow and sneered, "I don't believe there's anything in an ancient battlefield specifically prepared for the college entrance exam that could threaten me. If you say that, I have to go take a look." Hearing this, Meng Hang looked at him strangely, as if to say, "Dude, are you out of your mind?" Adhering to the principle that good advice is often ignored, Meng Hang was too lazy to argue and was about to continue on his way. Just then, the slicked back man seemed to think of something and suddenly called out to Meng Hang, "Hey, kid, wait a minute. Have you heard of Meng Hang?" Meng Hang initially didn't want to respond. The man's condescending tone made him uncomfortable. If he didn't have important matters to attend to, Meng Hang would definitely have shown this pretentious guy a thing or two. However, hearing someone call his name made Meng Hang stop in his tracks. He turned around and asked curiously, "You looking for me?" The slicked back man was also taken aback, not expecting that his impulsive question would actually reach the person himself. Then, an incredibly excited expression appeared on his face. "You are Meng Hang? Yeah, what's up?" "Originally, it was nothing, but I just defeated an A-level student from your place, and he said you are the strongest student in Yunshui City besides Lin Luoxue." Meng Hang shook his head expressionlessly. "He's wrong." Tuwu raised an eyebrow and said, "I didn't expect you to be so modest. That's not it. What I mean is, even including Lin Luoxue, I'm still the strongest." As soon as he said this, it was Tuwu's turn to look strange, and then he burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." After laughing for nearly half a minute, he finally stopped, wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, and said, "Are all the people from Yunshui City this good at boasting? You people from Yunshui City?" Meng Hang was momentarily stunned, then began to piece things together and asked, "From the imperial capital?" Tuwu nodded with a smile. "Tuwu, the one who defeated Tai Hu in a duel? That's right, I didn't expect you to already know about this." He still answered casually. Meng Hang let out a long "oh" and took a few steps closer to Tuwu, reducing the distance between them to just a fist's width. In fact, Meng Hang wasn't short, standing at a solid 1.8 meters, but Tuwu was 1.9 meters tall. Standing together, Meng Hang appeared to have a much weaker presence. Tuwu looked down at Meng Hang from above, his face openly showing disdain. "What's wrong? Are you going to avenge him? If you want to fight, I'm always up for it. We can apply for a duel right now." Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. Meng Hang had not yet closed the third door of the 8 gates of Duanjia, and this casual slap carried immense weight. With that slap, Tuwu's entire face twisted, his features contorting together. Not only that, but the 1.9-meter tall figure was sent flying into the air by Meng Hang's slap, spinning like a top before crashing heavily into the bushes. Nice! What a slap, that felt so damn good. The crowd, who had been watching Meng Hang's movements, couldn't help but cheer. Today, they had felt incredibly stifled. It was their city's college entrance exam, yet 5 outsiders had taken the top 5 spots and openly mocked Yunshui City for having no one. Moreover, Tai Hu, this A-level genius, was unable to participate in the college entrance exam this year because of one of them. Although it was a fair fight, they still felt a surge of anger inside. However, they could only suppress this fury deep within their hearts, unable to vent it. In this world, strength reigns supreme. If you want to reclaim your honor, you must prove yourself through action. But if you lack the ability, you can only swallow your pride. Until now, Meng Hang's slap had released all the pent-up anger within them, making them feel completely unburdened. Zhao Sanpeng, standing nearby, helplessly covered his forehead, but the excitement in his eyes was undeniable. When the two first met, he had not intended to remind Meng Hang that this person was Tuwu, as the bigger picture mattered, and there was still a bone demon waiting on the other side. However, with that slap, he felt all the frustrations of the day dissipate completely. "Good, you little brat, keep it up and let them know the power of Yunshui City." In the end, Zhao Sanpeng no longer held back, cheering loudly for Meng Hang. Cough cough. After a while, 2 coughs came from the bushes, and Tuwu slowly walked out. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and a clear handprint was visible on his face. Tuwu trembled all over, his fists clenched tightly, trying to suppress the rage that was about to explode, and he shouted at Meng Hang, "Are you crazy? Don't you know that fighting during the college entrance examination period will get you disqualified? Oh, Menghang responded with a long oh. Hearing this, Tu-woo instinctively covered his face, as if afraid Menghang would slap him again. Menghang rolled his eyes and continued, "What does that have to do with me? I've already been disqualified." Upon hearing this, the bloodshot eyes of Tu-woo instantly sparkled with a glimmer of light, and he chuckled, "So, if I strike now, I won't be punished?" Menghang nodded expressionlessly and said, "In principle, yes." "Good, good, good, you little brat, just wait." Smack! Another loud slap echoed. Menghang casually stepped forward and instantly appeared 10 meters away in front of Tu-woo. Before he could finish his words, Menghang's slap sent him spinning through the air. Hiss! The outside world was filled with gasps of shock. Hiss, this Menghang kid is ruthless. Hasn't he heard that you shouldn't hit someone in the face? But, haha, I like it. Wow, how can this kid move like a ghost, covering such a distance in one step? Is this the legendary shrinking of the earth? Otherwise, how could he subdue a fourth-tier beast? His strength is truly terrifying. The sides of Tu-woo's face burned with pain, and he felt like he was going insane. Not only did you slap my face, but you also gave me a symmetrical one. He had always been high and mighty, used to tormenting others, and today he was slapped twice by a student from a small city. This was a blatant humiliation. I want you dead. Tu-woo, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly rose, his body instantly swelling into a 3-meter-tall giant. His muscular back rippled, taking on the appearance of a crying demon. With a sudden burst of power from his legs, the ground beneath him began to sink from the immense force. Tu-woo's massive body created a fierce wind that made Menghang's clothes flap wildly. His right leg, like a tree trunk, swept horizontally, aiming a kick at Menghang's temple. Menghang remained expressionless, hands in his pockets, and simply bent forward slightly to easily dodge this terrifying blow. Tu-woo's kick missed, and the immense force compressed the air, creating an air slash that shattered several nearby trees into pieces. It's not over yet. Seeing that his kick was so easily dodged by him, Tu-woo let out a loud roar, and his fists, as big as 2 sandpots, slammed straight towards Menghang's face, who had just lifted his head. Menghang still had his hands in his pockets, and as he watched the fists getting closer, he surprisingly stood still, seemingly intending to take the punch head-on. Get out of the way! Tai-Hu outside shouted anxiously, feeling that Menghang was being a bit too reckless. Tu-woo had unleashed the power behind his ghostly transformation, which he had personally experienced. That unmatched strength still left him trembling with fear. As the fists drew nearer, Menghang finally moved. However, instead of retreating to dodge the punch, he simply raised his right hand to meet the incoming fist. Compared to Tu-woo's fist after his transformation, Menghang's fist was like an egg compared to a basketball. Yet, this tiny fist managed to stop Tu-woo's punch, preventing him from advancing even a fraction. Bang! The shockwave from the collision of the two fists shattered trees within several meters around them. Trees, did I provoke you or what? Why am I always the one getting hurt? Tu-woo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Menghang. He couldn't believe that his full-force strike was so easily blocked by this kid. Tu-woo, looking almost insane, roared, "This is impossible." After shouting, his right arm swelled again, trying to crush Menghang's resistance in one blow. Unfortunately, despite his power increasing once more, Menghang stood his ground like a towering mountain, unmoving. Seeing that thick right arm, Menghang couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking, is this the legendary supreme skill that can only be mastered after 20 years of being single, the Qilin arm? Not wanting to waste any more time with him, Menghang exerted a slight force with his right hand, causing Tu-woo's face to contort in pain. It felt as if the bones in his right hand were about to be crushed, and the immense pain made Tu-woo involuntarily kneel slowly as he followed Menghang's descending hand. I say, brother, your muscles look quite intimidating, clearly you've had too much protein powder, all show and no go. Tu-woo couldn't care less about what he was saying. The immense pain made sweat pour down his forehead as he desperately struggled to pull his right hand free, but it remained completely still. Boring. Menghang shook his head and kicked Tu-woo in the chest. His giant-like body flew out instantly, soaring dozens of meters in the air before crashing heavily into the forest, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dusting off his hands, Menghang didn't check on Tu-woo's condition and continued towards the bone demon. Numb. Completely numb. The crowd outside fell into dead silence. Even the cheers for Menghang had vanished. Everyone gaped, staring blankly at the battle in the arena, including Zhao Sanpang. How could such terrifying power erupt from such a small body? Lu Zhaoliang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Watching this battle made his heart race, feeling as if it might leap out of his chest. After a pause, he asked Zhao Sanpang, City Lord, you are well informed, do you think there's a possibility? I'm only saying it's a possibility, but this Menghang in front of us is a 5th-tier transformed demon beast, Otherwise, I really can't understand how he, not being a power-type ability user, could exert such immense strength. Zhao Sanpang shot him an annoyed glance and said, why not wait until he comes out and ask him? Lu Zhaoliang recalled Meng Hang's terrifying kick from earlier and quickly shook his head like a rattledrum. The bone demon continued to walk aimlessly forward, having absorbed an unknown amount of blood, its entire skeleton covered by a thin layer of flesh. At that moment, its hollow gaze turned towards the distance, and the massive bone knife slowly lifted. Nguyen hummed Meng Hang's Son Yu, my deskmate, as she walked, feeling both happy and angry. Ever since that farewell meeting, that scoundrel hasn't contacted her at all. Originally, Nguyen thought she would see Meng Hang today, but with the college entrance exams almost over, she hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. Lost in her thoughts, Nguyen suddenly halted, her heart racing as she looked in terror at something not far away. Seeing the nearly 10-meter-tall skeletal figure, she felt a chill run down her spine. She wanted to turn and run, but her legs felt weak, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. Watching the bone monster raise its bone knife towards her, Nguyen shut her eyes in fear and shouted, Meng Hang, save me. She instinctively called out his name. But she knew there was no such coincidence in the world. Meng Hang wasn't her Prince Charming who would appear at the critical moment. Disheartened, she closed her eyes, waiting for death. Just at that moment, she seemed to really hear Meng Hang's voice coming from beside her. Would release, Flower Tree World descends. Is that Meng Hang's voice? Impossible, it must be a hallucination because I'm too nervous. Nguyen thought bitterly. After a moment, she realized she was still standing safely in place, which made her slowly open her eyes in confusion. In front of her stood a figure. Although this figure wasn't particularly strong, at that moment, it felt incredibly tall to Nguyen, bringing her immense comfort. Meng Hang? I can't be dreaming, right? Nguyen asked, somewhat incredulously. Yes, you are dreaming. This place is very dangerous. You should leave quickly and go dream somewhere else. Meng Hang teased lightly, but his eyes never left the bone monster. Moments earlier, when he arrived here following Zhao Sanpan's guidance, he had just seen the bone monster swinging its knife at Nguyen. What is this girl doing here? Meng Hang's expression changed drastically, and he quickly formed hand seals, using the wood release, Flower Tree World descends technique. Countless thick vines burst from the ground beneath the bone monster, climbing up its body and tightly wrapping around its arms, narrowly blocking the knife. In an instant, the bone monster was bound up like a zongzi. Nguyen widened her eyes, looking incredulously at the bone monster wrapped in vines, and asked Meng Hang, did you save me? Meng Hang nodded as if it were the most natural thing. Who else could it be? But aren't you an awakened eye technique ability user? What kind of ability are these vines? Oh, I awakened a second time. Meng Hang said casually. Nguyen looked bewildered. A second awakening was extremely rare, so why did it sound so simple coming from him? The onlookers outside were also excitedly discussing the scene. Wow, this kid turns out to be a wood-type ability user. How come I've never seen him use this move before? The key point is that wood-type abilities aren't healing abilities, so what is this massive vine? Maybe it's mutated. After all, we don't understand the world of geniuses. But wait, my son is in the same school as him. How come I heard he awakened an E-level eye technique ability? What kind of freak is this? Is there anything he can't do? His strength completely crushes strength-type ability users, and his speed is comparable to speed-type. Now he's even using wood-type. I'm already numb. Even if he uses all 5 elemental abilities, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, I'm not surprised anymore. Zhao Sanpang was also in a daze. He understood Meng Hang better than anyone present, and because of that, he was even more shocked. When did this kid awaken wood-type abilities again? The vines he summoned are already impressive, but what the hell is this vine as thick as a barrel? What he didn't know was that Meng Hang, in his haste, only wanted to entangle the bone demon, so he summoned the vines based solely on the size of the bone demon. As long as Meng Hang, who possessed the cells of Hashirama, was willing, summoning vines several times larger would be a piece of cake. A growing ocular technique, this mutated wood-type ability, alright, and that outrageous space-type ability. Hiss! Zhao Sanpang felt a chill run down his spine, as if a tremendous monster had emerged from Yunshui City. Perhaps the troubles of the demon race might one day be resolved by his hands. Zhao Sanpang thought whimsically. The bone demon's eyes flickered with ghostly fire, struggling to break free from the vines wrapped around it. However, the thick vines were incredibly sturdy, and no matter how hard it tried, it was futile. At that moment, the ghostly green fire in its eyes surged, enveloping its entire body in this eerie green flame. Ow! The bone demon howled at the sky, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered the vines, binding it inch by inch. It also directly pulverized the trees within dozens of meters around it, and even the nearby demon beasts and students who had wandered in were not spared. Seeing this scene, Meng Hang quickly pulled Nuayun back. Nuayun weakly allowed Meng Hang to drag her away. Watching the scene before her, with wood chips flying like the end of the world, she felt completely limp, her face exceptionally pale. How could such a terrifying monster possibly be dealt with by the two of them? Just barely dodging this horrific blow, Meng Hang threw her to the ground and said, "Hurry and run, if it really comes to a fight, I won't have the energy to take care of you." Nuayun, lying on the ground, looked at Meng Hang in disbelief and asked, "You're going to deal with it? Are you crazy? That's a 5th-tier bone demon. Even the city lord couldn't handle it, let alone you, a senior high school student. Nuayun, hurry and leave. Don't hinder Meng Hang from taking action." At that moment, a stern voice from Zhao Sanpang echoed from the scorekeeper on Meng Hang's wrist. City lord? How could you two? Enough with the nonsense, hurry and leave." Nuayun opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but ultimately held her tongue. Suppressing her fear, she slowly stood up, glanced worriedly at Meng Hang, and quickly fled backward. At this point, the bone demon had already broken free from the vine's restraints, and a hint of coldness emanated from its vacant eyes. With a single step, it directly appeared in front of Meng Hang. Previously, everyone had seen the bone demon moving forward at a leisurely pace on the display screen, and no one expected its speed to be so fast. The bone demon raised its massive bone knife and instantly swung it down. The air around the blade began to distort, as if this strike could tear apart space itself. Nuayun, who was fleeing, couldn't let go of Meng Hang, glancing back 3 times, just in time to witness this scene, her expression changing dramatically. "Meng Hang, get out of the way." The onlookers, fully focused on the battle, were now breaking out in cold sweat. Some could no longer bear to watch and covered their eyes. Only Zhao Sanpang's expression remained unchanged, even showing a glimmer of excitement. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over, as if anticipating something. "Come on, quickly use that move." Ever since witnessing Meng Hang's Susanoo towering 100 meters high that day, although he hadn't said anything on the surface, he yearned to see that scene again in his lifetime. What ability user doesn't crave immense power? Wood release, wood dragon technique. Meng Hang's expression remained unchanged as he quickly formed hand seals, and a massive wood dragon instantly took shape, soaring into the sky and biting down on the rapidly descending bone knife. The dragon's mouth firmly clamped onto the bone knife, its body coiling around the bone demon. At that moment, as the bone demon was entangled by the wood dragon, the 2 balls of ghost fire in its eye sockets strangely dimmed a few degrees. The originally ordinary white bones could become bone demons simply because they had absorbed the spiritual energy from ancient battlefields over countless years, combined with the nourishment of blood, which allowed them to resurrect. The resurrected bone demon had no memories of its past, it was entirely a new life. The ghostly fire in its eyes was the mental energy produced after absorbing spiritual energy, and it was the foundation of its resurrection. At this moment, the ghostly fire in its eyes was fading, indicating that its mental energy was depleting. This was one of the terrifying aspects of Senju Hashirama's wood dragon technique. As long as one was entangled by the wood dragon, it could absorb the opponent's chakra. However, after Meng Hang used this technique, the absorption of chakra turned into the absorption of mental energy. The bone demon, now with a budding intelligence, sensed the crisis and realized that if this continued, it would likely dissipate again, so it dared not let the wood dragon absorb any further. Its entire body was engulfed in a ghostly green fire, and in the next moment, countless massive bone spikes erupted from its body. The sudden appearance of these dense bone spikes instantly pierced the wood dragon, leaving it riddled with holes. Seizing this opportunity, the bone demon freed its hands and forcefully tore the wood dragon in half. Seeing his wood dragon technique being so easily countered, Meng Hang remained unfazed. Instead, he watched the scene with great interest. TSK, as expected of a 5th-tier bone demon, it actually managed to break my wood dragon technique that utilized 30% of the power of the Senju cells. After finally getting a chance to unleash a powerful technique, Meng Hang wanted to try all the legendary ninjutsu derived from the Senju cells. So he only used 30% of his power, fearing that a stronger attack might instantly defeat the bone demon. Then let me show you something even more impressive. With that, Meng Hang's expression turned serious, and he quickly formed hand seals again. Here it comes! Here it comes! Seeing Meng Hang assume a stance to unleash a big move, Zhao Sanpang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his whole body trembling violently. Lu Zhaoliang, noticing his unusual behavior, turned pale and shouted, "Not good, the city lord is having a seizure. Quick, find a stick to put in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue." After shouting, he didn't forget to hug Zhao Sanpang tightly. "Zhao Sanpang? You idiot, when have I ever had a seizure?" He broke free from Lu Zhaoliang, his face dark as he said, "Get lost, I'm just excited. Hurry and look at the big screen, you're about to witness an unforgettable scene." Would release, would human technique. Everyone saw a cloud of dust suddenly rise from where Manhang stood, and the scene that followed nearly made their eyes pop out. They saw a massive, stout figure, with fierce eyes and a giant dragon coiling around it, rising from the ground like a colossal Buddha. This giant Buddha stood nearly 50 meters tall, towering into the clouds, and the originally huge bone demon seemed like a toy in its presence. At this moment, Manhang stood atop the Buddha's head, steady as an old dog, looking down at the bone demon below. What the? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What the hell is this? Don't tell me this is a giant Buddha transformed from wood-type abilities. Unreasonable, unreasonable, how can a wood-type support ability be so overpowered in his hands? What level is this kid at? Even the mental energy of a transcendent level expert might not be able to support such a massive Buddha. Secret technique, it must be another secret technique. You're being too polite, just say he's cheating. Ordinary cheating is no longer enough to describe him, this is true divine cheating. Zhao Sanpang, terrified, pointed at the giant Buddha on the screen, his mouth opening and closing, glancing between the big screen and the crowd, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound. The crowd looked at their seemingly dazed city lord, feeling somewhat helpless. Just a moment ago, he was the one reminding them that they would soon witness an unforgettable scene, yet now he seemed even more shocked than they were. Little did everyone know that Zhao Sanpang had thought Manhang would summon a 100-meter-tall Susanoo, but who would have thought this kid actually had another trump card? Looking at the gigantic wooden Buddha, Zhao Sanpang felt like crying without tears. Mom, I want to go home, this world is too crazy. What the hell is that? The students on the ancient battlefield looked in horror at the distant wooden Buddha, unable to help but exclaim. The Buddha's body was so enormous that even the sun-blocking forest could not conceal its terrifying form. Monster! Monster! A monster has appeared on the ancient battlefield, run! The candidates were horrified and fled towards the edge of the city, forgetting all about the exam. Manhang stood atop the Buddha's head, giving a sly smile to the bone demon below. I wonder if you've heard of a palm technique that descends from the heavens. The bone demon tilted its head, unsure if it had heard Manhang speak. Manhang didn't care whether it heard or not and controlled the Buddha to raise its hand. As the massive palm lifted, a large shadow appeared on the ground. The palm, blocking the sun, came crashing down, creating a wind pressure that made the entire forest rustle. Boom! The Buddha's palm struck the bone demon, producing a deafening sound that made the ground tremble. When the palm was lifted, a large area of the forest had already vanished. If someone looked down from above, they would see that the vanished forest was a giant palm print. The bone demon struggled to crawl out from the ground, its body covered in countless cracks, and with every movement, bone fragments fell from it. The ghostly fire in its eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. It realized it was no match for the giant Buddha and turned to flee. Its limited intelligence told it that if it could escape from this monster and then devour all the creatures in this space, it could not only recover from its injuries but also significantly enhance its strength. Seeing the bone demon turn to run, Manhang raised an eyebrow and sneered, the monkey still wants to escape from the Buddha's five-fingered mountain. With that, the Buddha's hands moved in unison, alternately smashing down towards the bone demon. Boom! 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 It sounded like thunder, echoing throughout the ancient battlefield. The ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Some students stumbled underfoot, murmuring in confusion, is this an earthquake? It was unclear how much time had passed, but the ground stopped shaking, and the deafening roar gradually faded. Everyone outside was petrified, staring blankly at the big screen. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters beneath the Buddha's feet had been smashed down several meters, and the bone demon's figure had long since vanished, leaving not even a trace of ash. Is this something a human can do? At that moment, everyone in the crowd had this question in their minds. Glancing at the gleaming 25,000 points in the slaughter shop, Manhang knew the bone demon had indeed been dealt with by him. Without caring about the surprise of the large sum of points, he hurriedly controlled the Buddha to lower himself to the ground. He estimated that with the system's unreliability, who knew when the effectiveness of the Hashirama cells would wear off? If it were like last time, when he fell from the sky, there would be nowhere to cry, as there was no expert around to catch him. Sure enough, he was right. As soon as Manhang's feet touched the ground, a wave of weakness surged over him, and his legs went soft, causing him to collapse to the ground. At the same time, the Buddha vanished from the spot. Manhang lay helplessly on the ground, feeling the dual exhaustion of physical and mental energy, and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Having a cheat is great for a moment, but then it's the crematorium. Adhering to the principle of saving whenever possible, Manhang resolutely refused to use his recovery potion. Anyway, apart from himself, everything that was breathing nearby was either absorbed by the bone demon or had long since fled far away. Meng Hang wasn't afraid of any demon beast sneaking up on him now, he was just taking this opportunity to swindle Zhao Sanpang one more time. Before long, the exam's end time arrived, and all the candidates from the ancient battlefield were teleported out. The teleportation array shimmered, and the candidates returned to the outside world. Countless candidates looked around in confusion, and after confirming they had really made it out, they collapsed weakly to the ground, with some girls even covering their faces and crying. Dad, you have no idea, just now a giant Buddha appeared inside, dozens of meters tall. You don't know how terrifying it was, and you don't know who it was attacking. It shook the entire ancient battlefield. Just pray, you almost didn't get to see your son. Some students, on the verge of tears, vividly described the terrifying scene to their parents, but their eyes couldn't hide the fear. The middle-aged man, whom he called Dad, listened in silence to his son's description, his forehead veins bulging. Thinking of Meng Hang's bravery standing on the giant Buddha, and then looking at his cowardly son, he couldn't help but slap his son's head. Look at you, so cowardly. Why don't you learn from Meng Hang? He pointed in Meng Hang's direction. The student glanced at Meng Hang, who was slumped on the ground, and immediately shouted in indignation, Dad, why are you turning your elbow out? Look, he's so scared he can't get up, and at least I can still stand here. Middle-aged man. Seeing Meng Hang collapsed on the ground, Zhao Sanpang hurried over to check on him. At this moment, he didn't care about feeling sorry. He pulled out the recovery liquid in the Bai Ying Dan from his spatial ring and stuffed them into Meng Hang's hands. Xiao Meng, are you okay? Do you think these are enough to heal the damage from the secret technique? If it's still not enough, I'll spend all my savings to buy you a recovery pill. Meng Hang stared blankly at the pile of things in his arms, feeling that the sun had risen from the west today. The usually stingy Iron Rooster was surprisingly generous today. Following the principle of not passing up a good deal, he accepted everything and stored it in his storage space. After downing 2 bottles of recovery liquid and 1 Bai Ying Dan, he felt his mental state improve significantly. He dusted himself off, stood up, and patted the somewhat dazed Zhao Sanpang on the shoulder, saying, I told you, it's still you, old Zhao, who's generous. I won't stand on ceremony, I'll take these. Zhao Sanpang's face turned red, looking worse than if he had eaten a dead fly. At this moment, he still didn't realize that this kid had been pretending all along, talking about selflessness, about not going to hell if he didn't, and about secret techniques consuming vitality. All of it was nonsense. But after all, Meng Hang had saved so many students and helped him a great deal. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't ask for it back. The most important thing was that he thought he couldn't beat Meng Hang. Just as Meng Hang and Zhao Sanpang were chatting away, suddenly his vision went dark, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Feeling the softness coming from ahead, Meng Hang was momentarily stunned. Am I being taken advantage of? He was a gentleman. Taking advantage of him came at a different price. He quickly broke free from the embrace and saw that it was actually Nua Yun, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. Meng Hang, I won't allow you to take risks for me in the future. Zhao Sanpang? Meng Hang? The two were both bewildered. This young lady had too much imagination. Clearly, it was to save all the candidates. How did it turn into something for her? The 5 people from the imperial capital also looked somewhat disheveled at this moment, exchanging glances and seeing shock in each other's eyes. Even from their perspective, they had no idea where that giant Buddha came from. Hua Qiu straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes from running away and returned to a calm demeanor. When his gaze fell on Tu Wu's face, he was first taken aback, then his expression darkened. At this moment, Tu Wu had already changed into a new outfit, and his injuries had mostly healed thanks to medicinal pills. However, the 2 handprints on his cheeks were still very conspicuous. Among the 5, a boy named Song Lu chuckled and asked, What happened to those 2 handprints on your face? How dare someone slap our young master too? Could it be that the few slaps from that giant Buddha just now landed on you? Hearing this, the others laughed along. Only Hua Qiu did not laugh. His face was as cold as frost as he asked, What happened to your face? Since the 5 of them had taken the spot in Yunshui City, they were not just representing themselves but also the imperial capital and their families. If they embarrassed themselves here, no one would say what would happen to that person. Instead, they would say that the students from the imperial capital were just like that. Therefore, he could not allow anyone among the 5 to do something disgraceful. Hua Xiao, I was outmatched, there's nothing more to say. As soon as the 4 heard this, they immediately stopped laughing and looked at him in surprise. Tu Wu was the strongest among the 5, aside from Hua Qiu, and in terms of pure strength Hua Qiu could not match him. Usually arrogant and conceited, Tu Wu was now admitting that he was outmatched. What, the opponent is a speed type, and you couldn't touch him? Tu Wu frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not entirely. This left the other 4 puzzled. If it was yes, it was yes. If it was no, it was no. What did not entirely mean? He completely crushed me in terms of strength. Tu Wu continued. But you are an A-level power-type ability user at the initial stage. How could someone completely crush you in strength? Is there another S-level power-type person in this small Yunchue city besides Lin Luoxue? Someone nearby asked in surprise. Tu Wu shook his head again. Not entirely. Now the other four couldn't hold back any longer and impatiently asked, you said he wasn't entirely a speed type, and when we asked if he was a power type, you also said not entirely. You can't even tell what kind of ability he has, can you? Tu Wu forced a bitter smile, his face full of helplessness. You guessed it right, in terms of speed, I feel he is even faster than an A-level speed type ability user, and in terms of strength, he crushes me, an A-level power type. I feel. He thought for a moment about how to phrase it and continued. I feel he has no weaknesses in martial arts, he's strong to the point of despair. No way, is it that exaggerated? Are you just exaggerating because you can't beat him, trying to cover up the fact that you were humiliated? Song Lu said skeptically. Upon hearing this, Tu Wu immediately flew into a rage. You're talking nonsense, losing is losing. I wouldn't stoop to making excuses for my pride. After hearing Tu Wu's words, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest in his eyes. Regardless of whether it's true or not, we must reclaim our honor. If our family finds out that we were defeated by a student from a small city, it will affect our standing in the family. The others nodded in agreement. Tu Wu, who defeated you? Tu Wu pointed to Meng Hang, who was surrounded by a crowd. It's him. Glancing at Meng Hang, who was chatting with Zhao Sanpang with a smug expression, Hua Qiu instinctively frowned. He could not see what was so extraordinary about this person. 5 people squeezed into the crowd and approached Meng Hang. Hua Qiu extended his hand towards Meng Hang and said, Hello, Meng Hang, my name is Hua Qiu, and I come from the imperial capital. Meng Hang was taken aback, not expecting someone from the imperial capital to seek him out. Could it be that he's here to help that slick-haired guy regain his honor? He thought, but seeing Hua Qiu's hand raised in the air, he decided to shake hands, believing that one should not refuse a smiling face. Hello, I'm Meng Hang. However, as their hands clasped, Hua Qiu's previously smiling demeanor suddenly shifted, and he exerted force with his right hand. Feeling the immense strength transmitted through their handshake, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, secretly sighing that he was indeed here to reclaim something. Not wanting to let him have the upper hand, Meng Hang also exerted force. Although both were at the initial stage of the empty realm, Meng Hang was confident that even without activating the 8 gates of Duanjia, he could overpower this young man. After all, the attribute bonuses from his SS ability, combined with the attribute points from task rewards, meant that if he couldn't win decisively, he might as well find a block of tofu to throw himself against. Just as Meng Hang exerted his strength, Hua Qiu's smile froze, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans trickled down his forehead. This kid has such great strength. He thought in shock, quickly withdrawing his hand and pretending to casually pocket it. If someone had looked closely, they would have noticed that Hua Qiu's hand had turned pale from the pressure. Although he had suffered a hidden loss in strength, Hua Qiu didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he wasn't a power-type ability user, and strength wasn't his strong suit. Meng Hang noticed his expression and secretly smiled, feigning curiosity as he asked, I wonder what brings you, Hua classmate? Hua Qiu replied with a serious expression, you can't just let the fact that you beat Tu Wu go unpunished. But he also beat our Taihu, Meng Hang retorted, unwilling to back down. That's different, Hua Qiu replied matter-of-factly. This statement immediately ignited the public's outrage, and they began to curse loudly. What do you mean it's different? Are you noble young masters from the imperial capital human, while we common folks are not? If you're so noble, how can you still have the audacity to snatch spots meant for us commoners? The crowd erupted in curses, and the 5 from the imperial capital quickly became the targets of everyone's ire. Facing the insults directed at him, Hua Qiu's expression remained unchanged, as if the people cursing him were not even in the same world as him, so he felt no need to pay them any mind. Oh, so what do you want? Meng Hang asked with a half-smile. Let's have a match. If you lose, you will kneel and apologize to Tu Wu. Is it really necessary to be so extreme? Meng Hang asked coldly. You don't have to kneel, instead, let everyone here kneel for you. And what if you lose? Meng Hang countered, suppressing his inner anger. I will never lose. Such bravado. This made Meng Hang laugh. Even he, who was hanging on the wall, wouldn't dare say such a thing. He wondered if it was the courage given to him by Liang Jingru. Don't speak so absolutely, nothing in this world is certain. Let's make it clear then, Hua Qiu replied without changing his expression. If I lose, I will also kneel and apologize to you. Alright, it's a pleasant decision. Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the crowd had already stopped cursing the 5 and were now looking at the 2 with strange expressions. To be precise, they were looking at Hua Qiu. He actually dares to challenge that little freak Meng Hang. It seems he doesn't know that the big Buddha is. Shut up and just watch the show. In the crowd, someone wanted to say that the great Buddha was summoned by Meng Hang, but was promptly stopped by the person next to him. The person suddenly realized, smiled with a hint of schadenfreude, and stopped talking. The five from the capital felt something was off. Instead of getting angry at the content of the bet, everyone looked at them strangely. Their gazes seemed to contain pity, relief, and even a bit of schadenfreude. Ruansu hesitated for a moment and whispered to Hua Qiu, "Hua Xiao, I feel like their looks at us are a bit strange. Why don't we just let this go?" Hua Qiu shook his head and said firmly, "We can't let it go." He was the leader of the other four, and if he couldn't handle this small matter, it would only make his already awkward position in the family even more uncomfortable. So today, he had to win, and he had to win beautifully, showcasing the strength of the Hua family's descendants. The two stood facing each other, and the surrounding crowd instinctively formed a circle around them, stepping back. They retreated nearly 30 meters before stopping. Looking at this distance, some still felt uneasy and said to those around them, "I still don't feel secure at this distance. If that kid gets anxious and pulls out that move, won't we all be doomed?" The others recalled the terrifying scene of the great Buddha crushing the bone demon and nodded in fear, retreating another few dozen meters. Alright, if we keep backing up, we won't see anything. That kid knows what he's doing, he wouldn't use that move in front of so many people. Seeing the crowd wanting to retreat further, Zhao Sanpang helplessly stopped them. The remaining four from the capital were confused as they followed the crowd back several meters, not understanding why they needed to be so cautious just to watch a match, not a life and death struggle. "Start!" Zhao Sanpang shouted from a distance. "Sharingan, activate!" Looking at the mysterious runes in Meng Hang's crimson eyes, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, "Are you a user of ocular abilities? I can crush Tu Wu in terms of power. I thought you were a physical enhancement type." Meng Hang chuckled. "You don't know much yet." With that, he stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Hua Qiu. So fast. Hua Qiu's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. He finally understood why Tu Wu said this person's speed was comparable to that of a speed-type ability user. As Meng Hang approached, he sneered and threw a punch straight at Hua Qiu's face. Facing the imminent attack, Hua Qiu remained calm, a mocking smile on his face. The next second, Meng Hang stood there dumbfounded, his outstretched fist frozen in midair. In front of him, apart from the air, there was no trace of Hua Qiu. How is this possible? Meng Hang's eyes glazed over as he muttered in disbelief. He knew that Hua Qiu disappearing before his eyes was not something that could be achieved merely by speed, it was a skill akin to teleportation. In fact, Meng Hang was right, Hua Qiu's ability was indeed similar to teleportation under certain circumstances. As long as there was a living being nearby, he could switch their positions at will. His disappearance before Meng Hang's eyes was the activation of this ability, swapping their positions, which appeared to Meng Hang as if he had teleported. "Behind you!" Someone in the crowd shouted anxiously. Hearing the warning, Meng Hang's face changed dramatically, realizing something was wrong. He exerted force with his feet, trying to create distance between them. Unfortunately, it was too late, a sharp long sword was already pressed against his neck. He could even feel the chilling aura emanating from the sword, and he had no doubt that if the person behind him truly intended to kill, his head would already be on the ground. Such a perverse ability is only classified as an S-level ability? Meng Hang said bitterly without turning his head. The frog at the bottom of the well, the terror of S-class abilities is something a person like you cannot comprehend. Is this all the ability you have? I'm truly disappointed. I don't know how that waste, Tu Wu, could have lost to you. Hua Qiu's calm yet disdainful voice rang out behind Meng Hang. The outcome is decided, admit defeat. Meng Hang retracted his right arm, keeping his head down and standing still, not responding to him. Hua Qiu frowned and pressed the blade of his sword against Meng Hang's neck. The sharp blade cut a gash into his neck, and bright red blood flowed out. What, you want to play dirty? Meng Hang still kept his head down and did not reply, his shoulders trembling as if he were crying or perhaps in fear. You say I lost? A strange laughter escaped from Meng Hang's mouth. Although his expression was hidden, the chilling laughter alone made Hua Qiu's hair stand on end. Could this kid be mentally unstable? Or is he unable to accept the fact that he lost and has gone mad on the spot? Hua Qiu thought to himself, choosing not to engage with Meng Hang any longer, and turned to look at Zhao Sanpang. He believed that Zhao Sanpang, as the lord of a city, would not show favoritism in such matters. City Lord Zhao, this match is mine. His words were abruptly cut off. Hua Qiu was astonished to find Zhao Sanpang in the distance staring at him with a sinister expression, as if he wanted to devour him. Looking around, he was horrified to discover that at some point, the onlookers had stopped discussing and were all glaring at him with malevolence. Even his 4 companions were no exception. What do you want? At that moment, Hua Qiu was truly panicking, trembling as he questioned the crowd while backing away. He. The eerie laughter echoed back and forth among the crowd. Tu Wu, Ruan Air, what's wrong with you? He shouted the names of his companions in terror, trying to bring them back to normal. However, it was of no use. They continued to glare at him with the same sinister expressions as the others. What Hua Qiu did not notice was that the once bright sky had turned dark and gloomy. The eyes of the crowd surrounding him glowed with a blood-red light. You say he lost? You say he lost? You say he... The crowd slowly closed in on him, their chilling voices rising and falling. An ominous and strange aura emanated from the crowd, enveloping Hua Qiu. He could no longer withstand the terrifying atmosphere and collapsed to the ground, fearfully looking around. I lost, please don't come any closer. Ruan Su watched as Meng Hang confidently approached her beloved, while Hua Qiu stood frozen in place, and she understood that he must have fallen victim to a mental type ability. With a look of urgency, she wanted to speak up. Just as she opened her mouth, a cold voice came from not far away. What do you want? Ruan Su turned to see Zhao Sanpang coldly staring at her. She snorted softly. The citizens of Yunshui City feared him, but she did not care about a mere city lord and was determined to continue her warning. Seeing the young girl ignore his warning, Zhao Sanpang's expression turned icy, and a pressure belonging to the U-level surged forth. Feeling this pressure, Ruan Su's face turned pale, but she still refused to back down, questioning sharply. What do you want? I am the precious jewel of the Ruan family in the imperial capital. How dare a small city lord of Yunshui threaten me? A cold glint flashed in Zhao Sanpang's eyes. If it weren't for the little girl in front of him, he would have slapped her. Little girl, I warn you, I don't care who you are. In Yunshui City, I, Zhao Sanpang, am the boss. If you dare to say another word, I'll sew your mouth shut today. You. Ruan Su's eyes brimmed with tears as she pointed at Zhao Sanpang, but she didn't dare to utter a single word. Meng Hang walked over to Hua Qiu's side, the 6-pointed star in his Sharingan still spinning slightly. At that moment, everyone saw Hua Qiu, who had been standing still, suddenly sit down in terror, loudly shouting that he conceded, leaving the onlookers puzzled. What's going on? How did he lose without even fighting? Who knows? Could it be that Meng Hang's overwhelming aura scared the so-called young Master Hua from the capital into submission? Tai, who had been paying attention to the situation in the arena, and upon seeing this scene, a glimmer of intrigue appeared in his eyes. Others didn't know what was happening, but he did, because when he had fought Meng Hang, he had unknowingly fallen for it too. Stop guessing, he fell for an illusion technique, Tai, who explained to the crowd. Illusion technique? No way, when did Meng Hang learn illusion techniques? Is there anything he can't do? He's still young. Just now I said I wouldn't be surprised if he awakened all 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Seeing Hua Qiu concede, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction and dispelled the illusion. Hua Qiu felt that after he shouted his concession, the dark environment became clear again, and even the eerie crowd began to chatter excitedly. This is. As his pupils gradually focused, Hua Qiu's gaze became clear. Looking around again, even he, no matter how foolish, understood that he had just fallen for an illusion. Seeing himself in such an embarrassing situation, he quickly got up, his face dark as he glared at Meng Hang. Alright, I underestimated you. Let's keep the green mountains unchanged and the flowing waters everlasting. We'll have a chance to spar again in the future. With that, he turned to leave. Wait a minute. Meng Hang's calm voice sounded from behind. Hua Qiu paused, turned around, and gritted his teeth, asking, I've already conceded, what more do you want? Meng Hang dug in his ear and blew on it before looking at him and continuing, I say, young Master Hua, is it your memory that's poor or mine? Have you forgotten our bet so soon? At this moment, Hua Qiu's face was so dark it could drip water, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Meng Hang, give me some face, let's end this here. I, Hua Qiu, owe you a favor. What if I say no? Hearing this, a murderous intent surged in Hua Qiu's eyes. I am the second young master of the Hua family in the capital. You better think carefully about whether you can survive after I kneel. Ding! System activated. Spare Hua Qiu, reward +5 strength points. Insist on making Hua Qiu kneel, no reward. Ha! Meng Hang thought only these 2 words could express his attitude towards the system at that moment. Although he felt disdain in his heart, his expression changed rapidly. What? You are actually a young master of the Hua family. I was blind and didn't recognize you, young Master Hua. Ding! Mission completed. Reward host +5 strength points. System, buddy, are you just here to exploit bugs with me? Seeing Meng Heng's surprised expression, Huaqiu showed a hint of pride, but unexpectedly, Meng Heng changed his tone and said lightly, "Today, even if you are the king of heaven, you still have to kneel. You brat! You're playing me!" Huaqiu's face turned red from Meng Heng's unpredictable expressions, but he had nowhere to vent his frustration. "I just can't stand rich second-generation kids like you. You have the ability to cause trouble but not to settle it. What were you thinking when you provoked me?" At that moment, Ruansu ran over from a distance, standing in front of Huaqiu, looking disdainfully at Meng Heng. "Kid, don't push your luck. The wrath of the Ruan and Hua families is not something a student from Yunshui City can withstand. And even if you're not afraid, you wouldn't want your family to mysteriously disappear, would you? This is bad." Hearing Ruansu's threat, Zhao Sanpan's expression changed drastically. He had thoroughly understood Meng Heng's family situation and knew that he was an orphan. Threatening him with his parents was like touching a sore spot. Just as Zhao Sanpang expected, Meng Heng's previously lazy expression instantly turned ferocious. A palpable killing intent poured from his eyes, enveloping the girl before him. "You're asking for death." The demon blade, Thousand Edges, appeared in Meng Heng's hand in an instant, slashing directly at Ruansu's neck. No one expected Meng Heng to be so decisive, to act without hesitation, so no one reacted in time to stop him. Except for Zhao Sanpang, who had been observing Meng Heng's every move since Ruansu's words. As Meng Heng drew his blade, he vanished from sight. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Zhao Sanpang's long sword barely blocked the strike aimed at Ruansu's neck. A blood-red cut appeared on her fair, delicate neck. "Kid, give me some face, don't argue with a young girl." Zhao Sanpang smiled bitterly. Meng Heng didn't know about the Ruan family, but he did. If the Ruan family's precious jewel were to die here, it would lead to immense trouble. Ruanxiu stood frozen in place, a sharp liquid flowing from between her legs. The tangible killing intent and the pain in her neck made her realize that Meng Heng truly intended to kill her just now. She didn't respond to Zhao Sanpang but instead coldly looked at Huaqiu behind her. At this moment, Huaqiu was also drenched in cold sweat. Although the killing intent wasn't directed at him, the released pressure still terrified him. Seeing Meng Heng glance at him again, he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, and forced himself to say, "Meng Heng, show some mercy. Why didn't you say that when you made everyone kneel just now? Are you kneeling or not?" The fourth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia opened, and green energy surged around Meng Heng like flames, making him appear as fierce as a wrathful deity. The killing intent mixed with the immense pressure from the fourth gate formed an invisible dagger that stabbed fiercely at Huaqiu's heart. At that moment, Huaqiu's face turned paler than a corpse that had been dead for days. In his eyes, Meng Heng resembled a 5th-tier great demon, ready to devour him. His legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Ruanxiu in front of him couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure either and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Seeing his goal achieved, Meng Heng finally retracted the 8 gates of Duanjia, and the suffocating pressure in the arena instantly vanished. Zhao Sanpang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling immensely relieved. Just now, under Meng Heng's pressure, he felt like a small boat in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Fortunately, Meng Heng withdrew in time, otherwise, he would have to kneel too. "Get lost," Meng Heng said coldly before turning to leave. The onlookers had long been frightened into silence by his aura. As Meng Heng walked by, they quickly parted to let him through. Once Meng Heng was far away, Tu Wu and the others mustered their courage to help the two who had collapsed and quickly left the scene. Today had already been embarrassing enough. They didn't want to stay and be ridiculed further. Watching the hatred and unwillingness in the eyes of the 5 departing, Zhao Sanpang shook his head helplessly. "Kid, you've stirred up a hornet's nest." But then, thinking of his terrifying strength, he couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. If those families really dare to provoke Meng Heng, in the end, who will be the unlucky one is still uncertain. Alright, the main character has left, the excitement is over, everyone hurry up and disperse. The crowd quickly scattered like birds and beasts. The shock Meng Heng had given them was simply too great, and they had no desire to stay any longer. Back home, Meng Heng didn't even take a shower and just lay down on the bed. In the mountains, one had to remain vigilant at all times. Even while sleeping, he hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. Coupled with 3 battles today, although he had the replenishment from the spirit recovery liquid, that feeling of exhaustion couldn't be recovered instantly. If the sky falls, I'll deal with it tomorrow. With that thought, he buried his head and fell asleep. A night passed without incident. When Meng Heng opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. He got up, washed up, hastily ate a meal, and then eagerly sat down. "Brother Tonzi, open the killing shop. Love you walking alone in the dark alley, love you not kneeling." The system's unrestrained and bold voice echoed in Meng Heng's mind. A string of black lines appeared on Meng Heng's forehead. It seemed this system was quite trendy, even singing this elementary school hit. Opening the killing shop, 25,000 points suddenly appeared before his eyes, making his eyes shine with excitement. However, after a while, the excitement on Meng Hang's face vanished completely. While 25,000 points was a lot, it was still far from enough compared to what he wanted to exchange. Whether it was the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan or the long-desired Hashirama cells, both required 50,000 points. His current points were practically useless. After hesitating for a moment, he first spent 2,000 points to exchange for the shadow clone technique. Meng Hang had been eyeing this skill for a long time. As long as one's mental strength was strong, countless clones could be created. After browsing for a while, a ninjutsu caught his attention. After reading the skill introduction, Meng Hang's whole body began to tremble with excitement. Summoning technique, can summon the Ninetales, requires points, 3,000 points. What the hell, I can summon the Ninetales for just 3,000 points. Meng Hang was shocked. The Ninetales was a powerful existence in the original work, and even in the later stages when everything was overpowered, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Buddy, don't blame me for not reminding you this time. The strength of the summoned Ninetales is related to your mental strength. But fortunately, although you are only at the initial stage of the empty realm, your mental strength is comparable to the initial stage of the universe realm, so you can currently summon a Ninetales of 4th rank strength. Meng Hang's expression was strange. It felt like the sun had risen from the west today. The system, which usually took pleasure in tricking him, actually kindly reminded him, which made Meng Hang feel a bit unaccustomed. However, this thought flashed away, and he was soon immersed in immense excitement. Not continuing to exchange for other skills, Meng Hang felt that his current abilities were completely sufficient. Having too many abilities wasn't necessarily a good thing and could become a burden. The shadow clone technique and the summoning technique cost a total of 5,000 points, and it was better to save the remaining 20,000 points to exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan or the Hashirama cells in the future. When that day came, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. City Lord's Mansion. Meng Hang casually sat on the sofa in Zhao Sanpang's living room, drinking tea with Zhao Sanpang. I'm not saying this, old Zhao, but counting yesterday, I've saved Yunchuei City twice now, right? Zhao Sanpang nodded helplessly. Meng Hang, I admit you saved countless lives these 2 times, but the university isn't run by me. Just saying you want it doesn't mean you can have it. Well, I don't care. Anyway, I've bled and worked for Yunchuei City. You have to help me. Zhao Sanpang gritted his teeth and replied, right now, I can only think of 2 methods. The first method is to send the video replay of the college entrance examination directly to various universities. I believe that with your performance on the ancient battlefield, they will surely break their heads to admit you. And the second method? I actually don't want to say, but thinking about it, if it were you, with your outstanding demeanor and being unmatched at the same level. Stop. Old Zhao, you're getting more and more hypocritical. Hurry up and tell me the second method. With Zhao Sanpang's thick skin, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He chuckled and continued, this second method can be said to be incredibly difficult. In 100 years, only one person has succeeded. Is it really that impressive? Upon hearing this, Meng Hang immediately became interested, sitting up straight and excitedly staring at Zhao Sanpang. Zhao Sanpang continued, there was once a person who was just like you, who missed the college entrance examination because he went outside the city to hunt down a monster right before the exam. Hearing that someone had a similar experience to his own, Meng Hang couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness to this person. This person was also crazy. He actually went to the entrance of the Imperial Capital University to block the door. He even boldly declared that no freshman at Imperial Capital University was his opponent. As soon as he said this, he instantly became the laughingstock of everyone. Everyone mocked him for overestimating his abilities. Imperial Capital University is one of the top universities, and every year, its freshmen are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How could someone who didn't even take the college entrance examination think he could challenge Imperial Capital University? In an instant, he became the clown in others' eyes. Wow, that's so impressive. Did he succeed in the end? Meng Hang's eyes widened, and admiration for this person welled up within him. He didn't think this act was overestimating one's abilities. Just imagine how confident someone must be to challenge Imperial Capital University in front of everyone. Humph, did he succeed? Zhao Sanpang sneered and said, not only did he succeed, but in the end, he defeated all the freshmen at Imperial Capital University without any resistance, making the university a laughingstock in the Dragon Kingdom for a time. And it didn't stop there. The other 3 top universities simultaneously extended olive branches to him. Just when everyone thought he would back down, he made a decision that no one expected. Meng Hang's mind flashed, and he incredulously replied, he wouldn't go to block the doors of the other 3 universities, would he? Zhao Sanpang smiled bitterly and said, no wonder you're both geniuses, your thoughts are so aligned. That's right, he didn't accept the invitations from the other 3 universities. Instead, he directly challenged the remaining 3 universities. The entire Dragon Kingdom was shocked, and everyone's eyes were on him. Those who lived in the same era as him were lucky to witness his dazzling rise like a comet, suppressing his peers. But the geniuses of his generation were unfortunate. Countless prodigies became stepping stones for him. In that era, the word genius belonged solely to him. Manhang clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. This was the path a true strong person should take, an invincible path. So which university did he end up at? Manhang asked with some anticipation, eager to know how such a genius would ultimately choose. Zhao Sanpang gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with admiration. At that time, everyone was as curious as you about how such a genius would choose. Just when he was at the height of his fame, he suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, and there was no news of him for a long time. Manhang's eyes widened in disbelief. He wasn't assassinated because he was too famous, was he? Humph. Zhao Sanpang snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. If it were that easy to die, he wouldn't deserve to be called a genius who suppressed a generation of prodigies. Among the geniuses he challenged from various universities, there were many nurtured by prominent families. His actions undoubtedly stirred the cake of those so-called noble families, slapping them in the face. Various families had sent experts to assassinate him multiple times, but in the end, not only did they return empty-handed, but he also went to their doorstep and struck back with a punch. Awesome! Countless little stars sparkled in Manhang's eyes. So where did he end up going? Zhao Sanpang did not answer him immediately. Instead, he smiled meaningfully. Guess. Manhang pondered for a moment and murmured, if he didn't go to the 4 major universities, where else could he showcase his skills? As he thought of this, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly slapped the table. I got it. He went to the front lines to enlist. Zhao Sanpang nodded in satisfaction. You guessed right. When people heard news of him again, it was already a year later during the battle between the human race and the demon race at the frontline sky. At that time, he was in a crucial battle against the demon race in the Dragon Kingdom, where he forcibly killed a Chen-level great demon with a strength 2 levels above his own, turning the tide of the battle, gaining fame, and becoming a hero of the Dragon Kingdom, while also landing on the demon race's kill list. And at that moment, everyone realized that after disappearing all those years ago, he had directly enlisted, starting as the lowest-ranking soldier. After all this, can you tell me who he is? Manhang anxiously rubbed his hands. He couldn't believe he hadn't heard of such an extraordinary person. Zhao Sanpang smiled mysteriously and said, he is the lord of Jinyuan City, one of the 5 great heroic cities guarding the frontline sky, one of the top combat powers of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Martial Emperor, Zhao Shanhe. It's him! Manhang exclaimed, his eyes revealing shock. Although he hadn't been in this world for long, he was still familiar with the well-known Zhao Shanhe. The frontline sky, as the battlefield between humans and demons, had 5 heroic cities situated there, forming a formidable barrier against the demon race. Zhao Shanhe was the lord of Jinyuan City, leading its army to instill fear in the demon race. Old Zhao, I've made up my mind. I'm going to block the door too. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Zhao Sanpang's small, bean-sized eyes. Although he guessed that Manhang would likely choose the second method, hearing him say that still stirred his heart. He had witnessed Manhang's strength firsthand, which was why he shared this seemingly impossible method with him. If he could see a legendary powerhouse rise, then Zhao Sanpang would have no regrets in his life. Though he was filled with anticipation, his expression turned serious as he looked at Manhang. Meng kid, have you thought this through? This path is not easy. You not only have to face those monstrous geniuses but also deal with the underhanded tactics of those hypocritical families. Manhang's expression remained unchanged as he nonchalantly replied, if this path had no challenges, I wouldn't choose it. Besides, I don't believe anyone is more monstrous than me. Hearing his audacious words, Zhao Sanpang was first taken aback, then he burst into laughter, nodding in agreement. Ha ha ha, yes. No one knows how many tricks you have up your sleeve. I'm already looking forward to seeing you knock all those geniuses down. Let those arrogant noble families see that who says talents can't come from small places. Oh, by the way. At this point, Zhao Sanpang seemed to remember something and looked at Manhang. I forgot to tell you something. The demon beast that Zhao Shanhe missed during the college entrance examination chase was the very one you killed before, the Blood Demon King. Speaking of which, that creature was quite unfortunate. It was chased by such an existence in its early years, and now that it has finally cultivated to the 5th level, thinking it could walk sideways, it ran into you, this little freak. Zhao Sanpang chuckled teasingly. Manhang? The two chatted for a while longer, and Manhang took a delightful sip of tea, smacking his lips. Then, he shifted the topic and looked at Zhao Sanpang. I say, old Zhao, we've talked about the main business, so it's time to discuss the matter of compensation, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpeng's heart skipped a beat, but he feigned confusion on his face. Compensation? What compensation? Hee, we're both old foxes. What kind of ghost stories are you trying to play with me? Of course, I'm talking about helping you deal with that bone demon. Didn't I already give you so much compensation? Zhao Sanpeng said, somewhat angrily. That was what you offered voluntarily. It's not like I asked for it. Meng Hang, do you dare to have a little more dignity? Hee, how much is dignity worth in spirit cores? When Meng Hang walked out of Zhao Sanpeng's residence, he was in high spirits. Meanwhile, the expression on Zhao Fatty's face was as grim as if he had just lost his mother. Old Zhao, thanks a lot this time. I'll come to see you again when I have time. Hearing that this little ancestor wanted to come again, Zhao Sanpeng was instantly startled. My little ancestor, please don't come. Every time you come, you take away 2 pounds of meat from me. You won't stop until you do, will you? He said, nearly in tears. Old Zhao, look at what you're saying. I only asked for 100 spirit cores this time. Is it really that serious? Meng Hang replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpeng was so furious he nearly jumped. What? Just 100 spirit cores? 100 spirit cores is 10 million. That's what I've painstakingly saved up over the years. Meng Hang didn't care about his complaints and said goodbye to the still grumbling Zhao Deshang, preparing to leave. Just as his right foot stepped out, as if he thought of something, he slowly pulled it back. Turning his head to look at Zhao Sanpeng, he asked curiously, I say, old Zhao, you also have the surname Zhao, and Zhao Shanha has the surname Zhao too. You two aren't brothers, are you? Upon hearing Meng Hang say this, Zhao Sanpeng was instantly filled with black lines, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Thanks to you for thinking of that. Do you think it's possible? Meng Hang nodded thoughtfully. I just think it's impossible for such a cliché thing to happen. How could a dignified martial emperor have relatives like you? That would be so embarrassing. You little brat, say that again. Zhao Sanpeng was so furious he was about to explode, now just wanting to give this kid a good beating. Seeing him about to erupt, Meng Hang turned and ran, shouting as he fled, I still have some matters to resolve. Once I'm done, I'll head straight to the imperial capital and won't come to say goodbye. You little brat, who cares if you come? You'd better not. Although Zhao Sanpeng was cursing, there was always a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. The small pond of Yunshui City couldn't hold a dragon, let him go and flap around in a bigger place. Back home, Meng Hang couldn't wait to return and took out all the spirit cores he had extorted from Zhao Sanpeng. The great freedom breathing technique activated, and the 100 spirit cores instantly turned to dust. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the spiritual energy as if he were a whale drinking. Zongzi, open the character attribute panel. Host, Meng Hang, ability, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Double Divine Might, Sss-Level, Mental Power, 50585, Intermediate Empty Stage, Strength, 178, Agility, 192, Constitution, 192. Meng Hang was completely stunned. 100 spirit cores had boosted his mental power by 30,000 points, yet he had only reached the intermediate empty stage. It seems I've become a big consumer of spirit cores. Where am I going to find so many spirit cores in the future? Meng Hang thought, nearly in tears. After cleaning up the scattered spirit core fragments, he glanced at the dimming sky, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Some accounts need to be settled. In the deep of night, for some unknown reason, the moon tonight is exceptionally bright, a full moon hanging high like a silver plate against the cloudless black curtain of the sky, its light quietly pouring down, covering the ground. At this moment, the Zhang family mansion is brightly lit, with nearly 10 people patrolling the garden in front of the villa without interruption. Inside the house, numerous figures can be seen bustling about. Zhang Shuyuan is currently wiping the sweat from his face, anxiously urging his subordinates. Hurry up and pack. Throw the valuable things directly into the spatial ring. If that little beast Meng Hang really comes for revenge, we'll all be done for tonight. Today, the subordinates sent out to gather intelligence hurried back to report that Meng Hang had appeared, and Zhang Shuyuan immediately knew that those 3 useless fools must have met their end in the mountains. Zhang Shuyuan has managed to rise from a street thug to his current position by being bold and meticulous. Although he doesn't know if those 3 have revealed the Zhang family's secrets, he absolutely will not entrust his life to others. Especially after learning that Meng Hang could actually tame a 4th-tier dragon blood Kuelong in his performance on the ancient battlefield, he was even more terrified, deciding on the spot to retreat overnight. Just then, a strange figure appeared out of thin air above the tall Zhang family villa. This shadow stood in the room, seemingly merging with the night, with only 2 red glows flickering in and out of sight. Behind the shadow was the bright moon, which not only failed to illuminate its figure but instead made it appear even more profound. At that moment, the shadow suddenly transformed into a flock of crows, scattering in all directions. The next moment, Meng Hang's figure flashed like a ghost past the patrolling team outside. The guards, who had been solemn, all shivered in unison. I said, in this hot summer, why did a cold wind suddenly blow? No, that's not right. I think I just saw a shadow float past me. One guard said in terror. Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth off. Keep patrolling. If that kid Meng Hang really dares to come, whoever can kill him will be heavily rewarded by the master. Hearing the whispers of the two, the leading man said fiercely. In fact, he too had a moment where he seemed to see a shadow pass by, and his heart has been racing ever since. But this is a special time. If he speaks carelessly and affects the master, he will definitely not have a good outcome. The big man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he found that everyone was staring at him with fearful eyes. What are you looking at? The big man asked, only to be horrified to discover that he couldn't make a sound. Along with the overwhelming fear came a sharp pain in his neck. The big man touched his neck, and what met his eyes was bright red blood. What's going on? This thought was the last to cross his mind before his consciousness plunged into chaos. At the same time, the more than 10 people present felt a sharp pain in their necks. In just a few seconds, the originally standing group of over 10 people silently collapsed to the ground, never to make a sound again. During this time, not a single person uttered a sound. If there had been outsiders, they would have been terrified by the bizarre scene before them. Meng Hang stepped out from the shadows, slowly sheathing his long knife. With his current strength, combined with the use of the instant step, these mere earth-tier ability users didn't even notice his figure. Not looking at the people on the ground, Meng Hang walked leisurely to the entrance of the villa. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Zhang Shuyuan was directing everyone busily when the knocking sound suddenly rang out. Hearing the knocking at the door, he thought it was someone from the patrol outside with a message, which only made him more anxious, as he was already impatient. If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm busy. Bang bang bang. There was no response from outside, just the 3 knocks continued. Zhang Shuyuan, who was already impatient, suddenly stiffened, sensing something was off. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop what they were doing. Bang bang bang. The knocking sounded again, and now everyone felt that something was wrong. 6 people quickly stepped in front of Zhang Shuyuan, shielding him. They seemed to be his bodyguards. Outside was eerily silent, only the occasional chirping of summer insects could be heard. Inside, there was a dead silence as everyone nervously stared at the doorway. This oppressive atmosphere lasted for several minutes before a young man's voice came from outside. Since the Zhang family head won't open the door for me, I'll have to come in myself. As soon as the words fell, with a loud crash, the thick door, several inches thick, was kicked in, leaving a footprint. Boom! Another loud sound followed, and the door could no longer withstand the tremendous force from outside, flying back towards the crowd. Ah! Seeing the heavy iron door coming towards them, some of the women in the crowd couldn't help but scream in terror. In this critical moment, one of the 6 bodyguards, a mountain of a man weighing 400 to 500 pounds, holding a chicken leg in his hand, stepped forward to block everyone. Bang! The iron door crashed into him, sinking deep into his flesh. Despite being hit by the heavy door, the man's expression didn't change at all. Ha! With a loud shout, the man straightened up, and the iron door was surprisingly bounced back, hurtling towards the figure at the entrance. Good! Seeing this, Zhang Shuyuan, who was hiding behind the crowd, couldn't help but show a pleased expression, exclaiming good. Inwardly, thinking that it was worth the high price he paid to hire such a capable person. Ever since he lost contact with the 3 sent to find Meng Hang, Zhang Shuyuan had been restless and had sent for 6 high-level experts from outside to protect himself. It seems I was indeed very foresight, Zhang Shuyuan thought to himself with a sense of pride. The iron door flew back, whistling as it aimed at Meng Hang. Meng Hang remained unfazed, surrounded by green energy, and directly opened the 3rd door. With a grab of his right hand, he effortlessly caught the iron door, which carried 1,000 pounds of force, with one hand. Seeing this, the 6 bodyguards frowned. To be able to so easily catch this nearly 1,000-pound door with one hand, it seemed this kid was indeed not simple, as rumored. Meng Hang casually threw the iron door into the garden outside. At that moment, the people inside finally saw the scene outside in the moonlight, and their hearts sank. More than 10 people in the garden had quietly met a gruesome end, without making a sound, which can only mean one thing. They had all been silenced at the same time. What kind of speed could achieve this? The 6 thought to themselves. Meng Hang, we have no grievances or grudges. Why did you break into my home and kill my subordinates? Zhang Shuyuan questioned from inside. He still fantasized that pretending to be ignorant would help him get through this. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Zhang family head, you really are forgetful. Just a couple of days ago, you sent people to ambush me in the mountains. How could you forget so quickly? Didn't you want the secret technique I have? Now that I'm here, why don't you admit it? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Shuyuan retorted with a grim expression. Seeing that he still wouldn't admit it at this point, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and mocked, "Heh, you really are a dung beetle wearing a mask, shameless. System, damn it, Iron, you really don't have any principles. When did you secretly learn those idioms behind my back?" Without minding the system, Meng Hang continued, "After all, you are the head of the Zhang family in Yunshui City. At least show some of the head's resolve. I still respect you as a man." Zhang Shuyuan's face changed from dark to light, and he wanted to argue but hesitated to speak. Finally, he steeled himself and stopped defending. "Well, since it has come to this, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Let's speak frankly. Those 3 people were indeed sent by me, and the purpose was for the secret technique you possess. But now you are standing here just fine, while I have lost 3 empty stage experts, and so many of my subordinates have died outside. In the end, I am the one at a loss." "Oh, so you mean I should apologize to you?" Meng Hang said, somewhat speechless. Zhang Shuyuan awkwardly smiled and replied, "Not to that extent. How about we just let this matter go, and we won't hurt our feelings? What do you think?" Meng Hang laughed, a genuine and bright laugh. He truly did not expect the dignified head of the Zhang family to be so shameless. "Head Zhang, are you saying that attempted murder doesn't count as murder? Then how about I give it a try now? If I can't kill you, we can shake hands and make peace." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyuan knew that this matter could not just end like that. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I'll compensate you. Name your price, no matter how much, I'll gather it for you." It wasn't that he was cowardly, but rather that he had risen from a small thug to one of the 3 great families in Yunshui City, so his intelligence and means were naturally exceptional. However, the reports his subordinates brought him about Meng Hang's achievements on the ancient battlefield were simply too shocking for him not to be afraid. Hearing about compensation, Meng Hang's eyes instantly lit up. He was worried about the core matter, and now he had a ready-made target for extortion. As one of the 3 great families in Yunshui City, he surely wouldn't be short on assets. It was possible that the core needed for advancing to the universe stage could be settled today. Just as Meng Hang was calculating how much he could extort from the Zhang family, the system's voice rang in his mind. "I'm not saying this, buddy, but you aren't actually thinking of agreeing, are you?" Meng Hang was taken aback, not expecting the system to ask that. "What's wrong with that? After all, I wouldn't be at a loss. I might as well extort some money." The system spoke in a tone Meng Hang had never heard before, serious and stern. "Meng Hang, you need to understand one principle. Sometimes being greedy isn't a bad thing, but sometimes you must also maintain your true self. The core can be earned at any time, but you can't lose your bottom line. Does that mean that in the future, anyone who wants to kill you but fails can just pay you off with money? Strike first to avoid 100 retaliations. You need to let the world know that you, Meng Hang, are not a soft persimmon. Let them know that if they want to lay a hand on you, they must pay a great price." Meng Hang listened in a daze, and he actually sensed a cold, murderous intent in the system's words. He never expected that an unserious system would have such a side. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled. After the system's persuasion, Meng Hang suddenly felt enlightened, as if a fog had lifted. Seeing Meng Hang smile, everyone in the room relaxed a bit, thinking he had agreed to the compensation proposal. Zhang Shuyuan also breathed a sigh of relief, tidying up his somewhat disheveled clothes, and the timid demeanor he had just shown vanished instantly, returning to the appearance of a family head. He took out a cigar from his pocket, gestured for someone nearby to light it, and took a deep puff. "Little brother, feel free to name your price. I, Zhang, will definitely give you a satisfactory result. How about 50 million? If that's not enough, we can negotiate further. Also, I heard that brother Meng, you have been disqualified from the college entrance examination? With your strength, it doesn't matter which university you go to. How about this? Come here and be my bodyguard, and I'll pay you 3 million a month. What do you think?" "Oh right." As he said this, he seemed to think of something and pulled out 2 slender girls from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, these 2 girls were actually identical twin sisters. They had sweet looks, but their every frown and smile carried an irresistible allure that no man could resist. Pure and innocent, yet captivating. Their maid outfits perfectly showcased their figures. Zhang Shuyuan flashed a knowing smile at Meng Hang. "Little brother just graduated from high school. I suppose you haven't experienced the joys of men and women yet? As your older brother, I'll take the liberty today to send these 2 to you tonight for your first taste." He was indeed a seasoned fox, having navigated society for many years, and in just a few words, he began to refer to Meng Hang as his brother. In his mind, as long as it could be solved with money, it was no problem at all. This kid named Meng Hang was just a sheltered high school student, and like his other subordinates, he would surely succumb to his money and beauty. After hearing this, Meng Hang smiled even wider, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Zhang family head is indeed generous, even the little brother is tempted. But why did you have to send those three to ambush me at noon? Zhang Shuyuan, who had been chatting confidently, was taken aback, not understanding what Meng Hang meant, and instinctively asked, "What do you mean?" Meng Hang's smile remained unchanged, but at that moment, everyone felt his smile turn from sunny to sinister, as if the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. "Because you have to die sooner or later." Everyone was shocked, not expecting Meng Hang to say such a thing at that moment. The system was also stunned, exclaiming, "Damn, buddy, you really hit the nail on the head, that's some fierce bravado." Zhang Shuyuan's body stiffened, and he didn't even notice when his cigar fell to the ground. His face shifted from smug to extremely ugly. Anyone could hear the meaning behind Meng Hang's words. "Meng Hang, you better think this through. Although you are strong, the 6 people in front of me are all late-stage empty realm experts. Even you will have to pay a hefty price." "Oh, then let's give it a try," Meng Hang replied nonchalantly. Seeing that things could not be reconciled, Zhang Shuyuan stopped talking and stepped back. Meng Hang scanned the room and saw that besides Zhang Shuyuan, there were many unrelated people. "Unrelated people, hurry and leave. If you get hurt later, don't blame me." Upon hearing this, the servants of the Zhang family, who had been trembling in the corner, felt as if they had received a pardon and rushed outside. In no time, only Zhang Shuyuan and the 6 bodyguards he had brought in remained in the room. As things had reached a point of no return, one of the 6, a thin man with a cold expression, spoke up, "Kid, since you don't know what's good for you and refused the Zhang family head's proposal, don't blame us for not following the rules of the martial world. 6 against 1. Hearing this cold man's intention to use numbers to overpower him, Meng Hang remained calm and even nodded as if it were only natural. 6 against 1, very fair. This statement left the 6 men confused. But the next moment, their expressions changed drastically as they exchanged glances. Shadow clone technique. Meng Hang made a strange hand gesture, and the bright lights on the ceiling began to flicker, casting the entire hall in a dim and bright rhythm. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the living room, which had been mostly empty, suddenly became crowded with people. "What the hell is this?" The 6 men looked in terror at the dozens of people who had mysteriously appeared in the room. What chilled them even more was that these dozens of people looked exactly like Meng Hang. The horrifying scene left the 6 people drenched in cold sweat, while Zhang Shuyuan had long been trembling in the corner. He had wanted to escape amidst the chaos, but unfortunately, to prevent Meng Hang from launching a surprise attack, he had modified all the doors and windows of the villa to be special. Aside from the main entrance, no other places could be opened from either the outside or the inside. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. Not only had he failed to guard against Meng Hang, but he had also trapped himself here. Dozens of Meng Hangs surrounded the 6 individuals, including the real Meng Hang, making it a perfect 6-to-1 situation. 36 Meng Hangs spoke in unison, 6 against 1, indeed very fair. When Meng Hang had seen the original character band facing the 5 shadows and said this line, he felt a surge of blood and a high sense of prestige. He never expected that one day he would also get to act this way. The 6 people surrounded had never encountered such a bizarre ability, and with 36 pairs of blood-red eyes staring at them, they were thrown into disarray. Only the cold man from the beginning could still maintain his composure, shouting loudly, "Don't be scared by his ability. With so many clones, his mental strength must be evenly distributed among them. What he's doing is undoubtedly lowering his own strength, giving us a greater chance to win." Upon hearing the man's words, the other 5 felt a jolt of spirit and regained their confidence. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, surprised that this person was so clever, figuring out the flaw in the shadow clone technique in an instant. Meng Hang knew this too, but he didn't care. As long as the moves looked cool, that was enough. And even if they figured it out, what could they do? Although Meng Hang was at the mid-level of the void stage, his terrifying mental strength was comparable to that of the mid-level of the universe stage. The gap between the universe stage and the void stage was just one major realm, but the difference in mental strength grew exponentially. The battle was about to begin. One of the 6, a man in a mask, could no longer withstand the pressure of being stared at by 6 Meng Hangs and took the first action. Activating his mental strength, the void in front of him twisted, and a massive claw slowly emerged from the black hole. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, and then a tiger, about 3 meters long and exuding the pressure of the king of beasts, appeared out of thin air. A level 3 demon beast, the Thunder Star Tiger. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, not expecting this person to be a rare summoner. Although his ability level couldn't be higher than Lin Luoshue's, being able to summon a level 3 demon beast meant he at least had a B-level ability. In a small place like Yunshui City, that could be considered rare. Soldier against soldier, general against general, Meng Hang quickly thought of how to deal with this summoner. He bit down hard on his thumb with his teeth, blood instantly flowing out. He smeared the blood on the other 4 fingers and slapped them down onto the ground. Instantly, countless intricate runes appeared on the ground, forming a magic array. Bang! A cloud of smoke rose. When the smoke dissipated, a fox, 1 meter long, entirely fire-red with big, watery eyes that blinked adorably, appeared before everyone. The corner of the masked man's eye twitched. The massive Thunder Star Tiger also lowered its head to look at the little fox, tilting its head in confusion. At this moment, Meng Hang saw his creation and was petrified, his eyes nearly popping out. The system shouted angrily, "I said, buddy, do you dare to be a bit more reliable? Are you summoning a pet to raise?" Meng Hang came to his senses and awkwardly smiled at the masked man. "Sorry, bro, it's my first time using it, I'm a bit clumsy, let your big cat wait a moment." "Thunder Star Tiger, you're the big cat, your whole family is big cats." This time, the 6 Meng Hangs surrounding the masked man simultaneously formed seals. Bang! 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 A total of 6 loud bangs sounded, and 6 nine-tailed foxes, each over 3 meters long, appeared in the arena. Holy crap! Just now, the masked man hadn't reacted, but now he was truly shocked. What the hell is your ability? Isn't it a duplication ability? How did it turn into a summoning ability? And you summoned 6 spirit beasts at once, what the hell? Looking at the 6 nine-tailed foxes in front of him, Meng Hang asked the system with a strange expression, "System brother, wait a minute, why do the 9 tails I summon look so dumb?" He was eagerly anticipating the aloof true form of the 9 tails, but who knew he got a defective version? The system snorted coldly and disdainfully said, "I'm not saying this, buddy, but you're just a toad pretending to be a frog, dreaming too beautifully. Even your true form would be dreaming to summon a real 9-tail, let alone just a duplication summon." Meng Hang, damn, you learned that idiom pretty quickly. The 3rd-tier Thunder Star Tiger looked around at the 6 unknown species of fox spirits, its eyes revealing infinite wariness. In its perception, each fox spirit actually had strength comparable to its own, not to mention there were 6 of them. Its instincts urged it to escape, but it was under the control of the summoner who called it here. The masked man's expression was extremely ugly, he no longer dared to hope to defeat Meng Hang, only thinking about tearing a hole in the encirclement to escape. Thunder Star Tiger, attack! The masked man pointed in a direction, commanding the Thunder Star Tiger to launch an attack. He followed closely behind, a long knife appearing in his hand, rushing towards the direction he pointed. He wanted to take advantage of Meng Hang's unpreparedness and, through the cooperation of 1 man and 1 tiger, open a passage. But Meng Hang would not give him the chance. He coldly smiled and directly commanded the 6 nine-tails to attack simultaneously. The 9 tails opened their mouths wide, energy gathering in front of them, forming a highly dense black sphere. It was the legendary tailed beast ball. Although it was just a neutered version, its power should not be underestimated. 6-tailed beast balls instantly formed and shot towards the encircled man and beast from 6 directions. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded, and a small mushroom cloud instantly formed inside the villa, the massive energy wave flattening the entire villa to the ground. When the mushroom cloud dissipated, only a huge pit was left, and the masked man and the Thunder Star Tiger had long been blown to bits, leaving no trace behind. When the explosion sounded, the other 6 people who had been fighting stopped in unison, looking towards the direction of the explosion. This is how we lose? The 5 people's faces turned pale, staring in disbelief at this scene. In just a few short minutes of fighting, they had actually lost 1 person. The cold man clenched his fist, knowing that today was dire, and no longer held back. A delicate dagger appeared in his hand, and his figure instantly turned into an afterimage, stabbing towards one of the Meng Hangs. The 6 Meng Hangs surrounding him all smiled slightly and whispered, "So it turns out you're a speed-type ability user." After saying that, the 6 voices stepped out, their figures simultaneously disappearing from their original spots. These 6 Meng Hangs actually used instant step at the same time. The sound of clashing metal rang out from time to time, and Zhang Shuyuan in the distance stared in horror at this scene. He was terrified to find that he could only hear the sound of weapons clashing but could not see the figures of the 7 people. Just a few seconds later, when the 2 stood still again, the 6 Meng Hangs still looked incredibly relaxed, but the cold man was already covered in numerous cuts and wounds. "What the hell are you? Why are you still a speed-type ability user?" The cold man's face twisted in fear as he shouted at Meng Hang. At this moment, he emanated waves of coldness from the depths of his heart, producing a feeling called despair. Duplication, summoning, speed. How could one person possibly awaken so many abilities? Meng Hang smiled faintly, and the 6 shadowy figures surrounding the cold man instantly merged into one, becoming Meng Hang. He took a gentle step forward and, astonishingly, swept past the cold man from several meters away in an instant. Ding! The sound of a blade being sheathed echoed. Meng Hang sheathed his long knife. The moonlight spilled silver brilliance across the ground, intertwining with a splatter of fresh blood, creating an oddly harmonious scene. The cold man clutched his neck in disbelief, collapsing weakly to the ground. As he dealt with the cold man, the battles in the other 3 locations also came to a conclusion simultaneously. The chubby man who had once blocked a 1,000-pound iron door with his body was now struck by 6 Meng Hangs at once. Strangely, it felt as if their fists were hitting cotton, slowly sinking in without causing him any harm. The chubby man smiled smugly, not forgetting to take a bite of the chicken leg in his hand. The 6 Meng Hangs raised their eyebrows and directly opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duinja, unleashing green energy that once again slammed into the chubby man. A tremendous force surged into his body, causing the chubby man, still munching on his chicken leg, to pause, a look of pain appearing on his face, and his corpulent body exploded in an instant. Blood mixed with internal organs splattered everywhere, covering the 6 Meng Hangs. The 6 Meng Hangs simultaneously looked disdainfully at the filth on their bodies, then vanished from the spot, their mental energy returning to their main body. At that moment, a powerful man was also shattered by a punch from the 6 Meng Hangs enveloped in green light. At this point, only one of Zhang Shuyuan's 6 bodyguards remained, the only woman among them, standing dazed and motionless. The 6 Meng Hangs surrounded her, their 3 Tomo Sharingan turning to her as she expressionlessly drove a short sword slowly into her chest. She was worse off than the other 5, from beginning to end. She hadn't even used her abilities, dying in such an inexplicable manner. The battle came quickly and ended just as fast. In less than 10 minutes, not a single one of the 6 ability users remained alive. Zhang Shuyuan knelt helplessly in the distance, violently retching from the bloody scenes before him. He had seen ability users fight before and had personally killed many in private, but he had never witnessed such a terrifying scene where a person exploded apart like today. In his eyes, Meng Hang was no longer a high school student but a demon capable of everything. How could someone possess so many abilities and have enough mental energy to activate them all at once? He couldn't believe that even an imperial-level ability user could achieve such a feat. After emptying his stomach, Zhang Shuyuan collapsed weakly to the ground, his gaze becoming vacant. In the next moment, an arm draped over his shoulder, sending a chill down his spine. Slowly turning his head, he saw Meng Hang squatting beside him, embracing his shoulder like an old friend. Meng Hang looked at the terrified head of the Zhang family and revealed a self-satisfied smile. Little did he know, this smile appeared to Zhang Shuyuan like a malevolent ghost grinning. Meng Hang said to him, "Oh, clever Zhang family head, are you dropping this clone secret technique, or this summoning secret technique, or this physique enhancement secret technique?" Zhang Shuyuan knelt beside Meng Hang, weeping uncontrollably as he pleaded, "No, I don't want any of them. Meng Hang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about your secret techniques. You tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. As long as you let me go, I'll give you all my family's wealth." Meng Hang stood up, his smile fading, his gaze turning cold. "If I had known today, why bother in the first place? Be a good person in your next life." Upon hearing Meng Hang's words, despair flickered in Zhang Shuyuan's eyes, quickly replaced by a ruthless glint. A crystal-clear orb, within which energy flowed, appeared in Zhang Shuyuan's hand. The moment he took out the orb, Meng Hang's body was instantly covered in goosebumps. He could sense a dangerous aura emanating from the orb, as if it would explode and take him down with it. Zhang Shuyuan held the orb, looking at Meng Hang with a fierce expression. Years of struggle had taught him to always keep a backup plan. So, he didn't place all his hopes on these 6 people. He also spent a fortune to buy this soul burial orb from the black market. It was rumored that the soul burial orb was formed by a transcendent level ability user sealing all their mental energy into the orb just before death. If it were crushed in a moment of crisis, it would unleash the explosive power of a transcendent level expert, instantly turning the surrounding area into a hellish landscape. Therefore, no one would use the soul burial orb until the last moment, as it would mean mutual destruction with their opponent. "Hee, since you won't let me go, let's die together." Zhang Shuyuan laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with cruelty. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the soul burial orb in his hand. Meng Hang's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpricks, a wave of deathly aura enveloping him. Divine might. With no time to think, he activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and his body vanished from the spot. At the same time Meng Hang entered the alternate space, a cataclysmic energy surged outward. In an instant, the area centered around the Zhang family mansion was flattened. The remaining servants who were fleeing heard the tremendous explosion behind them and couldn't help but stop and look back. The next second, a heat wave swept over, instantly engulfing everyone in a sea of flames. From that moment on, not a single servant from the Zhang family emerged alive. Fortunately, the Zhang family mansion was located in the suburbs, and Zhang Shuyuan was wealthy enough to buy up the surrounding area for miles, so there were no other families nearby, preventing greater casualties. A deafening explosion jolted Zhao Sanpeng from his slumber. Seeing the sky lit up by the raging flames outside, his expression changed dramatically. Is that the lifeless sect attacking Yunshui City again? Do they dare let me have a few days of peace? Zhao Sanpeng cursed as he quickly got dressed and stepped out, disappearing from the room. Minutes later, Zhao Sanpeng stood atop the ruins of the Zhang family mansion with the city guard, all wearing grim expressions. City Lord. What level of ability user could cause such devastation? Lu Zhaoliang asked, his face pale as he looked at the scorched earth for miles around. Zhao Sanpan's face darkened, and he did not answer the question but instead asked, have you found out who did this? Are there any survivors nearby? Lu Zhaoliang shook his head helplessly. With such terrifying power, everything has been flattened. Forget about living people, there isn't even an ant within 10 miles. Hearing this, Zhao Sanpan's expression grew even darker. No need to think, it must be the lifeless sect again. They are too arrogant, first uniting with the demon race to attack Yunshui City, then summoning 5th-tier bone demons on the ancient battlefield to try to wipe out the candidates. Now they've used some method to level the area for miles around. They are courting death, a great death. Zhao Sanpeng gritted his teeth and said fiercely, let's go back and report this to the higher-ups. This time we must uproot them completely. With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Not long after they left, a certain space slightly distorted, and Meng Hang stepped out. He hurriedly closed his kaleidoscope Sharingan and wiped the blood and tears from his face. Glancing at the surrounding ruins, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. If it weren't for my quick reflexes and this powerful bug skill, I would probably have met my end by now. In the next moment, Meng Hang narrowed his eyes, a cold killing intent erupting within them. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already several meters behind the shadow. A flash of purple blade light suddenly appeared, slashing towards the shadow. The shadow reacted swiftly as well, producing a long sword just in time to block the swift and fierce strike. Meng kid, don't attack, it's me. Meng Hang was momentarily stunned by the familiar voice and quickly retracted his blade. Looking in the moonlight, it was Zhao Sanpeng, who had returned. Meng Hang's expression turned a bit awkward, and he pretended to be nonchalant as he said, hey, old Zhao, did you come to check after hearing the explosion? I'm telling you, this must be the work of the Wuxing sect. These heartless remnants of the demonic cult, disregarding the lives of innocent people, deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Old Zhao, as the lord of Yunshui City and the guardian of its people, you must not let them go. He feigned a heartbroken expression, chattering on to Zhao Sanpeng. Zhao Sanpeng remained silent, waiting for Meng Hang to finish before saying with a half-smile, keep bluffing, just keep bluffing. Meng Hang, who had intended to continue his eloquent speech, suddenly froze. Old Zhao, what are you talking about? When I sent someone to the mountains to look for you, although I didn't find you, I did find a pile of things that had been discarded nearby. Some of those items bore the Zhang family's mark. I didn't initially connect this with you, but the nature of this explosion is just too strange. The Wuxing sect wouldn't be idly releasing such powerful things in such a remote place. For some reason, when I thought of the Zhang family's downfall, I thought of you, and I came up with a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the Zhang family coveted your secret techniques, sent someone to find you, and ended up being killed by you? Then, with your vengeful spirit, you sought trouble with the Zhang family, leading to this explosion. Plus, considering your abnormal spatial abilities, I knew that if it was you, you would definitely be fine in this explosion, so I waited here just to see. I didn't expect to actually wait you out. At this point, Meng Hang was left dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Zhao Sanpeng to deduce so much from just a few clues. Meng Hang looked Zhao Sanpeng up and down, unable to believe that this plump man with bulging green bean eyes could be so clever. Slander! You're slandering me! Old Zhao, let me tell you, baseless speculation is just nonsense. You can't ruin a flower of the motherland based on your unfounded guesses. Ah, spit! Zhao Sanpeng pretended to spit on the ground before saying, someone who hasn't even attended university has the nerve to talk about the flower of the motherland. Old Zhao, that's just not fair, you shouldn't hit someone in the face. Meng Hang wanted to argue. No, to defend himself, but Zhao Sanpeng waved his hand, signaling him to stop explaining. The Zhang family has done many heartless things over the years, but I have been unable to act against them due to lack of evidence. Their destruction today is well deserved, and you have helped eliminate a menace for Yunshui City. Hearing this, Meng Hang's eyes lit up. So does that mean I get a reward for this? Zhao Sanpeng's forehead bulged with veins. If he didn't think he could beat this kid, he would have slapped him directly. Kid, don't get too cocky. It's already good enough that I don't hold this against you, you actually want a reward. Meng Hang could only smile awkwardly, not daring to say more. You really went a bit too far this time. How could you use such a powerful technique in the city? What if innocent people got hurt? This won't happen again. Hey, old Zhao, I can't take the blame for this, Meng Hang quickly explained. This was caused by Zhang Shuyuan exploding a strange bead just before he died. Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise, I would have been done for today as well. Hearing the word bead, Zhao Sanpeng's expression changed, and he asked Meng Hang, you mean a bead? Is it that kind, crystal clear, with energy flowing inside? Meng Hang nodded. How dare Zhang Shuyuan use the soul burial bead in Yunshui City, disregarding the lives of innocent citizens? He deserves to die, Zhao Sanpeng said fiercely. Old Zhao, you have such double standards, but I really like it. Zhao Sanpeng, let me remind you one last time, this matter is between you and me. Don't mention it to anyone else. I'll report it up, saying this was the work of the Wuxing sect. I'm not stupid, how could I possibly talk about something that tarnishes my reputation? Zhao Sanpeng shot him a glance, unable to tolerate Meng Hang's shamelessness, and turned to leave. Hey, you're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to chat a bit more? I'm leaving tomorrow. How about we reminisce a bit more? Get lost. Zhao Sanpeng cursed and didn't look back, his figure disappearing from sight. Meng Hang pouted but didn't mind, instead looking regretfully at the former site of the Zhang family's mansion. He had originally planned to search the room for anything left behind after dealing with Zhang Shuyuan, but now he had nothing to show for it. He was now somewhat regretting not agreeing to Zhang Shuyuan's proposal. The next day, Meng Hang stared in disbelief at the so-called train before him. This train was dozens of meters long, entirely black, and covered in huge spikes. He even saw long scratch marks on the train's body. It seemed to have been attacked by unknown beasts while traversing the mountains. After resolving the Zhang family's issues, he had no lingering attachments in Yunshui City. So, after packing his bags the next day and saying goodbye to his neighbors, he headed to the train station to prepare for his journey to the capital. Upon entering the station, he saw the heavily armed train and couldn't help but stare. The train he remembered was the green train from his past life, but seeing it in person made him realize the difference was like heaven and earth. It was like comparing a Gundam to a toy car, there was simply no comparison. But it made sense, a train capable of traversing such perilous mountains must have its unique features. Looking at the seat number on his ticket, Meng Hang boarded the train, stepping into a new chapter of his life. At the same time, in the high-level offices of the Dragon Kingdom and the president's rooms of the 4 major universities, a video was being played. The video showed the enormous hand of a giant Buddha, dozens of meters tall, crashing down and instantly obliterating a 5th-tier bone demon. Those watching the video couldn't help but gasp, unable to believe that this was something a high school student could accomplish. In a simple room within the highest power center of the Dragon Kingdom sat an elderly man, frail and decrepit. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, and his body was covered in age spots, clearly a man nearing the end of his days. Yet, despite his frailty, the aura he exuded pressed down on the middle-aged men around him, making them struggle to breathe. The old man leaned on his cane, watching Meng Hang in the video, a glimmer of brilliance appearing in his murky eyes. He watched the video over and over, then looked out the window, murmuring to himself, good. Talents emerge in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. With such youth among the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom, this old man, can finally rest in peace. Upon hearing this, Duan He, who had been standing respectfully beside, immediately became agitated and said anxiously, Old Kong, what are you talking about? With your health, living another 100 years is no problem. The elderly man, referred to as Old Kong, chuckled and waved his hand. You don't need to comfort me, I know my own body. But you don't have to worry too much, this old body of mine can hold on for a few more years without issue. He then straightened his face and said to Duan He, go notify everyone who has seen this video, they are not allowed to leak it, or they will be dealt with for treason. Also, inform that little brat Zhao Sanpeng to do whatever it takes to silence the people of Yunshui City, they must not leak this student's achievements. Duan He's expression changed, he didn't expect Old Kong to value this student so highly. He couldn't help but straighten his face and salute. Yes. After saying that, he turned and left, gently closing the door behind him. Old Kong lay in an old rocking chair, gently swaying, muttering to himself, little brat, this is all I can do for you. As for how long it can be kept a secret, it depends on your fortune, I hope you can grow up quickly. The reason why the place is called One Line Sky is that an endless, bottomless ravine separates the Dragon Kingdom from the Demon Clan on either side. This is what the people of the Dragon Kingdom refer to as the front line, a place where they have been fighting the demon clan for years. Looking around, the sky here is dim, and the wind howls year-round, like countless wronged souls wailing. The land here is also different from other places, presenting a deep black color, occasionally emitting a pungent smell of blood. Indeed, it is the smell of blood. Because this land has turned this deep black color after being soaked in the blood of countless humans and demons over the years. And in such a place stands a magnificent giant city, imposing and eternal, standing tall and unyielding. At the top of this grand city hangs a huge plaque, on which 3 large characters are written in a dragon and phoenix style, Jinyuan City. At this moment, in a dark room in Jinyuan City, a middle-aged man with sharp features and a resolute expression is meditating with his eyes closed. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," the middle-aged man said. A young man dressed in shiny silver armor entered, walking with a vigorous stride, occasionally revealing a hint of murderous aura. However, this aura disappeared completely as he approached the middle-aged man, like a sheep entering a wolf's den, not daring to breathe. "City Lord, we just received a video, do you want to take a look?" The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly. He was only interested in cultivation and slaying demons, not in other matters. His subordinates knew his temperament, so they wouldn't easily disturb him unless it was something particularly important. "Let me see it." When the middle-aged man saw Meng Hang's actions in the video, a glint of light burst from his eyes, and surprise appeared on his face. "From Yunshui City? Is he one of this year's candidates?" The young man nodded, his face filled with shock. "Call and ask the second one which university he applied to this year." "Forget it, no need to check, just send someone to bring that kid here. Such a good seedling shouldn't waste time in a university. It's a pity if he doesn't train in the military." The young man's mouth twitched, thinking to himself who could be as bold as you, directly rejecting the invitations from the 4 top universities of the Dragon Kingdom to come and join the army. He thought this in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. "City Lord, we've already confirmed with that person, this kid is named Meng Hang. He missed the college entrance exam because he was hunting demon beasts in the mountains, so his qualification for the exam was cancelled." "Oh?" The middle-aged man was first taken aback, but then a meaningful smile unexpectedly appeared on his stern face. "Good kid, you have my style from back in the day. Being disqualified from the college entrance exam is just right. You can go directly to Yunshui City and ask Zhao Lar for the person, just say I want this Meng Hang. Also, the video must not be leaked. Don't let the old guys from the other 4 cities know, or they might intercept and snatch the person away." The same thing was happening in the offices of the presidents of the 4 major universities in Longwa. "What? This kid has been disqualified from the college entrance exam? Quick, time is of the essence, you need to set off immediately. No matter what conditions are involved, you must recruit that kid to our school, and do it fast." What they didn't know was that the protagonist of this matter had already boarded a train to the imperial capital. At this moment, Meng Hang was sitting in his seat, looking bewildered at the phone of a bald monk next to him, who had a scar on his head. It wasn't that he wanted to deliberately peek at the monk's private messages, it was just that the monk had been looking at his phone since he got on the train, occasionally revealing a foolish grin. This piqued Meng Hang's curiosity, so he stole a glance. That one glance left him utterly stunned. The bald monk had opened a certain app and was rapidly scrolling down. That wasn't the most critical part, the key was that every short video he scrolled through featured beautiful women in revealing outfits, dancing passionately in front of the screen. Goodness, this account must have been cultivated by this monk. Meng Hang thought, somewhat speechless. Just then, a leisurely voice came from the seat opposite him. "Master, do you have 3 vegetarian meals every day?" Meng Hang looked up to see a chubby, somewhat cute little boy sitting across from him. However, this little boy was also staring intently at the monk's phone, nearly drooling. The monk, engrossed in watching the beautiful women, was momentarily taken aback by the question, locked his phone, and put his hands together in front of the little boy, chanting a Buddhist phrase. "Amatpa, I have been studying Buddhist teachings for many years and have never heard of 3 vegetarian meals. What does the little benefactor mean by 3 vegetarian meals?" Seeing the monk put away his phone, the little boy also withdrew his gaze and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Master, you may not know, but I was inspired by seeing you. The 3 vegetarian meals refer to vegetarian food, vegetarian dishes, and beautiful people." Meng Hang, who was listening with interest, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Beautiful people was quite fitting for the monk's earlier image. The bald monk now had a black line on his forehead, realizing that he had been caught watching videos of beautiful women. However, he had a thick skin and immediately transformed into a dignified figure. "Little benefactor, you are mistaken. I practice the Buddhist path of the secular world. My cultivation does not take place on the mountain, but in the secular world. Having seen countless temptations in the secular world, I remain unmoved, and only then can I achieve the right results. If it weren't for that foolish expression you had just now, I might have almost believed you. Meng Hang thought to himself. I just saw you staring at my phone, mesmerized by the temptations inside. I wonder how many years you have been single. The bald monk countered. Ah, I'm 18, in a month, I'll be 19. The monk and Meng Hang were both taken aback, not understanding what the little boy's answer meant. Benefactor, I was asking how old you are. The bald monk repeated. Right, I've been solo since birth. I've never had a girlfriend from childhood to now, so my age is the number of years I've been single. The little boy looked up to the sky, his eyes filled with loneliness, and sighed as he continued. I don't have the philosophical height of master. Do you know how I've spent these past few years? Every drop falls to the ground, and every descendant turns to mud. The bald monk's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance as he exclaimed, changing the left hand for the right hand is like divorcing one wife to marry another. The two looked at each other in surprise, their eyes shining with a light that outsiders could not comprehend. This light was called mutual admiration, a feeling of regret for not meeting sooner. Meng Hang, who had been listening nearby, felt his temples twitching. He never expected to encounter both the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick while simply taking a train. Oh, right, it's you. At that moment, Meng Hang slapped his thigh and pointed at the bald monk. His sudden action startled the other two. The bald monk, somewhat timid, cautiously asked, Does this young benefactor recognize me? Meng Hang chuckled and said, Crouching dragon, no, master. You really are a forgetful person. Don't you remember you once told me you wanted to raise money to restore the golden statue of the Buddha in your temple? The monk recalled and then also slapped his thigh. You're the one who turned an 18,000 yuan dagger into just 20 yuan. He then covered his backpack and looked at Meng Hang warily. Benefactor, I must tell you, when it comes to gambling for spiritual artifacts, once you buy, there's no return. Meng Hang smiled faintly and replied, What are you talking about, master? If I can get a low-tier spiritual artifact for 20 yuan, I should be thanking you, not returning it. What? You actually got a spiritual artifact from that junk? The monk was now dumbfounded, his face filled with despair. Seeing him like this, Meng Hang chuckled and changed the subject. Let me introduce myself. My name is Meng Hang. Master, instead of setting up a stall in the ghost market to earn money for the Buddha's golden statue, where are you headed? Upon hearing Meng Hang's question, the monk's previously pained expression instantly transformed into one of excitement. Amatba, I am the monk Liao Shan. Benefactor Meng may not know, but a few days ago, the Yao family in Jiangling City discovered an ancient battlefield. The Chen family mobilized their entire clan to investigate, and even the Yao family's precious jewel, Yao Yushu, went in. Who would have thought that an accident occurred inside? There were actually foreign tribes present in the ancient battlefield, and Yao Yushu was ambushed and seriously injured due to a moment of carelessness. The Yao family went through great lengths to find out that there is a treasure called Nirvana grass in the ancient battlefield that can heal her injuries. Unfortunately, Nirvana grass is extremely rare, and the Yao family has not been able to find it despite exhausting their resources. Thus, the Yao family issued a bounty, inviting capable individuals from all over to enter the ancient battlefield to search for it. The one who finds the Nirvana grass will receive 500 essence cores as a reward. Moreover, the head of the Yao family, Yao Tianshang, personally stated that whoever can save his daughter will be welcomed as the Yao family's son-in-law. The Yao family has only this one daughter, and whoever marries her not only gets to embrace a beauty but also inherits the vast Yao family fortune. When this news broke, it caused a stir among all capable individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, and they rushed to the Yao family. That's why this poor monk also wants to join the excitement. Yao Yushu? Is she the one who awakened an Sss-Level ability, known for her beauty that could make the moon hide and flowers blush, and is compared to Lin Luoshui of Yunshui City as a twin lotus? The chubby boy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Liao Shan nodded. That's right, it's her. Wow, take me with you. If I can marry Yao Yushu, I would have no regrets even in death. The chubby boy was so excited he could hardly contain himself, wishing he had wings to fly straight to the Yao family. At this moment, Meng Hang was also rubbing his hands in excitement. He wasn't thrilled about the chance to marry a beauty, rather, it was the 500 essence cores that excited him. He had been regretting returning empty-handed the night before, and now that he had this opportunity, he naturally couldn't let it slip away. The three of them discussed and quickly reached an agreement to head to the Yao family. After some conversation, Meng Hang learned that the chubby boy was named Inai. Although he seemed unremarkable, he was about to enter the Imperial Capital University. Meng Hang and the monk Liao Shan were astonished to discover that he was actually a student of the Imperial Capital University. They never expected to encounter such a prodigy just by taking a random ride. Inai waved his hand dismissively and said, I don't know what's going on this year, but prodigies are popping up everywhere like bamboo shoots after the rain, one after another. I'm just a bottom-tier existence. Not to mention Lin Luoxue and Yao Yushu, the first family of the imperial capital, the Yi family, has produced an Sss-Level word spirit user. They say that whatever they say can become reality, and a single word can determine life and death. The twin siblings of the Shao family in Lingnan are known as the Black and White Impermanents, with Sss-Level soul-snatching abilities. If the King of Hell wants you dead at midnight, who dares to let you live until dawn? In the north, there's Sharingan from the Shi family, wielding a spring and autumn brush in his right hand and a black and white inkstone in his left. He writes the spring and autumn on the brush and debates black and white on the inkstone, sweeping his brush across the heavens and earth. How carefree. And there's Lin Yi from the Lin family in the northwest. With an empty realm, he can control hundreds of flying swords with his mental power, and with a single command, the swords come, shocking the world. Of course, these are just the top prodigies we know of now. How many more are yet to be revealed? We don't know. Right now, the 4 major universities are almost going crazy, scrambling to recruit talent from all over the country, fearing that if they are a moment too late, these geniuses will be snatched away by other schools. And I rambled on for nearly half an hour, leaving Meng Hang and Liaoshan feeling overwhelmed. Especially Meng Hang, who was now parched and sweating in his palms. Goodness, the 4 most formidable surnames, Shao, Lin, Shi, and Yi, are all gathered here. I even boasted about wanting to challenge the 4 major academies. How did so many prodigies suddenly appear? Just thinking about competing with these prodigies made Meng Hang's scalp tingle. Is there anyone among them who is an orphan or a waste who got dumped? Meng Hang asked weakly. The chubby Ni-Hao looked at him strangely, not understanding why he asked that. I haven't heard of any. Meng Hang patted his chest and let out a long sigh. That's good. It seems he is still the protagonist and won't be dragged down by some so-called child of destiny. I have a system, I have an external aid, who am I afraid of? System, hee, kid, now you remember, my goodness. The 3 continued chatting for an unknown amount of time, changing trains midway, and it took them a full day and night to reach Jiangling City. When the train arrived, the sky was already bright, and the 3 of them stretched their tired bodies and directly hailed a car to the Yao family. When Meng Hang and the others got off the car, they were immediately stunned by the scene before them. The entrance of the Yao family was packed with people, and a butler-like figure was receiving the crowd as they entered one by one. Fortunately, the Yao family was large enough, otherwise, the entrance might have been trampled by the crowd. This time, the number of people who came out of admiration reached over 100, which was enough to show the Yao family's influence. As the crowd stood in the garden of the front yard, a middle-aged man around 40 years old, exuding the aura of someone who had long held a high position, walked up to everyone. He was likely Yao Tianshang, the head of the Yao family. Yao Tianshang pressed his hands down to signal everyone to quiet down. First, I would like to thank everyone for coming. You must have heard about my daughter's situation. Time is of the essence, so I won't bore you with more details. With a wave of his hand, 2 of the Yao family's designated array masters began to carve a large and complex array on a clear patch of ground. Then, the 2 took out dozens of energy cores from their spatial rings and placed them at various nodes of the array in a specific order. Once all the energy cores were in place, the array suddenly emitted a blinding light. Alright, without further ado, everyone, please step inside. Here, there are plenty of ability users who often frequent ancient battlefields, so they are not surprised by this scene, entering in small groups. However, the country bumpkin Meng Hang is different. After being in this world for so long, he has just learned that besides ability users, there are also such formation masters. Wow, so cool. At this moment, he gasped, his mouth agape. He stared at the 2 with the eyes of an idol, making them feel quite uncomfortable under his gaze. The others looked at them with disdain, as if they were watching a pair of clowns. The monk Liaoshan and Ni-Hao covered their faces and moved aside, fearing that others would discover their acquaintance with Meng Hang. As everyone gradually entered the teleportation array, Meng Hang lingered, unwilling to take his eyes off the 2 formation masters, until they helplessly dragged him into the array. The previously noisy venue suddenly fell silent, leaving only the butler and Yao Tianshang. Once there were no outsiders, Yao Tianshang's face instantly turned cold, a hint of a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the space beside him rippled, and a woman in a light pink gauze shirt stepped out. The woman was slender, her long hair gently tied up with a silver ribbon. At first glance, it seemed as if she was surrounded by mist, an extraordinary being, more like a celestial fairy. This person was Yao Yushu, known alongside Lin Luoxue as the Twin Lotus. At this moment, she bore no resemblance to the rumored injured person on the verge of death. Upon seeing her, Yao Tiansheng did not display a father's loving attitude but instead wore a respectful expression. Saintess, I still think this matter is too reckless. The Dragon Kingdom is currently making every effort to hunt down the Holy Church, and now we are doing something like this. Not only will it expose this important stronghold, but it will also infuriate the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom, intensifying their efforts against the Holy Church. The disadvantages truly outweigh the advantages. The so-called saintess, Yao Yushu, playfully blinked her eyes, a charming smile curving at the corners of her mouth. Do you think that if I don't do this, the Dragon Kingdom won't wipe us out completely? Moreover, the arrival of the divine envoy requires a large number of sacrifices. This is unavoidable. Strongholds and identities can be changed if exposed, but the matter of the divine envoy cannot afford any mistakes. So these people must all die. By the end, her smile faded, leaving only a chilling murderous intent. Yao Tianxing's expression stiffened, and he dared not speak further. When Meng Heng stepped out of the teleportation array, he found that the other two had already vanished, and he didn't see anyone who had entered before them either. It seemed that this teleportation array was random, with each person being sent to different locations. Looking up, he saw endless bones scattered across the boundless yellow sand. He couldn't tell how many thousands of years these bones had existed here. Most had weathered beyond recognition. The horizon was shrouded in endless blood red, with crows swirling in the sky, occupying most of it. Meng Heng gazed at this apocalyptic scene, feeling a sense of awe. The undeveloped ancient battlefield was on a completely different level compared to the college entrance examination. The ancient battlefield in the exam felt like a playground for children. Not daring to be careless, Meng Heng gripped his 1,000 blades tightly and moved forward. After taking a few steps, he felt a tightness around his ankle, as if something had grasped it. Looking down, he was shocked to see a pale, bony hand. Without hesitation, the blade flashed, and he severed the arm along with the hand. Crack crack, a series of crisp sounds rang out as the severed arm skeleton slowly stood up. It turned out to be a second-tier bone demon. Although its left arm was cut off, it still held a bone knife in its right hand, showing that losing an arm did not seem to affect it at all. Meng Heng's expression remained unchanged. He had killed 5-tier bone demons before, let alone this mere 2-tier bone demon. With a flash step, he appeared before the bone demon in an instant, swinging his knife horizontally and directly cleaving it in half. The next moment, Meng Heng frowned. The bone demon, now reduced to half its body, surprisingly did not die. It was still crawling towards Meng Heng with one arm. Meng Heng's knife struck like a dragon, severing its neck once more. This time, the bone demon did not rise again. The ghostly fire in its eyes flickered twice before completely dissipating. Meng Heng squinted. He hadn't expected a 2-tier bone demon to be so difficult to deal with. If all the countless skeletons around him were to revive, it would be a disaster. Crack crack, just as this thought crossed his mind, the sound of bones grinding against each other echoed again. No way, not again. Meng Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a massive skeleton, nearly 5 meters tall and clad in tattered armor, slowly rising. Meng Heng's expression darkened. Was this ever going to end? I just killed a 2-tier bone demon, and now a 4-tier bone demon shows up. What, did I kill your son? After taking down the young one, now the old one comes. Don't even talk about the old one. Even if you called your whole family here today, I would make sure to scatter your ashes and see how you all stir up trouble. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Meng Heng's eyes as he raised his knife and charged at it. The revived 5-tier bone demon seemed to ignore Meng Heng entirely, raising its head to let out a silent roar towards the sky. Although Meng Heng heard no sound, he saw ripples emanating from the bone demon, spreading outward. Meng Heng's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't understand its actions, but a bad premonition arose in his heart. Crack crack crack. The sound continued to echo around him. The next scene made Meng Heng's scalp tingle, a chill running from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. The white bones that had been scattered on the ground seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. The dense army of skeletons stood up, and Meng Heng even saw some incomplete skeletons picking up limbs from the ground to attach to themselves. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself. He truly had a mouth like a crow. Now it was clear, not only had the whole family come, but even the ancestors of 18 generations had been summoned. Not daring to linger, Meng Heng turned and ran. If it were just dozens or even hundreds, he could still fight his way through the skeletons. But now there could be thousands. Even if each one spat at him, they could drown him. Of course, that was assuming they could still spit. A spectacular scene unfolded on the ancient battlefield, one person running ahead, countless waves of skeletons chasing behind. Above, crows like dark clouds greedily looked down. It seemed they were waiting for Meng Heng's death so they could feast on his flesh and drink his blood. In the desert, a fat and a thin ability user were working together to kill a 3-tier wind-pattern scorpion. The tall, thin man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the other, "In all this time, we haven't seen a single shadow of the alien races, yet we encounter this thing. If we get stung by its poisonous stinger, even a celestial being couldn't save us, the fat man nodded, still feeling apprehensive. Fortunately, we met up early, otherwise, it would have been tough dealing with this beast. Just as the two were resting on the ground, they suddenly saw a figure in the distance running towards them quickly. Hey, thin guy, is that someone running towards us? Yeah, probably being chased by some beast. Nowadays, anyone who dares to enter the ancient battlefield is simply asking for death. Hee hee, isn't it because the Yao family has given too much? How many people aren't just trying their luck? Damn, what's that behind us? Run! The two were originally reveling in schadenfreude, mocking Meng Hang for his overconfidence. But the next moment, when they saw the white tide of skeletons surging behind Meng Hang, their faces turned pale with fear. Kid, I warn you, don't come running towards us again, or I won't let you off. They shouted at Meng Hang and immediately turned to flee desperately into the distance. Meng Hang didn't care about their warnings and ran straight towards them. As the saying goes, when you encounter a bear in the forest, you don't need to run faster than it, just faster than the person next to you. Sorry, buddy. With that, Meng Hang activated the 8 gates and sprinted at full speed. The two men, running at full speed, only felt a green light flash past them, and when they turned back, they were shocked to find that the kid had already run ahead of them. They couldn't help but curse, "You little brat, don't let us run into you again, or we won't rest until one of us is dead." Watching Meng Hang, who didn't even look back, and the relentless army of skeletons behind them, the two exchanged a glance and saw the determination in each other's eyes. We can only use that move. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The fat and thin men merged into one, transforming into a creature that resembled neither a deer nor a horse, with horns like a cow. Although they kept muttering, so shameful, their speed did not slow down at all. With 4 hooves, a gust of wind lifted them, and in the blink of an eye, they were dozens of meters away, soon leaving the army of skeletons far behind, out of sight. Meanwhile, Meng Hang, who had led them into this predicament, stood hesitantly in front of a grove. Though it was called a forest, the trees here were entirely black, their dry bark resembling the thin hands of an old man, particularly eerie. Moreover, there wasn't a single leaf on the branches, only bare twigs growing recklessly upwards. What made Meng Hang hesitate was not these strange trees, but what was on them. He looked around, and on every tree perched hundreds of pitch-black crows with blood-red eyes, all staring at him with ill intent. It seemed that if he dared to take another step forward, these crows would not rest until he was dead. Meng Hang roughly estimated that this grove covered at least hundreds of hectares, which meant there were at least hundreds of thousands of these crows residing in it. Looking at the crows occupying half the sky and then glancing at the trees, he swallowed hard and muttered to himself, "What the hell is this, an ancient battlefield? It should just be called Crow World. If I can't provoke them, can I at least avoid them?" With that, he turned to walk in another direction. Ding! System activated. Hey, I say, system bro, we're so familiar now, no need to be so polite, right? Ahem, the process still needs to be followed. The system said awkwardly. Then can you skip the process? Meng Hang had a bad premonition. The system showing up at this moment definitely meant trouble. No. Great, then you go ahead. Meng Hang rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Successfully took the egg of the Night Crow King, reward for the host, Hashirama cells. Failed, depriving the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Meng Hang stared at the task in shock, his mouth agape. Is this really giving me Hashirama cells? He had been worried about when he would accumulate 50,000 kill points, but he didn't expect the system to directly issue it as a task. However, when he saw what the task entailed, his previously excited expression immediately fell. Although he didn't know what the Night Crow King was, just looking at the countless crows in front of him made it clear that that egg would definitely not be easy to obtain. Grinding his teeth, Meng Hang's face revealed a fierce expression. He was ruthless to others and equally ruthless to himself. For the sake of the Hashirama cells, he was all in this time. No longer hesitating, he activated the Shuunpa and transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing directly into the woods. The crows that had been resting on the branches saw this scene, their eyes glowing red. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to be enveloped in a thick black smoke. The group of crows circling in the sky also seemed to be stimulated, recklessly charging towards Meng Hang, determined to fight to the death. Damn, it's the end of the world. Someone exclaimed in fear, their legs going weak at the sight. In that moment, the ability users who had entered the ancient battlefield witnessed this terrifying scene and hurriedly distanced themselves from the area where the crows were diving. In a corner of the ancient battlefield, Yao Tianshang and the so-called Yao Yushu stared in shock at the horizon. Yao Yushu murmured, "The nightmarish crows, which never take the initiative to attack, why have they suddenly gone berserk today?" Yao Tianshang beside her said, "Saintess, should I go check it out? Do you want to die?" Yao Yushu replied coldly, A single nightmarish crow is nothing, but if tens of thousands attack together, the consequences are unimaginable. And don't forget, this group of beasts has a dark attribute talent skill, Dark Devour. If they really get provoked, even the 5 from the line of heaven would have to flee. So we just let these beasts rampage? Yao Tiansheng asked anxiously. As long as it doesn't affect the arrival of the Holy Sun, what does it matter if they destroy the entire space? A massive swarm of crows charged recklessly towards Meng Hang, each one emanating a thick, inescapable darkness, merging together to form a dark cloud. Wherever the dark cloud passed, everything was devoured completely. Meng Hang, who had rushed into the forest, looked pale as he witnessed this scene, realizing he had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Divine might. Without caring about any side effects, he directly activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Using his vision, he marked the farthest point he could see, stepping forward and entering another space. Just as he vanished, countless crows surged towards his previous position. When the flock of crows flew past, the trees where he had stood disappeared as if erased by an eraser, leaving no trace. When Meng Hang stepped out again, he stood exactly at the marked position before the Sharingan. Watching the crows turn back, he stepped out once more, entering the alternate space again. Damn, Commander, do you even have any accuracy? Does that thing you mentioned even exist? In the alternate space, Meng Hang wiped away the blood tears from his eyes and gulped down 3 bottles of recovery potion before gasping for breath and asking the system. Trust your commander, brother, you'll gain eternal life, so just relax. Fine, anyway, if something happens to me, we'll both be done for, so I'll believe you this once. After saying that, he returned to the real space. This time, when Meng Hang stepped out of the alternate space, his eyes suddenly brightened as he focused on the branches of a massive tree in the distance. There stood a withered tree, thick enough for a dozen people to embrace, towering into the clouds, with a gigantic nest atop it. Inside the nest, a blood-red-eyed crow, much larger than the others, coldly stared at the uninvited Meng Hang. Surrounding it were thousands of nightmarish crows circling like loyal guards, preventing any intrusion. Although the Crow King's gaze was icy, it showed no intention of attacking Meng Hang, remaining motionless in its nest. Meng Hang squinted, noticing a massive, pitch-black egg beneath it. This must be the egg of the Night Crow Emperor mentioned in the system task, and this group of beasts reacted so violently to his entry into the woods, clearly to protect this egg. The Crow Emperor looked at Meng Hang, his cold eyes filled with killing intent. The egg he laid had actually undergone a slight mutation, making him, the Crow Emperor, tremble even before it was born. Therefore, to ensure the absolute safety of his child, no matter the reason this human was intruding, anyone who trespassed into his territory must die. Then a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. Surrounded by hundreds of thousands of his subjects, what could this human do if he truly wanted to steal his egg? It was only a path to death. At this moment, the flock of crows chasing him was getting closer to Meng Hang, but this time he showed no signs of anxiety. Instead, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Divine might. However, this time the attack was not directed at the Crow Emperor but focused on the giant egg beneath it. In the next moment, the space beneath the Night Crow Emperor began to distort. The Night Crow Emperor felt a void beneath him, and when he looked down, he found that the egg he had been incubating had vanished without a trace. Gone? Just like that? He was momentarily stunned, unable to understand how a perfectly good egg could just disappear. Quack! A roar that shook the heavens and earth. It must have been the work of this human before him. The Night Crow Emperor flapped his enormous wings and slowly took to the air, an endless darkness enveloping him as he surged toward Meng Hang like a great dark sky. The cursed crows of this ancient battlefield had gone mad, recklessly charging at Meng Hang. Seeing that the egg had already been absorbed by him, Meng Hang disregarded the fact that his kaleidoscope Sharingan had been overused, making it hard for him to see, and activated Divine Might once more. Just as the endless darkness surrounded him and the flock was about to reach him, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. As Meng Hang entered the alternate space, he finally could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Blood tears flowed continuously from his eyes. At that moment, he felt a glimmer of light shining in, but he could see nothing. Meng Hang smiled bitterly, knowing that his eyes were on the verge of failing due to the excessive use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Even so, Meng Hang smiled slightly, completely unfazed. Brother Tonzi, I've got the egg of the Night Crow Emperor now. Can I get my reward? Got it, buddy. Ding. Task completed. Reward, Hashirama cells. Meng Hang felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and his eyes, which had been close to blindness, regained their brightness. Wow, is it really that amazing? He blinked in disbelief, looking around. Meng Hang excitedly rubbed his hands together. This was the legendary Hashirama cells. With this, wouldn't he be invincible? Thinking of this, he clapped his hands. Wood release, wood human technique. In an instant, a giant Buddha several dozen meters tall appeared out of thin air. Meng Hang stood atop the Buddha, his face unable to hide his excitement. Then, as if he thought of something, he activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, the Buddha was enveloped in a pale blue energy, forming a layer of blue armor. The armored wooden figure grasped the air with its right hand, and a pale blue long sword appeared in his grasp. With a gentle wave forward, the space began to twist, showcasing the spatial ability of divine might. At this moment, Meng Hang was overjoyed, so happy he could hardly contain himself. With the powerful regenerative ability of the Hashirama cells, I can use my kaleidoscope Sharingan without limits. What are you thinking, buddy? Just as Meng Hang was beside himself with excitement, the system's words poured cold water over his head. Even with the Hashirama cells, the kaleidoscope Sharingan is ultimately not the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Using the Sharingan still harms your eyes, it's just not as severe as before. With your current state, you can only use it continuously for 5 minutes. What, only 5 minutes? Meng Hang originally thought this book was reaching its grand conclusion, that he had already stood at the pinnacle of the human pyramid, but he didn't expect the system to throw him such a curveball. Then why can Obito in the original work use it infinitely, while I can only use it for 5 minutes? Meng Hang retorted. Why don't you mention that Obito's Sharingan ability can only be used for 5 minutes? Meng Hang pouted, feeling utterly unable to counter that. With the system pouring cold water on him, his excitement had diminished significantly, and he no longer continued to experiment with his newfound abilities. Releasing the Sharingan and the Wooden Man technique, Meng Hang approached the pitch-black egg. As he got closer, he noticed that although the eggshell was as dark as ink, upon closer inspection, there was a faint golden vertical stripe on it. Meng Hang's mood began to stir again, and he excitedly asked the system, "Hey, is this a pet for me?" Crows are seen as omens of misfortune in the eyes of the world, but influenced by Itachi, Meng Hang not only didn't dislike crows but was even quite satisfied with this pet. "I'm telling you, can we have some prospects? I went through so much trouble to get it for you, how could it just be for you to catch a baby?" The system said helplessly. "Then why did you make me snatch it?" Sigh. The system sighed deeply and explained earnestly, "Although you have many means now, they all rely on my help. Think carefully, did you awaken any abilities during the awakening ceremony?" Meng Hang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. "I also didn't expect a rare species like the crow of misfortune to appear in this space, and it even produced an egg with a different kind inside. As long as you absorb the essence from the egg, you can awaken your own abilities, rather than relying on what I give you. If one day I'm not around, at least you won't be left without means of self-protection." Hearing this, Meng Hang furrowed his brows into a shape. "What do you mean by that? Is something going to happen, and you?" "Shut your mouth, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Do you understand?" Hearing the system's denial, Meng Hang finally relaxed a bit. Although the system had tricked him many times during this period, he had come this far thanks to the system's help. So he had come to regard the system as a flesh-and-blood friend, rather than a cold, mechanical tool. Returning his focus to the egg, Meng Hang curiously asked, "How do I absorb this thing? Is it like the rumors say, placing both hands on the eggshell, and what, channeling inner strength? Where did you hear such unreliable things?" The system impatiently interrupted him. "It's not that complicated, just eat it." "Eat it?" Meng Hang's eyes widened. "How do I eat it? Fry it, or boil it?" "You damn. Just eat it raw." This time, the system was completely speechless due to Meng Hang. Meng Hang felt a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and without further delay, he punched the eggshell. Bang! With a loud noise, Meng Hang stared blankly at his fist, then at the still intact egg, feeling somewhat incredulous. Although he hadn't used all his strength, a typical second-tier monster would not withstand that punch, yet this egg remained unharmed. "I don't believe it today." With that, he exerted all his strength and struck again. Crack crack, the eggshell finally couldn't withstand Meng Hang's immense power, starting to split apart, with transparent egg white oozing out. Meng Hang, seeing this, couldn't bear to waste it and hurriedly leaned in to start sucking it up frantically, instantly filling his mouth with a fishy sweet taste. Burp! After an unknown amount of time, Meng Hang patted his now round belly, stood up, and let out a satisfied belch. "I tell you, Brother Tongzi, I'm not bragging, only I could finish such a big egg in one go. If it were someone else, they'd choke after just a couple of bites, and all that essence would be wasted. What's the point of talking about absorbing essence?" Hearing Meng Hang boast, the system scoffed dismissively. "Who told you that you need to eat it all? There's a strand of black essence inside, that's the most important part of the whole egg and the key to gaining abilities. So you just need to pick out that strand of black essence and eat it." Upon hearing this, Meng Hang instantly became furious. "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me. You just want to trick me. Before Meng Hang could finish cursing, his expression changed wildly, his body involuntarily curled up, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. At that moment, Meng Hang felt an indescribable excruciating pain throughout his body, as if someone were using a blade to slice his flesh piece by piece, and after that, meticulously scraping away the remaining blood and flesh from his bones. Moreover, he was fully conscious throughout this process. Meng Hang hugged himself tightly, curled up on the ground, and he didn't even have the strength to ask the system what was happening. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Just as he was suffering in the alternate space, the others outside had found the location where the nirvana grass was growing. In the desert, there was a uniquely constructed village, with houses made of huge stone blocks. At that moment, the village was filled with the sounds of battle, and colorful energy was being unleashed as if it were free. The combatants on both sides consisted of hundreds of ability users who had entered, while on the other side were monsters with 2 heads and green faces with sharp fangs. Although the number of these monsters was fewer than the ability users, each one was immensely strong, with incredibly tough bodies. Ordinary abilities could not harm them at all. Everyone, put in more effort. If we slaughter this group of 2-headed green flame monsters, we can get the nirvana grass. Someone shouted while unleashing their abilities. Easier said than done. Each of these monsters has a strength above the second tier. It's not that easy to deal with them, a barely dodging ability user said awkwardly. Just then, a blade of wind sliced through, directly cutting the second-tier 2-headed green flame monster in front of the speaker in half. Following that, a cold young man stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the man beside him, and coldly snorted, "Humph, a bunch of useless trash. You can't even handle a group of second-tier aliens and still dare to come here to snatch the grinding grass. Don't be surprised if you end up not knowing how you died." After saying this, he ignored the man and unleashed another blade of wind, attacking the other aliens. The man who was mocked turned pale, wanting to retort but not daring to speak. The cold young man was clearly an empty tier ability user, someone not to be dealt with by a mere earth tier. Moreover, there was no rule against indiscriminate killing here. If that young man accidentally slipped and cut him down with a blade of wind, he would have no place to seek justice. The battle raged fiercely, but no one noticed that regardless of which side suffered casualties, a faint black mist floated out from the bodies, drifting in a certain direction. As the war grew more brutal, the humans, relying on their numerical advantage, quickly slaughtered the 2-headed green flame monster clan to near extinction. Behind a small hill, a monk with a scar on his forehead and a chubby little man were peeking out, watching secretly. "I told you, Master Liao, if we don't go out now, we won't even get a drop of soup later," Ni Hao said anxiously. He wasn't here for sightseeing, he was still dreaming of obtaining the nirvana grass and returning with a beautiful woman. Master Liao smacked his lips and shook his head. No, something feels off. I can't shake this unease. It feels like something is about to happen. Let's wait a bit longer. Hearing this, Ni Hao had no choice but to hunch down and wait. At this moment, there were fewer than 10 2-headed blue flame demons left in the arena, and the crowd surrounded them without a shred of pity. They are not of our kind, their hearts must be different. When dealing with foreign races and beasts, the only solution was to eradicate them completely. The 10 2-headed blue flame demons, trapped in the center, knew they couldn't escape and muttered angrily in a language the surrounding people couldn't understand. Then they all howled at the sky. "What are these beasts saying?" someone asked curiously. "Who cares? Let's finish them off quickly so we can go in and find the nirvana grass." Upon hearing this, the crowd wasted no time and unleashed their best skills at the group of foreign demons, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before long, when the smoke cleared, only a pile of flesh remained on the ground. After dealing with these foreign creatures, the crowd didn't rush into the village to search for the nirvana grass. Instead, they stood in place, eyeing each other warily. The Yao family only needed 1 stalk of nirvana grass, but there were so many people here, and only one could obtain it. The atmosphere in the arena became incredibly tense, and no one dared to make the first move, fearing an ambush. Boom! 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 Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, a huge sound of footsteps came from afar, and the ground began to tremble. The previously tense crowd changed their expressions drastically and looked toward the source of the sound. They saw a monster nearly 30 meters tall, with 2 heads and 4 arms, resembling the 2-headed blue flame demons but with 2 extra arms. Upon seeing this monster, everyone was horrified. A 5th-tier 4-armed blue flame demon. Someone recognized the creature and shouted in terror. They no longer cared about the nirvana grass and turned to flee. The 4-armed blue flame demon looked at the dead kin before it, a brutal glint appearing in its eyes. "You killed my kin, you all deserve to die." This monster actually spoke human words, and one of its hands reached out toward a fleeing person, squeezing the air. The person, who had barely taken a few steps, suddenly halted, not even able to scream before turning into a mist of blood. Run! This scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone scattered in different directions. The four-armed blue flame demon watched the fleeing crowd, its eyes filled with endless killing intent. Each of its four massive arms formed a seal, and one of its heads spewed forth blazing blue flames. The torrent of blue flames burned with such intense heat that it seemed nothing could withstand it, and the entire space began to warp. The crowd, initially fleeing in all directions, still held on to a glimmer of hope that the four-armed blue flame demon would pursue those running in other directions. But feeling the intense heat coming from behind, they realized this beast didn't intend to let anyone escape. Some perceptive individuals understood that if they kept running, they would only be consumed by the flames, so they stopped fleeing altogether. Stop running. If we keep this up, we'll only find a dead end, a capable-looking man said. Upon hearing this, the others hesitated for a moment and then stopped. They weren't foolish, they knew that in this situation, working together might offer a slim chance of survival. Are there any earth or water element users? First, set up a protective shield to ensure everyone can unleash their powers to the fullest. Yes, I am. I can too. More than a dozen people stepped forward, speaking up. Earth system outside, water system inside, we must block this flame. The capable middle-aged man shouted loudly, clearly having become the leader of the group. The few people did not hesitate. Among them, the water system ability user first mobilized their mental power, and under the joint effort of several people, a massive water wall instantly appeared in front of everyone. Earth system, go! The capable middle-aged man shouted again. As soon as his voice fell, a huge earth wall appeared in front of the water wall. Seeing that the two defensive barriers had formed, the middle-aged man let out a slight sigh of relief. Brothers, whether we can escape this calamity today depends on now. Don't hold back, use all your skills. In the next moment, countless ice spikes, fireballs, and wind blades fell like raindrops, bombarding the four-armed blue flame demon in the distance. The enormous four-armed blue flame demon looked at the incoming attacks with a hint of disdain, not even bothering to dodge. Boom boom boom. The explosions erupted on its body, creating small mushroom clouds. Everyone looked at the monster shrouded in smoke, their eyes filled with hope. But in the next second, the hope in their eyes turned to despair. The four-armed blue flame demon emerged unscathed from the dust, not a single mark left on its body. At the same time, the blue flames spread to the front of the earth wall. When the raging flames touched the earth wall, the nearly 2-meter-thick wall melted like liquid. This scene caused everyone's faces to change dramatically. Before they could react, the flames continued to sweep forward. Under the relentless heat, the second defensive water wall instantly evaporated, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Seeing that the barrier created by so many people was so easily breached, any thought of resistance vanished, and the morale that had just been lifted dissipated once again, scattering like birds and beasts. Unfortunately, it was too late to run now. The other head of the four-armed blue flame demon took a deep breath and forcefully exhaled. A fierce wind instantly whipped up, and the blue flames burned even more fiercely. The last ability user running was instantly engulfed by the sea of fire, and after a scream, there was no more sound. At the same time, a blue spark splashed up and exploded on the back of a desperately fleeing ability user. In the next moment, the spark ignited like it had fallen onto a haystack. The ability user's face changed drastically as they desperately patted at their body. Unfortunately, it was of no use, the flames grew larger and spread over them. At this moment, the ability user panicked, grabbing the person in front of them and pleading, "Help me, please save me, I don't want to die." The person being grabbed turned pale instantly, he couldn't even save himself, let alone care for others. "Let go! You let go of me!" Seeing the flames about to spread to him, this person's face twisted, and a fierce look appeared. A long knife appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the arm that was holding him. Crack! The arm was severed. Unfortunately, it was still too late, the blue flames had already spread along the arm to his body, instantly turning him to ashes. In just a few minutes, the once cacophonous cries for help in the flames turned into a dead silence. Nearly 100 ability users were thus buried in the sea of fire. The blue flames continued to burn, and wisps of black mist floated out, gathering towards a certain point. Meanwhile, the two hiding behind a distant small hill were already terrified, crouching behind the hill and not daring to breathe, fearing that the four-armed blue flame demon would discover them. Ancient battlefield. In front of a massive altar, Yao Tianchang and Yao Yushu stared solemnly at the altar, watching countless black mists gather into the formation in front of the altar. Yao Tianchang spoke, "Saintess, we have sacrificed the souls of hundreds of ability users. Why is there still no movement from this formation? Is it possible that the records in the sacred texts are incorrect?" Yao Yushu also furrowed her beautiful brows, just about to speak when her eyes suddenly lit up, directing her gaze towards the altar. Yao Tiancheng noticed her movement and quickly shifted his attention back to the altar. There, after absorbing the soul power of hundreds of people, a silver-haired young man with a crystal-like horn on his forehead and an exceptionally handsome face slowly appeared as a phantom. As more and more soul power was absorbed, this figure gradually became more solid until finally, the entire physical body descended into this space. With his arrival, a wave of pressure swept over, making it difficult for Yao Tiancheng and Yao Yushu, who were not far away, to lift their heads. The silver-haired young man slowly opened his eyes, surveying the boundless desert, his brows knitting together. I didn't expect the legendary ancestral star to be such a desolate world. He then clenched his fist, shaking his head in disdain, murmuring to himself, the power of the rules here actually suppresses my strength, allowing me to use only a third of my power. We pay our respects to the divine envoy. Not far away, Yao Tiancheng and Yao Yushu knelt on one knee, bowing deeply to the young man before them. It was at this moment that the silver-haired young man noticed the two, casting them a glance filled with indifference. You are the ones who summoned me? Reporting to the divine envoy, we are from the Wuxing sect, specifically summoning the divine envoy to descend to the mortal realm. I am the leader of the Wuxing sect, Yao Tiancheng, and beside me is the holy maiden of the sect, Yilingxian. Oh, the silver-haired young man lightly exclaimed, not paying much attention to the Wuxing sect leader, but instead directing his gaze towards Yilingxian. You are the holy maiden of this generation? Yilingxian lifted her flawless white neck, looking at the silver-haired young man with a gentle smile. Replying to the divine envoy, this humble girl is indeed the current holy maiden. As she smiled, her exceptionally beautiful and delicate face revealed a hint of charm, like a fairy who had accidentally fallen into the mortal realm and was touched by a trace of worldly affairs. Even the silver-haired young man was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of unusual light flashed in the silver-haired young man's eyes, but the next moment, as if recalling something, his expression became solemn. Since you are the current holy maiden, there is no need for such formalities, please rise. As he spoke, he gently raised his right hand, and an invisible force helped Yilingxian to her feet. Yao Tiancheng, still kneeling beside them, saw that the divine envoy had helped the holy maiden up and extended his hand forward, waiting for the silver-haired young man to assist him as well. But to his surprise, the silver-haired young man merely clasped his hands behind his back, not even glancing in his direction. Yao Tiancheng was left dumbfounded, feeling extremely awkward, unable to stand or kneel. The silver-haired young man, with his hands behind his back, completely ignored the awkward Yao Tiancheng. In his eyes, apart from the uniquely positioned holy maiden, everyone else was insignificant, not worth his attention. His gaze turned towards the distance, sensing the terrifying aura of a fifth-tier four-armed blue flame demon, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, there's another relatively powerful ant, just in time for me to test my current strength. With that, he took a step forward and vanished from his spot. Seeing that the divine envoy had left, Yao Tiancheng finally stood up, somewhat irritated as he said, Holy Maiden, this divine envoy doesn't take our sect seriously at all. Can he really help us strengthen the sect? Yilingxian waved her hand, signaling him to come closer. Actually, Yao Tiancheng felt a warm breath near his ear, and as he sensed the holy maiden's fragrant breath, he found himself somewhat distracted. Although they had always presented themselves as father and daughter, in reality, they were merely in a superior subordinate relationship. What man could remain unmoved by this occasionally pure, occasionally charming fairy? Though he outwardly showed utmost respect to Yilingxian, privately he had fantasized countless times about the scene of having this lofty holy maiden beneath him. You filthy bitch, one day I will definitely have you. Yao Tiancheng thought to himself. Actually, you can just die. Yao Tiancheng was momentarily stunned, then his expression changed drastically. Put. In the next moment, a pair of translucent, delicate hands, soft as if boneless, had already plunged into his heart. When Yilingxian withdrew her right hand, she was holding a heart that was still beating. Yao Tiancheng clutched the wound on his chest, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Yilingxian lightly dabbed a bit of blood from the bloody heart onto her own crimson lips, and her originally delicate features suddenly took on a strange, enchanting allure. Then she let out a soft laugh. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. You will never know what it feels like to make a wedding dress for someone else, so I must become stronger at all costs. And anyone who stands in my way must die. As she said this, a hint of helplessness flashed in her charming eyes. You filthy bitch, I want to. With a thud, Yao Tiancheng, who still wanted to say something, died right there, lifeless. Yilingxian discarded the now still heart, licked the bloodstain from her lips, and looked in the direction where the silver-haired youth had disappeared, a thoughtful smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You better not disappoint me. She stepped forward, and her figure vanished from the spot. At the same time, the space twisted, and the silver-haired youth reappeared in front of the four-armed blue flame demon. Seeing the two-headed, four-armed monster, the silver-haired youth raised an eyebrow. Oh, I didn't expect there would be a descendant of the Blue Flame Demon clan, ranked 98 among the 108 divine pillars, on the ancestral star. The four-armed Blue Flame Demon also noticed the silver-haired youth before it, and a hint of wariness appeared in its brutal eyes. For some reason, it felt a sense of soul pressure from the other party's aura. The silver-haired youth looked at the four-armed Blue Flame Demon, which was actually looking down on him, and a displeased expression crossed his face. But he still said calmly, "Considering you are a descendant of the Blue Flame clan, I will give you a choice, submit or die." Upon hearing this, the four-armed Blue Flame Demon, which had been somewhat wary, erupted in rage again. Aside from the ominous crows, it was the master of this space, and this ant dared to threaten it. "Ant, you overestimate yourself." The four-armed Blue Flame Demon growled, and all four arms launched an attack towards the silver-haired youth. Seeking death. The silver-haired youth snorted coldly, a hint of anger surfacing in his indifferent eyes. As a royal of the 108 divine pillars, to lower himself to subdue a bottom-ranked four-armed Blue Flame Demon, yet the other party dared to attack him. Watching the four massive arms glowing with blue flames coming at him, the silver-haired youth stepped forward, directly standing in midair before the four-armed Blue Flame Demon, and pointed a finger at its forehead. Compared to the four-armed Blue Flame Demon, the silver-haired youth's size was even smaller than one of its fingers. But when this tiny silver-haired youth pointed at its forehead, the forearms of the four-armed Blue Flame Demon froze, and it stood there in a daze. The silver-haired youth retracted his right hand and slowly descended to the ground. As he landed, the massive body of the four-armed Blue Flame Demon shattered like a broken mirror, crumbling inch by inch, and in the next second, it exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, falling like a rain of blood. Yet the silver-haired youth stood there, not a single drop of blood staining him. "You had your chance, but you were useless." The silver-haired youth sneered, speaking lightly. Just as he turned to leave, his steps suddenly halted, and he looked in a certain direction. On the other side of the small hill in that direction, Monk Liashan and Ni Hao were covering their mouths with their hands, not daring to make a sound. "Oh, there are actually two little ants hiding here." The silver-haired youth flashed and appeared directly in front of the two, looking at them with great interest. "Ha, little fatty, look at the moonlight tonight, it makes me want to compose a poem. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it's frost on the ground. Feeling sentimental, this poor monk actually misses home a bit. Why don't we just go home now?" Monk Liashan pretended not to see the silver-haired youth, shaking his head and reciting a couplet, then turned to the little fatty. The little fatty looked up at the sky, pretending to be deep in thought. "What the master said makes sense, the moon is brightest in my hometown. No matter how beautiful the moon is here, it can't compare to the beauty of home. We should hurry and go out to enjoy the moon at home," he said, and the two turned to leave. "Once you're here, don't leave, go down and accompany that four-armed Blue Flame Demon," the silver-haired youth said to the two, his eyes calm as a deep well. "Little fatty, make your move." Knowing he couldn't fool them, Monk Liashan shouted at Ni Hao while running to the side. In comparison, Ni Hao had the ability to get into the Imperial Capital University, with mid-stage Earth-level strength and an SS-level ability, so he had real skills. As for Monk Liashan, he was merely an E-level ability user at the Earth level. Going up would only cause chaos, so it was better to stay aside and see if there was an opportunity for a sneak attack. At the critical moment, Ni Hao did not hesitate and activated his SS ability, Dragon Transformation. His body was covered in scales, and his originally chubby and somewhat cute face protruded forward, sharp teeth growing in his mouth. He had transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a dragon's head and a human body. After the transformation, Ni Hao's strength and speed increased several times. He pushed off the ground and charged at the silver-haired youth like a cannonball. The silver-haired youth raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Ni Hao's transformation, murmuring to himself, "Oh, so you can transform because of the ancient beast bloodline in your body? Unfortunately, the bloodline power is too thin, you can only reach this level." After saying that, he extended his right hand and lightly pointed at Ni Hao. Although this casual strike seemed weak, Ni Hao, who was charging forward, felt a chill run down his spine. The beast instinct after his transformation told him that if he was hit by that finger, he would definitely perish here. Without daring to hesitate, he abruptly stopped and quickly retreated, trying to dodge the attack. However, what made him feel a chill was that no matter how he retreated, that light finger seemed to be like a maggot in the bone, rapidly approaching in front of him, until it was about to touch his forehead. "It's over." Cold sweat instantly poured from Ni Hao's forehead, knowing he was doomed today. Meanwhile, Meng Hang woke up in a daze. After a brief moment of disappointment, he remembered what had happened earlier and began to curse at the system. Devourer, are you trying to devour your master? You little bastard, come out and face me. I won't rest until one of us is dead. Hey, buddy, you can't just look at the sky with your bare but you're blind. I went to great lengths to help you awaken your abilities, and in the end, I get cursed at. You better stop it. Why didn't you tell me that awakening this ability is so dangerous? I almost died just now. Meng Hang said irritably. Calm down, calm down. As the great and all-powerful system, how could I possibly put the host in danger? The system explained nonchalantly. Do you think the reward this time is Hashirama's cells just for fun? It's because of their abnormal healing ability. If it weren't for the wood attribute power of Hashirama's cells, I wouldn't dare let you devour the Night Crow Emperor's egg. The dark attribute energy contained within will completely devour the cells in your body. But with the cells of Hashirama, it's different. While the dark attribute destroys the cells, the wood attribute will also repair them. So I have 50%, no, 80% confidence that you will be safe and sound. Hearing 50%, Meng Hang's forehead twitched, knowing the system had tricked him again. However, he said nothing more, feeling a vague gratitude towards the system. There's no such thing as a free lunch. In the face of immense benefits, a 50% chance is enough to make someone risk it all. He stretched his arms, and without the unforgettable pain from before, Meng Hang finally felt relieved. But when he saw himself in a black robe, he was taken aback. He clearly remembered wearing a tracksuit. How had it turned into a black robe in such a short time? Meng Hang initially wanted to take out a mirror from his spatial ring to check, but a better idea suddenly struck him. He formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A person identical to Meng Hang appeared, and the two stared at each other, sizing one another up. Looking at his counterpart, dressed in a black robe, with messy hair now dark and shiny, his features unchanged but sharp, with a high nose bridge. Yet for some reason, paired with the black robe, he felt an ominous aura, like a villain. Well, if I'm a villain, then so be it. Good people don't live long. Disasters last for 1,000 years. Being a disaster isn't so bad. He comforted himself. Then, looking at his counterpart, a hint of a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. Hey, brother Tongzi, how many kill points for the seduction technique? System, get lost. You're playing some twisted game. We're going for a fresh and clean route. Meng Hang chuckled, not minding, he was just joking. Brother Tongzi, open character attributes. Host, Meng Hang, ability, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Double Tsukuyami, SS rank, Nightmarish Crow, SSS rank, Bloodline limit, would release, SSS rank, mental power, 520585, intermediate and empty stage, strength, 354, agility, 398, constitution, 405. Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he obtained Hashirama's cells, but he had also awakened his own abilities. This trip to the ancient battlefield could be considered a huge success. I should head out. I wonder how Monk Shan and the chubby guy are doing. He murmured, his kaleidoscope Sharingan appearing as he stepped out of the alternate space. The nightmarish Crow King, having lost its egg, was leading its flock frantically searching for Meng Hang's trace in the woods. However, after searching round and round, it still found no sign. The nightmarish Crow King didn't believe the one who stole its egg could escape this space. Just as it was about to expand the search area with its subjects throughout the ancient battlefield, a distortion in space occurred somewhere in the forest, and Meng Hang, clad in a black robe, stepped out. The nightmarish Crow King, circling above with its flock, suddenly narrowed its blood-red pupils, looking towards where Meng Hang had appeared. Caw! An angry roar commanded hundreds of thousands of crows to dive towards Meng Hang. Hearing this roar, Meng Hang, just stepping out, was startled. He looked up to see a mass of dark crows diving towards him. This time, Meng Hang was no longer panicked. His heart moved, and a golden vertical pupil appeared in his blood-red Sharingan. At the same time, darkness spread behind him, expanding outward. Wherever the darkness passed, all objects were swallowed without a trace. The flock of crows diving at full speed suddenly halted. For some reason, they sensed a bloodline suppression from the human before them, making them hesitate to continue their attack. The nightmarish Crow King circling in the sky also felt this bloodline suppression, panic appearing in its eyes, followed by endless rage. It instantly understood that the human before it had absorbed its descendants, gaining a trace of ancestral power. Caw! Caw! The Night Crow Emperor, both angry and anxious, urged the crow flock to continue their attack, but no matter how it urged, the flock remained circling in the air, too afraid to take another step forward. Looking at the crows in the sky, Meng Hang felt a surge of inspiration and shouted, "Come here!" An irresistible force from his bloodline enveloped the flock, compelling them to rush towards Meng Hang. He stood still, allowing the hundreds of thousands of dark crows to charge at him. The Night Crow Emperor in the sky watched him choose this path to death, a cold laugh escaping its heart. But the next moment, it froze in place. When the flock touched Meng Hang's body, it was as if raindrops fell into a lake, rivers flowed into the sea, seamlessly merging into his body. At that moment, Meng Hang's body resembled a black hole, welcoming the torrent formed by the hundreds of thousands of crows, all merging into him. The Night Crow Emperor, seeing its subjects recklessly merging into that human's body, was completely panicked. It desperately called out to the flock, issuing commands to recall its subjects. But it was useless. It was as if Meng Hang had become the supreme existence over the crows, his commands driving them to charge fearlessly to their deaths. The Night Crow Emperor wanted to intervene, but every time it tried to approach Meng Hang, a force from its bloodline urged it to merge into Meng Hang's body as well. So it dared not come closer, only able to anxiously circle in the sky. The black tide continued to surge towards Meng Hang's body, and after 5 full minutes, apart from the Night Crow Emperor, not a single dark crow could be seen in the sky. At this moment, Meng Hang, clad in a black robe, had dark energy swirling behind him, his aura growing colder. He looked at the circling Crow Emperor in the sky and said lightly, "A family should be together, so you come in too." After saying this, a red light surged in his eyes, the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, marking the space in front of the Crow Emperor. With a flicker, he seemed to teleport into the air. Behind him, a pair of black wings, resembling those of a demon, extended out. As the wings slowly flapped, Meng Hang floated in the air. The Night Crow Emperor, seeing this human approach, did not think to attack as a fifth-tier beast, instead, it turned to flee. Meng Hang snorted coldly. "Humph, still want to run?" Darkness rapidly spread from behind him, like a massive black net, enveloping the Night Crow Emperor. In the blink of an eye, it was instantly shrouded in endless darkness and dragged towards Meng Hang's body. At this moment, Meng Hang's body was like a glutton, welcoming all that came, the massive Night Crow Emperor shrinking as it got closer, until it was completely devoured by him. The world once again became clear, and the all-consuming darkness vanished without a trace. Meng Hang floated in midair, muttering to himself, "It's time to see how the good monk and the little fatty are doing." After saying this, his tall figure suddenly exploded into countless crows, flying off into the distance. Unlike before, the crows transformed from Meng Hang. Although their eyes were blood-red, each crow bore a seal in its pupils. It was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The silver-haired youth pointed, about to touch the little fatty's forehead. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as if a dark cloud had covered it. Caw 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 caw. As the sky darkened, the cries of countless crows echoed. The silver-haired youth frowned, somewhat annoyed by the noisy calls. He paused his finger, looking up at the sky. He saw the sky swirling with dense crows, completely obscuring it. The expression of the silver-haired youth immediately changed, and he said, somewhat exasperated, "How can there still be such things here that should have been extinct long ago?" However, he soon calmed down. As long as this group of beasts did not provoke them, they would not attack on their own. Anihao saw that the silver-haired youth's attention was drawn to the flock of crows in the sky, and his expression brightened. He turned to escape backward. "Ant, where do you think you can run to?" The cold voice of the silver-haired youth suddenly came from beside him, accompanied by a sound of something slicing through the air. "Little fatty, be careful." From a distance, the monk Liao Shan saw this scene, his expression changing drastically as he shouted a warning. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. The speed of the silver-haired youth was terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to Anihao. Just as his finger was about to pierce through the back of Anihao's head, Liao Shan knew it was too late, but he still rushed over without regard for his own life. At that moment, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in the eyes of the crows in the sky slightly turned, and the already desperate little fatty strangely vanished from the spot. "Ha!" The silver-haired youth's finger missed, and he let out a soft sound of surprise, looking around in confusion. However, apart from seeing the equally bewildered Liao Shan, he did not see any trace of him. He then turned to Liao Shan and said with interest, "I didn't expect that I would misjudge someone. You actually have such means." After saying that, he reached out to grab Liao Shan from the void. At this moment, Liao Shan was also stunned, not understanding what was happening. Hearing the silver-haired youth's words, he quickly waved his hands. But before he could explain, a tremendous pulling force emanated from the silver-haired youth's hand, making him involuntarily step forward toward him. Just then, countless dark night crows in the sky began to caw again, transforming into a black torrent that dove down between the silver-haired youth and Liao Shan. As the flock landed, they coalesced into a young man in a black robe, resembling Meng Hang. However, this time, unlike the illusions created with the Sharingan before, his body was genuinely formed from the gathered crows. This bizarre scene startled Liao Shan so much that he fell to the ground, while a hint of surprise appeared in the indifferent gaze of the silver-haired youth. The black-robed Meng Hang stood not far from the silver-haired youth, exuding a chilling aura, also staring at the silver-haired youth with a detached expression. Sitting on the ground, Liao Shan looked at the black-robed youth with a strange expression. Although he looked like Meng Hang, his aura was completely different. For some reason, the black-robed youth before him gave him a chilling feeling. So, after hesitating for a moment, he uncertainly asked, Meng Hang, is that you? Grandpa is here. Liao Shan's face darkened. He felt that this one sentence caused the cold aura of Meng Hang to instantly shatter, reverting him back to that carefree kid. He wanted to retort but thought of the current situation, and his expression turned grim again. Meng, why are you here? This is not the time for jokes. Right now, Hao is missing, and this person before us is not someone we can deal with. I saw him kill a 5-tier 4-armed blue flame demon in an instant. Oh, right, we need to let that little fatty out. Meng Hang nodded in realization. The space beside Liao Shan twisted, and the now human Hao fell to the ground with a thud. He looked around in confusion. Just moments ago, at a critical juncture, Hao had blinked and found himself in a strange space. Initially, he thought he had arrived in the underworld, but before he could gather his thoughts, he was back in the real world. What is going on? Hao looked at Liao Shan, who was staring at him with wide eyes, and asked, he. Liao Shan was stunned into speechlessness by the suddenly appearing fat man, pointing at himself one moment, then at him, and finally at Meng Hang, but he couldn't utter a single word. Meng Hang didn't turn to look at Hao, instead, he raised an eyebrow and looked at the silver-haired youth with great interest. Although he didn't know what the 4-armed blue flame demon was, its ability to instantly kill a 5th-tier being indicated its immense power. Noticing the jade-like horn on the silver-haired youth's forehead, Meng Hang tilted his head and curiously asked, What a guy, what species are you? You have horns on your head. Could it be a hybrid of human and cow? Upon hearing this, the silver-haired youth's body tensed with rage, his face losing its indifference and becoming incredibly ferocious. Lowly human, I am of the royal lineage of the 108 divine pillars, the Jade Horn clan. You, a lowly human, dare to insult me like this. Jade Horn clan? What the hell? Meng Hang had only heard of the Demon clan, but he had never heard of the Jade Horn clan. Seeing his confused expression, the silver-haired youth sneered in disdain. Of course, a lowly human like you has never heard of the 108 divine pillars. Soon, when the 108 divine pillars descend upon the ancestral star, you will bow beneath our glory. He paused for a moment before continuing. It's a pity you won't be able to see that scene. Meng Hang ignored the chilling killing intent in the silver-haired youth's words and turned to the two behind him. Have you heard of the Horn clan or the 108 divine pillars? The two shook their heads in confusion at the same time. The silver-haired youth saw Meng Hang, who was confronting him, not taking him seriously and exposing such a big flaw in front of him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Whether this black-robed youth was bold or truly foolish, since he dared to ignore him, he shouldn't blame him for being merciless. In fact, the silver-haired youth was unwilling to admit that ever since Meng Hang appeared, he had felt a hint of fear in his heart, but his pride wouldn't allow him to acknowledge his inner weakness. Die! The silver-haired youth repeated his previous move, pointing at Meng Hang's chest. Be careful! Liao Shan and Hao's expressions changed drastically at this sight, both exclaiming in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. The silver-haired youth's finger, along with his arm, pierced directly through Meng Hang's chest. Despair appeared on their faces as they closed their eyes, unable to bear to witness Meng Hang's tragic death. After all, just an ant. The silver-haired youth snorted disdainfully, and the hint of fear in his heart vanished in an instant. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, the next moment he stood there, dumbfounded. He then realized that his arm had passed through Meng Hang without leaving a single drop of blood, as if he had passed through air. Liao Shan and the others also sensed something was off and looked at Meng Hang in shock. Meng Hang slowly turned his head, a smile creeping onto his face, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Ant, are you talking about me? At this moment, the silver-haired youth's expression was no longer indifferent. Instead, a hint of panic appeared, but he still spoke harshly. Pretending to be a god. He quickly withdrew his arm, fingers curled like claws, emitting a faint glow as he reached for Meng Hang's heart once more. Meng Hang stood still, his expression unchanged, watching as an arm forcefully reached for his heart. The next moment, the glowing arm once again penetrated his body, causing him no harm whatsoever. The silver-haired youth was thrown into chaos, retreating rapidly, instantly coming to a stop several dozen meters away, staring at him in disbelief. Kid, what kind of ability is this? Meng Hang smiled, a grin that gave the silver-haired youth a chilling feeling. Go ask King Yin. Meng Hang had always adhered to the principle that villains die from talking too much. Although he now looked like a complete villain, he did not want his ending to be like one. Shinra! The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, locking onto the silver-haired youth's head. As the space slightly distorted, the silver-haired youth's pupils suddenly constricted, a sense of death enveloping him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Just at that critical moment, the jade horn on his forehead suddenly shone with brilliant light. The silver-haired youth felt as if he had been enlightened, instantly reacting and throwing his head back. At the same time, the effect of Shinra activated, distorting the space in front of him, allowing him to narrowly evade the attack. Seeing that the silver-haired youth had actually dodged the attack, Manghang's gaze sharpened. Although his expression remained unchanged, a storm was brewing in his heart. Since obtaining the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the Shinra technique had been invincible. No one had ever managed to evade this strike. He never expected to encounter a setback today with this silver-haired youth. Is he from the Jade Horn clan? Manghang silently repeated the name in his mind, beginning to take seriously what the silver-haired youth had said about being of royal blood. The silver-haired youth was drenched in cold sweat. If it weren't for his racial talent, he would have almost met his end here. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, a cold smile crept onto his lips, as if everything was under his control. So it turns out to be a rare space-type ability? I suppose your earlier body phasing was also using this space ability, transferring the part of you that was attacked to another space, which is why you weren't harmed, right? And that little fatty was also saved by you using your ability to send him to another space. Hearing the silver-haired youth say this, Manghang was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect him to discover his ability so quickly. Before Manghang could respond, the two people behind him were already stunned. What the hell? What kind of perverse ability is this? With this ability, isn't he invincible? The little fatty exclaimed in shock. The monk Liao Shan also pretended to join in, putting his hands together. I didn't expect that Meng Benefactor was so deep and unassuming. What era is it? And he still likes to play the pig to eat the tiger. Meng Hang, listening in front, had a string of black lines appear on his forehead. When did I ever play the pig to eat the tiger? I just haven't had the chance to strike. He looked at the somewhat smug silver-haired youth in front of him, snorted coldly, and, feeling a bit defiant, activated Shinra again. The space in front of the silver-haired youth distorted once more, but this time he remained much calmer. As the jade horn on his forehead emitted a warning, his body transformed into an afterimage, easily dodging the attack from Shinra. Seeing this, Menghang curiously stared at the jade horn on the silver-haired youth's forehead, inwardly sighing. With this strange jade horn providing a warning, has my Shinra attack become useless? The silver-haired youth seemed to see through Menghang's thoughts and couldn't help but sneer. Lowly human, this is a mark that only those with the noble bloodline of the Jade Horn clan can possess. The power within it is beyond your comprehension. Today, let me show you the gap between the noble royal bloodline and your kind of lowly bloodline. With that, the Jade Horn shone brightly, and his aura surged, pressing down on the two people behind Menghang, causing their faces to flush and struggle to breathe. The silver-haired youth moved his feet, his figure shooting out like a whistle, his speed several times faster than before. Seeing him charge towards him, Menghang instinctively threw a punch. However, he did not expect that with the enhancement of the Jade Horn, the silver-haired youth's speed would be so fast, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye, and delivering a punch to his body. The silver-haired youth's punch was powerful and heavy, the force of the punch creating a gust that barely swept over Shan and Ni Hao's heads, along with the small hill behind them, directly blasting a nearly 100-meter-long ravine. The two of them shrank their necks and slowly turned to look back. When they saw the scene behind them, their faces instantly turned pale, and they gasped in shock. Wah! Wah! What the hell? Good lord, luckily we both have strong lives. If we were any shorter, we would have to go drink Meng Po's soup together. Ni Hao patted his chest, feeling a lingering fear as he spoke to Shan beside him. Shan forced a smile that looked worse than crying and said, "Your words are misguided, benefactor. Even if I were to die, I would still go to the west to meet the Tathagata Buddha." As he spoke, he didn't forget to touch the top of his head. The next moment, he let out a scream. "It's over, my hair has been blown off." This shout startled Ni Hao, who then reacted and said angrily, "Is your brain scared out of its wits? Where would a monk like you have hair? So that's how it is." After this lesson, the two of them no longer dared to stay behind Meng Hang and quickly ran 100 meters away. Meng Hang stared at the body that had been pierced by his arm, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. He didn't expect the opponent's speed to be so fast. Among all the enemies he had encountered, it was something he had never seen before, leaving him unable to react. Fortunately, his Divine Might was a passive skill that would automatically transfer part of his body to the Divine Might space when attacked. At the same time, his fist had just slammed into the silver-haired youth's face and passed through. The two brushed past each other and stood face to face again. The silver-haired youth did not become angry or humiliated because of the failed attack. Instead, his smile grew even brighter. "Ha, kid, I finally know the weakness of your ability. As long as you want to attack or absorb and release other objects, your body must be solid and cannot be ethereal. Seeing that his divine might had been completely seen through, Manhwa shrugged nonchalantly. So what if you see through it? It still can't hurt me. The silver-haired youth was not angry and said, I don't believe your ability can be used without limits. After saying this, his whole body shone brightly, and a rain of light appeared in the sky within 100 meters, enveloping Manhwa below and crashing down. Feeling this world-destroying power, cold sweat broke out on Manhwa's forehead. Not daring to be slow, he directly transformed into a dragon, dragging the still-dazed monk and turning to run for their lives. Boom! 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 The rain of light fell, and the ground roared, giving Manhwa no chance to catch his breath. The silver-haired youth stood in mid-air, looking down at Manhwa, who was being pierced by the rain of light, like a victor. An ant is still an ant, even if the ability is against the heavens. In the face of absolute strength, it can only be a turtle with its head retracted, passively taking hits. Manhwa looked up at the silver-haired youth who was looking down at him, a cold aura emanating from him, and said unhappily, the last person who dared to speak to me like that has already knelt down and apologized. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Hearing this, the silver-haired youth in the air laughed in anger and mocked, facing death, you still have such a hard mouth. Once your ability fails and I turn you into a sieve, I will definitely cut off your mouth to see if it's still so hard. Oh, then let's see whose mouth gets cut off later. Manhwa said lightly, then clapped his hands. Wood release, wooden man technique. The ground trembled violently, and a giant Buddha slowly rose from the earth. Manhwa, who had already run hundreds of meters away, looked at this giant Buddha, and all the words he wanted to say finally condensed into one sentence. Wah! Wah! What the hell? Where did this freak Manhwa come from? The monk Liaoshan beside him was equally shocked, even more so, as he knelt down with a thud, hands clasped together, and said devoutly, Master, I never expected to see a true Buddha in my lifetime. Then, gritting his teeth, he whispered, why gild the Buddha's body? Just bring this great Buddha back, it would be so much more impressive. The great Buddha gently waved his right hand, and the rain of light flew back, crashing towards the silver-haired youth in the sky. The silver-haired youth's expression changed drastically as a beam of light shot from his jade-like horns, forming an energy shield that enveloped him. The rain of light bombarded the shield, producing deafening sounds, yet it never shattered the energy barrier. The situation changed too quickly. One moment the silver-haired youth was looking down at Manhwa, and the next, it was Manhwa looking down at him. Watching the silver-haired youth suffer the consequences of his own attack, Manhwa said lightly, young man, I told you not to speak to me like that. The waters here are too deep for you to navigate. It's up to me to show off. Minutes later, the rain of light slowly dissipated, and the silver-haired youth finally had the time to look up at the nearly 50-meter-tall wooden figure, his eyes filled with indescribable shock. Why can a human with spatial abilities use wood-based powers? And why is your wood-based ability so strong? Even the Qingmu clan, born from the essence of plants, cannot exhibit such terrifying wood abilities. Coming back to his senses, the silver-haired youth chattered on to Manhwa, no longer maintaining his previous aloof demeanor. Manhwa looked down at him from above, a slight smile on his lips, and said lightly, a life of cheating doesn't need an explanation? With that, he controlled the wooden figure to slap out. The massive palm created a howling whirlwind, sending yellow sand swirling everywhere. The silver-haired youth was sent flying like a baseball, crashing down 100 meters away. With a loud bang, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Liaoshan and Manhwa watched the battle before them, which had surpassed their understanding, dumbfounded. Manhwa had once modestly claimed that his Sss-Level ability was insignificant, a bottom-tier existence, but that was relative to those prodigies. In truth, he still harbored a hint of pride. With hundreds of billions of people in Long Country, how many could awaken Sss-Level abilities, and how many could get into the Imperial Capital University? It was only today, seeing Manhwa, who was about the same age as him, that he truly understood what a prodigy was. It could no longer be measured by common sense. I told you it was beyond your grasp, yet you didn't believe me. Manhwa gazed at the deep pit filled with dust and said lightly, cough, it seems I really underestimated you. From the dust, the silver-haired youth slowly emerged, his once flowing silver hair now a disheveled mess, and his perfect face marred with traces of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, saw the blood, frowned, and continued, if it weren't for the suppression of the world's rules, how could a lowly human like you injure me? Oh, so now you don't even need to draft your boasts. With Manhwa present, the fat man felt more confident. Seeing the silver-haired youth, who was now so disheveled yet still exuding an air of superiority, he could no longer hold back and mocked, a frog at the bottom of a well. I didn't want to use that move, my transformed appearance is too ugly. But it doesn't matter, as long as you all die, who will know? The silver-haired youth snorted coldly, then looked at Manhwa. I admit you are strong among humans, but before noble bloodlines, you are still an ant. With that, without waiting for Meng Hang's reaction, a beam of light shot from his jade-like horns, soaring into the sky. The light seemed like a key, opening the door that connected two spaces. The sky began to twist, and a space tunnel resembling a black hole appeared. The silver-haired youth's face lit up with excitement as he spread his arms wide, as if to embrace something. In the next moment, a massive beam of light shot down from the black hole, enveloping him. As the beam surrounded him, the jade-like horn on his forehead began to grow larger, and the entire body of the silver-haired youth started to swell. In an instant, a monster of the same size as the wooden figure appeared before it. This monster had a single horn on its head, sturdy limbs, and was covered in a thick layer of scales. It resembled a gigantic rhinoceros draped in crocodile skin. Meng Hang rubbed his chin with his right hand, watching the monster before him with great interest. So it's not a hybrid with a cow, but a hybrid with a rhinoceros. The chubby man, who had been incessantly mocking him, now covered his mouth in terror and muttered, "Is it now fashionable to have giant mechs?" Meng Hang said nothing more, although his expression was slightly playful. He felt a surge of vigilance in his heart, sensing a hint of threat from this monster. The wooden figure assumed a Vajra posture and threw a punch at the horned monster across from it. The rhinoceros-like monster also charged forward after pushing off with its front hooves. In the next moment, the wooden figure and the rhinoceros's horn collided. The immense force generated by the two colossal beings caused the ground to crack and begin to sink. The rhinoceros-like monster only took 2 steps back, while Meng Hang's summoned wooden figure had its entire arm blown apart by an indescribable force. The two watching from a distance turned pale at this sight. They had thought Meng Hang's wooden figure was already quite abnormal, but they didn't expect it to be so easily overwhelmed by the monster transformed from the silver-haired youth. The monster that had taken 2 steps back then spoke, its voice echoing the silver-haired youth's. Ants! In the face of absolute power, no matter how many tricks you have, you are still so easily crushed. Now I give you a choice: submit to me, submit to the great Jade Horn clan. When the 108 divine pillars descend, I will grant you eternal life. His words were filled with an air of superiority, as if he were a ruler bestowing a precious opportunity upon a beggar by the roadside. Meng Hang was not panicked by the wooden figure's disadvantage. Instead, he impatiently dug at his ears. I told you not to speak to me in that tone. Why won't you listen? With that, countless vines surged forth from the severed arm of the wooden figure, intertwining like a swarm of snakes, growing until they formed a brand new arm. Seeing this, the rhinoceros monster squinted its eyes and let out a cold laugh. As expected of wood-type abilities, the recovery is so fast, but what does that matter? It's just a futile struggle. Annoying. Meng Hang had completely lost his patience and was unwilling to continue with this self-satisfied, delusional youth. His eyes, like kaleidoscopes, began to spin. In the next moment, the wooden figure, now entirely green, glowed with blue light from its feet and shot upward rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the nearly 50-meter-tall wooden figure was enveloped in blue light, forming a set of blue armor, and a blue long knife appeared in its hands. The armored wooden figure's momentum surged, and a fierce aura swept across the scene. Come on, let's have another go, Meng Hang said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the wooden figure, the monster transformed from the silver-haired youth finally lost its composure and shouted in exasperation. Why? Why do you still have trump cards? Even I, a noble of the royal family, do not have so many tricks. How can a humble human like you possess such incredible abilities? Hearing this, Meng Hang looked at him with a hint of pity in his eyes. Poor child, who told you to encounter me? No matter what kind of royal family you belong to, how can you be more powerful than me, this cheat? Of course, he could only think this in his heart. He would never say it out loud in front of the silver-haired youth. Ignoring the shock of the silver-haired youth, the wooden figure gripped the azure long knife and swung it down. The target was the giant jade horn of the rhinoceros monster. Just as the silver-haired youth had spotted Meng Hang's flaw, Meng Hang had also discerned that the youth's power relied entirely on that jade horn. Therefore, Meng Hang aimed to sever its root, to see how the youth would continue to leap about. The silver-haired youth, who had been somewhat flustered, suddenly rejoiced upon seeing that Meng Hang's attack was aimed at his most prized possession, the jade horn. The reason the Jade Horn clan could become the royal family was entirely due to the innate power granted by the jade horn atop his head. The jade horn not only bestowed him with boundless strength but was also incredibly sturdy. He had never seen an attack capable of damaging his jade horn. A massive blue blade of light flashed, and the space began to distort where the azure blade passed. In the next moment, the long knife collided with the jade horn. There was no earth-shattering power as imagined, nor was there a deafening sound. The long knife sliced through as if cutting through thin paper, and then the wooden figure, enveloped in susanu, slowly retracted it. The momentum of the monster transformed from the silver-haired youth suddenly halted, standing dumbfounded in place. Meng Hang's expression was emotionless atop the wooden figure's head. Liao Shan and An Hao were also frozen in place, mouths agape, staring ahead, unsure of what they had witnessed. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The arena was silent, not a sound to be heard. Thud! A massive jade horn was thrown high into the air, then fell heavily to the ground. This loud noise shattered the silence, a great wind rose, and clouds billowed, a gust of wind howled past, stirring up a storm of yellow sand. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. The rhinoceros-like monster shook its head desperately, countless lights shimmering from its body, drifting into the sky. The lights floated in the air like daytime fireworks, a truly beautiful sight. When the lights dissipated, the enormous rhinoceros monster instantly shrank, transforming back into the form of the silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth lay weakly on the ground, all his strength drained. His once shiny silver hair turned into a withered white, and countless wrinkles appeared on his handsome face. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a young man into a frail old man. The silver-haired youth fell to the ground, his face a mix of confusion, shock, and terror, ultimately morphing into an incredulous roar. How is this possible? How could I lose to a lowly human like you? Meng Hang chuckled, and a pair of demonic wings unfurled behind him. With a slight flap of the black wings, his black robe billowed, transforming into a black afterimage that flashed directly in front of the silver-haired youth. On the brink of death, and still barking like a dog, Meng Hang lightly lifted the youth's forehead with the long knife, the sharp tip slicing into the silver-haired youth's neck, blood oozing out. Feeling the faint pain from his neck, the silver-haired youth finally realized he had become a stray dog, his eyes filled with terror. You can't kill me. I am the divine son of the Jade Horn clan. If you kill me, the Jade Horn clan will never let you go. As long as you let me go, I promise not to hold today's events against you, and I will provide you with endless benefits in the future. Meng Hang curled his lip, his eyes filled with disdain. He was most annoyed by those who, at such times, brought out their backing to pressure others. The previous Hua Xiao claimed to be the second son of the Hua family in the imperial capital, and now here was another so-called young master of the Jade Horn clan. He felt that since both sides were fighting for their lives, they should leave it to fate. If he ultimately fell to the other side, he would have no regrets. Even if one day he, Meng Hang, were to be defeated by someone else, outmatched and killed, he would have no complaints. You might as well go down and show off to King Yin, so he can give you a better reincarnation in your next life. With killing intent rising in his eyes, he raised the long knife and swung it toward the silver-haired youth's neck. At that moment, Meng Hang's expression suddenly tightened as he discovered that the air around the silver-haired youth began to distort. It was as if it were the effect of his own divine power. This scene made the hairs all over his body stand on end, and his movement of swinging the knife paused slightly. In the half-second of his hesitation, the silver-haired youth's figure instantly vanished. The next moment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, seemingly youthful and charming, yet with an alluring aura that emanated from her very bones, appeared slowly, dressed in sheer fabric. The silver-haired youth also appeared beside her. In the distance, the chubby boy's eyes went wide at the sight of this woman, and drool unconsciously dripped from his mouth. Even the monk, Liao Shan, was muttering Buddhist chants, his eyes half closed and half open, secretly glancing at her. At this moment, Meng Hang's heart surged with tumultuous waves, nearly causing him to cry out. It wasn't that he was shocked by the woman's stunning beauty, but rather by his own abilities. Space-type abilities. How is this possible? Meng Hang silently exclaimed, realizing that this woman's abilities were strikingly similar to divine power. His eyes instantly turned cold and fierce as he fixed his gaze on the mysterious woman before him, asking, "Who are you?" The woman smiled seductively and replied, "I didn't expect to encounter a dual system ability user with both space and wood abilities here." Although she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was no less shocked than Meng Hang's. Her ability was an Sss-Level space-type ability, and she had thought her space abilities were already incredibly powerful. She never expected to meet someone today who not only possessed space abilities but also wielded the auxiliary wood abilities so terrifyingly. The existence of such an extraordinary individual was something she had never heard of before, leaving her deeply unsettled. Since the silver-haired youth had engaged with Meng Hang, she had been using secret methods to hide nearby and observe. Yilingxian had a premonition that this man, if not dealt with, would become a significant threat to the Holy Church in the future. Upon seeing Yilingxian, the silver-haired youth was overjoyed and shouted, "I command you in the name of the divine envoy of the Wuxing sect, take me away immediately." He no longer hoped that this so-called saintess could defeat Meng Hang, he just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. Yilingxian smiled charmingly. "As you wish, divine envoy, I shall send you on your way." With that, her delicate hand pierced through the silver-haired youth's chest. The silver-haired youth looked down at his pierced chest, then raised his head to look at the woman before him, incredulously saying, "Your status will be incredibly noble in the future. Why do this? Will I still be me by then?" After saying this, she pulled out her right hand, and a drop of blood glowing with a golden hue gathered at her fingertips. Upon seeing this, the silver-haired youth finally understood her intentions and roared, "You are after the royal bloodline within me." Before he could finish, Yilingxian directly twisted his neck. Everyone present was taken aback, not expecting this woman to be so ruthless. Manhang also clicked his tongue, lamenting that the most poisonous hearts belong to women, and the more beautiful they are, the more so. But in the next moment, he thought of something and instantly became furious, shouting, "You vile woman, how dare you steal my points?" He didn't care what kind of stunning beauty Yilingxian was, anyone who dared to take his head could not be spared. The wooden man glared at Yilingxian with fierce eyes, his long knife raised high against her. Seeing this, Yilingxian's expression slightly changed. She had just witnessed the power of the giant wooden man strike. "Young master, if you kill me, you won't be able to leave." Meng Hang's brows furrowed slightly, and the wooden man also halted his movements. Seeing that Meng Hang did not continue to attack, Yilingxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "How about this? As long as you agree to let me go and promise not to harm me after we get out, I will lead the three of you out of this ancient battlefield. What do you say?" Meng Hang pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Alright, I guarantee with my integrity that as long as you take us out, I will not harm a single hair on you. But you have to tell me, what is the use of this drop of golden blood?" "Okay, you are straightforward, and I trust your character. This drop of golden blood is the essence of the bloodline of the Jade Horn clan. As long as I refine this drop of blood, I can obtain the bloodline of the Jade Horn clan." "Oh, I didn't expect such a strange ability existed in this world," Meng Hang said, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Then the two exchanged smiles, tacitly avoiding mentioning what the silver-haired youth had said about the no-life sect. Everything was understood without words. "By the way, I still don't know your name," Meng Hang asked. "My name is Yilingxian. You are too kind, sir," Yilingxian said, slightly bowing to Meng Hang. Meng Hang nodded in response, smiling on the surface, but feeling a bit more wary of this woman in his heart. This woman was definitely not simple, possessing such divine power. He naturally understood the terror of spatial abilities. Moreover, he had clearly seen her kill the silver-haired youth without changing her expression. She was undoubtedly a ruthless character, just like himself. Yilingxian took out a delicate jade bottle from her storage space and carefully placed the golden blood into it. Meng Hang watched this scene with great interest, and then thought of something, curiously asking, "By the way, what is the origin of the Jade Horn clan? What are those so-called 108 divine pillars?" "Meng Gongzi, I have already told you the secret of my journey, can't you leave me a little secret?" Her pitiful yet slightly resentful gaze could have captivated any other man. Meng Hang smiled slightly and did not press further. After all, he had no interest in the secrets of the dead. After they reached an agreement, Yilingxian began to carve a magic array on the ground, while Meng Hang walked over to the still-dazed Liao Shan and Ni Hao. Seeing the two staring blankly, Meng Hang waved his hand in front of them. Slap! With a crisp sound, Meng Hang looked in shock at the little fatty who had slapped Liao Shan on the back of the head, wondering if he had been scared silly. Ouch! Liao Shan cried out in pain from the slap and immediately scolded, "You little brat, what did you slap me for? Does it hurt? Isn't that obvious? I slapped you to see if it hurts. It hurts, so that means I'm not dreaming." The little fatty rubbed his chubby face vigorously, still unable to accept the scenes he had just witnessed. His words made Liao Shan furious, questioning, "If you want to know whether you're dreaming, why don't you pinch yourself? Why hit me? I'm afraid it will hurt." The little fatty replied matter-of-factly. Meng Hang, Liao Shan. Although he was talking to the two, Meng Hang's attention was still on Yilingxian. Seeing that she had completed the magic array and was now embedding the core into it, Meng Hang brought the two of them closer. The little fatty had just been shocked and only then remembered there was a stunning beauty present, so he hurriedly ran up to Yilingxian. "Hello, fairy, my name is Ni Hao. May I ask how to address you?" Yilingxian covered her mouth and giggled, saying, "This brother, I can't take the title of fairy, just call me Shenner." Alright, Shenner. Ni Hao rolled his eyes at her calling him Shenner, looking as if he were in ecstasy. Beside him, Meng Hang shook his head helplessly at the sight of the fat guy being useless. He sighed, truly a monk, his composure was still strong, unlike a lovesick teddy bear, rushing towards beautiful women. However, when he turned to look at Shan, Meng Hang couldn't help but want to slap himself. Shan was staring intently at Yilingxian, drool already dripping down in a stream. Yilingxian's technique for inscribing the magic array was incredibly skilled, and in no time, a complete magic array was formed. A brilliant light erupted as the four stepped into the array, disappearing from this space. After a wave of dizziness, Manghang felt a sinking sensation beneath his feet, knowing he had been teleported out. Manghang wasted no time, his long knife appeared in his hand, and he slashed towards Yi Lingxuan's position. This strike was decisive and ruthless, aimed directly at her vital points. What? Manghang swore to guarantee with his character? Did he even have such a thing? From the silver-haired youth's shout earlier, he learned she was from the Wuxing sect, and her status was definitely not low, even involving that Yujiao clan. This woman was ruthless and had strange abilities. If he didn't eliminate her this time, she might bring him trouble in the future. Manghang had no habit of letting a tiger return to the mountain. If he could resolve it early, he wouldn't wait until tomorrow. Now that the magic array's light had not yet dissipated, this old sixth would naturally not miss this excellent opportunity. At the same time, as Yi Lingxuan's feet touched the ground, a plain-looking talisman appeared in her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she infused her mental energy into it, and her figure transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the spot. Damn, that was fast. Manghang was a bit dazed. His knife hadn't even reached, and that woman had already run away? At that moment, Yi Lingxuan's soft voice drifted from the horizon. Young master, you were so inconsiderate. How could you go back on your word? To be so ruthless to a weak woman like me. What happened to guaranteeing with your character? One day, I will come back to find you for a candlelit chat. You must wait for me. Is she targeting me now? Manghang smacked his lips, muttering to himself, not taking the missed opportunity too seriously. As long as she dared to come back and provoke him again, she might escape once, but not a second time. The light of the teleportation array had just begun to dissipate, and the fat guy and Shan were just recovering from the dizziness of the teleportation. The little fat guy looked at Yi Lingxian, who had turned into a streak of light, and exclaimed, Liu Guang Qianli talisman. Seeing that the fat guy actually recognized this thing, Manghang quickly asked, Liu Guang Qianli talisman? What is that? The fat guy looked at Manghang as if he were a country bumpkin, finally regaining some confidence from him, and said proudly, you don't even know this. Liu Guang Qianli talisman is a one-time life-saving talisman. As long as you infuse your mental energy into it, you can instantly transform into a streak of light and appear 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. It's a must-have for saving one's life, but unfortunately, it's a one-time consumable and ridiculously expensive. A single Liu Guang Qianli talisman sells for 800 essence cores, which ordinary people can't afford, and it's priceless on the market. Even I haven't managed to get one. Manghang calculated in his mind, 800 essence cores equated to 80 million, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was not using talismans to save lives, it was clearly throwing money to save lives. Then, realizing this, he looked at the fat guy with shining eyes. Is your family very wealthy? Seeing Manghang looking like he wanted to eat him, the fat guy quickly took a few steps back in fright. Just average. The three looked at the large Yao family estate, now empty, and fell into a moment of silence. When they arrived, there were still hundreds of people bustling about, but now only the three of them remained alive. After some discussion, Nihao lost interest in continuing to wander and decided to head directly to the capital to prepare for school. Manghang also didn't gain any benefits and felt somewhat disheartened, so he too planned to set off for the capital. For some reason, ever since they left the ancient battlefield, he had the unsettling feeling that Liao Shan was looking at him with a particularly ambiguous gaze, much like how one would look at a wealthy person. It made him feel a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, this poor monk is unharmed, so I will accompany you both to the capital, Liao Shan said. Manghang, somewhat puzzled, asked, Master, aren't you going to raise funds to restore the golden statue of your temple's Buddha? I already have a better plan, Liao Shan replied with a slight smile, using a gaze that Manghang couldn't comprehend. Since entering the ancient battlefield, I've observed that you, Mang, have a natural affinity for wisdom. How about converting to Buddhism? Hearing this, Manghang felt a wave of frustration and quickly refused. It was a joke. He hadn't even had a girlfriend yet, and he hadn't experienced the beauty of life, so how could he become a monk? Let's forget about that. I'd rather continue being a layman. Upon hearing Manghang's words, Liao Shan didn't press further but merely looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Thus, the three of them boarded the train to the capital once more. In the capital, the Hua family. Hua Chou knelt on the ground, trembling, unable to meet the gaze of the middle-aged man sitting before him. Opposite him sat a man in his 50s, dressed in an expensive suit, his hair meticulously combed back. This man was Hua Hongzhen, the head of the Hua family, which was rarely able to compete with the three great families of the capital. I heard you knelt down in Yunshui City? Hua Hongzhen's tone was calm, but Hua Qiu, kneeling on the ground, felt as if he had received a terrifying shock, shaking even more violently. Dad, let me explain. Slap. Before he could even start to explain, a loud slap landed on his face. Hua Hongjin suddenly erupted in fury, his veins bulging as he glared at his disappointing son. As a proper descendant of the Hua family, you actually knelt before some unknown brat in front of so many people. You've brought shame to the Hua family. Hua Hongjin's roar echoed throughout the large villa, causing the servants in the house to tremble in fear, not daring to make a sound. But Dad, if I hadn't knelt, he really might have killed me. Hua Qiu desperately defended himself. Upon hearing this, Hua Hongjin became even angrier, raising his right hand once more. Just then, a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Hua Qiu but appeared much more composed stepped forward. He seemed oblivious to Hua Hongjin's fury and coldly addressed Hua Qiu, "My foolish brother. You're at least an S-level ability user, yet you were defeated by a student from a third-tier city. Has all the training the Hua family has given you over the years gone to waste?" At these words, Hua Qiu's face, which had been filled with fear in front of Hua Hongjin, turned bright red. "Hua Yang, you don't need to blow cold air here. I can guarantee that even if you encountered him, whether you could win is still uncertain." He had naturally never witnessed Meng Hang defeating the Bone Demon during the college entrance examination, but at this moment, for the sake of his pride, he could only say this. Then I must have a good experience when the time comes to see what kind of existence can scare you into kneeling." Hua Yang sneered, deliberately emphasizing the word kneeling. Enough, what kind of behavior is this?" Seeing his two sons at odds, Hua Hongjin shouted angrily, interrupting their conversation. "You both go down first." After dismissing everyone, he sat on the sofa with a grim expression. "Ing-san." Once everyone had left, Hua Hongjin called out to the silent room. At that moment, a shadow appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. "Head of the family." Hua Hongjin, with a murderous intent on his face, said to the shadow, "Go to Yunshui City and investigate that kid named Meng Hang. Daring to insult the Hua family, I don't want to hear this person's name again." "Yes." The shadow replied softly, just about to leave when he was called back. "By the way, after dealing with that kid, hang his head on the city wall of Yunshui City. The disgrace of the Hua family must be repaid in blood." "Understood, head of the family." Hearing Hua Hongjin's bloody words, the man named Ing-san showed no surprise, responding calmly before disappearing from the room. Watching the disappearing shadow, Hua Hongjin nodded slightly. For a family to establish itself in a place like the imperial capital, they naturally have their dirty side. The shadow just now was one of the assassins cultivated by the Hua family since childhood, specifically tasked with handling the family's unspeakable matters. For a high school student, he believed that sending out Ing-san, ranked third among the assassins, was already showing considerable respect to that kid. Meanwhile, the Ruan family, one of the few that could rival the Hua family in the imperial capital, was in turmoil. Ruan Su was crying on the shoulder of an elderly man with silver hair. "Grandpa, if it weren't for the Lord of Yunshui City stopping me, that bastard really would have killed me with a single knife. Grandpa, you have to stand up for me." After hearing Ruan Su's cries, Ruan Hong trembled with fear, holding her tightly. Ruan Su, as the jewel of the Ruan family, had been pampered all her life. Even he couldn't bear to scold her, and now she had almost been killed by an unknown kid, which made him furious. "Ruan Xiong!" Ruan Hong roared like a mad lion. A burly man, built like a tower, stepped forward and stood beside him. "Go to Yunshui City and bring me that kid's head. And investigate the ancestral connections of that little bastard for 18 generations, leave no one out." Upon hearing this, the man named Ruan Xiong hesitated and said, "Old man, the crime shouldn't extend to the family. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "Nonsense." Ruan Hong's face turned red with anger as he glared at him. He actually dared to touch the jewel of the Ruan family. "If Suer suffers even a scratch, I'll make everyone present pay with their lives. Now, just letting that kid's family accompany her in death is already showing mercy." Ruan Xiong sighed inwardly, no longer speaking, and silently withdrew. Once Ruan Xiong left, Ruan Hong returned to a kind demeanor, speaking to his granddaughter in his arms. "Alright, Suer, stop crying. I've already sent someone to take revenge for you." I knew Grandpa was the best." Ruan Su stopped sobbing in Ruan Xiong's embrace, instead showing a hint of pride on her face. At this moment, Meng Hang was still unaware that the Ruan and Hua families had sent experts to Yunshui City to find trouble with him. He was currently staring at Liao Shan and Ni Hao on the train, both of them wide-eyed. "I say, can you two stop looking at me like I'm a monster?" Meng Hang said helplessly. The two seemed not to hear his words, still staring at Meng Hang with complex expressions. The events on the ancient battlefield had been so sudden that they were still in shock. Now that they had come to their senses, the more they thought about it, the more frightened they became, as if they were dreaming. "Meng Hang, tell the truth, how old are you this year?" "You must be some ancient monster transformed." Meng Hang replied innocently, "What are you talking about?" I'm only 18 this year, just like you, I just graduated from high school. You're talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Hao became even more agitated. With your abnormal strength, your college entrance exam results must be extraordinary. How come I didn't see your name on the list? I misremembered the exam date due to some issues and missed the exam, so my qualification was cancelled, Manhang said, his face turning a bit awkward. What? Both Hao and Liao Shan exclaimed in unison. You could forget something as important as the college entrance exam? After the shock, it was Liao Shan's turn to speak. Is this what genius is? Even the college entrance exam is beneath you. Manhang twitched his mouth, thinking that he clearly said he misremembered the date. How did it turn into being disdainful of the exam? Liao Shan continued, at such a young age, you possess such strength. People say geniuses are forced out. I wonder what you, Meng, have gone through. Hao shook his head. That's not necessarily true. I was born via C-section. Upon hearing this, Manhang's mind raced with countless expletives, and he quickly intervened. Stop. Fatty, you can't say that. The fatty also realized and quickly waved his hands, awkwardly laughing. It was a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Actually, I agree with Master Liao Shan. The reason I awakened my Sss-Level ability was also due to being forced. Upon hearing this, both Manhang and Liao Shan showed interest and quickly asked for more details. The fatty looked out the window and began to reminisce. Back when I was only 8 or 9 years old, my third uncle took me to explore the mountains. Who would have thought that while we were chasing a second-tier Beldeer, a fourth-tier bloodthirsty bear suddenly appeared? We were both scared out of our wits. My third uncle was just an empty stage ability user, and I was just a kid without any awakened powers. So how did you manage to escape? Liao Shan's eyes sparkled with interest. With the arrows in my hand, the fatty answered emphatically. Good. I didn't expect that at such a young age, and I could have such skills, able to kill a fourth-tier monster with just a bow and arrow. Heroes emerge from youth. Liao Shan exclaimed, excited to the point of losing control. This made Manhang feel embarrassed. He suspected that Liao Shan hadn't recovered from the shock of the ancient battlefield, believing such words. Quick, tell us the details. Liao Shan urged the fatty to continue. The fatty cleared his throat and continued, I did manage to escape, but unfortunately, my third uncle got hit by 2 arrows in the knee. Silence. Silence is in another Cambridge. Liao Shan, who had been excited, suddenly turned pale, took off his shoes, and aimed for the fatty's face. If he still didn't realize the fatty was joking, he would truly be a fool. The fatty quickly covered his head and begged for mercy. Don't hit me, master. I just wanted to lighten the mood. After a day of travel, the three finally arrived in the capital. It was already night when they got off the car, and looking at the towering buildings, the neon lights adorned this city brilliantly. Manhang was left speechless. As expected of the capital, its level of prosperity was indeed incomparable to Yinshui City. They called a cab, and Manhang and the others followed Hao to a villa area. Back on the train, Manhang had already known that the fatty was quite wealthy. To have a villa in such a precious place as the capital, one could imagine that the fatty's family background was definitely not ordinary. The villa had 3 floors and even included a small garden outside. When Manhang walked in, he found that although the room was empty, the furniture was neatly arranged, without a speck of dust. Hey, fatty, why haven't I seen your family this late? Manhang asked, a bit puzzled. Hi, this house is just a backup. If anyone from my family comes to the capital for business, it's good to have a place to stay, fatty said nonchalantly. Manhang shook his head. He didn't understand the world of the wealthy. To have a place to stay for business, he actually bought a villa outright. Looking at the lavishly decorated mansion, Manhang couldn't help but ask, this villa must cost a few million, right? How much? Fatty stared at him in disbelief. Brother, I'll give you 50 million. See if you can buy me a villa like this in the capital. Upon hearing this, Manhang's eyes lit up. Fatty, if I were to kidnap you right now, how much could your family pay to ransom you? Bro, let's not joke like that. Fatty was genuinely a bit scared at this point. With Manhang's strength, if he really wanted to kidnap him, he felt he wouldn't last a single move against him. After joking around with Fatty for a while, Manhang finally scared him so much that he was at his wit's end, begging for mercy, and only then did Manhang contentedly choose a room to rest. After a comfortable shower, Manhang sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. Unfortunately, after only half an hour, he helplessly opened his eyes again. During the Yao family's trip, he hadn't even managed to get a fragment of a core, which left him quite unwilling. Without the core to provide spiritual power, he felt that his current cultivation was like a turtle crawling, progressing far too slowly. Without the horse's night grass, it wouldn't grow fat. Manhang stroked his chin, pondering how to earn some cores. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly clapped his hands excitedly, his eyes shining brightly. How could I forget this ability? With that thought, he stopped cultivating and went straight to sleep. Early the next morning, Meng Hang arrived early, greeted the two, and headed outside. Master, to Tianfu Commercial House. He hailed a cab on the way and headed straight for Tianfu Commercial House. That's right, the method he thought of last night was to take advantage of Tianfu Commercial House. The first time he went there, he had just awakened his abilities and was financially strapped, so even the unopened spiritual tools were beyond his reach. Although he was still short on cash, at least he had 500,000 from the 3 people who ambushed him in the mountains in his space ring. 500,000 wasn't much, but it should be enough to buy an unopened spiritual tool. Take a chance, and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Meng Hang didn't expect the villa to be so far from Tianfu Commercial House. The taxi took almost an hour to get there. He painfully handed the driver 200 yuan before walking towards Tianfu Commercial House. True to its reputation, the Tianfu Commercial House in the capital was decorated at a level far beyond that of Yunshui City. However, even when Meng Hang reached the entrance, no one came to greet him. This made him frown slightly. The automatic sliding door opened, and Meng Hang saw 5 or 6 beautiful saleswomen in professional attire surrounding a young man dressed in high-end brands, looking very avant-garde. Young Master Duan, what do you think of the newly released Kunlong sword today? This is a mid-level spiritual tool that can perfectly conduct spiritual power, allowing you to unleash your abilities at 100%. And it's not expensive, only 8 million. For you, young Master Duan, that's just a drop in the bucket. The young man shook his head disdainfully and scoffed, mid-level spiritual tool? You can ask around. When have I, Duan Ning, ever bought such trash as a mid-level spiritual tool? Another saleswoman quickly stepped forward to the young man and said, Young Master Duan, she's just new here, don't hold it against her. How about this golden silk inner armor? This is woven from the silk produced by the 4th-tier Tianfeng Xuanwan silkworm, impervious to water and fire. The key point is that as long as you wear it, you can withstand a full-force strike from a 4th-tier master. If it weren't for you, young Master Duan, coming today, I wouldn't even be willing to take it out. Oh, this golden silk inner armor is quite interesting. How much? 20 million, just 20 million. Alright, put it away for me. Duan Ning said, not even blinking. Young Master Duan, look at this spirit weapon in my hand. Young Master Duan, this is a pill that can enhance your physique. The other front desk staff became excited upon seeing this, eagerly trying to sell him their items. They all knew that if they could sell even one item to this young master, their future would be secure. I want to buy something. Meng Hang stood at the door for nearly 5 minutes. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he could only speak up. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at Meng Hang. It was then that they noticed a handsome but somewhat cold-looking young man in a black robe standing at the door. When they saw Meng Hang's attire, their eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Since they could work at Tianfu Commercial House, their judgment was naturally sharp. A quick glance could reveal a person's background from their clothing and demeanor. What era was it? This young man was still wearing such outdated clothes, and they didn't seem to be any brand name. In terms of demeanor, seeing Meng Hang's eyes shining as he looked at the various treasures displayed in the counter, they knew he was a country bumpkin. Normally, they would still put on a forced smile to deal with him. But today, with a rare wealthy patron in front of them, how could they miss this opportunity to deal with that country bumpkin? One of the staff coldly said, You can look first. Let me know which one you like, and I'll give you a quote. Oh, okay. Meng Hang chuckled, not angry at all. He wasn't a wealthy young master anyway, it was fine for him to just browse. He didn't even look at the already unsealed spirit weapons, which were all priced in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, far beyond what he could afford right now. He went straight to the area with unsealed spirit weapons, where nearly 100 items were displayed on the counter. Meng Hang sighed inwardly, no wonder it was Tianfu Commercial House. Previously, he had wandered around the ghost market in Yunshui City, where most items were imitations, but here, everything was genuine unsealed spirit weapons. Whether one could find a complete spirit weapon depended on luck. Of course, Meng Hang wasn't here to gamble on luck. His Sharingan could see the spiritual energy within the spirit weapons. His pupils turned from black to red, and the 3 tomos slowly emerged. Using his Sharingan, he glanced at the pile of spirit weapons and immediately spotted a few that were glowing faintly. Got it! He raised an eyebrow, knowing that the 200 yuan he spent on the taxi wouldn't be in vain. Picking up a long sword wrapped in crystal, he asked one of the staff still surrounding Duan Ning, how much for this sword? Glancing over, one of the staff replied impatiently, 500,000. 500,000? Meng Hang exclaimed, recalling that he had once bought a low-tier spirit weapon from a monk for just 20 yuan. He didn't expect that an unsealed spirit weapon would be sold for such a high price here. Can you make it a bit cheaper? He said somewhat shyly. He still wanted to save some money for the taxi back. Put. A mocking laugh came from the crowd. Where did this beggar come from? Is Tianfu commercial house so low-end now that even beggars can come in? Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction of the voice, where Duan Ning, surrounded by admirers, was looking at him with a mocking expression. The other staff members felt a bit awkward. They originally didn't want to intervene. After all, the newcomer was a guest, and they were the store employees. If they also mocked him and it got back to their superiors, there would definitely be no good outcome. However, they thought that as long as they could please the young Master Duan in front of them and sell him something, they would accept being fired. Besides, if they could just send him away quickly, it might not be discovered by the higher-ups. So someone quickly catered to Duan Ning and said to Meng Hang, I say, this customer, this is Tianfu Commercial House, do you think this is a street stall outside, still haggling? If you can't afford it here, just turn left when you go out, the most famous ghost market in the capital is right there, which suits your status better. Hearing this, Meng Hang frowned. Even a clay Buddha has some temper, let alone him, Meng Hang. A cold aura spread towards the few people in the distance. The crowd, who had originally looked disdainful, suddenly felt a chill run through them, a sense of coldness rising from their hearts. Duan Ning also shivered, the mockery in his eyes turning to fear, but he still tried to act tough and said to Meng Hang, Kid, what do you want to do? I can tell you, I am from the Duan family in the capital, so don't mess around. Hearing this, Meng Hang shook his head helplessly, lamenting that while the capital might not have much, it certainly had a lot of noble families. Just as he was about to teach the so-called young Master Duan how to speak, he suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit today and withdrew his foot. Harmony is precious, harmony is precious. He silently chanted in his heart, and the cold expression on his face turned into a forced smile. Seeing the change in Meng Hang's expression, Duan Ning thought he was afraid of his family's power and immediately became arrogant again. Kid, I've seen too many like you who want to get rich overnight by relying on luck. If you can produce a complete spiritual artifact today, I'll buy as many as you can produce. And at double the market price. Really? Meng Hang's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly. This young master lacks everything but money. But I also want to make it clear, if you can't produce it today, from now on, whenever you see me in the capital, you have to take a detour. Don't let me be in a bad mood. Meng Hang pursed his lips and sneered. How about this, young Master Duan? I don't even need you to pay double the price. As long as I can select 2 unopened spiritual artifacts, if both can produce complete artifacts, you can buy them at the original price. But from now on, whenever you see me in the capital, you have to say Master, you have arrived. Every time. You, a stinky beggar, are worthy of me calling you Master? Duan Ning shouted angrily. What, you don't dare? Nonsense, there's nothing this young master dares not do. Duan Ning held his neck high, directly falling into Meng Hang's provocation. Seeing that things were getting a bit out of hand, the nearby staff hurried over to mediate. Young Master Duan, your status is noble, why bother with him? Yes, betting with him is beneath your dignity. Hearing the crowd's persuasion, Duan Ning also calmed down a bit. Winning wouldn't bring much benefit, but if he lost, money was one thing, but losing face would be a big deal. It was rumored that the second young master of the Hua family was scared into kneeling on the spot by a high school student from a third-tier city, which had already become a laughingstock in the noble circles of the capital. As soon as Meng Hang saw Duan Ning hesitating, he thought it was bad and quickly added fuel to the fire, continuing to mock. Is this the spirit of the young master of the Duan family, not even daring to place a bet? Sure enough, provoked by him, Duan Ning's face instantly turned red. Although he looked like he was enraged, he wasn't stupid. Producing 2 complete spiritual artifacts in a row was like an ordinary person winning a 5 million lottery twice in a row. The probability was basically 0. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted Meng Hang's conditions. Kid, you don't need to provoke me. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, this gamble must be played. Alright. Meng Hang shouted loudly, directly throwing the long sword wrapped in crystal in his hand, which landed steadily in the hands of a shop assistant. I'll choose this one, go and open it for me. Saying this, he also tossed over 500,000 from his spatial ring. The shop assistant's expression turned ugly upon receiving the long sword, but at this point, there was nothing to do but take it one step at a time. He carefully brought the long sword to the specialized crystal disassembly machine, meticulously cutting away the layers of crystal on the outside. Before long, a long sword gleaming with a chilling light appeared. Let me try. Duan Ning snatched the long sword from the shop assistant's hands and directly infused it with his mental energy. In the next moment, the long sword burst into brilliant light, and a faint layer of mental energy instantly attached to the sword body. Low-grade spiritual weapon. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, staring incredulously at Meng Hang. Low-grade spiritual weapons weren't particularly rare in the Tianfu Trading Company, but being able to select just one and have it open into a complete spiritual weapon was quite uncommon. Duan Ning, with a grim expression, said, "Kid, don't get too proud, this time it was just good luck. Don't forget, we bet that you could open 2 spiritual weapons in a row." "Well, young Master Duan, can you first give me the money for this low-grade spiritual weapon?" Upon hearing this, Duan Ning snorted disdainfully. "We'll settle it all together later, a mere low-grade spiritual weapon is nothing for me, Duan Ning. You're not short on money, but I am. I only have 500,000 in my pocket, if you don't give me the money, I can't continue buying." Meng Hang spread his hands helplessly. "You!" Duan Ning was furious, feeling as if he was being treated like an ATM. "How much is a low-grade spiritual weapon?" he asked a nearby shop assistant. Normally, he wouldn't even glance at such trash, so he naturally didn't know the price of low-grade spiritual weapons. "Young Master Duan, a low-grade spiritual weapon is enough for 1 million. A trembling shop assistant replied. Duan Ning sneered and casually tossed 1 million to Meng Hang. Meng Hang took the money and then threw 500,000 to the shop assistant before turning to continue selecting. His eyes flashed red again as he looked at the pile of unsealed spiritual weapons. When he first arrived, Meng Hang wanted to be low-key, taking it slow, not wanting to exhaust all the resources at once. But now that it had come to this, he wasn't going to give the Tianfu Trading Company any face. He directly chose the most radiant spiritual weapon from inside. This time, he picked a rusty iron rod, the carvings on it barely visible. Seeing the iron rod Meng Hang handed over, Duan Ning finally smiled with relief. "Ha, I told you your first time was just good luck." Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that although sealed spiritual weapons can't be judged by their appearance, over the years, those who gamble on spiritual weapons have summarized a rule. The better the appearance of the spiritual weapon, the greater the chance it has of being opened with spiritual energy. "Look at this iron rod you picked, even a firewood collector would find it too heavy." After hearing his lengthy discourse, Meng Hang impatiently tapped his ear and said, "Why so much nonsense? Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know once it's opened." "Humph, you won't turn back until you hit the south wall." Duan Ning snorted coldly and directly handed the iron rod to the shop assistant. The shop assistant, seeing the rusty iron rod, was also pleased, knowing that such trash could never open into a complete spiritual weapon. Before long, she handed the cut iron rod back to Duan Ning. Duan Ning took the iron rod, gleefully staring at Meng Hang. "Kid, from now on, when you see me, you better take a detour. Where do you get all this nonsense?" Meng Hang finally couldn't stand his rambling and shouted loudly. His reprimand carried an imposing aura that intimidated Duan Ning, causing his hand holding the iron rod to tremble. You, today, I'll make you die clearly." Duan Ning's face turned pale. He truly dared not hesitate any longer. He spat out a harsh remark and infused his mental energy into the iron rod. In an instant, the entire room shimmered with light, and the rust on the iron rod began to flake off, revealing a formation sealed for 1,000 years. The iron rod was pitch black, with a vividly lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon coiling around it, as if it were about to fly out at any moment. High-grade spiritual weapon. A shop assistant, feeling the spiritual pressure emanating from the iron rod, gasped in disbelief, covering his mouth. How is that possible? At this moment, Duan Ning's face grew even paler, his eyes filled with incredulity. He couldn't believe that someone could consecutively unveil complete spiritual weapons. Impossible, absolutely impossible. "You must have just gotten lucky. If you have the ability, choose another," Duan Ning shouted in desperation. Meng Hang also didn't expect to actually unveil a high-grade spiritual weapon, his excitement barely contained on his face. "Beautiful lady, do you know how much a high-grade spiritual weapon costs?" This time, without Duan Ning asking, he eagerly turned to the shop assistant, his eyes sparkling. High-grade spiritual weapons are around 50 million. Upon hearing the amount, Meng Hang's eyes widened, and he impatiently said to Duan Ning, "You give me the money first before we talk about anything else." He was adamant that he wouldn't let go until the money was in his hands. Duan Ning gritted his teeth. This time he didn't hand over cash directly but tossed Meng Hang a bank card. "There are 50 million in there. If you have the ability, you can try again. If you can unveil another, I'll still take it." "Alright, young Master Duan is generous." With 50 million in hand, Meng Hang's face lit up, and his tone improved significantly. Not long after, he picked out an ancient copper mirror. This time, he was too lazy to waste time having the shop assistant cut it. He exerted force with his right hand, directly crushing the crystal outside the copper mirror, then infused his mental energy into it. The room once again burst with brilliance. "Mid-grade spiritual weapon." Duan Ning's voice cracked, filled with disbelief. You can identify which of the sealed spiritual weapons have spiritual essence. How can there be such a capability in this world? Unveiling a complete spiritual weapon once or even twice could be attributed to luck. But to do it a third time, even the dullest person would know something was amiss. Alright, I admit defeat today. With that, he turned to leave. He didn't want to stay a moment longer, he just wanted to rush home and tell his elders about this astonishing discovery. Recognizing the abnormal ability to identify the spiritual essence still present in unsealed spiritual weapons, if the Duan family could recruit him, they would surely rise to greater heights. He was already imagining his father's praise. Wait! Seeing Duan Ning about to leave, Manhang quickly called out to him. You haven't given me the money yet, and you want to leave? Do I need this little money from you? Duan Ning replied, glancing at the shop assistant. Mid-grade spiritual weapon is 8 million. The shop assistant was nearly in tears, realizing he had stirred up trouble today. I don't have that much money on me right now, can I give you spiritual cores instead? Duan Ning rummaged through his spatial ring, discovering he hadn't brought that much money today, and could only awkwardly ask Manhang. Manhang quickly nodded in agreement. He had come here specifically for the spiritual cores, so being able to get them directly was even better. After receiving the 8 spiritual cores handed over by Duan Ning and giving him the copper mirror, Manhang casually said, if you run into me on the road in the future, you know how to call me, right? Duan Ning still hoped to recruit Manhang into his family and didn't want to make the relationship too awkward. He could only smile awkwardly, say nothing, and turn to leave. Duan Xiao, you promised me just now that you would buy that golden silk inner armor, but you haven't bought it yet. At that moment, a store clerk rushed to the door, grabbing Duan Ning and crying out. She now realized that this matter would definitely escalate, and she just hoped to earn this commission so that she wouldn't have to worry for the rest of her life. Duan Ning raised an eyebrow and directly slapped her, knocking her to the ground. If I want to buy it, I will. If I don't, I won't. Do I need you to remind me? After saying that, he ignored the clerk who was crying on the ground and turned to leave. Manhang watched this scene with great interest, showing no intention of intervening. He did not despise those who were opportunistic, after all, who didn't like money. However, as a clerk of the Tianfu Trading Company, treating customers unequally was something Manhang found hard to accept. So, despite usually considering himself petty, he was quite pleased to see the clerk receive a lesson. Alright, since that's settled, I'll continue choosing. Upon hearing Manhang's words, the other clerks, who had been squatting on the ground trying to comfort the tearful one, froze in disbelief and looked up at Manhang. Young master, you still want to continue? What? Is there a limit on the number of spirit artifacts we can bet on at Tianfu Trading Company? No. It's just that we can't make decisions on this matter right now. I need to consult our supervisor. They knew that the situation had escalated and could no longer be concealed, so they had to call back the supervisor who was out on business. Fine, I'll continue choosing. You all should make the calls you need to. After saying that, Manhang began to select again. Since the mask had been torn off, he decided to go all out and make a substantial profit. The few clerks saw that he was determined to continue choosing and dared not delay, hurriedly heading to the back to call the supervisor. Meanwhile, in an Ihau's villa, an elderly man around 50 was bowing and nodding to an Ihau. Young master, why didn't you notify me when you came to the capital? I could have sent a car to pick you up and give you a warm welcome. An Ihau waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, no need to be so troublesome, Li Lao. I came with friends this time, and it was too late to notify you after I got off the car. The man called Li Lao wanted to say something but was interrupted by the ringing of his phone in his pocket. He stepped aside and carefully answered the call, as if afraid of disturbing an Ihau. After listening for a moment, Li Lao's expression changed, and his voice grew louder uncontrollably. Someone dares to cause trouble at Tianfu Trading Company? What? Someone can actually see through the sealed spirit artifacts? I understand now, you must treat him as a distinguished guest. Let him take as much as he wants. I'll return immediately. Sweat began to bead on Li Lao's forehead. He knew that if they could keep such a talent at Tianfu Trading Company, it would have a tremendous impact on them. The clerk on the other end of the line hung up nervously, silently praying that this matter wouldn't be exposed. She only mentioned Manhang's special ability and his continuous purchases of spirit artifacts to the supervisor, not a word about their mockery of the customers. Lu Lao, what's wrong? Seeing Lu Lao hang up the phone, an Ihao asked with interest. Young master, a clerk from the store called to say that a young man can actually see through the unsealed spirit artifacts. Now, relying on this ability, he is rampantly collecting spirit artifacts in the store. This person's ability is of great significance to the family. If we can recruit him, we will have an absolute advantage in future competitions on the ancient battlefield and against other trading companies. I'll go back and meet that young man right now. After hearing this, Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. There's such an ability. Let's go, I want to see for myself. Since discovering spirit artifacts, he had never heard of anyone being able to see through sealed artifacts, which made him incredibly curious, so he also planned to take a look. Just as the two were walking out, the monk Liao Shan, who had been listening to their conversation from the side, could no longer sit still. The Tianfu Trading Company, as the largest trading company in Longwa, could be said to be as rich as a nation. He couldn't believe that this little fat guy was actually the young master of Tianfu Trading Company. Pulling the fat guy aside, he stammered, You are the young master of Tianfu Trading Company? Of course. Hao nodded as if it were obvious. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't I mention it? Did you say it? I might have forgotten. Hao scratched his head and replied dismissively. After a moment of stalemate, Liao Shan finally accepted the fact that he was indeed the young master of Tianfu Trading Company. By the way, you just mentioned that someone can see through unsealed spiritual artifacts? Coming back to his senses from the shock, he then realized there was something even more astonishing. He had also sold unsealed spiritual artifacts in the ghost market and knew well that those things could block mental probing. It was practically impossible to directly investigate the spiritual artifacts inside through the outer crystal. The imperial capital truly is a place of hidden talents. Liao Shan sighed, tidied himself up, and followed Hao to see which deity had such abilities. Meng Hang was lounging with his legs crossed, sitting boldly on the sofa, sipping the fine Longjing tea brewed by the staff. On the table in front of him lay 5 already cut spiritual artifacts, all confirmed to be mid-tier spiritual artifacts. A few staff members stood by, looking lost, unsure whether to accept the money Meng Hang offered for the 5 spiritual artifacts. They wanted to say something to Meng Hang, but seeing him calmly sipping tea and ignoring them, they realized he was still brooding over the earlier incident. Indeed, Meng Hang was that petty. Just then, a screeching sound of brakes came from the entrance, followed by a figure rushing in. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, knowing the manager had arrived, and he no longer pretended to maintain his posture, standing up. However, when he saw the 2 people following the newcomer, the words he was about to say were abruptly swallowed back. What are you doing here too? Hao and Liao Shan, upon seeing Meng Hang in the room, were equally bewildered and asked in unison, Meng Hang? What are you doing here? Then, as if realizing something, Hao incredulously asked, Meng Gur, don't tell me you're here to rake in profits using your ability to see through unsealed spiritual artifacts. Caught out by his friend in public, Meng Hang felt a bit embarrassed. But he was even more curious about why this little fat guy and Liao Shan had come here and how they knew about his situation. Ha ha ha, I've been a bit tight on cash lately, so I came here to make some money. You've even come to earn money at Shizhu's place. Liao Shan said gleefully from the side. What? Tianfu Trading Company is your family business? Meng Hang was genuinely shocked this time. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary fat guy was actually the young master of Tianfu Trading Company. Fatty, I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. Hee, same to you. Meng Gur, you're also quite the hidden gem. I didn't expect you not only to be so strong but also to have such a freakish ability. Tell me, what else can you do? Ha ha ha, just trying to make a living. It's nothing extraordinary. Meng Hang laughed heartily, playing it off. Lu Lao, who had not spoken since entering, went from confusion to shock to sheer delight, finally opening his mouth. Today really is like a flood washing through the Dragon King Temple, family members not recognizing each other. I didn't expect my young friend to be good friends with our young master. That's wonderful. I heard my young friend is in a tight spot. Just right, our Tianfu Trading Company is still in need of a chief manager. What do you think? Are you interested in working with us? The price is negotiable, 100 essence cores per month. How does that sound? If that's not enough, we can discuss it further. Meng Hang glanced at the shop assistant, who had already turned ashen, and sneered. Tianfu Trading Company is a large enterprise. A country bumpkin like me can't afford to climb that high. Hearing this, Hao and Old Lu furrowed their brows, both sensing the underlying meaning in his words. Old Lu coldly looked at the shop assistant beside him and scolded. What on earth is going on? Speak clearly. Several shop assistants trembled at Old Lu's shout, no longer daring to hide the truth, and recounted everything that had happened since Meng Hang entered. By the time they finished, not only was Old Lu's face extremely grim, but even Hao looked as if he could drip water from his dark expression. At that moment, Hao's demeanor changed. He was no longer the easygoing person he usually was, but rather extremely serious. Old Lu, my Ni family entrusted the management of the trading company in the capital to you, and this is the kind of staff you cultivate? If this kind of thing happens a few more times, won't the reputation of Tianfu Trading Company be ruined in the capital? He then coldly addressed the shop assistants, "You all pack your things and get out immediately, don't let me see you again." Old Lu lowered his head and did not argue, apologetically looking at Meng Hang. "This matter is indeed due to my poor management of my subordinates. I hope young Master Meng will not take it to heart. As for joining Tianfu Trading Company, please consider it, we will definitely not treat you poorly." Meng Hang waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, Old Lu, but I have matters to attend to in the capital and cannot stay long, so let's forget about this." Hearing Meng Hang say this, Old Lu wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by An Hao beside him. "Alright, Old Lu, since Meng Gor is unwilling, we shouldn't force it." He knew that Meng Hang, despite his young age, possessed terrifying strength, and with such abilities, he would never be content to stay in one place, so saying more would be useless. At this moment, An Hao caught sight of the 5 spirit artifacts on the table and curiously asked, "Meng Gor, are these the spirit artifacts you selected based on your abilities?" Meng Hang felt a bit awkward. It was one thing to trick others, but to do so to his own brother felt a bit excessive. He forced a smile and said, "Among that pile of spirit artifacts, only these few still retain complete spiritual essence. Since they belong to your family, I won't take them." "Don't! Aren't you slapping me in the face?" An Hao quickly replied. "There's no reason for Tianfu Trading Company to sell something and then take it back. You should buy whichever you want, and today, consider it on my account, as an apology to Mengu." Meng Hang shook his head, indicating refusal. Even among brothers, accounts must be clear. Although he was greedy, a gentleman loves wealth obtained through proper means. An Hao wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Meng Hang. "Fatty, no need to say more. If you insist on inviting me, then I simply won't buy anything." Seeing Meng Hang's resolute attitude, An Hao had no choice but to give up. At that moment, the monk Liashan finally caught on, staring at Meng Hang with an unfriendly expression. "Meng kid, tell me honestly, did you use this ability to pick that dagger from my stall back then?" "Ha?" Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, not expecting Liashan to suddenly bring this up. Upon seeing his expression, Liashan immediately understood the situation. He reached out both hands and angrily grabbed Meng Hang by the neck. "You little brat, spit out the money you scammed from me." Meng Hang handed over the 5 mid-tier spirit artifacts to Old Lu and added 2,500,000 in capital. He roughly calculated that, along with what he had previously sold to Duan Ning, his net income for today was 95 million. Holding all 950 essence cores exchanged, Meng Hang's hands couldn't help but tremble. How terrifying! How terrifying! The only regret is that the Tianfu Trading Company won't be able to come again, otherwise, in no time, we could rely on the essence core to reach the imperial level. Carefully storing the essence core, Meng Hang, along with An Hao and Liashan, took a car back to the villa. Meanwhile, Duan Ning rushed home, barging straight into Duan Ruohai's room without even knocking. "Dad, I have a major discovery to tell you today." Duan Ruohai, sitting in a chair reading the newspaper, frowned at his reckless son and sternly scolded, "As a member of the Duan family, you're already this old, can't you be a bit more composed? You spend your days idling around and spending money like water. What kind of discovery could you possibly have?" Before Duan Ning could respond, he was inexplicably scolded, feeling a bit wronged as he said, "But I really do have a major discovery today." Duan Ruohai glanced at his useless son, snorted coldly, and said, "I want to hear what kind of discovery you have." Duan Ning's eyes sparkled as he recounted what happened at the Tianfu Trading Company. When Duan Ruohai heard that he actually made a bet with someone and lost, having to call him grandpa, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he almost slapped him. However, he ultimately controlled his inner anger, planning to listen to the end before deciding how to discipline this unworthy son. When he heard that the first unsealed spiritual artifact the kid picked had spiritual energy, he was slightly taken aback but not overly surprised. After all, there are still many lucky people out there. But when he heard that the kid had successfully opened a complete spiritual artifact twice in a row, his expression finally became serious. Upon hearing that it was 3 times in a row, Duan Ruohai could no longer contain his astonishment, crushing the newspaper in his hand. There are actually such capable individuals in the world. Good, good. Ninger, you truly are my son, Duan Ruohai, well done. Duan Ruohai was overjoyed. If Duan Ning wasn't lying, and they could bring that kid into the Duan family, then the Duan family would surely take the top prize in this year's artifact gambling conference, allowing them to reap the majority of the spiritual artifacts produced in the spiritual treasure secret realm. Seeing his father praise him so highly, Duan Ning was so moved he almost cried. Throughout his life, nothing he did had ever satisfied his father, and today was the first time he received such praise. Duan Ruohai took out his phone, dialed a number, and said with a serious expression, "Find out about a boy around 18 or 19 who entered and exited the Tianfu Trading Company an hour ago. I need to know his whereabouts as soon as possible." Understood, Master Duan. The person on the other end replied lightly before hanging up. Duan Ruahai gestured for his son to sit down, and they waited for news to come back. He sat calmly, observing with a composed demeanor. However, his right hand occasionally tapped the armrest of the chair, revealing that his inner calm was not as steady as it appeared. Time passed slowly, and the room was eerily silent. Nearly 10 minutes later, the phone suddenly rang. Duan Ruahai's eyes snapped open as he reached for the phone to answer. "How is it?" he asked impatiently. "We found out that after that kid left the Tianfu Trading Company, he returned to the suburban villa with 2 friends. And one of his friends is the young master of the Tianfu Trading Company." The person on the other end stopped there, not continuing. Duan Ruahai narrowed his eyes, his brain racing. Years of experience allowed him to sense something was off. The ability to see unsealed spiritual artifacts, the Tianfu Trading Company, the Duan family. Realizing this, he suddenly understood. This was the Tianfu Trading Company trying to set a trap, wanting to team up to trick the Duan family. Looking at Duan Ning, who was still eagerly waiting for news, Duan Ruahai's anger flared, and he slapped him. Smack! The slap left Duan Ning stunned. "Dad, what are you doing?" Duan Ruahai said angrily, "How can you still ask what I'm doing? You were sold out and you're still counting money for others. If I hadn't been cautious and had someone investigate, I would have been dragged in by you too. Don't bring this up again." Back in his room, Meng Hang greeted the two and then dove into his own space. He took out all the essence cores from his spatial ring and began to circulate his breathing technique, wisps of mist entering through his nose. He didn't know how long it had been, but when Meng Hang opened his eyes again, he found that it was completely dark outside. He let out a long breath. With these 950 essence cores, he had finally broken through to the late stage of the air realm. Gurgle, feeling the hunger in his stomach, Meng Hang glanced at the wall clock, realizing it was already around midnight. He chuckled bitterly. No wonder he was so hungry. He had intended to find something to eat in the fridge but discovered that there was food left for him on the dining table. Meng Hang smiled faintly, a warm current flowing through him as he began to eat heartily. Meanwhile, in Yunshui City, the night was dark and windy, and everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. Below Meng Hang's shabby house, a shadow flashed by, effortlessly leaping onto the third-floor windowsill. Using some unknown method, it gently pushed open the locked window. Shadow 3, like a ghost, silently slipped into the room and casually closed the window behind him. The room was pitch black, but he didn't mind. Having engaged in assassination for many years, he actually preferred the darkness. It was his domain. When he opened Meng Hang's bedroom door, he frowned. The blanket on the bed was neatly folded, as if no one had slept there for a long time. Where could he have gone at this hour? Shadow 3 thought, frowning. Just then, he suddenly heard the sound of the door being slowly pushed open. His eyes glinted coldly, thinking it was Meng Hang returning. This little brat is back so late, he must have been out having fun. Ruanxiong gently pushed the door open. This shabby door could hardly stop him. Despite his burly frame, he made no sound on the old floorboards. Ruanxiong's breathing was steady. He had done too many such things for the Ruan family, and this time it was just to kill an inconspicuous high school student, so he felt no pressure at all. Quietly pushing open the bedroom door, Ruanxiong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he silently said, "Kid, who told you to mess with someone you can't afford to provoke? Be careful in your next life." But at that moment, a cold glint flashed, slicing straight towards his neck. Ruanxiong's pupils contracted as he quickly retreated. Unfortunately, despite his quick reaction, his neck was still grazed, leaving a line of blood. "It's a trap." Ruanxiong's heart sank, and he instantly activated his ability, his whole body turning pitch black, as hard as iron. At that moment, Shadow 3 was equally astonished. He was an assassination expert, and in this environment, to have someone evade his lethal strike was no simple feat. With this thought, both of them felt a chilling killing intent. Since they had already been discovered, there was no need for stealth anymore. They both struck almost simultaneously. Shadow 3 moved like a ghost, swaying his body left and right, transforming into 3 identical shadows, charging towards Ruanxiong from 3 directions. There's only a wrong name, but no wrong nickname. He was called Shadow 3 because he moved like a shadow in the darkness and could create 3 identical versions of himself. Ruanxiong's expression turned serious, knowing the opponent was formidable. His right hand transformed into a claw, gleaming with a metallic sheen, reaching for one of the shadows. When he grasped the head of the shadow with his right hand, it instantly dissipated. Meanwhile, one of the remaining 2 shadows revealed a cold smile on his face, and a dagger thrust out, aimed directly at Ruanxiong's back. Ding! When the dagger struck his body, it surprisingly produced a sound like metal clashing. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Shadow 3 did not continue the assault but instead retreated. The two stood still, locking eyes. The room was too dark to see each other's expressions, but they could sense the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Shadow 3 also realized that the newcomer was definitely not Meng Hang, but someone else. Moreover, like himself, this person was also a master at the cosmic level. The room was simply too small, making it difficult to act freely, fearing that a careless move might bring down the entire building and attract the attention of the Lord of Yunshui City. In fact, as fellow masters at the cosmic level, they were not afraid of Zhao Sanpang, but if their identities were exposed, it would affect their families behind them. After all, Zhao Sanpang represented the Dragon Kingdom. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's intentions. Without further ado, they both stepped forward, flying into the air towards the mountains outside Yunshui City. With their speed, it took only a few minutes to reach a grove in the mountains. From the moment they met until now, they had not spoken a word. They knew that talking too much was pointless, saying too much might even reveal their identities, so it was better to let their actions speak for themselves, and the one who emerged victorious would find a way to make the fallen one speak. Despite this, they were still secretly shocked, not expecting that an unknown high school student would have a cosmic-level master protecting him. This student was not as simple as he seemed. Seeing that there were no more concerns, both of them felt their momentum surge, the aura of their cosmic-level abilities unmistakably radiating. Shadow 3 split into three again, and the dagger in his hand was surrounded by wisps of black mist. He was indeed a master of the dark attribute. Ruan Xiong no longer concealed his strength. Under the moonlight, his entire body gleamed with a metallic luster. With a sweep of his arms, his two arms transformed into two blades glinting with a chilling light. Watching the black-clad figure transform into three afterimages rushing towards him, Ruan Xiong knew he could not match his speed, so he chose to remain still, responding to change with steadfastness. Seeing the burly man opposite him actually trying to withstand his attack, Shadow 3 sneered inwardly, and the three shadows struck simultaneously, their daggers transforming into three venomous snakes, lunging at Ruan Xiong. Ruan Xiong saw the same tactic again and could not help but snort coldly. No matter how insidious your methods are, what good is it if you can't break through my defenses? Ha! With a loud shout, three long blades extended from Ruan Xiong's body, stabbing towards the three shadows. It turned out that the blades on his arms were merely a distraction. In fact, he could extend long blades from his entire body. He had no idea how many masters he had defeated with this move. Shadow 3 did not expect that the burly man before him had such a means. He was momentarily caught off guard and was directly pierced through by the long blades. At the same time, the dagger in his hand, shrouded in black mist, did not encounter the same resistance as before. With the enhancement of the dark attribute, Ruan Xiong's iron-like body was easily pierced, and all three shadows struck simultaneously. In an instant, both were severely injured, blood spurting from their mouths. They both staggered back, shocked as they stared at each other. They had thought they could take each other down, but they did not expect the other's methods to be so bizarre, inflicting such heavy injuries on themselves. Both knew that continuing to fight today was meaningless. They exchanged wary glances and turned to disappear into the darkness. Throughout it all, they had not spoken a single word. Shadow 3 moved swiftly through the forest, took out a greenish-blue pill from his spatial ring, and hurriedly swallowed it, his pale complexion improving slightly. Finally, he stopped at a tree, looked around to find no danger, and then took out a special phone from his spatial ring to make a call. The call connected, and a deep voice from Hua Hongjin came through. Is the matter resolved? I'm sorry, head of the family, I messed up this time. Hua Hongjin was taken aback. In all these years, there have been very few times you've failed me. You actually messed up against a high school student this time? Ing San weakly replied, that kid's background is not simple, he has powerful protectors behind him. Even I was injured by the expert behind him. The expression on Hua Hongjin's face turned serious as he pondered for a moment before saying, this matter is suspicious. Come back first, and don't take any further action to avoid alarming the snake. Understood. Ing San answered decisively before hanging up the phone, his figure disappearing into the forest. Meanwhile, Ruan Xiong also stopped at a tree, weakly dialing Ruan Hong's number. Old man, I messed up. That kid's background is not simple. He actually had a U-level expert lying in wait at his home. Moreover, this U-level ability user has strange methods, not something an ordinary family could cultivate. Ruan Hong was silent for a long time before he spoke. I understand. Come back first, we will discuss this matter at length. The two families sent experts to assassinate Meng Hang, and this dramatic scene ended just like that. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside. The fatty and Master Liao Shan were eating at the table. Seeing Meng Hang come out, they called him to join them. Ni Hao said indignantly, this world is too unfair. I started practicing at 6 a.m. It's almost 9 a.m., and you just got up. Why is there such a huge gap in strength between us? Meng Heng smiled slightly and didn't explain. After all, a life of privilege doesn't need explanations. After the three finished their meal, Hao suddenly remembered something and said to Meng Heng and Master Liashan, "Tonight, the young masters of the capital are holding a gathering at the Capital Grand Hotel, and they've invited me. You two should come with me." Master Liashan waved his hand in refusal. "That kind of place is not suitable for a poor monk. I'd rather stay home and meditate." Meng Heng also shook his head in refusal. Although there were approachable rich second generation like Hao, he encountered more of the arrogant types like Hua Qiu and Duan Ning, so he was really too lazy to deal with those self-important people. Seeing that both of them were not going, the fatty quickly said to Meng Heng, "I don't often come to the capital either, and I'm not familiar with those people, but I have no choice. As a family descendant, I have to socialize and play along. If Master Liashan isn't going, then Manga, you have to accompany me today. Besides, with your skills, not getting into university, this is a good opportunity to make connections with people from the family, which will be helpful in the future." Meng Heng initially wanted to refuse, but he couldn't withstand the fatty's persistent persuasion, so he had no choice but to agree. Around 4 p.m., the fatty, all dressed up, called Meng Heng to go out together. When Meng Heng came out in his black robe, the fatty helplessly said, "Mengu, the places we're going to this time are all rich second generation from the top families in the capital. Are you really going to wear that?" Meng Heng shrugged indifferently. Ever since he inexplicably put on this black robe made of unknown material, he found that it was impervious to water and fire. Its smooth texture didn't collect a speck of dust, saving him the trouble of washing it, so he had gotten used to wearing it everywhere. "Fatty, if you think this outfit embarrasses you, then I won't go." Hearing this, the fatty quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. Am I the kind of person who looks down on others?" As the two walked out of the villa, a Rolls-Royce Phantom had been waiting at the door for a long time. Meng Heng saw the luxury car worth tens of millions and couldn't help but joke, "You should have been tied up back then, dog rich." The fat man knew he was joking and chuckled awkwardly in response, "What good is being rich if I didn't earn it myself?" The two exchanged smiles and got into the car heading to the Imperial Capital Hotel. The Imperial Capital Hotel is located in the center of the Imperial City, with over 80 floors and a height of over 300 meters, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. Only top-tier wealthy individuals come here to spend. As soon as Meng Heng got out of the car, he noticed that everyone coming in and out was dressed in designer brands, finally understanding why the fat man wanted him to change his clothes. As Meng Heng and Hao walked inside, people passing by looked at Meng Heng, dressed in a black robe, with strange expressions. Their eyes unconsciously revealed disdain and contempt, not understanding why someone like him could enter the Imperial Capital Hotel. The fat man also noticed the disdain in the eyes of those around them and comforted Meng Heng. "Don't mind their looks, Mengur, they just have dog eyes." Meng Heng smiled and shook his head. "Let them look if they want, I won't lose a piece of meat." They took the elevator to a luxurious private room on the top floor, and before they even entered, they could hear laughter and chatter inside. When the waiter opened the door and invited them in, the noise in the room suddenly stopped, and all eyes turned to the entrance. Seeing Hao walk in first, a young man with yellow hair stood up with a smile. He was the organizer of the gathering and the only person here who knew Hao. "Ah, young master you finally made it. I've been waiting for you. You must drink 3 cups as punishment today." As he spoke, he walked to the door, warmly putting his arm around the fat man's shoulder and pulling him toward an empty seat. "Let me introduce everyone, this is the famous young master of Tianfu Trading Company, Hao." Upon hearing that he was the young master of Tianfu Trading Company, everyone's faces lit up with enthusiastic smiles, greeting him as if they didn't see Meng Heng behind him. At that moment, the young man finally noticed Meng Heng following behind and coldly said, "The bodyguard is waiting outside, why do you still want to sit at the table?" Hearing this, Meng Heng had no reaction, but the fat man's expression turned serious. "Brother Jiang, you misunderstood. This is my good brother, not a bodyguard." "Oh, I see, young master this is where you went wrong. Today, young master Jiang has invited well-known figures from the Imperial City. Bringing someone who looks like a country bumpkin is just slapping us in the face." The one speaking was none other than Duan Ning, who had met Meng Heng at Tianfu Trading Company yesterday. He didn't expect to run into Hao and Meng Heng here today. Ever since he heard from his father that the incident yesterday was a joint scheme by Tianfu Trading Company and Meng Heng to set him up, he had been harboring resentment. He didn't expect to cross paths with them again today. Moreover, after hearing the fat man admit that Meng Heng was his friend, he was even more convinced that they were in cahoots to set him up. Thus, he began to mock them. Upon hearing Duan Ning's words, the others chimed in. "What Duan Xiao said makes sense, look at our status, and he shows up dressed like he's in a cosplay. What right does he have to sit with us?" "Exactly, What era is this? Still wearing a black robe, playing the villain? I wonder if he'll cackle like a villain. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the table, mocking Meng Hang. The fat man's face darkened upon hearing their ridicule. Although he usually appeared harmless, one must not forget he was the young master of Tianfu Trading Company. He was also spoiled since childhood, born with a silver spoon, and had a side of a wealthy playboy. Without looking at who spoke first, he pointed in that direction and began to curse. Shut your mouth. My friend isn't someone you can mock here. Meng Hang didn't react much, just lifted his eyelids to glance at the speaker. When he saw it was Duan Ning, he raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, I didn't expect the capital to be so small that I'd run into you here. Have you forgotten our agreement from yesterday? Everyone present was taken aback, not expecting this country bumpkin to actually know Duan Ning, and they cast puzzled looks at him. Hearing Meng Hang's words, Duan Ning's expression turned very ugly. Don't think I don't know, yesterday's incident was a scheme between you and I how to set me up. Meng Hang frowned, not understanding what he meant, but after a moment's thought, he grasped the key point. It was because he and the fat guy were too close, and since the fat guy was the young master of Tianfu Trading Company, it was no wonder Duan Ning would think he was in cahoots with him to trick him. The fat guy, of course, already knew about the bet between Meng Hang and Duan Ning at Tianfu Trading Company yesterday, and he understood what was being implied, so he angrily retorted, my family's wealth rivals that of a nation, why would I bother to con you out of those 2 measly coins? Duan Ning was also furious at this point, retorting, if it wasn't you two setting up a trap, how could this kid possibly cut out 3 complete spirit artifacts in a row? Upon hearing this, the onlookers were all stunned. Can someone really see through the spirit energy in unsealed spirit artifacts? How is that possible? They, who stood at the top of the pyramid, had seen much but had never heard of anyone possessing such a perverse ability. Thus, they all believed that cutting out 3 complete spirit artifacts was the result of someone orchestrating it behind the scenes. Huang Mao, speaking up for Duan Ning, said, I'm not saying this, but Ni Xiao, you're quite well off yourself. Why bother teaming up with others to trick Sha Duan? At this moment, Ni Xiao looked like a scholar encountering soldiers, unable to articulate his reasoning, his entire face turning red with embarrassment. But when he saw Meng Hang, his eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. If we team up to trick him, then let Meng Hang try once more, and we'll know the truth. Just as everyone was keenly watching the situation unfold, one person appeared out of place. Ever since Meng Hang walked in, his gaze had not left Meng Hang. The face of the person brought by Ni Xiao gradually merged with that of the person who had ruined his reputation. Clearly, it was the same face, but the aura was vastly different, making it hard for him to distinguish whether they were the same person. Could it be that there are really 2 people in the world who look so alike? So while others were enjoying the spectacle, his gaze remained fixed on Meng Hang, and just when Ni Xiao called out Meng Hang's name, his face instantly turned pale. The scenes from Yunshui City flashed before his eyes as if it were yesterday. That boy with blood-red pupils, the one whose murderous intent had scared him into kneeling, the one who had brought him disgrace, the one who had become a psychological shadow for him. It's him! It really is him! Hua Qiu trembled uncontrollably, his heart shouting incessantly, why is he here? Thud! A loud sound drew everyone's attention. They saw that at some point, Hua Qiu, the second young master of the Hua family, had turned pale, cold sweat covering his forehead, collapsing to the ground, looking at Meng Hang in terror. At this moment, Meng Hang was also drawn over by the noise, and when he saw the person sitting on the ground, he couldn't help but smile and say, what a narrow road for enemies. Not only did I run into Xiao Duan today, but I also ran into you. The crowd, already confused by Hua Qiu's actions, became even more bewildered upon hearing Meng Hang's words. Who exactly is this oddly dressed young man? Not only did he recognize the young masters of 2 top families, but it was clear that there were undisclosed matters between them. Hua Qiu, his face filled with terror, pointed at Meng Hang and stammered, why you? Why are you here? I already apologized back during the college entrance exam. Why do you keep haunting me? Wow, the crowd gasped. The incident of Hua Qiu kneeling to someone during the exam had already spread like wildfire among the wealthy second-generation circles in the capital. Coupled with what he just said to Meng Hang, it was easy for everyone to guess that Meng Hang was the one who had forced him to kneel back then. Damn, this kid is the one who made young Master Hua kneel. I thought that kid was some kind of superhuman, turns out he's just ordinary. Young Master Hua is at least an S-class ability user. I don't know what he was thinking back then to kneel to him. And now, the once proud young Master Hua looks like a mouse seeing a cat, scared out of his wits. Meng Hang also didn't expect to leave such a serious psychological shadow on this lofty young Master Hua. So much time had passed, yet he still reacted so strongly upon seeing him. Just then, a young man dressed in an expensive suit, with shiny leather shoes and gold-rimmed glasses, walked over to Hua Qiu and gently helped him to his seat. He then turned to Meng Hang with a smile and said, "Logically, this matter is an internal issue of the Hua family, and I shouldn't interfere. However, you're forcing Hua Qiu to kneel." Not only slapped his face but also the Hua family's face, and it embarrassed our entire circle of young masters in the capital. Now people from other cities say that the young masters from the capital are just decorative pillows, good-looking but useless. If you had stayed quietly in that small third-tier city of Yunshui, I might not have gone out of my way to trouble you. But since you dared to come to the capital today, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Upon hearing the bespectacled man say this, the organizer of the dinner, Huang Mao, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He wasn't doing it out of kindness for Meng Hang, but because the hotel behind this dinner had a significant background. If a fight broke out and the place got wrecked, he would also be held accountable. Moreover, this bespectacled man was a member of the Yi family, one of the three major families in the capital. Although he was from a collateral branch, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If Meng Hang was truly as formidable as rumored and ended up injuring the bespectacled man, he wouldn't be able to escape blame. Young Master Yi, this is after all a hotel owned by that person. If we wreck it, it might be hard for us to explain. The man called Young Master Yi smiled slightly and said, "I certainly know this place is owned by that person. Even I wouldn't dare to be too reckless here. But don't forget my abilities. Do I really need to take action against him?" Upon hearing this, Huang Mao suddenly realized, slapping his thigh excitedly, "How could I forget about your abilities?" Yi Yin stared at Meng Hang with a calm expression and said, "Kid, let me make it clear today, whether you accept the challenge or not, you have to accept. And I Shao is the young manager of Tianfu Commercial Bank. I really can't keep him. But if you don't accept, I can guarantee you won't walk out of this door today." Hearing this, Meng Hang smiled, and it was a bright smile. In his memory, those who dared to threaten him never ended well. The fifth-level Blood Demon King who once threatened him was probably reincarnated as a loach by now. And the young Master Hua in front of him was sitting in a chair, not daring to look him in the eye. Just as Meng Hang was about to agree, the fat man stepped forward, blocking him, and coldly stared at Yi Yun. "I don't care which family you come from, don't you think you're a bit too dismissive of my Tianfu Commercial Bank, daring to threaten my friend in front of me?" Yi Yun adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied without showing any weakness, "My surname is Yi. In the capital, the Yi family is well known. I don't need to say more. I believe Brother Ni is already aware. Although I am not a direct descendant of the Yi family, don't forget that this is the capital, not your stronghold." Upon hearing that this person was from the Yi family, Ni Hao's expression became slightly serious, but he showed no signs of retreat. At that moment, a large hand patted his shoulder, pulling him back. Meng Hang looked at him expressionlessly and said, "I agree to the duel, but it would be best to change the location. Breaking someone else's things here wouldn't be good." Yi Yin shook his head and disdainfully said, "There's no need. I am confident that I won't damage anything while dealing with you." Meng Hang smiled, not just at the arrogance of this young Master Yi before him, but also at the words echoing in his mind from Tong Zigu. Damn, he really jumped into a cesspool and got covered in filth. I've never seen someone so pretentious. Teasy, if you don't beat him until his face is covered in peach blossoms, don't say you know me. Alright, Tong Zigu, just watch. The two stood firm, while the others stepped back, leaving them enough space. Meng Hang was not polite and activated his Sharingan directly. Seeing the blood red in Meng Hang's eyes, Yi Yin raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. Without seeing any movement from him, Meng Hang felt a heaviness in his head, as if a voice had suddenly appeared in his consciousness. This voice rang out like a great bell, causing Meng Hang's head to buzz. Those nearby saw Meng Hang's expression and revealed a hint of excitement, whispering to each other, he fell for it so quickly. Young Master Ye's S-class skill, mental control, is not easy to defend against. No matter how powerful your abilities are, if your mind is controlled, you can only obediently follow his orders. At this moment, the fat guy also showed a hint of anxiety. He had been very confident in Meng Hang, believing that defeating this so-called young Master Yi would be a piece of cake. But he didn't expect Yi Yun's ability to be so strange, directly attacking Meng Hang's mental world. Yi Yun looked at Meng Hang like an emperor and shouted, "Kneel." As the voice echoed, Meng Hang felt a divine-like voice resounding in his mind. "Kneel, kneel, kneel." Meng Hang's eyes began to blur, and his legs involuntarily started to bend. Seeing Meng Hang fall for it so quickly, disdainful voices rose around him. What the hell, I was expecting him to have some trump card, but he can't even withstand a single move from young Master Yi. I really can't understand how someone like him managed to defeat Hua Xiao back then. At this moment, Hua Qiu also looked bewildered. Was he really going to lose? In fact, he still had a small hope, hoping that Meng Hang would publicly humiliate Yi Yun. With a comparison, his own earlier embarrassment wouldn't seem too bad. But now he was completely desperate. if Meng Hang lost so decisively, it would truly mean he was just a waste. The mockery from outsiders would not only not dissipate but would only increase with time. Yi Yun's lips curled into a smile. As long as he could make Meng Hang kneel before everyone, restoring face for the young masters of the capital's families, his status among them would rise significantly. Even without relying on the Yi family, he could still make a name for himself in the capital. Just then, with half of his body bent, Meng Hang suddenly paused, slowly raising his head to look at Yi Yun with mockery. Are you happy? I was just playing with you. In fact, when Yi Yun's mental attack surged into Meng Hang's mental world, it only had a momentary effect on him. For Meng Hang's boundless mental realm, this impact was like a grain of sand on the beach, instantly swallowed by the waves of his mental power. Yi Yun saw Meng Hang's expression and instantly realized that he had been pretending all along, not actually under his mental control. His face changed slightly, and he wanted to activate his mental control again. Unfortunately, it was too late. How could Meng Hang possibly fall in the same spot twice? He looked at Yi Yun, and the Tomo in Yi Yun's Sharingan began to spin slightly, causing Yi Yun to freeze in place, his eyes hollow. This time, it was Meng Hang who looked down at him like a king, speaking with authority, kneel. At that moment, Yi Yun felt the entire world spinning and twisting, making him unsteady on his feet. Countless chaotic murmurs filled his ears, like demons from hell tempting him, and like high gods commanding him with majesty. Kneel! Kneel! Thud! Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Yun knelt straight in front of Meng Hang. The room fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Shouldn't that kid in the black robe be the one kneeling? Why did Yi Yun kneel? This kid is strange. And I how also wore a dazed expression. Mengor, didn't you tell me you were a dual element ability user of space and wood? What the hell is this mental ability? Only one person in the room had a different expression from the others. Naturally, it was Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu lowered his head, his shoulders shaking continuously, and beneath the shadow was a face twisted with laughter. He was screaming wildly in his heart, see, you also knelt before him. From now on, let's see who dares to mock me. At the same time, he was mocking Meng Hang. Do you think this is your little third-tier county? Here, if you're a dragon, you must coil, if you're a tiger, you must lie low. Which one of us isn't either rich or noble, with a deep background? You actually dared to make a Yi family disciple kneel in public. Where will you stand in the imperial capital after this? At this moment, Yi Yun had regained his senses but still knelt there in a daze, disbelief filling his eyes. He couldn't believe he had lost in the area he was most skilled at, mental control. Yi Yun's face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, and he shouted furiously, destroy him. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the room became thick with tension, and the young masters present all stared at Meng Hang with ill intent. Although their bodyguards were waiting downstairs, they had been trained by their families since childhood, and their strength was not something ordinary people could compare to. Seeing the wealthy young masters around him preparing to act, Meng Hang's expression darkened. His black robe moved without wind, a chilling aura emanating from him, enveloping the entire room and causing everyone present to shiver. He scanned the room and coldly said, since no one wants to leave, then let everyone stay. The fat man, sweating profusely, walked over with a worried expression. However, at this moment, he was not worried about Meng Hang but rather about the group of people preparing to attack him. The fat man grabbed his arm and whispered in his ear, Mengor, you must show mercy, otherwise, won't you just tear down the whole building? The atmosphere in the room became extremely tense, both sides on the verge of conflict. Just then, a lazy voice came from outside the door, oh, I want to see which young master is causing such a commotion in my hotel. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of everyone present changed, and they all retracted their imposing presence. Meng Hang, seeing their expressions, was very curious about who had arrived to scare them like this. Turning around, he found a tall woman in a qipao. Although she wore light makeup, every frown and smile exuded an air of elegance and nobility. At first glance, she appeared to be around 30 years old, but the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes revealed her true age. Huang Mao approached the woman with a beaming smile and said, Aunt Yun, what brings you here? The woman, referred to as Aunt Yun, glanced at him and replied, if I don't come again, this little shop of mine will be torn apart by you little ancestors. Huang Mao quickly explained, Aunt Yun, you're exaggerating. We're just having a friendly spar, a spar. With our two guts, we wouldn't dare to make a move here. Isn't that right, everyone? He finished with a wink at the crowd. The others quickly chimed in, that's right, just a spar. Aunt Yun snorted coldly. It better be. Alright, since there's nothing wrong, let's clean up and leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun said nothing and walked out with a sullen face. As he passed by Meng Hang, he didn't forget to shoot a cold glance at him. When everyone saw that Yi Xiao had left, they silently followed suit. Once everyone had departed, Meng Hang noticed that the dishes on the table hadn't been touched and couldn't help but shake his head in regret. Just then, he hadn't eaten yet and didn't mind Antyun sitting nearby, so he casually found a stool, sat down, and began to feast. Hee, a light laugh came from behind him. The woman called Antyun sat down beside Meng Hang and said, "This dish is cold. I'll have the kitchen make another portion for you, brother." Meng Hang waved his hand dismissively while eating. "No need to trouble yourself, I can manage with just a couple of bites." Then, Meng Hang looked at her curiously and asked, "Are you the owner of this hotel?" Antyun smiled without speaking, merely nodding silently. Seeing her acknowledgement, Meng Hang's eyes lit up. "Aunt, how about you get me a bowl of porridge instead? I have a weak stomach and can only eat soft food." Damn! The fat guy behind him was shocked to see Meng Hang actually teasing this lady in public, his whole body going numb. He stepped forward and quickly covered Meng Hang's mouth, which was stuffed with food. "I'm not saying, Meng-gu, but you can't keep your mouth shut even while eating." Antyun gently tapped Meng Hang's forehead with her slender finger, playfully scolding, "You little rascal. But you look just like that heartless man from back then." Back then, he also stood firm, facing many young masters without a hint of retreat. Thinking of this, her originally smiling eyes turned sorrowful. Losing the desire to continue the conversation, Antyun stood up and said to Meng Hang, "I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. In the future, if you have time, come here more often, and we'll treat you to a meal." "Alright," the two replied in unison. Yi Yun and his group arrived downstairs, preparing to leave in their luxury car. Before getting in, Yi Yun turned coldly to the others and said, "I don't want a word of today's events to leak out. You all know the methods of the Yi family. Especially if this matter gets back to Yi Gu, we won't have a good outcome." Upon hearing the name Yi Gu, everyone's expressions changed, seemingly more fearful than when they heard about the Yi family. After Meng Hang had eaten his fill, the two also left in the car. On the way, Meng Hang curiously asked, "What's the identity of that Aunt Yun? How can she make that group of arrogant young masters so wary?" The fat guy sighed deeply, looking at Meng Hang with a resentful gaze. "You don't even know her identity, yet you dare to tease her. She's the eldest daughter of the Yun family, one of the three major families in the capital. But that's not the key point. The key point is, she's the old flame of that person from Jinyuan City." Damn! After hearing this, Meng Hang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly sat up straight to look at the fat guy. "You can't be telling me that the person you mentioned from Jinyuan City is the city lord Zhao Shanhe." The fat man nodded helplessly. Meng Hang felt completely numb. He had actually flirted with the old flame of the martial emperor Zhao Shanhe. If that got out, he would surely be torn to pieces. Meng Hang quickly grabbed the fat man and eagerly asked, "Quick, tell me what happened." "Actually, this matter isn't a secret in the imperial capital," the fat man began to recount. At first, Zhao Shan blocked the university gate in the imperial capital, causing quite a stir. The various families couldn't sit still, so they sent assassins to kill him, but they all returned empty-handed. Until one time, an assassin took advantage of Zhao Shanhe's moment of carelessness and severely injured him. In the end, it was Aunt Yun who secretly saved him, and the two developed a bond. Did they end up getting married? Meng Hang asked, intrigued. The fat man shook his head and replied, "The falling flowers have intentions, but the flowing water is heartless." At that time, the stunning Aunt Yun would marry no one but him, but he already had someone he loved. So from that time on, Aunt Yun has been guarding this hotel in the imperial capital, never marrying. Although the two didn't end up together, the various families still fear Zhao Shanhe's presence, so no one dares to easily provoke Aunt Yun. Meng Hang nodded in realization, not expecting that the legendary martial emperor Zhao Shanhe was actually a great romantic. Far away in the city lord's mansion of Jinyuan City, Zhao Shanhe, who was studying a sand table, suddenly sneezed. "Damn it, which bastard dares to speak ill of me behind my back?" Yi Yun returned home and immediately locked himself in his room. After this incident, he would end up like Hua Qiu, disgraced and becoming a joke among the wealthy youths of the imperial capital. But he didn't dare report it to his family. Hua Qiu was at least a direct descendant of the Hua family, who wouldn't do anything to him. But Yi Yun was different. He was just a lowly collateral relative. Despite his bluster outside, he was merely a dispensable person within the family. If this matter got out, he could very well be expelled from the family. Yi Yun clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, his expression extremely grim. "Meng Hang, you must die." After saying that, he opened his computer and typed a complex URL into the browser. Once he logged onto the site, a deep black background appeared with the words Dark Pavilion prominently displayed. This was the dark web used by the Dark Pavilion to accept missions, and as the largest assassin organization in Long Country, it was extremely mysterious. They operated in secrecy and never accepted missions offline. If someone wanted to post a bounty, they could only do so through the dark web. The Dark Pavilion would dispatch corresponding assassins based on the bounty amount. For many years, Long Country had tried to trace the Dark Pavilion's information through the dark web's IP, but unfortunately, they had found nothing. Yi Yun operated the computer, detailing Meng Hang's address and appearance, and finally gritted his teeth, marking the bounty amount at 80 million. He clicked to publish. Within seconds, Yi Yun discovered that his posted task had already been accepted. He coldly smiled, his face twisted as he muttered to himself, "Meng Hang, this time you're dead for sure." Once the Dark Pavilion accepts a task, it's a fight to the death. Without a word, Meng Hang and An Hao returned home and each went to their rooms to cultivate. Late at night, around 1 o'clock, two mysterious figures were quietly conversing outside the fat man's villa. "The master actually sent us two UG-level experts to protect the young master. Isn't that a bit of overkill?" "You can't say that." The person who was previously protecting the young master mysteriously disappeared at the ancient site, which scared the master badly. Now that the world is getting more chaotic, the master is also worried about the young master having an accident. As the two were conversing, they failed to notice a figure quietly approaching them from the darkness. This figure was also unaware that on the roof of the villa, a crow with blood-red pupils and a hooked jade was coldly watching him. When the shadow appeared, Meng Hang, who was sitting cross-legged in the room meditating, raised an eyebrow and opened his eyes. Meng Hang was not foolish. Having offended so many family scions in the imperial capital, how could he not be on guard? Thus, he had split off a crow from himself, which observed the movements around the villa day and night. In fact, the two who had been talking had already noticed him on the first night Meng Hang arrived. After realizing that they were the bodyguards of a fat man, they no longer paid much attention to them. Until tonight, this suspicious figure caught Meng Hang's attention. With a cold smile, Meng Hang murmured, "A gentleman takes revenge 10 years later, a petty person takes revenge from morning till night." I don't know if this assassin was sent by the Hua family or that Yi Yun from the Yi family, but it doesn't matter who sent him, let him die if he comes. A murderous intent surged in Meng Hang's eyes. The shadow approached the two bodyguards outside the villa like a ghost. He seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, his heartbeat gradually calming, his breathing slowly weakening, revealing not a trace of murderous intent. It was only when he was 5 meters away from the two bodyguards that he stopped. The shadow raised his right hand, his fingers slightly moving, and two nearly invisible silver threads appeared from his fingertips. Like swimming snakes, they slithered toward the necks of the two bodyguards. Just as the silver threads were about to sever their heads, the kaleidoscope Sharingan and the crow's eyes on the roof slightly rotated, and the space around the assassin began to distort, causing the silver threads in his hand to suddenly vanish. Meng Hang in the room also let out a cold laugh and disappeared from the room. "Hey, did you feel something coming toward us just now?" One of the bodyguards, sensing something unusual, asked the other. The other bodyguard immediately became alert, looking around and, finding nothing unusual, said, "Don't be so alarmed. With our abilities as cosmic-level practitioners, how could we not notice something approaching?" They looked around, confused as to why they had been executing an assassination mission outside the villa one moment and found themselves in this inexplicable place the next. The Dark Organization had a strict hierarchy. They classified assassins into 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, ranking them based on points earned from successful kills. His current rank was Wei among the 12 earthly branches. As long as he completed a few more tasks, he would be promoted to Wu, while the original assassin Wu would be demoted to Wei. At night, Wei was searching the dark web for suitable tasks when he saw the task posted by Yi Yun, and his eyes lit up. The target was right in the imperial capital, and the high bounty of 80 million excited him immensely, so he unhesitatingly accepted the task. However, at this moment, being inexplicably transported to this space, he was genuinely a bit panicked. Just then, a boy in a black robe with blood-red pupils appeared before him out of thin air. Wei's eyes brightened. He had already recognized that this boy was the target of the bounty. "Kid, did you do this?" Wei asked coldly. "Don't you have any manners? Running to someone else's doorstep without introducing yourself first?" Meng Hang did not answer his question but retorted instead. Wei smiled coldly. "I have nothing to say to the dead." With that, a silver thread suddenly shot toward Meng Hang. Meng Hang's pupils constricted. The dynamic vision of his Sharingan was now in effect. He saw a silver thread, thinner than fishing line by several times, rushing toward his neck at high speed. The long knife appeared in Meng Hang's hand, striking towards the silver thread with lightning speed. Clang! Meng Hang retracted the long knife, and the silver thread was deflected to the side. He frowned slightly, not expecting such a thin silver thread to be so sturdy that even 1,000 blades couldn't cut through it. At that moment, the opponent, Wei, was even more astonished. The silver thread in his hand attacked at an incredibly fast speed, and being invisible to the naked eye, ordinary people couldn't perceive it at all. It could be said that his ability was the reason he had managed to survive in the dark chamber until now. "Kid, don't get cocky, this is just the beginning," Wei shouted in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Then countless silver threads transformed into silver light, bursting forth from in front of him and stabbing towards Meng Hang. He was confident that as long as one silver thread got past Meng Hang's defenses, it could slice his neck. Meng Hang's expression remained unchanged. The long knife in his hand was swung with impenetrable precision. With the abnormal dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he could predict the trajectory of each silver thread and deflect them one by one. Minutes later, Wei finally stopped attacking, staring in terror at the boy across from him. "How is this possible? How is this possible? How could you block all my silk threads without missing a single one?" Meng Hang did not answer him, only calmly said, "Since you have no other means, it's my turn to strike." With that, he began to walk towards the assassin with his knife raised. "Wait," Wei said in panic. "Don't you want to know who sent me to kill you? If you let me go, I'll tell you who hired me." "No, is it that all you assassins lack professional ethics nowadays? I haven't even pressured you yet, and you're already spilling the beans." In Meng Hang's impression, assassins should be like those seen in dramas from his past life, holding poison in their mouths, ready to commit suicide without a word if they failed their mission. They wouldn't leave their opponents a chance to interrogate them. Meng Hang shook his head and said, "What a pity, I don't believe a single punctuation mark of what comes out of your mouth. I'll ask my questions myself later." Upon hearing this, Wei, who had been shocked, suddenly calmed down. At that moment, he resembled a cold-blooded assassin even more. "I originally wanted to extract information about this place from you, but since you refused to take the bait, don't blame me for being ruthless in using my methods to make you talk. Do you think you blocked my silver threads with your ability? Actually, I let you see it on purpose. Kid, next, I'll let you experience the terror of my ability." With that, he pulled with his right hand. Countless silver threads, resembling snakes, began to writhe on the ground. In the next moment, blood splattered. One person stood still, while the other had already fallen to the ground, blood gushing out from his body. How is this possible? Wei fell to the ground, and the terror in his eyes was completely unmasked. The silver threads that should have wrapped around Meng Hang were now tightly constricted into his flesh. Fortunately, he had intended to spare Meng Hang's life to interrogate him about how to escape this space, so he hadn't dealt a fatal blow. Otherwise, Wei would have been torn to pieces by his own silver threads. "Tell me how you did it." Wei's face showed a pleading expression as he weakly asked. He was unwilling. After being an assassin for over a decade, he never expected to be defeated by his own ability in the end. If he didn't find out what was going on, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. A flash of blood color crossed Meng Hang's eyes as he said lightly, "You will never understand the terror of the Sharingan." Before making a move, Meng Hang had already discovered with his Sharingan that every silver thread he shot out had a clear destination. Once all the silver threads were formed, he realized they would bind him tightly. Although these silver threads would not harm Meng Hang in the slightest, he decided to return the favor in kind. So he shot each silver thread back according to the positions he had calculated. The final result was that when the silver threads were not pulled tight, they would not only fail to injure Meng Hang but would instead bind him. After hearing Meng Hang's explanation, Wei bitterly smiled and said, "What a terrifying ability." After speaking, he moved his mouth slightly, intending to poison himself. However, Meng Hang, who was well prepared, would not let him have his way and directly used his Sharingan to control his mind. 10 minutes later, Wei's gaze became clear again. He instantly understood that he had revealed all his secrets to the black-robed youth before him. Why? Why do you still have illusion techniques? He had been in assassination for so many years and had never seen such a perverse youth. The boy before him was so powerful that he could crush him in every aspect, leaving him with no desire to resist. Moreover, he had a premonition that the black-robed youth was not even using his full strength against him. Defeat. An unprecedented sense of defeat. "I told you, you will never understand the terror of the Sharingan." After saying this, Meng Hang swung his knife without a moment's hesitation, severing his head. After dealing with this assassin, Meng Hang did not rush back to the real world. Instead, he sat on the ground, stroking his chin, deep in thought. From the assassin's mouth, he learned that he was from an organization called the Dark Pavilion and was one of the 12 earthly fiends, known as Wei. The Dark Pavilion accepted tasks through the dark web, and to remain hidden, the employers posted tasks anonymously on the dark web. Just as the employers did not know who the assassins were, the assassins also did not know the identities of the employers. Employers only needed to deposit money on a dark web intermediary platform, and if an assassin failed the task, a higher-ranked assassin would take it over until it succeeded. When he heard that the bounty was as high as 80 million, Meng Hang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was now contemplating how to pocket this 80 million. After thinking for a long time, Meng Hang finally clapped his hands, coming up with a good plan. Without further delay, he tore off Wei's clothes and mask and returned to his own room. Meng Hang formed hand seals and used the shadow clone technique to summon an identical version of himself. He then had the clone lie on the bed and cover itself with a blanket while he changed into Wei's assassin outfit and put on his mask. Meng Hang took out his phone, opened the camera function, positioned it correctly, and began recording a video. He picked up a dagger he found in Wei's spatial ring and slowly walked towards the clone on the bed, then without hesitation, he slit the clone's throat. After doing this, Meng Hang imported the video into the computer in the room and logged into the dark web using the URL Wei had mentioned, sending the video to the employer. It was already around 1 a.m., and Yi Yun was still awake, pacing in his room, occasionally glancing at the computer. Meng Hang had become a thorn in his side. If he did not deal with Meng Hang, Yi Yun felt he would continue to be restless. Ding! At that moment, a message alert came from the dark web on the computer, and Yi Yun eagerly clicked on the message bar. The video that came into view was of a man dressed in night clothes and wearing a mask, stepping towards the bed in a dark room. The person lying on the bed was none other than Meng Hang, whom he had encountered at the hotel that night. The dark pavilion assassin raised the dagger in his hand and without hesitation, cut Meng Hang's throat. And the scene comes to an end here. Meng Hang would certainly not be foolish enough to let him see the scene of his clone disappearing next. Yi Yun saw the assassin indeed sever Meng Hang's head, and couldn't help but rub his hands in excitement. Good, good, good. As expected of the famous Dark Pavilion, their moves are clean and decisive. A beggar from Yunshui City dares to offend me. At that moment, a message confirming the task popped up in the chat box. Yi Yun naturally wouldn't dare to cheat the Dark Pavilion's money, otherwise, the one facing endless pursuit would be himself. Meng Hang, who had been waiting in front of the computer, was overjoyed to see the confirmation of the task completion. He took out an anonymous bank card he found in the spatial ring and clicked to check the balance. Seeing the dazzling figure of 120 million before his eyes, Meng Hang almost drooled. Wow, is being an assassin this lucrative? Anyway, with a few days left before the university in the capital starts, should I consider taking a part-time job as an assassin to earn some money? He tossed the useless items back into the Shunwei space and lay down on the bed to continue his nap. As for tonight's assassination, apart from Meng Hang, no one else in the villa noticed anything. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Yi Yun opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Eagerly, he took out his phone and dialed his friends one by one, inviting them to the Imperial Capital Hotel again tonight. He planned to publicly announce Meng Hang's death, letting them know about Yi Yun's methods while also regaining his face. Oh, right, how could I forget about him? He wanted to find Ni Hao and let him know that standing on his side was the right choice. Yi Yun's eyes lit up as he directly dialed Huang Mao's number. As soon as the call connected, Huang Mao's cheeky voice came through. Young Master Yi, what can I do for you? Are you looking for me to deal with that guy named Meng Hang? Don't worry, young Master Yi, I've already contacted the person, just waiting for your command. Yi Yun smiled meaningfully without explaining, instead saying with a grin, I'm hosting a banquet at the Imperial Capital Hotel tonight, so bring the young master of Tianfu business, Ni Hao, along too. What? We're going to the Imperial Capital Hotel? Huang Mao thought he had misheard. About last night. Before Huang Mao could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Yi Yun. No more nonsense, I have important matters to announce tonight. Huang Mao didn't dare to argue and quickly agreed. Alright, young Master Yi, I'll take care of it right away. However, after hanging up, Huang Mao had a strange expression on his face. This guy must have been stimulated yesterday and gone crazy, right? He actually has the nerve to invite us to dinner today, isn't that just slapping himself in the face? Although he said this, his hands didn't stop, and he quickly dialed Fatty's number. When Meng Hang walked out of his room, he saw Fatty talking to himself. He actually has the nerve to invite me to dinner, that's just not normal. Meng Hang asked with interest, who are you saying has a problem this early in the morning? Seeing Meng Hang come out, Fatty's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pulled him over, saying, Manga, I have something interesting to tell you. That Yi Yun who made you kneel last night is actually hosting a banquet at the Imperial Capital Hotel tonight, and he specifically invited me. Do you think he was too stimulated last night and developed intermittent amnesia? Otherwise, how could a normal person pull off such a shady operation? I finally understand a saying from him, a tree that doesn't shed its bark is bound to die, and a person who doesn't care about their face is invincible. Hearing Fatty say this, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Meng Hang's eyes. Oh, is that so? Then I must go see for myself tonight. He had basically confirmed that the assassin from last night was indeed the one he had hired at a high price. At this moment, Meng Hang was not angry. Instead, he felt somewhat grateful that the other had sent him money. As expected of the young master of the Yi family, generous with his spending. To kill a small fry like me, he actually spent 80 million. I wonder if I can still squeeze a bit more out of this rich second generation. Meng Hang stroked his chin, already contemplating how to trick Yi Yun once more. Alright, let's go see what else this young master Yi can come up with tonight, the fat man said, eager for chaos. At 6 o'clock in the evening, they were once again in the private room of the Imperial Capital Hotel. By now, apart from the fat man and Meng Hang, everyone who had been present last night had basically arrived. The crowd looked at the spirited Yi Yun, all with bewildered expressions. He looked nothing like the person who had knelt before Meng Hang in public yesterday. Instead, it seemed as if Meng Hang was the one kneeling before him. Yi Yun's demeanor completely shattered their confidence. Could it be that we remembered it wrong last night? Especially Hua Qiu, who looked utterly confused. They had both knelt before Meng Hang. Looking at himself, he had been downcast since that incident. Then looking at Yi Yun, it was as if nothing had happened, and he had become even more confident. Is this the difference between people? Some rise to the challenge, while others, when faced with difficulties, just fall apart. Hua Qiu sighed deeply, thinking to himself, sigh, I am no match for Yi Yun. The yellow-haired guy, who had been silent until now, finally couldn't hold back and asked Yi Yun, young Master Yi, have you encountered some great joy? You seem so happy. Come on, share it with us. Yi Yun chuckled, leisurely pulling out the video he had downloaded from the dark web yesterday and showing it to them one by one. When the crowd saw the moment in the video when the person's throat was cut on the bed, their pupils involuntarily shrank. They all recognized that the person on the bed was Meng Hang, who had knelt before Yi Yun last night. The video was clearly filmed last night, and they never expected Yi Yun to act so quickly, resolving the matter without even waiting a night. In their hearts, they all labeled Yi Yun as someone not to be trifled with. The yellow-haired guy was the first to react, speaking to Yi Yun with a mix of shock and admiration. Not bad, young Master Yi, you resolved it in just one night? I need to learn from you in the future. Revenge should not wait overnight. Yi Yun pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, proudly saying, he was just a self-righteous little ant. Did he really think that just because he had some ability, he could do whatever he wanted in the imperial capital? What good is his ability? To survive out here, you need strength and background. A little nobody like him dares to act wildly in the imperial capital. Of course, I had to teach him a lesson. But this lesson was a bit too much. I hope he understands this in his next life. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yi Yun adjusted his glasses, laughing arrogantly, looking like a refined scoundrel. Just then, a faint voice came from behind him. Oh, who did you say you were going to teach a lesson? Upon hearing that familiar yet strange voice, Yi Yun first froze, then his limbs slowly stiffened at a visibly rapid pace, feeling a chill run down his spine. He slowly turned around, looking at Meng Hang in terror, his teeth chattering and making clattering sounds. Impossible, how could you be standing here? Are you a human or a ghost? The crowd was also stunned, staring blankly at the doorway. They had witnessed Meng Hang's throat being cut in the video with their own eyes. At this moment, the fat man's face was so gloomy it seemed ready to drip water. As he reached the door, he had already heard Yi Yun's earlier commotion and instantly understood what was happening. Yi Yun actually dared to send assassins to his home to kill someone, and then host a banquet right here, showing no regard for the Tianfu Trading Company at all. Yi Yun, don't think that just because you are from the Yi family, you can act recklessly. You actually dared to send assassins to my house to kill someone. Do you really think the Tianfu Trading Company is easy to mess with? However, despite his furious reprimand, everyone still seemed to ignore him, staring blankly at Meng Hang beside him. Meng Hang slowly walked towards Yi Yun, and with each step he took, Yi Yun's face turned paler, retreating a step back. Until he bumped into the corner and had nowhere else to retreat, he sat down on the ground with a thud. Yi Yun stared fixedly at Meng Hang, terrified, and said, "What do you want? This is the Imperial Capital Hotel. If you dare to make a move here, Aunt Yun will not let you off. And if you hurt me, the Yi family will not let you off either." Meng Hang looked at the seemingly mad Yi Yun and slowly bent down to meet his gaze. What a pity, just a little bit more. If the assassin you found had been just a bit stronger, I would have died at his hands. Fortunately, an House bodyguard was exceptionally strong and saved me at the critical moment, giving me a 5-turn recovery pill, which pulled me back from the gates of hell. Upon hearing about the 5-turn recovery pill, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was said that this pill could bring the dead back to life. As long as there was still a breath left, no matter how severe the injuries, it could save a person. Who would have thought that this young master of the Tianfu Trading Company would be so extravagant as to directly take out a 5-turn recovery pill to save him? The fat man at the door was also left dumbfounded. When did I have such a perverse pill? If I had that kind of thing, wouldn't I keep it for myself? Meng Hang coldly looked at Yi Yun, who was already terrified and in tears, as he slowly drew out his long knife, decisively slashing towards him. The crowd was terrified by Meng Hang's actions, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one expected him to be so ruthless, to strike without hesitation. And let's not forget, Yi Yun was a member of the Yi family, and this was the Imperial Capital Hotel, a place where all families would tread carefully. Does he have no concerns at all? This thought flashed through everyone's minds. You're looking for death, kid. The yellow-haired guy in the crowd reacted the fastest. He was the closest to Yi Yun and naturally couldn't just watch him die at Meng Hang's hands. He threw a flying knife with lightning speed towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang felt the sound of the knife slicing through the air behind him but did not turn around. He turned his long knife and swung it back, directly blocking the flying knife thrown by the yellow-haired guy. The knife spun in the air a few times before flying back in front of the yellow-haired guy, surprisingly hovering in mid-air. Meng Hang slowly turned around, coldly looking at the yellow-haired guy. What's wrong? Do you want to make a move against me too? The yellow-haired guy felt the chilling aura emanating from Meng Hang and his face turned extremely ugly. But at this point, he couldn't just stand by and watch. He had to suppress the fear rising in his heart and gritted his teeth, saying, "Kid, today let me see just how capable you are to be so arrogant." With that, the flying knife hovering in the air transformed into a cold light and slashed towards Meng Hang again. Looking at the flying knife coming towards him, a trace of disdain flashed in Meng Hang's eyes. With such a method, even if he stood still and let the yellow-haired guy strike until tomorrow, he wouldn't suffer a scratch. However, the power of Shenwei was simply too extraordinary, and he didn't want to reveal it too early. Just then, everyone saw the strange black robe Meng Hang was wearing begin to writhe, and a crow with blood-red pupils emerged from the robe. The strange crow flapped its wings twice in the air and flew straight towards the flying knife that was moving at high speed. The crow transformed into a streak of black lightning, meeting the flying knife in the blink of an eye, effortlessly grasping the incredibly sharp blade in its beak. With the flying knife in its mouth, the crow turned around and flew back to Meng Hang, landing on his shoulder, coldly observing the crowd just like him. Such a bizarre ability made everyone involuntarily gasp and take 2 steps back. What kind of ability is this? Someone whispered. It should be a summoning type, another person replied uncertainly. But didn't he just use a psychic ability yesterday? How can he use a summoning ability today? How many skills has he awakened? A monster, he's just a monster. No wonder Hua Xiao lost to him back then. The blonde-haired boy's face turned extremely ugly. The flying knife he controlled with his psychic power lost contact with him the moment the crow caught it. No matter how he summoned it, the knife showed no response. Meng Hang looked at the blonde boy mockingly and said, "Is that it? Don't tell me this is the end. You're really not holding up well." Provoked by his taunt, the blonde boy instantly became furious, and 10 flying knives appeared out of thin air in his hands. These 10 flying knives transformed into 10 silver fish, circling in the air before flying towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang remained standing still, but the black robe on him began to writhe again. This time, it wasn't just 1 crow, but 10. The 10 crows flew straight towards the 10 flying knives, catching each one in their beaks and flying back to Meng Hang's shoulder. At this moment, Meng Hang was engulfed in demonic flames. It was like a birdcage? Unfortunately, the blonde boy couldn't grasp the humor in this and could only look at Meng Hang in terror. The 10 flying knives had lost contact with him, severely injuring his psychic power, and his face turned pale. At this moment, Meng Hang, clad in black robes, stared coldly at the blonde boy with blood-red eyes, embodying the image of a villainous Dark Lord. The 11 crows on his shoulder also had blood-red eyes, staring unblinkingly at the blonde boy, making him tremble with fear. "I said I don't want to leave, so no one should leave." After Meng Hang said this, the flying knives in the crows' mouths actually reversed direction and flew towards the blonde boy. Moreover, judging by the speed, they were several times faster than before. Due to the incredible speed of the flying knives, the blonde boy didn't even have time to react, standing there in a daze. Just as the 11 flying knives were about to pierce through his body, a lazy voice rang out. "My dear brother, this is a place for dining. No matter what grudges you have, you can't harm others here." As the voice sounded, a whirlwind suddenly swept through the room, effortlessly knocking the 11 high-speed flying knives to the ground. Meng Hang turned to look, and the speaker was none other than Aunt Yun, the owner of the Imperial Capital Hotel. Seeing her arrival, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The blonde boy seemed to see a savior, scrambling to hide behind Aunt Yun, shouting loudly, "Aunt Yun, you have to save me. He wants to break the rules of the Imperial Capital Hotel and kill me here." Aunt Yun ignored him and gazed deeply at Meng Hang, shaking her head slightly. The meaning was clear. Alright, then I'll give Aunt Yun some face today. After saying this, Meng Hang disregarded everyone's reactions and walked straight towards the door. The fat boy shot a fierce glare at the people around before following him out. Once they reached downstairs, the fat boy angrily said, "Damn it, I said something like that happened yesterday, and Yi Yun actually had the face to invite us to dinner today, even specifically calling me. Turns out this bastard is like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, with bad intentions." "Mengge, you too, such a big deal and you didn't even tell me." Meng Hang shrugged helplessly and said, "It wasn't a big deal, I'm standing here just fine, aren't I? Besides, I wasn't sure who hired the assassin at that time." After Meng Hang and his companion left, the private room fell into a deep silence. "Aunt Yun, this kid has broken the rules of the Imperial Capital Hotel, and you just let him go?" the yellow-haired man said, somewhat unwilling. "I handle my own affairs, it's not your place to interfere." Aunt Yun coldly shot him a glance. Just that one look made the yellow-haired man feel a chill run down his spine, and he dared not say another word. "My little establishment can't accommodate all of you big shots, you might as well not come here to eat anymore." With that, Aunt Yun turned and left, not caring about the ugly expressions on the faces of those present. Yi Yun stood up, his expression turning fierce as he addressed the crowd. "He was planning to leave us all here just now. If it weren't for Aunt Yun's intervention, none of us might have made it out. This matter can't just end like this, Meng Hang must die." Last night, he had spent all his savings on the assassination task in the Dark Pavilion. He knew that it was impossible for him alone to hire an assassin from the Dark Pavilion now, so he needed to unite everyone present to deal with Meng Hang. The yellow-haired man, who had nearly died at Meng Hang's hands, was the first to express his agreement. "I agree with what young Master Yi said. I agree too." The speaker was Hua Qiu. His feelings towards Meng Hang were extremely complicated, filled with fear and jealousy. How could a mere ant from a third-tier city possess such terrifying strength? How could he crush the pride of their imperial capital? Seeing that two people had already taken his stance, the others quickly chimed in. "Yes, this matter can't just end easily. If Meng Hang doesn't die, everyone in our circle in the imperial capital will lose face." To them, Meng Hang was like a fishbone stuck in their throats, making them uncomfortable. "But how should we deal with him? Mobilize family forces?" "Absolutely not," Yi Yun quickly interrupted. What he feared most was that his family would find out, and he certainly couldn't agree to mobilize family power. "We can only think of a way to deal with him ourselves, and we must resolve this matter beautifully." "So what do we do?" someone asked. Yi Yun smiled mysteriously and said, "I have access to the dark web of the Dark Pavilion. The assassin who attempted to kill Meng Hang yesterday was from the dark web. Unfortunately, with the funds I have on hand, the assassin I can hire isn't strong enough to take down Meng Hang. So now we need everyone to work together, pool our savings, and post a task on the dark web again. As long as the bounty is sufficient, I believe we can even hire a transcendent-level assassin." Upon hearing the term dark web, everyone's expressions changed. The dark web, as the most mysterious assassin organization in Long Country, had always been elusive. They never expected Yi Yun to have access to the dark web of the Dark Pavilion. Wait a minute, the Dark Pavilion never gives up until the task is completed. Since their assassination attempt yesterday failed, they should send other assassins to kill Meng Hang again, and we don't need to post a task again, one person said, puzzled. Hearing this, Yi Yun's mouth twitched. Just mentioning this issue made him feel even more frustrated. The premise for the Dark Pavilion to continue pursuing is that the person who posted the task hasn't confirmed its completion. But Meng Hang used some means to make me mistakenly believe he was already dead, so I clicked to confirm the task was completed. In this situation, the Dark Pavilion won't acknowledge that the task was incomplete, so we can only repost the task. Everyone suddenly understood. Without further delay, they all went to a private villa owned by the yellow-haired man to discuss the specifics. I have to say, these rich second-generation kids are really wealthy. A few of them took out their private savings and surprisingly gathered over 200 million. Yi Yun looked at the enormous sum before him, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Meng Hang, let's see if you can survive this. With that, he logged onto the dark web and posted a new task, offering a bounty of 200 million. After Meng Hang returned to the villa, he opened the dark web to browse. He was sure that those rich kids wouldn't shed a tear until they saw the coffin. They would definitely post a task on the dark web. Wow, this is the dark web. The chubby guy beside him stared curiously at the screen. He had long been fascinated by this legendary site but had never found it. It was like those websites single men often browse late at night. Everyone has heard of this site, but there are always those who can't find the URL, feeling anxious and restless. Sigh. Those who understand, understand. May good people live in peace. Sure enough, as he expected, not long after, a task to assassinate him refreshed on the dark web. When he saw the bounty was 200 million, his eyes widened. Wow, these rich kids are so loaded, maybe I should just kidnap them. The chubby guy, fully focused on browsing the dark web, was so scared by his words that cold sweat broke out. From what he knew about Meng Hang, he really might do it. Menggu, don't joke around, this is the capital. Even if those big families want to eliminate someone, they have to do it secretly. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom won't let them off. Seeing the chubby guy's nervousness, Meng Hang could only chuckle awkwardly and say, just kidding, just kidding. How could a righteous person like me do such a thing? The chubby guy twitched his mouth and retorted, I don't know who it was that wanted to kidnap me on their first day here. Just then, Meng Hang's eyes lit up as he noticed that someone had accepted the task to assassinate him. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said to the chubby guy, Fatty, send more bodyguards to patrol the entrance tonight. But if something really seems off, don't make a sound. I might as well just withdraw the people. Meng Hang shook his head. That would be too obvious. The chubby guy said, somewhat speechless, I say, Menggu, doesn't this count as entrapment? Meanwhile, at the same time the task was posted, in a hidden cave in the mountains outside the capital, a little girl with golden curly hair, dressed in a black Gothic-style outfit, was sweetly eating a lollipop while looking at the dark web on her computer. Her petite body sat on a stool, her two white legs swinging back and forth, and she was holding a puppet with hollow eyes, which looked extremely eerie. If one looked closely, they would realize that what she was sitting on was not a chair at all, but a living, breathing person. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of the body as it breathed, it would seem like a lifeless object. This person looked terrifying, with their eyes and mouth sewn shut, lying motionless on the ground. The little girl licked her lollipop, gazing at the computer, and said to a shadowy figure behind her, Yesterday's assassination task failed, and that useless person even told the target, Meng Hang, his dark web account. Today, that employer posted a 200 million bounty again, asking us to assassinate him once more. I'm a bit tempted by the 200 million. How about we take a break and casually complete this task? I'm going crazy being cooped up in this cave. The little girl's big eyes stared at the shadow in the darkness as she spoke in a babyish voice. The shadowy figure looked at her fondly but shook his head. That doesn't comply with the rules. If the 12 earthly branches have not completed their tasks, only then can the 10 heavenly generals take action. Let Z go this time. If he fails again, we can still step in. With our Dark Pavilion's dark web account, even if no one posts a task, that kid must die. The little lowly, disappointed, touched the motionless man beneath her, who lay like a corpse, and sighed. Although Z is of average strength, his abilities are quite suitable for assassination. With him taking action, it seems I won't be able to get out this time. What a pity, I haven't changed my toys in a long time. Upon hearing this, the man beneath her seemed to recall something terrifying, and his body trembled involuntarily. Feeling the shaking beneath her, the originally sweet and cute blonde lowly suddenly turned sinister and fierce. Why won't you obey? Why are you moving? Don't you know that the stool doesn't move? As soon as she finished speaking, the man exploded alive, blood splattering all over the room. The waning moon hung like a hook. A dark cloud covered the moon again, making tonight particularly gloomy. For some reason, there were unusually many crows in the trees tonight, occasionally emitting ominous caws. This made the night seem even more eerie. A figure wearing a mask appeared not far from the fat man's villa. The man glanced at the crows in the trees, chuckled coldly, and muttered to himself, crows heralding death, what a good omen. It seems someone is going to die tonight. He looked at the dozens of people patrolling in turns at the villa entrance and couldn't help but smile disdainfully. Do you think these useless people can discover me? After saying that, his figure strangely merged into the shadows on the ground. Meng Hang lay in bed, tossing and turning. He glanced at the clock, it was already 3 in the morning. Just when Meng Hang thought the Dark Pavilion assassins had some self-awareness and wouldn't come to assassinate him in such a situation where they had already alerted the snake, the ominous crows in the trees spotted the assassin's figure. The corners of Meng Hang's mouth lifted slightly, feeling that the people from the Dark Pavilion truly deserved the extra crows he had placed outside for lookout tonight, as they really had come. He didn't teleport to the Divine Might space but obediently closed his eyes, waiting for the assassin to arrive. The room was incredibly dark, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. A shadow slowly crawled out from the ground, silently standing at the foot of Meng Hang's bed. Z looked at Meng Hang, who was sound asleep, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. He wasn't a killer for the money, he simply enjoyed it. He liked seeing his targets silently pierced through. The warm blood was so sweet that it made him reluctant to leave. Crack! The sound of the dagger piercing flesh and nailing into the bed frame echoed. Is he dead just like that? Z was a bit taken aback. Someone who could take down Wei from the 12 heavenly generals actually died so easily at his hands. Although he was confident in his assassination skills, he thought this time would require more effort. Seeing Wei succeed in his recent tasks too many times made him a bit complacent, leading to his discovery and failure. Just as he was in a daze, an extremely impatient voice rang in his ear, sending a chill from his tailbone straight to the back of his head. Meng Hang, lying in bed, felt the dagger pierce his body and found that this assassin was actually dazed here, which made him extremely impatient. I say, buddy, your professionalism is even worse than the last one. You used your weapon and don't even know to pull it out? Z stared blankly at the dagger in his hand, which was indeed stuck in the chest of the boy in front of him. Who was speaking? In the next moment, he finally realized something was wrong. The boy in front of him, though pierced through, did not have a single drop of blood flowing out. At this point, Z finally reacted, retreating swiftly to distance himself from Meng Hang. Meng Hang stood up from the bed at a leisurely pace, looking at the shadow before him and said lightly, "So you are the assassin sent to kill me today? I wonder what tricks you have up your sleeve, but please don't disappoint me." Z narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at the boy in front of him, and said, "No wonder Wei died at your hands, you are indeed a bit strange. But unfortunately, you must die here today." Despite his expressionless face, his heart was already in turmoil. Meng Hang's abilities were truly bizarre, making him extremely wary, so he immediately revealed his trump card. Z clasped his hands together and shouted, "Shadow kill." Countless spikes formed from shadows silently emerged behind Meng Hang and swiftly lunged at him. Yet Meng Hang stood there, seemingly oblivious. In the next moment, the black shadow spikes unceremoniously pierced through Meng Hang's body, turning him into a sieve. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the fat man and Master Liaoshan were pressing their ears against the wall, eavesdropping on the commotion. Hearing the noise from Meng Hang's room, the fat man could no longer sit still and wanted to rush over to help. Master Liaoshan quickly grabbed the fat man and asked, "What are you doing?" "What else? Of course, I'm going to help Mengu." Master Liaoshan shook his head helplessly and continued, "What can you do in a fight at their level? Besides, you know that brat Meng Hang's tricks. It would be a miracle if he doesn't scare that assassin to death. You would only be a hindrance." Hearing this, the fat man slumped down onto the bed. He had always thought of himself as a genius, but since meeting Meng Hang, he increasingly felt how weak he was. Seeing Meng Hang, whose body was riddled with holes, Z sneered, "One should not be too proud, and never underestimate anyone's abilities. When a person becomes arrogant, they can lose themselves and make irreparable mistakes." "Oh, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Then I'll pass that same advice back to you." At that moment, Meng Hang, who had been turned into a porcupine, suddenly spoke. Z's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Meng Hang, as if he were seeing a ghost. He stared at Meng Hang, who seemed unfazed, and asked in terror, "Pierced by shadow kill, and yet you're completely fine. Are you human or ghost? If I were a ghost, would I need you to kill me?" Meng Hang teased. At this moment, Z had no mind to joke with him. Walking by the river, one is bound to get wet. Usually, he toyed with others during missions, but today he was unexpectedly played by this boy. The most critical part was that he was powerless, unable to even discern what kind of ability his opponent had. Meng Hang drew his long knife and swung it at the assassin. Just then, a bizarre scene unfolded again. Under the moonlight, the shadow cast by Meng Hang on the ground quietly stood up. As Meng Hang raised his knife, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Glancing back in shock, he discovered that his own shadow had wrapped around him from behind. "Damn, that's impressive," he couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing that Meng Hang was finally immobilized, Z quietly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, this ability of his was a dream skill for an assassin. Wherever there is light, there are shadows. Wherever there are shadows, it can appear and control them to silently eliminate the target. Countless beings of even higher realms than his had inexplicably died at his hands. But he never expected to encounter the monster Meng Hang today. Clearly at the late stage of the empty realm, yet his bizarre ability to be immune to physical damage even extends to magical damage. How can one fight against that? Is there really a pay-to-win element in this world? Is the gap between casual players and paying players really that vast? In fact, controlling Meng Hang was supposed to be one of his trump cards. To control the opponent's shadow without them noticing, and then kill the target. Isn't it ironic to be killed by one's own shadow? This was originally a very proud offensive skill of Z, but now it was forced by Meng Hang to become a control skill. He didn't want to resort to this, but against Meng Hang's strange ability, he had no choice but to take this initial low road. In the next moment, Z merged with the darkness, and when his figure reappeared, it was already in a shadow dozens of meters away from the villa. That's right, he controlled Meng Hang not to attack but to escape. He was self-aware, with his own strength, he couldn't inflict any damage on this kid in front of him. So he chose to flee. As for what would happen to the target, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. This kid could be left for Tian Gang to deal with. After all, he wouldn't risk his life here for a mission. Manhang looked in astonishment at the assassin who vanished before his eyes. He didn't expect this assassin to be so decisive, running away without a hint of hesitation. Just as the assassin fled, the shadow that had bound him also released its control and returned to the ground. Manhang approached the window, watching the fleeing figure in the darkness with a cold smile. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is an amusement park? Amusement parks require tickets, you should leave something behind. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes slightly rotated, directly twisting the entire right arm of the assassin off. As for why it was the right arm, that was of course because Z's space ring was worn on his right hand. After escaping the villa, Z saw that Manhang did not pursue him, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his right arm. Instinctively reaching for his right hand, he found nothing but air. He looked down at his right arm in disbelief, and then a shrill scream echoed from the street. Where's my arm? After the scream, Z realized his loss of composure, covering the wound where his arm had been, and disappeared back into the shadows. At that moment, as an assassin, the calm demeanor he had cultivated over the years had completely crumbled. He felt as if Manhang was lurking in some corner, playing with him like a cat with a mouse. Unfortunately, his space ring, along with his right arm, had mysteriously vanished, and the communicator linked to the Dark Organization also disappeared. He had no way to warn Bing and Ding about this kid's abnormality. While Z was desperately running, he didn't notice a crow with blood-red pupils in the sky, coldly watching him. Seeing that the assassin had already escaped, Manhang lazily stretched and lay back down to continue sleeping. He had no intention of dealing with this assassin. With Manhang's petty nature, how could he allow someone to come to his door and ambush him every day? Once or twice was enough. It was time for him, Manhang, to pay a visit to others. The next day, a disheveled figure was fleeing through the forest, glancing left and right nervously. It was Z, who had been injured by Manhang the night before. After a night of healing, the bleeding from his right arm had stopped, but unfortunately, it could no longer be restored. After a night of fear and anxiety, confirming that Manhang really hadn't followed him, he finally decided to report this matter to the branch. The headquarters of the Dark Organization was not located in a city, but in an ancient battlefield they controlled. The Imperial capital is just a branch, and currently managing this branch are the 3rd and 4th ranked members of the 10 heavenly gangs, Bing and Ding. After going around in circles, Z finally arrived at a hidden cave entrance. Standing before the entrance, Z did not rush in but called out loudly from outside. 12 earthly branches. Z requests an audience with the 2 lords. Inside, Bing, who was meditating, slightly furrowed his brow and said, "That's Z's voice. Why is he here instead of on a mission?" Meanwhile, Ding, who was enjoying a lollipop, didn't care about that and excitedly shouted, "The king covers the earth tiger." Hearing this code from outside, Z's mouth twitched slightly. Although it was quite embarrassing, there was no helping it. After all, this was the nickname that Lord Ding had come up with. Thinking of this lord's methods, even he couldn't help but shiver slightly and quickly replied, "Little chicken stewed with mushrooms." In an instant, the surrounding environment began to undergo earth-shattering changes. What was originally just a simple cave entrance instantly transformed into a luxurious 2-story loft. The door opened, and a tall man led a little girl dressed in gothic clothing, bouncing out. Upon seeing the two emerge, Z quickly knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "I greet the 2 lords." Bing, with a serious expression, asked, "What brings you here?" Z, not daring to hide anything, quickly replied, "My subordinate failed the mission last night. That kid was extremely strange, so I specifically came to report to the 2 lords." "Oh, something strange?" Originally serious and wanting to ask more, Bing suddenly furrowed his brow and coldly said to Z in front of him, "Were you followed on your way here?" Z confidently answered, "Impossible. I was cautious all the way. If I had no vigilance at all, I wouldn't be the head of the 12 earthly branches." Bing pointed to a tree behind him and coldly asked, "If you weren't followed, then what is that?" Hearing Bing say this, Z's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned to look. Not far from him, a crow with blood-red pupils was coldly staring at him. It was the same kind of crow he had seen in front of the villa last night. "Impossible. When did this beast follow me?" Z exclaimed in disbelief. Bing's face darkened like water, and with his iron-like large hand, he fiercely grabbed Z's neck and lifted him up. With his neck being squeezed, Z immediately began to roll his eyes, desperately trying to pry open the large hand around his neck, his legs kicking wildly. But no matter how he struggled, that giant hand remained unmoving like a vice. Z struggled to open his mouth, wanting to explain something, but the feeling of suffocation surged over him like a wave, preventing him from making a sound. You leaked the location of the branch, you deserve to die. After coldly saying this, Bing transformed his left hand into a palm knife and directly pierced through Z's heart. Pulling his hand out, he expressionlessly shook off the warm blood and tossed Z's corpse aside like garbage. He then turned his attention to the crow in the tree. Since you've already come, then come out openly. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in the villa, Meng Hang, using the shared vision of the ominous crow, clearly saw the scene that had just unfolded and smiled with interest. As expected of the Dark Pavilion, they are so ruthless even when dealing with their own. In the next second, Meng Hang's body disappeared from the room, and when he reappeared, he was already standing not far from the two dark web assassins. Bing frowned at the strange way he appeared. Kid, is your ability invisibility? He then denied his own statement and shook his head. It's not invisibility, when you appear, there's a spatial fluctuation. You are a rare spatial ability user. Meng Hang did not answer the big man's question but instead looked at the little girl beside him. You guys in the dark web are too insane, you even hire child labor, not sparing such a small child. Upon hearing Meng Hang's words, the porcelain doll-like little girl instantly welled up with tears, helplessly staring at him as if she had finally grasped a lifeline. Big brother, save me. The little girl let out a cry that shattered the hearts of all the adults, pulling her small hand away from Bing, disregarding the fallen puppet on the ground, and opened her arms, lunging towards Meng Hang. Seeing the little girl break free and run towards the other side, Bing raised an eyebrow but did not stop her, merely watching coldly. Just as the little girl was about to leap into Meng Hang's arms, a cold light flashed, and her body was instantly severed. The little girl's delicate body fell weakly in front of Meng Hang, her head rolling on the ground a couple of times before coming to a stop, facing upwards. Meng Hang could even see the trace of disbelief that appeared on her exquisite and innocent face. Meng Hang looked speechlessly at the corpse on the ground, seriously doubting that this little girl was in her right mind. She can't really think that just because of that one sarcastic remark, I would actually believe she is an innocent child. But the next moment, Meng Hang noticed something amiss. The little girl's severed body on the ground did not have a drop of blood flowing out. In the next moment, the veins on Meng Hang's forehead bulged, and a surge of anger filled his chest. He discovered that the little girl was merely an empty shell. Her insides had long been hollowed out, and someone had used unknown means to turn her into this puppet. Looking at the little girl's innocent face, even someone as ruthless as Meng Hang couldn't believe that there were such cruel people in the world, using such brutal methods against a child. Dang, your trick seems to be ineffective against this boy. Bing saw the little girl die tragically at Meng Hang's feet, and not only did he not feel angry, but he also smiled with a hint of schadenfreude, speaking to the air beside him. Bastard! Bastard! How dare you destroy my favorite toy? I will skin you alive and turn you into a puppet. A voice like a night owl echoed through the space. The shrill voice scraped against Meng Hang's ears like nails on a chalkboard, sending chills down his spine. Meng Hang looked around in surprise and found that the wooden puppet that had fallen to the ground beside the big man had somehow stood up on its own. The puppet's originally hollow eyes were now staring at Meng Hang with extreme malice. It turned out that this puppet was, Ding, ranked 4th in the Dark Pavilion's 10 heavenly gangs. Meng Hang fixed a cold gaze on the puppet and asked, "Did you turn this child into this?" Hearing him talk about his masterpiece, the puppet immediately became smug. He, this is my most outstanding work, crafted with countless methods. At first, I carefully cut open her fragile skin, extracting all her insides. Oh. As he said this, the puppet seemed to remember something, and its eyes became even more fanatical. Just when I cut open her belly, she actually told me it hurt and begged me to let her go. But the more she begged for mercy, the more painful her expression became, and the more excited I got. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang no longer wanted to listen. The way he looked at the puppet was as if he were looking at a corpse. You beast can die. But before he could finish, the puppet in the distance suddenly began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, it should be you who can die. You think I told you all this for what? Just as the puppet's words fell, the headless corpse beneath Meng Hang's feet actually began to move. The originally fair skin had, at some point, become as dry as tree bark. The frail little hands had also grown nails that glowed with a ghostly green light, clearly laced with deadly poison. Like a malevolent spirit, the headless little girl took advantage of Meng Hang's moment of distraction and mercilessly pierced her claws through his heart. The puppet, Ding, seeing the successful sneak attack, laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, don't worry, kid, I won't let you die so easily. That little beast's claws are coated with a paralyzing toxin. It won't take your life, but it will leave you completely immobilized. I'll make you watch as your belly is sliced open, your insides pulled out one by one, and then you'll die in agony. Noisy! Unable to bear it any longer, Meng Hang unleashed his divine might, transporting her entire being into the divine space. Meng Hang planned to deal with the burly man in front of him first. As for the puppet, letting her die so easily would be too lenient. Perverts should be dealt with in perverse ways. The puppet, Bing, stood calmly beside Ding, listening indifferently to her chilling methods of torment. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed, but after partnering for so long, he had grown somewhat used to it. Just then, the resentful voice beside him abruptly stopped. Bing initially didn't react, thinking she was just tired and taking a break. But after several seconds of silence, he sensed something was off and glanced over. It was that glance that nearly made his eyes pop out in shock. Where did she go? Is it haunted? How could a perfectly living person just vanish without a trace? He quickly looked towards Meng Hang, and the little girl turned malevolent spirit had collapsed to the ground, motionless, having lost control. Meanwhile, that kid named Meng Hang was standing there unharmed, coldly staring at him. Kid, where did Ding go? Did you do something? Facing the burly man's question, Meng Hang did not respond directly but instead mocked. She was standing right next to you, and you didn't even notice where she went. How would I know? Oomph, you're asking for it. Soon, I'll let you experience the terrifying methods of the Dark Pavilion when interrogating enemies. With that, he exerted force under his feet, causing the ground to collapse with a thunderous roar, the resulting gust of wind uprooting trees within dozens of meters. The power of a 5th-tier ability user was terrifying indeed. Meng Hang was also being reckless. He wanted to feel the difference in strength between himself and a 5th-tier ability user without using divine might. In an instant, Bing appeared in front of Meng Hang and threw a punch. The force of this punch was so great that it caused the surrounding space to subtly distort. Meng Hang did not evade. He also threw out a punch, intending to rely solely on his late-stage empty-tier physical strength to resist the full-force strike of a universal-tier ability user. The next second, their fists collided with a thunderous boom, sending a shockwave that rustled the nearby trees and startled flocks of birds into the sky. Not far from them, a man and a woman were swiftly moving through the woods. The middle-aged man leading the way asked the short-haired girl behind him, Peach, are you sure you found a 4th-tier spirit nurturing herb around here? The short-haired girl nodded affirmatively. That's right, it was right around here. But at that time, there was also a 4th-tier blacktail snake guarding the area near the herb. I wasn't a match for that beast on my own, so I came back to ask you, Captain, to take action. With your mid-tier universal strength, it should be easy for you to deal with that beast. The middle-aged man, somewhat elated by the praise from the short-haired girl, smiled proudly. That's right. It's just a 4th-tier initial stage black-tailed snake. I'm confident I can take it down. Just as the two were conversing, a deafening sound erupted, followed by an incredibly strong hurricane. The two were completely unprepared and were directly knocked to the ground by the force of the wind. They looked in fear towards the direction of the sound, not understanding what was happening there. The middle-aged man, who had spoken first, reacted the fastest. His expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly, "Run! This is the power generated only by a battle between 5th-tier beasts. If we hesitate any longer, even the aftermath of their fight could crush us." Hearing this, the short-haired woman instantly understood the severity of the situation. Without a second thought, she turned and fled towards the edge of the forest. Both of them, desperately running, wore bitter expressions. No one expected to encounter a battle between two 5th-tier beasts here. When Meng Hang's fist collided with Bing, he felt an unparalleled force surge through his hand. The next second, he was uncontrollably sent flying dozens of meters, crashing through countless towering trees before finally hitting the ground. It took a while for Meng Hang to recover, and he stood up unsteadily. His right arm hung limply, clearly broken from the earlier collision. Seeing Meng Hang in such a miserable state, Bing couldn't help but sneer and mock. You really don't know your limits. You, a late-stage empty-tier ability user, dared to take my full-force strike head-on. You really don't know how to write the word death. But you do have some strength. Even a universe-tier ability user would explode from my hit, yet you only suffered serious injuries. Considering your talent, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where Ding is, and I'll make it quick for you. At this moment, the system could no longer bear to watch and said helplessly, Kid, I really don't know what you're thinking. Clearly, you have so many means at your disposal, yet you insist on relying on your physical strength to clash with others. Isn't that like looking for shit in a latrine with a lantern? Meng Hang looked at his miserable appearance and really wanted to slap himself. He had been too smooth sailing lately, developing a delusion that all ability users were not that impressive, and that he could compete with them relying solely on his physical strength without using his powers. But today, Bing had thoroughly taught him a lesson, shattering his arrogance. Just then, Meng Hang felt a cool energy circulating throughout his body. The intense pain he had been feeling gradually faded, and his deformed arm slowly returned to its original state. This was the effect of the interstitial cells within him. Bing, who had thought he had the upper hand, saw that Meng Hang, who was already seriously injured, had recovered significantly in such a short time, and his expression changed drastically. What kind of ability does this kid have? Even the wood-type abilities known for their healing powers couldn't possibly have such a fast recovery rate. Realizing that delay could lead to disaster, Bing stopped wasting words, disappearing from his spot and charging at Meng Hang again. Seeing Bing attacking him once more, Meng Hang, having learned his lesson, dared not take the hit with his body again. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Whatever comes, comes." No, wait. Would escape, ranked shield technique. Suddenly, a massive wooden shield shaped like a ferocious ghost appeared in front of Meng Hang. Bing squinted at the sight of the shield, thinking to himself that, as he suspected, this kid still had wood-type abilities. Although his wood-type abilities were different, wood was still wood, and while it was unique in healing, it was utterly inadequate for defense. You don't think that just because you have that broken shield, you can block my attack, do you? Bing said disdainfully. At the same time, his figure had already arrived in front of the shield, and he slammed down with a punch. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. Bing felt a tremendous backlash from the shield, causing him to uncontrollably step back 2 paces. His expression darkened as he shook his somewhat numb right hand. To him, this shield was incredibly solid, not at all like wood, but rather as if it were forged from gold and iron, immensely sturdy. Meng Hang leaped onto the shield, looking down at Bing with a smile and said, "How about that? This broken shield of mine is quite sturdy, isn't it?" At this moment, Bing's expression had turned extremely serious. He finally understood how the previous assassins had fallen at this kid's hands. "Kid, why not join our dark pavilion? I can recommend you to the pavilion master. I believe with your abilities, you'll definitely thrive in the dark pavilion. When that time comes, money and women, anything you desire, will be at your fingertips." Upon hearing that he was being courted, Meng Hang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "If you want me to join, you have to offer something to show your sincerity." Hearing Meng Hang say this, Bing's expression brightened. He thought there was indeed room for negotiation. This kid's abilities are truly strange. If we can really recruit him into the dark pavilion, I believe the pavilion master will be very pleased. Perhaps then, the pavilion master will reward me for my recommendation. Thinking of this, Bing couldn't help but feel a bit excited. "That's easy to say. As long as your conditions aren't too excessive, I can agree to you." Meng Hang nodded, pretending to ponder seriously, and after a moment said, "Easy to say, easy to say. If you invite me, you have to give me some membership fee, right? Plus, the 2 assassination attempts have caused me great mental distress, so you need to compensate me for that. All things considered, a few billion shouldn't be too much, right? Oh, and there's one more important thing. I have my eyes on that pavilion master position of yours. Let him give that position to me." Originally somewhat pleased, Bing's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. "Kid, are you messing with me?" Meng Hang stopped joking, and his expression also turned serious. "Of course, I'm messing with you. You guys think I'm made of clay, you send people to assassinate me, and now you want to recruit me. What the hell were you thinking? Bing, damn, I didn't know you were this twisted." Meng Hang no longer wasted words with him, clapped his hands again, and shouted, "Wood release, wood dragon technique." A massive wooden dragon burst forth from the ground, opening its great mouth to bite at Bing. The wooden dragon was over 10 meters long. Although Bing was tall, he looked like an ant compared to the wooden dragon. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the wooden dragon, Bing's expression turned extremely grim as he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Kid, I am Bing, ranked 3rd among the 10 celestial gangs of the Dark Pavilion. Don't underestimate me." White, translucent bone structures began to emerge from his skin, quickly enveloping his entire body. But that wasn't the end. The bones twisted together like vines, climbing upward, eventually forming a giant about 10 meters tall, clad in skeletal armor. Transformed, Bing seemed to gain boundless confidence, looking coldly at the approaching wooden dragon and said, "I told you not to underestimate me." Bone spear. His enormous right hand extended, and the white bones twisted together, forming a massive bone spear. In the next moment, the bone spear collided with the wooden dragon, producing not a deafening sound, but a sharp buzzing noise. Although the wooden dragon was incredibly sturdy, the bone spear was no pushover either, and the two remained locked in a stalemate. From a distance, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, surprised that this big man had such a trump card. "It's useless. My wooden dragon isn't just made of wood. It's not something your simple bone spear can shatter," Meng Hang said lightly, confident in the cells of Hashirama. "Oh really?" The man chuckled, and the massive bone spear in his right hand began to spin rapidly. The previously stalemated side suddenly experienced a dramatic change. With the immense power generated by the high-speed rotation, the bone spear pierced through the wooden dragon's head and continued to drill into its body. In no time, the 10-meter-long wooden dragon was reduced to wood chips floating in the air. Seeing this, Mang Hang's expression turned awkward, and he spat a couple of times. TSK. You really can't be too arrogant, arrogance invites disaster. That slap in the face came too quickly. The man, having succeeded in his attack, wasted no time. Countless bone spikes emerged from his back, shooting straight towards where Mang Hang stood. In an instant, hundreds of bone spikes pierced the ground, kicking up dust and debris. It took several seconds before the man stopped his assault. He looked at the nearly 100-meter radius of forest that had been utterly destroyed, the ground shattered to pieces, and couldn't help but show a smug expression, sneering. Kid, even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't save you this time. However, just as his smugness appeared, it froze on his face the next moment. From the still swirling dust, Mang Hang's calm voice emerged. As expected of a master among the 10 heavenly gangs, you really have some skills. I like to use your own methods against you. Since you want to play high stakes with me, I'll play along to the end. With a thunderous roar, a faint blue energy shot into the sky. The next moment, the man saw a massive skeleton engulfed in faint blue flames appear before him. At that moment, Mang Hang was wrapped within the giant skeleton, looking coldly at him. In the forest, the two who had been running at high speed felt the earth-shattering sound and couldn't help but stop and turn to look. But when they turned back, they were completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. The scene before them terrified them to the core, nearly causing them to sit down in shock. The once dense forest behind them had turned into a wasteland. In the distance, a nearly 10-meter-tall white giant faced off against a 30-meter-tall figure wreathed in blue flames. The short-haired girl turned pale, unable to believe what she was seeing, stammering to the middle-aged man beside her, "Sea Captain, is this the power of a fifth-tier monster?" The middle-aged man was also stunned, his mouth agape at the scene. He was merely a cosmic tier ability user, a rare expert, but fifth-tier monsters and universal tier ability users were exceedingly rare, and he never expected the power of a fifth-tier monster to be so immense. So he could only respond vaguely, "Why yeah, the abilities of a fifth-tier monster are indeed terrifying." But the next moment, his pupils constricted slightly, and he exclaimed, "Wait, that's not a monster." As a cosmic tier expert, his vision, while not as enhanced as that of a visual enhancement ability user, was still far beyond that of an ordinary person. At first glance, he hadn't noticed anything unusual, but on the second glance, he suddenly realized something was off. It seemed there was a person standing inside that blue skeleton. Yes, a person. That was why the middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. The short-haired girl was thrilled to hear that this was actually a battle between transcendent beings. Such high-level existences were rarely seen, let alone engaged in combat. If I could record the footage of these two in action and post it online, it would definitely go viral, she thought, quickly pulling out her phone and opening the camera to start filming. Mang Hang looked at his condensed version of Susanoo with a sense of helplessness and asked the system, "Hey, system bro, we both have Hashirama cells, yet the guy next door has already summoned a 10,000-meter tall Buddha with Susanoo. Why am I only at 30 meters? You're both using the system, what makes you worse than him?" The system was immediately infuriated by this remark. "Shut your mouth. I haven't even said anything bad about you, and you're already blaming me. Have you looked at your own level? Although Hashirama cells can provide tons of mental energy, you're just a little trash in the late stage of space. You haven't even developed 30% of the Hashirama cell's abilities, and you're asking me for a bicycle?" After being scolded by the system, Mang Hang could only chuckle awkwardly. "Look at you, I just said a couple of extra words, and you're already getting worked up? I've noticed you've been more irritable lately. Did something happen a few days ago? Go to hell, I'm a male. Wait, I'm a guy." Bing looked at the enormous blue skeleton before him, his eyes nearly popping out. As a high-level transcendent, he could only transform into a 10-meter tall figure. Why was that kid, who was only in the late stage of the empty realm, able to unleash such a powerful ability to reach this height? Was there no justice in the world? The more Bing thought about it, the angrier he became, and soon his eyes began to show bloodshot veins. "Kid, it's not the size of the ability that determines its power." Suddenly, a shadow of an old monk draped in a robe, with only dry bones remaining, flashed behind him. As the shadow dissipated, a ghostly bone knife appeared in Bing's hand. "Buddha Bone Hell Slash!" he shouted, pouring all his strength into the bone knife as he swung it. The sky above Bing darkened with ominous clouds, and countless ghostly wails echoed around him. As he struck, the heavens seemed to tremble, as if the world was about to end. Peach, who was 100 meters away filming, felt the overwhelming aura of the strike, as if she had suddenly been transported to hell. She imagined a scene of 100 demons parading, their howls echoing in her ears. The middle-aged man beside her was also stunned by the strike, but being a cosmic-level transcendent, he quickly regained his composure. Seeing Peach dazed beside him, he shouted, "Wake up!" His voice rang like a thunderclap, instantly snapping Peach back to reality. She knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. "It's terrifying, it's terrifying. It felt like I was dragged into hell by that strike, with countless evil spirits tearing me apart." Although Peach trembled all over, her teeth chattering, she still pointed her phone at the center of the battlefield. She had a premonition that if she posted this video online, it would definitely cause quite a stir. Bing's strike cleaved through the air, a dark blade of light instantly crashing against Susanoo. A deafening roar echoed as the blade light dissipated. Indeed, this world-shattering strike vanished without a trace, leaving only a slight crack on one of Susanoo's bones. Manhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The momentum of that strike had even shaken him a bit. Fortunately, Susanoo's reputation was well-deserved and had not been easily shattered by that blow. The two in the distance stared blankly at the dissipating blade light, confusion evident in their eyes. That earth-shattering strike just disappeared like that? With all his strength, Bee knelt on the ground, staring in disbelief at the towering skeleton that showed no signs of injury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Manhang paid no mind to his astonishment, as a long sword materialized in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "TZ, am I not worth it?" This resentful voice sent chills down Manhang's spine. "Brother Tongzi, just tell me what I've done wrong. Don't give me that. I can't take it." "Fine. Then tell me, besides using the deathly 13 blades once in the mountains, why have you never used it again?" the system asked angrily. Manhang was at a loss for words, not expecting the system to throw a tantrum over this. From Yunshui City to the imperial capital, Manhang had been crushing everything in his path with his kaleidoscope Sharingan and Hashirama's techniques, naturally forgetting about this move. To appease the system, Manhang quickly reassured, "The sword technique created by Brother Tonzi is unparalleled. I just wanted to save it for a rainy day. Since you mentioned it today, I'll use it again." With that, he controlled Susanoo to wield the long sword in his hand. Manhang actually intended to use the sword technique while in Susanoo's state. How much love can one feel in a night of longing? The ends of the earth are not far. Second blade, heartbreak. As the words fell, the wind rose. A strong wind. The wind surged, and the clouds soared. The leaves in the distance rustled, and the Peach's phone trembled in his hand. A blinding light suddenly erupted. Like a flying dragon, rippling like water waves, like a fiery tree of silver flowers, slithering like a snake, roaming everywhere, soaring like an eagle, blooming like a snow lotus in the wind, shining like the bright moon. Where the blade light passed, a black ripple was left in the air. It was the combination of sword intent and divine might, creating a spatial rift. BS mind exploded with a roar as he felt the sharp killing intent, his legs trembled, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. He had the foresight to know that this strike was something he could not block. With a forceful push of his feet, his massive body moved with surprising agility, turning into a shadow and darting to the side. At the same time, the blade light slashed towards him, and he barely dodged the attack, though he was still grazed by the black ripple behind him. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the white skeletal covering on his face was struck by the black ripple, easily cracking open a gap. Cold sweat instantly poured down BS' forehead. His outer white bone armor was as tough as gold, incredibly solid. Even a master of the same rank might not be able to break through his bone armor. It was thanks to this that he had come this far. But he never expected that today, the armor he had always been proud of would be so easily damaged. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. If the aftershock had such power, the consequences would have been unimaginable had he taken that strike head-on. Manhang saw that the strike had been dodged and was not surprised. Instead, he smiled maliciously. Divine might. The blade light that had originally flown far away suddenly vanished into thin air. In the realm of divine might, Dee was staring blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings, her empty eyes filled with shock and confusion. She had just been boasting about her skills, and in a moment of distraction, she found herself here. Is anyone there? No matter who you are, if you dare to bring me here, I will make you wish you were dead. Just then, a glimmer of light appeared in the dim divine might space. Dee's expression brightened, thinking it was the earlier threat working, intending to release her. But the next second, she saw a blade of terrifying light slashing towards her. Ding was so frightened that her whole body trembled, and her small frame collapsed onto the ground. The flash of the blade swept past her, silently disappearing into the divine space, and the area grew dim once more. Seeing the blade's light vanish, the puppet-like Ding slowly sat up, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Just as Bing was secretly relieved, a flash of the blade appeared silently beside him, less than half a meter away. What the hell? Where did it come from? He barely had time to think these two sentences before his massive body was split in two, thudding to the ground without a sound. At that moment, the blade's momentum did not diminish, flying straight towards a distant mountain peak. In the next second, the enormous mountain was sliced through, and the blade then shot into the sky, disappearing from sight. The mountain, like a mirror, was split in half. Hiss! Peach, who was filming with her phone, and the middle-aged man both gasped, stunned by the power of the blue skeleton strike. Brother Tonzi, I have to say, your sword technique is indeed something. Seeing the 5th tier Bing easily taken down with a single strike, Manhang clicked his tongue and spoke to the system. Of course, just look at who created the sword technique. The system replied proudly. Manhang let out a soft exclamation, glancing towards a distant spot where Peach and the middle-aged man were. Seeing the enormous blue skeleton looking their way, both of them felt their legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Run! The middle-aged man whispered in terror, pulling the short-haired girl to turn and flee. Although the opponent was not a beast, who knew if this big guy would be in a bad mood and decide to slice them both down? He didn't want his life to be in someone else's hands. Seeing that it was two humans, Manhang didn't dwell on it, he had important matters to attend to. Having dealt with Bing, he still had Ding waiting for him in the divine space. Wait, Teasy. Just as Manhang was about to enter the divine space, the system hurriedly stopped him. I said, Brother Tonzi, what's wrong now? I've used the 13 deadly blades too, do you have any instructions? Teasy, look, by killing this universe tier expert, you've accumulated quite a bit of slaughter points. Can't you exchange for something? The system said flatteringly, and Manhang could even detect a hint of urgency in its tone. He twitched his mouth and said, You're not in a hurry to use my points to play mahjong, are you? Upon hearing this, the system panicked. What are you talking about? What is this? I'm doing this for your own good, to give you an extra boost in power, and you actually think like that about me. Manhang shook his head helplessly and opened the slaughter space. Upon seeing the slaughter points, he was taken aback. Unknowingly, Manhang had accumulated over 50,000 points. He roughly calculated that he had earned 25,000 points from killing that 5th tier bone demon, spent 5,000 points, leaving him with 20,000. In the past 2 days, he had also dealt with an assassin targeting him, earning another 2,500 points. Now, having killed this universe tier assassin, he gained another 25,000 points. Adding in the various beasts he had slain in the Yunshui Mountains, he had surprisingly amassed 50,000 points. My dear host, our shop is fully stocked, what do you need? Manhang felt a chill run down his spine, imagining the system's eager expression. As for what to exchange for, that was a given. Manhang had long decided, it was Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyami. When Manhang first saw Itachi use Tsukuyami on Kakashi, he was awestruck, leaving a deep impression on him. He never expected that one day, he too could wield such a cool and powerful technique. Moreover, it was the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan without any side effects. Toko, exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami. Alright, buddy. The points instantly reset to 0. Manhang felt a warm current flow through his eyes, knowing the exchange was complete. Thinking of Ding's cruel methods towards the little girl, he smiled cruelly. Playing pervert with yourself? Then let's see who the real pervert is. With that, the space twisted, and he arrived in the Kamui space. Ding was trembling on the ground, too scared to move. That earlier knife had nearly shattered her courage. Manhang entered the Kamui space and happened to see her crouched on the ground, her butt sticking up. Wooden arms made of logs covered her head as she shivered. He was somewhat speechless. Was it really necessary to be this scared just because she was teleported here? Hey, what are you doing? Ding was startled by the sudden voice and secretly looked up in the direction it came from. Upon seeing it was that kid from earlier, her confidence returned instantly. She quickly stood up, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Manhang. You little brat, it must be you who brought me to this hellhole. I don't care what tricks you used, let me out right now, or I'll skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and chop you into pieces. Although her words were extremely vicious, her height of only a few dozen centimeters made it look utterly ridiculous, causing Manhang to involuntarily smirk. You don't even have your puppet anymore, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly in front of me. Manhang mocked. Hearing this, Ding's eyes turned cold, and she smiled eerily. You don't think that I, Ding, ranked 4th in the 10 heavenly gangs, would only have such little tricks, do you? Heh, are all of you from the Dark Pavilion such big talkers? That guy just now, what was his name, B, said the same thing, and now. Before he could finish, Manhang's body stiffened, frozen in place. He realized that his hand was uncontrollably lifting and gradually choking his own neck. When did I fall for this? Manhang was somewhat surprised. Seeing Manhang fall for her trick, Ding laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, Kid, although I don't know how you dodged my puppet's lethal strike, but now you've become my next puppet, and I will treat you well. However, you need to tell me how to get out of here. Manhang tried to control his body with his mind but found it still ineffective, so he stopped trying and instead looked at Ding with great interest. Is this your true ability? Puppet-type ability, turning mental energy into threads that attach to the target, allowing you to control them. Seeing Manhang notice her ability so quickly, Ding was first surprised, then let out a cold laugh. Realizing it now is a bit late, isn't it? Not late at all. Manhang said softly, and the markings of the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes changed to Tsukuyami. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the tomo in his pupils spun as he looked at Ding. Tsukuyami activated. Ding trembled all over. She felt the surrounding environment suddenly turn into endless darkness, and Manhang's figure was swallowed by the darkness. This endless darkness seemed to devour all perception. Even the threads of mental energy she had left on Manhang vanished, making her heart race. Why, young man, I see you, don't play tricks. At that moment, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened in the darkness before her, staring at her as if looking at a dead person. Then a second eye opened, a third, a fourth. In the blink of an eye, countless eyes opened in the endless darkness, all staring intently at Ding. Then these eyes began to swap places, the speed of the exchange increasing rapidly, causing Ding to feel dizzy, and soon she lost consciousness. Ding slowly opened her eyes. A blood-red world came into view, with countless clouds in the sky moving at a speed unlike that of the normal world. Where is this again? She felt a bit disoriented and wanted to move her body. In the next second, her pupils rapidly contracted as she realized she was bound to a cross, completely unaware of it until now. And that strange young man in a black robe was standing right in front of her. Ding tried to use her powers to control him, but found her mental energy seemed to sink like a stone, with no response whatsoever. However, being a master at the cosmic level, she quickly made a guess. Kid, I must have fallen for your illusion. I didn't expect you to catch me off guard like this. I admit you have some skills, but unfortunately, the flaws of illusions are quite obvious. As long as the victim realizes they are under an illusion and induces intense pain, they can break free from it. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to play tricks on me. After saying this, Ding smiled proudly and bit down on her tongue. A sharp pain surged through her, but instead of showing any sign of suffering, she seemed to revel in it. How wonderful pain is. Once I break free from this illusion, I'll make sure you experience this beauty too. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Ding looked around in disbelief, realizing she was still trapped in the illusion. What kind of ridiculous ability is this? Can we at least follow some basic rules? Her mind was gradually breaking down. She had been inexplicably transported to this space, then almost cut down by a sudden flash of a blade. And now, she had inexplicably fallen into an illusion. The most critical part was that this illusion couldn't be broken. This made her feel a sense of helplessness, as if no matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape the grasp of this bizarre young man before her. Seeing the pervert in front of him finally starting to panic, Manhang's smile grew increasingly twisted. It's useless. In this world, all factors including time, place, and quality are under my control. Even if only a second has passed in the outside world, 3 days and nights have already passed in this world. So even if you could instantly break my illusion, it would be of no use. Therefore, from now on, you should cherish the next 72 hours you have here. After saying this, a dagger appeared in Manhang's hand, and without hesitation, he plunged it into Ding's frail body. At that moment, Manhang, clad in a black robe, exuded a chilling aura. Coupled with his wide, blood-red eyes and that sickly smile, anyone who looked at him would think he was the kind of villain found in novels. The kind that is extremely twisted and doesn't survive past one episode. Indeed, after hearing about the tragic death of that little girl, Manhang's heart was filled with murderous intent. However, he felt that simply using divine power to snap her neck would be a form of redemption for her. To deal with a pervert, one must use even more perverse methods, so at that moment, he transformed into a thoroughly twisted individual. Although Ding was a puppet, she still possessed the 5 senses. So when the knife plunged in, she could clearly feel the pain coursing through her body. Ugh! A cry of pain escaped her lips, followed not by desperate pleas for mercy, but rather by a sickly, maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! This feeling is so wonderful! Ding stared at Manhang, her eyes filled with excitement. Quick! Give me another stab! The mix of pain and fear is simply wonderful. How long has it been since I felt this way? Manhang, holding the dagger, looked at her speechlessly, his face a picture of confusion. Why does this not match what I imagined? Shouldn't she be screaming in agony and begging for mercy? Indeed, the world of perversion does not understand. Then a hint of madness appeared in Manhang's eyes. Let's see who can be more twisted until the end. Another dagger plunged into Ding's body. Time passed, and even Manghang lost count of how many times he had stabbed her. At this point, Ding had lost the initial madness, her will sinking. Yet, there was still disdain in her gaze. He. Kid, do you dare to change your tactics? These tricks won't work on me. Hearing her words, Manghang sneered coldly, said nothing, and stabbed again. Although he had lost track of how many times she had been stabbed, the pain did not lessen with familiarity. When Ding finally regained her senses from the pain, her expression had changed. She was stunned, because she realized she was still firmly bound to the cross. But not far away, a puppet identical to her was also tied to a cross. And that kid in the black robe was coldly looking at the puppet that looked just like her, holding a dagger. Don't you like watching others get dissected? Then enjoy this gift I've prepared for you. Just as Ding was in a daze, Manghang's voice unexpectedly rang in her ears. This made her shiver, and her gaze turned fearful. Faced with this bizarre scene, she truly began to feel afraid. Kid, you think this little trick can scare me? Ding said to Manghang beside her, trying to sound tough. Is that so? Manghang beside her said nothing, but the distant Manghang, holding the dagger, turned to her and gave her a strange smile. Then he slowly inserted the dagger into the body of the puppet that looked just like her. Two identical cries of despair echoed. After the screams, the two puppets looked at each other in terror. Ding realized that both puppets were her. When one of her selves was injured, the other felt the pain too. The two Manghangs approached the two puppets, each stabbing the dagger into Ding's body again, moving it up and down. The entire moon reading space was filled with even more tragic sounds. She discovered that the pain from both selves being injured actually compounded. When Ding opened her eyes again, the scene before her nearly drove her mad. Manghang still stood in front of her with the dagger, while in the distance, one identical self had turned into two. At the same time, two Manghangs still stood before them. This time, the three Manghangs wasted no words and stabbed the dagger into her body. The tripled pain made Ding let out an even more tragic scream. You little beast, if you have the guts, kill me. The sky rolled with clouds, contrasting the profound silence here, only occasionally broken by the piercing cries that shattered the harmonious atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, the moon reading space was now filled with countless Dings. She had lost the initial arrogance, looking feebly at the Manghang standing before her. With thousands of Dings now present, every stab Manghang made would make her feel the pain of hundreds of stabs. Seeing Manghang extend the knife once more, she shivered, finally unable to bear it any longer, and cried out through her tears, "Big brother! No, wait! Sir! Dad! I was wrong, I shouldn't have had such thoughts about you, I shouldn't have threatened you like that. I don't ask for your forgiveness, I only ask for a quick end. Don't! I'm not done having fun yet, how can you beg for mercy? It's only been 24 hours, you still have 48 hours of enjoyment left, so stop shouting and save some strength." Manghang's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke. His smile revealed his white teeth, and combined with his current cold demeanor, he appeared like a demon in Ding's eyes. Watching the knife slowly approach her, her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, her lips quivering. A piercing wail echoed through the space once more. In the moon reading space, 72 hours had passed, which was 3 days and 3 nights, but only a second had elapsed in the real world. When Manghang emerged from the illusion, he saw Ding curled up, twitching uncontrollably. Her eyes had turned dull and lifeless, no longer displaying the earlier arrogance, and she kept murmuring, "Kill me, kill me." Manghang moved slightly and noticed that the mental threads attached to him had vanished, so he drew his long knife and approached Ding. Seeing her pitiful state, Manghang nodded in satisfaction. Evil must be dealt with by evil, and perversion must be countered with perversion. Realizing his goal had been achieved, he stopped wasting words and swiftly severed her head. With that, Manghang intended to return to the real world, but the next second he froze in place. He slowly turned his head and found that the severed head, rolling to the side, was still mumbling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." This scene left Manghang dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Isn't this her true form? No, if it weren't her true form, how could it be affected by my moon reading? He cautiously approached Ding's head, squatting down and poking her face with his hand. "Hey, what exactly are you?" When poked by Manghang, the round head shook a couple of times, and Ding finally snapped back from her near-collapsed state. Seeing Manghang still standing before her, she begged in terror, "Brother, big brother, just kill me." Hearing this, Manghang scratched his head helplessly. "I did kill you, the problem is I can't kill you." Upon hearing this, Ding was clearly taken aback. She then glanced down at her lower body, her eyes widening in shock. "What the hell, I'm still not dead like this." Manghang was puzzled by her words and curiously asked, "Didn't you do this to yourself? Why do you seem more surprised than I am? Bullshit, are you brain dead? How bored do you think I was to turn myself into this freak? Say that again? Manghang grinned, speaking to her with a smile. At the sight of him, Ding instinctively recalled how he had used that same harmless expression to stab her with knives earlier, causing her to shudder and not dare to act out again. Young master, you don't know. Actually, I used to have a body, but once during a mission, I encountered an old pervert. I wasn't his match. After he subdued me, he didn't kill me but extracted my soul and placed it into this puppet as his plaything. Fortunately, I managed to escape when he let his guard down. Manghang's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, there are actually people with the ability to control souls? That person must be quite a pervert too. Ding's lips twitched, thinking to herself, who could be more perverse than the way you just played? Of course, these words were only thoughts she dared to entertain in her mind. In this vast world, there are all kinds of extraordinary abilities, it's just that many strange powers we haven't heard of. Just like your ability, I've never heard of it before. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on Ding's stiff face. Manghang nodded, fully agreeing with her statement. Moreover, he had heard from the fat guy that among this year's new college students, there was a pair of twins known as the Black and White Impermanents, famous for their soul-snatching abilities. After learning about her experiences, Manghang stroked his chin, contemplating how to deal with her. Manghang muttered to himself, I can't kill her, so how about just throwing her into the Divine Might space and see if she can starve to death? Upon hearing this, Ding immediately panicked. If she were thrown in here, although she wouldn't starve to death, she would endure the pain of hunger. Coupled with endless loneliness, that would be worse than death. So she quickly pleaded, young master, young master, I beg you, please don't leave me here. Oh, then what do you think it would benefit me to take you out? Manghang asked with interest. Ding's mind raced, and after a moment of thought, she said, young master, if you destroy the Dark Pavilion's branch in the Imperial capital, the Pavilion Master won't let you off. As a member of the 10 heavenly gangs, I understand the assassination methods of the Dark Pavilion extremely well. I can keep watch for you at night. After thinking for so long, that's the best you could come up with? Manghang said disdainfully. Do you think I'm afraid of your Dark Pavilion's revenge? Upon hearing this, Ding immediately realized that this might work on others, but it was useless against this little pervert in front of her. The Dark Pavilion had sent assassins to kill Manghang twice, only to have him turn the tables and trace them back to the Dark Pavilion's headquarters in the Imperial capital. If this were to be known to the outside world, the Dark Pavilion's reputation would be ruined. Seeing that Ding had nothing more to say, Manghang stood up and turned to leave. Since you have nothing left to say, you might as well fend for yourself here. I'll go back and catch up on some sleep. I haven't slept all night just to follow you. After saying this, he stretched and yawned. When Ding saw Manghang about to leave, her expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly said, wait, I also know the location of the Dark Pavilion's lair. If you want to go, I can take you. Manghang paused. Ding's words piqued his interest. If one day he felt like it, or if the Dark Pavilion dared to send someone to assassinate him again, he could indeed visit the Dark Pavilion's lair. Manghang squatted down again, fiddling with Ding's puppet head, and said, this condition is quite good, but now you only have a head left. I can't just carry you in my pocket everywhere I go. Seeing Manghang reconsider, Ding quickly flattered him, you don't need to worry about this, young master. After saying that, her body, which had been motionless, surprisingly jumped up nimbly and scampered to her head. She picked up her head, and from the severed edge where Manghang had cut it, strands of mental energy extended out, reconnecting the two parts. After doing this, the puppet moved its head a couple of times and proudly said, all done. Manghang watched in astonishment, marveling at her strange ability. Then his expression turned cold again, and he said sternly to Ding, although I agree to let you off and keep you by my side, if I find out in the future that you indiscriminately kill the innocent and use such cruel methods to turn people into puppets, you can stay here for the rest of your life. Listening to the chilling tone in Manghang's words, Ding knew he wasn't joking and quickly nodded. Young master, you can rest assured, from now on, I will absolutely obey your orders. Manghang shook his head and said, your name is really too unpleasant, let's change it. Ding didn't mind. She had long forgotten her real name since joining the Dark Pavilion. The name Ding was only acquired step by step as she climbed to this position. For her, a name was just a code. Please give me a name, young master. Manghang stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, how about calling you Lolo, the lowly part? Upon hearing this, Ding's forehead was filled with countless black lines. Young master, even if you like Lolis that much, you don't have to give me such a name. Is it that obvious? What do you think? Then you can just be called Lolo, it's easy to remember. This time, Ding didn't say anything more and just nodded. After settling her matter, Meng Hang searched around in the divine space and finally found the right hand that had twisted off the Z and took the space ring from it. Seeing this arm, Lolo's eyes narrowed. At this moment, she finally understood why Z had come with a broken arm and roughly grasped how Meng Hang's ability worked. Knowing was one thing, but recalling the experience of time stretching in that illusion made her shiver, and she didn't dare to act rashly. Meng Hang excitedly accepted the space ring and placed it together with the one he found from Bing, then satisfied, he took Lolo out of the divine space. Meng Hang had already marked his room, so when he exited the divine space, he directly arrived at his bedroom. Afraid that the fatty and Master Hashan would worry, he went straight to the living room to greet them. When they saw Meng Hang walk out of the room, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. However, they weren't too surprised by Meng Hang's sudden appearance from the room. After all, they had already gotten used to Meng Hang's terrifying spatial abilities. When the fatty saw the puppet on Meng Hang's shoulder, he was momentarily stunned. The puppet had hollow eyes, and its mouth was sewn shut with thread, looking particularly eerie. The fatty couldn't help but joke, "I say, Menggur, where did you pick up this puppet from the trash can? You, a grown man, actually like this kind of thing. But its bizarre appearance does match your cold demeanor quite well." Hearing the fatty say this, Lolo, who had a fiery temper, immediately became displeased. Standing on Meng Hang's shoulder, she put her hands on her hips and pointed at him, cursing loudly. "You fat pig, you're the one who picked it up from the trash can, your whole family came from the trash can. If I don't skin you today, I won't deserve the title of 10 heavenly gangs." With that, her right hand began to skillfully manipulate the puppet towards the fatty. The fatty, who was already dumbfounded by the puppet suddenly speaking, felt his whole body go out of control. His right hand's index and middle fingers were actually digging towards his own eyes. Just as Lolo excitedly watched this scene, the temperature in the entire room suddenly dropped, and Meng Hang's chilling voice sounded beside her. "A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Have you forgotten what I just told you?" Lolo's body stiffened, and her movements stopped. The fatty also felt a sudden lightness in his body, collapsing to the ground, terrified, pointing at Lolo and asking Meng Hang, "Menggur, where did you get this this puppet?" He had originally wanted to say monster, but fearing the word would provoke Lolo, he quickly changed to puppet. Meng Hang smiled apologetically, and the temperature in the room returned to normal. "I forgot to tell you, this is the 4th-ranked, Ding, of the Dark Pavilion's 10 heavenly gangs. For certain reasons, I have subdued her, and now you can call her Luo." "The Ding, of the Dark Pavilion's 10 heavenly gangs?" Hashan Monk jumped up with a howl upon hearing Meng Hang's words. Although the Dark Pavilion is shrouded in mystery, the name of the 10 heavenly gangs is still somewhat known outside. Don't tell me she is the one who was said to enjoy turning living people into puppets, known as the Bloody Puppeteer. "You old monk, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge." Before Meng Hang could speak, Luo proudly replied. Meng Hang cast her a faint glance, and just that one look frightened her into silence, not daring to speak again. Hiss! With the main character personally admitting it, both Hashan and the fatty gasped, taking 2 steps back in disbelief, looking at Meng Hang. Hashan couldn't help but ask, "I say, Xiao Meng, how did you bring this great deity back?" Meng Hang shrugged helplessly. "I actually wanted to solve her with one strike and be done with it. But this guy is really strange, even after I chopped off her head, she didn't die, so I brought her back to guard the house." The fatty looked at Luo in terror, still haunted by the inexplicable control he had just experienced. "Then why not put her in your space? What if she goes wild in the middle of the night and turns us 3 into puppets?" Hearing the fatty's words, Luo wanted to explode again. But meeting Meng Hang's cold gaze, her expression immediately fell, and she jumped down from Meng Hang, scampering over to the fatty's side. Despite being only a few dozen centimeters tall, she was exceptionally agile, leaping onto the fatty's shoulder in one bound. The fatty, seeing this old demoness on his shoulder, instantly stiffened, not daring to move. Once on the fatty's shoulder, Luo gently tapped his shoulder with her little fists and said in an extremely flattering tone, "Dear fatty brother, please don't let the young master send me back to that space, okay? I'll give you back rubs every day. If you're still not satisfied, just tell me what type of woman you like, and I'll go find 2 on the street in a couple of days to make into puppets to serve you." At this moment, the fatty felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Having such a calamity on his shoulder was unbearable. He straightened his back, cold sweat pouring down, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, and said, "How could I trouble you to give me a back rub? I was just joking earlier, it was just a casual remark. Mango wouldn't really send you in, right, Mango?" He desperately signaled to Meng Hang, pleading for him to quickly get this little ancestor away. Seeing the fatty in such a predicament, Meng Hang couldn't bear to let Luo tease him any longer and smiled, "Alright, Luo, come back. I'm not sending you back now, but whether I do in the future will depend on your performance then." Hearing that Meng Hang wasn't going to send her back, Luo was instantly overjoyed. She patted the fatty's shoulder, saying, "At least you know what's good for you," then did a backflip and landed steadily back on Meng Hang's shoulder, eagerly giving him a shoulder rub. After narrowly escaping from the tiger's mouth in the mountains, Taozi returned to the city, and the first thing she did was upload the video she had filmed to various online platforms. She even added a very eye-catching title: "Two Huandian masters from the outskirts of the imperial capital engage in an unprecedented battle. Don't miss it if you pass by." The 4 words Huandian masters instantly sparked heated discussions online, as it is rare to see Huandian masters, let alone witness them in action. In the video, a little giant clad in white armor and a blue skeleton twice his height stared at each other, while the forest within 100 meters of them had already turned into a wasteland. Is this the power of a Huan-level master in action? If those two were to fight in the city, a good portion of this imperial capital would likely be reduced to ruins. Someone commented below the video, "Huan-level masters, terrifying indeed. I can feel the brutality of the battle even through the screen. Is this something a mere Earth-level ability user like me should be watching? How dare this brat destroy my Dao heart?" Just as the audience was buzzing with discussion, the giant in white bone armor swung his sword, and the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. At that moment, it seemed they all heard the roar of 10,000 ghosts. The comments paused for nearly a minute, then countless new comments flooded in. "Holy crap! What was that thing? I almost peed myself. So terrifying. So terrifying. That sword strike felt like it stole my soul through the screen. I can't imagine what it would be like in person. And what about that blue skeleton? It took such a terrifying blow and was completely unharmed. By the way, do we have any Huan-level masters with such abilities in our imperial capital? Who knows, maybe it's one of those reclusive big shots. It's a pity the video is too far away. We can't see the appearance of the figure inside the blue skeleton. At Imperial Capital Guard official, which hidden big shot do we have in our capital? Hey, don't you think that blue skeleton looks a bit like that 100-meter giant who killed the Crimson Blood Serpent in Yunshui City? Pull it back, although both are surrounded by blue flames, that one was 100 meters tall, clad in majestic armor, with wings behind. Look at this one, it's just a skeleton frame. Although it's impressive, it's still too different. As the video reached its end, when they saw the blue skeleton not only instantaneously kill the opposing ability user but also slice off the distant mountaintop, the excitement reached a fever pitch. Holy crap! This is too awesome. What the hell kind of sword technique is that? I'm going to find a master right now. A master, this is a true master. The video quickly went viral online, and the Imperial Capital Guard rushed to the scene based on the video's location. Leading them was a tall, capable-looking woman, followed by 4 team members. When they saw the devastation at the scene, they all wore shocked expressions. Although they had seen the brutality of the battle in the video, nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. A young man with a buzz cut swallowed hard and said to the capable woman, "Captain, when did our imperial capital get 2 such big Buddhas? We didn't even notice." The capable woman's expression was equally grim. At just 25, she had reached the U-level realm and had always felt proud of herself. But seeing the destructive power generated by the battle of 2 Huan-level masters today made her realize she was still a frog in a well. Stop talking nonsense, let's check if there are any survivors nearby. When they reached the center of the battlefield and saw the body that had been sliced in half, they all fell silent. One Huan-level master had fallen just like that, making it feel somewhat unreal. One strike to kill the opponent. What realm was the other party in? The capable woman said in disbelief. The group went to check the loft and basically confirmed that this was indeed the infamous Dark Pavilion's stronghold in the imperial capital. The woman took out her phone and skillfully dialed a certain number. "City Lord, we've confirmed that a certain master had a conflict with the Dark Pavilion's Bing, and Bing has been killed on the spot." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before the reply came. "Are there any survivors nearby?" "None." "Alright, you bring your people back. The city is on heightened alert. I feel like the imperial capital is about to become unsettled." "Understood, City Lord." The woman replied crisply, her expression becoming extremely serious. After the city guard completed their search, the authorities also released a statement online regarding the battle. The gist was that a mysterious expert had attacked the Dark Pavilion, destroying its stronghold in the imperial capital, and urged the citizens not to panic. Yi Yun, Huang Mao, and others, who had been keeping an eye on Meng Hang's movements, exchanged glances in the villa. "The Dark Pavilion has been wiped out?" Huang Mao asked, trembling. "Could it be that Meng Hang did it?" Another person said, looking pale. "Nonsense. That was the work of a Huan-level ability user. How could a kid who just finished his exams have such strength?" Yi Yun said darkly. "Is it possible that someone behind him acted?" "Ha! Yi Yin sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. A country bumpkin from a third-rate city? The city lord of Yunshui City is a U-level ability user. What right does he have to be protected by a Huan-level expert? This time, it was Hua Chou speaking. He had personally been to Yunshui City and knew the situation there well. We can only say that this kid is lucky. The Dark Pavilion encountered an unexpected change and had no time to deal with him. Should we find someone else? Huang Mao didn't finish his sentence, just making a gesture across his throat. Yi Yin thought for a moment and shook his head. As long as that kid is in the imperial capital, he won't be able to escape. School is about to start. Let's wait until the new students report in, then we'll figure out how to deal with him. Zhao Sanpang was comfortably sipping tea in his room, and whether it was just his imagination or not, he felt that ever since that little brat Meng Hang left, Yunshui City had become quiet. With nothing to do, he picked up his phone and started surfing the internet. The first headline on the trending list caught his eye. War among Huan-level experts? The location is still in the imperial capital. It seems the capital hasn't been peaceful lately. He excitedly clicked in, knowing that such a level of action was rare even for him. Poof! Just a second later, when he saw the tall blue skeleton, he spat out his tea. Zhao Sanpang's eyes widened as he stared at the skeleton. When he fought against the Blood Demon King, he had seen Meng Hang use Susanoo, witnessing the entire process from the initial skeleton to the final armored form. So he could confirm with absolute certainty that the blue skeleton in the video was definitely Meng Hang. As for the white giant opposite him, he suspected it was the legendary third-ranked member of the Dark Pavilion, Bing. How does this kid manage to stir up trouble wherever he goes? How did he get involved with the Dark Pavilion again? He hurriedly took out his phone and called Meng Hang. At that moment, Meng Hang was sitting in the living room, chatting casually with everyone when his phone suddenly rang. Curious, he took it out to check. Seeing Zhao Sanpang's name on the screen, he raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why this old guy suddenly thought to call him. As soon as he answered, Zhao Sanpang's furious voice erupted on the other end. You little brat, did you offend a troublemaker in your past life? Can you just stay out of trouble for once? You just arrived in the imperial capital a couple of days ago. How did you get involved with the dark web again? Even though you're ridiculously strong, those people in the Dark Pavilion are all experts in assassination, killing without blinking. Listening to Zhao Sanpang's incessant ranting, Meng Hang felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude. He understood that Zhao was worried about him, which was why he was so agitated. Alright, old Zhao, haven't I already dealt with the situation? What do you know? Hearing Meng Hang say this, Zhao Sanpang not only didn't calm down but became even angrier. Do you know who you just killed? I know, he's just the third in the ranking of the 10 celestial stems of the Dark Pavilion, the Bing. Meng Hang replied nonchalantly. Just that? Zhao Sanpang's tone on the other end of the phone rose a few notches. That's a Huanjie master. Do you know how many Huanjie ability users there are in Longwo right now? The key point is, it's said that Bing and Ding have always been inseparable. Although I don't know why these two are apart today, you better be on your toes every day from now on. Ding is a psychopath who kills without blinking, enjoying torturing people in various ways before turning them into puppets. I'd rather you deal with Ding first. I don't want you to be targeted by such a freak later. Sitting on Meng Hang's shoulder, Luo heard their conversation clearly, her expression turning extremely ugly, and she quickly shouted, Young master, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Since I have already submitted to you, I will definitely be wholeheartedly loyal and won't have any second thoughts. Then she leaned closer to the phone and said to Zhao Sanpang in a chilling tone, Kid, I don't know what your relationship with my young master is, but if you slander me in front of him again, I'll find you and chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. Ah? Zhao Sanpang was choked by the sudden voice, and after a long silence, he cautiously asked, Meng kid, who was that just now? That's the psychopath you just mentioned. Meng Hang replied somewhat awkwardly. She called you young master? Submitted? Ha ha ha, little Meng, I just realized I have something to do, so I won't disturb you. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. After hanging up, Zhao Sanpang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering, Psychopath. Psychopath. This kid is a total freak. He actually subdued the infamous Ding, and I was still worried for him. Hearing the hurried hang-up, the fat man and He Liao, who had been silent beside him, both showed expressions of glee, especially the fat man, whose mouth was almost grinning to his ears. Although they didn't know who was on the other end, they could imagine the defeated expression, which made them feel quite pleased. Meng Hang returned to the room and suddenly remembered something, looking at Luo with ill intent. Luo trembled under his gaze, thinking that Meng Hang had developed murderous intent because of her harsh words earlier, and forced a smile. Young master, I was just joking with that person. He is your friend, how could I possibly harm him? Meng Hang shook his head, squinting at Luo and said, It's not about that. Then what is it about? I've told you everything I needed to report, word for word, Luo said somewhat anxiously. Why haven't I seen your space ring? Under Meng Hang's stare, her legs had already started to tremble, and upon hearing his words, her expression suddenly became extremely strange. She had been secretly relieved that Meng Hang had taken the space rings of those two and forgotten about hers, but now he suddenly remembered. This. Luo lowered her head, her index fingers tapping one after another, considering how to brush it off. Stop wasting time, hurry up and take it out, or I'll send you back there. Meng Hang bent down, glaring at Luo fiercely. He looked just like a bully tormenting an innocent child. Luo's big eyes instantly filled with tears, and not daring to hesitate any longer, she opened a hidden compartment from somewhere on her body and obediently handed it to Meng Hang. Damn, there's this operation too. Meng Hang's eyes widened in surprise. He never expected her to set up a small mechanism on him specifically for storing space rings. Luo looked at Meng Hang with a pitiful expression as he took her space ring without hesitation, saying, Young master, this is my savings from all these years, please leave me a little. Okay. He nodded repeatedly, but he didn't really listen to Luo's words at all. Instead, he excitedly opened the 3 rings he had just obtained. Meng Hang calculated briefly, the total value of the assets in the 3 rings was only about 200 million. Although it was a considerable sum, it still fell short of his expectations. He couldn't help but pout and said to Luo, who was already looking disheartened, You two are both high-level experts in the void stage, plus 1 in the universe stage, how come there's only this little money in total? Hearing this, Luo's mouth twitched. Young master, we need to maintain our mental state for cultivation, okay? Moreover, at our level, the amount of essence cores needed to advance a level is astronomical. If it weren't for the fact that we haven't had time to exchange them for essence cores recently, you wouldn't even have these. Besides, this is 200 million. You, a late-stage void expert. No, a late-stage void expert. 200 million is enough for you to absorb for half a year. It could directly push you to the late universe stage, isn't that enough? After hearing her explanation, Meng Hang awkwardly shook his head and went out to call the fat guy. Fatty, I need your help. Hey, Mango, what are you talking about? With our relationship, why are you even saying help? Meng Hang smiled and said, Actually, it's nothing major, I just have 200 million in cash and want you to help me exchange it for essence cores. How much? The fat guy suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Meng Hang in disbelief. Mango, did you rob a bank? As soon as he said that, he realized and said enviously, A horse doesn't get fat without night grass. Your speed of making money through killing and looting makes me, the young master of the Tianfu Trading Company, envious. I've even started to think about whether I should provoke some big power to make some money. Of course, the fat guy was joking. He still had self-awareness. Meng Hang's targets were all at least universe stage abilities. If it were him, he'd be 6 feet under by now. An hour later, Meng Hang looked at the pile of 2,000 essence cores on the ground with shining eyes. He didn't care that Luo was still beside him. He activated the Great Freedom breathing technique and took a deep breath. In an instant, the spiritual energy from the essence cores surged out like a dragon sucking water, rushing into Meng Hang's nose. The spiritual energy transformed into mental power, flooding into Meng Hang's mental world, which had originally been like a small pond, instantly turning into a vast lake. Naturally, he advanced to the early universe stage. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again, he happened to see Luo's eyes nearly popping out, her mouth agape as she stared at him. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Meng Hang asked, somewhat puzzled. You usually cultivate like this? Luo looked at Meng Hang as if she had seen a ghost. The speed of absorbing essence cores increases with higher realms, and the amount one can absorb each day is also limited. As a void stage ability user, she could only absorb a few hundred at most each day, and that required continuous absorption for 24 hours. Any more than that would overwhelm her brain. Having lived for so long, she had never heard of anyone being able to absorb so many essence cores in one go and still be fine afterward. The key point was that you just swallowed 2,000 essence cores, which could push an ordinary ability user to the late universe stage, and you are still in the early universe stage? If it weren't for the current limitations of her strength, Luo really wanted to cut open his head to see if there was a black hole inside. Young master, tell me honestly, are you some ancient monster reincarnated, which is why you're so abnormal? Meng Hang, you're the ancient monster, your whole family is ancient monsters. In the middle of the night, Meng Hang, without any guard against Luo, lay on the bed with his back to her, sound asleep. On the floor, Luo was pretending to sleep, her eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing through them. She had maintained this state of internal conflict for several hours. Ever since Meng Hang fell asleep, 2 voices had been arguing in her mind. Kill him while he's asleep. Now is the best time. As long as you kill this little pervert, you can regain your freedom. Maybe you can even uncover his secrets. One voice said maliciously. But soon another voice intervened. Don't be foolish. This kid is very cunning. How could he not have any defenses while letting you stay in the room? This is clearly a test. If you dare to act now, he'll throw you back into that space, and who knows, you might experience the terrifying illusion again. Thinking of this, Luo shivered all over. In the end, her fear of Meng Hang outweighed her murderous intent, causing her to suppress her thoughts of killing, close her eyes, and unwillingly fall asleep. She didn't notice that as she closed her eyes, a blood-red crow perched on a tree outside the window revealed a hint of human-like mockery in its gaze. Early the next morning, the three of them and a puppet were having breakfast prepared by the butler. While eating, Meng Hang and the others looked at Luo, who was devouring her food, with strange expressions. They couldn't understand why a puppet needed to eat. Finally, Luo, feeling impatient under their stares, threw down her spoon and, not daring to get angry at Meng Hang, could only yell at the other two, "Haven't you ever seen a beauty? I've been eating breakfast and you've been staring at me all morning. If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out." The fat guy and Liaoshan were so frightened that they quickly averted their gazes. To ease the awkwardness, the fat guy said to Meng Hang, "Manga, I'm starting school in a couple of days. It's not good for you to just stay here every day. Do you have any plans?" Meng Hang was taken aback for a moment, then asked in confusion, "Isn't it only a few days since the college entrance exam? Shouldn't there be 2 months of vacation left?" As soon as he finished speaking, it was his turn to be stared at like a monster by the three of them. Luo looked at Meng Hang with some curiosity and said, "Sometimes I really feel like you're not from this world. You don't even know this common sense. 2 months and the flowers will wilt." The demon clan on the other side of the one-line sky has always been watching closely. How could the Dragon Kingdom be so lax and let students have 2 months of vacation? Meng Hang nodded in realization, then said to the fat guy, "You don't need to worry about my matters, just focus on your studies. Who knows, maybe you'll run into me later." "What, are you also going to the Imperial Capital University? I knew you were lying to me all along. With your strength, how could you not have a university to go to?" Meng Hang smiled without replying, just lowering his head to eat. In the afternoon, Meng Hang greeted the fat guy and took a taxi to the city center with Luo. Under the scorching sun, Luo, who was resting on his shoulder, weakly said, "Young master, wouldn't it be better for us to stay indoors in this weather? Why do we have to come out? If it really doesn't work, you can continue on, I'll take a taxi back myself." Meng Hang shot him a glare. "Do you think I'm stupid? With your level of strength, you should be immune to the heat and cold. Stop pretending to be pitiful here. If I let you go back by yourself, how would I find you?" Seeing that Meng Hang was not falling for it, Luo pouted and stopped talking. Just then, Meng Hang's eyes lit up as he walked straight into an inconspicuous little shop. The shop was about 10 square meters, cold and quiet, with a girl in her 20s sitting on a stool, drowsy. "Excuse me, is this place open?" The sudden voice startled the girl, and she quickly stood up. In her haste, she knocked the stool over. The girl hurriedly set the stool upright and saw a young man who, although handsome, was dressed in a black robe, with an incredibly eerie puppet perched on his shoulder, giving him an especially cold demeanor. The girl took a couple of steps back in fear and then apologetically said, "I'm really sorry, I dozed off because there haven't been any customers all day. I wonder what kind of banner you want to order." Upon hearing that this was a place for making banners, Luo, perched on Meng Hang's shoulder, curiously asked, "Young master, why are you making a banner when you have nothing to do?" Before Meng Hang could respond, there was a thud as the girl had already plopped down on the ground. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips trembling as she stared at Luo, terrified, and said, A monster. The puppet actually spoke." Meng Hang shot a reproachful glance at Luo, blaming her for scaring the girl. "With a look like that, you shouldn't talk, look at how scared she is." He then forced a smile that he thought was friendly. But when he smiled, it revealed a set of sharp white teeth, which not only did not appear friendly but instead looked even more sinister, causing the girl to burst into tears. "Big brother, don't kill me, I really have no money." Meng Hang's smile froze on his face, looking awkward and somewhat at a loss. "Ah, you say I look terrifying, but you're even more terrifying, you scared her to tears." Luo clapped her hands in glee, laughing heartily. After a good deal of explanation from Meng Hang, the girl finally believed he was there to order a banner and stood up, still somewhat doubtful. "What would you like to write on the banner?" Meng Hang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said leisurely, "Punch the North Mountain Imperial University. Kick the South Sea Demon City University." "What?" The girl thought she hadn't heard correctly and looked at Meng Hang with a mix of confusion and shock. "Punch the North Mountain Imperial University. Kick the South Sea Demon City University." Meng Hang had to repeat himself. The girl looked at him with wide eyes, omega, her mouth agape, as if she were looking at a monster. Even Luo stared at Meng Hang in disbelief, wondering if he had taken the wrong medicine today. Both of them stood there with their mouths open, staring at Meng Hang in silence for a long time. After a while, the girl stammered, "Customer, if you're not serious about making a banner, please don't joke with me here." Seeing that she didn't believe him, Meng Hang didn't waste any more words and directly took out 1,000 yuan from his space ring and handed it to her. "I'll come to pick it up tomorrow afternoon, can you make it?" The girl, holding the money in her hands, nodded in a daze. On the way back, Luo was still a bit shocked and found it hard to accept as she asked Meng Hang, "Young master, what do you want this banner for?" "What do you think?" Meng Hang countered. You can't be thinking." Luo's eyes widened as she thought of something, looking at Meng Hang in disbelief, as if trying to find the answer on his face. Meng Hang smiled slightly and nodded. "Are you crazy? From ancient times to the present, only that person would dare to do such a thing. You actually want to block the entrance of the Imperial University. The Imperial University is a place where geniuses abound. Just picking one out would crush their peers." No. Hearing her say that, Meng Hang quickly explained. Fu Luo let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought you were going to block the gate of the Imperial Capital University." What I mean is, I'm not just going to block the gate of the Imperial Capital University, I want to block the gates of all 4 major academies." Luo was at a loss for words to describe her feelings at that moment. Block the 4 major academies? Do you think they are just any random people that you can block whenever you want? Young master, I advise you to think twice. Meng Hang smiled confidently and said lightly, "Isn't your young master's strength unmatched among peers? With you." "Oh right." Luo had initially wanted to mock him, but suddenly realized. She was stunned by what Meng Hang was planning, only thinking about how formidable the 4 major academies were, subconsciously overlooking how extraordinary Meng Hang was. Hearing Meng Hang say this, she finally reacted. This guy had already dealt with a Huan-level powerhouse with just his empty realm, and even subdued another Huan-level powerhouse. In the entire dragon country, who else of the same age could achieve that? "Young master, block the hell out of them." Once she understood this, Luo's expression instantly shifted from shock to schadenfreude. She was someone who feared nothing, so naturally, she was incredibly excited about such a spectacle. "Right, I shouldn't tell Fatty and the others about this when we go back, I'm afraid it will scare them," Meng Hang reminded her. Got it, young master." Luo rubbed her hands together excitedly, looking forward to seeing Fatty's expression when he sees Meng Hang blocking the gate of the Imperial Capital University. With books, one can be long, without books, one can be short. 3 days quickly passed. During this time, Meng Hang didn't go out after retrieving the banner. Instead, he sat cross-legged in his room to cultivate, strategically underestimating the enemy, but tactically taking them seriously. Although he believed he was no worse than any of his peers, he still needed to adjust his body and mind to the most perfect state to face the challenge. In the end, Liaoshan and Fatty couldn't stand it anymore and forcibly barged into Meng Hang's room. "Meng kid, why have you been acting like a young lady lately, not stepping out of the front door or the back door?" Liaoshan asked first. Haven't you heard that there have been perverted men harassing girls around here these past few days?" "I haven't dared to go out recently," Meng Hang replied. "What does harassing girls have to do with you? You're not a girl, what are you afraid of?" Fatty, who was a bit confused by Meng Hang's words, interjected. "I'm afraid of being recognized." The two of them stormed in with a fierce demeanor and walked out of Meng Hang's room with expressions as if they had eaten something unpleasant. Luo stood to the side, staring at Meng Hang with admiration. "Wow, young master, you really are something." Early that morning, Fatty got up early. The usual disheveled image was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he had changed into a custom-made casual suit. This sudden change of attire caught everyone's attention in the villa. Luo was the first to speak. "I have to say, kid, not bad. People rely on their clothes, and horses rely on their saddles. You changed your outfit and instantly looked presentable." Fatty chuckled and said proudly, "Of course. After all, I'm the young master of the Tianfu Trading Company. On such an important day, I certainly can't embarrass my family." Luo nodded in agreement. "With this look, I want to turn you into a puppet even more, and I can also extort some money from your family." Having stayed with Luo for these few days, Fatty gradually realized that as long as Meng Hang was around, she only dared to speak up, so he was no longer as fearful of her as he had been at first. No wonder they are master and servant, their way of speaking is the same. He glanced at Luo and then at Meng Hang, saying with annoyance. He glanced at the clock and said, "It's getting late. There's an enrollment ceremony today, so I'll be leaving first." "Oh, right." Just as he stepped out the door, the chubby guy turned back and said, "It's the start of the school year, and I need to familiarize myself with the school. I might not be back for the next few days." You all can stay here without worrying about me. Don't worry, Master and I. In such a good place, and without spending any money, even if you try to chase me away, I won't leave, the monk Liaoshan said. Ah, that's good. The chubby guy waved his hand and confidently got into the Rolls Royce that had been waiting outside for a long time, heading towards the Imperial Capital University. Seeing that the chubby guy had already left, Luo could no longer contain her excitement. She nudged Meng Hang's shoulder and said excitedly, young master, now that the chubby guy is gone, can we go too? Meng Hang shook his head, showing no signs of the anxiety one might expect when trying to block the entrance of the top university in Manhwa. What's the rush? It's only the first day of school, some people might not have arrived yet. Let's wait a few more days until most of the new students are here, then we can go. How many days do we have to wait? Luo lowered her head in disappointment, her enthusiasm waning. Not long, you can't rush things, Meng Hang said, his face calm, but a glimmer in his eyes revealed his true thoughts. The monk Liaoshan, listening to their conversation, grew more and more confused, finally unable to hold back and asking, what do you mean it's just the start of school? Wait a couple more days? Meng, didn't you say you were disqualified from the college entrance exam? Are you looking for a good place to go to university now? Before Meng Hang could respond, Luo, who had been holding back her feelings for days, finally found an outlet and excitedly said to Liaoshan, old monk, what do you know? With my young master's abilities, which university would dare to accept him? He's going to block the entrance of the Imperial Capital University just like Zhao Shanhe did back in the day. Those so-called prodigies won't even be able to lift their heads. Ahem! It's the 4 great universities, not the Imperial Capital University, Meng Hang lightly coughed, pretending to correct her. Wow, I didn't realize you were so vain, Luo thought to herself with a hint of disdain. Liaoshan stood there in a daze, not hearing a word of what Meng Hang and Luo said afterward, his mind echoing with that one phrase, block the entrance of the 4 great universities. After a long while, seeing Liaoshan frozen in place, Meng Hang waved his hand in front of his eyes. Master, are you okay? What? You want to block the entrance of the Imperial Capital University? Liaoshan finally reacted from his shock after being called a few times, and he immediately screamed. Seeing his expression, Luo almost cried. Do you know how I've been living these past few days? Do you understand the feeling of wanting to share and show off but having to hold it all in? Liaoshan naturally had no idea what Luo was thinking at that moment, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. All he felt was shock. If Meng Hang wasn't lying to him, this would be a matter of national astonishment. How many years had it been since anyone dared to do such a thing? Meng kid, are you sure? Meng Hang didn't speak but simply nodded firmly. Liaoshan sighed deeply and looked up to the sky, saying, I never expected to witness the birth of a legend. Meng Hang felt a bit embarrassed by his words. Master, you're exaggerating, it's not that dramatic. You don't understand. You don't know how much shock Zhao Shanhe brought to Manhwa back in the day, and the impact it had. With that precedent, your challenge this time will only draw more attention. You're really going to succeed, you'll be more glorious than Zhao Shanhe was back in the day. But, at this point, Liaoshan fell silent for a moment before continuing, but if you don't succeed, you'll be ridiculed by the entire nation and may never recover in your lifetime. Moreover, Master and I have also mentioned that this year's newcomers are different from previous years. There are prodigies emerging one after another, and it's not something that can be compared to before. So, Master Meng, you need to be mentally prepared. Meng Hang smiled confidently and said, with 100 boats competing and 1,000 sails racing, it's the right time to ride the winds and break the waves. Only powerful opponents can push me to continue climbing higher. At the same time, a dominating aura swept through the entire villa. Good. Liaoshan laughed heartily. Capital University. As a prestigious institution with a 1,000-year history, countless strong individuals have emerged from Capital University. Most of these strong individuals have gone to the front lines to battle the demon race, making significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, at some point, Capital University became one of the 4 top-tier academies, a place every student dreams of attending. The sun shone brightly, casting light on the throngs of people at the entrance of Capital University. Today is the busiest day of the year at Capital University, where talents from all over gather. The entrance was bustling, and every newcomer looked excitedly at the 4 large characters Capital University. Hey, Mom, can you hear me? I've arrived at Capital University. You wouldn't believe it, the gate of Capital University is even bigger than the gate of our village, it's so magnificent, said a dark-skinned, simple-looking boy carrying a woven bag on his back. Oomph, country bumpkin. Just as the simple boy hung up the phone, a richly dressed boy nearby scoffed. Are you talking about me? The simple boy raised his eyebrows and glared at the one who mocked him. I'm talking about you. What's it to you, country bumpkin? A bumpkin like you actually got into Capital University. Being your schoolmate really lowers my status, the richly dressed boy said disdainfully. You look down on others with your dog eyes. The simple boy was furious, he stomped his foot, and the stone bricks beneath him suddenly heaved, transforming into a soil dragon that lunged at the richly dressed boy. S-class Earth-type ability. People gasped in surprise. The richly dressed boy raised an eyebrow, but there was no sign of panic on his face. Ice barrier. A shield made of ice appeared out of thin air. Compared to the remnants of the whooshing sect that Meng Hang encountered before, although both used ice-type abilities, the ice barrier before him was not something he could compare to. The soil dragon crashed into the ice barrier with a deafening roar. In the next moment, dust flew everywhere, the soil dragon dissipated, leaving the once tidy ground in disarray. The ice barrier also shattered under the immense impact, breaking into ice shards that fell to the ground before disappearing. Another S-class ice-type ability user. The surrounding crowd gasped, marveling at the fact that it was indeed Capital University. Just two newcomers had unleashed the powers of two S-class ability geniuses. The onlookers, eager for excitement, gathered around to cheer for the two. Kid, that pretty boy with dog eyes looks down on people, teach him a lesson. Some people shouted in support of the simple boy. Sun Yon, take this country bumpkin down, we can't lose face for us capital folks. Others, familiar with the richly dressed boy, cheered for him. Meanwhile, the second-year students at the entrance handling the enrollment ceremony for newcomers did not intervene. Instead, they watched with great interest. Hee, just as I expected, it's getting lively again this year. A slender young man in a suit said to a girl beside him wearing glasses. What's there to be proud of? This kind of thing happens every year when new students enroll, right? If there's no commotion this year, I'd be surprised, said the girl with glasses calmly. Who do you think will win between those two? I won't guess. They're just two kids who haven't even grown their hair yet. I can't be bothered to guess. Don't say that. At least they're two S-class ability geniuses. S-class abilities can be considered geniuses at our Imperial Capital University? Just as everyone had completely blocked the university's main entrance, a young man dressed in luxurious clothing, with a smooth, fair face, sharp features, thick eyebrows, a high nose, and beautifully shaped lips, walked over, exuding nobility and elegance. Upon seeing the chaotic scene at the entrance, he frowned. Quiet. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The originally noisy entrance fell silent in an instant. Even the two who had been at odds stopped, staring at each other in confusion. The crowd exchanged glances, not understanding why they all fell silent at once, intimidated by a single sentence. Each person present was a standout from their respective cities. How could they allow someone else to overshadow them like this? Who? Which punk just spoke? Step forward if you have the guts. A brash young man with a buzz cut stepped forward, his face full of arrogance. He was the legitimate son of a top family from a second-tier city, spoiled since childhood, and notorious for his mischief. While he wasn't completely wicked, he often bullied others. Coupled with his recently awakened S-class talent, his already arrogant personality became even more overbearing. Sometimes society is like this, there aren't many face-slapping moments. For the first half of his life, he had relied on his family's influence and his abilities, sailing smoothly through life. Although he had caused quite a bit of trouble, it had all been suppressed. So even though he had come to the imperial capital this time, he still held the attitude of being the best in the world. Hearing someone speak as if they were above everyone else, even if it wasn't directed at him, made him uncomfortable. Only I get to scold others. When did anyone dare to speak to me like that? Thus, the brash young man was the first to step forward, demanding to know who had said such a thing. He looked around and, upon seeing the exceptionally handsome young man standing out from the crowd, narrowed his eyes. You damn pretty boy, you're even more handsome than me. Today must be your unlucky day. Is it you? With that thought, he directly said to the young man, You pretty boy, that was you who said it, right? The crowd followed the brash young man's gaze and was taken aback, not expecting it to be a young man with a face that even women would envy. Wow, so handsome. Some girls in the crowd excitedly stomped their feet. Quick, hold me up, I'm going to faint from his handsomeness. Mom, I'm in love. The appearance of the young man caused a stir among the girls in the crowd. Of course, seeing all the girls' attention drawn to this person, some boys frowned and said sourly, Just a pretty boy, what's there to be excited about? Exactly. At Imperial Capital University, it's all about strength. Can he eat with his looks? Can he go to the front lines and fight the demon race with that face? Listening to the crowd's discussions, the young man's expression remained unchanged, still looking at everyone with indifference. It was as if he didn't even see the brash young man's provocation. he lifted his leg and continued walking toward the school entrance. The brash young man, seeing that he was being ignored, instantly became furious. "Pretty boy, I'm asking you a question, you actually pretend not to hear me? You think you can act all high and mighty?" With that, a blazing fireball appeared in his hand, ready to hurl it at the young man. But just as the fireball was about to be released, a faint voice came through. "Using abilities is prohibited here." As soon as the words fell, the once intensely hot fireball in the spiky-haired youth's hand instantly vanished. The crowd, initially excited to witness the commotion, now looked at the spiky-haired youth in confusion, unable to understand why a single sentence had truly nullified his powers. What the hell is this kid doing? He was acting so arrogant, yet now he's backing down just because someone said he can't use his abilities? Tell me about it, all show and no substance. At this moment, the spiky-haired youth was equally bewildered. He couldn't figure out what had just happened. He only knew that at the moment the other youth spoke, his mental energy seemed to have been severed from him, rendering him unable to use it at all. The youth who had been standing still then spoke again, simply and clearly, with just one word: "Get lost." At the same time, the spiky-haired youth, still trying to comprehend what was happening, actually rolled away. This "get lost" was not the usual understanding of leaving. He literally lay on the ground and began to roll away. What the hell? What's going on? This time, the crowd was genuinely shocked, not understanding what had just occurred. The bodyguard that the spiky-haired youth had brought from home saw his master make a move and hurriedly stepped forward to help. However, the spiky-haired youth seemed to ignore the outstretched hand and continued rolling away. The bodyguard frowned and forcibly lifted his master up. At this moment, the spiky-haired youth's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't care how the youth across from him had done it, but he was determined to teach him a lesson for making him look foolish. Now regaining control of his body, the spiky-haired youth slapped the bodyguard beside him in anger, shouting, "You see your master being humiliated, and you don't take action? Are you dead? Go, break this kid's legs." The bodyguard was not as foolish as the spiky-haired youth. He knew they were in the imperial capital, not some second-tier city. Here, if he casually threw a brick on the street, the person it hit could be someone his family couldn't afford to offend. So he advised, "Young master, let's just forget about this. This is the imperial capital, we should keep a low profile." "Shut the hell up. I've never known what it means to keep a low profile since I was born. You want me to be humiliated and swallow my anger? You can go ahead and act. If anything happens, my family's old man will take care of it." The bodyguard's expression was grim, but since his young master had said so, he had no choice. Fortunately, as a master of the universe level, he believed he could handle a newly enrolled college student easily, at least enough to control the severity of his strikes. He stepped forward and said to the youth, "Kid, since my young master has spoken, I can only apologize." With that, he took out a long stick and charged at the youth. The youth stood still, unperturbed, and spoke again. "You are prohibited from attacking me." The bodyguard, who had already approached him, froze, and the stick fell to the ground. "Go slap your young master until he admits his mistake." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard seemed like a robot, slowly turning around, taking a step forward, and directly standing in front of the spiky-haired youth, unhesitatingly slapping him. Smack! 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 The only sound in the arena was the crisp sound of slaps, as everyone looked on in bewilderment at this dramatic scene. The spiky-haired youth was stunned, and it took several slaps for him to react. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he was seething with rage. "You son of a bitch, whose bodyguard the hell are you?" With that, he was about to attack his own bodyguard. The distant youth glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, "You are not allowed to resist." The spiky-haired youth straightened up, standing rigidly in place, allowing his bodyguard to continue slapping him across the face. At this moment, even the dullest person could tell that the young man was peculiar. The punk youth also realized that the trouble stemmed from that person, and although his face was already swollen and bruised like a pig's head, his eyes remained fierce and menacing. "Kid, I'm from the Qian family in Feng City. Just wait to die." At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly reacted and exclaimed, "I know. I know. Words follow the law. This is the spirit language technique. He is Yifan from the Yi family in the capital." Wow! Upon hearing that the person before them was actually Yifan, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is he really the legendary Yifan who can determine life and death with a single word? That's right, it must be him. Otherwise, how could that kid be so helpless just from talking? Someone shouted excitedly. "Hey, bro, who is Yifan?" Someone asked the person next to him with a confused expression. "Dude, are you serious? You don't even know who Yifan is. Which primitive forest did you come out of?" The person next to him looked disdainful and then continued, "Yifan, the direct descendant of the Yi family, one of the three major families in the capital." Of course, that's not the most critical part. The most critical part is his awakened ability, the spirit language technique. Words follow the law, a single word can determine life and death. Isn't that terrifying? Wow, is he really that amazing? The punk youth, who had been fierce and menacing, turned pale the moment he heard Yi Fan's name. Although he was incredibly arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He had long heard of the Yi family in the capital. Realizing he had gotten himself into big trouble, the punk youth's legs trembled uncontrollably. If it weren't for being immobilized by Yi Fan's spirit language technique, he would have probably fallen to the ground by now. Ignoring the fact that his bodyguard was still dutifully slapping him, he looked at Yi Fan in terror and stammered, "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I really didn't know it was you. Please just let me go." To be fair, although this punk youth had been a bully since childhood, he was quite talented at begging for mercy. Perhaps it was because so many people had begged for mercy in front of him over the years that he had unconsciously memorized these phrases. Just as he began to admit his mistake, the bodyguard, who had been slapping his young master, suddenly stopped. However, a glint flashed in the bodyguard's eyes, and he delivered another hard slap before finally stopping. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips, but he didn't expose the bodyguard's little scheme. As for the punk youth, the spirit language technique that had been affecting him was lifted at that moment, and he finally regained control of his body. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, not daring to utter another word. After today's lesson, he would likely be more low-key in the capital. Maybe. Not bothering with the punk youth any longer, Yi Fan continued toward the entrance. However, the entrance was now crowded with people, still in shock from his identity and abilities. Everyone stared at Yi Fan, momentarily forgetting to make way for him to pass. Seeing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly and said softly, "Step aside." His voice was still not loud, but it seemed to resonate in everyone's ears as if he were speaking right next to them. In an instant, the crowd moved aside in unison, as if soldiers had received a command from their general, creating a clear path for him. Yi Fan walked through the crowd with an air of confidence, as if he were being reviewed. The two upperclassmen who had been watching the show now changed their expressions, respectfully completing his enrollment without a hint of their previous arrogance. When the crowd saw Yi Fan's figure disappear into the campus, they collectively sighed in relief, as if they shared a silent understanding. So terrifying, this ability is so abnormal. Can you feel it? When he said to step aside, it was as if his body wasn't his own, uncontrollably retreating to the side. Yes, I felt that too. At that moment, he seemed like a god to me. I had to listen to him. How can someone have such a perverse ability? It's completely overwhelming. These people were all top students from their local areas, capable of getting into the prestigious Imperial University. But after witnessing Yi Fan's abilities, their pride was completely crushed, and they couldn't muster a single thought of resistance. With this incident, everyone suddenly felt bored, and no one wanted to stir up trouble anymore. One by one, they lined up in an orderly fashion to fill out their enrollment forms. The architecture of the Imperial University adopted the traditional style of the Dragon Kingdom, featuring pavilions, towers, and buildings. Yi Fan walked along the main path shaded by green trees for a while until a lawn suddenly appeared before him. When he saw a graceful figure sitting on the lawn, a hint of a smile unexpectedly appeared on his otherwise indifferent face. If this scene were seen by other girls, they would surely be captivated. Yi Fan quickened his pace and walked towards the girl on the lawn. Lin Luoxue was sitting on the grass with her arms wrapped around her legs, gazing up at the sky, her eyes lost in thought. I wonder how that jerk is doing now. Seriously, why did the teacher have to confiscate my phone during training? What if he calls me? Luoxue, Luoxue. At that moment, a gentle voice appeared by her ear. Lin Luoxue, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly brightened up and instinctively blurted out, "Meng Hang." But when she turned to see it was Yi Fan, the light in her eyes dimmed again. Forcing a smile, she greeted him, "Oh, it's Senior Yi. Why are you here so early today?" Hearing Lin Luoxue call him Meng Hang, a shadow flickered in Yi Fan's eyes but quickly vanished. "I went home for a bit today, and it just so happened to coincide with the new students' enrollment. Although I was admitted early by the school, I still went to fill out the enrollment form." Lin Luoxue was taken aback, then remembered she hadn't registered either, so she hurriedly stood up and said, "Then I'll go register too." Yi Fan nodded and said, "Let's go, I'll accompany you." The new students were lining up in an orderly manner when someone suddenly brightened up and excitedly said, Look, Yi Fan is out again." Everyone first saw the dashing Yi Fan, then noticed the tall and graceful figure beside him. Her pale skin, combined with her simple dress, made her stand out against the lush backdrop of pine and cypress trees. The two of them walking together looked like a perfect pair, incredibly well matched. All the boys present were captivated, excitedly discussing among themselves. "Wow, a goddess. Absolutely a goddess. Does anyone know her? I want to get her contact information. Don't even think about it. She's the famous Lin Luoxue, who awakened an Sss-Level ability. Besides, didn't you see Yi-Fan walking with her? Both are top-tier prodigies, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl. They are simply a match made in heaven. We can only watch. One student gazed longingly at the graceful figure, then shook his head in disappointment. But really, they look so good together. Exactly. I don't feel a hint of jealousy. Instead, I think they are the perfect match. After Yi-Fan accompanied Lin Luoxue to finish the enrollment registration, they strolled around the university campus. Yi-Fan said to Lin Luoxue, "By the way, Luoxue, tomorrow the students with SSS-level abilities will go to the secret realm for trials. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But I heard that the ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. Have you prepared all the elixirs and the spirit recovery liquid?" Lin Luoxue absent-mindedly nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Yi. My master has already reminded me, and I prepared everything a couple of days ago." Yi-Fan nodded and said, "Luoxue, don't always call me senior brother Yi. We're in the same year. I just arrived at school a few days earlier than you. You can just call me Yi-Fan." Lin Luoxue smiled and nodded. Meng Hang had been holed up in the villa for another 2 or 3 days. He hadn't done much, but Luo could no longer hold back and paced back and forth in front of Meng Hang, looking impatient. Young master, why don't you go? School has started for several days now. If you don't go soon, the flowers will wilt." Meng Hang thought for a moment and realized it was indeed time to go. He got up, tidied himself, and headed out with Luo. They took a taxi using a ride-hailing app, heading straight for the Imperial Capital University. "Young man, are you a student at Imperial Capital University? School has been in session for several days. Why are you just thinking of going now?" The driver was quite talkative and started chatting with Meng Hang as soon as they got in the car. Meng Hang shook his head and didn't tell him the real reason. He just said he was going to see a friend. Upon hearing that he wasn't a student at Imperial Capital University, the driver became excited and began to chat away with Meng Hang. From the history of the university's founding to the romantic lives of certain students, he could talk about it all, leaving Meng Hang feeling overwhelmed. After an hour of the driver's verbal onslaught, Meng Hang felt as if his entire being had been elevated and finally got out of the car in a daze. It was noon in the summer, and students were coming and going at the school gate, creating a vibrant scene of youth. Especially the girls, wearing extremely short shorts, their long legs making it hard for Meng Hang to keep his eyes open, nearly drooling. "Young master, if you have your eye on any girl, just tell me, and I'll bring her home for you tonight." Just as Meng Hang was getting a bit mesmerized, he heard Luo's teasing voice beside him. He glanced at her, ignoring her banter, and walked straight to the center of the main gate. After all, it was in front of so many people, and even though Meng Hang was strong-willed, he felt a bit nervous, so his movements became somewhat cautious. His sneaky demeanor was noticed by a rather sleazy-looking boy wearing glasses. The glasses-wearing boy smirked knowingly and approached Meng Hang, looking around before asking in a voice only the two could hear, "Bro, how much for a ticket?" Initially a bit anxious, Meng Hang was taken aback by the boy's sudden question and instinctively asked, "What ticket?" The glasses-wearing boy gave Meng Hang a knowing look and said, "Bro, with my years of experience buying discs, just by looking at your sleazy appearance, I can tell you're selling discs. Quick, show me what good stuff you have." Meng Hang looked the glasses-wearing boy up and down, feeling a surge of frustration. Who the hell is more sleazy between us? Then, a wicked smile appeared on Meng Hang's face as he said, "Alright, since you want to see, I'll show you." With that, he directly took out a huge banner from his spatial ring. Meng Hang had even specially customized a stand for the banner over the past couple of days. After all, he couldn't just hang such a banner openly at someone else's gate. That would be more than just slapping them in the face. It would be like writing on their neck and taking a dump. As the huge banner was revealed, the glasses-wearing boy was clearly taken aback, his eyes a bit dazed, and he instinctively began to read the words on the banner one by one. Punch the North Mountain Imperial Capital University. Kick the South Sea Demon Capital University. Horizontal banner, everyone here is trash. The glasses-wearing man, regaining his composure, turned pale, whiter than someone who had been dead for 3 days. He immediately turned and ran, fearing others would mistake him for being in cahoots with this madman. The once lively entrance quickly fell silent, with everyone looking over at Meng Hang. Upon seeing the banner Meng Hang was holding, their expressions changed. Some were shocked, some mocked, some looked disdainful, but most were filled with anger. Hanging such a banner in front of their school was nothing short of a slap in the face. Who is this madman, daring to display such a banner at the entrance of Imperial Capital University? He must be crazy for fame, trying to attract attention this way. Damn it, I don't care if he's trying to get attention. anyone who insults our school like this, I'll make sure he doesn't recognize his own mother today. Right, let's get him. Let him know that our top university in Long Country cannot be insulted so easily. After the initial surprise, everyone became furious, glaring at Meng Hang and surrounding him. In an instant, Meng Hang became the target of their wrath. He had anticipated this scene long ago, and now that it had come to this, he felt no anxiety. Instead, he took out a stool from his spatial ring and casually sat down. Facing the crowd's angry shouts, he coldly smiled and said, "I'm here to make it clear today. I've come to challenge Imperial Capital University. From today on, I will block the school gate every day at unpredictable times, until your new students are convinced. I welcome all you so-called geniuses to challenge me." As Meng Hang said this, he emphasized the words so-called. His behavior only fueled the anger of all the students at Imperial Capital University. What a clown, trying to attract attention here. Today, I'll make you crawl home. A voice rang out from the crowd, and a brash young man pushed his way through, looking arrogantly at Meng Hang. This person spoke with a domineering tone, but the faint handprint visible on his face was quite comical. He was the same brash young man who had been taught a lesson by Yifan a couple of days ago, yet he still hadn't learned his lesson. The brash young man approached Meng Hang, squinting at him. "Kid, you're quite arrogant, daring to block the entrance of Imperial Capital University. I wouldn't even dare to do this. Who do you think you are?" He then pointed a finger at Meng Hang, speaking arrogantly, "The world is a dazzling place. If you have no strength, don't show off. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Meng Hang stood up, leisurely putting away the stool, and looking at the handprint on the brash young man's face, he said with a smirk, "You're the one who just got schooled, and you still think you can teach me?" Stung by Meng Hang's words, the brash young man instantly became furious. "Kid, you're looking for death." With that, a blazing fireball appeared in his hand, shooting towards Meng Hang at lightning speed. Meng Hang showed a look of disdain. He was quite disappointed in the first person to attack. He didn't even want to dodge such a low-level attack. Drawing his long knife, he slashed down at the fireball coming at him. The fireball, which had been burning fiercely, was sliced in half and vanished into thin air in an instant. "Is this the level of the new students at Imperial Capital University?" Meng Hang scoffed. The news of someone daring to block Imperial Capital University spread quickly, and more people rushed out from the campus to see who was bold enough to cause a scene. Even many teachers came out to see what was happening. Before long, the entrance was completely blocked, and some people even took out their phones to start live streaming. Faced with ridicule from so many people, the hot-headed youth's face turned even redder, and the slap mark on his face became more pronounced. "Kid, since you're so eager to seek death, then I'll grant your wish. Red Lotus Karma Fire." The hot-headed youth shouted explosively, and a fiery lotus appeared before him. The petals slowly unfurled, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. Feeling the high temperature radiating from the air, the onlookers began to retreat. "I didn't expect this kid to have some skills. Why didn't he use this move that day?" Someone exclaimed in surprise. This kid does have a bit of arrogance, but unfortunately, he didn't time it well that day, hitting a wall and provoking Yun. He didn't even get the chance to unleash his big move." A teacher from the Imperial Capital University, who had just arrived, changed his expression, knowing that if this kid was allowed to unleash this move, the school gate that had stood for 1,000 years might be destroyed. "Barrier, rise." A bespectacled instructor formed a hand seal, and a light blue barrier emerged around Meng Hang and the hot-headed youth, isolating them from the surrounding environment. Meng Hang looked around in surprise, feeling a bit astonished. As expected of Imperial Capital University, hidden dragons and crouching tigers, there are actually people who can set up a barrier out of thin air without a formation. However, the feeling of surprise was fleeting, as the move the hot-headed youth was about to unleash piqued his interest. At this moment, Meng Hang's hair had been slightly scorched, but his expression remained unchanged, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He muttered to himself, "By the way, there's still a move of the Sharingan that I've never used. This move is quite interesting, so I won't be polite in accepting it. Sharingan, activate." Meng Hang's originally deep eyes instantly turned blood red, with 3 tomo evenly distributed. As he activated his eyes, he observed how the mental energy flowed within the hot-headed youth's body as he unleashed the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Mimicking the flow of mental energy, Meng Hang also shouted, "Red Lotus Karma Fire." In an instant, another lotus engulfed in flames was formed. He actually has S-class fire abilities too. A gasp arose from the crowd. The hot-headed youth's expression darkened upon seeing Meng Hang could also use this move. "Kid, just because you can use this move doesn't mean your Red Lotus Karma Fire can compare to mine." Explode! Explode! The two voices rang out simultaneously, and the 2 fiery red lotuses that had been slowly rotating in the air exploded in an instant. Two unparalleled shockwaves collided, devouring each other. The hot-headed youth's Red Lotus Karma Fire was indeed terrifying, but unfortunately, he encountered Meng Hang, whose mental energy was exceptionally abnormal. In an instant, the Red Lotus Karma Fire unleashed by Meng Hang devoured the other, and the apocalyptic flames surged toward the hot-headed youth. His face turned pale. He never expected that his proud trump card would not only be used against him but would also lose so quickly. With a loud bang, under the impact of such terrifying power, the barrier only shook twice. Fortunately, Meng Hang held back in the end. The hot-headed youth, engulfed by the flames, was left with his expensive clothes in tatters. He coughed out a puff of black smoke, originally wanting to say something, but unfortunately, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Seeing this, the instructors in the crowd withdrew the barrier and hurried over to check the situation. Upon seeing that the hot-headed youth had merely fainted, they breathed a sigh of relief and ordered someone to carry him to the infirmary. Then, they stood up, their expressions serious as they looked at Meng Hang. "Kid, I don't know who you are or where you came from. If you just wanted to use the name of Imperial Capital University to gain fame, congratulations, you've achieved your goal now. In the coming months, many people will discuss your victory over the new students of Imperial Capital University. Moreover, our school will not pursue your responsibility. How about we leave it at that?" He wanted to take advantage of the situation before it escalated, quickly downplaying the matter to minimize the impact. Unfortunately, Meng Hang remained unmoved, standing boldly beneath the banner with no intention of leaving. "I'm really sorry, but I came here today fully prepared to make the freshmen of the Imperial Capital University submit to me. Before that, I will come every day. Kid, do you have any idea what the consequences of your actions are?" The bespectacled mentor furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he spoke softly to Meng Hang. "Do you know how much impact this will have on society? This impact is something you cannot bear." This was not a threat, but a genuine warning to Meng Hang. Meng Hang smiled, exuding an air of invincibility that could not be conjured by mere youthful fantasies, but rather a formidable presence cultivated through his journey. "Ha, if I were afraid, I wouldn't be standing here today." The mentor shook his head helplessly, sighing at the fearlessness of youth. He was somewhat alarmed. What had this young man experienced to possess such a demeanor? Seeing that he could not dissuade Meng Hang, he could only shake his head in resignation, leaving behind a "take care of yourself" before stepping aside. He did not leave, for if the battle was to continue, he still needed to cast a barrier to protect the entire scene. "Is this all the Imperial Capital University has?" Meng Hang mocked. "Damn, this kid won one lucky match and has forgotten his own surname. Heh, a frog at the bottom of a well, I'll teach him a lesson. Brothers, don't compete with me, we must show this kid what's what today. We can't let the reputation of the Imperial Capital University be tarnished by our generation." Hearing Meng Hang ridicule their school, the onlooking students became even more furious, all eager to take action against him. "Humph, an S-rank fire ability user, who gave you the courage to claim you'll make all the freshmen of the Imperial Capital University submit?" Just as the crowd pushed and shoved, eager to confront Meng Hang, a young man with double eyelids and a handsome face stepped out from the crowd, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Hua Ying from the Hua family of the Imperial Capital. I humbly volunteer to teach this arrogant fool a lesson on behalf of my fellow alumni of the Imperial Capital University." Seeing his humility and that he was from the Hua family, the crowd felt it inappropriate to refuse him and stopped competing. "Hua Xiao, you must teach this kid a good lesson for us. Yes, we can't let this kid be so arrogant. He needs to know the power of the Imperial Capital University." The crowd chimed in. Meng Hang, upon hearing he was from the Hua family, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Hua family of the Imperial Capital? What's your relationship with Hua Qiu?" Hua Ying was surprised that this kid even knew Hua Qiu. "You actually know my cousin?" "We've met a few times," Meng Hang nodded. Hearing this, Hua Ying's face showed disdain. "Kid, it's too late to try to leverage connections now, I won't go easy on you." Meng Hang smiled, not revealing his intentions, and summoned his mental energy to directly use the ability he had just copied from the rebellious youth. Crimson Lotus Flame. A blazing lotus flower formed again, transforming into a searing flame that shot towards Hua Ying. So it's indeed a fire ability. Hua Ying sneered inwardly, also channeling his mental energy to activate his ability. Roar! The sound of a dragon echoed. 5 columns of water shot up into the sky before quickly converging, forming a dragon several meters long, which opened its massive mouth and swallowed the wave of fire in one gulp. S-rank water ability. Someone in the crowd shouted. "Good kid, I was wondering why he was so confident, turns out he has water abilities." Water abilities aren't as powerful as fire abilities in terms of attack, but they have the advantage of elemental suppression. As long as the realms aren't too far apart, fire is suppressed by water. Heh, let's see how that kid acts so arrogantly now. Just as the crowd said, the fire lotus, transformed from flames, exploded directly in the belly of the dragon. A tremendous force burst forth, shattering the dragon and turning it into a rain of clouds and water. The ground was pounded by the falling rain, sounding as if a heavy downpour was occurring, while the red lotus fire that should have caused great destruction returned without any effect. Hee hee, kid, is this all you can do? Even your best card has been broken by me, let's see how you can still be arrogant. Hua Ying thought that this red lotus fire was Meng Hang's strongest move and couldn't help but mock him proudly. Strongest move? Who told you that? Meng Hang looked at Hua Ying with a strange expression, not understanding how he figured this was his strongest strike. Not to mention he hadn't even used his kaleidoscope Sharingan, he had only used less than a third of the power of this red lotus fire. After fighting with the prickly youth, he realized that the students here were indeed exceptional, and their abilities had their unique aspects. So he didn't want to finish off his opponent immediately, this way, he could broaden his horizons. Yes, that's right, broaden his horizons. Meng Hang would never admit he was here to stock up. Upon hearing Meng Hang's words, a wave of mockery erupted from the crowd. Damn, this kid is all talk and no action. Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore, seeing Meng Hang in this state yet still being stubborn, and couldn't help but mock him. Cut him some slack, after all, he's the kind of person who dares to come to the Imperial Capital University to challenge others, so his face is naturally thicker than ours. Ah, if one is shameless, they are invincible in the world, I get it. I get it. You guys don't say, if it comes to thick skin, our students at Imperial Capital University really have to bow down. Ha ha ha. Facing the crowd's ridicule, Meng Hang was completely unconcerned. After all, the more arrogant they were now, the harder they would be slapped in the face later. Meng Hang enjoyed watching their expressions when they were put in their place. Hee hee, kid, since you're so stubborn, let me see what other tricks you have. With that, Hua Ying raised his hands, and the water that had fallen to the ground after the dragon was shattered slowly floated back into the air. Water bullets. The countless droplets of water seemed to receive an order, shooting straight towards Meng Hang like a dense barrage of bullets. But Meng Hang on the ground seemed oblivious to the rain of water bullets, stroking his chin and murmuring to himself. So that's how he manipulated his mental power. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 massive water columns appeared in front of Meng Hang, instantly gathering together, just like Hua Ying's earlier dragon. However, unlike the dragon formed by Hua Ying, Meng Hang made slight improvements. He formed a 5-clawed true dragon that was twice the size of the dragon, with 2 horns on its head. A dragon's roar, much louder than before, echoed. The massive body of the true dragon circled in front of Meng Hang, and the water bullets that were originally rushing towards him first froze in mid-air. Then, the true dragon opened its enormous mouth, and the droplets of water gathered in front of it, forming a gigantic water ball. This move seems a bit familiar. Meng Hang tilted his head, feeling a flash of inspiration as if he had seen this technique somewhere before. Ah! He clapped his hands, looking enlightened. Then I shall name this technique Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Following that, to emphasize the momentum, Meng Hang shouted, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The water dragon seemed to hear the call and directly spat the water sphere towards Hua Ying. As a water column formed in front of Meng Hang, the crowd that had originally mocked him suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at Meng Hang. What the hell? Aren't you a fire-type ability user? Why are you using water-type abilities now? Can it be played like this? How are we, the self-proclaimed elite students of the Imperial Capital University, supposed to feel? At this moment, Hua Ying was also standing there in a daze, pondering why a fire-type ability user would use water-type abilities. The key point was that although the skills were clearly the same, why could he transform into a true dragon while he could only transform into a flood dragon? Is this the disparity between people? Standing there in a daze, facing the enormous water bullet that was almost within reach, he still had no reaction. Be careful! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. At this reminder, Hua Ying finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. He had no time to dodge and could only watch in horror as the water bullet rushed towards him. Sigh. The bespectacled instructor in the crowd let out a long sigh, forming his right hand into a sword finger and slicing it towards Hua Ying. A deep blue square shape appeared beneath Hua Ying's feet. As the sword finger flicked upwards, the originally two-dimensional square instantly rose, transforming into a rectangular barrier that enveloped Hua Ying. At the same time, the water bullet crashed directly into the barrier, turning into a mist that dissipated into the air. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow as the water dragon simultaneously vanished into thin air. He turned to the bespectacled instructor and asked, somewhat displeased, Teacher, why is there external help in a spar? The bespectacled instructor smiled wryly, shook his head, and replied, You won this round, I just didn't want my student to get hurt again. Hearing this, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the students of the Imperial Capital University were filled with shock and embarrassment, and most of those who had boasted about teaching Meng Hang a lesson were now silent. Just a moment ago, they had said Meng Hang had a thicker skin than a city wall, and now they were being slapped in the face. No wonder he has the confidence to challenge the Imperial Capital University. I didn't expect him to be a rare dual-type ability user. It shouldn't be. Someone like him shouldn't be unknown. Why haven't I heard of him? Sigh. This year's freshmen are full of hidden talents, with prodigies emerging from all over. It's normal not to have heard of him. They managed to get into the Imperial Capital University, and their talents were indeed formidable. However, most of the people here were S-rank ability users, and there was still a significant gap compared to dual-type abilities. Yi Xiao, Hua Xiao. It's been a few days since school started. Shouldn't we come up with a plan to deal with that guy Meng Hang? In the distance, 3 people were walking towards the university gate, namely Yi Yun and his group, who had been taught a lesson by Meng Hang at the Imperial Capital Hotel. Ever since Yi Yun had knelt before Meng Hang in public, perhaps due to their shared painful experience, he had grown closer to Hua Qiu. Letting that kid live for so many days, it's time to deal with him. Otherwise, he might really think we're pushovers, that he can just do as he pleases. Yi Yun squinted his eyes and said with a sinister expression. Hua Qiu nodded in agreement. This matter isn't over, although that kid has some strength, money can make the devil push the mill. Even if I have to throw money at him, I will crush him. Just as the 3 reached the entrance, they all froze in place, stopping in their tracks. They saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance, blocking it completely. What's going on? I didn't hear that the school was holding any events today, the blonde-haired guy said, puzzled. He stepped forward and casually grabbed a student who was desperately trying to peek inside, asking curiously, classmate, what's happening inside? Why are so many people blocking the entrance? Hi, you just came back from outside, right? As soon as the student heard someone asking about him, he instantly became excited, gesturing and speaking to the 3, you won't believe it, a reckless kid just popped up out of nowhere and actually dared to block our school's gate. He even claimed he would make this year's freshmen at our school unable to lift their heads. What? Someone actually dared to block the gate of the Imperial Capital University? Is he crazy? Hearing this news, the 3 widened their eyes in disbelief. They felt that they were already arrogant enough, but they never dared to even think about such a thing. They didn't expect someone would actually do it. Isn't that right? But this kid does have some skills. He's already won 2 matches in a row. Just now, Hua Ying from the Hua family lost to him and is standing there doubting his life. Upon hearing that Hua Ying lost, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow with interest. Although this kid's realm is a bit lacking, just at the early stage of the void level, his ability is still S rank, and he actually lost. I want to see what kind of abilities this kid really has. After saying that, Hua Qiu squeezed toward the front of the crowd. After so long, he had gradually stepped out of Meng Hang's shadow. He had transformed back into the proud second young master of the Hua family. Huang Mao and Yi Yun were also excited. They didn't expect to encounter such a big event just a few days into the new semester, and they naturally wanted to see for themselves which fool dared to do this. Hey, that person has dual abilities. The student wanted to remind the 3, but they had already squeezed into the crowd. Cousin, I told you before that while the level of abilities is important, cultivation cannot be neglected. How about that? Now you're at a disadvantage. Today, I'll let you see the gap between abilities and absolute strength. Before he arrived, Hua Qiu's voice came first, sounding like a senior guiding a junior. Hua Qiu was extremely excited at this moment. He suddenly thought that as long as he could defeat this person, he would establish prestige in the school. So he couldn't help but show off his status even before he squeezed out. Upon hearing this voice, Hua Ying, who had just been defeated by Meng Hang and was still standing there trying to recover, was first stunned, then overjoyed. Kid, my cousin Hua Qiu is here. Although he also has S-rank talent, his realm is much higher than mine. This time, let's see how you can bounce around. Hearing that familiar voice, Meng Hang also curled his lips, ignoring Hua Ying and instead looking in the direction from which the voice came. Once the crowd learned that Meng Hang had dual abilities, those who had rushed forward to teach him a lesson suddenly fell silent. After all, dual ability users were not common at Imperial Capital University. Now, seeing someone who knew the opponent had dual abilities still standing up, everyone was invigorated. Good. Although I don't know what abilities this student has, knowing that this kid's strength is not simple and still being so confident, he must be very self-assured about his strength. That's for sure. S rank might be the ceiling for students from other schools, but at our school, it's just the basic student quality. So who knows what kind of geniuses we have at our school. Hua Qiu confidently walked out from the crowd, looking composed. Coupled with his good looks, he caught the attention of many girls. The crowd erupted in cheers. Bro, go for it, take down this reckless kid. We've already lost 2 matches in a row, we absolutely cannot lose this one. However, the originally confident Huaqiu froze visibly when he saw Meng Hang, who was standing not far away in a black robe, his expression shifting from calm to astonishment. At that moment, Yi Yun and Huang Mao also walked out. Yi Yun smiled at Huaqiu and said, Brother Hua, you're a step ahead of me. Otherwise, I would have to compete with this arrogant kid. However, the next second, just like Huaqiu, his smile froze on his face. How did this kid end up here? They both shouted in their hearts. Seeing that the newcomer was a familiar face, Meng Hang showed a faint smile and waved at them. Oh, we meet again so soon. At that moment, both of them felt like they could die. They never expected that the one blocking the school gate would be this kid, Meng Hang. Huaqiu's expression was even more like he was constipated. He really wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't he just come out and talk instead of trying to show off? If Meng Hang got angry again and made him kneel, he would really consider committing suicide on the spot. The worst part was that Hua Ying didn't notice his embarrassment at all and ran excitedly in front of him. Cousin, it's this kid who's arrogantly blocking our school gate. You must teach him a good lesson and give our Hua family some face. Look at what he wrote on that banner. He completely disregards our school. You must make him kneel and apologize to all the teachers and students. The more Huaqiu listened, the more alarmed he became, and sweat was already covering his forehead. But Hua Ying seemed oblivious to his distress and continued, Cousin, look at what he wrote, something about kicking the capital university. Where's his upbringing? I think he was born with a mother, but has no. Woo woo woo. Hua Ying's sentence was cut off as a chilling killing intent surged from behind him. Huaqiu's expression changed drastically. This killing intent reminded him of the day of the college entrance examination when Meng Hang almost killed Ruan Su on the spot for insulting his family. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and in a flash, he covered Hua Ying's mouth with his hand, preventing him from finishing his sentence. Ignoring Hua Ying's struggles, he looked at Meng Hang. He noticed that although Meng Hang's face was frosty, he didn't seem to have any intention of killing, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. This kid's life is short, I don't need to stoop to his level here. Huaqiu comforted himself in his heart, finding a way out. Oh, I suddenly realized I'm feeling a bit unwell today and can't make a move. Huaqiu covered his forehead, pretending to feel uncomfortable, and continued, Since Brother Yi wants to teach this kid a lesson, I'll leave this opportunity to you. Yi Yun? How did I not notice that you're such a shameless person? Yi Yun thought to himself. He had suffered losses at the hotel because of Meng Hang, so he naturally couldn't make a move against him in front of so many people. That would be like slapping himself in the face. Oh, I suddenly remembered I have some matters at home and can't delay here any longer. After saying that, he turned and left, fearing that Meng Hang would really want to fight him. Huaqiu also refused to back down, taking 2 steps to squeeze into the crowd and disappearing. Only Huang Mao and Hua Ying, both looking bewildered, were left in the arena. Meng Hang noticed that Huang Mao hadn't left and looked at him with interest. What, do you want to compete with me? Huang Mao looked left and right, then pointed at himself, as if he couldn't believe Meng Hang was talking to him. Are you talking to me? Seeing Meng Hang nod, he finally revealed a smile that looked worse than crying. Young Master Meng is joking. Hua Xiao and Yi Xiao were never your match. How could I possibly defeat you? After saying that, he turned and ran. Everyone looked bewildered at the 3 who had fled far away, not understanding what had just happened. Just a second ago, they were swearing to teach him a lesson, and now they turned and ran upon seeing him. Damn, what was up with those 3? Why did they just run away? Listening to that yellow-haired kid, it seems those 2 were taught a lesson by him back then. What a disgrace, it's truly embarrassing, we've lost all face for our school. Exactly, you say you lost and I won't say anything, but to be scared to the point of not daring to fight back is simply a shame for our imperial capital university. Enough talk, is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Meng Hang ignored the defeated subordinates and impatiently urged the crowd again. The crowd, who had been indignant, fell silent upon hearing Meng Hang's words, looking at each other, but no one stepped forward to accept the challenge. The level of Imperial Capital University isn't that impressive after all. Seeing no one willing to fight, Meng Hang shook his head in disappointment. His words were more painful than a slap in the face to the students. Someone in the crowd angrily said, Kid, don't get too cocky. Today is too rushed, most students didn't come out, that's why you have the chance to boast here. Tomorrow, if you have the guts, come back, we will definitely treat you well. Meng Hang didn't mock them further but instead put away the banner into his spatial ring. Fine, I'll wait until tomorrow. After saying that, he walked out. However, as he tried to pass through the crowd, the people in front of him showed no intention of moving aside, glaring at him in anger. Although they knew they couldn't defeat Meng Hang, they didn't want him to leave so easily. wanting to make him uncomfortable this way. Seeing the crowd not parting, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow at a tall boy blocking his path. What do you mean? You asked us to fight, but no one came out, and now you want to leave and we can't let you go? You guys really know how to play. The tall boy showed a hint of embarrassment but still stood firm, blocking Meng Hang's way. This isn't your family's place. I can stand wherever I want. If you have the ability, just go around. The people behind him echoed. This is in front of our school. We can stand wherever we want. If you really can't find a way out, just crawl out from us. Ha ha ha. What kind of nonsense is this? Step aside. A nearby instructor couldn't stand it any longer and angrily scolded the crowd. Unfortunately, most of the crowd were freshmen, and their respect for the instructor wasn't deeply rooted yet. Besides, they were all top students from various places, each with their own pride, so how could they willingly let Meng Hang walk away so arrogantly? Thus, despite the instructor's furious glare, no one stepped aside, their eyes fixed on Meng Hang. If it were someone else, being stared at by so many people would surely make them feel intimidated. But Meng Hang remained unfazed, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ha, this is Imperial Capital University, only capable of bullying the few with the many. Today, I've truly opened my eyes. You're talking nonsense, we didn't even lay a hand on you, why say we're bullying you? Someone was still arguing. A bunch of trash, stop playing these games in front of me. Do you think I'm afraid of a crowd? Meng Hang, who had been relatively calm, suddenly erupted in anger, a chilling and murderous aura emanating from beneath his black robe. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone involuntarily took a step back. Meng Hang walked forward with a dark expression, determined to see who dared to block his path today. The crowd was intimidated by the cold aura he exuded. With each step he took forward, they unconsciously stepped back. Soon, they unwittingly cleared a small path, and Meng Hang swaggered out. As they watched Meng Hang's back disappear, the crowd remained silent for a long time. We'll go back and tell the classmates who weren't here today. If that kid dares to come tomorrow, let him come and not return. Right. Today was just because those freaks from our school didn't show up. With no tiger in the mountain, the monkeys take over, which is why that kid got cocky. My roommate is an Sss-Level ability user, I'll drag him out tomorrow. Exactly. There's also a duel-type ability user in my dorm. I don't believe we can't deal with that kid. Everyone began to encourage each other, selectively forgetting the scene where Meng Hang had intimidated them all just moments ago. Meng Hang walked into a secluded alley, glanced around using the ominous crow in the sky to confirm no one was following, and then activated his divine power to return directly to the villa. Upon seeing Meng Hang return, the monk Liashan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "How was it? How was the battle today?" Before Meng Hang could speak, the little girl on his shoulder spoke first. Just to drizzle, the ones who came today were just small fries. They couldn't even take one move from the young master. It was really boring. Liashan curiously asked, "It's still early, why not wait a bit?" Meng Hang smiled slightly and said, "Haste makes waste. Let the bullets fly a little longer." Meanwhile, in the principal's office at the Imperial Capital University, Lu Yuanhu was dozing off at his desk when a series of urgent knocks came from outside the door. "Come in." Lu Yuanhu mumbled, still half asleep. "Principal, it's bad, really bad." As soon as the door opened, a young female teacher rushed in. Seeing her look as if the sky was falling, Lu Yuanhu couldn't help but chuckle. What could possibly happen at this time of day? Could it be that the demon clan has invaded? "Oh, principal, what time is it? You still have the mood to joke," the female teacher said anxiously. "Our school is being blocked." "Blocked? Blocked what door?" Lu Yuanhu asked, still not fully awake. "Oh, we've been challenged. And that kid has already defeated 2 freshmen." Lu Yuanhu was taken aback at first, then his whole body jolted, and he stared incredulously at the female teacher. "What? Someone is blocking our school gate?" For so many years, aside from that freak, no one had dared to do such a crazy thing. After the shock, he quickly relaxed. After all, not everyone is called Zhao Shanha, but Imperial Capital University is still the renowned Imperial Capital University. Moreover, the recruits this year are even more outstanding than before. It's not something that can just be blocked. It's good for young people to be spirited, but if they overestimate themselves, they need to be taught a lesson. With that thought, Lu Yuanhu completely relaxed, as if everything was under control, and asked the female teacher, "So, have you found out the identity of the kid blocking the door?" "Yes, we have." Seeing the principal so calm, the female teacher also relaxed. "His name is Meng Hang, a candidate from Yunchuei City this year, but he was disqualified from the exam for missing the exam date. I guess he heard about Lord Zhao's legendary deeds from somewhere and thought he could learn from him, hoping to be accepted by us as an exception," the female teacher said somewhat helplessly. Ha, does he think our imperial capital university is just any place? If he really had those skills, I would kneel and beg him to come in. Wait, what did you say his name was? Lu Yuanhu suddenly thought of something, and his expression became serious. Meng Hang. The female teacher was puzzled by the principal's sudden change. He had just been relaxed, but now he seemed off upon hearing that name. What the hell? How could it be him? Lu Yuanhu suddenly slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair and stood up. After watching that video, he had even sent someone to Yunshui City to find him. But, as luck would have it, when he arrived at Meng Hang's house, he found that the person had already left, so he gave up. He never expected that the kid would meet him in this way. Damn it, where did that kid go? Turns out he came to block the door. At this moment, Lu Yuanhu was on the verge of tears. He vividly remembered how Meng Hang had unleashed that giant Buddha, easily annihilating even a 5th-tier bone demon. Who the hell could compete with that? Is he still blocking the door? No, he has already left, the female teacher quickly replied. Send me Meng Hang's current address to my phone, I need to step out for a bit. After saying this, he put on his coat and hurriedly walked out. The female teacher, seeing the principal so anxious, couldn't help but ask curiously, Principal, who exactly is this person? Who? The little ancestor. Lu Yuanhu threw down this line and rushed out the door, leaving the female teacher looking bewildered. Meanwhile, at Magic City University, Principal Hoang-nan was on the phone. What? Someone is blocking the gate of the Imperial Capital University? Ha! I bet Lu Yuanhu's face must be turning green with anger, the person on the other end said in a helpless tone. Principal, that's not the key issue. The key issue is that the kid blocking the door left a banner saying punch the Imperial Capital University, kick the Magic City University. He wants to follow Zhao Shanhe's lead and block all 4 major universities. Ha ha ha, who does he think he is, just blocking like that? If he can hold out for 2 days at the Imperial Capital University gate, I'll make an exception and recruit him to our school. Hoang-nan still looked indifferent. But Principal, that kid's name is Meng Hang. Meng Hang? That name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. He's the one from Yunshui City, the student who single-handedly annihilated a 5th-tier bone demon in the college entrance exam. You sent me to Yunshui City to find him, but I couldn't, and now he unexpectedly came to the Imperial Capital. Damn it, it's actually him. Like Lu Yuanhu, Hoang-nan also slammed the table and urgently said into the phone, You're on a business trip in the Imperial Capital right now, hurry up and find Meng Hang. No matter the cost, bring him to our school. If we let this kid continue blocking like this, who knows, we might really repeat the mistakes of the past. At that time, we would lose all our face. Meng Hang's appearance once again stirred the 4 major universities, and the principals of the other 2 universities urgently contacted teachers on business trips in the Imperial Capital, ordering them to meet all of Meng Hang's demands and spare no effort to recruit him to their schools. Less than an hour after Meng Hang returned home, the chubby guy rushed into the villa. Without saying a word, he gulped down a bottle of water and, after catching his breath, called out to Meng Hang and Hishan. With an expression of immense curiosity and shock, he said, You guys won't believe what happened at our school around noon. That guy was simply earth-shattering, making the gods weep. If I had been there, I would have worshipped him on the spot. The 2, along with a puppet, looked at him with strange expressions, hesitating to speak. Luo, with a half-smile, said, I guess you're talking about the incident of someone blocking the gate of the Imperial Capital University today, right? The chubby guy, who had been excited, suddenly looked as if someone had choked him, staring at Luo in disbelief, then glanced at the other 2. Seeing their indifferent expressions, he immediately lost interest. Boring, boring. I rushed back here excitedly to share this with you after hearing about it, but I didn't expect you all to know already. So, do you want to know who the person blocking the door is? Luo raised an eyebrow, teasingly looking at the chubby guy. Do you know? Quick, tell me, which great deity could do something so impressive? Hee hee, far away in the heavens. Ding dong. Before Luo could finish, the doorbell rang. Who is it? The chubby guy asked, then went to open the door. What came into view was a middle-aged man in a suit, slightly plump. The chubby guy was momentarily stunned, feeling a strange familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Then, his eyes widened suddenly, as the figure of this middle-aged man gradually overlapped with that of the principal who had spoken at the school opening ceremony 2 days ago. Principal, what brings you here? The chubby guy exclaimed. Lu Yuanhu was also taken aback, not expecting to find a student from his own school here. Please, come in. The chubby guy stepped aside, inviting Lu Yuanhu in. Then, feeling a bit smug, he said, Principal, if you have something to discuss, just let me know. You shouldn't have to come find me in person. He then subtly gestured to the 3 people beside him. The meaning of his smugness was clear. as if to say, see, this young master has such charm that the principal of the Imperial Capital University personally came to find me. Lu Yuanhu did not focus on the chubby guy but instead looked at Meng Hang. The first thing he noticed upon entering was the young man in the black robe. Although his aura seemed a bit eerie compared to the video, his appearance was exactly the same. The chubby guy was surprised when the principal actually extended his hand, and he hurriedly did the same. Who would have thought that Lu Yuanhu wouldn't even glance at him, but excitedly walked up to Meng Hang. Ha ha ha, you must be Meng Hang, my young friend. I saw you take down the 5th level bone demon on the ancient battlefield. I've admired you for a long time. I originally sent someone to invite you to Imperial Capital University, but by the time they got there, you had already left, which has left me regretting for quite a while. But it seems we are fated, as I've run into you here. Lu Yuanhu, the old fox, managed to turn a first meeting into a close relationship with just a few words. Meng Hang's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that this old man really knew how to talk. He had come to the Imperial Capital specifically to block the door, but in his mouth, it became fate. Little Meng, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but if you want to enter Imperial Capital University, just say a word to me. There's no need to use such extreme measures like blocking the door. How about this? I officially invite you to join Imperial Capital University right now. What do you think? Lu Yuanhu looked at Meng Hang with anticipation, hoping he would agree. The chubby guy, who had been incredibly excited just moments ago, now stood there in a daze, his eyes twitching uncontrollably, his mouth agape as if he could fit a duck egg in it. The information contained in Lu Yuanhu's words was simply overwhelming. What does it mean that Meng Hang used such an extreme method to block the door? Could it be that the one who has been making waves is actually Meng Hang? Moreover, students were scrambling to get into Imperial Capital University, and he had never heard of anyone so prestigious that the principal would personally come to invite them. Ding dong! At that moment, the doorbell rang again. What's going on today? Usually, no one comes, but today it's non-stop. The chubby guy muttered to himself as he went to open the door again. Standing at the door was a young man in his late 20s, handsome, especially when he smiled, making one feel as if they were basking in spring. Hello, my name is Chi Ji. Is Meng Hang living here? The chubby guy was taken aback, not expecting yet another person looking for Meng Hang. Before he could speak, Lu Yuanhu's voice came from behind. Oh, isn't this little Chi from Magic City University? What brings you to the Imperial Capital? Hearing this voice, Chi Ji's expression changed slightly, secretly thinking that he was still a step too late. Moreover, he did not expect that this old fox would value Meng Hang so highly as to come here in person. He pretended to be nonchalant and cupped his hands towards Lu Yuanhu, saying, "What a coincidence, I didn't expect you, Principal Lu, to be here as well. Oomph, why are you running to the capital instead of staying in your magic city?" Lu Yuanhu said irritably. Clearly, he was quite displeased that Chi Ji had come to his territory to recruit students. Chi Ji faced his questioning without embarrassment, chuckling lightly, and replied, "Hee, I just happened to be on a business trip in the capital these past 2 days. I heard that my young friend Meng Hang is blocking the entrance of Capital University today and has already defeated 2 geniuses from your school, so I came to take a look." Hearing this, Lu Yuanhu's expression became even more unpleasant. "You don't need to worry about this matter. Meng Hang has already agreed to join Capital University, so this is an internal affair of our school." Chi Ji's heart sank, and his brows furrowed. However, when he saw Meng Hang's confused expression, his brows suddenly raised. With his keen insight, he immediately understood that this old fox was trying to trap him. As long as the enrollment procedures haven't been completed, he doesn't count as a student of Capital University. He then looked at Meng Hang and said, "Meng Hang, as long as you agree to join our Magic City University, I will agree to any conditions you propose." Meng Hang's eyes lit up, excitedly asking, "Any conditions?" Seeing Meng Hang like this, Lu Yuanhu thought to himself that it was not good and quickly interjected, I forgot to tell you earlier, as long as you can agree to join Capital University, I will also agree to any conditions you propose." Just as the two were at odds inside the room, 2 business cars stopped outside the villa at the same time. One of the cars slowly opened its door, revealing a pair of long legs. Then, a woman in her mid-20s, with a delicate and cold appearance, stepped out of the car, glaring unfriendly at the other vehicle. From the other business car, a young man also stepped out, with a frivolous gaze and a carefree demeanor. He opened his arms to embrace her while saying, "It's actually my long-desired Yin Yuan, the goddess of clouds. I didn't expect Tianwu Academy to send you." The woman, called Yin Yuan, stepped aside in disdain to avoid the man's embrace, then coldly snorted, "Hua Changyun, Tianmeng Academy really has no one left, actually sending you, this playboy, to discuss this matter." Hua Chengyun was not embarrassed by her avoidance. He shrugged helplessly and said, "Do you think I want to come? I stood up a lady for that kid. Moreover, our old principal has given a strict order to capture that kid Meng Hang. Heh, that will disappoint your principal. Our Tianwu Academy is determined to have him." The two exchanged glances, both seeing the spark in each other's eyes, and then stopped talking nonsense, heading straight for the door. Inside, the three Fatty, Liaoshan, and Luo stared blankly as the two top universities of Longhua argued fiercely over Meng Hang's enrollment. Damn it, people are infuriating. I have an SS-level ability. When I got into Capital University, I was so happy I almost tore the roof off. Look at Manggood, disqualified from the college entrance exam, and now blocking people's doors and slapping their faces. Even so, two top universities are still trying to recruit him. Is there no justice left? Just as Fatty was lost in thought, the doorbell rang again. Ha! Everyone was now highly sensitive and jumped at the sound of the bell. Could it be that people from Tianwu Academy or Tianmeng Academy are coming again? Liao Shan speculated in disbelief. The fat man had a conflicted expression as he slowly opened the door. When he saw that there were two people at the entrance, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they were not from either of the two academies. However, it made sense. If all four top academies of the Dragon Kingdom came together to recruit someone, it would not only be unprecedented but could very well be a once-in-a-lifetime event. The last person to enjoy such treatment was Zhao Shanhe, the lord of Jinyuan City. When Hua Chengyun saw someone open the door, he quickly grasped the fat man's hand and said enthusiastically, Brother Meng, hello, I am Hua Chengyun from Yunmeng Academy. On behalf of our principal, I have come to invite you to join us at Yunmeng Academy. As the top-ranked institution among the four elite academies of the Dragon Kingdom, we will surely be of great help to your cultivation. Hearing this, Yun Yuan could no longer hold back and directly interrupted his incessant chatter. Humph, Hua Chengyun, when will you learn to close your mouth? When did Yunmeng Academy become the top of the four academies? Also, didn't you do your homework before coming? Who told you he is Meng Hang's? After saying this, Yun Yuan smiled and added, Hello, I am from Tianwu Academy, and I came today to meet with classmate Meng Hang. At this point, the fat man was already numb, mechanically stepping aside to reveal the scene in the living room to them. Only then did the two notice that quite a few people were already standing in the living room. When they saw Lu Yuanhu and Shi Ji, they were momentarily stunned, realizing that persuading Meng Hang to join their academy today would not be easy, and they walked in somewhat helplessly. Today is indeed a groundbreaking first. All four academies have actually gathered here. Even Zhao Shanhe back then didn't have us this in sync, coming here to recruit at the same time. Now that it has come to this, let's not beat around the bush, let's lay out what each academy can offer, and leave the final choice to Meng Hang. As the oldest person here, I will be the first to state what our Imperial Capital University can offer. I hope no one has any objections? Lu Yuanhu, being the only principal present, naturally held the highest status, so he spoke first. The other three nodded in agreement. Seeing their reactions, Lu Yuanhu nodded in satisfaction and said to the still somewhat confused Meng Hang, Young friend Meng Hang, as the principal of Dragon Kingdom University, I promise you here that as long as you agree to join our school, we will provide you with a one-time scholarship of 400 million, for your cultivation. As the only principal here, you can see how much I value you. Look at the representatives from the other three universities, which one of them looks like they can make decisions? Upon hearing this, Hua Chengyun from Yunmeng Academy was the first to object. Principal Lu, that is incorrect. Before coming, our old principal already instructed me that the school resources are at my disposal. At this point, he smiled at Meng Hang and continued, therefore, our Yunmeng Academy offers a scholarship of 200 million. You dare to say 200 million? Yun Yuan scoffed from the side. Per year. Hiss. The three onlookers, including the fat man, couldn't help but gasp. 200 million a year means 800 million over 4 years. Even he, the young master of the Tianfu Commercial Bank, felt it was somewhat unreal. Liao Shan even clasped his hands together and silently chanted a Buddhist mantra. Is inflation really this severe now? Just opening your mouth is like throwing around 100 million. Humph, what a bold claim. Yun Yuan sneered and said, since everyone is so generous, Tianwu Academy cannot fall behind either. As long as classmate Meng joins our Tianwu Academy, we promise to give you 800 million in cash at once, plus an epic spirit artifact. Damn it! The fat guy finally couldn't take it anymore and cursed directly. That was an epic spirit artifact. Even the Tianfu Trading Company only had 3, as their treasure. His father never easily showed it to anyone, even he had only seen it from a distance on a few important occasions. Now, Tianwu Academy not only threw out 800 million in cash but also took out something like an epic spirit artifact. How much did they value Meng Hang? The fat guy finally understood Meng Hang's mindset when he said he wanted to kidnap him. Now, in his eyes, Meng Hang was also a walking money tree, wishing he could tie him up and sell him directly to the 4 major academies. Double it. Chi-Ji, who had been silent, curled his lips into a smile and simply said 2 words. Everyone present was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Yun Yuan frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" As the economic center of the Dragon Kingdom, Magic City University was also the one with the highest economic strength among the 4 schools. So when they heard Chi-Ji simply say 2 words, they not only didn't feel relieved but became even more nervous. Just the literal meaning. No matter what treatment you propose, our Magic City University will directly double it. Hearing this arrogant statement, everyone present changed their expressions. Magic City University was really putting in the effort to win Meng Hang over. Among them, Lu Yuanhu had the worst expression. He originally thought the other 3 schools were filled with young people, and that saying 400 million cash would scare them. Who knew these kids were so bold, casually mentioning 1 billion and 10 billion, and even had a little brat take out a legendary spirit artifact. In comparison, he seemed quite stingy as the head of the Imperial Capital University. These little brats have no idea how expensive it is to run a household. He cursed inwardly but still spoke up. I didn't expect you young friends to be so young yet so bold. With this comparison, it makes me, as the head of a school, seem a bit stingy. How about this? Let's adjust our offer at Imperial Capital University. If only classmate Meng Hang can join us, we will cover all the essence cores you need until you reach the Qian stage. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed color. Damn, this old man is really putting in the effort. This time, even the puppet on Meng Hang's shoulder couldn't hold back and blurted out. After all, she was a Huan stage expert and knew that at this level, the essence cores required for each small advancement were massive. Thinking about the essence cores Meng Hang consumed to advance from the late Kong stage to the Huan stage, she couldn't help but shiver, coldly laughing inside. Don't even mention the Qian stage, just providing him with the essence cores to reach the late Huan stage would bankrupt your school. The few of them exchanged strange glances at the puppet on Meng Hang's shoulder. Although they were curious, they didn't say much. After all, there were too many strange abilities in this world. A puppet talking was just one of the oddities they had seen before. Lu Yuanhu still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and looked at the others with a smug expression, thinking, a bunch of kids who haven't even grown all their hair yet dare to compete with me for students. When I was killing demon beasts, you were still drinking milk. This time, Chi-Ji's expression also became somewhat serious, signaling everyone to let him make a phone call for instructions. He walked to a corner and dialed the principal's number. Everyone heard him briefly describe the current situation, then they heard him nod. Okay, I understand. He then hung up the phone, and a confident smile reappeared on his face, again simply saying 2 words. Double it. This time, everyone fell silent, completely in awe of the financial power of Magic City University. Lu Yuanhu's expression changed dramatically as he incredulously asked, "Is this the idea of that old rascal Hoing Nan?" Chi-Ji nodded and replied, "Naturally, it's the principal's intention, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to take the lead on this." At this moment, Meng Hang's eyes nearly turned green with envy. If he could double the number of essence cores he provided to reach the Qian stage, wouldn't he be on the path to the Emperor stage? At this point, Luo could no longer hold back and said to Lu Yuanhu and Chi-Ji, "Are you sure you don't want to ask how many essence cores my young master spent to advance from the late void stage to the universe stage?" Smack! Meng Hang gave her a light slap on the head and then, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Sorry, you all continue, don't mind what she just said." Chi-Ji shook his head, looking like a nouveau riche. "It doesn't matter, no matter how many essence cores he needs to advance, Magic City University can afford it." Lu Yuanhu raised an eyebrow but noticed something unusual. The number of essence cores each person could absorb varied. The more talented the ability user, the more terrifying the number of essence cores required. For someone like Meng Hang, the number of essence cores needed would surely reach an unimaginable level. Although he didn't believe that such a large imperial university couldn't support a single ability user, it never hurt to ask. "I wonder how many essence cores young friend Meng Hang spent to advance from the late void stage to the universe stage?" Meng Hang smiled awkwardly. It wasn't much, just how much?" Lu Yuanhu only heard Meng Hang mumble something and didn't catch the exact amount, so he asked again. Meng Hang, feeling helpless, knew he couldn't hide it anymore and repeated, 200 million. "What?" The 4 of them asked in unison. They looked at Meng Hang with expressions as if they had seen a ghost, doubting whether they had misheard. "Are you sure you didn't mean the universe stage advancing to the cosmic stage?" Meng Hang shrugged, indicating he hadn't misspoken. Are you treating essence cores like snacks? How come your head hasn't exploded? Hua Chungyun exclaimed excitedly. He had never heard of anyone needing 2000 essence cores to advance from the void stage to the universe stage. This time, Lu Yuanhu fell silent as well. He roughly calculated that, based on Meng Hang's absorption efficiency, if they really provided him with the essence cores to advance to the Qian stage, those cores could cultivate several Qian stage ability users. Shi Ji looked as if he had eaten something bitter, his face as dark as coal. He really wanted to slap himself for saying anything. Doubling the amount? If that really happened, he could bankrupt his own school. Seeing the four of them with awkward expressions, Meng Hang tried to suggest, how about we negotiate again? I won't ask for a double anymore. Whoever can provide me with the essence cores to reach the Qian stage, I'll go with them. How about that? Ha! The moonlight is really beautiful tonight. Hua Chengyun seemed not to have heard what Meng Hang said, turning around with his hands behind his back, looking at the glaring sun outside the window. Yun Yuan followed suit, looking up at the sky. It really is beautiful. Shiji calmed himself down and awkwardly said to Meng Hang, classmate Meng Hang, I was abrupt just now. How about this, a flat price of 2 billion, plus a legendary spirit artifact, what do you think? Meng Hang rolled his eyes and said, no way, I've already made concessions. Provide me with the essence cores to reach the Qian stage, not a single cent less. Lu Yuanhu was infuriated by his shamelessness and scolded, kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I admit you're a prodigy. If it were before, we would indeed have some reservations. But this year is different. We have also admitted a few of your kind of prodigies in our 4 major schools. We just don't want you, a genius, to ruin your future because of the incident at the school gate. Facing Lu Yuanhu's warning, Meng Hang still wore a rogue expression and shrugged indifferently. Then let's wait and see. Seeing that the relationship had already soured with no room for negotiation, Lu Yuanhu's expression turned somewhat grim as he said, young people shouldn't be too impulsive. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang immediately laughed, thinking to himself that he was familiar with this phrase, and without a second thought, he blurted out, if you're not impulsive, then what do you call a young person? This remark nearly made Lu Yuanhu roll his eyes in frustration. Good. Then let's wait and see from now on. With that, he stormed out. The other 3, seeing how things had turned out, could only shake their heads helplessly and leave. What had started as a grand event of the 4 major academies competing for talent ended up dispersing unhappily. The once lively villa suddenly fell silent. Only the dazed Liaoshan and the fat guy remained, along with Luo, who was perched on Meng Hang's shoulder, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Almost a minute later, the fat guy shivered all over, finally coming back to his senses, and looked at Meng Hang with a face full of despair. Meng Gui, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. You've offended all 4 of the top academies in Longhua. Meng Hang glanced at him and said expressionlessly, I already went to block the gate of the Imperial Capital University. What do I have to fear from them? Upon hearing this, the fat guy slapped his forehead, finally remembering that the legendary figure causing a stir in the school was actually him. Bro, you really are my bro. I was wondering why you came to the Imperial Capital, turns out it was to block the school gate. Mengu, what are you planning to do next? Meng Hang smiled slyly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, making the fat guy break out in goosebumps. What else can I do? Of course, I'll continue blocking the school gate. Hearing this, the fat guy was almost in tears. I'm not saying this lightly, Mengu, you really need to think this through. What our principal said before leaving was true, that guy who awakened the word spirit technique, Yifan, is completely a prodigy. On the morning of the first day of school, I saw with my own eyes how he made an S-class ability user submit with just 1 sentence. Meng Hang's eyes lit up with interest as he smiled and said, hearing you say that, I want to block the gate even more. I want to experience just how powerful the legendary word spirit technique, which can determine life and death with a single word, really is. Seeing that Meng Hang was determined to block the gate, the fat guy clapped his hands and said loudly, as expected of my Mengu, if you really succeed in blocking the gate, then I'll have something to brag about to others. Especially to my ex-girlfriend, I must show off to her. At this point, the fat guy's eyes even glistened with moisture. Ex-girlfriend? Upon hearing the words ex-girlfriend, the other 3 immediately brightened up, staring at the fat guy with immense curiosity. Quick, tell us how your girlfriend became your ex-girlfriend. Luo, swinging her little legs while sitting on Meng Hang's shoulder, asked excitedly. It's a long story. Better not to say. The fat guy shook his head with a bitter smile, looking dejected. You better say it. If you don't, I'll turn you into a puppet tonight. Seeing that the fat guy was teasing them, Luo immediately became unwilling. I'll say. Seeing that Luo was really anxious, the fat guy hurriedly continued, this is also my fault. One day, I saw her wearing a white uniform, and I got excited, thinking she was going to play some uniform seduction with me. So I asked her why she was so interested today, wearing a nurse's outfit to tempt me. She didn't want to at that moment and slapped me directly. Hey, why is that? Aren't you young people quite open? You shouldn't hit someone over this issue. The monk Liashan, hearing about the temptation of uniforms, looked excited, but was puzzled to hear that the fat guy got slapped over this and couldn't help but ask. Alas, the crux of the matter lies here. At this point, the fat guy's expression grew even more bitter. That damn thing wasn't a nurse's outfit, it was the morning clothes his grandfather wore when he passed away. Damn! The three exclaimed in unison. After just a few hours of fermentation, the news that someone was blocking the gate of the Imperial Capital University exploded online. Punching the Imperial Capital University? Kicking the Magic City University? Damn, which idiot dares to say that? I can't believe this person is so desperate for fame. Instead of riding some wave, he actually wants to block the gate of the Imperial Capital University. Isn't this like showing off a big knife in front of Guangdong, or lighting a lantern in a latrine, looking for shit? The Imperial Capital University is full of prodigies. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten to death? Alas, that's how the world is. As long as it can get attention, people dare to do anything. No, listening to his tone, I feel like he wants to imitate that legendary figure and directly block the gates of the 4 academies. What a joke, who does he think he is? Zhao Shanha is a first-rate stabilizing force. What is this kid compared to him? Daring to learn from that person. Exactly, I'm making it clear here, if this kid can hold on for another 2 days, I'll live stream eating shit. Hey upstairs, don't trick us into food and drink. I'll personally go to the gate of the Imperial Capital University tomorrow to see who is so impressive. Don't forget to live stream, let us see too. Hua Mansion. The head of the Hua family, Hua Hongjin, was chatting with an elderly man with wispy white hair. Although this old man had a head full of white hair, he was full of spirit, like an angry lion. He was the head of the Ruan family, Ruan Hong, known as the white-haired Lion King. Ruan family head, I wonder if there should be a conclusion to the marriage between my Hua Qiu and your precious daughter. Ruan Hong sneered inwardly. Ever since Hua Qiu knelt before Meng Hang, he had looked down on this kid. How can a useless person like us be worthy of my precious granddaughter? He thought this in his heart, but as a seasoned old fox, he didn't show any signs on the surface. Today's young people have their own ideas, we elders should not interfere too much. After all, at our age, we can't keep up with the times, right, Hua family head? Ha ha ha. Hua Hongjin could see through his perfunctory attitude but could only chuckle awkwardly in response. Just then, Hua Qiu rushed back in a hurry from outside. Dad, something big has happened. Seeing his son so reckless made the already frustrated Hua Hongjin even more furious. He slammed the table and shouted, "You're so grown up, how can you be so reckless? Don't you see your grandpa Ruan is here?" At this moment, Hua Qiu also saw Ruan Hong sitting on the sofa like a knife, and his face turned awkward as he quickly bowed. "Grandpa Ruan, I didn't expect you to be here too." Ruan Hong looked at him with his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, not even glancing at him, only responding with a faint It was hard to tell whether it was a reply or a cold grunt. Hua Hongjin impatiently asked, "What is it? Hurry up and say it, your grandpa Ruan and I have things to discuss." Reminded by his father, Hua Qiu suddenly remembered and hurriedly said, "Dad, Meng Hang has come to the imperial capital." Upon hearing this, both Hua Hongjin and Ruan Hong raised their eyebrows. They all thought that Meng Hang was just a small fry. Who would have known that the kid actually had a master from the universe level protecting him, causing their dispatched men to return in defeat? Of course, these two old foxes never expected that the so-called protector of Meng Hang was actually an assassin sent by the other party. A carp jumping over the dragon gate can transform into a dragon, but an ant entering the sea should be careful not to be drowned by the waves. A glint of cold light appeared in Hua Hongjin's eyes. Hearing this, Ruan Hong also revealed a faint cold smile, clearly in agreement with what Hua Hongjin said. But that's not the key point. The key point is that the kid actually went to the Imperial Capital University today to block the entrance, claiming he would make this year's freshmen unable to lift their heads. Moreover, Hua Ying has already been defeated by him today. What? Ruan Hong and Hua Hongjin both straightened up in surprise. This kid has really become bold, daring to do such a thing, Ruan Hong said, his expression somewhat unnatural. After hearing this news, Hua Hongjin's face darkened like water, his fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking under the pressure. Master Ruan, family scandal should not be aired, I shouldn't be saying this. But you also know what happened with my Hua Qiu back then. After saying this, he didn't forget to glance at Hua Qiu. Seeing Hua Hongjin looking at him like that, Hua Qiu's face turned a bit pale. Ignoring his reaction, Hua Hongjin continued, "That kid made my Hua family lose face. I once sent someone to assassinate him. Unfortunately, that little brat had some background, and actually had a universe-level capable person protecting him, so the assassination failed. Now that the kid dares to come to the Imperial Capital, and even dares to block the entrance of the Imperial Capital University, I must ensure he doesn't see the sun tomorrow. A hint of surprise appeared on Ruan Hong's stern face, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Since Master Hua is so candid, it would be too petty for me to hide anything." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Hua Hongjin asked, somewhat surprised. "That kid actually wanted to kill my precious granddaughter, how could I possibly let him off? So I also sent experts to assassinate him, but unfortunately, it also failed. According to my subordinates' reports, the expert behind this kid is a man in black, with the ability to split into 3 clones." "No, it shouldn't be a big man who can turn into metal?" Hua Hongjin exclaimed, his eyes wide open. He couldn't understand how Ruan Hong's information differed so greatly from his own, and why the person Ruan Hong described seemed so familiar to him. "A man who can turn into metal?" Ruan Hong was also taken aback. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be? Thinking of this, Ruan Hong shouted loudly, "Ruan Xiong, come in." "Yes." A strong voice came from outside the door, and then a tall man walked in. At the same time, Hua Hongjin also shouted, "Shadow 3. As soon as the words fell, a shadow appeared out of nowhere, kneeling on one knee before him. When Ruan Xiong and Shadow 3 looked at each other, they both showed expressions of disbelief, simultaneously exclaiming, "How could it be you?" "Just as I thought." Ruan Hong and Hua Hongjin both shook their heads with bitter smiles upon seeing this scene, secretly lamenting that the kid was indeed lucky to have escaped a disaster due to the mix-up between the two families. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, a family doesn't recognize its own. Hua Hongjin said with a bitter smile. "But that kid escaped the first day of the month, he won't escape the 15th, this time, I will make sure he comes back with no return." He, Master Hua is right. If our Ruan family and Hua family can't deal with a kid without a background, then it would be a waste of our two families' reputations after so many years in the imperial capital. After saying this, both of them shared a knowing smile. From the moment Hua Cho walked in, he was completely bewildered, watching how these two had inexplicably teamed up. But one thing he understood was that Meng Hang was doomed. Lu Yuanhu stormed back to his office, his face looking as if he was about to commit murder. The female teacher behind him followed cautiously, not understanding how the principal had been fine when he left, but had returned like this. Kicking open the office door, Lu Yuanhu paced back and forth with his hands on his hips. "This is outrageous. This is outrageous. I've already given him enough face. Who does that kid think he is to speak to me like that? You, hurry and notify Su Jingbai, tell her to terminate that group of kids' secret realm trial early and come back quickly. I want that kid to know what it means that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people." Another night passed, and the next day, nearly 8 o'clock, Meng Hang was still sound asleep, showing no signs of stress at all. Luo bounced around on him, shouting, "Young master, it's time to get up. Time to get up. We still have to block the school gate today." Meng Hang groggily swatted her to the ground and said irritably, "The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuchs are." "I'm not in a hurry, so why are you?" Luo, who had been knocked to the ground, sat cross-legged and said, "That statement is incorrect. They actually dared to treat you like that yesterday, even I couldn't stand it. I hope you hurry and deal with them." Meng Hang curled his lip and disdainfully said, "Just give it a rest. You're just here to watch the excitement and want to join in the fun." After saying that, he stopped sleeping and got up to wash up. Meanwhile, the entrance of the Imperial Capital University was already surrounded by a crowd, making it impossible to pass through. After the events of yesterday had gone viral online, not only had all the faculty and students from the school come, but even many outsiders had shown up. "It's almost 9 o'clock, why hasn't that kid come yet? Is he scared?" Someone fanned themselves with their hand, speaking impatiently. "I think it's very possible, he just wanted to catch us off guard yesterday when the experts weren't around. Now that things have escalated, he's famous, and his goal has been achieved, so naturally, he wouldn't dare to come. Whether he comes or not is no longer up to him. Daring to shit on our school's neck, if he doesn't come, all the students of Imperial Capital University will dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. I heard some incredible people have come to our side. Besides the freaks going to the secret realm trial, these few are also the top tier of our school." "Right, I've heard that too. To deal with that kid's dual abilities, our school's dual ability users and Sss-Level ability masters have all come out. I still don't believe we can't handle him. Folks, I've just arrived at the entrance of Imperial Capital University, bringing you a live broadcast. Yesterday I said that if this kid can last 2 days, I would live stream eating shit. I keep my word, so everyone give me some attention." A young man was excitedly shouting into his phone while holding a selfie stick. "Hello, audience friends. I am currently at the entrance of Imperial Capital University, and as you can see, it is already filled with a crowd of onlookers. But now it was almost 9 o'clock, and the main character still hadn't appeared. No one knew if he had backed out at the last minute. Through our investigation, we learned that this young man's name is Meng Hang, and he lost his exam qualification because he missed the college entrance exam time. Whether this door-blocking act is just for show or if he is extremely confident in his abilities, trying to emulate that person from back then, we shall wait and see. In the back of the crowd, a host dressed in professional attire was speaking confidently into the camera with a microphone in hand. Just then, she noticed a young man in a black robe walking towards her, and her eyes lit up as she hurried to greet him. "Hello, classmate. Given your age, you must be a student at the Imperial Capital University, right? I wonder if you were present when the doors were blocked yesterday." Meng Hang looked blankly at the entrance. He had used his divine power to teleport directly from the villa to this spot. However, as he stepped out from a remote corner, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. In just one day, the number of people at the entrance of the Imperial Capital University had more than doubled compared to yesterday. Meng Hang even spotted several reporters from different television stations among the crowd, filming. "Wow, I really stirred up a hornet's nest." At that moment, he saw a female reporter approaching with a camera. Hearing her question, Meng Hang nodded. "I was there yesterday too." Upon hearing this, the female reporter's eyes brightened, and she became instantly excited. "That's great. May I ask what your opinion is of that person?" "What opinion do I have?" Meng Hang pondered for a moment, then smirked and said, "I think he is a noble person, a pure person, someone who has transcended base interests. And I really admire his courage. In the face of one of the top 4 universities in the Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial Capital University, he resolutely took this step for his ideals." The crowd looked bewildered. The female reporter was momentarily stunned. She had expected the young man to criticize that person, but instead, she heard such praise. Those watching the event on television were equally shocked by Meng Hang's self-praising words. Where does this kid see that person as noble? They had blocked the school gate and slapped him in the face, yet he called it pure? This is indeed quite pure. That kid has arrived. Someone from the crowd who had been present yesterday suddenly spotted the person being interviewed and shouted, Where? It's that one in the black robe, the one being interviewed." Instantly, all eyes in the crowd, along with countless cameras and phones, turned in that direction. The female reporter then realized that the young man before her was the protagonist of the day. You are Meng Hang?" she asked, her eyes wide. "Ah, that's right, I am Meng Hang." He nodded without changing his expression. "Damn, this kid really has thick skin, praising himself like that." People in front of the television cursed. Upon seeing that the person before her was indeed Meng Hang, the female host's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Hello, Meng Hang. I am a reporter from the Imperial Capital television station. May I ask what your purpose was in taking such action? Also, I heard that today, Imperial Capital University has sent out the top batch of this year's freshmen. Do you feel confident about winning the competition today?" A series of questions left Meng Hang's head spinning, and finally, unable to take it anymore, he simply said, "No comment," and turned to leave. Does this kid have any manners? This is a reporter from the Dragon Kingdom television station, and he has this attitude? Someone in front of the television shouted angrily. Zhao Sanpang, who had been following news about Meng Hang, was also sitting in front of the TV, shaking his head helplessly at Meng Hang's actions. "Little ancestor, could you be a bit more low-key?" This time, the crowd did not make things difficult for him and consciously parted to give him a way through. This person is Meng Hang. Those who were not present yesterday stared wide-eyed at Meng Hang, eager to see what kind of extraordinary person would dare to do such a thing. You see his outfit, all in black robes. Although he's quite handsome, you can feel his sinister aura from a distance. He looks like the kind of psychopathic villain. I'm telling you, people like this usually don't last more than 2 episodes in a TV drama. A sleazy-looking man was chatting confidently with those around him. Coincidentally, Meng Hang overheard this. With Meng Hang's petty personality, how could he hear someone say such things about him and not react? He immediately turned and walked up to the sleazy man, staring at him with ill intent. "You said I look like a villain and won't last more than 2 episodes? The sleazy man felt a pang of fear when he realized his words had been exposed by Meng Hang. But seeing so many people around, he grew bolder and provocatively said, "What, am I wrong? You should take a look at yourself before you challenge the Imperial Capital University. Do you think you're worthy?" In the face of the sleazy man's mockery, Meng Hang smiled ominously. "Whether I'm worthy or not, I don't know, but you did say one thing right. Sometimes, I really am a pervert." Kaleidoscope Sharingan Tsukuyomi activated. The onlookers only saw Meng Hang glare at the sleazy man after finishing his words, then turn and walk away, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Damn, I thought he was really something. He just said a harsh word and left? Ha, if someone dares to mock me like that, even if I can't win, I'd at least bite off a piece of flesh from them. Is Meng Hang just going to talk big? Ha, I'm scared to death. He even calls himself a pervert. Is being a pervert so cheap now? What kind of coward dares to call himself a pervert? Hearing the cold mockery from behind, Meng Hang only sneered and didn't respond. At this moment, everyone noticed that the sleazy man, who had been glared at by Meng Hang, stood there with a blank expression, his eyes unfocused. Hey, bro, what's wrong with you? You can't really be scared stiff just from a glare, can you? Someone poked him and asked. At this point, the sleazy man finally came to his senses, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Slap! Without warning, he slapped himself hard, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Dude, what are you doing? Someone tried to help him up, but he struggled free like a madman, his face expressionless, relentlessly slapping his own face. Slap! I was wrong. Slap! Slap! I shouldn't have said you were a pervert, that you wouldn't last 2 episodes. Slap! Slap! I'm the pervert, I'm the one who doesn't deserve it. Slap! 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 Faced with this bizarre scene, those around the sleazy man felt a chill run down their spines, raising goosebumps all over. Wah! What? What's going on? Someone asked in terror. Looking at his expression, it seems his mind has suffered a huge shock. He most likely encountered an illusion. But that shouldn't be possible. Meng Hang just glared at him, in less than a second. What kind of illusion could scare someone like this? If he had glared at us just now, the unknown is the most terrifying. At this point, everyone quickly shut their mouths, staring at Meng Hang in fear, afraid he might use that strange trick on them too. Since Meng Hang used Tsukuyami on the sleazy man, the girl on his shoulder, Luo, sat upright. If she had a physical body at that moment, she would have found herself pale as a ghost. As the first person in this world to experience Tsukuyami firsthand, no one understood the horror and perversion of this ability better than her. So even though Meng Hang wasn't targeting her this time, it still filled her with immense fear, causing her to tremble all over. Walking through the crowd, Meng Hang couldn't help but sneer, thinking, if you could guess what trick I'm using, I wouldn't need to be here. In reality, he had only given that lewd man a minor punishment, dragging him into the moon reading space and tormenting him for an hour. Compared to the 72 hours he had tortured Luo back then, Meng Hang felt he had been quite merciful. Luo, that guy mocked me so much, and I just took him to that space for an hour. Don't you think I'm particularly magnanimous? At Meng Hang's words, Luo, who was already trembling in fear, shivered even more, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, and said, yes, young master, you are the most magnanimous person I've ever seen in my life. Seeing Luo's expression, Meng Hang asked, somewhat displeased, then why do you have that miserable look? Do you think what I said was wrong? No, Luo shouted, quickly explaining, I'm just too happy. I never expected to meet such a magnanimous person in my life. It's a blessing I've earned over 3 lifetimes. That's more like it. Compared to the hundreds of people in the crowd, this was just a small episode. Apart from the group around the bespectacled man, no one else knew what had happened. Facing the unfriendly gazes of the crowd and the countless phones almost shoved in his face, Meng Hang remained unfazed, strolling leisurely toward the center. When he reached the very center, he suddenly discovered that the 4 people who had come to the villa yesterday were also standing right in front, and he waved at them friendly. In response to Meng Hang's behavior, Lu Yuanhu snorted coldly, the other 2 remained expressionless, while only Hua Changyun acted as if nothing was wrong and waved back at him. Meng Hang smiled slightly, just like yesterday, first taking out a banner from his spatial ring and setting it up neatly. Upon seeing the banner, the corners of the mouths of the 4 in the crowd twitched. Especially Lu Yuanhu from the Imperial Capital University and Shi Ji from the Magic City University, their faces darkened to the point of dripping water. To dare take out this banner in front of them, this kid truly didn't take them seriously. Kid, don't go too far. Lu Yuanhu couldn't hold back any longer and shouted loudly. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, looking as if he didn't care, and said, if you have the guts, send someone to take this banner down. His words immediately ignited the emotions of the students from the Imperial Capital University present, who began to curse loudly. Damn, just because you won 2 matches yesterday, you think you're something, huh? How dare you talk to our principal like that? Kid, just wait, today I want to see how you cry. The audience in the livestream was also somewhat shocked by Meng Hang's audacity. Wow, is this kid really that domineering, daring to speak to the principal of Imperial Capital University like that? Ha, acting tough and asking for trouble. I wonder how long this kid can keep it up. Hey, you can't say that. I heard he defeated 2 freshmen from Imperial Capital University yesterday. He's also a dual system ability user, a remarkable genius. Hey, I heard that too. The 2 who attacked yesterday were just 2 S-level ability users. Besides, is being a dual system ability user really that impressive? In the outside world, they can indeed be considered top geniuses, but don't forget, this is Imperial Capital University, where S-level ability users are everywhere. They have dual system ability users too. Just then, a boy with an ordinary appearance but exuding immense confidence stepped forward. Upon seeing who had come out, the crowd stirred. Wow, I didn't expect the first to appear to be Ling Dong. This time, our school has really invested heavily. A bald man nearby, excited to watch the commotion, asked, "Little brother, who is this Ling Dong you mentioned?" "You'll find out soon enough." The student did not explain but let out a cold laugh, staring at Meng Hang and muttering to himself, "Heh, think being a dual system ability user makes you so impressive, huh? Don't be surprised if your jaw drops later." Similarly, those in the crowd who recognized Ling Dong looked at Meng Hang with expressions of glee, as if they already knew the outcome. Facing Meng Hang, who was blocking the school gate, Ling Dong did not offer a smile but instead looked at him with a cold expression. Being a dual system ability user is not the capital for your arrogance at the gate of the Imperial Capital University. The representatives from the 4 major colleges in the crowd were all bewildered upon hearing dual system ability. Dual system ability user? Who told them this kid was a dual system ability user? They had all seen the video of Meng Hang's battle. That wooden figure was clearly a variant of wood type ability. So how did it turn into a dual system ability now? A teacher beside Lu Yuan who saw the principal's confused expression and quickly explained as if seeking credit, "Principal, you don't know yet, but yesterday this kid named Meng Hang actually displayed S-rank fire and S-rank water abilities. But don't worry, our Ling Dong is no pushover, he will definitely make this kid submit." After hearing the teacher's words, Lu Yuan whose expression did not relax but instead grew darker. "Stop talking nonsense, I know what abilities this kid has. How could it possibly be dual system fire and water abilities? Quit with the useless chatter and hurry up and ask when that group of kids can come out of the secret realm." He had no hope that anyone could defeat Meng Hang today, he just hoped they could buy some time until those few returned, and everything would be fine. The representatives from the other 3 universities looked at Ling Dong, who still felt good about himself, with pity, hoping he wouldn't lose too badly later. Meanwhile, the teacher who had flattered but missed the mark looked aggrieved, mumbling something like, "Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a dual system ability user?" before stepping aside to make a phone call. Hearing what Ling Dong said, Meng Hang chuckled. "You are not a fish, how do you know the joy of fish?" The meaning of Meng Hang's words was that since Ling Dong was not him, he couldn't know if he had the capital to be arrogant. In response to this timeless saying, Ling Dong didn't think twice, sneering and retorting, "You are not me, how do you know I don't know the joy of fish?" What Ling Dong meant was surely understood by the big shots present, so I won't explain further. After saying this, a smile crept onto his lips. Ling Dong naturally knew what Meng Hang was about to say next. He had already thought of how to mock Meng Hang. "No one knows a child better than their father," Meng Hang said lightly. Ling Dong's proud expression instantly froze on his face, his mind filled with question marks, cursing inwardly, "Why the hell are you not playing by the rules?" Realizing he couldn't outtalk Meng Hang, Ling Dong stopped wasting words, snorted coldly, and stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Suddenly, the earthen stones beneath Meng Hang swirled, and a massive earth spike formed out of thin air, aiming directly at Meng Hang's lower body. Meng Hang's expression remained unchanged. He smiled faintly and swiftly retreated several meters, easily dodging the attack. Ling Dong did not expect to succeed with just one strike. He continued to channel the surging mental energy in his mind. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he shouted, "Mountain River Seal." In the next moment, a miniature mountain phantom appeared above Meng Hang's head. The phantom gradually solidified, truly transforming into a mountain suspended in midair, weighing thousands of pounds. Water flowed from the top of the mountain, becoming increasingly turbulent, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a rushing river. Due to Ling Dong's current realm, the mountain he manifested was not as massive as real mountains, but it still shocked everyone. Goodness, even this mountain could crush that kid Meng Hang. Truly impressive, Ling Dong, to be able to manifest Earth-type abilities to this extent. The person beside him suppressed their shock and said, "Not just Earth-type abilities, did you not see that river on the mountain? This is a combination of Earth and Water abilities, making the original mountain suppression seal even more powerful. With this move, that kid Meng Hang is like a monkey under Wuzhishan, unable to stir up even a ripple." The 4 in front, Lu Yuanhu and his companions, also showed a glimmer of excitement in their eyes upon witnessing this move. Chi Ji chuckled lightly and said to Lu Yuanhu, as expected of the Imperial Capital University, the students inside are truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers. To be able to combine earth and water abilities to such a degree, I can't help but feel envious. Hearing Chi Ji praise his students, Lu Yuan who couldn't help but show a hint of pride, but he replied, haha, not at all, just some minor tricks. I'm sure the students from Magic City University today have also recruited quite a few with such strength. Principal Lu is being modest, dual-type abilities are extremely rare, how could one simply recruit them? At this moment, Meng Hang's expression turned serious. When the shadow of a mountain appeared above his head, he felt a heavy weight, as if he were carrying a mountain on his back, making it difficult for him to move. Moreover, as the mountain shadow loomed, the pressure on Meng Hang grew stronger. Especially when the river surged forth, the pressure reached its peak, bending Meng Hang's waist slightly. Seeing Meng Hang in distress, Ling Dong smirked coldly, and the crowd showed excitement, with someone shouting directly, Ling Dong, don't give him a chance to resist. Crush him with overwhelming force, let this kid know the power of our imperial capital school. Ling Dong's expression turned serious as he formed a hand seal. Suppress. The mountains formed by the mountain and river seal blotted out the sun, descending upon Meng Hang like the five-finger mountain transformed by the Buddha. Meng Hang's face twisted in a grimace, his bones creaking under the immense pressure. Interesting. Looking at the mountains pressing down, he gritted his teeth and desperately resisted the pressure, sneering as he spoke. Even in such a predicament, still putting on a brave face. Someone could no longer bear to watch Meng Hang's pretentiousness and spoke up. Now that this matter has stirred up the whole country, if he loses this time, he will truly be disgraced, let him keep pretending for a while longer. The third gate, the gate of life, opens. Looking at the mountains above, Meng Hang said calmly. In the next moment, a surge of green energy enveloped him, his blood boiling, causing his skin to redden. As he activated the 8 gates of Duenjia, he immediately felt a release throughout his body, the previous immense pressure vanishing without a trace. Meng Hang slightly bent his legs, and the next moment, he shot into the sky like a cannonball, then extended a fist, smashing down hard at the base of the mountain. Clang! A sound as massive as a monk striking a bell with a wooden mallet echoed through the heavens and earth, causing the eardrums of everyone present to ache. What the hell? How can an earth-type mountain produce a sound like metal? The onlookers outside widened their eyes in disbelief. Those familiar with Ling Dong wore expressions of schadenfreude and said, you don't think that after yesterday's lesson, our imperial capital university would foolishly send just one dual-type ability user to the field, do you? What do you mean? That's right, Ling Dong is an earth, water, and metal ability user. This is a mountain completely made of metal. What the hell? Hearing this, the people around gasped in unison. Ling Dong stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Meng Hang, who had fallen to the ground, with a confident demeanor. Don't struggle, no matter how strong you are, you can't shatter an entire mountain made of metal ore. Don't speak too soon. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. Meng Hang's green energy surged even more violently, his body reddening as if it were about to bleed. The overwhelming energy poured out of him, accompanied by the excruciating pain of torn muscles and meridians. Fortunately, the interstitial cells in his body were also at work, quickly repairing the damaged meridians. Dressed in a black robe, Meng Hang exuded a chilling aura, his eyes shining brightly. Compared to the towering mountains above him, he seemed like the true giant, radiating an intimidating sense of oppression. He stomped his right foot hard, causing the ground to sink instantly, and his body flew into the air once more. Another punch was thrown. Below, Ling Dong mocked, it's useless, even if you break your hands, it won't matter. As Meng Hang threw this punch, the entire space seemed to begin collapsing. The next moment, a thunderclap erupted. The entire mountain above him cracked, shattering inch by inch. Then, the mountain exploded, turning into thousands of fragments that scattered in all directions. Fortunately, a barrier protected the two, preventing the onlookers from being harmed. Ling Dong watched this scene with eyes wide open, roaring, how is this possible? In response to Ling Dong's astonishment, Meng Hang smiled slightly. Don't be so surprised yet, I'm afraid your jaw might drop. Meng Hang's crimson eyes flickered as he mimicked Ling Dong's earlier mental maneuver. However, unlike Ling Dong, he had a sudden inspiration to incorporate the ability of the Red Lotus Karma Fire into it. Aren't you the mountain and river seal? I'll give you a volcanic eruption. Still reeling from the earlier blow, Ling Dong suddenly felt the air around him grow hot, and he instinctively tugged at his collar. What the hell is that? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the top of Ling Dong's head. Ling Dong, look above. Someone hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, without needing to look up, he felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. He quickly raised his head and saw a mountain spewing flames hovering above him, resembling the legendary Flame Mountain. As Ling Dong bore this pressure, his face was filled with confusion. Wasn't this the technique he had just used? And what was with all the flames? At that moment, the volcano erupted, and countless streams of lava poured out like a fire dragon breaking free from its restraints. Thud! Ling Dong felt an even greater pressure than before suddenly manifest as the volcano erupted. It pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile despite his struggles. Fall! Meng Hang waved his hand, and the massive flaming mountain pressed down toward Ling Dong. Give up! Meng Hang said to Ling Dong. But no matter how much Meng Hang urged, Ling Dong remained on the ground, gritting his teeth, determined not to yield. Seeing his stubbornness, Meng Hang steeled himself. If you won't give up, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The mountain continued to press down, not only creaking Ling Dong's bones but also cracking the ground around him like a spider's web. At this moment, Ling Dong lay motionless on the ground, nearly in tears, silently shouting in his heart, "For the love of God, retract your ability and let me surrender." Now, he gritted his teeth, relying solely on the breath in his chest to withstand the pressure. If he opened his mouth, that breath would dissipate, and he would be crushed into mud. Seeing his miserable state, Principal Lu Yuanhu could no longer bear it and said to a bald teacher beside him, "Go save him." The bald teacher nodded, signaling a colleague to cancel the barrier, and in a flash, he appeared beside Ling Dong. He maintained a calm demeanor, every movement exuding an air of authority. He smiled slightly at Ling Dong on the ground, preparing to bend down and help him up. However, in the next moment, both the people present and the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. With a loud thud, the teacher was suddenly pressed to the ground by the pressure coming from above. What is happening? Wasn't it a teacher who just came on stage to help? It seems that way. Wow, that kid is too abnormal, even able to suppress a teacher from the Imperial Capital University. The bald man, whose face was pressed firmly against the ground, had veins bulging on his forehead. He never expected the technique Meng Hang used to be so powerful. In a moment of carelessness, he had embarrassed himself in front of so many people. No, I must regain my face. Ah! The bald teacher let out a roar, and in an instant, a golden light erupted, blinding everyone. When the golden light dissipated, what appeared before everyone was a bald man covered in gold powder, resembling a golden-skinned arhat from a TV drama. After activating his special ability, the bald teacher easily stood up from the ground. He squinted at the volcano above and was determined to smash the entire mountain like Meng Hang had done earlier to regain his dignity. Collapse the mountain. The bald teacher took a bow stance and faced the massive mountain descending from the sky, throwing a punch. Clang! There was again the sound of metal clashing. However, contrary to his expectations, the fiery mountain was merely sent soaring into the air by his punch, without a single crack appearing. Damn, this kid has a gold attribute ability too. The bald teacher gritted his teeth against the pain in his hand and quickly pulled Ling Dong, who was still pinned to the ground, to retreat back into the crowd. At this moment, the onlookers were in a daze, and even the live stream, which had been flooded with comments, fell silent for a brief moment. After several minutes, someone finally asked the person next to them in confusion, "Dude, I'm a bit confused right now. How many types of abilities has this kid used? Seems like 3. Water attribute, fire attribute, earth attribute, and that loud noise just now should be the gold attribute." As he spoke, the responder's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn, he's not a dual attribute ability user, he's a quadruple attribute ability user. This statement ignited the still-dazed crowd like a spark. Damn, a quadruple attribute ability user. Where did this monster come from? Monsters are born every year, but this year there are especially many. I've never heard of anyone possessing 4 types of abilities. They must have done a lot of good deeds in their past life to encounter such fortune this year. By the way, does our school have any such monsters coming up next? What are you thinking? Such a person with 4 abilities has never appeared before. Not only does our school not have one, but you won't find a single one across the 4 major academies. Damn, does that mean we're definitely going to lose? Although the students of Imperial Capital University were angry yesterday, they were incredibly confident. Now, however, their belief in the invincibility of Imperial Capital University had begun to waver. The incident of Meng Hang blocking the university gate had already spread like wildfire. In Yunshui City, right below the old building where Meng Hang's family lived, someone had even set up an outdoor big screen. Nearby neighbors brought small stools to watch the live broadcast of Meng Hang's battle. When they saw Meng Hang suppress the first student from Imperial Capital University, even a teacher, to the ground, cheers erupted from the crowd. Well done, little Mengzi. I always knew this kid would achieve great things. See, I wasn't wrong. An old man with silver hair, wearing a white tank top, excitedly exclaimed. Uncle Sun's words make sense. So what if the college entrance examination qualification is cancelled? If it weren't for Meng Hang going in and dealing with that 5-stage bone demon. Before this aunt could finish, everyone quickly covered her mouth. Don't talk nonsense, Lord Zhao has given a strict order that what happened that day must not be spoken of. Everyone calmed down and continued to watch the live broadcast on the big screen. Meng Hang stood at the school gate, looking around. At this moment, the students from the Imperial Capital University looked very grim, while the outsiders were all excited. It was worth it. This trip was really worth it. I thought today would just be watching a clown performance, but I didn't expect to see a genius rampaging at the gate of the Imperial Capital. Who knows, he might really be like that one, making the 4 major academies unable to lift their heads. Nonsense! A student from another school finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. He's just a 4-system ability user. The Imperial Capital University is full of experts. He can't stir up any waves. Just a 4-system ability user, as if your school has one. Some people, due to Meng Hang's displayed strength, had already changed their attitude towards him and couldn't help but defend him. The student sneered and continued, if the quantitative change doesn't reach a qualitative change, then what does it matter if he has 5 systems of abilities at the same time? Just as he said this, a little girl with a baby face and straight bangs timidly walked out. I come to challenge you. The little girl stuttered. What the hell, does Imperial Capital University have no one left? How can they send out a little kid? If there's no one left, just admit defeat. Is it interesting to send out someone to be a sacrifice? Both the crowd present and the viewers in the live stream began to mock. Wow, a loli, so cute. Is it too late for me to take her home now? Of course, many LSPs in the live stream started howling. However, the students from Imperial Capital University seemed to ignore the outsiders' ridicule, staring in shock at the little girl in the distance. Hiss! How did this freak get on stage? I heard she was supposed to be the finale today. Why is she coming out in the second round? Sigh, plans can't keep up with changes. Who would have thought that kid was a 4-system ability user? Our plan from yesterday had to change last minute, so we could only let Shouyu go on stage. Meng Hang also looked at the little loli, who was only about 1.50 m tall, with a helpless expression. Little sister, are you sure you want to challenge me? The little loli, named Shouyu, tugged at her clothes, her face flushed. I'm not a little sister, I'm going to turn 19 next month. Oh, then miss, can we start? Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, the originally timid Shouyu's demeanor changed, suddenly adopting an air of superiority. You little brat, daring to block our school's gate, are you tired of living? Both the audience and Meng Hang were left dumbfounded, and the group of excited viewers in the live stream began to wail. What's going on? Where did that little loli go just now? Goodness, she doesn't have a split personality, does she? The students from Imperial Capital University who knew her covered their foreheads, looking helpless. Is the second personality coming out again? They really didn't know what she had gone through. Once she engaged in combat, her domineering second personality would emerge. Meng Hang was initially confused, then looked at the little loli, whose demeanor had changed drastically, with great interest. No, she should now be called the big sister. While Meng Hang was still in a daze, Shouyu had already begun to make her move. She raised her right hand, forming a sword gesture, and shouted sharply, "Pierce!" Several pale pink conical crystals instantly formed, piercing through Meng Hang's body before he even had time to react. Is this all you've got? You've really disappointed me. Shouyu scoffed coldly, turning to walk out of the arena, leaving Meng Hang standing there in a daze with his body impaled. In the next moment, the previously noisy venue fell completely silent. No one expected that the arrogant Meng Hang would be defeated so easily. Is that it? Someone said, looking stunned. Well, it seems so. His body is pierced. Even if that kid is the reincarnation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, he must be half dead. After a long while, the entire venue erupted like a boiling pot. What the hell, this is way too strong. As expected of the Imperial Capital University, they weren't even using their full strength before. Now that they're serious, this kid named Meng Hang can't even take one move. The students of Imperial Capital University went from shock to ecstasy. Ha ha ha, we won. We won. Shouyu is mighty. Imperial Capital University is mighty. I said that kid was just a clown. When he meets a real expert, he's nothing. Even Lu Yuan, who widened his eyes, he had originally placed his hopes on the top students who entered the secret realm and had no expectations for today's match. He never expected this student to give him such a big surprise. Is that it? Is this kid really the one who killed the 5th level bone demon in an instant? He was starting to doubt if he had mistaken the person. If anyone was the most shocked at the scene, it was undoubtedly the teacher maintaining the barrier. His mouth was agape, wide enough to fit a duck egg, as he looked at the little girl walking confidently. The barrier ability can be used like this? He himself was a rare barrier type ability user, and as a teacher at Imperial Capital University, he always appeared approachable, but his inner pride was no less than anyone else's. He had always thought that his ability could only create square barriers to trap enemies or serve as defense. Until today, he was unexpectedly educated by a newly enrolled student. So, the barrier could be used like this. Moreover, Zhou Yu's near-instantaneous skill left him utterly shocked. Inside the city lord's mansion of Yunshui City, Zhao Sanpang was sipping tea while watching Meng Hang's battle on television. When he saw the scene of Meng Hang's body being pierced, he didn't even flinch with the hand holding the teacup and casually took a sip of tea. Especially when the camera focused on the students in the audience, Zhao Sanpang saw the ecstatic expressions and mockery towards Meng Hang on their faces. He not only wasn't angry but even felt like laughing. Lu Zhaliang beside him was already watching with bloodshot eyes. Seeing his city lord so relaxed, he couldn't contain his inner fury any longer, disregarding the difference in status, and said angrily, "City lord, that kid Meng's body has been pierced, and you can still laugh. Have you forgotten his contributions to our Yunshui city?" Hearing Lu Zhaliang's roar, Zhao Sanpang wasn't angry. Instead, he waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Do I not know what kind of person Meng Hang is? How could he lose so easily? I'm sorry. Zhou Yu, who thought the battle was over, reverted to her initially timid self. She kept bowing to Meng Hang, tears almost flowing out. Lu Yuanhu said to the people nearby, "Quick, go find a wood-type ability user to heal Meng Hang. Although this kid slapped us in the face, we must show the magnanimity of Imperial Capital University." Lu Yuanhu had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and at this moment, he was in high spirits, generously offering a bit of kindness to Meng Hang. Just then, a faint voice appeared in everyone's ears. "Aren't you all a bit too early to celebrate? Who said I lost?" The atmosphere in the venue suddenly stiffened, and the students who had already begun to take off their clothes to celebrate froze in place. The smile that had been curling at the corner of Lu Yuanhu's mouth began to twitch. The crowd mechanically turned their heads back to the arena. It was then they noticed that there wasn't a single drop of blood on the ground. A pink, crystal-like conical object was still piercing through Meng Hang's body, shimmering dazzlingly under the sunlight. Yet, Meng Hang, who should have been severely injured, calmly took a few steps forward, and the several conical crystals vanished without a trace. This bizarre scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present, leaving them confused as to why this was happening. Is he even human? How can he be completely fine after such a serious injury? Not only that, but did you notice he doesn't have a single drop of blood on him? Hiss. Right, could it be that he's really not human? Zhou Yu, seeing Meng Hang unscathed, instantly transformed from a tearful, pitiful figure into one full of arrogance. Good kid, you've got some skills. I really thought you were just a softie. Meng Hang chuckled and said, "The Imperial Capital University is truly a place of hidden talents. I almost fell for your trick just now." In truth, Meng Hang was speaking honestly. He really hadn't expected this little lowly with a dual personality to have such bizarre methods, penetrating his body before he even had a chance to react. If it weren't for the passive skill of Shinwei, he would have truly been in deep trouble. Hee, kid, although I don't know what kind of strange ability you have, in front of me, you have to admit defeat. With that, she pointed her sword again. Instantly, a pink light flickered beneath Meng Hang's feet, and a rectangular barrier trapped him within. This barrier was exactly the same as the one the teacher from Imperial Capital University had cast. What incredible speed! The audience below felt a chill in their hearts. Meng Hang curiously tapped on the light shield, producing a dull sound. Zhou Yu smugly said, "Kid, just admit defeat. You've experienced the barrier that Teacher Li cast. No matter how powerful the force hitting it, it won't be affected in the slightest. And the barrier I cast is only stronger, never weaker." Bang! Meng Hang, not believing in evil, punched the light shield, feeling as if he had struck a heavy stone door, incredibly solid. He shook his slightly aching right hand and said with a helpless expression, "I admit you do have some skills, but not many. I can't get out, but you can't hit me either, so let's just wear each other out." "Oomph, frog in a well, what do you know? I'll give you one more chance, admit defeat, or I won't be able to control the strength of my next move. If I really kill you, I won't have a good explanation." Zhou Yu snorted coldly. "Hee, the person who can kill me hasn't been born yet." Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and provocatively said, "Damn, dude, how can you be so full of yourself?" Someone couldn't take it anymore and directly cursed. Zhou Yu pulled out a cigarette from somewhere, lit it, took a deep puff, and then exhaled a smoke ring. "Kid, I don't even dare to be this arrogant. Who gave you the courage?" "Of course, it was me." Tongzi, who hadn't appeared for a long time, shouted, "Destroy!" Zhou Yu exhaled another smoke ring, and her doll-like face combined with the actions of a big sister truly shocked everyone's eyes. Just as she softly uttered that word, the pink barrier surrounding Meng Hang rapidly contracted, threatening to compress him into a pulp. Damn! Meng Hang's expression changed, and he quickly raised both hands to the sky, straining against the barrier to prevent it from closing in. Seeing this, Zhou Yu's eyes flickered with disdain. With a simple grip of her right hand, the barrier, which had already been held back by Meng Hang, began to shrink again. Just give up, or soon you won't even be left as a pile of meat. Heh, you really underestimate me. 8 gates of Duinjia, 4th gate, open. Green energy enveloped Meng Hang's entire body, an unending flow of power coursing through him. His body, which had been slightly bent from the pressure of the barrier, suddenly straightened, and the rapidly contracting barrier was pushed open once more. Zhou Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and a serious expression appeared on her face. Veins bulged on her forehead as she shouted explode, intending to crush Meng Hang again. Unfortunately, Meng Hang, having activated the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, was like a war god. There was no way she could have her way. Meng Hang raised one hand to the sky and smashed his fist down onto the barrier. Boom! A dull thud echoed, as if that punch struck the hearts of everyone present, causing their faces to pale and their hearts to tremble. Boom! 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 One after another, the sounds came, each seeming to synchronize with the heartbeat of those present. Some weaker individuals had blood seeping from their mouths and ears, collapsing to the ground in pain. It was unclear how many times Meng Hang struck, but the barrier was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. With the final punch, the entire barrier finally could not withstand Meng Hang's immense force, shattering like glass, piece by piece, until it vanished from sight. The crowd that had collapsed on the ground quickly took out pills and sat down to recover. At this moment, their gazes towards Meng Hang were no longer filled with mockery and anger, but rather with fear and confusion. Power system? Someone weakly asked. Stop joking, he's already a wielder of 4 different abilities, how could he still awaken the power system? If it's not the power system, how could he possibly break the barrier with just his physical strength? You're an S-rank power wielder, you should know best. Do you think it's possible? Impossible. Forget S-rank, even if it were SS rank, I still think it's impossible. Where on earth did this monster Meng Hang come from? Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Zhou Yu's face turned as pale as paper, staring at Meng Hang in terror. How is this possible? Even a power wielder couldn't break my barrier with just physical strength. How did you do it? Meng Hang did not respond to her words, only taking step after step towards her. You enjoyed hitting me just now, didn't you? Meng Hang laughed ominously, his black robe billowing without wind, a chilling aura spreading out. As he approached, Zhou Yu's usually arrogant second personality actually shivered. I won't fight anymore, it's all yours. Zhou Yu shouted in fear, and then her expression changed, her first personality's pitiful look reappearing. Seeing Meng Hang's unfriendly expression fixed on her, tears shimmered in her eyes. You made him angry, what do you want me to do now? Zhou Yu's first personality said, on the verge of tears. What the hell? She scared Zhou Yu's second personality back. We've been in the same school since high school, whether it's exams or competitions, as soon as it starts, Zhou Yu's second personality comes out and doesn't disappear until it's over. Today is the first time I've seen someone actually scare her back. Zhou Yu's first personality had tears welling in her eyes, terrified as she said, don't come any closer. Then just admit defeat. If you admit defeat, I won't come over. At this moment, Meng Hang looked like a perverted uncle luring a child. No way, the teachers told me yesterday that today's match is crucial for the reputation of the Imperial Capital University. We can only win, we cannot lose. Zhou Yu shook her head like a rattle drum. TSK, I didn't expect you to have such a sense of collective spirit. To be honest, I'm a heartless pervert. If you don't surrender, I'll make you watch as I turn you into a puppet right before your eyes. Seeing her pitiful expression, Meng Hang found it somewhat amusing and wanted to tease her. The little girl on his shoulder rolled her eyes in silence, thinking, 2A. Shameless, you can mimic my words, but you do it without any force. Indeed, verbal threats don't suit you, only real actions can showcase your perversion. Zhou Yu was frightened to tears by Meng Hang's words, but she still held back her fear and softly advised, You really shouldn't come over. No. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Oh, I like it when you're not polite. Today, let's see how you won't be polite to me. Meng Hang flashed what he thought was a charming smile, but to others, he was just a complete pervert bullying a little girl. Damn it, this pervert dares to tease our little lowly like this. Kill Meng Hang, restore peace at the entrance of Imperial Capital University. That's right, if Imperial Capital University loses to this pervert, we really won't be able to live. As Meng Hang continued to close in, Zhou Yu finally moved. She tightly closed her eyes and waved her hands randomly in the air. Barrier, rise. 3 layers of barrier instantly formed, and Meng Hang's eyes blinked halfway before he was trapped again. What the hell? A 3-layer barrier instantaneously. Originally, everyone's attention was focused on Joyu, but now they were drawn to this exclamation of national essence. The teacher who cast the barrier ignored the strange looks from the crowd and said to herself, a barrier can only be cast 1 layer at a time. How did she manage to cast 3 layers at once? And it's instantaneous. What kind of monsters are these students? If you can break a 1-layer barrier, I don't believe you can break a 3-layer one. Joyu said seriously, her pretty face stern. Hee, the game should end here. Trapped by the barrier, Meng Hang showed no signs of panic, instead, he looked relaxed. Joyu didn't waste any more words, her delicate little hand gently clenched, and she simultaneously uttered a word, annihilate. The originally solid 3-layer barrier quickly shrank, this time encountering no resistance, directly reducing to a point, and then with a bang, a cloud of smoke appeared, turning Meng Hang to ashes. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. He was directly annihilated? Onlookers, whether they were there for the spectacle or students from Imperial Capital University, looked in horror at the spot where Meng Hang had vanished. Although they were angry at Meng Hang for blocking the school gate, it didn't mean they truly wished for his death. Lu Yuanhu also stood up abruptly, looking grimly at the stage. Meng Hang was also a top-tier prodigy, and just like that, he was killed. It could be said to be a loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Joyu's face turned extremely pale, and she stumbled, collapsing to the ground, murmuring to herself, it shouldn't be, he shouldn't have been unable to hold on for even a second. According to her predictions, Meng Hang would still use that strange strength to withstand the first layer of the barrier. Then she would let the second layer of the barrier compress him, and if the second layer still had no effect, then the third layer. This way, she would gradually wear down Meng Hang's strength, forcing him to concede. But unexpectedly, Meng Hang, who had just displayed great power, couldn't even last a second this time and was compressed into nothingness. Joyu clutched her chest, her conscience pricked. She only wanted to bring glory to the school and never intended to kill anyone. Drops of crystal-clear tears fell to the ground, scattering into countless beads of water. At that moment, a warm breath suddenly brushed against her ear, causing a tingling sensation. However, in such a situation, this occurrence brought no sense of romance. Instead, it made Joyu feel as if countless insects were crawling all over her body, raising goosebumps. Little sister, you have such a cruel heart. I died so tragically, a mournful voice echoed, making Joyu shiver involuntarily. Her pupils constricted sharply as she mechanically turned her head. The next moment, a handsome yet inexplicably eerie face came into view. Moreover, this face wore a sinister smile, unmistakably that of the undoubtedly doomed Meng Hang. How did he appear behind me? Joyu found the scene so bizarre that she momentarily forgot to scream and instead pondered this thought. She continued to turn her head to look behind her, only to discover that Meng Hang had actually emerged from her back. Good friend, back to back, how happy we can be together forever from now on. Meng Hang's mournful voice came again, making Joyu's already pale face even paler. She felt as if a venomous snake was writhing on her body, the moist and slippery sensation making her want to escape immediately. At that moment, she finally reacted, fear surging like a tide, relentlessly battering her mind. Ghost! Joyu screamed in horror and then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. She had actually been scared into a faint. Seeing Joyu like this, Meng Hang curled his lip and disdainfully said, this little girl is too timid. She fainted just like that. The black line on Luo's forehead deepened as he thought, you scare a little girl like this and still say she's timid, you've truly earned the title of a pervert. The bizarre scene left the onlookers feeling a chill run down their spines. Although the hot sun was shining down on everyone, they felt no warmth, only a deep-seated coldness rising from their hearts. Ghost! Ghost! Someone shouted, and the crowd instantly stirred, people pushing and shoving to escape. Calm down. At that moment, Lu Yuanhu's furious roar sounded like thunder in everyone's ears, helping to stabilize the panicking crowd. It's just a trick. It's merely a spatial ability. Look at how scared you all are. Although Lu Yuanhu appeared dismissive on the surface, he was no less shocked than anyone else inside. He certainly didn't believe that Meng Hang had truly transformed into a vengeful spirit. Rather, he was astonished by Meng Hang's bizarre spatial abilities. When Meng Hang's body was pierced, he had sensed something, and now he was even more certain that Meng Hang possessed spatial powers. He can traverse space at will. That earlier scene must have involved teleporting part of his body to another space, which is why, despite being pierced, he remained unharmed. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Lu Yuanhu's forehead. This is just too incomprehensible. How are we supposed to fight this? Are we really going to become a stepping stone for the rise of a monster again? Lu Yuanhu thought, somewhat unwilling. The crowd breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing the principal of the Imperial Capital University say that Meng Hang was not a ghost. However, they still looked at Meng Hang on stage with skepticism, not daring to take a step forward. Until someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, he has a shadow, he's really not a ghost." Only then did everyone truly relax, and they began to discuss among themselves. Wow, so it turns out to be a space-type ability. I almost got scared to death just now. Yeah, this kid's mind is really twisted. He's playing some seriously perverted games, scaring that little lowly. I often feel inferior for not being twisted enough. Wait, didn't Principal Lu just mention something about a space-type ability? It seems so. The crowd fell silent again. They no longer knew what expression to wear in the face of the shock Meng Hang had brought them. "I'm tired, let it be destroyed," someone said in despair. Is there no justice left? For types of abilities, plus at least an SS-level power-type ability, and now there's this extremely rare space-type ability? Is there even a limit to how overpowered this is? Is he the illegitimate child of God? What the hell is this? The Imperial Capital University should just surrender already. Back then, Zhao Shanhe didn't completely dominate the Imperial Capital University like this, did he? It's different. Zhao Shanhe could remain unmoved no matter how your abilities changed. With just his fists, he made everyone at the Imperial Capital University unable to lift their heads. This kid is even more despairing. He can always use unexpected abilities to crush us with our own proud abilities, slapping us in the face. Now there's this bizarre space ability, neither magic nor physical attacks can harm him, let alone fight back. A student from the Imperial Capital University said in despair. Not necessarily, don't forget that our top-tier people haven't returned yet. Another student said, biting his lip in frustration. Meng Hang calmly walked out from Zhou-Yu's body, and a teacher quickly carried the still unconscious Zhou-Yu away, thinking to himself, poor child, encountering such a pervert, you really have suffered. Meng Hang stood at the school gate, looking at the crowd of people, showing no intention of resting, and said, who's next? Silence. Everyone looked at each other, glancing back and forth, no longer possessing the initial vigor. The looks in their eyes towards Meng Hang revealed a hint of wariness. At this moment, Meng Hang stood alone like an army of a million, blocking the entrance of the Imperial Capital University, making the students unable to lift their heads. It's over, the Imperial Capital University is completely finished this time. Someone online said excitedly. How many years has it been since that person? How many years has the Imperial Capital University not suffered such humiliation? Seeing the crowd below exchanging glances, Meng Hang sneered disdainfully. Is this really one of the top universities in Long Country, the Imperial Capital University? I'm so disappointed, it's only the second day of me blocking the gate, and no one dares to come out and challenge me? His mockery made both the students and teachers of the Imperial Capital University flush with anger, but they had no way to respond. At this moment, Meng Hang merely stood there, and no one dared to take a step forward. It was a complete disgrace for the entire Imperial Capital University. Meng Hang shook his head in disappointment. How about this? I won't limit my challenge to this year's freshmen. Everyone present, as long as you're from the Imperial Capital University, including teachers, anyone who wants to challenge me can come up. He tilted his head, pondered for a moment, and continued, forget it, that's too troublesome. The readers have been waiting impatiently, so I won't drag it out. You all come at me together. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present turned even uglier. Meng Hang's words were more infuriating than mocking the Imperial Capital University for having no one. There were hundreds of students from the Imperial Capital University present. To challenge hundreds of people alone was something even Zhao Shanhe wouldn't dare to boast about. Who do you think you are? Someone in the online comments said, hey, why bother? Now he has completely demoralized the students of the Imperial Capital University. If nothing unexpected happens, starting today, Meng Hang's reputation will shake the Dragon Kingdom. His current behavior has no benefits at all. If he loses, it will only wipe out the prestige he has built up before. Zhao Sanpang, sitting in front of the TV, shook his head in disbelief. This brat is getting a bit too arrogant. There are hundreds of students from the Imperial Capital University, each one of them could drown him with a single spit. The hundreds of students from the Imperial Capital University had red eyes, gritting their teeth as they stared fiercely at Meng Hang. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Meng Hang, have you thought this through? Do you really dare to take us all on by yourself? Someone shouted loudly. Enough with the nonsense, do you dare to accept or not? Damn it! The crowd erupted in anger, their faces twisted. I can't take it anymore, I don't care about face anymore. Let's beat this kid up first. Alright, then let's do it. All the students from the Imperial Capital University stepped forward, united in their anger, glaring at Meng Hang. Meanwhile, the crowd that had come to watch the excitement tactfully stepped back. They were just there to enjoy the spectacle and didn't want to get caught up in the fight. Wow! Wow! A once-in-a-century scene, and I actually got to witness it today. Not to mention anything else, I truly admire this kid Meng Hang for his audacity to say such things in front of so many people. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in a frenzy, with everyone stopping what they were doing to focus on this battle. Their eyes sparkled with a strange light. Although they didn't believe Meng Hang could really challenge the entire Imperial Capital University by himself, there was still a tiny bit of hope in their hearts. What if he actually succeeded? That would be an unprecedented feat. The commotion caused by Meng Hang this time was even greater than the one stirred up by Zhao Shanhe back in the day. Who, from ancient times to the present, would dare to challenge hundreds of students from the Imperial Capital University alone? And to challenge them all at once? Lu Yuanhu's expression was extremely grim, but to prevent any accidents, he had 4 teachers with barrier abilities stand in each corner. A massive barrier appeared, enveloping hundreds of people, including Meng Hang. Begin! Lu Yuanhu shouted, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart. In an instant, hundreds of people simultaneously mobilized their mental energy, forming a sea of mental power that began to distort the air above them. The various elemental attributes were summoned, and the entire space began to become chaotic. Winds howled, flames ignited out of thin air, and the ground seemed to heave as if a dragon was stirring beneath it. Hundreds of people unleashed their abilities at once, making the entire barrier feel like the apocalypse had arrived. Watching this terrifying scene, those paying attention to the battle couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. This is terrifying. Is this what happens when hundreds of people strike at the same time? Meng Hang is being too arrogant. How could he possibly withstand such a terrifying attack by himself? Sigh, we can only pray that he can't withstand even one round of attacks and dies in this bombardment. Facing this seemingly catastrophic pressure, Meng Hang not only remained calm but appeared like a wolf among sheep, revealing an insatiably greedy expression. Hee, ignorant humans, today you will feel the terror of wood release. The girl named Luo on his shoulder looked completely bewildered. It sounded like something a demon descending to the world would say to humans. What the hell have I followed? Meng Hang's expression turned serious as he clapped his hands. Would release, tree world descends. Instantly, the ground rolled, and countless massive vines erupted from the earth like octopus tentacles. What the hell is this? Everyone stumbled underfoot, staring at the towering vines with expressions of horror in their eyes. Wind blade, fireball, ice spike. The crowd dared not hesitate and unleashed their powers at the vines. However, their attacks were like mere tickles to the massive vines, causing not a scratch. The vines, like countless pythons, tightly bound everyone within the barrier, dragging them upwards into the air. The ensnared students, unwilling to give in, pulled out their weapons from their spatial rings and struck fiercely at the vines wrapping around them. Wood chips flew, and a glimmer of hope appeared in some eyes as they prepared to continue hacking away. But the next moment, the part of the vine that had been cut grew back intact, and the grip tightened. The students let out pained howls, their weapons falling from their hands, leaving them with no strength to resist. The vines grew larger and larger, soon filling the entire barrier space. The clusters of vines pressing against the barrier showed no signs of stopping, straining against it as they continued to grow upwards. At this moment, the 4 teachers from the Imperial Capital University maintaining the barrier looked as pale as paper, veins bulging on their foreheads, desperately holding the barrier steady. Increase your mental strength. One of the teachers shouted frantically. I can't hold on any longer. This forest's power is too great. Crack. The next second, the massive barrier shattered like glass, disappearing into the air. Without the barrier's restraint, the vines grew even more recklessly outward. Run! The onlookers from outside the school, seeing the vines surge towards them like a tide, turned pale with fear and tried to flee. But how could the now unrestrained trees allow them to escape? In the blink of an eye, they caught up and swept everyone into the air without exception. In an instant, the once empty entrance of the Imperial Capital University miraculously transformed into a vast ocean of forest, lush and towering, blocking out the sun. Pop! Pop! Finally, the towering trees ceased their growth, and countless bright red flower buds appeared on their branches, unfolding their petals to the sunlight. A dense forest, a vibrant sea of flowers. If it weren't for the fact that several people were hanging from each tree, it could truly be considered a flourishing scene. In the blooming flower sea, a yellowish pollen spread, quickly covering the entire forest. At this moment, Lu Yuanhu and the other 3 representatives from the universities were not spared either, caught up by the vines and lifted into the sky. Their faces were as grim as could be, and the embarrassment they felt was palpable. The top combatants from the 4 prestigious universities were treated like pawns by a student who had just graduated from high school, subdued altogether. Was there no justice left in the world? Fortunately, as the heads of their respective schools and representatives of the top universities, their strength was not to be underestimated, and they would soon break free from the vines that ensnared them. However, when they inhaled the pollen that filled the air, their bodies went numb, and they found themselves unable to exert any strength, helplessly watching as the vines bound them once more. Thus, at the entrance of the imperial capital university, apart from Meng Hang, no one remained unscathed, everyone else was limp and hanging from the treetops. It was as if the entire Dragon Kingdom had been pressed on pause, staring blankly at the scene before them. Zhao Sanpeng's hand holding the teacup had frozen in place, and water unconsciously dribbled from his mouth. Old Lu, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. Hey, you really pinched me. With a scream, the Lord's mansion fell silent once more. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Sanpeng stammered and asked again, Old Lu, that kid Meng Hang really just created a whole forest, right? I remember that kid could also cast illusions. Do you think he used some kind of illusion to dazzle our eyes? At this moment, he would rather believe he was under an illusion than accept that Meng Hang could create a forest in just a few breaths. Moreover, it wasn't just a simple forest. This forest had ensnared everyone, including the president of the Imperial Capital University. It was boiling. The entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. Wood. Is this a wood type ability? My god, when did the wood type have such power? An 18-year-old high school graduate wiped out a whole school. No one has ever done this before, and no one will be able to achieve such a feat in the future. A miracle. This is a miracle. Some people knelt on the ground, continuously bowing to Meng Hang on the television. I actually witnessed the rise of a legend. Some clenched their fists, their bodies trembling uncontrollably with excitement. Our Dragon Kingdom will rise. I never expected that in my lifetime, I would see the rise of a genius. I believe Meng Hang will be another Zhao Shanhe, and the Dragon Kingdom will surely defeat the Demon Clan under their leadership. An elderly man with white hair trembled as he leaned on his cane, speaking excitedly. No, Zhao Shanhe back then didn't reach this level. His future achievements might surpass Zhao Shanhe's. Another elder said excitedly. In a simple room in the imperial capital, an old man with thinning hair looked helplessly at the spirited Meng Hang on the television. This brat, I wasted my effort ordering a strict lockdown on news of his strength, and now look, the entire Dragon Kingdom knows about this prodigy. Duanhe, dressed in military uniform, frowned, clearly not optimistic about Meng Hang's high profile. The wood that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Meng Hang is so ruthless in his actions, the major families won't let him off. Old Kong, should I go give them a warning, make them stop their little schemes behind the scenes? The elder called Old Kong shook his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his murky eyes. In these past 2 years, the families in the imperial capital have looked down on this old man. On the surface, it seems fine, but behind the scenes, they are becoming increasingly rampant. The war ahead is fierce, and this old man can't even manage these small matters in the country. Families, the lifeless sect, the dark pavilion, one by one, the rats are popping their heads out. Let them make a fuss, the more chaotic it gets, the more thoroughly it will be cleaned up in the end. As for this kid, since he likes to make a scene, let him make as much noise as he wants. If he ends up dying at the hands of some force, it can only prove that he had bad luck. A dead genius is not a genius. Moreover, Zhao Shanhe walked this path back then. This kid is even more abnormal than Zhao Shanhe was. Which family would dare to provoke him blindly? They would only bring about their own destruction, saving us the trouble of intervening. Xinyuan City. After the battle, Zhao Shanhe seemed to have just bathed in blood, with thick blood occasionally dripping from his armor. With every step he took, a bright red footprint was left on the ground. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, before he could take off his armor, a personal guard rushed over. Lord, according to the latest news, something sensational has happened within the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, Zhao Shanhe snorted disdainfully. Humph, how big of a deal can happen in the Dragon Kingdom? Just a few rats, can they really turn the world upside down? If it weren't for me having to keep an eye on those beasts over there jumping around, I would have gone back and turned their rat nest upside down long ago. This time, this matter is somewhat related to you, the personal guard said awkwardly. Hearing this, Zhao Shanhe raised an eyebrow. Do you remember that Meng Hang from back then? Zhao Shanhe pondered for a moment before saying, isn't he the kid who had his exam qualifications cancelled? The personal guard nodded excitedly. What happened to that kid? The bodyguard said excitedly. He actually went to block the gate of the Imperial Capital University, just like you did back in the day. After hearing this, Zhao Shanhe was clearly taken aback, then a look of delight spread across his face. Ha ha ha, good. I knew back then that this kid had my style, I really didn't misjudge him. Today's young people have no guts at all. So what if they know they can't win? Just fight first. But the students of Imperial Capital University are indeed something. How long did that Meng Hang kid hold out? He's been blocking the gate for 2 days now, and so far he hasn't lost. Zhao Shanhe was clearly surprised. He didn't expect that kid named Meng Hang could last this long. Well, although he does have some strength, he's still a bit lacking compared to me back in the day. I remember when I was in front of Imperial Capital University, I knocked out every freshman with a single punch. They couldn't even lift their heads. This kid still needs to work harder. Hearing their lord say this, the bodyguard felt a bit awkward. According to the news that came in, just now that Meng Hang kid fought against hundreds of teachers and students from the Imperial University all by himself, using some unknown level of wood-type ability, and turned the entire entrance of the university into a forest, directly taking out those hundreds of people. I heard even the president of Imperial Capital University, Lu Yuanhu, couldn't escape and is still hanging in the tree. Zhao Shanhe, who had been calm, nearly had his eyes pop out after hearing this. One against hundreds, and he took them all out? Are you sure the news isn't mistaken? I'm sure. Goodness, this kid is even fiercer than I was back in the day. From today on, keep a close watch on Meng Hang's every move. As soon as he enters the first line sky, we have to grab him, even if we have to use a sack. In just half a day, Meng Hang transformed from an unknown nobody into a household name, a genius comparable to Zhao Shanhe. Of course, every genius has stepping stones on their path to growth. This time, after Zhao Shanhe, Imperial Capital University became the laughingstock of many once again, and this time the ridicule was even more severe than the last. One person against hundreds, and he was thoroughly beaten. Moreover, he was literally hung in a tree, and even their own president wasn't spared. They lost face completely. Years later, when a student from Imperial Capital University argued with students from other universities, he said, "You, a student from a second-rate university, dare to mock my Imperial Capital University? Ha, at least we weren't blocked at the school gate, with all the faculty and students, including the president, taken out by that guy." Our Imperial Capital University is one of the 4 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom. You all hung yourselves in the Southeast branch. Our school has S-level ability students everywhere, and SS-level ones are even more common. You all hung yourselves in the Southeast branch. Our students made significant contributions in the battle against the demon race. You all hung yourselves in the Southeast branch. In the end, the student from Imperial Capital University tearfully lost the argument. People even made up a joke, after the new rain in the empty mountains, hanging oneself in the Southeast branch. To see 1,000 miles ahead, hanging oneself in the Southeast branch. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. The hero hangs himself in the Southeast branch. Top University Imperial Capital University, all faculty and students hang themselves in the Southeast branch. Lu Yuanhu, hanging in the tree, felt weak all over, his face turning red. He felt like he wanted to die. The reputation of Imperial Capital University was completely ruined by him. Meng Hang walked to the tree where Lu Yuanhu was tied up, looked up at him, and smiled, saying, "President Lu, I guess I've completely won today. Let's not waste time. As long as you admit you lost, I won't come back tomorrow and will directly move on to Magic City University." Hearing this, Shi Ji, who was hanging from the tree, turned pale with fright. It was one thing not to have witnessed Meng Hang's strength firsthand before, but now that he had seen the various methods of this monstrous talent, he could only imagine the scene of the entire students and faculty of Magic City University hanging from the tree. It was too horrific to bear. He didn't even dare to think about it. Fortunately, before Chi Ji could speak, Lu Yuanhu took the lead. "Today we lost, but that doesn't mean our entire Magic City University lost. The top few prodigies of this generation are currently undergoing trials in the secret realm. If they haven't made a move, we can't say that our Magic City University has completely lost." Meng Hang disdainfully curled his lip and said, "Your entire school is no match for me. Do you really think a few people can stand against me?" It wasn't arrogance. If he were to get serious, he truly couldn't find anyone among his peers who could compete with him. Indeed, he was that confident. Despite having witnessed Meng Hang's strength, Lu Yuanhu still held on to his confidence. He swung back and forth on the tree, his eyes radiating an indescribable light as he said to Meng Hang, "Meng Hang, I mentioned before that this year, you're not the only prodigy. We've also taken in a few prodigies this year. They are the seeds that can lead our Magic City University to another glory. If you haven't defeated them, you can't claim to have completely defeated us." Meng Hang tapped his ear, impatiently saying, "You said so much, but where are they? I've been blocking the door for 2 days, and I haven't seen a single one of the prodigies you mentioned come out." Hearing this, Lu Yuanhu appeared somewhat embarrassed. Since he learned that Meng Hang was blocking the door, he had already sent someone to notify them to return, but who knew they still hadn't come back by now? They went to the secret realm for trials. They should be back by tomorrow at the latest. Fine, then I'll wait another day. After saying this, Mang Hang released his wooden escape. The lush forest in front of Magic City University instantly vanished, leaving only a chaotic ground covered in vines. The hundreds of people hanging from the tree fell to the ground like ripe ginseng fruits, one by one. Although the forest had disappeared, the toxins from the pollen absorbed by everyone had not vanished. These hundreds of people collapsed weakly to the ground, writhing like maggots. Mang Hang looked at this tragic scene and felt somewhat embarrassed. He had only intended to deal with the students of Magic City University, but unexpectedly, he had used too much force and dragged innocent people into it. Well, I'm off then. Mang Hang didn't even know who he was saying this to, he just dropped the line and ran. Finding a secluded corner, Mang Hang suddenly looked up, staring at a drone that was quietly following him in the sky. Bang! Just as he looked up, a crow with blood-red pupils flew in at high speed and smashed the drone to pieces. Mang Hang glanced around again, confirming there were no more watchers, then stepped forward and vanished into thin air. When he stepped out again, he had already returned to the villa. Fatty? Master Liao Shan? Mang Hang called out a couple of times, only to find the villa empty. He didn't pay it much mind, took a shower, and then collapsed into bed. Despite appearing calm on the surface while dealing with hundreds of people, that move of summoning the tree realm had nearly drained his mental energy. Fortunately, with the help of the Hashirama cells providing a large amount of mental energy, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to perform it at all. After an unknown amount of time, Mang Hang groggily heard the sound of a door opening, reluctantly getting out of bed. The ones who opened the door were Fatty and Master Liao Shan. However, when Mang Hang saw their appearance, his previously drowsy eyes whitened instantly. Both of them were in tatters, Fatty's hair looked like a bird's nest, and there was even a leaf stuck to Master Liao Shan's bald head. The two of them helped each other as they walked in. When they saw Mang Hang, who looked spirited and full of energy, their eyes were filled with endless resentment. What the hell, did you two go up a tree to steal bird eggs? Mang Hang asked in surprise. He shouldn't have asked, as this question directly made the faces of the two turn red with anger. The monk Liao Shan trembled as he pointed his right hand at Mang Hang, gritting his teeth and saying, "How can you still have the nerve to say that? We originally just wanted to join in the fun and cheer you on. Not to mention me. But the fat guy here didn't even step forward when the students from the Imperial Capital University were ready to take action against you, he just stood silently behind me. What bad intentions could we have? We just wanted to enjoy the excitement. But you, without any consideration, directly dragged that group of students along with us up the tree. I even saw a drone used for live streaming zooming in on my face for a close-up. What a disgrace. A tremendous humiliation. I, a poor monk, have never suffered such humiliation in all these years. And I didn't expect to fall into your hands today. And that pollen in the woods left us both feeling weak. Do you know how we made it back?" Mang Hang had just said a few words when Liao Shan unleashed a barrage of complaints. By the end, Mang Hang finally understood that among the hundreds of people hanging in the trees, there were these two as well. I really didn't do it on purpose," Mang Hang weakly explained. In the end, the fat guy and Liao Shan extorted a meal from Mang Hang before letting it go. Meanwhile, in the luxurious Hua family mansion, Hua Hongjin and Wan Hong exchanged glances, while Wan Su and Hua Qiu behind them looked terrified. How is it possible? How can he be this strong? Hua Qiu muttered in disbelief. He knew Mang Hang was formidable, but he thought he was just a bit stronger than himself. Compared to the real geniuses from his school, it was still a world apart. But after watching the video today, Hua Qiu realized he was wrong, dead wrong. Mang Hang was a complete prodigy, and at this moment, he couldn't even muster a shred of resistance. But that didn't mean he wasn't jealous. I can't compare to Yifan from the Yi family, but how can a country bumpkin from a third-tier city be this strong? Hua Hongjin and Wan Hong exchanged glances, both seeing the retreat in each other's eyes. This kid is just too extraordinary, otherwise, we should just forget about dealing with him. Hua Hongjin spoke first. This sentiment resonated with Wan Hong, so he quickly added, "That's right, even if we can't befriend him, we can't offend him." Hua Qiu, who had been in a daze behind them, suddenly turned sullen upon hearing the conversation between the two elders. If Mang Hang didn't die, wouldn't he have to live under Mang Hang's shadow forever? "Grandpa, this matter can't just end like this." Before Hua Qiu could react, Wan Su shouted out first. "That bastard almost killed me back then, Grandpa. Can you bear to see your granddaughter suffer such humiliation?" Faced with his precious granddaughter's lament, Wan Hong helplessly said, "Wanner, you're not a child anymore, you should consider the family. Some people can be provoked, but some people cannot. Mang Hang is already fully capable. If we take action against him, it might drag our entire Wan family into it. We must consider the bigger picture." Seeing her usually doting grandfather not favoring her this time, Wan Su's spoiled temper flared up. She even took out a dagger and pressed it against her throat, shouting hysterically at Ruan Hong, "I don't care. I don't care. I must make that little bastard die. If he doesn't die, I'll die right here in front of you." Impudent! What kind of behavior is this? Ruan Hong was so enraged by his granddaughter that his hair stood on end. With a fierce glare, he shouted at Ruan Su. Ruan Su trembled in fear. She had never seen her grandfather so furious with her before. Along with her fear, a surge of resentment welled up inside her. "Meng Hang, it's because of you that Grandpa is so angry with me. I want you dead, you must die." With that thought, she steeled her heart and plunged the dagger into the flesh of her neck, blood gushing out in bright red. Seeing his granddaughter actually go through with it, Ruan Hong deflated like a punctured balloon and hurriedly called out to stop her. "No, no, my precious girl, Grandpa will agree to you. You can't lie to me, Grandpa." Ruan Su gripped the dagger tightly, tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms in the rain. "When have I ever lied to you?" After saying this, Ruan Hong helplessly gestured to Hua Hongjin beside him. "I apologize for making the Hua family head laugh. I only have this one precious granddaughter. Since she has threatened her life, let Meng Hang's life be taken by my Ruan family." "Ah, what is the head of the Ruan family saying? At our age, we can say that the vast family fortune is for the younger generation. It's understandable, it's understandable." Although Hua Hongjin appeared to say this, he was secretly overjoyed. Without having to act himself, the Ruan family would deal with that little monster. What could be better? Ruan Hong, this old fox, naturally guessed Hua Hongjin's thoughts almost perfectly and snorted coldly in his heart. At this moment, Hua Qiu, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back. It was unclear whether he was clever or foolish. After witnessing Meng Hang's strength today, Hua Qiu felt that the Ruan family alone might not be enough, so he wanted his own family to join in, thus increasing their chances. Steeling himself, he spoke to Hua Hongjin. "Dad, there's actually something I've never told you. A couple of days ago, I hired someone from the Dark Pavilion to assassinate Meng Hang, but unfortunately, it failed." "What?" Hua Hongjin's expression, which had been somewhat relieved, suddenly changed, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Where did you get the dark web contact information?" "It was given to me by Yi Yun from the Yi family. Why didn't you tell me about this at the time?" Hua Hongjin glared at his disappointing son, questioning him. Hua Qiu hadn't expected his father to be so angry and stammered, At that time, I didn't know he was so powerful. I thought I could handle him myself." "Does Meng Hang know that you hired an assassin to kill him?" Hua Hongjin suppressed his anger and asked. "He should know." Smack! A crisp, loud slap echoed throughout the room. "You incompetent fool! Do you know what it means to cut the grass and remove the roots?" "Dad, even if he knows I hired the assassin, Meng Hang might not dare to retaliate against our Hua family. After all, so many days have passed, and he hasn't reacted at all. This matter might just pass." Hua Qiu hurriedly defended himself. "What do you mean might?" Hua Hongjin looked at his son with a face full of disappointment and sorrow. "You've created such a huge enemy for the Hua family, you can't hold on to a glimmer of hope. You understand that there are 1,000 days of being a thief but not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. If one day he turns against us, with his unpredictable spatial abilities, are we supposed to be on guard all the time?" After saying this, he helplessly looked at Ruan Hong. "I apologize for making the Ruan family head laugh." Ruan Hong didn't even lift his eyelids, replying with a half-smile, "What is the Hua family head saying? They are all just children, it's understandable." So now, just now, his own words were returned to him unchanged, and Hua Hongjin's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had such an unworthy son. He could only force a bitter smile and said, "The matter of killing Meng Hang counts as my Hua family's responsibility too. With our two families teaming up for a surprise attack, I don't believe that Kid Meng Hang has any chance of survival." Ruan Hong nodded in satisfaction and said, "Since our two families are joining forces, I won't hold back." With that, he gently clapped his hands. "Ruan Zhu, Ruan Xiong, Ruan Hu, come in." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door, and 3 tall, burly men walked in. Upon seeing these 3, Hua Hongjin's eyes lit up. It is said that in the deep mountains of the northeast, there are legends of 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. It can be seen that the 3 under Ruan family head are truly exceptional, each one worth 100 men. Especially the one leading. The pressure from his presence makes me feel a bit shaken. Hua family head is too polite. The leading Ruan Zhu cupped his hands towards Hua Hongjin, and although he said this, the pride on his face was evident even to a blind person. Since Ruan family head is so sincere, my Hua family cannot be without a show of respect. Ing Er, Ing San, come out to greet Ruan family head. In the bright living room, 3 shadows flashed by, and the next moment, 3 men in black knelt on one knee before Hua Hongjin, defiantly looking at the 3 burly men. Upon seeing these three, Ruan Hong's expression changed slightly, but he soon burst into laughter. As expected of the Hua family, truly a gathering of talents, with the three brothers of the Ruan family plus your esteemed house's three, capturing that kid can be said to be a piece of cake. Seeing the two families joining forces, with experts emerging, Hua Qiu, who had been frowning, revealed a hint of a smug smile. Meng Hang, I've staked my future on this, you better not die on me. The dark night seemed to be painted with an endless thick ink across the horizon. The earth had already fallen asleep, and apart from the occasional bark of a dog, the desolate streets were silent. Under the moonlight, 6 figures appeared in front of the fat man's villa. Although the 6 had come together, it was clear that they belonged to 2 factions. This time, we just need to take action. We still need the 3 brothers of the Hua family to hold the line for us, Ruanju said softly to the 3 men in black among the 6. Upon hearing this, the 3 shadow guards of the Hua family immediately became displeased. Although this assassination of Meng Hang was a joint effort between the 2 families, this action was also a display of their respective strengths. Just because your Ruan family is taking action, does that mean our 3 shadow guards are unworthy of a name? Thinking of this, Ing-san was the first to speak up. I think we should switch it up. We shadow guards are more skilled in assassination, although that little brat's strength cannot be underestimated. We guarantee to make him die cleanly and without a sound. As for the 3 of you, just watch from the sidelines. Bullshit. The most hot-tempered among the Ruan brothers, Ruanhu, directly cursed, that kid Meng Hang's life will be taken by our Ruan family. You'd better not interfere, or after dealing with that little brat, we'll take care of you too. If you have the ability, say it again. Ing-san's tone was flat, but the chilling killing intent was unmistakable. Just as the atmosphere was tense, Ing-yi spoke up. Everyone, calm down. The main target hasn't even been seen yet, and we're already fighting among ourselves. Is there no sense of professionalism left? How about this? Let's not differentiate who holds the line and who strikes. We'll all act together later. I don't believe that kid is really that formidable. 6 experts attacking together, and we can't kill him. The other 3 were initially silent, but then all nodded in agreement. As they argued, no one noticed a young man in a black robe, with a grim expression, slowly appearing on a tree not far from them, amidst a distortion of space. In the pitch-black night, he resembled a reaper of souls. Meng Hang squinted, listening to the 6 people still discussing how to deal with him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Which blind fool is provoking me again? Haven't they had enough of the Qingming festival? They want to add another bell, ha! He muttered to himself, then looked at the girl named Luo on his shoulder. Is it you guys from the Dark Pavilion again? Luo quickly shook her head and said, absolutely not, our Dark Pavilion has never acted with so many people together. Hearing Luo say this, Meng Hang's cold gaze swept over the 6. If looks could kill, these people would have died countless times already. Of course, the saying only applies to other books, it does not apply to Meng Hang. After all, Meng Hang's gaze could indeed kill, whoever he stared at would end up pregnant. So the loudest instigator, Ruanhu, was the first to be met with Meng Hang's glare. Bang! The next moment, Ruanhu's head vanished without warning, blood spraying high like a water pump, splattering the remaining 6 all over. The 5 who had already planned to attack felt warm liquid flowing down their faces, their bodies jolting as they momentarily failed to comprehend what had happened. When they realized Ruanhu was still standing there, but his head had mysteriously disappeared, the 5 felt their scalps go numb, a chill rushing over them. Ruan Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stepped forward to support Ruanhu's body, which was about to fall. Who? If you have the guts, come out. At this moment, Ruan Xiong couldn't care less about assassination and roared out loud. The 3 brothers had grown up together, not knowing how many life and death situations they had faced to reach this point. Never did he expect that his good brother would die in such a bizarre manner today, making it hard for him to accept. Fortunately, this was Fatty's villa, and apart from this family, there were basically no other people around. Inside, Fatty and the monk He Liao heard the shouting outside and quickly got up to check. However, as soon as they stepped out the door, they found that one of Meng Hang's shadow clones was already waiting outside. Mengur, did you come out because you heard the noise outside? Fatty asked with a frown. Meng Hang waved his hand nonchalantly and said, it's nothing serious, just a few dogs barking outside. You guys go back to sleep. Fatty and He Liao looked at Meng Hang with strange expressions. They naturally knew that it was not just dogs barking, but after going through so much, they understood how twisted Meng Hang was, so they didn't worry about him, but instead began to mourn for the people outside. Mengur, I suspect you were some kind of disaster star in your past life. Why is it that trouble always finds you? Fatty said helplessly. Meng Hang shrugged, looking equally innocent. How the hell would I know? I was sleeping just fine, and yet there are always blind fools coming to my door. What can I do? I can only send them off to reincarnate. His words were calm, but they made the two of them shiver involuntarily, closing the door with their tails between their legs, ignoring the outside world. Get out here quickly. I will definitely skin you alive and make sure you die a terrible death. Seeing no one respond, Ruan-Hu continued his impotent rage. Bang! The next moment, the only response to him was a shower of blood. Ruan-Xiong, who had lost his head, also collapsed silently to the ground, the blood flowing from him merging with Ruan-Hu's blood on the ground, creating a chillingly eerie scene in the dark night. The battle hadn't even started, and their side had inexplicably lost 2 members. The remaining 4's faces changed drastically, filled with panic. The unknown is the most terrifying. If Meng Hang had directly killed the 2 in front of them, they would have been shocked, but not as afraid as they were now. After all, witnessing this bizarre head disappearance technique in person would chill anyone to the bone. The remaining 4 were so scared that their palms were sweating, their feet numb, and their bodies were covered in a fine layer of sweat. Damn it, this is too creepy, let's run. At that moment, the 4 of them disregarded their target for the night and turned to flee in 4 different directions. Seeing them scatter, Meng Hang on the tree let out a cold laugh, and surprisingly, 4 blood-red crows emerged from his body, each chasing after one of the fleeing individuals. The 4 crows had inscriptions appearing in their eyes, and among the 3 targeted by the ominous crows, their heads exploded, and they ceased to breathe in an instant. The remaining one, Ing San, was still desperately running, but the focus of the ominous crow's gaze was not on his head, but ahead in the direction he was fleeing. The space twisted for a moment, and the next second, Ing San's expression changed drastically as he slammed to a stop, staring in terror at the suddenly appearing Meng Hang. He, got you. At this point, the roles had reversed. Meng Hang, who was originally the prey, shed his disguise and became the hunter. Meanwhile, Ing San, who was once the hunter, had now become the weak and helpless prey. So it was you behind this. Seeing that it was Meng Hang, Ing San gasped. But after that exclamation, he immediately turned and fled in the opposite direction with even greater speed. Terrified out of his wits, Ing San had no thoughts of resistance left. He just wanted to get as far away from Meng Hang as possible. Watching the assassin flee in such a panic, Meng Hang did not make a move this time. He simply stood there, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on his face, and said, "If you don't want your head to move house, you'd better stand still and not run." Those words were like a binding spell, causing Ing San's body to freeze in place. He mechanically turned his head, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and with a bitter smile, asked Meng Hang, "There are 4 of us, why are you targeting me?" Meng Hang's lips curled into a slight arc as he replied, "Because the other 3 are dead." Upon hearing this, Ing San's heart stopped for a few seconds. They had been running for no more than 2 minutes, and in that short time, he had actually killed the other 3. This kid's strength is still being concealed. Thinking of the abilities Meng Hang had displayed in the video, Ing San couldn't help but shout in his heart. "I originally thought I was the unluckiest one, but it turns out I'm the luckiest." At this point, a cruel glint flashed in Ing San's eyes. Suddenly, a figure identical to Ing San appeared behind Meng Hang, and without a word, it stabbed a knife through his back. At the same time, the Ing San in front of Meng Hang slowly disappeared, while the Ing San who had attacked Meng Hang revealed a sinister smile. "Hee, kid, although your spatial ability is freakish, I'll attack you while you're caught off guard. Let's see how you use your spatial powers now." "Oh, too bad to disappoint you." Ing San's sinister smile instantly froze on his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. In despair, he shouted, "Why the hell is your spatial ability still a passive skill?" He continued to swing his dagger wildly at Meng Hang, hoping for a miracle to strike him. Unfortunately, Meng Hang at that moment was like a miracle himself. He let the dagger slice through him, yet not even the corner of his clothes was damaged. "Luo, I'll leave him to you. Make him spill everything he knows." "All right, young master." Luo replied excitedly. She had lost track of how long it had been since she had tortured someone and was already craving it. With a slight movement of her fingers, the already nervous Ing San froze in place, completely stiff. Ing San maintained his knife-wielding posture, his eyes darting around in terror as he looked at the puppet sitting on Meng Hang's shoulder. In the next moment, it seemed he had realized something, his pupils suddenly constricting as he incredulously said, "A talking puppet, a control type, you are the ding of the 12 heavenly stems of the Dark Pavilion." "Oh, the kid has some knowledge." Luo raised her eyelids, somewhat surprised. Hearing Luo's response, despite being under control, Ing San thought of the rumors about this pervert who enjoyed turning living people into puppets, and his whole body trembled like a leaf. "Just kill me, I can't say a word. Woo woo woo." Just as he was halfway through his harsh words, he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in his lips. He tried to scream, but found his mouth seemed to be sewn shut, unable to open. After stitching Ing San's mouth shut with threads of mental energy, Luo clapped her hands in satisfaction. She was really afraid that this toy would panic and spill all the information before she had a chance to play with him. Stealing a glance at Meng Hang, seeing that he showed no signs of disgust, Luo quietly breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes then filled with an excitement that was both immense and extremely cruel. Don't break him, we still need to find out who the mastermind is behind this. Seeing Luo's expression, Meng Hang said lightly, don't worry, I have a fire burning in my heart. First, the Dark Pavilion hired people to assassinate him repeatedly, and now they had directly sent 6 masters. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm Hello Kitty? Just right, let's settle old and new scores today. Hearing Meng Hang's reminder, Luo suppressed her inner restlessness and said, rest assured, young master, just watch. After saying that, her right hand moved skillfully, and Ingsan, who was frozen in place, actually used his right hand holding the dagger to stab at his own belly. Woo 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 woo. Ingsan looked at his uncontrollable right hand, his eyes filled with unparalleled fear. Nothing was more despairing than the feeling of watching oneself being tortured. Hee, kid, you just said something wrong. You are not the luckiest one among these 4, instead, you are the most unfortunate. Pretty soon, you will despair and wonder why you didn't die sooner. Woo! In the next moment, the fearful whimper turned into a painful wail. However, due to his mouth being sewn shut, the wail was barely audible. The pitiful whimpering continued for nearly half an hour before the sound gradually diminished. At this moment, the empty street resembled a murder scene, with blood spraying in a radius of several meters around Ingsan, but strangely, there were no visible wounds on his body, except for a freshly stitched scar on his emaciated belly, which looked as grotesque as a centipede. If this scar were to be reopened, one would find that Ingsan's belly had no organs left. It was unclear what methods Luo had used to keep Ingsan alive in such a state. At this time, Ingsan's eyes were vacant, devoid of any light. He no longer had any expectations for life, only wanting to escape this despairing world as soon as possible. Luo stretched lazily, a look of satisfaction after climaxing on her face. The invisible threads on Ingsan's mouth were released, and blood foam surged from his mouth in an instant. After a long while, he looked at Meng Hang and struggled to say, Meng Hang, if you are still a man, do it yourself and give me a quick end. Hearing him say this, Luo shook her head and mocked, kid, you should be glad it's me who is taking action. If my young master were to act, then you would know what it means to wish for death. As she said this, it seemed she thought of something, and she couldn't help but shiver. Considering my family's young master, as long as you reveal the mastermind behind this, I'll make it quick for you. Otherwise, I'll have you sew back the organs you've had removed, one by one, and then cut them off again, one by one. Upon hearing this, Ingsan's pupils constricted violently, recalling how he had helplessly watched as his own organs were taken away, trembling uncontrollably. He shouted in desperation, I'll talk. It's the Hua family and the Ruan family teaming up to deal with you. A few minutes later, Luo sat quietly on his shoulder, not daring to breathe. Meng Hang sat cross-legged in the villa's living room, exuding a chilling aura. From the assassin named Ingsan, he learned that the heads of the Hua and Ruan families were conspiring to assassinate him. Ingsan even recounted how Ruan Su and Hua Chiu had been instigating the situation without missing a word. Bitch and dog, forever together. No wonder they're a couple. I spared you back then, and now you dare to provoke me. Young master, what should we do now? Luo asked weakly. What to do? Meng Hang's lips curled into a sinister smile. If they don't offend me, I won't offend them. Since they dare to provoke me, I'll send them to meet their end. With that, he stood up and walked out. 2 hours later, it was now around 3 in the morning, and the Hua family's mansion was silent. Just then, a disheveled figure appeared at the front gate. Luo looked at Meng Hang speechlessly and said, Young master, it was supposed to be less than an hour's journey, but we took 2 hours to find it. You rushed out earlier, and I thought you knew the way. Meng Hang replied awkwardly, I thought you knew it. Besides, I found it, didn't I? Meanwhile, inside the Hua family mansion, Ruan Hong and Hua Hongzhen sat motionless on the sofa, exuding the calmness of heads of the family. In contrast, the younger generation, Ruan Su and Hua Chiu, had been pacing the room since their subordinates left. Dad, it's already 3 o'clock, and there's still no news. What if something happened? Hua Chiu finally couldn't hold back and asked first. Hua Hongzhen frowned and said, Sure, in times of great importance, one must remain calm. You haven't remembered anything I taught you. But what? Hua Chiu wanted to say more but was interrupted by Hua Hongzhen. Our Hua family has come this far, not knowing how many bloody battles we've faced. If you can't keep your composure every time, you won't even need the enemy to strike. You'll scare yourself to death one day. Ruan Hong, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement and said to the equally restless Ruan Su, Your uncle Hua is right, you should keep this in mind. I understand, Dad. I understand, Grandpa. The two replied in unison. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock echoed in the empty room, causing everyone to fall silent. "Yi?" Hua Hongjin asked tentatively. There was no response from outside, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. "Ruanju?" Ruan Hong, not giving up, asked next. Still no answer from outside, and the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. The four exchanged glances, but no one took the initiative to open the door. "I found you just as the four were still figuring out how to respond," a ghostly voice echoed in the room. "Who?" The sudden sound made the four of them shiver, causing the two family heads to spring to their feet. Ruan Hong looked around but saw no one. Then, as if he thought of something, he slowly raised his head. This glance nearly scared the soul out of him. He saw a dark figure hanging upside down on the roof, staring at them with a sinister expression. "Up there!" Ruan Hong roared, his eyes nearly bursting, and suddenly a long sword appeared in his hand. With a swing, a beam of sword light slashed towards the shadow. The sword energy let out a long cry in the air and, in the blink of an eye, reached the roof. The violent sword energy directly tore the roof apart, and Meng Hang's figure vanished without a trace. Ruan Hong naturally couldn't naively believe that this one move could kill Meng Hang, otherwise, he wouldn't have stirred up such chaos in the Imperial Capital University in just 2 days. "Everyone come out!" With a roar, those hiding in the house swarmed out, filling the entire place. Even the stairs between the first and second floors were packed with people, tightly surrounding Ruan Hong and Hua Hongjin along with the other two. It turned out that these two old foxes had summoned all the experts from their families just in case, to prevent those 6 from failing and Meng Hang coming after them. On the second floor, one person shouted, and all eyes in the room turned to the second floor. There stood Meng Hang in a black robe, holding a purple long knife, looking down with a half-smile. "It seems you've really gone to great lengths to kill me." "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Hua Hongjin forced himself to calm down, signaling his subordinates not to act yet, smiling at Meng Hang. "We were misled by a villain and acted rashly. So, to make amends for what we've done, our Ruan family is willing to offer 300 million as compensation. And we would like to invite you to be a guest elder of our Hua family. What do you think?" Seeing him say this, Ruan Xiong quickly added, "Our Ruan family is also willing to offer the same compensation as the Hua family to make up for our mistakes, hoping that today's matter ends here." Tisk tsk. Meng Hang clicked his tongue, a cold smile forming in his heart. "Still blaming a villain? That villain is your precious little darling, isn't it?" He thought this but didn't show it on his face. On one hand, the 600 million in cash did tempt him, and on the other hand, Meng Hang feared that these people would act like the Zhang family from Yunsui City, leading to mutual destruction, leaving him with nothing. As for what would happen after receiving the money, when has Meng Hang ever been a man of his word? Good. Hearing this word, Ruan Hong and Hua Hongjin both looked pleased, knowing that this matter was very likely to pass. They had considered that Meng Hang might go back on his word, but with the 6 experts sent by both families already inside, Ruan and Hua's heads had no choice but to take a gamble. Although the two showed joy, behind them, Hua Qiu's expression was one of madness. "You must die. You have to die. You have become a nightmare in my heart. If you don't die, I can never improve my realm." At this moment, Hua Qiu was not blinded by anger but was frighteningly clear-headed. He knew that things had reached this point, and competing with his brother for the position of family head was no longer possible, so it was better to take a gamble now. S-class ability, biological exchange activated. Hua Qiu directly swapped positions with the person closest to Meng Hang behind him, his right hand transforming into a blade, aiming straight for Meng Hang's heart. Just as Meng Hang was about to speak, he raised an eyebrow, and with a flash, he turned into an afterimage, arriving in front of Hua Qiu before he could react. Taking advantage of the fact that Hua Qiu had not yet reacted, Meng Hang grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high with a chokehold. Meng Hang looked at the struggling Hua Qiu, a hint of brutality flashing in his eyes. "What's wrong? Do you want to dance too?" With his neck firmly gripped by Meng Hang, Hua Qiu felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, his eyes beginning to roll back. He desperately summoned his mental power, glancing at the others, hoping to use his abilities to switch places again. But Meng Hang, who had already understood his powers during the college entrance exam, would not let him have his way. With one hand tightly gripping Hua Qiu's neck, his other hand, large like a fan, swung down. "No!" Seeing this scene, Hua Hongjin's eyes instantly turned red, wanting to rush forward to stop it. Unfortunately, it was too late. Meng Hang's slap was swift and fierce, directly spinning Hua Qiu's head a full 720 degrees. At this moment, Hua Qiu's eyes had rolled back completely, the bones in his neck shattered, leaving only a thin layer of skin. His head hung limply on his chest, dead beyond measure. He tossed the body aside like garbage, then innocently looked at Hua Hongjin. "You can't blame me," he made the first move. Seeing his own son die so tragically before his eyes, Hua Hongjin no longer cared about any agreements. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared, "Kill this beast!" A great battle was about to erupt, as the fighters from the Ruan and Hua families rushed at Meng Hang like madmen. Meng Hang gripped a long knife, licking the blood splattered on his lips, then smiled cruelly. "You all made the first move." In an instant, he stepped forward, moving like a ghost into the crowd. In just a few seconds, those who had been fierce and ready to turn Meng Hang into mincemeat felt a gust of wind pass by, and then everyone froze in place, the room suddenly falling silent. The next moment, Meng Hang's figure appeared at the front door, casually putting the long knife back into his spatial ring. At the moment he sheathed his weapon, a line of blood appeared at the throats of everyone present, and they all collapsed helplessly to the ground. Blood flowed like a trickle from their necks, pooling together. In just a few breaths, the entire living room was covered in bright red blood, a nauseating stench filling the room. Slap! Slap! Meng Hang walked towards the already terrified Ruan Hong and Hua Hongjin, his feet splashing in the blood, each step making a slapping sound. At this moment, Ruan Hong and Hua Hongjin were terrified to the core by Meng Hang's powerful and ruthless methods. Especially Hua Hongjin, whose son had died tragically before him, feeling utterly powerless, a mix of sadness, anger, and fear drove him to madness. Without hesitation, he took out a crystal-clear glass ball from his spatial ring, looked at Meng Hang, and shouted, "Let's die together." When Hua Hongjin took out the glass ball, Meng Hang's scalp tingled. He was all too familiar with this thing. The head of the Zhang family had almost blown him up with it. However, in Meng Hang's perception, the violent power contained in this soul destruction pearl was several times more terrifying than the last one. Having learned from the previous lesson, Meng Hang would not give him a chance, directly activating his divine power to transport the pearl into the divine space. Hua Hongjin's face twisted in rage, knowing that today could not end well, so he planned to take everyone down with him. But the next moment, he felt a lightness in his hand. The mental power that was supposed to surge into the pearl gathered in his palm like a headless fly. Hua Hongjin slowly lowered his head, realizing that the pearl was nowhere to be seen. "Where did my soul burial pearl go?" He uttered a soul-searching question. He looked awkwardly at Meng Hang, who was still strolling towards him, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than crying, and said, "You see, can we talk again? Hee, what do you think?" "I think." Bang! Before Hua Hongjin could finish his sentence, his head was gone, leaving only a bleeding corpse behind. "I don't care what you think. I think it's not going to happen," Meng Hang said cruelly and dominantly. At this moment, Ruan Hong, who was beside Hua Hongjin, no longer had the imposing demeanor he had before. His white hair was stained red with the blood sprayed from Hua Hongjin, but he dared not move an inch. The infamous Mad Lion now looked as docile as an old sick cat. "Meng Hang, Meng Xiaoyu, we have no deep-seated grudges. The first to strike was also someone from the Hua family. It has nothing to do with me. As long as you spare me, I will give you the compensation we agreed upon just now. No, I will give you all the assets of the Ruan family, as long as you let me go." "All assets?" Meng Hang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Seeing Meng Hang smile, Ruan Hong's heart sank. He realized that this kid was completely a heartless monster. Even if he really gave him all his family assets today, this creature would not spare him. Thinking of this, Ruan Hong steeled himself and charged at Meng Hang. "You see, I was ready to have a good talk with you, but none of you want to talk to me. Then you can die." Meng Hang first pretended to be heartbroken, then suddenly shifted his tone, his eyes turning cold and ruthless. Ruan Hong, who had just taken 2 steps forward, didn't even have a chance to react before his head was gone. The once extravagantly decorated mansion had turned into a hellish battlefield, with dozens of cold corpses lying in pools of blood. At this moment, Meng Hang stood alone in the blood pool, which was already over his shoe soles, looking like a reincarnated Azura. The intoxicating aroma of blood filled the room as Luomi took a deep breath, then her mental threads spread throughout the living room like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. When she retracted the threads, dozens of spatial rings appeared in her hands, which she eagerly presented to Meng Hang. Meng Hang did not refuse, nodding in satisfaction, and was about to walk out. In the next second, he stopped again, turned his head, and asked Luo in confusion, "Did we forget someone?" Ruan Su was hiding under the bed in a guest room of the villa, terrified, covering her mouth with her hands to prevent herself from making any noise out of fear. Tears dripped onto the floor, and at that moment, she felt immense regret for forcing her grandfather to provoke the devil. Ruan Su strained her ears to listen to the commotion downstairs, realizing that the once noisy villa had turned into a dead silence. She silently prayed for her grandfather's victory, but when she didn't hear his voice, she still dared not come out. Step at that moment, footsteps were heard coming upstairs. The clock in the room ticked away, and she felt her heart racing to her throat, her right hand covering her mouth tightening unconsciously. Creak! The door to the adjacent room opened, the footsteps paused for a moment, then continued towards her room. Not grandpa, Ruan-Su thought in despair. If it were her grandfather, he would have called her name immediately to let her come out, not searching room by room like this. Ruan-Su was now terrified to the extreme, her teeth biting down on her lower lip. Due to the force, blood began to seep from the corner of her mouth. Creak! Another door opened. Here it comes. From under the bed, she caught a glimpse of light coming from the doorway, realizing that the demon had arrived in the room where she was hiding. Overwhelmed by immense fear, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Bang! 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 Her heart raced faster, and Ruan-Su wished she could crush her own heart, terrified that Meng Hang would hear it. The shadow at the door lingered for about 10 seconds, perhaps because nothing was found, before it closed the door and left. Listening to the footsteps fade away, Ruan-Su's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she collapsed weakly onto the floor. The tension had made her sweat, soaking the ground beneath her. Just as the pressure lifted from her body, suddenly, a chilling voice whispered in her ear, "So you are here." Ruan-Su felt as if she had been thrown into an ice cellar, her entire body turning cold. She slowly turned her head and saw a shriveled face with only the whites of the eyes remaining. It was her grandfather, Ruan Hong. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the villa. Scared? Scared to death? Meng Hang looked at Ruan-Su, who lay on the ground, and asked in disbelief. Facing this green tea bitch, he had originally intended to scare her first and then kill her. He never expected that the young lady of the Ruan family would be so timid that she could be scared to death. Luo, standing beside him, looked at the awkward Meng Hang in silence, thinking that he was straying further down a twisted path with no return. How could a normal person scare a living being to death in such a way? Not to mention a young girl, even a burly man would be terrified to death in such a horrific scene. It took 2 full hours to leave the fat man's villa, but returning home only took a few seconds thanks to his divine power. After arriving home, Meng Hang went straight to the bathroom for a shower. His black robe was impervious to water and fire, but his body was already covered in blood. Meng Hang emerged with his hair dripping wet, and Luo looked at this boy with a youthful face, unable to connect him to the executioner who had slaughtered dozens just moments ago. The capital was in an uproar, the entire city was boiling. The Hua family had been exterminated overnight, causing the atmosphere in the capital to grow tense. Meng Hang opened his eyes to another refreshing day, the events of last night weighing on him not at all. When he arrived at the entrance of Capital University again, he found that the crowd was twice as large as the day before. Even the originally wide road was now packed with people. Meng Hang checked the time and exclaimed in shock, "Goodness, it's only 7 in the morning. How can there be so many people already? These people can't have stayed overnight, can they?" As he approached the crowd, Meng Hang realized that the main topic of discussion was not the highly anticipated battle of the day, but rather the incident involving the Hua family. "Hey, did you hear? The Hua family was wiped out yesterday," a bald middle-aged man said mysteriously. "Your news is lacking. My neighbor's sister's daughter's classmate's boyfriend is in the city guard, and this is first-hand information." The skinny man next to the bald man replied. "Then tell me more." "It wasn't just the Hua family that was wiped out. I heard the head of the Ruan family and his precious granddaughter were also among them. You have no idea how gruesome it was. When the city guard opened the door, blood surged out like a wave, and the scene inside nearly stunned the guards. Dozens of corpses were sprawled inside, and upon inspection, almost all had their throats slit at the same time. Damn, could it be that both families offended some major power and were wiped out by a group sent by a mysterious force?" The bald middle-aged man said in surprise. "The most terrifying thing is that, after professional examination, it turns out that these dozens of people were all killed by the same person. One person, almost at the same time, slit the throats of dozens of people. Just think about how terrifying that person's strength must be." Hiss! A circle of people around were drawn in by the conversation of these two, and upon hearing this, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. When Ma Gan saw so many people paying attention to him, he became even more excited and continued, "Let me tell you, this person is not only terrifyingly strong but also a downright pervert." In the room, besides those who had their throats slit, the second son of the Hua family was even worse off. His neck was twisted like a twist of dough. And that's not the worst part. The city guard also found 2 headless corpses. Can you guess whose they are? The people around were so engrossed that they had no time to guess, urging Ma Gan to hurry up and tell them. "It's the head of the Hua family, Hua Hongjin, and the head of the Ruan family, Ruan Hong. Do you know where their heads were placed by the murderer? They were actually put on the 2 gate pillars at the entrance of the villa. One head on each side, looking just like 2 door gods. Oh, you should have seen how terrifying the scene was at that time." Ma Gan spoke vividly, as if he had witnessed it himself. However, when Meng Hang heard this, his expression turned grim. He found it disgusting to place heads in the Divine Might space. If one day he entered the Divine Might space and saw a pile of heads staring at him, he would be scared to death. So he just casually tossed the 2 heads in the room. When would he put them back on the gate pillars? This is really a pervert, the people around said with some fear in their expressions. This is just the beginning of the perversion. The city guard also found the body of the Ruan family's young lady, Ruan Su, in a guest room on the 2nd floor. Can you guess how she died? The bald middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, given that person's perversion, plus Ruan Su's stunning beauty, I guess the murderer must have raped her before killing her, then raped her again and killed her. Ma Gon shook his head and said softly, that's nothing, Ruan Su didn't have a single wound on her body. Then how did she die? She was scared to death. At this point, Ma Gon seemed to see the scene from last night and involuntarily shivered. Can you imagine how perverted that pervert is, to scare a living person to death? Goodness, even I, a pervert, think he's perverted. This is no longer something that can be described as perverted, this is a complete devil. By the end, Meng Hang could no longer tolerate these people's praise of him and said irritably, make way, I want to go in. Go in? Where the hell do you think you're going? Ma Gon, who was just getting into the conversation, became unhappy upon hearing someone trying to cut in line. Before he even turned around, he started cursing. I've been queuing here since early morning, and I finally got to this position. Do you think you're Meng Hang, trying to block the school gate? Do you have his strength? As he spoke, he turned his body around. When he saw Meng Hang behind him, dressed in a black robe with a sinister expression, he was so scared that his eyes rolled back. Fortunately, the people beside him supported him, preventing him from falling to the ground, and Meng Hang walked to the front under the awed gazes of the crowd. Looking around, he found that none of the so-called geniuses he had heard about yesterday were present, and he couldn't help but frown. Principal Lu, are you playing with me? Lu Yuan, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, repeatedly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Upon hearing Meng Hang's question, he hurriedly said, it will be soon, at the latest, in half an hour, they will be back. A group of people was hurrying along just a few kilometers outside the Imperial Capital University. Teacher, he's just a jumping clown, there's no need to rush like this. A boy dressed in hip-hop attire, wearing a cap backward, said somewhat speechlessly. We can't afford to be slow, the principal didn't specify on the phone, but he has given a strict order that we must return to school before 7:30. The leading teacher said with a grim expression. In the car, a middle-aged beautiful woman sighed as she looked out the window at Lin Luoxue, who seemed lost in thought. Luoxue, are you thinking about that guy again? Hearing her teacher speak to her, Lin Luoxue snapped back to reality and shyly replied, Master, what are you talking about? I was just wondering who has the audacity to block our school's gate. You think you can hide such thoughts from me? Don't blame me for taking your phone away, I checked the college entrance examination list for you. And that guy named Meng Hang didn't even make the cut. You two are now from different worlds, he simply doesn't deserve you. The middle-aged woman advised, looking out for Lin Luoxue. Teacher, you don't understand Meng Hang, something must have happened during the college entrance exam. Otherwise, with his abilities, he could definitely get into Imperial Capital University. Lin Luoxue anxiously defended Meng Hang. Alright, you don't need to speak for him anymore. This world respects strength. When the time comes, if you bring him here, I won't make it difficult for him. As long as he can defeat any freshman from Imperial Capital University, I will agree to you two being together. Do Shiran looked affectionately at her disciple and finally said helplessly, Master, what are you saying? He doesn't even know if he likes me. A blush appeared on Lin Luoxue's stunning face, like the evening glow at sunset, breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing her beloved disciple so deeply infatuated, Do Shiran could only sigh in despair. At the same time, she was immensely curious about what kind of man could enchant her talented and beautiful disciple like this. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, sitting behind them, calmly gazed out the window, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between the teacher and student. But no one noticed that his hands were tightly clenched, even drawing blood. A bright red banner hung at the school gate, the bold characters glaringly slapping the face of Imperial Capital University. Yet today, no one dared to mock Meng Hang. Subconsciously, they had already accepted him. Meng Hang sat confidently at the gate, resting with his eyes closed. He was back! He was back! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Instantly, the entire crowd erupted, turning to look behind. Meng Hang also opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance bursting forth from them. The crowd saw 4 people stepping out of a business car, led by a middle-aged beautiful woman, followed by 3 exceptionally talented young men. Wow, these 3 are the students Lu Yun who pinned his last hopes on. They don't look like they have 3 heads and 6 arms. Can they really defeat Meng Hang? After these few days of scrutiny, Meng Hang's image in everyone's minds had transformed from a showy clown to an invincible prodigy. That's hard to say. Did you see the handsome guy in front, the one who could make even men swoon? That's Yifan from the Yi family, rumored to have the power to determine life and death with a single word. Although that might be exaggerated, his abilities are indeed terrifying. And the beauty next to him is recognized as the campus flower among this year's freshmen. Not only is she stunning, but her abilities are also incredibly powerful, known as the Ice and Fire Queen. She's a dual element ability user? Ha, if it were that simple. What about the one in hip-hop clothes? Well, I really don't know. The 4 people who had just gotten off the car were taken aback to see hundreds of people gathered at the school gate. Damn, is it really that serious? It feels like half the capital has come. Yukan, dressed in hip-hop attire, said in shock. Yifan's calm gaze also showed a hint of surprise before he replied, after all, it's a big deal that someone is challenging our school. Naturally, there will be many curious onlookers. I really don't know what's wrong with this year's students, allowing one person to block the gate so brazenly. Do we still care about the reputation of our university? Do Shiran said with a frown. Earlier, she had only been told over the phone that someone was causing trouble at the school gate, but it hadn't been specified that Meng Hang was single-handedly overpowering hundreds of people, so she thought it was just a loser looking for attention in front of the university. The group pushed through the bustling crowd and arrived at the school gate, where they immediately spotted a young man in a black robe with a sinister appearance sitting there, oblivious to everyone around him. The other 3 were sizing him up, but Lin Luoxue stood frozen in place when she saw him. Meng Hang noticed the newcomers and slowly stood up, but the next second, he too was stunned. Oh, long time no see, Meng Hang waved at Lin Luoxue, who was standing there in a daze. Meng Hang, it really is you. Lin Luoxue's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as she took 2 steps forward and threw herself into his arms. You bastard, you finally know to come find me. Feeling the softness in front of him, Meng Hang stood frozen, forgetting to retract the hand he had extended. Not only was Meng Hang stunned, but everyone present was also bewildered. What was going on? How did the promised gate-blocking drama suddenly turn into a campus romance? Ah, my goddess. A heartbroken cry suddenly rang out from the crowd, igniting the atmosphere. Damn, what's going on? How did the new goddess of the university suddenly throw herself at him? My heart is shattered. I feel like I can never love again. I have a vendetta against Meng Hang. Not only is he blocking the school gate and slapping our university in the face, but now he's silently stolen the recognized goddess of our university. This is a heart-wrenching betrayal. A heart-wrenching betrayal. Yifan appeared calm on the surface as he watched Meng Hang, who still hadn't grasped the situation, but the murderous intent in his eyes was hard to conceal. Do Shiran was sizing up the young man in front of her, her anger rising. This kid looked decent, but at such a young age, where did he get such a sinister aura? Coupled with his self-righteous personality, she felt that Meng Hang was unworthy of her disciple. After the excitement, Lin Luoxue finally realized her inappropriate behavior and quickly stepped back a few paces, looking at Meng Hang with excitement. Meng Hang, are you here to enroll? I knew you could get into the capital university. Meng Hang awkwardly pointed to the banner above his head. Lin Luoxue followed his finger and looked up, immediately spotting the banner she had overlooked in her excitement and instinctively reading it aloud. Punching the capital university. What? You are the one blocking the gate. Lu Yuanhu, standing nearby, could no longer sit still. Clearly, he was the reinforcements, yet how had he turned into an enemy the moment he arrived? He was genuinely afraid that if he didn't stop this, it would soon turn into a couple blocking the gate together, and he would have nowhere to cry. Alright, Meng Hang, the people are here, let's get started. Meng Hang glanced at Lu Yuanhu and said nonchalantly, what's the rush? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers had no reaction. After all, they had grown accustomed to Meng Hang's arrogance over the past few days. However, the faces of the 4 who had just returned changed dramatically. Kid, you actually dare to speak to our principal like that? The one wearing a baseball cap, Yukan, was the first to step forward, glaring angrily at Meng Hang. Yifan's eyes also flashed with a hint of coldness. He thought it was a good opportunity to teach Meng Hang a lesson, so he directly said, Kid, apologize. I'm sorry. As soon as the words fell, everyone saw Meng Hang genuinely bowing respectfully to Lu Yuanhu and apologizing. Meng Hang's sudden action left the onlookers dumbfounded. No one expected that the arrogant Meng Hang, who had been so boastful for days, would actually apologize to Lu Yuanhu. Even Meng Hang himself was stunned. After hearing that handsome guy speak, a feeling of being compelled by some great principle washed over him, and he found himself apologizing involuntarily. Luo, who was on Meng Hang's shoulder, looked as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide as she stared at Yifan. Having been with Meng Hang for so long, whether he was arrogant or perverse, she had never seen anyone make him back down. Who was this person that could make her young master embarrassed just by appearing? Words have power. This is truly words having power. Someone shouted excitedly. The crowd suddenly realized that this was the legendary power of words, indeed terrifying. Goodness, after all these days, I've never seen Meng Hang back down. It seems he has really met his match today. Yeah. No wonder it's the Imperial Capital University. There are all kinds of monsters. What to do? The competition hasn't even started, and I'm already excited. Today's match is definitely going to be thrilling. At this moment, Lu Yuan, whose face was beaming with joy, looking at Meng Hang with a smug expression. Ah, young man, I told you not to be too arrogant when you're young. You've learned a lesson today, haven't you? As one of the 4 great academies, our Imperial Capital University's reputation is not just for show. Ignoring Lu Yuan, whose smug barking, Meng Hang's gaze turned cold as he stared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, words have power, seeing is believing, you are indeed remarkable. In the official match later, I will make sure to take good care of you. As he spoke, Meng Hang licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. Yi Fan instinctively frowned. When he felt Meng Hang's gaze on him, it was as if a cold, venomous snake was staring at him, sending chills down his spine. This was a sense of crisis he had never felt before in his life. He quickly suppressed the flicker of fear that had just arisen in his heart and met Meng Hang's gaze without any hint of trepidation. A mere clown dares to block the gates of Imperial Capital University. Today, I will teach you what it means to have respect. As Yi Fan spoke these words, a dignified aura of a true gentleman emanated from him, combined with his incredibly handsome appearance, giving off the vibe of a television drama protagonist. In contrast, Meng Hang, dressed in a black robe with a sinister expression, along with his earlier words, resembled a classic villain. Who do you think will win? After these past few days, I was convinced that Meng Hang would successfully block the gate, but now seeing Yi Fan's appearance, I suddenly believe that Imperial Capital University will definitely have the last laugh. Yeah, I feel the same. Mainly because this power of words is truly too perverse, it's practically a bug. How can we fight against that? Hee, well said, let me see how young Master Yi teaches me. After Meng Hang finished speaking, he provocatively beckoned Yi Fan with his hand. Yi Fan smiled confidently and was about to step forward. Just then, a few sudden screeches of brakes came from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. Yi Fan's foot, which had just stepped forward, halted, and he frowned as he turned to look back. In the distance, 3 business cars came to a stop, and the doors slowly opened, revealing several good-looking young people stepping out from each vehicle. The first car had a sunny young man in a white t-shirt and jeans emerge. Upon seeing the crowd gathered before him, he was not surprised at all. Instead, he excitedly waved his hand. The onlookers were speechless, wondering where this fool had come from. From the second car, a young man dressed in a white robe stepped out, holding a pitch-black inkstone in his left hand and a large brush in his right. He helplessly said to the sunny young man, Lin Yi, we're on someone else's turf, can you tone it down a bit? The young man called Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly, sure Yen, that's not right. Am I being too flashy? Compared to that recently famous Meng Hang, I'm practically low-key. At that moment, another young man stepped out of the second car, looking listless as he yawned and said, the principal is really something. We're only halfway through the trial, and the people from the Imperial Capital University have left. Why do we have to rush over? I just want to get a good sleep. As they were talking, the door of the third car slowly opened. The first thing that caught their eyes was a long leg clad in white stockings. Gulp! A collective sound of swallowing echoed through the crowd, as all the men stared intently at the car. A girl with long white hair, stunningly beautiful but with an icy expression, stepped out. She coldly surveyed the surroundings without saying a word. So cold! This was the shared thought of everyone present. This chill was not physical but psychological, instantly freezing any lingering thoughts they had about the girl. However, the next moment, all the men's faces turned red with excitement as they focused their gaze on the car. After the white-haired girl stepped out, another long leg in black stockings emerged behind her, with black hair and a face that looked exactly like the white-haired girl's. They were actually twins. But unlike her sister, the black-haired girl shyly hid behind her sister, timidly saying, Sister, there are so many people here, and they're all looking at us with strange eyes. I'm so scared. The white-haired girl gently patted her sister's head and said in a flat tone, Don't be afraid, sister, they're just a bunch of smelly men. Black stockings and white stockings twins, oh my god, just kill me now. Heaven, how can there be such perfection in this world? This is driving me to crime. If I could marry both of these twins, I would die without regrets. One by one, several more people got out of the car, making a total of 5, as they walked through the crowd towards the school gate, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. The black-stockinged sister timidly tugged at her sister's clothes, following behind like a frightened little deer. These individuals exuded an intangible aura, causing the crowd to part and make way for them. At the entrance, Yifan frowned upon seeing them get out of the car and muttered to himself, "What are these people doing here instead of in the secret realm for the trial?" As they approached, the 7 of them first greeted the representatives from 3 other universities, acknowledging their teachers. Seeing that their students had all arrived, Shiji and the other 2 showed expressions of joy. Only Lu Yuan, whose previously excited demeanor turned extremely grim upon seeing these individuals. He had a rough idea of what the other 3 universities were implying. "What do you mean by bringing these people here? Are you planning to challenge Meng Hang directly?" Hearing him say that, the 3 of them felt no embarrassment. Instead, they were somewhat gleeful. Ever since witnessing Meng Hang suppress 100 people by himself yesterday, the 3 of them had discussed afterward that they absolutely could not let Meng Hang come to their school to cause trouble. It was one thing for the Imperial Capital University to lose face. They didn't want to see Meng Hang hanging all their students at the entrance of their own school. Just thinking about that scene was enough to make their eyes sting. So rather than waiting for Meng Hang to block their door, it was better to take this opportunity to call over their own few prodigies directly, completely denying Meng Hang the chance to cause trouble. Even if, hypothetically, their prodigies really lost, it would still be less embarrassing than having nearly 100 students from the Imperial Capital University hung at their doorstep. Lu Yuan, who instantly grasped the key point, his face turning red with anger as he pointed at the shameless group in front of him. Good. You really have a good plan. To stop Meng Hang from blocking your school, you actually brought people over to mine. Do you have any shame left? Hua Chengyun said with a grin. What are you talking about, Principal Lu? Our 4 major academies are like branches of the same tree, we rise and fall together. If we bring our school's most talented prodigies over to help, and in the end, we win against Meng Hang, wouldn't that also bring you some glory? Beside him, Lin Yi, with a similar mischievous expression, chimed in. What Teacher Hua said is right. The top batch of freshmen from our 4 major academies is all here. Winning against that kid is just a piece of cake. Watching the newcomers, the battle that was on the verge of breaking out suddenly turned into a casual chat, which made the crowd waiting below grow dissatisfied. I'm not saying this, but who are these people? If they're not competing, they should just stand aside and not block our view. Exactly. Yifan and Meng Hang were about to fight, and now that they've shown up, they're not going to fight anymore. I've already taken off my pants. I didn't come to watch them chat. Damn! I know who they are now. Who are these people? As someone recognized the group, the crowd immediately stirred, urging the person to speak quickly. Look at that boy in the t-shirt and jeans. I saw him on the college entrance exam rankings. He's the famous Lin Yi. Who is Lin Yi? Someone asked, looking confused. Damn, don't tell me he's the one who can control hundreds of flying swords, the one whose words can shock the world. That's right. It's him. Hiss. If you say it like that, then that young man in the white robe must be Sharingan, who paints with the world using a black and white inkstone in his left hand and a spring and autumn brush in his right. Damn, how did all these prodigies come together? Where are the black and white messengers from the Shao family? Why haven't I seen them? Someone stood on tiptoe, craning their neck to look at the few people, trying to find the legendary pair of black and white messengers, one with a long tongue, holding a soul-locking chain, and the other with a heavenly balance, both known for bringing wealth. Do you think it's possible that they are the pair of twins? Don't tell me the legendary pair of black and white messengers are these 2 sisters in black and white silk. Don't you think it's exciting? Someone rubbed their hands together, letting out a lewd laugh. So, the top prodigies from the 4 major academies are all gathered here today, preparing to deal with Meng Hang? Meng Hang is really in trouble this time. These people are not like us small fries. He can't just open his mouth and suppress 100 people like before. Forget about 100, even one-on-one with these prodigies, whether he can win is still uncertain. I can't take it anymore. I feel like my blood is boiling. Meng Hang at the front could hear the conversation below clearly, watching with great interest the group of people who had never looked at him properly from the very beginning. They really don't take Dad seriously. Meng Hang muttered to himself, then said loudly, have you all finished chatting? Since you're all here, that's just great. I won't have to go door to door. Today, I'll convince all of you so I can hurry home and sleep. Overestimating yourself. Yi Fan snorted coldly, stepping forward, ready to make a move. Just then, a long hand rested on his shoulder, and Lin Yi spoke up, Brother Yi, don't be in such a hurry. Since we have guests from afar, let me, as a guest, take the first shot to experience this person's skills. Before Yi Fan could refuse, Shuriyen, holding a brush, also said, convince us? I'm being underestimated here. Let me see who has the courage to speak like that. This group consisted of the top young talents, admired by their peers. When had anyone dared to speak to them like this? So they all wanted to take action and teach this arrogant kid a lesson. The pair known as the Black and White Impermanence, Xiaolinger, pulled her sister Xiaowaner out as well. What are you guys arguing about? Ladies first, let us take the stage first. Watching the few of them eager to take the lead, Meng Hang smiled nonchalantly, counting the number of people present with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 6. At this point, Meng Hang looked at the conflicted Lin Luoxue and asked, "Are you participating in this competition?" Lin Luoxue looked up at Meng Hang, pleading, "Can't we skip it? I'll go ask the principal, he'll definitely give you a spot for admission, and then we can cultivate together." Meng Hang shook his head with a smile, ignoring Lin Luoxue's pitiful expression. The atmosphere has reached this point, how can we not compete and face all those waiting to watch? But, Luoxue, what more can you say to this self-righteous kid? Don't forget you're a student of the Imperial Capital University. Lin Luoxue wanted to say more, but was rudely interrupted by Do Shiran beside her. She had been sizing up Meng Hang, his ominous aura and the faint killing intent that sometimes flickered in his eyes made her a bit startled. How can a young kid have such a murderous intent? Coupled with the bravado he had just displayed, Do Shiran felt even more disgusted. Others might not know, but she had personally led these few to the trial and had witnessed their monstrous strength firsthand. So she particularly despised Meng Hang's boastful words. Lin Luoxue smiled bitterly, apologizing to Meng Hang. "I'm sorry, I'm also part of the Imperial Capital University." Meng Hang shrugged indifferently and said, "Then count you as one, that makes 7 of you. I'll have to make 7 moves, right?" No, that's not it. At this moment, a soft and sweet voice interrupted Meng Hang. He looked up to find it was Xiaowaner, who had been hiding behind her sister. Seeing Meng Hang looking over, Xiaowaner quickly shrank her head back, and Xiaolinger could only shake her head helplessly, continuing, "We sisters count as one. Don't say we're bullying you, we sisters are in sync, whether there's one person or several on stage, it's still the 2 of us who will deal with it." Hearing this, Meng Hang's eyes suddenly lit up. "So when you look for boyfriends, do you look for just one as well? That man would be so lucky." As soon as he finished speaking, all the men present felt their hearts skip a beat. Which man could refuse to have a pair of twin sisters at the same time? Moreover, one was a cold, frosty older sister in white stockings, while the other was a delicate younger sister in black stockings. When Xiaolinger heard Meng Hang's words, a layer of frost appeared on her already icy face. "Humph, a debauched scoundrel, today I will tear your mouth apart." With that, a pitch-black chain suddenly extended from her palm, ready to strike at Meng Hang. "Wait a minute." Meng Hang quickly waved his hand to stop her attack. "What's wrong? Are you scared now?" Xiaolinger sneered, tugging at the corner of her mouth. Scared? I'm not afraid that 7 of you won't be enough for me to beat." Meng Hang licked his lips, speaking with both cruelty and excitement. "What do you mean by that?" If 7 of you take turns, it'll take until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. You might as well all come at me together." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd, who had been waiting impatiently, erupted in an uproar. "Damn, how can he be so arrogant? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. I suspect he hasn't heard of these people's names. It's hard to say, he might think these people are like us, and just crush them. Ah, youthful arrogance, he'll have his moment to cry later." Laughter filled the air. The few prodigies in the arena laughed. Once upon a time, these were the words they said to others. They never expected that today someone would dare to say this to them. Underestimated, ha! After a flurry of discussions, there was a dead silence, everyone wide-eyed, waiting to see how they would respond. "Meng Hang, don't let your mouth run wild. You're not worthy of us teaming up against you." Yifan raised his proud head, looking at Meng Hang with disdain. As if joking, he was the most outstanding young member of the Yi family in the imperial capital. How could he do something so degrading? Whether you agree or not is up to you. Meng Hang smiled sinisterly, forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang! 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 5 identical clones of Meng Hang appeared beside him, all staring at the 7 people present with malicious eyes. Clones. Am I getting old, or are my eyes playing tricks on me? Someone rubbed their eyes vigorously, doubting their vision. If I remember correctly, he used the 5 elemental abilities of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth a couple of days ago, and then he used an SS-level or higher power ability. Now this is his 7th ability, right? This world has already bugged out. It's hopeless, let's just destroy it. Some were already questioning their existence. Lu Yuanhu and the representatives from the other 3 families had veins bulging on their foreheads. They had lived for so many years and had never heard of anyone possessing so many abilities at once. Meng Hang looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Then, the 7 Manghangs simultaneously licked their lips with crimson tongues, speaking in a tone that sent chills down one's spine. Let's dance together. With that, without giving the 7 so-called geniuses a chance to refuse, 6 figures simultaneously vanished from their spots, turning into 6 afterimages rushing out. We will explain the 6 battles separately. Among these 8, there was a robust young man with a face full of flesh, named Wu Yong. Although his reputation wasn't as famous as the others, his strength was not to be underestimated. Upon seeing Meng Hang charging at him, Wu Yong snorted coldly and casually said, "Connection." As Meng Hang moved at high speed, he frowned, feeling something latch onto him. However, this sensation came quickly and left just as fast, causing him no harm, so he didn't pay it any mind and continued charging at Wu Yong. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hang was in front of him, and without further ado, he threw a punch. However, looking back at Wu Yong, he showed no intention of blocking Meng Hang's powerful punch. Instead, he stood there mocking him. It's a trick. Meng Hang's first reaction was that there must be some deception involved. He was very familiar with this kind of pretentious act. Whenever he activated his divine might, he would look at his opponent with that same condescending gaze. But he was bold and confident, believing that nothing could harm him with his divine might. Boom! Meng Hang's punch struck Wu Yong's chest, sending him flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Put! Wu Yong spat out a mouthful of old blood onto the ground. This left the onlookers, who had been filled with anticipation, utterly disappointed. What the heck? Is this the top genius from the 4 major academies? I feel like even an ordinary student is better. This is too pathetic. Any student from the Imperial Capital University wouldn't be unable to withstand even a punch from Meng Hang. It seems the Imperial Capital University has fallen. Anyone can pay to get in and even buy a title of genius. Meng Hang frowned slightly, not understanding what this man was playing at. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Is this person just a decorative pillow? But the next moment, Meng Hang's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a wave of a metallic, sweet scent enveloping his mouth, and he spat out a mouthful of thick blood. How is this possible? I clearly activated my divine might. Meng Hang was genuinely shocked this time. 1. He hadn't seen Wu Yong make a move and didn't understand how he was injured. 2. He had activated his divine might. Even if he was ambushed, he shouldn't have been able to get hurt due to the passive effects of his divine might. What? What is going on? The mocking voices from the audience abruptly stopped. They rubbed their eyes, unable to comprehend why Meng Hang was also spitting blood. He. Lying on the ground, Wu Yong was gushing blood, but he let out a chilling laugh. He stood up like a zombie, his legs rising first, followed by his body straightening up. Wu Yong looked at Meng Hang with a sinister gaze, grinning as he pulled a dagger from his spatial ring. Meng Hang saw this action and, instead of panicking, let out a cold laugh. Would Meng Hang be afraid of physical attacks? But the next moment, Wu Yong did something that shocked everyone present. He turned the dagger against himself and stabbed it fiercely into his abdomen, ruthlessly twisting it up and down. Hiss! Is he crazy? Why is he stabbing himself with a dagger? The crowd gasped, stunned by Wu Yong's bizarre action. At the same time Wu Yong completed this action, Meng Hang, who had just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Blood gushed out from his abdomen like a fountain. He. Wu Yong's smile grew increasingly sinister as he said to Meng Hang, "This is my ability, lifelink. No matter which of us gets hurt, the other will suffer the same injury. So kid, get ready to pay the price for your arrogance." After saying this, Wu Yong didn't give Meng Hang a chance to react and continued stabbing himself in the abdomen with the dagger. Meng Hang clutched his abdomen in pain, his black robe already soaked with blood. While one Meng Hang was at a disadvantage, another clone of Meng Hang charged at one of the onlookers. Yan Nan stood with his hands behind his back, looking calmly at the Meng Hang charging at him with a knife. Here we go again. Meng Hang squinted his eyes, cursing inwardly, wondering why all geniuses liked to act so pretentiously. With Wu Yong's example in mind, this Meng Hang was even more cautious. He tightened his grip on the long knife and swung it at the young man in front of him. Just as his blade was about to approach, Yan Nan gently stepped aside. Although the movement was extremely slow, it barely allowed him to evade Meng Hang's swift and urgent strike. Dynamic vision? Meng Xing's first thought was that this person possessed dynamic vision similar to the Sharingan, which enabled him to easily dodge the blow. Meng Hang withdrew his knife and raised an eyebrow, asking, "You must have more than just simple dynamic vision, otherwise, you wouldn't be one of these prodigies." "I'm quite curious about what your ability is," Yan Nan replied with a calm smile. "There are countless abilities in this world, it's not just you, Meng Hang, who has acquired powerful abilities. So, your abilities are not the capital for your arrogance. If you want to know my power, come and try it yourself." Being lectured. Then I shall experience it firsthand. The wind rose. The clouds surged. Longing for each other, remembering each other, brief longing leads to endless extremes. Just as Meng Hang made a move to draw his knife, the onlookers were still confused, but Yen Nan's expression changed drastically. At the moment Meng Hang struck, Yen Nan had already vanished from his original spot. The first strike, longing. A cold light suddenly erupted, the blades gleam like a silver moon, soaring with an unmatched momentum, directly slashing toward the position where Yen Nan had just been. Unfortunately, by this time, there was no trace of Yen Nan, the blade's light sliced straight into the crowd. Faced with this strike, the crowd felt their scalps tingle, trembling in fear as a breath of death approached. Quick, run! We can't withstand this strike. Someone's face turned pale as they shouted loudly. Damn it, why does this Meng Hang always drag the innocent into his mess? The crowd immediately erupted into chaos, turning to flee. Just as the blade's light was about to reach the crowd, it unexpectedly made a sharp 90-degree turn, heading straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Meng Hang furrowed his brow, watching the blade's light disappear into the horizon, quickly turning around to see Yen Nan already behind him. He tilted his head and said, "Indeed, it's not dynamic vision, otherwise, you wouldn't have sensed danger and evaded before I even made a move. Is it a power that allows you to foresee the future?" Yen Nan's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied, "I admit your move is indeed powerful, even capable of killing me in an instant. But it's useless, I can foresee and evade all your moves in advance, so no matter how strong you are, it's all in vain for me. Foreseeing the future, it's actually foreseeing the future." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a perverse ability, how could anyone possibly win? Is this the true strength of the four great academies? It's simply beyond reach. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yi saw Meng Hang charging toward him. Unlike the others, he did not choose to remain still. Instead, he pointed his right hand forward like a sword and waved it. Sword, come! Buzz! Countless sword sounds erupted, resembling the noise made by locusts during their migration, buzzing loudly. In the next moment, hundreds of flying swords appeared behind Lin Yi, their tips all aimed at Meng Hang. The sky was filled with flying swords, eager to strike. The sword intent formed by the hundreds of flying swords made the onlookers' scalps tingle, as if someone were holding a sharp knife to their foreheads, an indescribable fear permeating the air. Holy crap! Holy crap! Flying swords! They are really flying swords, and one person is controlling hundreds of them. Someone pointed at the sky full of swords, shouting excitedly, almost jumping up. How can we fight like this? This is insane, too insane. What kind of prodigies are these? At this moment, Lin Yi put away his nonchalant attitude, as if he himself had transformed into a flying sword, his sword intent soaring into the clouds. Go! He shouted loudly, and hundreds of flying swords in the sky, like soldiers responding to a general's command, moved in perfect unison, transforming into a rain of swords that charged towards Meng Hang. Buzz! Buzz! The flying swords whizzed past the heads of the crowd, causing some people to collapse in fear, shouting loudly, I can't watch anymore, I can't watch anymore, it's just a bunch of monsters fighting. Sharingan gently shook his left hand, and the once empty inkstone surprisingly filled with pitch-black ink. He dipped his right hand's spring and autumn brush into the inkstone and with a swift stroke, began to paint in the air. With just a few simple strokes, a lifelike white tiger appeared in the sky. Roar! A white tiger outlined in ink roared at the sky and actually began to move. It solidified from the void, transforming into a real white tiger with black and white stripes. Lee, that wasn't the end. With a few more strokes, a vermilion bird engulfed in flames flew out. Sharingan did not stop, he dipped the brush in the inkstone again and continued to paint. In the next moment, a massive azure dragon with two horns and armored scales twisted its body a couple of times, then soared into the wind, transforming into a true giant dragon. Holy crap, a dragon, a dragon! Someone gaped, unsure of what words to use to describe the shock in their heart. This was not some ordinary water dragon or fire dragon conjured by a typical ability user, but more like a dragon from mythology. Sharingan was completely focused. At this moment, he seemed less like he was fighting and more like he was enjoying the process of painting. After the azure dragon appeared, a giant tortoise with a dragon's head, a turtle's body, and a snake's tail slowly walked out. The four sacred beasts took their places according to their attributes. The azure dragon on the left, the white tiger on the right, the vermilion bird above, and the black tortoise below, with a silly one in the middle. No, wait, it was Sharingan in the middle. Instantly, a wild aura filled the arena, making everyone feel as if they were in an ancient myth. The onlookers were stunned. Not only was he painting on the canvas of heaven and earth, but he had also summoned the four sacred beasts from the painting. What was he planning to do? If he painted an immortal descending tomorrow, would an immortal really come riding the wind? What the hell are these people? How can each one be more abnormal than the last? Am I dreaming? And Lin Yi is still preparing to confront Meng Hang, while the four sacred beasts from mythology have all appeared? Xiao Linger and Xiao Wan'er stood on either side, their long legs clad in white and black stockings, respectively, dazzling the crowd to the point where they could hardly open their eyes. Humph, you lecherous scoundrel, daring to tease my sister, today I'll extract your soul to make a sky lantern. Xiao Linger said frostily, glaring at the charging Meng Hang. Humph, carrot, Xiao Wan'er mimicked her sister, placing her hands on her hips as she faced Meng Hang. Lecherous scoundrel, daring to tease my sister, today I will. She hesitated for a long time, unable to finish her sentence, and instead, with a mournful face, said to Xiao Linger, sister, is it a bit too cruel to extract someone's soul to make a sky lantern? Sister, one cannot show mercy to such lecherous scoundrels. Make your move. As soon as Xiao Linger finished speaking, two towering phantoms appeared behind the slender figures. Behind Xiao Linger was a ghostly figure with no color, pale skin, a long tongue, dressed in a white robe, and wearing a tall white hat, on which were written four large characters, wealth at first sight. It was the legendary soul collector, Bai Wu Chang. Behind Xiao Wan'er stood a smaller figure, dark in complexion, resembling a piece of black iron, exuding a solemn aura. It also wore a tall black hat, with four large characters inscribed on it, peace for the world. It was indeed the soul-reaping messengers, the black and white impermanents. The appearance of these two phantoms made the already numb crowd gasp in shock once more. Mom, I saw the black and white impermanents. What the hell is going on? Why are the black and white impermanents appearing? If this continues, let Shi Yin draw another Yama Palace in a couple of days, and we can just create our own underworld in Dragon Country. Destroy it all, let this world be destroyed quickly. My worldview no longer allows me to live on. Ha, let the storm come even fiercer. If these freaks can conjure up a phoenix, I'll be completely convinced. As the two phantoms appeared, Xiao Linger and Xiao Wan'er each conjured a black chain in their hands, resembling two venomous snakes, shooting towards Meng Hang. Lin Luoxue looked at Meng Hang rushing towards her with a complex expression, biting her lip lightly, and said, Meng Hang, you need to be careful. I won't hold back. Meng Hang chuckled lightly. Alright, let me see how much progress you've made during this time. The space behind Lin Luoxue twisted, and a giant bird with colorful feathers flew out from it. As soon as this giant bird appeared, the air at the entrance of the Imperial Capital University became dry and hot. What the? I was just joking, and you really summoned a phoenix? Wait a minute. Isn't she called the Ice and Fire Queen? Why is there only fire and no ice? Just as this person asked, a cold wind blew through, causing everyone to shiver and exhale white mist. The next moment, another bird cry echoed from the space behind Lin Luoxue. An ice phoenix, crystal clear and exuding a bone-chilling cold, flew out from the void. An icy ice phoenix and a fiery fire phoenix spiraled and frolicked in the air. The two divine beasts played together, but their alternating bursts of scorching heat and bone-chilling cold made the audience below suffer. One moment, everyone was sweating profusely, and the next, they were shivering uncontrollably. I finally understand why Lin Luoxue is called the Ice and Fire Queen. One person, arms crossed, said while trembling from the cold. The Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix circled in the air, then let out two long cries as they dove rapidly towards Meng Hang. Lastly, the author has a small request. Recently, there's a popularity contest on Tomato, and the top 30 get recommended spots. Even a salted fish has dreams, so I want to give it a try. Please, all the big shots, give me a follow, I'll be grateful. At this moment, most people in Dragon Country put down what they were doing and sat in front of the television, highly focused on this battle. On the screen, swords flew through the sky one moment, and the four great sacred beasts roared the next. The eerie aura emitted by the black and white impermanence instilled fear, while the ice and fire dual phoenixes swirling in the air were mesmerizing. The entire scene was boiling. The entire imperial capital was in a frenzy. The whole of Dragon Country was ablaze with excitement. No matter who ultimately claimed victory, this battle would surely be recorded in history. Is this really the power displayed by a bunch of freshmen? Monsters, they are truly a group of monsters. Some sat in front of the screen, incredulously staring at the scene that resembled the arrival of a mythical world. Who would have thought this was performed by a group of 18-year-olds? Heaven bless our Dragon Country. This is a blessing for our Dragon Country. With these young people, those beasts will surely perish. Some elderly people excitedly patted the armrests of their chairs, their eyes seemingly already envisioning the scene of humanity triumphing over the demon race. Zhao Sanpang stared blankly at the television, his hands having crushed yet another precious teacup without him realizing it. Old Lu, did we watch the wrong channel? Is this actually a mythological drama? Lu Zhilian's expression had turned into a shape, and he let out a bitter laugh. City Lord, No matter which channel you switch to, it's all this match. Damn, then Meng Hang won't be barbecue, Zhao Sanpang exclaimed with wide eyes. Meng Hang clutched his abdomen, blood flowing out like a trickling stream, and weakly looked at Wu Yong. Your ability is indeed powerful, but it's also incredibly useless. You can't keep using this self-harming method every time you strike, can you? This is completely a gamble with your life. Who knows, I might be luckier than you. If I don't die, you might just be done for. After hearing this, Wu Yong looked at Meng Hang with nothing but sarcasm in his eyes. If I were merely relying on the life connection of this ability, how could I possibly be one of the 4 academy prodigies? When I realized I had awakened this ability, I was already in complete despair. The looks from those around me were filled with mockery and ridicule, but none of them expected that I would subsequently awaken an Sss-Level healing wood-type ability, turning my originally useless power into something incredibly strong. As he spoke, a green light flickered in Wu Yong's abdomen, and his previously gaping wounds began to slowly heal. Hee kid, my ability can only relate to damage, but the recovery relies on myself, so hurry up and surrender, or I'll make you feel what hell is like. Jia. Wu Yong, who had been laughing wildly, suddenly froze in place upon hearing that eerie, twisted laughter. Damn it, why is there someone laughing more maniacally than me? Meng Hang slowly lifted his head, a smile stretching almost to his ears, looking at Wu Yong with a strange expression. Sss-Level wood-type ability? Then let's see whether your wood-type ability recovers faster or my Hashirama cells do. After saying that, the flesh around his abdominal wound wriggled and, in the blink of an eye, returned to its original state. Now, let's both descend into hell and see who can crawl back up. With that, he plunged his long knife directly into his abdomen, stirring it violently up and down. His left hand slowly inserted a dagger taken from his spatial ring into his mouth, pressing the sharp edge against the corner of his mouth and slowly cutting upwards. Instantly, heart-wrenching screams echoed. Damn, Meng Hang is so twisted. He's so damn bloody, I can't bear to watch this fight. Some people quickly covered their eyes, turning their heads to look at other battles. On the other side, Meng Hang tilted his head, looking at Yan Nan, who appeared calm as if victory was assured, and a similarly strange smile crept onto his lips. Since you can see the future, do you want to take a look at how I will strike next? Yan Nan smiled slightly and said, no matter what kind of moves you use, they will be useless against me. Though he said this, he still activated his ability, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In the next second, his previously calm expression changed drastically, fear etched on his face as he looked at Meng Hang, incredulously screaming, "What kind of monster are you?" In his mind, images of the next few seconds appeared. The earth began to tremble, and the crowd screamed in panic. Several oddly shaped giants rose from the ground, and Meng Hang stood in the void like a descending deity, looking down on them as if they were mere ants. What is this? Regaining his senses, Yan Nan collapsed to the ground, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He couldn't imagine what kind of ability, what terrifying mental power could create such a horrifying monster. Yan Nan's sudden collapse left everyone present in a state of confusion. Why is he just sitting on the ground? Looking at his expression, he should be scared, but the key is that Meng Hang just smiled. Although that smile was a bit creepy, it shouldn't be enough to scare him like this, right? Have you forgotten Yan Nan's ability to foresee the future? He must have seen something terrifying to be this scared. The expressions of the 5 Meng Hangs instantly changed from fierce and eerie to indifferent. Meng Hang looked at the countless flying swords rushing towards him, the 4 great sacred beasts radiating dazzling light, the soul-binding chains from the underworld, and the phoenix intertwined with ice and fire, his eyes filled with disdain. The 5 Meng Hangs spoke in unison, their voices not loud, but it made everyone present feel as if they were struck deaf. Having the courage to challenge me is impressive, but I can only praise you for this much. As for what the other one was doing, we will elaborate later. At this point, what the hell are you still pretending for? The people across the country were speechless. Is it really that hard to admit others are excellent? You have to pretend to be better, even splitting into 6 clones, and now you're being completely suppressed, yet you say this? After all, the atmosphere has reached this point. If you don't keep pretending, won't it be too embarrassing if you lose later? So just forgive him. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the crowd's mockery, Meng Hang first let out a deep, suppressed laugh, which gradually turned into madness. Brother Tonzi, exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kamui. The Kamui that Meng Hang had previously used was merely the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It was only thanks to the Hashirama cells that he wasn't backfired. After last night's slaughter, his points were enough to exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Received, buddy. Fear the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The 6 Meng Hang's crimson eyes slowly rotated the Tomo. In the next second, a blue energy like flames ignited on the bodies of the 6 Menghangs. The energy intertwined and surrounded them, transforming into a gigantic skeleton that enveloped Menghang. In an instant, a violent, raging aura swept through the arena without any wind. The 6 enormous skeletons looked around, and those facing them felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, sending chills down their spines. What the hell is this ability? Someone was so scared that they trembled all over, sitting down on the ground, desperately pushing their legs back, hoping to distance themselves from this pale blue giant. Why do I feel like this skeleton looks so familiar? A person, with fear on their face and a dazed expression, seemed to be recalling where they had seen this giant skeleton. It's it! Then this person suddenly remembered something, so excited they almost jumped up. Isn't this the mysterious expert who killed the Dark Pavilion assassins in the mountains back then? Yes, I remember too. That video almost scared me to death. Others were reminded and instantly recalled. That video had gone viral online, and people speculated that this mysterious person was a hidden master of the country. In the end, no one expected that the mysterious person was actually this 18-year-old boy in front of them. And it wasn't over yet. The gigantic skeleton enveloping Menghang continued to grow larger, its bones covered with meridians and flesh wrapped in a cloak like spiritual power. At this moment, the Susanoo had expanded to 50 or 60 meters, like 6 towering skyscrapers, forcing people to look up to see its full form. Holy crap! This is really insane. I feel like I'm dreaming today. Damn it, Menghang is breaking the rules, using hacks. And he opens 6 at once. It's fine, it might just look terrifying. Actually, it's just for show. Besides, those few monsters aren't pushovers. I feel like there's still a fight. Someone wiped the cold sweat from their forehead and forced themselves to stay calm. It's not over yet. Menghang let out a cold laugh, his body surprisingly suspended in midair, slowly drifting towards the top of Susanoo. At the same time, Susanoo directly evolved to the 5th stage. Heavy armor appeared over its flesh, and at this moment, Susanoo was no longer just a half-body but stood like a human, wielding a massive Susanoo sword in its hand. Damn it, run quickly! This monster is still getting bigger, we might get crushed. Upon hearing this, everyone finally reacted and hurriedly ran back. They were terrified of lagging behind, fearing that these monsters would crush them like ants. Menghang had not hesitated to involve the innocent before. The stone bricks on the ground began to crack, and at this moment, Menghang stood atop the nearly 100-meter-high head of Susanoo, just as Yen Nan had seen before, like a deity descending from the heavens, looking down upon all beings. Panic. After the shock came endless terror. The 6 Susanoo appeared like 6 demonic gods descending to earth, instilling fear in those who beheld them. The 6 closest to Menghang turned pale. In the face of this calamity like Susanoo, they felt like a small boat in a tsunami, ready to be swept away at any moment. Hundreds of flying swords, driven solely by sword intent, made everyone's skin ache, yet under Susanoo's formidable defense, they left not a single mark. Menghang casually reached out, and the hundreds of razor-sharp flying swords were caught in his hand as if he were swatting flies, then tossed back to Linyi like garbage. Crash! Crash! The flying swords, losing their mental control, fell to the ground like a pile of scrap metal. Linya's face was ashen, his eyes devoid of spirit. Seeing Menghang throw back the flying swords he had once been so proud of, as if they were trash, was undoubtedly a slap in the face. The most critical part was being stared at by the giant before him. The immense pressure left him utterly unable to retort. Observing Linya's already disillusioned expression, Menghang licked his lips with satisfaction. A genius, after all, is just meant to be struck down. With that thought, he revealed a malicious smile and said to Linyi, one person can control hundreds of flying swords, a single sword can shock the world, yet you only have this little ability. Upon hearing this, Linya's previously ashen face instantly flushed red, his eyes seemingly about to burst into flames as he glared at Menghang. Unfortunately, he was not Menghang and could not intimidate anyone with a mere glare. Menghang raised an eyebrow, a smirk on his face, and said, "What? You don't accept it? Then let me teach you today that it's not the more flying swords you have, the more powerful they become, nor is it the more flying swords you have that can open the gates of heaven." After saying this, the Susanoo beneath him wielded the Susanoo sword and slashed towards the sky. A blade of light, not particularly dazzling, shot up into the heavens, lacking any terrifying sword intent or deafening sound of breaking air. Yet, this simple slash, just seconds later, directly split the thick white clouds in the sky in half. It was as if the heavens had been divided. Thud! Linyi looked up at the sky and helplessly knelt down. The connection between sword and spirit, Menghang's slash not only cleaved the sky but also shattered his confidence into pieces. Since there is you, why is there Liang? Since there is you, why is there Liang? Meanwhile, another Manhang watched with great interest as Shiryen drew the 4 great sacred beasts, surrounding his Susanoo from 4 directions. Shiryen gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying pressure, and with great difficulty, grasped the spring and autumn brush, writing the character pardon in the air. As the large character was written, Shiryen simultaneously shouted pardon. The moment he did, the originally black character erupted with dazzling golden light. The golden light surged, accompanied by 4 authoritative roars, as the 4 sacred beasts also radiated countless golden lights. A golden light shot up into the sky, enveloping the nearly 100-meter-tall Susanoo within it. The 4 symbols extermination formation. Within the formation, the killing intent surged, and the originally clear sky began to fill with dark clouds, with countless lightning snakes swirling in the clouds. Damn! Shiryen can actually summon heavenly thunder directly. The crowd, who had been desperately fleeing backward, couldn't help but turn their heads at the sound of thunder, just in time to witness the scene that resembled divine punishment. Shiryen gritted his teeth, waved his brush again, quickly painting in the void while murmuring to himself, "Shake, shake, heavenly might, all evils retreat. Heavenly punishment, descend." Instantly, a thick, ink-colored divine thunder shot from the tip of the brush straight into the sky. This divine thunder, formed by the painting, circled a few times in the dark clouds, surprisingly shedding its ink color and transforming into a true azure hue. Boom! A sound like the heavens collapsing echoed, and the hearts of the crowd, which had been thrown into disarray by Manhang's Susanoo, suddenly became clear. Divine punishment descended, shaking the evil spirits. A thick azure heavenly thunder transformed into a thunder dragon, striking directly toward Manhang on the ground, as if it would not rest until he was annihilated. Manhang looked up at the divine thunder above him, unable to hide a hint of excitement. Wow, I never thought I would experience the legendary heavenly punishment one day. I wonder if Susanoo conducts electricity. Just as Manhang was still pondering, the heavenly punishment had already descended. The terrifyingly powerful, thick heavenly punishment, in front of the nearly 100-meter Susanoo, seemed like a mere thunder dragon. He had overestimated it. Compared to Susanoo, the thick heavenly punishment was as thin as a thread. The thunder bug struck Susanoo, instantly transforming into countless electric arcs that danced around, crackling and shining brightly. After a while, the thunder light dissipated, and the brilliance faded. The crowd eagerly flew toward the sky, and the drones that had been somewhat out of control due to the lightning regained their composure, soaring high to give Manhang a close-up. They saw Manhang standing unharmed within Susanoo, impatiently tapping his ear, looking down at Shiryen, and asking a soul-searching question, "Is that it?" Shiryen, who had initially held hope, turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood, unable to hold on any longer, and sat down on the ground. Monster! This shouldn't exist in this world. The Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix intertwined, transforming into a red and white streak, creating a realm of ice and fire wherever they passed, charging toward Manhang's Susanoo. Manhang looked down at Lin Luoxue, his eyes devoid of any emotion other than indifference. "Luoxue, you weren't my match before graduation, and you still aren't my match in college. Next, I'll teach you how to use summoning techniques." After saying that, Manhang directly controlled Susanoo to rapidly form seals and slammed down onto the ground. Instantly, the ground shook violently, causing some people to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Bang! A thick cloud of smoke rose. Roar! A chilling beastly roar echoed, and everyone looked fearfully into the smoke, trying to see what kind of monster lay within. As the dust settled, they saw a creature with blood-red eyes, covered in yellow fur, and 9 tails that writhed like pythons behind it. A bloody, brutal aura swept across the scene. The 9-tailed looked at the towering buildings before it, a hint of confusion appearing in its blood-red eyes, but it quickly regained its composure. "Whoever summoned me here, as a thank you, I will crush your bones and eat them." With that, a cold, anthropomorphic smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, and then its gaze turned sinister. The first thing that caught its eye was the massive Susanoo. The second was the kaleidoscopic Sharingan that it would never forget. The third was the cold face reminiscent of Madara from back in the day, but this young boy's face bore a hint of sinister sharpness. It seemed to see that cold and ruthless stripe again. The 9-tail's 4 legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground in fear. Manhang controlled Susanoo, gently stroking its head, revealing an incredibly brilliant smile. "Little fox, who did you say you wanted to chew up and eat?" The massive body of the 9-tails froze in place, not daring to move. It had a premonition that as long as it dared to make a move, the young man before it would kill it without hesitation. Master." The 9-tail's front paws lay down, showing submission. Manhang nodded in satisfaction, merging Susanoo with the 9-tails. The originally golden skin of the 9-tails quickly revealed a faint blue armor, rapidly spreading across its body. Armor of Susanoo. Manhang stood atop the 9-tails' head, arms crossed, watching the two phoenixes charging towards him, a hint of sickly excitement in his eyes. Come on, Ninetales, let this world feel the power of the tailed beast ball. Understood. The Ninetales, clad in Susanoo, also revealed a sinister smile, opening its massive mouth as a huge, deep black energy sphere slowly gathered within. As this energy sphere coalesced, everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, a sense of annihilation washing over them. Run! Run! Someone cried out in terror. Is he crazy? Madman, madman, he wants to kill us all. How has this kid become more and more deranged? Lu Yuanhu, whose face had long been grim, was now utterly horrified, shouting loudly, Kid, do you want to annihilate everyone present? Hearing this, Meng Hang was taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. I got a bit too carried away today, almost lost control. He stomped hard on the Ninetales' head, causing the mouth that was gathering energy to snap shut. The tailed beast ball, which had barely coalesced to 1/3, shot out like a cannonball towards the red and white ribbons. Boom! The red and white ribbons were blasted away without any obstruction, leaving only a sky full of feathers turning into flames and ice crystals, mixed together as they fell to the ground. Screech! Screech! The Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix staggered back to the alternate space behind Lin Luoxue, no longer possessing the elegance they had when they first emerged. Put! Lin Luoxue spat out a mouthful of blood, an abnormal flush appearing on her stunning face, before collapsing to the ground. Xiao Linger and Xiao Wana shot out their soul-binding chains at high speed. Although Meng Hang was far from the twins, the soul-binding chains seemed to extend infinitely, determined to pull Meng Hang's soul out. The King of Hell lets you die at the third watch, who dares to keep you until the fifth? With this distance, it was even less likely to hold him. Unfortunately, at this moment, Meng Hang had lost his patience, no longer in the mood to play cat and mouse. His eyes unleashed divine might, opening a space of divine power before the soul-binding chains that resembled two venomous snakes. The chains, flying halfway, seemed to extend into another space. Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner's chains continued to lengthen, but the chains in midair showed no sign of moving forward. In the next moment, the iron chains appeared out of thin air behind the twin sisters, biting down fiercely. The two sisters felt a wave of numbness throughout their bodies as their souls were pulled out by their own soul-binding chains. With their souls leaving their bodies, the sisters' physical forms became stiff, collapsing to the ground like four people. Everyone saw two faint shadows at the end of the iron chains standing under the bright sun, looking around in confusion. What the hell? What's going on? How did those two iron chains come out from behind them? This is it, they pulled their own souls out. This is no different from dying. Spatial ability. This must be the spatial ability Meng Hang used before. Meng Hang is too ruthless, such beautiful sisters, and he shows no mercy at all. After a moment of confusion, Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner finally recognized their situation, their expressions changing dramatically. The two ethereal figures simultaneously formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. Just as they were casting their spells, the black and white shadows behind them stirred. The black and white figures opened their mouths and gently exhaled, releasing a visible chill. The souls of the twin sisters were swept up by this cold air, slowly drifting back into their bodies. Moments later, Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner slowly opened their eyes, struggling to sit up. From their pale faces, anyone could tell that their vitality was severely depleted, leaving them without the strength to fight back. Thus, apart from Yifan, the top students from the four prestigious academies of the Dragon Kingdom, the most outstanding group in history, were utterly defeated by Meng Hang in a one versus many situation. Especially when using word processing software and seeing someone finish 6,000 words in just an hour and a half, my eyes turned green with envy. After saying all this, what I really want to express is that I am guilty. Brothers, I want to ask for another wave of attention. Do you think I still have a chance? The battle came quickly and left just as fast. A gentle breeze brushed against everyone's cheeks, which should have been refreshing, but at that moment, it sent a chill deep into their hearts, causing involuntary shivers. The entire Dragon Kingdom seemed to have been pressed on pause. The front of the Imperial Capital University was in disarray. The scene turned eerily silent. The once spirited prodigies were now utterly subdued by Meng Hang. They had been so graceful getting out of the car, and now they were in complete disarray. Wu Yong lay on the ground, having been tortured by Meng Hang to the point of being unrecognizable. His entire body was enveloped in a faint green light, slowly healing the wounds that left no good flesh on him. Especially the gash at the corner of his mouth, torn to the root of his ear. Wu Yong had clearly fainted, yet it seemed he was still smiling. Lin Yi sat on the ground, eyes vacant, looking utterly dejected, indifferent to the outside world, muttering to himself, "Since there is you, why is there Liang?" The others also knelt on the ground, their faces pale, their confidence severely shaken. The people on the scene did not understand, nor did those in front of the television, Just minutes ago, these young prodigies were shining brightly, unleashing skills like heavenly thunder and earth fire, making the entire Imperial Capital University feel like a mythical world had descended. How could the situation change so drastically in such a short time? Standing above the sixth Susanoo, Manhang coldly looked down at everyone, and this time, no one dared to meet his gaze. The 7 talented youths, once like confident warriors slaying evil dragons, were now being tormented by the dragon. Lu Yuanhu and the representatives from the other 3 academies wore expressions that could only be described as desperate and helpless. These 7 individuals had been recruited at great expense by their schools, each one a dominant force in previous years, yet now they were easily defeated by the same person. Not blocking the door was better than blocking it. The 4 major academies had been utterly defeated. Lu Yuanhu's once pristine suit was now wrinkled from his grip, and his previously despairing gaze suddenly ignited with an unprecedented light when it fell upon one person. We haven't lost. The Imperial Capital University has not lost. Upon hearing this, everyone and the cameras turned to the direction he was looking. In the midst of the chaos, 2 individuals remained calm and composed, gazing at each other. Yifan stood with his hands behind his back, showing no change in expression due to the failures of the others. A very powerful ability. No wonder you dared to block the gates of the Imperial Capital University. Seeing him speak so lightly, Manghang's blood-red eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise as he raised an eyebrow. You still have this much confidence after witnessing my strength? No matter how powerful you are, in front of me, you are but an ant. Then I shall wait and see. Manghang let out a strange laugh, blue energy blazing around him as he prepared to unleash Susanoo once more. Do you think the same trick will work on me? Yifan scoffed, his body straightening, instantly becoming incredibly solemn, as if he had transformed into the Emperor of Heaven ruling over eternity. In front of me, everyone is an ant. No supernatural abilities are allowed here. The voice rang out like a great bell, shaking the hearts of everyone present. At that moment, he resembled the God from the Bible, declaring that there should be light, and indeed there was light. As soon as the words left his mouth, the chakra enveloping Manghang was as if doused with a bucket of water, quickly extinguished. The pair of dazzling blood-red Sharingan also vanished rapidly, his eyes returning to brown. Manghang's expression changed slightly as he attempted to summon his mental energy again. But no matter how he tried, the mental energy in his mind was like a still pond, showing no response. I told you, in front of me, everything is an ant, the laws of the world must obey my command. In truth, Yifan's words were somewhat excessive. His word spirit technique had its limits against ability users. The higher the rank of the ability user, the less effective his word spirit technique became. If he were to use it on a Chen level ability user, he could teach them a lesson in no time. But against Manghang at this moment, it was sufficient. Manghang, not believing in evil, continued to summon his mental energy. Sharingan, activate. No response. 8 gates, open. No response. Would release, would clone technique. After numerous attempts, he finally accepted that he could no longer use his supernatural abilities. Without my powers, I can still crush you with my body. Manghang's face was as dark as water as he stepped forward, ready to engage Yifan in hand-to-hand combat. An ant is still an ant. This place has 10 times the gravity. As soon as he spoke, Manghang's body bent as if walking through a swamp, each step incredibly difficult. Seeing that Manghang could still walk, Yifan was momentarily stunned. I really underestimated you. Without your powers, you can still stand under 10 times the gravity. It seems your physical body is incredibly strong. Manghang struggled to lift his head, sweat streaming down his forehead, dripping to the ground. Is that all? Since you are so stubborn, let's continue. This place has 20 times the gravity. Instantly, Manghang, who had still been smiling, had veins bulging all over his body, writhing like a worm. Bang! He could no longer hold on and crashed to the ground, pinned down by the immense gravity, unable to move. Seeing Manghang in such a pitiful state, Yifan, who had previously appeared indifferent, finally revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards Lin Luoshuet in the distance, thinking to himself, Manghang, day after day, only knowing Manghang. Do you see? The Manghang you mention every day is just an ant in front of me, worthless. Today, I will strip away his disguise and show you how pathetic he truly is. With that thought, a sickly smile appeared in his eyes, and then he spoke in a voice only Manghang could hear. Keep calling. Keep pretending to be better. Keep being arrogant. Let me tell you, there can only be one top genius in Dragon Country, and that can only be me. Lin Luoshue can only be mine. Now, you must accept the punishment from God. No talking allowed here. After quietly saying these words, Yifan pretended to be righteous and loudly declared, Manghang, as long as you admit defeat with your own mouth, I will let you go. The Imperial Capital University has always focused on teaching and nurturing, and will not concern itself with your humiliation of us. Woo woo. Meng Hang, unable to move, stared wide-eyed in fury at Yifan, but couldn't utter a single word. Sigh. Meng Hang, why are you so stubborn? Since you refuse to admit defeat, for the sake of the school's reputation, don't blame me for being ruthless. 30 times gravity. Meng Hang let out a muffled groan of pain, his eyes instantly bloodshot, his muscles trembling uncontrollably, and his bones began to crack. Why are you so obsessed and still not admitting defeat? Is the honor brought by blocking the school gate really so intoxicating to you? Yifan looked at Meng Hang, who was in agony yet still refused to speak, and a hint of reluctance appeared in his eyes. Enough, then don't blame me for being merciless. Come, sword. As soon as the words fell, the hundreds of flying swords that Meng Hang had discarded like trash around Lingyi sprang to life as if they had heard their new master's call, rushing towards Yifan. Everyone present was stunned. Can it be done this way? They relied on supernatural powers to control so many flying swords, and you just called them over with a word? This is pure verbal evasion. Hundreds of flying swords hovered behind Yifan like soldiers, quietly waiting for orders. Yifan casually touched one of the swords and gently said, "Go." The sword transformed into a beam of light, directly piercing into Meng Hang's thigh, blood immediately gushing out. Go! 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 Following Yifan's commands, one by one, the flying swords dutifully stabbed into Meng Hang's body. In no time, Meng Hang resembled a hedgehog lying on the ground, his body filled with long swords. Blood stained the nearby ground red, and Meng Hang was gasping for breath, exhaling more than inhaling. Too weak. Yifan shook his head helplessly, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Recover! As soon as the words fell, the flying swords embedded in Meng Hang's body flew back behind Yifan, and miraculously, Meng Hang's wounds healed. Go! Before Meng Hang could catch his breath, several flying swords once again lunged at him. Time passed without notice, and Yifan shuddered, feeling comfortable, entering sage mode, and pretentiously declared, "Meng Hang, considering your tenacious willpower, we'll stop here for today." Then, without caring about Meng Hang's fiery gaze, he turned to Lu Yuanhu. "Principal, I really can't bear to strike again, just declare him the loser." Before he could finish, he froze in place, because he noticed that Lu Yuanhu's pupils were blood red, his eyes emanating a chilling red light. If Hua Qiu were still alive to see this scene, he would definitely say, "I'm familiar with this move." Lu Yuanhu looked at Yifan with a sinister gaze, his mouth stretching to his ears, mockingly asking, "Is it fun?" Yifan frowned and instinctively took a few steps back, then looked at Lin Luoxue. Lin Luoxue had already stood up from the ground, also asking in a strange tone, "Did you enjoy playing just now?" The originally bright sky suddenly darkened, and the dazzling sun turned into a blood-red full moon. Hundreds of people in front of the Imperial Capital University had all transformed into Meng Hang's appearance, their eyes emitting a faint red glow. "GGG. Is it fun?" At that moment, a chilling voice came from behind him. Yifan's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat, and he hurriedly turned around. He saw that Meng Hang, who had been immobilized by 30 times gravity, had somehow stood up. At this moment, Meng Hang's eyes were filled with bloodlust, his mouth grinning to his ears, revealing a set of sharp white teeth, staring at Yifan like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. "What are these two doing?" Someone tapped their nose, speaking somewhat impatiently. "Could it be that a turtle is looking at a green bean, and has developed a spark of love? Tisk tsk. What do we call this? This is called a man on top of a man, a strong man locking a man." Ever since Lu Yuanhu looked at Yifan as if he had found a lifeline, everyone thought they would witness an epic showdown. Who would have thought that 5 minutes had passed, and these two were still standing there, staring at each other? Suddenly, the usually calm Yifan took 2 steps back in panic. Meng Hang, who had been motionless, finally spoke. "Kid, you look decent, but I didn't expect your mind to be so twisted." Meng Hang squinted, a cold light flickering in his eyes. He knew very well what was happening in the illusion he had cast. Having suffered from Yifan's ability to speak and act at will, he naturally wouldn't let Yifan say anything. So from the very beginning, Meng Hang used his illusion on him. He initially just wanted to take advantage of Yifan's distraction to kick him a couple of times and regain some face. Who would have thought this kid's mind was so perverse? On the surface, you act righteous, urging me to admit defeat, then seal my mouth and not let me speak? You turn me into a hedgehog, then bring me back to life, only to torture me and play with me until the climax before letting me go? If it weren't for my own illusion, would these scenes have really happened? Damn it, fellow practitioners, having you accompany me on this twisted path is not lonely at all. Thinking of this, Meng Hang's expression gradually became twisted. "Young Master Yi, you enjoy torturing me, right? Now it's your turn. Tsukuyomi. Just as Yi-Fan emerged from the illusion, realizing he had been played by Meng Hang, his face turned red with anger. So all those flashy moves I just pulled were fake? As the distinguished young master of the Yi family, a capable person who could speak and act at will, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and a fierce killing intent erupted in his eyes. What would happen if I killed you in public? Who would dare to criticize the Yi family? Yi-Fan no longer hesitated and shouted, "You." Before he could finish the word die, Yi-Fan felt a flash in his eyes, and the surrounding environment changed instantly. Countless white clouds raced across the sky, as if the flow of time in this world was much faster than the outside. A blood moon hung high in the sky, casting an ominous glow and dyeing the sky crimson. Coming to his senses, Yi-Fan looked around in shock, then revealed a cold smile. Shaking his body a couple of times, he found himself bound to a massive cross, but instead of panicking, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. Meng Hang, you continue to surprise me. I didn't expect you to use illusion to this extent. So, are you interested in joining the Yi family? The Yi family will provide you with the same cultivation resources as I have. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, "Young Master Yi, you really have a big heart. Even when you've become someone else's prey, you still have the mood to recruit me." Yi-Fan shook his head with a smile. "Your illusion is indeed powerful, but in front of me, all capable people are like ants." After saying this, his expression turned serious, as if he had transformed into a heavenly emperor whose words could command the world. "Using abilities is prohibited here." "Wait!" Meng Hang quickly interrupted him. Yi-Fan smiled triumphantly, looking as if victory was in his grasp. "What? Are you going to accept my invitation?" He. Meng Hang first let out a strange laugh, and a short knife appeared in his hand out of nowhere as he slowly said, "I just want to tell you, if your abilities are ineffective later, there will be consequences." Hearing this, Yi-Fan involuntarily trembled, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. But he still forced himself to remain calm and snorted coldly, "Stop with the tricks. Using abilities is prohibited here." Wow. A few crows floated by. An awkward atmosphere lingered in the air. He. A chilling, sinister laugh echoed, and Meng Hang lowered his head, his shoulders uncontrollably shaking up and down. Yi-Fan panicked. This time he was truly frightened. "No. Impossible. As long as I subjectively know this is an illusion, my word spirit technique cannot fail." After finishing his sinister laugh, Meng Hang slowly raised his head, looking at his beloved prey with a gentle smile. "If it didn't work, then you must be punished with that." He slowly walked towards Yi-Fan, holding a short knife. Yi-Fan's forehead was beaded with fine sweat, the calm demeanor he had maintained was long gone, replaced by a look of terror. At that moment, Meng Hang had transformed in his eyes into a green-faced, fanged demon, ready to devour him. And he was the lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "Don't come over! Don't come over!" Yi-Fan shouted in fear. "Oh, is that your word spirit technique trying to stop me from coming closer? But I'm still coming, so you must be punished for that too." Meng Hang's smile widened, his sinister gaze roaming freely over Yi-Fan. "Yi-Fan? Does that count? You must be joking." Meng Hang didn't care how many curses were flying through Yi-Fan's mind. He grabbed his cheek with his left hand, forcing his mouth open. With his right hand, he held the dagger and slowly pushed it into his mouth. Yi-Fan's pupils instantly contracted, the coldness and metallic taste in his mouth sending chills down his spine. What are you going to do?" Yi-Fan shouted, shaking his head desperately, his words slurred. "What am I doing? Of course, I'm punishing you." With that, Meng Hang violently stirred the dagger inside his mouth. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed throughout the space. When Yi-Fan finally stopped trembling from the excruciating pain, he was shocked to find that there was now another version of himself and another Meng Hang beside him. The two Meng Hangs, each holding a short knife, spoke in unison. "The punishment for the first word spirit technique is complete. Now it's time for your second punishment." With that, the two Meng Hangs once again plunged their short knives into his mouth and began to stir. Double the pain, double the pleasure. Two even more anguished screams rang out. Yi-Fan stared at Meng Hang in terror, feeling liquid dripping from his pants. "Meng Hang, I was wrong. Spare me." Hearing this, Meng Hang tilted his head and laughed. "How did you activate the word spirit technique again?" "Unfortunately, it still doesn't work. I'm not planning to let you go." "Ah, you are forbidden to harm me here." "Ah, I can't feel pain." "Ah, Meng Hang, I curse your ancestors." "Ah, why did you stab me again? Who told you to curse me?" "Meng Hang, you are my father." "Ah." Meng Hang was still too soft-hearted, too kind. Under Yi-Fan's repeated pleas for mercy, he reluctantly used the moon reading technique for just 2 seconds. Well, 2 seconds in the outside world equated to 6 days and nights in the moon reading space. Meng Hang was truly too kind. 2 seconds was just the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, it seemed Yifan had only said the word you before pausing for a moment. No one paid attention to this brief pause. Word spirit technique. Word spirit technique. Yifan is finally going to use the word spirit technique. I don't know how long I've waited for this moment. Word spirit technique, a single word can determine life and death. How will Meng Hang respond? But what happened next nearly made them pop their eyes out. Before Yifan could even say the next word, he plopped down onto the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, and a foul liquid trickling from his pants. Everyone was both shocked and confused. Just imagine, 1 second the person across from you is chatting and laughing, and the next second they are sitting on the ground crying. Wouldn't you be bewildered? Teasy, what happened? Just a second ago everything was fine. He cried? And he even wet himself? What happened? Could it be that Meng Hang has the ability to pause time? Did something happen that we don't know about? Impossible, he is definitely not my brother Yifan. A little girl in the crowd had already started crying, unable to believe her idol could be in such a state. Meng Hang's companion, Luo, clicked her tongue and muttered to herself, well, this after effect clearly shows that the master dragged him in there. I don't know if you committed murder or arson, or if you crawled into an old lady's bed at midnight, but you actually made the master so angry that he pulled you in there. Yifan, who had been weeping uncontrollably, paused, looked around, and his expression instantly turned uglier than if he had eaten feces. For someone who cared so much about his image, being humiliated like this in front of all of Long Country was worse than death. Meng Hang walked up to Yifan, squatted down, and brought his gaze level with Yifan's. Young Master Yi, you're out now. I'm giving you a chance to use your word spirit technique. Hearing this, Yifan was first taken aback, then quickly realized. Right. I'm back in the real world, and I'm still the Yifan who can determine life and death with a word. With this thought, Yifan's expression began to twist, and he shouted, the suffering I've endured these past few days, I will definitely get it back today. Meng Hang, you. Yi Yun? Onlookers? What the hell, is there a wind-up for activating the word spirit technique? Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction, secretly thinking, this reaction is definitely a conditioned reflex. Thankfully, I didn't waste all those days of training in the moon reading space. Meng Hang squatted down, patted Yifan's head as if petting a pet, and said, Little Yi, you pride yourself on being a god, then I am the forbidden zone of the gods. From now on, when you see me, you'd better keep your mouth shut and not make a sound. Otherwise, I might think you want to use the word spirit technique against me, and then I will have to punish you. Hearing the word punish, Yifan felt as if hundreds of knives were cutting his mouth, and he trembled uncontrollably, not daring to utter a single word. Seeing Yifan like this, Meng Hang grinned wickedly and pinched Yifan's face, which was smoother than a woman's. That's more like it. Also, your face is too pretty. How can it be softer than a woman's? Even I am jealous. After we go back, find a way to change it, otherwise, next time it won't just be a mouth poke, but a face cut. Humiliated like this by Meng Hang, Yifan wore an expression of humiliation and despair, but his mouth remained tightly shut, not daring to open even a crack. After saying this, Meng Hang stood up, dusted off his pants, and walked under the bright banner. He stood with his hands behind his back, looked up at the large characters, and read them one by one. Punch the North Mountain Imperial University. Kick the South Sea Demon City University. Everyone here is trash. Haha, indeed everyone here is trash. I don't know how Zhao Shanha managed to challenge the 4 major academies back then, it was such a hassle. Meng Hang laughed wildly a couple of times and left with his hands behind his back. All that remained were the onlookers, looking disheveled, and the students from the 4 major academies, whose faces looked as if they had eaten feces. The book is finished, ha, how could that be? At the time, when I was writing about blocking the door, I was really scratching my head, afraid that the first climax of this book would be ruined. But thankfully, at least I feel it turned out well. Especially this chapter, as I wrote, I even made myself laugh. I wonder what the readers think. Next is the most important Tomato Popularity King event. 34th place. 34th place. Just 4 more people and I'll make the list. To be honest, I've always been an ordinary person, mediocre at everything since I was young. I've never thought about competing for the top spots. But this time, it's really the first time I want to be on the list, and I'm so close to the top of the pyramid. Just this once, I hope everyone can help me out. Just a little attention. I'm not asking for much, just 30th place. That's enough. Please help me with some attention. I'm begging you all here. Lastly, for those who haven't given attention, please help me out. Meng Hang has left, but the banner remains. The bold letters on the banner are like a sharp knife piercing deeply into the hearts of the 4 academies. Among the crowd watching, a woman wearing frog sunglasses and a duckbill cap, hiding her stunning beauty, gazes at Meng Hang's back. Her snake-like tongue licks her crimson lips as she mutters to herself, "Meng Hang, you were born to be one of us, the cult. What should I do? I'm starting to like you more and more." Zhao Sanpeng's hand holding the teacup froze in midair, trembling as he pointed at Meng Hang on the television, saying to the already dumbfounded Lu Zhaoliang, "He's floating. This kid is completely floating. When I told him about Zhao Shanhe, you should have seen how much he admired me back then. Just a few days have passed, and he doesn't even regard that person highly anymore." Lu Zhaoliang, with a complex expression, hesitated for a moment before saying, "But what he said isn't wrong." At this moment, the battlefield that was once filled with shouts of battle was silent. In the demon realm, a demon beast with a long head and antennae, and two large eyes, was probing the movements of humans, then excitedly said, "Today, there isn't even a shadow of a person on the human side. My lord, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Taking advantage of their weak defense, we can launch a large-scale attack and surely break through the human defenses in one fell swoop." Beside him, a centipede demon king who had transformed into a human form, but with countless arms, squinted his eyes. "The human race has been at odds with us for so long. When have you ever seen them let their guard down? There must be something strange about this. It's possible they want to play a trick, luring us into a trap to catch us all at once." Meanwhile, in the four major cities of the Dragon Kingdom, except for the necessary scouts sent to monitor the movements of the demon race, everyone gathered in the square, excitedly holding small stools, watching the scenes of Meng Hang and a few others fighting on the big screen. Due to the poor signal in the battlefield, the television broadcast had a delay compared to the domestic feed. At this moment, the screen was showing Meng Hang directly using Susanoo in a series of 6. "What the hell is this? It's even bigger than the demon kings I've seen reveal their true forms on the battlefield," someone exclaimed with wide eyes. "Wow, this is incredible. Are this year's students all this abnormal? They should all come here. Our winning rate would increase by several times." Meng Hang. The key is Meng Hang. If we can bring this kid to our city, and let him summon 1,000 or 800 of these giants on the battlefield, we could push straight into the demon's lair. Ha, although your dream is a bit far-fetched, I have to admit that Meng Hang's strength is indeed terrifying. Young, reckless, passionate, isn't this what youth looks like? In the Lord's mansion, Zhao Shanhe looked at Meng Hang standing on Susanoo with a domineering expression and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, this kid is quite interesting. He has the style of my younger days. I really like him more and more." Then he heard Meng Hang's calm voice in the video. "I really don't understand how Zhao Shanhe struggled so much to deal with the 4 great academies back then." An awkward atmosphere filled the room. Zhao Shanhe's face, which had been full of enthusiasm, suddenly froze, his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he shouted at the nearby bodyguard, "Sack, urea bag, any kind of bag will do, go, and bring this kid back to me. I want to personally teach this kid what it means to be low-key." Meng Hang was furious. Countless families had inquired about Meng Hang's whereabouts, coming to recruit him, nearly trampling the threshold of the fat guy's villa in the past 2 days. Only one family was an exception, the Yi family of the imperial capital. The head of the family, Yi Weiwu, sat coldly on the sofa. "Dad, I want that kid dead." Yi Fan, sitting beside him, said with a fierce expression. "He must die, but not now. Meng Hang is currently in the limelight, all eyes are on him. Killing him now will only draw attention from those people. After a while, when the heat dies down, we can think of a way to deal with him." A month later, a man dressed in a black hoodie, wearing a baseball cap, and looking disheveled approached the Yi family villa. 2 bodyguards in black uniforms at the villa's entrance saw this man, who looked like a homeless person, walking over and smirked. One of the bodyguards stepped forward and kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying a few meters away. "Kid, open your eyes and see where this is. Are you begging at the Yi family now?" The hooded man slowly got up from the ground, a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes, but he suppressed it. "I am from the Hua family of the imperial capital. I want to see Yi Fan." "The Hua family of the imperial capital?" The bodyguard was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, kid, you can't even tell a good lie. The Hua family was wiped out a month ago. Now you tell me you're from the Hua family? Let me tell you, get lost quickly, or I'll beat you to death." The bodyguard's expression changed, glaring at him fiercely. "Who told you the Hua family was completely wiped out?" The hooded man took off his hat, revealing a face that was originally handsome but now looked extremely sinister. "My name is Hua Yang, the eldest son of the Hua family. As long as I'm not dead, the Hua family is not completely destroyed." "It's really Hua Yang," the bodyguard exclaimed upon seeing him. Hua Yang had previously visited the Yi residence with Hua Hongzhen, so the bodyguard still remembered him. However, in their memory, Huayang, though not particularly outstanding in appearance, exuded an air of confidence that made it clear he was from a prominent family. But now, looking at him, he had a buzz cut, his eyes were incredibly fierce, and he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. At that moment, Yifan was on the balcony of his mansion, wearing sunglasses and sunbathing, when a butler approached cautiously and said, "Young master, Huayang from the Hua family wants to see you." Yifan was taken aback and blurted out, "Huayang? Wasn't he missing?" Then he smirked and said, "Let him in." The security guard brought Huayang in, and when the two looked at each other, they were both stunned and exclaimed simultaneously, "What happened to you?" Huayang saw that Yifan's originally fair skin had turned completely dark from the sun, resembling a middle-aged Louis Koo. Huayang paused for a few seconds, then smiled wryly, "It's been a month since we last met, and I didn't expect young Master Yi to have taken a liking to tanning." Hearing this, Yifan's brow twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't possibly say that the words Meng Hang had said to him before leaving had become a shadow over him in recent times. "You have a face that even I envy. Go back and find a way to change it, otherwise, next time it won't just be a jab at your mouth, but a cut on your face." These words haunted him like a nightmare, appearing in his dreams every night, leaving him sleepless. In the end, he came up with this plan. Let's see who dares to call themselves a pretty boy after this. To mask his embarrassment, Yifan stood up and had a girl in a maid outfit help him put on his clothes. With Huayang following him, Yifan swaggered into the room, sat down on the sofa, lit a cigar, and while puffing out smoke, asked, "Why aren't you out looking for the murderer who wiped out your family? What are you doing here?" Upon hearing Yifan's question, Huayang's already cold expression turned even more sinister, his fists clenched tightly, blood oozing from between his fingers. With a thud, Huayang didn't care about the others present and knelt directly before Yifan. This sudden action startled both Yifan and the several servants in the room. With the Hua family gone, Yifan didn't need to pretend to be polite, so he lazily remained seated, only curious enough to ask, "Huayang, what are you doing?" Bang! 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 Huayang didn't answer but instead knocked his head 3 times heavily. When he lifted his head, his forehead was already covered in blood. He didn't bother to wipe the blood that had dripped down to his chin, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and pleading. "Please, young Master Yi, help me take revenge. You're the only one who can help me now." Hearing this, Yifan didn't agree. Instead, he frowned and retorted, "What do you mean? Have you found the pervert who killed your whole family?" He asked out of pure curiosity. He had no intention of helping Huayang take revenge. The recent brutal murder of the Hua family head and the Ruan family head had been widely discussed. The pervert's power and cruel methods were chilling. If it weren't for Meng Hang's incident at the school gate being too influential, this news would have undoubtedly been the hottest topic recently. Now that the Hua family head was dead and the family's assets had been thoroughly divided, what benefit could Yifan gain? Why would he risk offending a powerful pervert to help Huayang? Huayang nodded fiercely, hatred gleaming in his eyes. "It's Meng Hang. It was done by Meng Hang." "What?" Yifan stood up in shock, staring incredulously at Huayang. At that time, everyone in the Hua family villa was wiped out by that pervert, not a single person survived. "How do you know it was him?" Huayang hesitated for a moment. Some of this was originally a secret of the Hua family, but with the family gone, what did it matter? So he gritted his teeth and said, "Our Hua family had some shady dealings with many families and powerful forces. To leave evidence, the Hua family specifically hired an ability user to set up the Eye of Deception in the villa, recording every word and action of these people. So the devil Meng Hang's massacre of the Hua family was all recorded." After hearing Huayang's description, Yifan immediately understood. The Eye of Deception was a type of supernatural ability, functioning like a camera. The difference was that the Eye of Deception wouldn't be discovered by outsiders, making it very discreet. Many prominent families would hire ability users to install such things. "What about the footage recorded by the Eye of Deception?" "It's in my spatial ring." Yifan nodded in satisfaction, pondering for a moment before asking, "So how do you want me to help you?" Seeing Yifan's change in demeanor, Huayang was overjoyed. He thought to himself that his guess was indeed correct. On the day Meng Hang humiliated Yifan so thoroughly, how could someone with Yifan's pride let it go? As long as he was given a chance, he would definitely be tempted. "After a month of investigation, I found that living with Meng Hang was the young master of the Tianfu Trading Company, Ni Hao, and an ordinary monk of no renown. To prevent complications, we can leave that Ni Hao alone and directly abduct the monk as leverage, forcing Meng Hang to meet alone in the mountains outside the city. At that time, as long as young Master Yi activates his speech spirit technique, Meng Hang will become a lamb to the slaughter, at our mercy." As he spoke, Huayang seemed to envision the scene of Meng Hang's tragic death, becoming somewhat deranged. Yifan curled his lips into a meaningful cold smile and then shook his head. Seeing Yifan shake his head, Huayang's already heated heart instantly turned cold, and he asked in disbelief, "Why? Don't you want to kill him?" Yifan chuckled and replied, "Do you think that with Meng Hang's cold-blooded and perverse nature, he would risk his life for an outsider? If he doesn't go, it would be like stirring the grass and alerting the snake, and he might even face that pervert's revenge." At the mention of revenge, Yifan couldn't help but shudder. "Then what should we do? What should we do? Meng Hang's strength is so terrifying, if you can't deal with him, how can I?" Huayang knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself. Yifan let out a couple of cold laughs, helped the kneeling Huayang up, and then said, "My shaking my head doesn't mean I refuse to deal with Meng Hang with you, but rather that your method is inferior to mine." "Inferior to yours?" Huayang was taken aback at first, then hope ignited in his eyes as he stared at Yifan. "Since you have leverage against Meng Hang for killing your whole family, why would you lead him to a deserted place? We can directly kidnap that monk to the most bustling place in the imperial capital. If he really comes, we will play the video in front of everyone. Then we can take him down under the pretext of killing for a life." "What if he doesn't come?" "If he doesn't come, hee." Yifan sneered and continued, "If he doesn't come, then we will still play the video in front of the public. Don't forget how much influence that pervert had when he slaughtered the Hua and Wan families, causing panic throughout the entire dragon country. Just think about it, a top genius of the dragon country, one that appears once in 100 years or even 1,000 years, suddenly turns into a cold-blooded killer. What will the citizens of the dragon country think? Ha ha ha." The more Yifan spoke, the more excited he became, eventually unable to control himself and bursting into wild laughter. "Disgraced! Disgraced! A future unparalleled powerhouse who could rival Zhao Shanhe turns out to be a heartless killer. Do you think the dragon country will let him go? When the dragon country takes action, no matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to escape." After hearing Yifan's account, Huayang trembled with excitement. "He's doomed! He's doomed!" Thud! Huayang knelt down again, fiercely bowing 3 times to Yifan. "Young Master Yi, as long as you can really kill that madman Meng Hang to avenge my Hua family, I, Huayang, will repay you like a cow or a horse." In the dead of night, Yifan sat alone in the living room of a villa. After sending Huayang away, he came to this villa under his name. The living room was unlit, shrouded in darkness, with only the cigar in his hand flickering dimly. At that moment, a man in black approached and whispered, "Young master, everything is ready." You all withdraw. No one is allowed to enter without my command." "Understood, young master." After saying that, the man in black quietly exited the villa, carefully closing the door. Yifan extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and walked expressionlessly into one of the rooms. As soon as the door opened, a streak of red light spilled out from the crack. Upon seeing this red light, Yifan first trembled all over, then a cruel excitement flickered in his eyes as he stepped inside. The entire room, about 200 square meters, was drenched in blood red, reminiscent of the blood-colored sky in the moon-reading space that day. Apart from a large bed and a massive cross, the room was empty. On the bed lay a woman with a hot figure and a beautiful complexion. Bound to the cross was a man of similar build to Meng Hang. The woman's eyes were filled with fear, her entire body tightly bound, and her mouth sealed, unable to make any sound. Yifan first approached the woman, took out a human skin mask from his spatial ring, and gently placed it over her face. In an instant, her already delicate and beautiful face transformed into one that could topple kingdoms, utterly stunning. It was Lin Luoshue's face. The moment he saw this face, Yifan, who had been expressionless, suddenly became excited. He cupped the woman's face with both hands and said in a sickly tone, "Luoshue, today I'll show you just how useless Meng Hang is." After saying that, he took out another human skin mask and approached the man bound to the cross, covering it over his face. Instantly, a face identical to Meng Hang's appeared before him. However, this face lacked the sinister and domineering aura that Meng Hang possessed. The man transformed into Meng Hang looked at the twisted and ferocious Yifan in terror, shouting, "Who the hell are you? Why did you capture me? Why? You dare ask me why?" Yifan shouted at Meng Hang as if possessed. "To punish you today, it's my turn to punish you." With that, he pulled out a dagger and thrust it into Meng Hang's mouth. "Ha, punish you! Punish you!" His sickly voice filled the entire space. Meng Hang had been busy and dizzy for a month with countless visitors every day trying to recruit him into their factions. Some tempted him with beautiful women, others with money. The most infuriating were those who thought of Meng Hang's attitude towards Yifan that day, assuming he preferred men, and actually tried to tempt him with handsome guys. Was it a distortion of human nature or a decline of morality? Even the fat guy was persuaded by his father, subtly asking if he was interested in joining the Tianfu Trading Company. In the end, Meng Hang couldn't take it anymore and moved his bed into the Shinwei space, disappearing for a month, only to come out today. He hadn't suddenly changed his character or started to view wealth as dirt. It was just that after completing his first small goal, he hadn't figured out what to do next. Manggur, your trick is really brilliant, disappearing for a month. Do you know how I spent this month with Master Hashan? That evening, the three of them were having dinner at the table, and the fat guy looked at him with a resentful gaze. Mengheng helplessly said, I had no choice, those people were too terrifying, even I was scared. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a crisp knocking sound came from outside the door. Damn! Hearing that sound, the three of them trembled. They had truly been frightened by this knocking sound during this time. I'll go handle it. The fat guy shook his head helplessly and went to open the door. When he opened the door, a fragrant breeze rushed in, making the fat guy shiver and secretly think, goodness, another one using beauty to lure me in today. Outside stood a woman wearing a baseball cap and oversized sunglasses that covered half her face. The fat guy had gained experience dealing with such people over the past month, so he was not polite and directly said, I say, miss, you really lack experience. The ones who tried to tempt my Manggur before included those in maid outfits, black silk dominatrices, and OL uniforms. You can't even see my appearance clearly, how can you capture my Manggur's heart? The woman outside the door was not angry at the fat man's words. Instead, she took off her frog glasses and smiled at him. Beneath the glasses were clear, bright pupils, gently arched willow brows, and skin as fair and flawless as porcelain, with a faint pink hue. Her lips, as vibrant as roses, were thin and delicate, resembling the petals of a blooming rose. Coupled with her occasionally pure and occasionally enchanting demeanor, it made it hard for men to resist. When the fat man saw this captivating face, he was momentarily stunned. After a long while, he stammered, Manggur, I can't send this person away. Mengheng looked at Yin Lingxian, who was sitting gracefully in his room, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The saintess of the Wuxing sect actually dared to come here, which piqued his curiosity about her intentions. I didn't expect that after our parting in the secret realm, we would meet again, and Meng Gongzi has already become a figure renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Mengheng raised an eyebrow, not in the mood for her roundabout talk, and said, speak quickly, say what you need to say, so I can hand you over to the city guard of the imperial capital. Tisk tsk, the dignified saintess of the Wuxing sect should be worth quite a bit of reward, right? Yin Lingxian covered her mouth and let out a tinkling laugh. Meng Gongzi is still so unappreciative of beauty. A big beauty like me comes to your room, and you only think about capturing me. How unromantic. Mengheng let out a strange laugh. Want romance? I have plenty of skills for that. As he spoke, his eyes shifted. Magical shackles of the sea. In an instant, the previously smiling Yin Lingxian froze in place, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of fear. Mengheng walked in front of her, bent down, and looked at her stunning face with interest, gently lifting her chin with his index finger. A strange glimmer flickered in his crimson pupils. I wonder who gave you the courage to sneak into my room in the middle of the night to seduce me. What, do you really think I'm some virtuous gentleman who wouldn't dare to take advantage of you? After saying this, Mengheng glanced at the tightly locked door and said, Luo, if you eavesdrop again, I'll throw you back into the space. Hey, Gongzi, I didn't hear anything. I said she didn't say anything about you too, right? Fat man, tonight's sunlight is really dazzling Liashan. Yeah, it's already tanned me. Additionally, thanks to all the readers for their attention. Wow, I jumped straight to 24th place, I'm flattered. The author bows to all of you here. Looking at Yin Lingxian, whose face was gradually turning pale, Mengheng's expression grew even more wicked. The hand that held her chin began to slowly move downward. Just as he was about to slip his hand into her clothes, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from Yin Lingxian's forehead. Then, a translucent jade horn appeared on her forehead. At the same time, Yin Lingxian's figure suddenly vanished from in front of Mengheng. Seeing Yin Lingxian disappear into thin air, even Mengheng was momentarily stunned. Mengheng, you pervert! The voice actually came from behind Mengheng. He slowly turned around, looking at the translucent jade horn atop Yin Lingxian's head, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Isn't that the innate ability of the Jade Horn clan? How come you have it too? As soon as he said this, he showed a look of realization. No wonder you took the blood of that divine envoy back then. It turns out it was to gain the powers of the Jade Horn clan. At this point, Mengheng looked at Yin Lingxian with some admiration and said, no wonder you dared to come here by yourself. The space-type ability itself is extremely rare, and now with the talent of the Jade Horn clan, my strength has indeed increased significantly, so I have the confidence to meet you alone. Moreover, being ruthless in pursuit of my goals has left me quite astonished. At this moment, Yin Lingxian's expression had returned to calm, no longer as charming as before. Young Master Meng is joking, how can I compare to you? You are now a prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom, a once-in-a-century genius, single-handedly suppressing the prodigies of the 4 major academies. Your strength surpasses that of Zhao Shanha back in the day, and your future is limitless. How can I compare to you? I won't beat around the bush. I came this time to invite young Master Meng to join the Wuxing sect. No matter what your requirements are, the Wuxing sect will do its best to accommodate. In truth, Meng Hang could roughly guess the purpose of Yin Lingxuan's visit, but hearing her say it out loud still made him unable to suppress a laugh. Miss Yin has also said that my future is limitless. Why would I give up a bright future to destroy it by joining the Wuxing sect, which everyone is against? Hee, because we are all of the same kind. Yin Lingxian said with a charming smile. I know a thing or two about young Master Meng's past deeds, ruthless and merciless, wiping out entire families at a whim. How could the Dragon Kingdom tolerate such behavior? Hearing her say this, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and replied, slander. Slander. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. No, if I can't have it, I'll ruin it. Your Wuxing sect deserves to be condemned. Seeing Meng Hang's shameless words, Yin Lingxian felt somewhat helpless. Compared to slander, how could our Wuxing sect compare to you? Back then, the Zhang family in Yunshui City was wiped out overnight, turning the area into ruins. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom government reported that it was the doing of our Wuxing sect, leading to another purge against us, causing us to lose a large number of experts. Afterwards, we investigated and found that it was not our doing. Young Master Meng, who do you think was behind this? How would I know who did it? Meng Hang replied with a dry laugh. Then what about the recent extermination of the Hua family? You don't know about that either? As soon as the words fell, the lights in the entire room began to flicker. A layer of blood red filled the dim room. Meng Hang slowly raised his head, his pupils turning a deep blood red, coldly staring at Yin Lingxian. Meng Hang was certain that everyone in the Hua family's villa had been killed by him, even the one hiding under the bed, Ruan Su, was not spared. How did the Wuxing sect know about this? He wasn't afraid of the matter being exposed. After all, the Ruan and Hua families had attempted to assassinate him first. He just didn't like the feeling of being spied on from behind, unable to control the situation. You dare to follow me? Meng Hang pronounced each word with a chilling intensity, filling the room with a cold murderous intent. Yin Lingxian did not expect Meng Hang to react so strongly. Her delicate body wrapped in murderous intent felt a chill, and her complexion suddenly changed as she hurriedly explained, Meng Hang, it's not what you think, let me explain. Go to hell and explain it to the King of Hell. The space twisted, and Meng Hang didn't waste time talking to her. Regardless of her being a peerless beauty, he would first take her head as a specimen. Yin Lingxian felt her scalp tingle. Possessing space abilities herself, she was particularly sensitive to changes in space and instantly sensed the anomaly. Teleport! She shouted, and a black hole appeared in front of her, her body quickly disappearing into it. Young Master Meng, my visit this time was abrupt. When we meet next time, I believe you will definitely agree to join. The black hole slowly shrank, and Yin Lingxuan's voice came from within, as if she were already 1,000 miles away. Another trick? Meng Hang snorted coldly. No one had ever escaped from his hands twice. Not even the saintess of the Wuxing sect. The eternal kaleidoscope spun rapidly, and blood tears streamed from Meng Hang's eyes as the cells of the Senju provided him with an immense amount of spiritual power. The entire room began to tremble, the space quickly distorting, resonating with the black hole. Meng Hang's body also vanished from its place, directly entering the black hole. In a void, Yin Lingxian clenched her silver teeth tightly. She had not expected Meng Hang's temperament to be so capricious. He would truly dare to kill at the slightest disagreement. As the esteemed saintess of the Wuxing sect, when had she ever been humiliated like this? If it weren't for her spatial abilities and the refined drop of blood, she would not only have lost her virtue today but also her life. Just then, her expression suddenly changed, and she exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? She saw a part of the originally void space beginning to collapse, and Meng Hang's face, filled with murderous intent, emerged. He, Miss Yin, where do you think you're running to? The eerie and strange laughter echoed in the dim space, sounding incredibly bizarre. At this moment, still using divine might and unable to activate Tsukuyomi simultaneously, Meng Hang reached out to grab her. Yin Lingxuan's expression changed wildly, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She knew this was not the time to dwell on how Meng Hang had broken through the spatial barrier to enter her space. The jade horn above her head emitted an incredibly dazzling light, blinding her. At the same time, Meng Hang felt a terrifying repulsive force suddenly appear in this world. It was like magnets repelling each other. A tremendous force came, directly bouncing him out. Pang! Meng Hang plopped back onto his bed, wiping the blood tears from his face, his expression extremely grim. In the void space, the light on Yin Lingxuan's forehead dissipated, and the originally crystal-clear jade horn became somewhat murky. Her face was as pale as paper, and seeing the space close made her finally feel relieved, but then she muttered in terror, "A monster, he's just a monster. If I hadn't used up all the energy I had accumulated for so long, he would have really killed me." Early the next morning, Meng Hang, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, walked out of his room, startling the chubby guy and Luo who were eating. The chubby guy looked at him with a lewd expression, as if they both understood something. As expected of my Mangur, even the saintess of the whooshing sect dares to play. Look at you now, it seems you didn't sleep a wink last night, battling for 300 rounds. Where's your sister-in-law? Has she not gotten out of bed? Ha ha ha. The chubby guy's unrestrained mockery made Meng Hang roll his eyes. What are you thinking? She left last night. What? Does that Yin Lingxian think my Mangur is not good enough? The chubby guy feigned surprise. Luo, this chubby guy is all yours, do whatever you want with him. Hey, alright, young master. I've wanted to see this chubby guy get his comeuppance for a long time. No, Mangur, I was wrong. After some playful banter, Meng Hang suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen the kind monk that morning, so he asked, "It's almost 9 o'clock, why haven't we seen Master Shan? He usually gets up before 5, the chubby guy replied while wolfing down his food. Oh, that big monk has long gone out for a stroll. He calls it refining the heart in the mortal world, but isn't he just going out to look at pretty legs? Just as the chubby guy was teasing Master Shan, a creature resembling a white dove crashed through the glass and flew in, heading straight for Meng Hang and the others. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and directly threw the chopsticks he was using to eat. The wooden chopsticks flew out at high speed, making a whooshing sound in the air, and pinned the creature against the wall. TSK TSK TSK. The chubby guy clicked his tongue and said, "Goodness, fresh game delivered right to our door this early in the morning. Tonight, let the chef make you all a charcoal grilled dove." Saying this, the chubby guy stood up to take the dove down from the wall. Oh, the fat man suddenly let out a soft "oh," discovering that a bamboo tube was tied to the pigeon's leg. Meng Hang, seeing this, curiously leaned in closer. The bamboo tube opened, and inside was a photo. Upon seeing the content of the photo, both Meng Hang and the fat man changed color in shock. In the bustling crowd, the monk Liao Shan stood motionless with a dazed expression. Beside him, a person wearing a baseball cap, whose face was obscured, was subtly pressing a knife against Liao Shan's chest. There was no other information besides this photo, but its meaning was quite clear. After looking at the photo, Meng Hang's terrifying killing intent erupted once more, scaring the fat man and Luo into retreating in fear. "Fat man, what building is behind Master Liao Shan?" This is the famous hat emblem building in the capital, right in the city center. The fat man stammered. Meng Hang didn't waste any more words and turned to walk out the door. "Wait for me, I'm going too," the fat man hurriedly said. Meng Hang shook his head, suppressing the violent killing intent within him, and said, "This matter is clearly aimed at me, you shouldn't get involved." "Mangur, you can't say that. Master Liao Shan is also my friend, I can't just do nothing if he's in danger. Luo, control him and make him go back to his room." In this urgent situation, Meng Hang didn't want to waste any more time with the fat man and directly ordered Luo to restrain him. Understood. Luo put away her usual frivolity and answered crisply. Hearing Meng Hang say this, the fat man's expression changed slightly. He was about to say something else when he found his body uncontrollably moving toward the room. The fat man's face turned red with frustration, and no matter how he resisted, it was futile. "Meng Hang, I curse your ancestors, let me go quickly, or I won't let this go." Meng Hang seemed to ignore the fat man's curses and continued walking outside. With a weight on his shoulder, Luo had already sat on him, saying, "Young master, how can such excitement be without me? As the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the population of the capital has reached over 100 million. In the city center, the number of people coming and going every day is countless." At this moment, the originally bustling city center had turned chaotic. "Bro, what's going on up ahead? Why are so many people gathered there? Meng Hang, do you know? Damn, who doesn't know Meng Hang? If we're talking about popularity, who can compare to him right now? Do you know about the recent massacre of the Hua family?" "Of course I know. I heard the murderer is an extremely brutal pervert who killed dozens of people in the Hua family's villa cleanly. And I heard he even beheaded the heads of the Hua family and the Ruan family. But what does this have to do with anything? How can it not be related? The Hua family wasn't wiped out. The eldest son, Huayang, is still alive. He's up front accusing Meng Hang of being the pervert who slaughtered his entire family. Damn, is that true? I'm going to take a look." At this moment, surrounded by a dense crowd, Huayang was holding a crystal ball, tears streaming down his face as he exposed Meng Hang's crimes. "My brother only had a conflict with him during the college entrance examination, and Meng Hang actually wiped out my Hua family in the dead of night over this. He didn't even spare the head of the Ruan family who came to visit or the young lady of the Ruan family. What kind of once-in-a-century genius is he? He's just a heartless demon. If he continues like this, he will definitely become even more unrestrained in the future. Is that true? You have no evidence, how can we believe you? Someone in the crowd who supported Meng Hang questioned. No evidence? How could I possibly expose him in front of so many people without proof? Hua Yang sneered, pouring his mental energy into the crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball suddenly radiated a brilliant light, projecting a colorful glow that formed a three-dimensional image in the air. In the image, Hua Hongjian and Ruan Hong were sitting on a sofa, talking. The three-dimensional view allowed them to see the scene but not hear the sound. The Eye of Deception. This is a recording made with the Eye of Deception. Someone shouted. The image shifted, and a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the ceiling. What the hell? What is that? It scared me. The crowd was startled by the sudden appearance of the image. Wow, isn't this a scene that often appears in horror movies? It seems this shadow is the murderer, but then again, how twisted is he? What kind of normal person would appear hanging upside down from the ceiling like that? The shadow's face became clearer, revealing Meng Hang's eerie and sinister visage. What the hell? It's really Meng Hang. How is that possible? How could this be? Why would he do such a thing? The image shifted again, showing Meng Hang wielding a long knife facing dozens of people attacking him without any fear. With a cold laugh, he stepped forward, transforming into a gust of wind. When his figure reappeared, all those dozens of people were already on the ground, blood spraying from their necks. Damn! No wonder Meng Hang can make the four major academies unable to lift their heads. His strength is truly terrifying, killing dozens in one move. So horrifying! So horrifying! What the hell, brother, are you focusing on the wrong point? This time it's solid evidence. Meng Hang is that heartless murderer. I didn't expect the seemingly talented Meng Hang to be such a person in private. Damn, brother, are you blind? Did you see the video of him blocking the door? That sinister aura, and you tell me he's talented? Brother, how much did Meng Hang give you? Will give you double. Bang! Bang! Two headless corpses fell to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. Ugh! Some people couldn't handle the horrifying scene and started to gag. What? What kind of ability is this? I didn't even see Meng Hang make a move. How come Hua Hongjian and Ruan Hong's heads are gone? Damn, this kid Meng Hang is simply too bizarre. I could tell he wasn't a good person when he blocked the door. Moreover, I heard that at the time, someone just mocked him a bit, and that person is still lying in the hospital now. Wow, it really seems he's a pervert. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Hua Yang revealed a cold smile and continued, did everyone see that? The evidence is conclusive. Meng Hang is the murderer of my entire family. Today he dares to kill my Hua family, who knows whose family he will slaughter tomorrow. Such a demon should be exterminated, and restore peace to the capital. Hua Yang's impassioned words ignited the atmosphere, and everyone present began to shout. Exterminate the evil. Kill Meng Hang. Exterminate the evil. Kill Meng Hang. Clap. 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 Just as the crowd was fervently denouncing Meng Hang, a few slow claps suddenly came from somewhere in the crowd. The previously noisy crowd fell silent, all turning to look in that direction. Everyone was internally complaining, who is this idiot clapping while we're enjoying the denunciation? Young Master Hua, TSK, I didn't expect there to be a fish that slipped through the net. You keep saying I killed your whole family, but you don't mention at all how the Hua and Ruan families conspired to assassinate me. A sarcastic voice rang out from the crowd. Hiss. As these words were spoken, a chilling aura rose, and everyone felt as if a slippery poisonous snake was crawling on them. A young man in a black robe, looking handsome but exuding an extremely cold aura, stepped out from the crowd. Meng Hang. The crowd retreated in fear, none of them expecting Meng Hang to be among them. When Huayang saw that Meng Hang had really come, his scalp felt like it was exploding. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the immense pressure of seeing Meng Hang in person still left him panicked. Then he thought of something, and his expression became calm again as he looked at Meng Hang and snorted coldly. Nonsense! Your bloodthirsty nature is evident to all, and you dare to argue here. Isn't that right, everyone? Upon hearing this, several of Huayan's hired supporters exchanged glances and were the first to shout, that's right. Meng Hang is bloodthirsty and has long been possessed, he deserves to be killed by everyone. People in the crowd began to shout similarly, directly stirring up the atmosphere. They felt their blood boiling, unafraid of Meng Hang's notorious reputation, and echoed, exterminate the evil. Kill Meng Hang. Although there were still many doubts at this moment, such as why there was only an image without sound in the Eye of Deception, and what exactly Meng Hang meant by assassination, no one cared at this time. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. People only wanted to see what they wanted to see, as for the truth, did it matter? Oomph, Meng Hang, do you see? You have already provoked the wrath of heaven and the hatred of the people, and you still dare to come here. You kidnapped my friend to force me to come here, how could I not come? Besides, what do I have to be afraid of? Meng Hang didn't care about the crowd's condemnation. Instead, he used his Sharingan to look at Master Shan. The space began to distort, and the controlled Master Shan suddenly vanished from his spot. The crowd was bewildered. Where did he go? What happened to the living person? Huayang felt empty-handed, and goosebumps covered his body from fear. If he uses this move against me. Thinking of this, he no longer dared to delay and shouted loudly, "Young Master Yi, it's your turn." A voice filled with a hint of excitement rang out. In this place, Meng Hang is forbidden from using his abilities. As soon as the words fell, a handsome young man with skin as black as coal stepped out from the crowd. Who is this? I don't know, too dark, I can't see his face clearly. And he says abilities are forbidden here. Does he think he's Yi Fan, whose words are law? Wow, it really is Yi Fan. How did he get so dark? Did this guy go coal mining? When Meng Hang saw the person walking out of the crowd, he was momentarily stunned, then laughed, doubling over in amusement. He. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Little Yi, you really are obedient. You haven't let me down in my training. Hearing Meng Hang say this, Yi Fan's face turned red with anger, but unfortunately, it was too dark to see. Meng Hang, don't get carried away. The evidence of your massacre is already conclusive. Today, at Huayang's request, I will act on behalf of heaven. Meng Hang, still laughing, suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Fan and Huayang with a sinister gaze. Just you two, a useless one and a defeated opponent, think you can kill me? Humph, Meng Hang, don't think you're impressive just because you know some illusions. You've already fallen victim to my word spirit technique. No matter how many tricks you have, you're just a waste now. Yi Fan said excitedly, then looked at Huayang. Huayang, what are you waiting for? Now is your time for revenge. By the way, don't kill him, we can't kill like this demon. Disable him, and I will personally hand him over to the city guard. Although he spoke with righteous indignation, the ferocity in his eyes became increasingly evident. Meng Hang, the cross I prepared for you can finally be used. Excitement also showed in Huayang's eyes as a long sword appeared in his hand, aimed straight at Meng Hang. Meng Hang, today, let my family accompany you to the grave. Bang! A crisp sound echoed, blood splattered everywhere, hitting the faces of the onlookers. Meng Hang, surrounded by a green energy, cracked a sinister smile, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth as he coldly stared at Huayang, who lay on the ground with his neck twisted like a pretzel. Trash, I'll send you and your brother to die, so you won't have to search for him down below. The atmosphere felt as if it had frozen, a chilling aura enveloping the entire venue. The crowd, initially excited, stood dumbfounded, incredulously staring at the scene before them. Bang! 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 With a few muffled sounds, the heads of the few sycophants who had initially cheered for Huayang instantly separated from their bodies. Blood gushed out like a fountain, drenching the clothes of those nearby. People around touched their faces, staring blankly at the blood on their hands, and it took a long time for them to react, screaming in terror. He's killed someone! That madman Meng Hang has killed someone! A piercing scream erupted from the crowd, and those who had been in shock suddenly erupted into chaos. The densely packed crowd turned into a frenzy, scrambling to escape. The fleeing crowd wore pale faces, their lips trembling with boundless fear. The horrific sight of Huayang and the others, combined with their earlier threats to kill Meng Hang, filled everyone with dread, fearing that this madman would turn his wrath upon them. Run, quick! This madman is going crazy again. The crowd became increasingly chaotic, people pushing and shoving each other. Some slipped and fell, instantly swallowed by the tide of people. At this moment, Meng Hang was like a flood or an earthquake, instilling terror in everyone. Yi Fan, who had originally planned how to torment Meng Hang, now had lost all color in his face, trembling like a sieve. Why? Why can he still use his powers? A storm of emotions surged within Yi Fan. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation since awakening his abilities. Yes. I understand now, this is a secret technique, not a power. That's why Huayang, that waste, couldn't even withstand a single move. Thinking of this, his heart calmed down a bit. Meng Hang, you dare to kill innocent people in broad daylight? You really don't take the Imperial City Guard seriously. Innocent people? Do they know if they are innocent themselves? Want to stand on a moral high ground to accuse me? As long as I eliminate everyone who accuses me, then I will be the one standing at the highest moral point. Meng Hang spoke lightly, but the chilling intent behind his words sent a shiver down Yi Fan's spine. Madman, you are truly a complete lunatic. Yi Fan pointed at him, shouting in fear. A wave of terror swept through him. He suddenly regretted wanting to play this cat and mouse game with Meng Hang, because he realized that Meng Hang was not only not a mouse, but when he went mad, he could turn into a starving tiger that had been hungry for days, ready to bite anyone. Meng Hang, die. In a succinct manner, he only wanted Meng Hang dead, but the words he intended to say turned into a whimper. How could this happen? Yifan's scalp suddenly felt like it was exploding, and the whites of his eyes began to show blood vessels. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his lips, and he realized he couldn't even open his mouth. Young master, praise me quickly. At that moment, Luo, perched on Meng Hang's shoulder, excitedly sought recognition. Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Yifan with an indescribable gaze, slowly walking towards him. Yifan felt a chill run down his spine under Meng Hang's stare, goosebumps erupting all over his body, and an urge to urinate surged within him. Because that gaze was exactly the same as the one Meng Hang had when he trained him in the moon reading space that day. Woo woo woo. Yifan retreated in terror, then turned to run. He run, why don't you run? That's right. Run home. That way I can have the entire Yi family accompany you in your burial. Countless cold, eerie laughs echoed in his ears, like the summons of countless evil spirits from the 18th layer of hell. Despair. A despair that felt like there was no way up to heaven and no door down to the earth. In the next second, the black-robed Meng Hang appeared before Yifan like a ghost, gripping Yifan's neck tightly. GGG run, why aren't you running? Meng Hang's cold, snake-like gaze fixed on Yifan. Luo, open his mouth. But. There's no but. Luo shivered. She dared not provoke the already bloodthirsty Meng Hang and immediately retracted the mental threads that had sewn Yifan's mouth shut. Let's play a game. There will be a punishment for mistakes. Upon hearing the word punishment, Yifan's pupils instantly contracted, his mouth clamped shut, not daring to leave even a tiny gap. Seeing him like this, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow. Good, just like that. If I haven't told you to speak, you mustn't speak otherwise, I might think you want to kill me, and you wouldn't want that day to happen again, would you? Tears streamed down Yifan's face as he shook his head desperately. Very good. Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction and took out a pair of pliers from his spatial ring. Upon seeing the pliers, not only Yifan but even Luo, known for her sadistic tendencies, couldn't help but shiver. Meng Hang held Yifan's neck with his left hand and slowly brought the huge pliers closer with his right hand, softly asking, "What is 1000 minus 7? Hearing this question, both Yifan and Luo were momentarily stunned, not understanding why he asked that. Ah! A scream that echoed through the sky startled the fleeing crowd, causing them to stop and turn around to see. What kind of injury could elicit such a piercing scream? When the crowd turned back, they saw Meng Hang's mouth corners stretching to his ears, his left hand gripping Yifan's neck, and the pliers in his right hand clamping down on a bloody tooth. Ah! Ah! Yifan's eyes turned red, and with each scream, blood foam sprayed out. He thrashed wildly, trying to break free from Meng Hang's grasp. Unfortunately, Meng Hang's left hand was like an iron clamp, unyielding. Ignoring the terrified gazes from the crowd, Meng Hang leaned close to Yifan's ear and whispered, "Not answering counts as a mistake too, and there will be a punishment. What is 1000 minus 7? It equals 993. It equals 993. Upon hearing Meng Hang say this, Yifan could no longer care about the excruciating pain in his mouth and shouted desperately. In his excitement, the blood foam sprayed all over Meng Hang's face. Meng Hang didn't mind, casually wiping it a few times. This wipe not only failed to clean the blood but instead smeared it all over his face, making him look even more like a demon crawling out of hell. Continue. Meng Hang laughed happily, his whole body trembling with excitement. 986. Continue. 978. Wrong. 979. 979. Continue. 971. Wrong again. Meng Hang, if you dare to say another word, I will rip your tongue out alive. Silence. Very good, continue. Continue. The crowd initially stared blankly at Meng Hang's actions, their faces growing increasingly grim, until someone could no longer hold back and began to vomit. Madman. Madman. Pervert. A complete pervert. Find the city guards. Hurry and find the city guards. Yes, and quickly notify the Yi family, kill this pervert. The crowd no longer dared to linger, fleeing as if pursued by a vengeful ghost. At this moment, Yifan's eyes were vacant, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were free, unable to utter a single word. Luo sat stiffly on Meng Hang's shoulder, her face pale, not daring to move. In those 10 minutes, she felt as if she had witnessed hell. She had thought she was already twisted enough, but today she realized what true depravity was. Just watching made her feel as if she were in hell, waves of nausea crashing over her. Luo watched as Yifan had his teeth pulled out one by one for answering questions incorrectly. Eventually, when there were no teeth left, they started on his fingernails, and after the nails, they began. By the end, there was not a single piece of good flesh left on Yifan's body. The young master hadn't been this twisted before. Why had his condition worsened so much now? When Meng Hang saw that Yifan was inhaling more than exhaling, he reluctantly retracted the pliers. Let's call it a day. This will set you free. Quick, thank me. Upon hearing Meng Hang say this, Yifan's previously vacant gaze finally showed a glimmer of life. He struggled to lift the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile of relief. But when he smiled, his mouth was not filled with the originally white teeth, but a gaping black void that sent chills down one's spine. Thank you. You're welcome. Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction, but then seemed to think of something, the corners of his mouth curling up. What is 1000 minus 7? Yifan? Luo? Yifan's fleeting smile of relief instantly froze on his face, followed by a convulsion of his body, his face turning ashen. Dead. Just like that, dead. Yifan was the second person to be scared to death by Meng Hang after Wan Su. Meng Hang's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his face filled with embarrassment. Luo, do you believe me if I say I just wanted to tease him a bit more? Luo, do I look like I believe you? Seeing Luo's expression, Meng Hang knew her thoughts. He looked up to the sky in silence. Who can understand my humor? Young master, you've really caused a big mess this time. What are you planning to do next? Slightly regaining her composure, Luo looked at the hellish scene, her face grim as she asked. Hearing Luo's question, Meng Hang rested his left arm against his right, stroking his chin in contemplation. You make a good point. To cut the grass and eliminate the roots, rather than wait for the Yi family to take revenge, it's better to strike first and directly wipe out the Yi family. Luo, I clearly asked you how to escape the Dragon Kingdom's pursuit. When did I say to wipe out the Yi family? Come on, hey, ABC. Just then, the system's nonsensical voice appeared in Meng Hang's mind. Damn, system brother, where have you been learning this song for so long? Meng Hang asked, somewhat bewildered. Don't mind the details. Ding. System activated. Agree to eliminate the Yi family. Reward, immortal mode of Nyamu Mountain. Refuse, deduct 1000 points of kill credits. Upon hearing this task, Meng Hang immediately became excited. Holy crap! I said, system brother, when did you become so generous, coming right out with such a big gift? Brother, don't ask. If you ask, it's because I've been winning at Mahjong lately. Awesome. Accept. Meng Hang silently praised the system and chose to accept the task. Ding. Task completed, reward host with the immortal mode of Nyamu Mountain. Just then, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and looked to the side of the road. In the distance, a large group of dozens of people in uniform was rushing towards him. Feng Ren's expression was serious as he hurried along with his subordinates. When he heard that someone reported Meng Hang had wiped out the entire Hua family and was now going crazy, killing people in the city center, his first reaction was disbelief. He thought it was some force that failed to recruit Meng Hang and was using such despicable means to tarnish his name. After all, he was a once-in-a-century genius from the Dragon Kingdom, with an unlimited future ahead. Why would someone with such a bright future choose to kill? Sure, his demeanor was a bit eerie, but that didn't mean he was a psychopath. They didn't even have a good reason to slander him. It wasn't until he saw the photo handed to him by his subordinate that he began to understand. Meng Hang stood among the crowd, ominously surveying those around him, with a body at his feet whose neck had been twisted into a spiral. Feng Ren narrowed his eyes, also noticing Meng Hang in a black robe radiating a chilling aura not far away. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to stop, and cautiously approached Meng Hang. After walking a few dozen meters, they finally saw the scene around Meng Hang clearly. Several headless corpses lay sprawled on the ground, and the body in the photo with its neck twisted like a spiral was not far away. What shocked them the most was that beneath Meng Hang's feet lay a body that was completely mangled, with no intact flesh visible. Hiss! The members of the city guard collectively gasped, and even though they had seen a lot, they had never encountered such a brutal scene. Meng Hang, hands on your head, do not resist. We are members of the Imperial Capital City Guard, and we are here to arrest you for the murders in the street and the annihilation of the Hua family. You are the top genius of the Dragon Kingdom. I believe there must be some reason behind this. I hope you can cooperate with us for a thorough investigation. What reason? What reason? Can a normal person torture others like this? The members of the city guard thought to themselves. Feng Ren stared nervously at Meng Hang, cold sweat beading on his forehead, fearing that Meng Hang might go berserk at any moment. Although he was the captain of the city guard and a powerful expert, he had no confidence facing this so-called genius of the Dragon Kingdom. So he wanted to stabilize Meng Hang first and wait for the city lord to arrive before making a decision. Hearing Feng Ren's words, Meng Hang merely smirked and said, "I'm really sorry, but I have things to do and can't go with you." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the city guard members changed. Feng Ren gritted his teeth and finally had to shout, "Make your move, take Meng Hang down." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of city guard members drew their weapons and charged at Meng Hang. Meng Hang scoffed, took a step forward, and vanished into thin air. The crowd stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the scene. Is this Meng Hang's spatial ability? It's really as terrifying as the rumors say, one team member exclaimed in astonishment. The others silently nodded, secretly relieved. Who would want to engage with such a terrifying Meng Hang? The fat man felt his whole body relax and sat up abruptly. "Meng Hang, damn you! When you come back, I will make you pay. And that girl, just wait. You think I won't chop you up and burn you as firewood?" After cursing a couple of times, he hurriedly got dressed and was about to rush to the city center. Just then, the space in front of the fat man twisted, and Master Liaoshan stumbled out. Seeing Master Liaoshan return safely, the fat man's furious expression instantly changed to a cheerful one as he said, "I told you, when Meng Gur takes action, one is worth two. A bunch of little punks dare to threaten him." Saying this, he stepped forward to support Master Liaoshan. "Master, are you alright?" The fat man looked Liaoshan up and down, and only after confirming he wasn't injured did he feel relieved. He then looked back and asked curiously, "Hey, why didn't Meng Gur come out?" Master Liaoshan shook his head in confusion, feeling as if this morning was like a dream. He had originally wanted to go out to experience the world, to wander through the flowers without touching a single petal, and to admire the beautiful legs of women on the street. Who would have thought he would be inexplicably kidnapped, inexplicably caught in Yifan's spell, inexplicably teleported by Meng Hang to an unknown space, and now inexplicably thrown out by Meng Hang? The fat man wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by his phone ringing in his pocket. "Hello, Dad, please stop calling. I already said Meng Hang doesn't want to join any forces. Even if you ask me to persuade him, it won't work." "Persuade my ass. Hurry up and get your ass back home. You're not allowed to stay in that villa anymore." A frantic voice came from the other end of the line. "Hey, I'm doing just fine in the capital, why do I have to go back?" the fat man asked, puzzled. "Why? The entire capital is in an uproar, and you're still asking why?" Huayang publicly exposed Meng Hang as the one who wiped out the Hua family, and Meng Hang went berserk, killing Huayang right in the street. Ni Haifeng said anxiously on the phone. When he heard that his son was good friends with the #1 genius of Long Country, he was overjoyed. After all, Meng Hang had the potential to reach the position of Zhao Shanha, and Ni Haifeng was so happy he almost threw a banquet to celebrate. But today, upon learning that Meng Hang was a downright madman, he broke out in a cold sweat. "Listen to that Huayang's nonsense." The fat man was furious after hearing his father's words, his face turning red. "I know what happened that night. It was clearly the Ruan and Hua families teaming up to send assassins to kill Meng Gur, and Meng Gur retaliated. That's useless talk. He brutally killed Yi Fan, the eldest son of the Yi family, in public. The Yi family won't let him off. You hurry up and move out of the villa, and you're not allowed to have any contact with Meng Hang." "What? He killed Yi Fan?" The fat man was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. "No way, the Yi family will definitely go after Meng Gur. I have to go help Meng Gur." The fat man muttered to himself, dazedly walking towards the door. "Unfilial son, come back to me." Ni Haifeng's furious roar came from the phone. The fat man seemed not to hear and continued to walk out. Just then, a figure appeared behind him, and a hand struck the back of his neck. The bodyguard caught the falling fat man and picked up the phone, saying, "Master, I'm taking the young master back now." "Okay, set off right away." "Understood, master." After saying this, the bodyguard said nothing more, carrying the fat man out of the villa, leaving Master Liaoshan in a state of disarray in the wind. Capital University. "Damn, have you heard? Meng Hang is the pervert who wiped out the Hua family. Is that true? Where did you hear such rumors?" "What rumors? The incident happened in the city center. My relative was there in person. I heard he got so angry that he slapped Huayang to death and even dragged a few bystanders into it. And the most important thing, I heard he tortured and killed Yi Fan. The scene was bloodier than ever, and there wasn't a single good piece of flesh left on Yi Fan's body." I beep 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 beep. Upon hearing this, the people around were stunned. It's over, the capital is about to change again. Humph, I knew Meng Hang was no good from the start. How about that? I was right. Our school actually lost to a murderer. Inside a simply decorated room, the city lord and Old Kong stood in front of an ice mirror, watching. The image in the ice mirror showed everything Meng Hang had done since arriving in the capital. killing the assassins of the Dark Pavilion, slaughtering the Hua family, and finally publicly torturing Yi Fan. The city lord's expression was grim as he said, "This child is truly too cruel. Although it was always others who provoked him first, there's no need to wipe out entire families. Old Kong, do you really want to entrust this matter to him?" A glimmer of light flickered in Old Kong's dim eyes. "Killing one person is a crime, killing millions is a king. In a time of peace, I would be the first to eliminate someone like Meng Hang. But in this time of internal and external troubles, he is a sharp blade, whoever sticks their head out will be chopped off." As he spoke, a forceful aura emanated from Old Kong, one that did not match his old body. "I said before, let these rats make a fuss, the more chaotic, the better. No destruction, no establishment, now is the time." Wow! 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 The originally bright sky above the capital suddenly darkened, and countless cawing crows filled the air like a morning cry. The people of the capital all looked up, their faces showing shock, all captivated by this spectacular sight. They saw a dense swarm of crows covering half the sky, emerging from who knows where. What the hell is going on? There must be nearly 1,000,000 crows. Where did they come from? No, it can't be that the beasts are attacking the city. The cawing of crows was not a good omen, with Meng Hang killing people in the streets and 1,000,000 crows mourning. Something big was about to happen in the capital. City lord of the capital, Yi family of the capital. Yi Weiwu trembled as he looked at the photo of Yi Fan's tragic death in his hand, his face turning pale. Why? I was already prepared to deal with that little beast. Why did you have to act so hastily and take matters into your own hands? At that moment, he was no longer the head of the Yi family who could turn clouds and cover the sky, he was just a father who had lost his son. Soon, the entire Yi family echoed with his heart-wrenching cries. "Fanner, I will definitely skin that little beast alive to avenge you." Just then, everyone in the Yi family felt the sky darken, as countless crows circled above, forming what seemed like an abyss. Such a bizarre occurrence had never happened in the capital, causing everyone to stop and gaze, wanting to see what was happening. Inside the Yi family villa, Yi Weiwu was originally looking despondently at his son's photo, but upon hearing the annoying cacophony, his expression turned ferocious. "A bunch of beasts, is my son supposed to be mourned by you? If it weren't for your loud mouths making a fuss, how could my son have died? You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. You beasts deserve to die. Meng Hang deserves to die. Everyone who knows Meng Hang deserves to die." At this moment, Yi Weiwu's eyes were bloodshot, blinded by hatred. He wanted to send everyone associated with Meng Hang down to accompany his son in death. "Yi Ning. Yes, head of the family." Yi Weiwu shouted, and a strong man stepped forward, cautiously kneeling at his feet. "Gather all the family members to find Meng Hang, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must bring him back. Investigate who Meng Hang is familiar with, regardless of their background or abilities, eliminate them all, leave no one behind." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning's expression froze, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Head of the family, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country will not let us off like this." In the next moment, Yi Weiwu exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He yanked Yi Ning's hair, who was still kneeling on the ground, and slammed his head down hard. While smashing, he roared, "Not let me off? You say they won't let me off? My son, the most talented ability user of the Yi family in 100 years, was brutally killed, and you tell me they won't let me off? That old fool is about to kick the bucket. If he dares to interfere, I'll make this imperial capital pay for my son's death." Yi Ning's face was already covered in blood. If he weren't an ability user with a strong physique, he would have been killed by now. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Weiwu finally released Yi Ning's hair, and his demeanor returned to calm, his expression becoming blank. Yi Weiwu wiped the blood on his hands onto Yi Ning's body before saying, "Go quickly, I want to hear about Meng Hang's whereabouts in an hour, and bring back the bodies of those who will accompany Fanner in death." "Understood, head of the family." Yi Ning wiped his blood-soaked eyes, which he could barely open, and without a hint of expression, he acknowledged and walked out. The entire Yi family began to bustle with activity, and countless departments connected to the Yi family received notifications to thoroughly investigate Meng Hang's background. Just a few minutes later, over 100 ability users gathered in front of the Yi family villa, ready to head out. At that moment, millions of crows suddenly dove down from the sky, rapidly merging together, creating an extremely spectacular scene. The people of the imperial capital looked up at this sight, gasping in astonishment. "Look, the flock of crows is diving down. Wow, how spectacular. How did they merge? Is a crow monster going to appear? Hey, I feel like this flock of crows is heading towards the Yi family direction. Wow, look, the flock of crows really turned into people." The sky was filled with crows gathering together, gradually forming a humanoid shape. The sky brightened suddenly, as if the dark clouds had parted, and sunlight poured down onto the earth again. The crows that had once occupied half the sky disappeared, leaving only a shadow with wings standing in midair. Wow, a birdman. This is definitely a monster attacking the city. It looks like a transformed great demon. This demon king must be out of his mind, daring to attack the imperial capital of the dragon country. He'll know how to write death in no time. No. Wait. Suddenly, someone pointed in terror towards the shadow, shouting in fear. This person was an ability user with enhanced vision, so he could see further than others and immediately recognized the figure in the sky. He saw a man in a black robe, sharp features, and handsome looks. However, the chilling aura surrounding him made people shudder. That's not a monster, that's Meng Hang. That's Meng Hang. The person with enhanced vision was filled with disbelief. Meng Hang was now the most prominent figure in the dragon country, known by everyone from the elderly to toddlers. Moreover, with the news this morning that he had gone berserk in public, he had been pushed to the forefront of attention, so it was no surprise that he was recognized. Upon hearing that the person in the sky was actually Meng Hang, everyone showed expressions of terror. In their minds, Meng Hang's reputation had become synonymous with monsters and demons, a figure to be feared. His massacre of the Hua family has already been exposed, and this morning he killed someone in public. Why isn't he fleeing but instead appearing so ostentatiously? Hiss. He won't completely go mad. Prepare to slaughter the city. Bullshit. Who does he think he is, blocking a school gate and thinking he's invincible? Don't forget that the city lord is still in the imperial capital. Although this person said so, he couldn't help but tremble at the thought of the 600-meter-tall giants, like demigods, from back then. In front of the Yi family, over 100 people who were about to set off looked up at the dark shadow in the sky with terror. Someone had already recognized that it was Meng Hang and quickly rushed inside to report to Yi Weiwu. They watched the figure in the sky with black wings, like a demon, their faces pale, because beneath Meng Hang's feet was precisely where the Yi family's mansion was located. It was obvious that his target was the Yi family. Although hundreds of capable individuals had gathered at the Yi family estate, they felt not a shred of safety in their hearts. Little beast. I wasn't going to look for you, yet you dared to come knocking on my door. An incredibly furious roar erupted from within the villa, and a figure burst through the roof, shooting up into the sky like a bolt of lightning. The head of the family is personally taking action. How many years has it been since we saw the head of the family act? The crowd below, who had been filled with dread, couldn't help but show excitement upon seeing Yi Weiwu soar into the sky. Yi Weiwu stood in midair, veins bulging on his face, twisting like countless centipedes. Little beast, you killed my son, and you dare to come here personally. Meng Hang smiled, his gaze icy, facing the endless killing intent radiating from Yi Weiwu without a hint of fear, instead wearing a mocking expression. I'm averse to trouble. Beat the young one, and the old one comes. Beat the old one, and an even older one shows up. It never ends. Why not cut the grass and eliminate the roots today, and wipe out your Yi family entirely? To cut the grass, one must eliminate the roots. The head of the Yi family wouldn't be so ignorant of such a simple principle, would he? Hearing Meng Hang's words, Yi Weiwu laughed in anger. Good, little beast, you've achieved a bit and forgotten your surname. Today, I will skin you alive and make you regret coming into this world. As he spoke, a fierce light shot from Yi Weiwu's eyes, and he was about to strike. Jia, feeling the overwhelming momentum like a raging storm, Meng Hang let out a sinister laugh. Old turtle, boasting without a draft. It's always been me who skins people. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. By the way, your son Yifan's skin is what I plan to peel off bit by bit. As Yi Weiwu was about to form a seal, his face instantly turned red, fury overwhelming him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Little beast, you must die today. Heh, with such a weak mental fortitude, you bled from just 2 sentences. Meng Hang sneered inwardly, but a flash of ruthlessness crossed his face. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. If you won't strike, then I'll strike first. Meng Hang's pupils transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his gaze locking directly onto Yi Weiwu's head. Yi Weiwu, who had been looking fierce, instantly changed his expression upon seeing the change in Meng Hang's eyes. A crystal-clear, pebble-sized orb appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he crushed it. Meng Hang frowned, thinking it was something similar to the Soul Destruction Pearl, and that Yi Weiwu intended to perish together with him. So he didn't care. If it really exploded, it would save him the trouble of acting. To his surprise, the crushed orb did not explode but turned into a cloud of powder that scattered in the wind. Seeing this, Meng Hang furrowed his brow. Although he didn't understand Yi Weiwu's actions, he didn't ask. After all, no matter what it was, once a person was dead, it was safe. But in the next moment, Meng Hang was stunned in place. He saw the distorted space in front of Yi Weiwu vanish after the powder dispersed, and Yi Weiwu remained unharmed, standing in place. The once invincible divine might had actually lost its effect at this moment. Meng Hang, not believing in evil, once again unleashed his divine might, his eyes hooked jade spinning rapidly, yet there was still no response. How is this possible? Meng Hang's pupils contracted, his face filled with disbelief. In stark contrast to Meng Hang's shock, Yi Weiwu wore a cold smile. A long knife appeared in his hand, slicing towards Meng Hang with lightning speed. Meng Hang stood still, somewhat puzzled, and, seeing Yi Weiwu charging at him, instinctively did not dodge or evade. But in the next moment, his scalp exploded with a sense of impending death rising from his heart. I must dodge. No longer hesitating, Meng Hang activated his instant step, transforming into a gust of wind as he retreated. Unfortunately, he underestimated Yi Weiwu and relied too much on his divine might. A flash of cold light passed, and countless droplets of blood, like enchanting rose petals, fell from the sky. Meng Hang lowered his head, staring blankly at the wound that extended from his neck to his abdomen, confusion filling his eyes. Why did the divine might fail? Yi Weiwu looked at the knife wound, faintly revealing internal organs, and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha! To kill you, I spent a month having people review all your battle videos, discovering that your spatial abilities are truly too unfathomable. To find a way to counter your spatial secret techniques, my Yi family spent countless crystal stones to finally find this treasure that conceals space. So, you are undoubtedly going to die today. Before he could finish, both of them heard countless cheers coming from below. Beautiful! Meng Hang is actually injured. Meng Hang has been blocking the door for so many days, and I've never seen him injured. That's a must. What is a genius? A future strong person, but not yet grown. Yi Weiwu was a renowned strongman, a Chen-level expert. Dealing with an 18-year-old boy is like child's play. Yi family head, kill this freak and eliminate the threat for the Dragon Kingdom. Go, Yi family head. Kill Meng Hang. Kill Meng Hang. Exterminate the evil. Exterminate the evil. It wasn't just a few people shouting below, nor was it only Yi family members cheering. It was the entire populace of the imperial capital, raising their arms in cheers for Yi Weiwu. Ever since the incident of Meng Hang exterminating his clan was exposed, coupled with his public murder and the extremely cruel torture of Yi Fan, Meng Hang had directly transformed from a hidden genius of the Dragon Kingdom into a demon that everyone wanted to hunt down. Ha ha ha, Meng Hang, do you hear the voices below? You are now the rat that everyone wants to kill. If you don't die, who will? Yi Weiwu laughed wildly, his gaze towards Meng Hang filled with mockery. Even he hadn't expected Meng Hang to fall to this extent. Meng Hang tilted his head in a daze, listening to the condemnation from everyone in the imperial capital, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Why? Clearly, you came to kill me first, I was just retaliating. I have never killed innocents indiscriminately, only those who wanted to kill me. Why do they hate me so much, wanting to put me to death? Seeing Meng Hang's lost and disheartened appearance, Yi Weiwu felt even more pleasure in his heart. Compared to directly killing him, this kind of mental torment was the most painful. Because you are too outstanding. Yi Weiwu's eyes were filled with derision. At just 18 years old, you possess such terrifying strength. Do you know how many people envy you? But that's not the most important thing. After all, when you reach a certain height, those who can only look up to you will turn from envy to awe. Zhao Shanhe back then made people shift from envy to awe step by step. But unlike Zhao Shanhe, you are too arrogant, so arrogant that it frightens people. Back then, when Zhao Shanhe was at the height of his fame, he chose to disappear, quietly joining the army. But look at you. A single person wiped out the entire Hua family and brazenly killed on the street. How can they not fear you? Even if you are in the right, what does it matter? Everyone is an island unto themselves. No one truly thinks of others, only whether it will affect them. You are too cruel, so cruel that everyone fears the day you truly go mad and unleash a massacre. Look down at them, see their true faces. Apart from gloating, is there anyone who genuinely cares for the Dragon Kingdom? What great righteousness of the human race, what death struggle with the demon race. Those useless people below know nothing. It was unclear where Yi Weiwu had accumulated so much resentment over the years, but today it all came pouring out. They only know that you have made them afraid, so they only want you dead. Meng Hang silently listened to Yi Weiwu's lengthy tirade, and the confusion in his eyes gradually regained its brilliance. He touched a wound on his body, dabbed a bit of blood on his finger, and gently licked it with his tongue, revealing an infinite fervor in his eyes. He arrogantly making them fear? Then I will continue to be arrogant, arrogant to the point of their despair, arrogant to the point that they dare not make a sound when they see me, arrogant to the point that they tremble in my presence. The more Meng Hang spoke, the more ferocious he became, and the hair on the right side of his head slowly turned white. In contrast, although his pupils remained blood red, the scara of his right eye became as dark as ink, deep and unfathomable. At this moment, Meng Hang's left hair was glossy black, and the left side of his face bore no expression, his cold gaze fixed on Yi Weiwu as if looking at a corpse, devoid of any emotion. Meanwhile, the hair on his right side had turned completely white, and a morbid excitement shone in his deep, dark right eye, the corner of his right mouth nearly stretching to his ear. The sight of Meng Hang, half cold and emotionless, half ferociously sickly, sent chills down Yi Weiwu's spine. At the same time, under the powerful self-healing ability of the cells from the column, the knife wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. Seeing this, Yi Weiwu's expression changed drastically. He no longer wasted words and swung his knife again. He, without divine might, you think you can kill me? The corner of Meng Hang's mouth twisted into a sinister grin, while his left side remained cold and indifferent to the point of despair. Flames of blue suddenly engulfed his entire body, and a towering Susanoo clad in armor appeared in an instant. A wave of terrifying pressure swept out, and when Yi Weiwu's long knife struck the Susanoo, he felt a tremendous backlash that sent him flying. It's here! The terrifying technique that Meng Hang used to crush the 4 academies has appeared. The people below looked at the massive blue giant in the sky, their eyes filled with horror. You think you can kill me? You think you can kill me? Meng Hang's left face remained expressionless, while his right face roared increasingly ferociously. Then, the Susanoo wielded a gigantic Susanoo sword and slashed at Yi Weiwu. Yi Weiwu looked at his shattered tiger mouth, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "You little beast, don't be too arrogant. Today I'll show you the power of a Qian-tier expert." With that, he formed a hand seal. In an instant, a 100-meter-tall phantom appeared behind him. This phantom had a face like indigo, hair like vermilion, eyes blazing, fangs protruding, and a mouth like that of a thunder god from mythology. The phantom Leijianzi held a wedge in his left hand and a spike in his right, clashing them together. Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning erupted from it, charging towards the Susanoo. Compared to the heavenly thunder summoned by Sharingan using the 4 symbols extermination array, it was like a small witch facing a great witch, with no comparison whatsoever. In just a moment, the Susanoo sword collided with the lightning. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, shaking the entire imperial capital. Countless people were stunned by the thunderous sound, their eyes bloodshot, ears bleeding, and some fainted on the spot. This was still due to the protective city formation in the imperial capital, otherwise, who knows how many bodies would have been shattered. Meng Hang glanced at the horrific scene below, his pitch-black right eye still excited to the point of madness, while his cold left eye flashed with an indescribable complexity. The scene below reminded him of the time in Yunshui City when the Blood Demon King had killed countless people with a single roar. What difference was there between himself now and that beast? He suddenly recalled a saying, when you gaze long into the abyss also gazes back at you. But, who really cares? The hesitation in his left eye was once again replaced by indifference, and the smile at the corner of his right mouth grew more unrestrained. 2 immense forces collided and cancelled each other out. The lightning dissipated, and the sword of Susanoo was also rebounded. He as expected of a Qian-tier expert, able to withstand a blow from Susanoo. Meng Hang laughed maniacally, his right eye filled with madness. In stark contrast, Yi Weiwu's face was filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm a Qian-tier master, how could he possibly be evenly matched with me? He. Come again, come again." The sword of Susanoo slashed towards Yi Weiwu again and again, and Yi Weiwu could only desperately control the phantom of Leijianzi behind him to defend. Waves of energy spread outwards, causing the transparent city protection formation above the imperial capital to begin shaking. The city lord Chu Wuyuan, who was watching everything from the ice mirror, could no longer hold on and spoke up, "Old Kong, aren't you going to make a move? If I don't intervene, those 2 will tear the imperial capital apart, and I won't be able to explain to the citizens." Old Kong's expression remained calm as he said lightly, "With me here, these 2 kids can't turn the tide." After saying that, Old Kong thrust his dragon-headed cane into the ground, and an invisible barrier rapidly expanded outward from him, enveloping the entire imperial capital in the blink of an eye. The already shaky city protection formation became incredibly solid again, but a hint of fatigue appeared on Old Kong's already aged face. "Old Kong, you." Seeing his condition, Chu Wuyuan hurriedly wanted to help him. Old Kong waved his hand and said, "I'm really getting old, I can't exert this little bit of power anymore." Yi Weiwu saw Meng Hang still slashing at him, cold sweat already beading on his forehead, and he was shocked to the extreme. Even he, a Qian-tier expert, could not sustain such a high-load battle with his Dharma form. Why did this kid's mental power seem endless? At the same time, he couldn't help but curse inwardly, "You, Chu Wuyuan, as the lord of the imperial capital, still won't make a move at this time. Are you trying to reap the benefits of the fisherman?" With this thought, Yi Weiwu's face showed determination as he roared, "Dad, come help me." Hearing Yi Weiwu's shout, Meng Hang, who had been excited, suddenly froze. Goodness, he really did call for the old man, and now here comes an even older one. As soon as the words left his mouth, another figure flew through the air, hovering beside Yi Weiwu. This person was a thin, hunched old man with gray hair. Chu Weiyuan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this old man in front of the ice mirror. Yi Wenshan, isn't he dead? After speaking, his face turned extremely grim. What a Yi family, one Qiantir expert in the open, and another in the dark. The Yi family has great ambitions, their intentions must be punished. Old Kong beside him also revealed a cold smile. Look, I told you to let that brat Meng Hang make a scene, and what do you know, it's drawn out all the hidden rats. Yi Wenshan hunched over, hands behind his back, gazing at Meng Hang and Susanoo, his eyes revealing surprise, then he turned to Yi Weiwu beside him. War, who is this child? Why would you risk being discovered by those people just to call me out? He had been in seclusion for years, knowing that Yi Weiwu wouldn't call him out unless it was a matter of the family's safety. Father, Fanner is dead. Yi Weiwu mentioned this, and his eyes instantly turned red. Upon hearing this, Yi Wenshan trembled, and in an instant, he seemed to age 10 years. How could this be? How could this be? Fanner is a once-in-a-century genius of our Yi family. Which family is so jealous of us that they sent someone to assassinate him? By the end, Yi Wenshan nearly shouted. Yi Weiwu, trembling with excitement, reached out to point at Meng Hang, but was interrupted by Meng Hang speaking first. Kick. Old fool, your age has dulled your mind. I'm standing right in front of you, tell me who killed your precious grandson. Let me tell you, I first pulled out his teeth one by one, then his fingernails, and then I cut off his fingers one by one. Enough! Yi Wenshan's eyes turned blood red, glaring at Meng Hang like a man-eating demon. Kick. Meng Hang was not intimidated by his glare and continued excitedly. You don't know, Fanner was mumbling for his father and grandfather to save him as he was dying. Kick haha. At this point, tears streamed from Meng Hang's right eye while his left remained cold and indifferent. You little beast, may you die a terrible death. Yi Wenshan was so furious he nearly ground his teeth to dust, flames erupting in his eyes, and like Yi Weiwu, a massive phantom appeared behind him, towering 100 meters high. This phantom was robust, engulfed in raging flames, resembling a fire god from mythology. The phantom let out a silent roar, and a thick pillar of fire shot out, engulfing the sky as it charged toward Meng Hang. Looking up from the ground, the entire sky was ablaze, a spectacular sight. What kind of power is this? The entire imperial capital was in chaos, some people screamed and fled, others were knocked unconscious on the ground, while some, confident in their own strength, stared in shock at the sky stained red. The scorching heat of the fire pillar warped the surrounding air as it rushed toward Meng Hang. Feeling the intense heat, Meng Hang revealed a hint of mockery in his right eye and controlled Susanoo to slash down. The massive flames were split in two, transforming into two fire pillars that swept past Susanoo. Only a few sparks splattered onto Susanoo's armor, leaving no trace. Yi Wenshan, who had been in a rage, was stunned, staring in disbelief at the godlike Susanoo. How is this possible? Where did this monster come from? How could he so easily withstand my full force attack? Yi Weiwu had already grown accustomed to Meng Hang's abnormality, and with no time to explain what Meng Hang had been up to lately, he simply said to Yi Wenshan, Father, let's attack together. I don't believe this little beast can withstand the combined force of two Qin-level ability users. After saying this, the phantom of Leijianzi behind him struck his weapon together fiercely, and a thunder dragon, dozens of meters long, roared out. Hearing his son say this, the fire god phantom behind Yi Wenshan was equally unwilling to be outdone. With a right fist engulfed in raging flames, he struck out, and a fire dragon, also dozens of meters long, was born from endless fury. At this moment, the sky above the imperial capital resembled the end of the world, as if two ancient deities were unleashing their power. One half of the sky transformed into a thunderous pool, with countless lightning serpents swirling and twisting, exuding a terrifying celestial might that sent shivers down the spine. The other half of the sky looked like a fiery sunset, ablaze with flames that seemed ready to consume everything in existence. The crowd had already regained their composure from their panic, realizing that the imperial capital was protected by a grand city formation, and no matter how terrifying the power, it could not harm them. So strong. Whether from various families or the common folk on the streets, everyone gazed at the scene in the sky with shock and fear, as if witnessing a myth come to life. Chu Weiyuan, seeing the Yi family father and son unleash such terrifying techniques, couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Old Kong, with two Qi-level practitioners teaming up, even if Meng Hang defies the heavens, I believe he will fall here today. Will this affect your plans? Old Kong calmly observed the battle within the ice mirror, his murky eyes showing no sign of change. It's come to this point, we can only take a gamble. If this kid really dies here, then it can only be said to be fate. Seeing that old Kong was not affected, Zhuo Yuan felt slightly relieved, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he murmured, I actually hope this kid dies. With such a temperament, he's a ticking time bomb. If he doesn't die today, who knows when he might explode. The Fire Dragon and Thunder Dragon charged towards Meng Hang simultaneously, intertwining in mid-air, their forms instantly enlarging several times, transforming into a red-purple intersecting beam of light. At the same time, everyone felt the power of the two energies converging, increasing several-fold, causing even the previously stabilized city formation to begin to tremble slightly. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the beam struck the Susanoo, generating energy waves that swept across 100 miles. The energy waves spread into the mountains outside the imperial capital, where the enormous beasts flying in the sky let out no cries, instantly reduced to dust. Blood rained down like a crimson storm, falling into the mountains. Meanwhile, countless originally ferocious and violent beasts in the mountains were now frightened into trembling like pitiful little kittens, huddled on the ground, too scared to move. The Susanoo, subjected to such a terrifying impact, had half of its massive body obliterated. Meng Hang, within it, also turned pale and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Meng Hang in such a miserable state, Yuan Shan and Yu Weiwu's faces lit up with wild joy. You little beast, today you will undoubtedly die. Don't worry, I won't kill you easily, I will take you back to the Yi family and torment you slowly. The way you tormented Fanner, I will double it on you. Yi Weiwu gritted his teeth and said fiercely. The crowd below, seeing Meng Hang's disheveled appearance, couldn't help but cheer. Well done. Our Dragon Kingdom has so many powerful warriors, how could we allow a demon to wreak havoc in the imperial capital? Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Meng Hang will die today. What a pity, he could have become someone like Zhao Shanhe in the future, guarding a region for the Dragon Kingdom. Why did he have to do this? An old man who had fought against the demon race looked at the sky, his eyes filled with infinite regret. Grandpa, there's no need to lament. Such a demon, even if it doesn't go mad today, will one day pose a great threat to our Dragon Kingdom. Its danger is no less than that of the demon race. The young man beside the old man said resentfully. In truth, he did not know what Meng Hang had done, he simply heard everyone cursing Meng Hang as a demon, a devil, and naturally, he was influenced by this sentiment, subconsciously believing that Meng Hang was indeed a demon who deserved to be killed. When the wall falls, everyone pushes, it is nothing more than that. Cough cough. Meng Hang wiped away the blood he had coughed up. If it weren't for Susanoo's abnormal defensive power, he would not just be severely injured at this moment, he would have been vaporized, disappearing forever from this world. Despite his injuries, there was not a trace of pain or panic on Meng Hang's face. His left eye coldly glanced at the cheering crowd below, while his right cheek displayed an endless mockery amidst his excitement. Hee, two old geezers, you think this little trick can kill me? Hee then, let's dance together. After saying this, he clapped his hands, and shadows appeared around his eyes. His eyes transformed into slanted, snake-like shapes, and his pupils turned into vertical slits like a snake's. A thick tail emerged, and dragon horns sprouted from his head. Meng Hang excitedly stuck out his tongue, licking the blood that lingered at the corner of his mouth. However, when he saw that his tongue was long and slick like a snake's, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Brother Tonzi, I thought we agreed on the seinen mode of Myokozen, how did it turn into this ghastly appearance? Hearing Meng Hang's question, the system replied with a hint of sarcasm, ghastly appearance? Iron Boy, take a look in the mirror before saying that. Don't you think the seinen mode of the Dragon Cave suits you better now? Hee, that's true. Meng Hang grinned ominously, using his long, snake-like tongue to lick away all the blood at the corners of his mouth. His injuries were also rapidly healing. Monster! Monster! Meng Hang is a monster. The crowd below, witnessing Meng Hang's bizarre transformation, felt their hair stand on end, a chill creeping up from the depths of their hearts. The horns on his head and the snake-like tongue protruding from his mouth made him look anything but human. Kill him! Quickly kill him! Meng Hang has gone mad, hurry and kill him! An overwhelming sense of fear arose, prompting everyone to cry out to the heavens, pleading for the Yi father and son to quickly kill Meng Hang. After catching a glimpse of Meng Hang's eerie appearance, Yuan Shan and Yu Weiwu shuddered, their hair standing on end. They felt as if a slippery, venomous snake was slithering around their necks, and before them, a giant python was opening its mouth wide, baring its fangs, ready to strike at their faces. Both were overwhelmed by this immense pressure, their minds clouded, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads, their bodies frozen in place, unable to move. However, both were cunning old foxes, quickly suppressing the endless fear in their hearts. Yuan Shan shouted directly, Weiwu, this little beast is strange, don't hold back, use all your strength. After saying this, he bit down hard on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, disregarding the fact that his face turned as pale as if he had been dead for 3 days, and roared, "Fire God descends!" Seeing that his father had already used all his strength, Yi Weiwu did not dare to delay, biting his tongue as well, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. Thunder God descends! The sky instantly darkened with thick clouds, and a fierce wind howled, resembling the end of the world. Behind Yi Wenshan and Yi Weiwu, 2 massive phantoms over 100 meters tall began to slowly solidify, a tremendous pressure like that of a deity sweeping across the imperial capital. Despite the protective city formation, this pressure still made the people of the imperial capital gasp for breath, kneeling on the ground. "Kid, accept your punishment." Dark clouds gathered above Meng Hang's head, thick and oppressive. Countless bolts of lightning converged, as if gathering a true heavenly punishment, ready to strike down this monster Meng Hang. Flames surged beneath his feet, using the heavens and earth as a furnace, intending to refine Meng Hang right there. Feeling the pressure from above and below, Meng Hang's left eye grew colder, while his right eye became increasingly excited. "He, a bunch of ants, let you feel the power of a god." After saying this, he clapped his hands. Immortal technique would escape true 1,000 hands. A rumbling sound erupted, and the entire earth began to tremble, the city's protective formation swaying like a small boat in a tsunami. Seeing this scene, Chu Wuyuan's expression changed dramatically. "Old Kong, if this continues, the protective formation might not hold." Old Kong raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of surprise. Although Meng Hang's move had not yet manifested, the terrifying scene in the early stages had already shocked him. However, he still maintained a calm demeanor, chuckling lightly. "No worries, I've seen all kinds of storms in my time. What can a little brat stir up? When I fought the Demon Emperor, he hadn't even been born yet." But the next moment, Old Kong's calm expression changed wildly, disbelief etched across his face. Even Chu Wuyuan, the lord of the imperial capital, felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? This kid is cheating." The earth continued to tremble, countless houses collapsing. A gigantic statue of Guanyin, nearly 1,000 meters tall and with countless arms behind it, slowly rose, towering into the clouds, reaching for the sky. Compared to this giant Buddha, the divine forms of Yi Wenshan and Yi Weiwu looked pitifully small, like ants on the ground. However, the giant Buddha summoned by Meng Hang was different from the original text. The left half of the Buddha was that of Guanyin, with a compassionate expression, bowing slightly, exuding a solemn aura. Countless enormous arms behind it were also holding lotus flowers, radiating an unparalleled dignity. In stark contrast, the right side of the Buddha was entirely different. The right face was green with sharp fangs, terrifying and fierce, with a sinister light in its eyes that seemed to want to destroy everything in sight. The countless massive arms behind it were also tinged with green, veins bulging, skin shriveled like a corpse, and long, hook-like nails protruding from its fingers. Half Buddha, half demon, it looked bizarre yet strangely harmonious. Meng Hang stood atop the head of the 1,000-meter-tall Buddha, his right face showing madness, covering his face and laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, pitiful mortals, tremble. Fear. As the saying goes, half Buddha, half demon, half mad." Today, everyone in the imperial capital seemed to be dreaming. They appeared to see a 1,000-meter-tall Buddha standing in the void. If it weren't for the bizarre half-Buddha, half-demon appearance, they might have thought it was truly a bodhisattva manifesting in the world. What is this? Why would such a thing appear? This shouldn't exist in this world. Everyone stared blankly upward, the towering Buddha appearing like a mountain, directly stunning all the citizens of the imperial capital. At this moment, they even forgot their fear, their eyes filled only with confusion. Yi Wenshan and Yi Weiwu were even more terrified than ever, having lost all their previous arrogance, leaving only endless fear. Yi Weiwu's legs trembled, unable to believe what he was seeing. Illusion. Yes. I got it. This is an illusion. He suddenly remembered that while investigating Meng Hang, he had found out that he had once used illusions. Yi Weiwu naturally believed that the nearly limitless giant Buddha before him was merely an illusion. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain how someone in this world could wield such a terrifying power. That's right. That's right. Just like that. Thinking he had discovered the truth, Yi Weiwu felt a sense of relief and eagerly shouted to his father, Yi Wenshan, beside him, "Dad, don't panic, this little brat is just using an illusion. As long as we keep our minds steady, this giant Buddha is just an ethereal thing. It can't harm us at all." Hearing his son's words, Yi Wenshan, who had already been half scared to death, showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. Illusion? When did I fall under an illusion? Is there such a realistic illusion? The laughter of Yi Weiwu echoed from the top of the great Buddha's head, even more frenzied as he overheard the conversation between the Yi family father and son. Kick illusion? Then just treat it as an illusion, and go down well to accompany your precious Yi-fan. After saying this, the originally cold and emotionless left eye suddenly burst forth with a chilling killing intent. The great Buddha, at this moment, should be called the demon Buddha, as a massive arm suddenly stretched out from behind, carrying the might of the apocalypse, blocking out the sky and the sun, and crashing down towards the two members of the Yi family. Watching the fist hurtling towards them like a meteor, Yi Weiwu stood still, a hint of madness creeping into his demeanor. Fake, it's all fake. As long as I keep my mind clear, this move is useless against me. A powerful hurricane swept in, and Yi Wenshan, looking at the giant fist descending from the sky, turned pale in an instant. This is ing an illusion. He shouted at the unmoving Yi Weiwu beside him, this is not an illusion, run quickly. Hearing his father's words, Yi Weiwu was momentarily stunned, and then the color drained from his face as he attempted to retreat. Unfortunately, the speed of the demon Buddha's punch was beyond imagination, and the size of the fist exceeded all expectations. Just a delay of less than a second, and the fist was already within reach. Realizing escape was hopeless, Yi Wenshan could only grit his teeth and spit out a mouthful of vital blood, his entire being wilting. This mouthful of blood cost him at least 10 years of his life. As he spat out the blood, the fire god's phantom behind him, which had already solidified, instantly doubled in size, also throwing a punch towards the sky in an attempt to block the strike. Yi Weiwu, realizing it was a life-or-death moment, dared not hesitate any longer and also spat out a mouthful of blood. The two originally 100-meter-tall giant divine phantoms had now transformed into 200-meter giants. But whether it was 100 meters or 200 meters, what difference did it make in front of the 1,000-meter-tall demon Buddha? Meng Hang, standing atop the demon Buddha, trembled with excitement, his right eye filled with an endless thirst for slaughter. Kick, die, all of you die. In the next moment, a fist as massive as a mountain came crashing down, obliterating the two ancient divine phantoms into fragments. Puff, puff. Although the divine phantoms vanished, they at least managed to barely block the demon Buddha's punch in the end. However, both Yi family members simultaneously spat out blood, staggering beneath them, nearly falling from the sky. Seeing this scene, Meng Hang, looking down like a demon god, revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes. Then another punch came crashing down. This time Yi Wenshan and Yi Weiwu had no strength left to resist, only able to look on in despair as the unstoppable fist descended upon them. Boom! The sound of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering echoed, and the two did not even have time to scream before being reduced to a puddle of flesh. The wind from the punch howled, and did not cease its assault with the death of the Yi family members. Instead, it directly smashed into the city's protective array above the imperial capital. Boom! The entire city shook, and with a crisp sound of shattering glass, the incredibly sturdy protective array disintegrated like foam, scattering into tiny fragments. Puff! Far away in his room, Old Kong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hunching further, his eyes filled with shock. He suddenly regretted not intervening earlier, as Meng Hang's power had far exceeded his control. Seeing the protective array vanish, the crowd below, still in shock, quickly reacted, their expressions shifting from dazed to terrified. How is this possible? How is this possible? Those were two experts at the Qian level, how could they just die like this? Devil! He is a devil! He is not human! Run! He's gone mad! He's completely gone mad! The entire imperial capital was in chaos. Those who had originally hidden in their rooms, hoping to escape this calamity, no longer held any hope and rushed out of the buildings. At that moment, the streets of the imperial capital were packed with people, pushing and shoving as they ran towards the city outskirts, resembling a scene from the end of the world. After witnessing Meng Hang, the towering demon god, they no longer hoped for anyone to stop this devil. Even if the city lord, Shu Wuyuan, were to arrive, what could he do? The two Chen-level experts from the Yi family had been taken down by Meng Hang in an instant. What could a single Chen-level ability user do? He could only come to deliver his own head. Some people fled towards the city outskirts, while others knelt directly before the massive demon Buddha in the sky. Their faces were filled with endless fear, hands clasped above their heads, trembling uncontrollably as they murmured, Meng Hang, it was them who shouted to kill you. I didn't say it, I really didn't say it. Please don't kill me, really don't kill me. Standing atop the 1,000-meter-high demon Buddha, Meng Hang flicked his thick tail, mockingly gazing down at the crowd below, who appeared as insignificant as ants. His ears were incredibly sensitive, and the voices from the crowd below seeped into his ears like murmurs. In those voices, there was fear, panic, and pleas for mercy, but no longer any condemnation of Meng Hang. The corner of Meng Hang's mouth curled up, revealing a set of sharp white teeth, as if he were talking to himself or addressing others. Look, they're scared. As long as we are strong enough, they really are afraid. Sometimes, when I see the support from all the readers, I want to respond. But then I think about replying to this and not that, and it feels a bit troublesome, so I simply don't reply at all. Although I don't respond, I will read through the day's article comments whenever I have time. Lastly, if anyone says I'm short again, just send me your home address, and I'll come find you tonight. He equals? After talking to himself, Manhang licked his lips with his long, slippery tongue and spoke again. Kill them, just kill this group of hypocrites. After saying this, he prepared to control the thousands of arms of the demon Buddha to strike down at the densely packed crowd below. However, at that moment, his fierce expression froze, and a cold, indifferent voice emerged from his mouth. Just destroy the Yi family. In the next second, Manhang's expression turned fierce again. What are you pretending to be noble for? What are you pretending to be kind for? Didn't you see how they treated us just now? Silence lingered. Then, for some unknown reason, the crazed Manhang surprisingly compromised. Alright, you are the master personality, I'll listen to you. Celestial technique, transforming Buddha at the summit. With that, the thousands of arms of the Buddha demon beneath his feet moved simultaneously. But this time, they were not aimed at the densely packed crowd fleeing towards the city outskirts, but rather towards the direction of the Yi family mansion. The members of the Yi family in the mansion looked up in horror as the massive fists, like meteors, came crashing down towards them, their faces changing drastically as they fled outside. However, even the two Chen-level experts from the Yi family could not evade the demon Buddha's attack. How could these people possibly escape now? Boom! Boom 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 boom! A thunderous roar echoed, followed by countless sounds that threatened to shatter the eardrums of the crowd. The magnificently grand Yi family mansion had already collapsed with the first punch, and countless Yi family members let out piercing screams. But Manhang showed no signs of stopping. The fists rained down like a torrential downpour. The earth shook, the ground cracked, and countless towering buildings in the imperial capital crumbled in an instant, as people cried out in agony. It was a scene of a living hell on earth. This is just the impact caused by the demon Buddha attacking only the Yi family. I can't even imagine how devastating it would be if Manhang's target were the entire imperial capital. After finally catching his breath, Old Kong, seeing such a scene, nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. He quickly tapped his cane again, and a thick fog began to spread throughout the entire imperial capital. As the fog engulfed the city, the once trembling imperial capital instantly returned to calm. If it weren't for the sight of devastation everywhere, people would have thought they had just experienced a nightmare. Using this move, Old Kong's already weakened body trembled involuntarily, devoid of any trace of life. Old Kong! Seeing this, Chu Wuyuan's eyes turned red, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Old Kong looked up at the enormous figure of the demon Buddha in the sky, a bitter smile appearing on his face. I miscalculated. I've lived so many years, and I didn't expect to be on the verge of death and still make such a mistake. Chu Wuyuan said excitedly, Old Kong, you rest well in the house, I'll go take care of that brat. Facing the terrifying Buddha demon, he knew he had no chance of winning, but as the lord of the imperial capital, he couldn't allow Manhang to rampage like this, even at the cost of his life. Old Kong waved his hand and said, I'll handle this matter personally. Remember, no matter whether I can come back or not, do not provoke Manhang again. After saying this, he didn't give Chu Wuyuan another chance to speak, leaning on his cane and stepping out, disappearing from the spot. Countless enormous fists continued to pound down relentlessly. At this moment, whether it was the Buddha on the left or the demon on the right, they both resembled deities crawling out of hell. The ground around the Yi family sank continuously, with countless soil and stones flying like bullets. The luxurious mansions and private gardens within several miles of the Yi family had now turned into a bottomless pit, with no sign of a living person in sight. Jia, die. All of you die. Manhang's enormous tail behind him swayed excitedly, the right side of his face becoming increasingly sickly. Although there were no living souls left in the Yi family below, he still controlled the Buddha demon to strike downwards, as if to vent the anger he had just been stopped from expressing. At that moment, a faint sigh entered Manhang's ears. Sigh. Manhang, stop it. Hearing this voice, both his cold left eye and the dark pupil of his right eye shrank. How is this possible? A storm of disbelief surged in his heart. He couldn't believe that someone could silently approach him in his current immortal mode. He quickly looked back and saw, atop the enormous head of the demon Buddha, an old man holding a cane. This old man was thin and frail, with gray hair, wrinkles piled on his face, and age spots scattered across his skin. Most importantly, Manhang sensed a strong aura of death emanating from him. Yet, this seemingly decaying old man exuded a presence that made Manhang dare not move. What, do you want to kill me too? Manhang stared at the old man, his eyes showing no fear. The old man shook his head kindly and said, Actually, this matter is my fault. Hearing this, Manhang tilted his head, confusion evident in his eyes. In fact, I noticed you long ago, back when you were taking your college entrance exams. At just 18, a high school student, you could eliminate a 5th-tier bone demon. I felt as if I were seeing that Zhao Shanhe from back in the day. I watched you enter the imperial capital, killing members of the Dark Pavilion, killing the assassins sent by the Hua and Ruan families. Tisk tsk, your ruthless methods made even this old man feel a chill. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang's entire body tensed up. The words of the old man before him made Meng Hang feel as if all his clothes had been stripped away, leaving him with no privacy in front of this elder. The killing intent in Meng Hang's eyes grew stronger as he asked, word by word, who exactly are you? The little child is just too anxious, can't wait even a moment. Wait for me to finish telling the whole story, and I will tell you who I am. Old Kong shook his head helplessly and continued, originally, I wanted to stop you when you went to the Hua family, but then I suddenly had another idea. They know I am about to die, and all sorts of groups like the Wuxing sect, the Dark Pavilion, and the aristocratic families have emerged, stirring up chaos in Longhua. Every time I think of this old man feels deeply ashamed. Those kids are fighting against the demon race on the front lines, fearing I might die on the battlefield, so they let me stay in Longhua, but I haven't done well. At this point, a hint of sadness appeared on Old Kong's face. Just as your appearance coincided with my impending death, I suddenly had an idea, let you stir up the mess in the imperial capital, the more chaotic, the better. That way, those rats hiding in the dark will show their heads. I know with your vengeful nature, you definitely won't sit idly by. By then, you will be a knife, and whoever sticks their head out will be chopped. My original idea was that the people of the Wuxing sect would definitely not let go of someone with your exceptional talent and ruthless methods. They would come to recruit you. But those rats from the Wuxing sect are extremely cautious. Although they will recruit you, they won't use you heavily at first. After all, you are a top genius of Longhua. If you refuse them, they will think it is only natural, and if you agree, that would be strange. So I wanted you to kill a few more of those so-called big family members. On one hand, it would give the imperial capital some peace, and on the other hand, it could serve as a token of loyalty to make the Wuxing sect believe in you. Then I would appear again, letting you pretend to join the Wuxing sect as an undercover agent, and I would provide you with a batch of cultivation resources sufficient for you to reach the Chen stage. With your talent, your strength would soon soar. In a year or so, you would hold a high position in the Wuxing sect, and who knows, you might meet the old turtle of the Wuxing sect. By then, with your strength, I believe you would have the chance to kill the leader of the Wuxing sect, making it disappear from the land of Longhua. In this way, with the Wuxing sect cleared out, I would then use thunderous means to rectify the various families, restoring a clear sky within Longhua, and that way, I could rest easy dealing with the demon race, and this old man could finally close his eyes in peace. Alas! What a pity! Old Kong sighed deeply. What a pity I underestimated your strength and ruthless nature in the end. I didn't expect you to have such terrifying power, nor did I expect you to truly unleash a massacre. Meng Hang listened coldly to the old man's narrative, his left eye showing no ripples after the brief moment of fluctuation when the old man first appeared. It turned out that behind the entire matter, there was the shadow of this old man. Did Meng Hang hate him? There was nothing to hate. This old man had not harmed Meng Hang. He was merely a quiet observer behind the scenes. Did Meng Hang not hate him? No, there was still anger in Meng Hang's heart at this moment. You clearly knew the ins and outs of the whole matter. Why didn't you come out to explain for me? Old Kong looked at the half-black, half-white-haired youth before him, half-mad and half-cold-blooded, and shook his head. I originally had a year or two left to live. I had hoped to see the day you eradicated the Wuxing sect. But today, in order to stop you from taking action, I have overdrawn my life multiple times to use my abilities. My time is running out. In order to make up for my guilt towards you, I can clarify the truth of the whole matter in front of everyone. Cackling hearing him say this, Meng Hang curled the corner of his right mouth, his pitch-black right eye filled with deep mockery. Does it even matter? Even if the entire Dragon Kingdom knows the truth now, what difference does it make? Will they still look at me the same way as before? Look down and see the tragic state below. That is the gift I have presented to the entire imperial capital. Old Kong did not speak, for he knew very well that Meng Hang could never return to the past, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom could never accept him, this evil being. The reason he spoke those words was merely to ease his own heart. How about this? I'll give you a new identity and send you to the front lines. I believe with your strength, you will surely shine. You will gain the respect of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom under a different identity. Heh, I don't need you to dictate my life. Before Old Kong could finish, Meng Hang disdainfully interrupted him. More than that, I want to know who you are. Meng Hang stared into the old man's eyes and said, My surname is Kong, my name is Weigua. Just a few simple words nearly caused Meng Hang to lose his composure, and he unconsciously took a step back. The living legend of the Dragon Kingdom, Kong Weigua? Meng Hang asked uncertainly. Indeed, it is I. Hiss. A sound of cold breath was drawn from Meng Hang's mouth. He guessed that this old man before him must be one of the highest echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, but he never expected it to be Kong Weigwa. Kong Weigwa, a man who had lived for nearly 300 years, a living legend of the Dragon Kingdom. He was called a legend not because of his age, but because of the things he had done in his life. Hundreds of years ago, when humanity was weak and the skyline had not yet formed the four great cities, there was only one supreme powerhouse among humanity, who led millions of soldiers to forge a blood and tears great wall with their bodies, struggling to fend off the attacks of the demon beasts, creating a relatively peaceful environment for cultivation within the territory. This supreme powerhouse was the old man before Meng Hang, Kong Weigwa. It could be said that without Kong Weigwa, there would be no present-day Dragon Kingdom. Later, geniuses appeared like bamboo shoots after a rain, the four great cities emerged, and this old man, due to years of warfare, had many hidden ailments in his body, and his strength had significantly declined. Coupled with his old age, he withdrew from the front lines and took command from the rear. Cackling, I didn't expect that a kid like you could catch old Kong's eye and become a pawn under your command. I'm truly honored, as expected of a powerhouse who walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Your methods are indeed iron-blooded. Actually thinking of using the lives of the imperial capital's families to exchange for a pass into the lifeless sect. This ruthlessness, I truly feel ashamed. After the shock, Meng Hang cupped his hands in respect to Kong Weigwa, but the sarcasm in his words was unmistakable. Kong Weigwa could easily hear the mockery in Meng Hang's words and shook his head, saying, in chaotic times, heavy penalties must be used. The war on the other side of the skyline is becoming increasingly brutal. To repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. I cannot allow the Dragon Kingdom's backyard to catch fire. I must cut through the chaos swiftly and eliminate those petty individuals. Meng Hang agreed with this statement, but it no longer concerned him. Since you are unwilling for me to arrange an escape route for you, what do you want to do now? Kong Weigwa looked Meng Hang up and down, observing his unmanly and unearthly appearance, filled with suspicion. This kid wouldn't, in a fit of anger, join the demon clan, would he? If Meng Hang really showed any inclination towards that, Li Weigwa would risk his life to ensure Meng Hang's life remained. He could not stand by and watch as not only was the internal strife of the Dragon Kingdom unresolved, but a greater crisis was created instead. Hearing this question, Meng Hang hugged his head with both hands, appearing lazy, and licked his lips with a long tongue, saying nonchalantly, who knows, maybe I really will join the lifeless sect. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had remembered something, and he excitedly said to Kong Weigwa, how about we make a deal? Hearing that Meng Hang might join the lifeless sect, a trace of barely perceptible killing intent flashed in Kong Weigwa's murky eyes. What difference was there between joining the lifeless sect and joining the demon clan? This was not about going undercover, but a genuine commitment to a dark cult. However, when he heard Meng Hang's next words, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. It had been many years since anyone had dared to speak to him like that. Even the four little brats from Yixianshan were always respectful in his presence. Then you tell me, Kong Weigwa said with great interest. Meng Hang excitedly licked his lips again, his right eye revealing boundless fervor. Anyway, you're about to die. Instead of wasting air, why not let me kill you? Consider it. Consider it my token of joining the lifeless sect. Upon hearing such rebellious words, even Kong Weigwa, who had seen countless grand scenes, could no longer maintain his composure. He slammed his dragon-headed cane hard against the ground several times and shouted angrily, little beast, how dare you speak such rebellious words? I see you are truly beyond saving. I was blind back then to place my hopes on you. Today, I will risk my life to eliminate you. With that, his aura surged, and the entire sky began to howl with fierce winds. Seeing that Kong Weigwa was genuinely angry, Meng Hang quickly continued, at your age, how can your temper still be so explosive? Be careful, or your anger might take your life. I already said it's a deal. As long as you let me kill you, I agree to help you destroy the lifeless sect. How about that? Kong Weigwa's body stiffened, looking at the now crazed youth before him with disbelief. What benefit is there for you in killing me? You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me if you agree or not. Kong Weigwa gazed deeply at Meng Hang, realizing that after so many years of living, he had become so blind that he couldn't see through this mere 18-year-old boy. You better think carefully, you know my identity. If you really kill me, the entire Dragon Kingdom will hunt you down relentlessly. At that point, you really won't be able to turn back. Meng Hang trembled with excitement, his right cheek filled with fervor. He suddenly thought of that legendary forbidden technique he had long coveted. Unfortunately, the required kill points were too terrifying, so Meng Hang had always been left watching. If I kill him, maybe I can exchange for the impure world reincarnation. Looking at the increasingly deranged Meng Hang, Kong Wegua's face actually showed a hint of hesitation. With his strength, even if his vitality was depleted now, it wouldn't be difficult to easily wipe out the lifeless sect. However, the lifeless sect was like cockroaches. Every time one batch was exterminated, another would emerge, never completely wiped out. Moreover, the lair of those rats was extremely hidden. For so many years, the Dragon Kingdom had not been able to find out where their lair was. Therefore, to eliminate the lifeless sect, it had to be approached from within. How can I trust you? Kong Weigua stared intently at Meng Hang and asked. Do you have any other choices besides me? You're about to die. I can even see the death aura emanating from you. You will die sooner or later. Instead of dying with regrets, trusting those useless people, why not take a gamble and trust me? Who knows, maybe we can turn the lifeless sect upside down. The more Meng Hang spoke, the more excited he became, his long, slick tongue constantly licking his lips. After a long silence, Kong Weigua, caught in a battle of thoughts, finally sighed and said, "Sigh. You are right, I have only a little over a month left to live. Rather than just dying of old age, I might as well take a gamble. Although you have already fallen into madness, I still believe in my judgment of people over the years, so I believe you will keep your promise." Hearing that Kong Weigua actually agreed, Meng Hang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha ha ha. Then let the entire imperial capital witness me personally ending a legend. Kong Lao looked at the frenzied Meng Hang with a complex expression, suddenly unsure whether to accept this deal. But at this point, he could only face it calmly. He strongly agreed with what Meng Hang said about letting the whole Dragon Kingdom see it. After all, if you're going to put on a show, you have to do it completely, and let the people of the lifeless sect see it too. The thick fog shrouding the imperial capital slowly dissipated, revealing a scene of broken walls and ruins, with suffering everywhere. People were filled with confusion, not knowing what had happened again. They looked up at the sky, hoping to see that nightmarish giant Buddha had disappeared, that the devil had left. But what filled them with despair was that the towering demonic Buddha still existed. That demon still existed. No, there was someone on top of it. When someone saw a figure appear above the demonic Buddha, their eyes lit up, and they exclaimed. The crowd looked up, desperately trying to see who that figure was. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and they could only vaguely see a shadow. Could it be the city lord Chu Wuyuan? Someone's eyes showed a glimmer of hope, but they were quickly shot down by those nearby. So what if it is? Chu Wuyuan is just a Chen-level ability user, how could he possibly be a match for that demon? Is the imperial capital just going to end like this? As despair spread across the crowd, those with enhanced vision were staring intently at the hunched figure in the sky, their eyes shining with golden light. This figure resembled the person they had seen in books, on television, and in front of sculptures so closely that they hesitated to confirm. Is that Kong Lao? Finally, one of the enhanced vision users asked uncertainly. When others heard someone thinking the same as they were, their faces lit up, and they shouted out, "It's Kong Lao! It's Kong Lao!" Countless excited voices merged into a torrent of hope, rushing into the hearts of everyone in the imperial capital. What are you talking about? What Kong Lao? Some people still didn't react, asking in confusion. 100 years ago, he single-handedly resisted the demon race, the living legend of the Dragon Kingdom, Kong Weigua, Kong Lao. Others shouted in excitement, almost roaring. Instantly, the imperial capital, which had been reduced to despair by Meng Hang, once again gave birth to something called hope after Kong Weigua appeared. Kong Lao has made his move. We are finally saved. With Kong Lao's intervention, that demon is undoubtedly doomed. Those who had been kneeling on the ground, begging for Meng Hang's mercy, stood up, their eyes filled with rage. It was unclear whether they were angry at Meng Hang's cruelty or at their own cowardice just moments ago. At this moment, these people were more impulsive than others, shouting even more fervently, "Kill him! Kill him! Kong Lao, quickly kill that demon, and restore the imperial capital and the Dragon Kingdom to a bright world." But the cheers lasted only a few seconds, and the hope Kong Weigua brought them existed for just a few seconds. Seconds later, Meng Hang listened to the cheers below, his eyes filled with mockery and excitement. I suddenly realized that crushing people's hopes and watching their expressions of despair is such a pleasure. With that, a long knife appeared in his hand, piercing directly through Kong Weigua's heart. The cheers of the entire city came to an abrupt halt, staring blankly at the scene before them. Vision users, quickly check if Kong Lao has pierced Meng Hang's heart. Someone screamed in agony, hoping someone would tell him, that's right, Meng Hang has been killed. Unfortunately, no one answered him. The vision-enhanced individuals looked up at the sky with faces as pale as death, some gritting their teeth so hard that blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Seeing their expressions, the others instantly understood. How is this possible? How can this be? Old Kong was the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom back in the day. Although his strength has declined due to age, he shouldn't be so easily killed. This must be a dream. I must be dreaming. Wake up! Wake up! Some were so desperate that they kept slapping their own faces, hoping this nightmare would end soon. Manhang is a devil. He is a demon that crawled out of hell. He is here to destroy this world. We cannot defeat him. He will kill us all. Since Manhang's appearance today, the citizens of the imperial capital had seen hope time and again, only to have it ruthlessly shattered by him. Now, with Kong Wagwa dead at his hands, they were utterly despaired, no longer daring to hope for a miracle. Manhang held a long knife, blood flowing from Kong Wagwa's heart along the blade, staining his hands crimson. Seeing the life slowly fading from Kong Wagwa's murky eyes, Manhang felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, he grinned shamelessly and said, "Send the Buddha to the west. While you still have a bit of strength left, lift the seal on this space. I believe with your terrifying realm, this little task should be manageable. Besides, if you don't lift it, I won't be able to escape. You wouldn't want to see me kill everyone in the imperial capital before I leave, would you? You, put." Kong Wagwa's eyes blazed with fury, about to curse, but he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering Manhang's face. Yet Manhang remained unfazed, grinning at him. Kong Wagwa could even see his own blood smeared on Manhang's white teeth, looking like a ghoul that had just feasted on flesh. "I hope you keep your promise." Kong Wagwa trembled as he extended his right hand to dab some blood on the knife, then weakly wrote the character, "Release," in the air. After that, his right hand went limp and fell down, his eyes losing all spark. Once the character was completed, Manhang felt a lightness throughout his body, as if an invisible boulder had been lifted. Divine might! The space twisted, directly transporting Kong Wagwa's entire body to the outer space. After all, how could Manhang waste the body of such a powerful individual? A sickly excitement gleamed in his right eye. He, I wonder what their expressions will be when I summon you from hell. Beast, I will make you die. At that moment, a roar like thunder suddenly echoed throughout the imperial capital. Chu Weiyuan watched the conversation between the two through the ice mirror, his face showing a helpless expression. This ice mirror could only display the images the user wanted to see, but it could not capture the sounds within. However, there was not a trace of worry in Chu Weiyuan's eyes. No one understood how powerful Old Kong was better than him. Although the end was near, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Manhang was not someone who could compare. Watching Manhang's sickly laughter through the ice mirror, he revealed an infinite killing intent. I wonder what Old Kong is thinking, actually placing hope in such a pervert. But the next scene, where Manhang's long knife pierced Old Kong's heart, shattered him completely, his eyes bloodshot. How dare you? How dare you kill the greatest hero of the Dragon Kingdom? What gives you the right to kill him? Endless rage instantly filled Chu Weiyuan's mind, and Kong Wagwa's warnings were long forgotten. He would avenge Old Kong. Beast, I will make you die. All capable individuals in the imperial capital, heed my command, regardless of the consequences, slay this child to avenge Old Kong. Those who disobey shall be killed. Kill, kill. The words were chilling, each kill seemingly infused with the taste of iron and blood. After speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Manhang. The entire imperial capital resonated with Chu Weiyuan's furious command, yet no one in the crowd moved. Are we supposed to step in and kill Manhang? Isn't that asking for death? 2 Chen-level capable individuals from the Yi family were killed in an instant. What use would we be? Old Kong is indeed a hero respected by all of us, but with so many people in the imperial capital, why must it be me who avenges him? If we don't act, there's still a glimmer of hope. If we do, we will undoubtedly die. Only a fool would act. Killing this demon Manhang is the duty of your city defense team. What does it have to do with us commoners? If you want to be heroes, go ahead, I won't join. The one who sticks out gets shot. If you act, I'll pretend to act too. At that moment, everyone's selfishness was fully revealed. They hoped someone would eliminate Manhang and save them from peril. But when it came time to act, not a single person stepped forward to avenge Old Kong, who had made countless contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Manhang gazed at the expressions on each person's face below. His right cheek smiled even more wildly, his eyes filled with endless mockery. He Kong Wagwa, look at these people you are willing to protect even in death. Don't you find it pathetic? Seeing their ugly faces, I really want to kill them all. However, today, since Kong Wagwa chose to die at my hands, I will spare you. With that, Manhang closed his sage mode, and the giant Buddha beneath him vanished, intending to unleash his divine might and leave. But in the next second, his face turned pale, and his Sharingan disappeared. Manhang plummeted straight down from a height of 1,000 meters. It's over. Activating the true 1,000 hands in Sage mode consumes so much mental energy. When he activated Sage mode, Manhang felt nothing. It was only now that he realized his mental energy, once as vast as a river, had been completely depleted. At this moment, he couldn't even stand in the void. Meng Hang let out a bitter laugh. Before the battle, he had sent Luo into the divine space, and she was not by his side. He recalled how he had also fallen from the sky in such a disheveled state when he had overdrawn his mental energy using the power of the 6 paths. Back then, Zhao San had been there to help. If he knew what Meng Hang had done now, he would surely want to kill him himself. Meng Hang chuckled at his own misfortune. Chu Woyuan, who was flying at high speed, saw Meng Hang, who had been invincible just a moment ago, suddenly plummeting from the sky. He was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with wild joy. Such a terrifying Buddha demon form consumed unimaginable mental energy. It was clear that Meng Hang had exhausted his mental energy, unable to even stand in the void. He had been prepared to bite off a piece of flesh from this demon even if it meant death. But now it seemed that even the heavens could not bear to see Meng Hang, this evil being, and were about to personally intervene to punish him. Meng Hang, do you see? Even the heavens are not helping you. Today, you will undoubtedly die. With that, Chu Woyuan accelerated again, charging towards Meng Hang. The crowd below, seeing Meng Hang fall from the sky, was momentarily stunned, then they understood what had happened and began to shout in excitement. Meng the demon's mental energy is exhausted, now is the best time to kill him. Old Kong dedicated his life to the Dragon Kingdom, yet today he was killed by this demon. It is time for us, the descendants protected by Old Kong, to do our part to avenge him. As hot-blooded men, we should take it upon ourselves to eliminate demons and protect the Dragon Kingdom. What is a single death to us? At this moment, they were filled with righteous indignation, standing tall and proud, looking nauseatingly ready to face death for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom. Below the cosmic level, the powerless abilities, regardless of whether they could reach the 1,000-meter-high Meng Hang, unleashed their powers with all their might, bombarding the sky. It was as if to declare that even if my abilities are weak, for the Dragon Kingdom and for Old Kong, no matter the outcome, I must exert all my strength. Those above the cosmic level flew upwards, shouting with righteous fervor to act on behalf of heaven and avenge Old Kong. Yet in their hearts, they thought that as long as they could be the first to kill the monstrous Meng Hang, they would surely become famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom and be recorded in history. Seeing the nauseating expressions of the crowd below while hanging upside down, Meng Hang's right eye revealed a hint of unwillingness. To die at the hands of these people, I truly cannot accept it. I've long told you to eliminate these hypocrites. You wouldn't listen, insisting on pretending to be noble. Now look, we are both going to die at the hands of these hypocrites. Not necessarily. Meng Hang's tone, once proud and disdainful, turned emotionless in an instant. As soon as he finished speaking, a melodious laughter rang in his ears. Young Master Meng, you owe this little girl a life now. As the voice fell, a stunning beauty with flowing black hair, veiled in thin gauze, with shoulders like a delicate sculpture and a waist like a willow, appeared out of nowhere in front of the rapidly descending Meng Hang, embracing him tightly. Looking at Meng Hang's half-savage, half-cold-blooded demeanor, Yilingxian was not afraid at all. Instead, she teased playfully, everyone else is a hero saving a beauty, but here it's a demoness saving a devil. Without giving Meng Hang a chance to speak, a black hole formed before her, and she stepped in, taking Meng Hang with her. Chu Woyuan, who was less than 100 meters away from Meng Hang, saw that the seemingly doomed Meng Hang was about to be rescued, and he was instantly furious. Meng Hang, you dare to collude with the demoness of the lifeless sect. Neither of you will escape today. A beam of golden light shot from Chu Woyuan's hand, reaching Meng Hang and Yilingxian in the blink of an eye. Feeling the terrifying power contained in this golden light, Yilingxian, whose half-body was already stepping into the black hole, changed her expression drastically. A radiant glow shone from her forehead, and a stream of light shot out from it. The two beams of light collided, creating a massive shockwave that slammed into Yilingxian's body. Puff! Yilingxian actually used her back to shield Meng Hang, forcefully blocking the terrifying aftermath. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and with this force, she disappeared into the black hole. The black hole shrank instantly, but just before it completely vanished, an incredibly cold voice emerged from within. Dragon Kingdom, I will return. This voice echoed in the skies above the imperial capital, reaching everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines and filling them with dread. At this moment, Chu Woyuan had just arrived at the spot where Meng Hang had disappeared. Looking at the empty space, Chu Woyuan's eyes were blood red, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, and he roared at the sky, Meng Hang, lifeless sect. I, Chu Woyuan, will not rest until we settle this. The crowd, who had been extremely excited just moments ago, now stopped their actions, looking at the place where Meng Hang had vanished with fear. He got away like this? Letting a tiger return to the mountain, he will come back for revenge. Who will be his opponent then? After the fear came anger. This beast actually colluded with the lifeless sect, he must have harbored ill intentions all along. Such a demon can only be nurtured by the lifeless sect. It's possible he was a spy for them from the very beginning. The events of today in the imperial capital quickly swept across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Manhang fell into madness, violently killing people in the streets, and cruelly torturing Yifan, who possessed extraordinary abilities, to death right in public. After succumbing to madness, Manhang became neither human nor demon, transforming into a 1,000-meter-tall demon Buddha that directly slaughtered 2 Chen-level ability users from the Yi family, reducing the Yi family to ruins with no survivors. At first, when the citizens of Long Country heard this news, they thought it was a rumor. Manhang, as the most monstrous genius in Long Country for hundreds of years, had an immeasurable future. How could he possibly fall into madness? Moreover, no matter how talented he was just an 18-year-old boy transforming into a 1,000-meter-tall Buddha? And instantly killing 2 Chen-level experts? Ridiculous. But when people saw the dozens of photos that someone had posted online, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. That towering, half-Buddha, half-demon statue, even through the screen, evoked a sense of despair. And the high-definition camera captured a photo of Manhang atop the demon Buddha, leaving everyone stunned. The half-black, half-white hair, the face that was half indifferent and half ferocious, vaguely revealed Manhang's figure, but his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. Has he really fallen into madness? As the photos continued to circulate, when people saw the demonized Manhang wielding a long knife piercing through a frail old man, everyone fell silent. The citizens of Long Country looked at the old man's ashen face in the photo, first confused, then in disbelief, and finally filled with anger and sorrow. The name Kong Weigwa had become not just a name of a strong man for Long Country, but a kind of faith. Yet Manhang had brutally killed their faith. Some people wept as they looked at the photos. Why did this happen? Old Kong led billions of soldiers to fend off the demon race and didn't die, but now he dies at the hands of his own? Some clenched their fists, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, wishing they could flay Manhang alive. In just one day, Manhang transformed from the most monstrous genius in Long Country's history to its greatest disgrace. From then on, there was no longer Manhang in the world, only the evil emperor that instilled fear in everyone in Long Country, someone everyone wanted to eliminate. In the end, Manhang had even become synonymous with the devil. Late at night, a 5 or 6-year-old child cried incessantly in his mother's arms. His mother spoke to him in a frightening tone, "If you don't go to sleep, Manhang will come and take you away." Upon hearing the name Manhang, the child, who had been wailing, instantly stopped crying, biting his lip tightly. Tears streamed down his face, but he dared not make a sound. "Mom, I was wrong. Please don't let that monster take me away." The current plot had completely deviated from the outline, so I needed to rethink it. I was about to join the Wuxing sect, and I faced the same dilemma I had when I was writing about blocking the school gate. Back then, I was afraid the first climax of the book would collapse. Now I feared the second climax would fail as well. Let me think this through. Zhao Sanpang stared blankly at the photo in his hand, filled with both immense anger and deep sorrow. When he left Yunshui City, he was clearly a cheerful and somewhat mischievous boy. Why had he turned into this? "Manhang, I'm sorry for you." Zhao Sanpang tightly closed his eyes, and 2 tears fell. "If I hadn't urged you to challenge the 4 great academies back then, maybe you wouldn't have ended up like this." He felt deep self-reproach, believing he bore significant responsibility for Manhang's current state. He then wiped away the tears on his face, no longer displaying his previous cunning expression, his demeanor becoming extremely serious. "Send my orders. The entire city is to be on high alert, monitoring Manhang's house 24 hours a day. If the target is spotted, report it immediately. Do not act without authorization." That kid. The evil spirit has already fallen into madness, its methods are ruthless, and its strength is formidable. It is no longer something we can deal with. A line of sky. Xinyuan City. Zhao Shanha stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the enormous sand table in front of him, simulating the battle situation. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and his personal guard rushed in, panic-stricken. Zhao Shanha first frowned, but soon relaxed. In the past, with his clear-cut style of rewards and punishments, such a contemptuous act towards a superior would have warranted severe punishment. However, recently, due to the emergence of the genius Manhang, the Dragon Kingdom was about to have a powerful figure who could stabilize a region, which made him feel quite good, so he didn't take it too seriously and instead said excitedly, "Look at you rushing in like this. Did you really manage to bring that little freak Manhang back?" The personal guard did not respond but suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, his eyes red and his face pale as he stared at Zhao Shanha, shouting in despair, "City Lord, Old Kong is dead." Zhao Shanha trembled all over, feeling as if the entire world was spinning. After a while, he began to regain his composure, his eyes bloodshot, and he grabbed the personal guard by the collar, growling fiercely, "How is that possible? Old Kong wrote to me not long ago saying he could live for a few more years. How could he die so suddenly? Tell me, what exactly happened?" The personal guard's lips trembled, revealing an expression of immense anger. It was Meng Hang. Meng Hang had fallen into madness, actually colluding with the lifeless sect to wreak havoc in the imperial capital, even killing 2 Chen-level powerhouses from the Yi family. In the end, Old Kong couldn't stand it any longer and personally went to stop this demon. But Old Kong was too old and couldn't exert much strength. Meng Hang seized the opportunity and directly pierced Old Kong's heart. As he spoke, the personal guard took out a photo from his arms and handed it to Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe looked at the image of Old Kong being stabbed through the heart, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. In the next second, a violent wave of energy erupted from him, reducing the entire room to rubble. Zhao Shanhe stood amidst the ruins, like a mad, raging bear, the killing intent radiating from him, chilling everyone who saw it. Meng Hang, lifeless sect. If I don't annihilate you, Zhao Shanhe vows not to be human. It was unclear how much time had passed. Meng Hang felt as if only a second had gone by, yet it also felt like he had been wandering in darkness for months. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared before him. In a forest, a black dot materialized out of thin air and instantly expanded, forming a black hole. Due to being injured by Chu Wuyuan, the pale-faced Yi Lingxian stumbled out, holding Meng Hang. In the next moment, Yi Lingshuan's body went limp, collapsing to the ground unconscious. The mentally exhausted Meng Hang was also thrown out, rolling to the side. Damn it, I was just too excited at the time and didn't notice my mental energy was depleted. Meng Hang muttered to himself while using all his strength to sit up. His body swayed unsteadily, as if he would fall again at any moment, so he could only brace himself with his hands on the ground to maintain balance. He then tried to open his spatial ring, attempting to retrieve the recovery potion inside. Unfortunately, the spatial ring reacted like an ordinary ring, showing no response at all. Meng Hang shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to sit cross-legged and cultivate. In such a dangerous environment, where demonic beasts could appear at any moment, recovering even a bit of mental energy would provide an extra layer of security. Just as he thought of this, he heard rustling sounds from the bushes nearby, and then a third-tier demonic beast, a bloodthirsty wolf, emerged. This wolf, which should have been entirely black, was instead covered in numerous silver-white tufts of fur, clearly an old wolf that had been driven out of the pack due to its age. If it were any other time, Meng Hang wouldn't even spare a glance at a beast of this level. But now, he was completely drained of spiritual energy, unable to muster even a shred of strength. Even this old third-tier beast could easily extinguish him. Jia, I really do have a crow's mouth. Faced with this beast, Meng Hang, who had no power to resist, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he began to laugh strangely. The old wolf trembled as it stepped forward. Having been separated from its pack for nearly 5 days without food, its blood-red eyes instantly lit up with excitement and ferocity upon seeing Meng Hang lying on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged at Meng Hang, aiming to bite his neck. Sensing the foul stench rushing towards him, Meng Hang, completely powerless, could only raise his arm to defend himself. However, he still underestimated his own weakness. At that moment, his arm felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, and lifting it required all his strength. Just then, the old wolf lunged closer, its drooling maw sinking directly into Meng Hang's neck. Blood sprayed, and a sharp pain shot through his mind. Old beast, you want to eat me? Today, I'll eat you first. Stimulated by the pain, the right side of Meng Hang's face twisted into a fierce grimace. Ignoring the foul odor emanating from the old wolf, he bit down on its neck in return. In an instant, a nauseating, bloody stench filled Meng Hang's mouth, nearly making him vomit. He clamped down hard on the old wolf's neck, his eyes blood-red from the taste of blood, greedily sucking in the wolf's blood as if he were a ferocious beast that had gone days without food. The old wolf let out a muffled grunt but showed no intention of letting go. Instead, its gaze grew even more vicious. It knew that after so many days of hunger, it could no longer hunt and would ultimately starve to death. This human before it was its only hope for survival. This was a primal and bloody gamble between man and beast. In the end, who would win could only be determined by fate. Time passed, and in the once silent forest, the voices of 2 men could be heard. I say, big brother, we've been searching all day for that dragon blood grass and haven't found it. The information can't be wrong, can it? Keep looking. If we really can't find it, we'll go back and chop off Wu Laosun's head. Damn it, he took our core and still dares to mess with us. He really doesn't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Hey, big brother, what's that? As they spoke, a tall and a short man emerged from the woods, immediately spotting the old wolf, now a withered husk, and Meng Hang lying beneath it. As the two approached, they were astonished to find that the man and the beast were locked in a mutual bite, seemingly determined to perish together. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the two men couldn't help but gasp, stepping back in terror, feeling a chill run through them. Big brother, this kid who looks half dead has actually drained the blood of this third-tier bloodthirsty wolf and perished with it? The tall and thin second man looked at the beast's corpse, which resembled a dried-up corpse, incredulously asking, "This kid's strength isn't much, but his heart is truly ruthless. With his ruthless nature, if he doesn't die here today, he will definitely become an extraordinary hero in the future." After saying this, the stout older brother mustered his courage to approach, wanting to take the spatial ring from Meng Hang. After all, one should seize the opportunity when it arises, especially when it's something from a corpse. "Big brother, there's still a person here." The older brother hadn't taken 2 steps when he heard the second man excitedly shout from behind. Upon hearing this, the older brother stopped in his tracks and turned around to check. Lying on the ground was a woman with a curvaceous figure. Although she wore a veil, it was still evident that she was an absolute beauty. Watching her full chest rise and fall, the two men knew she was not dead, just gravely injured and unconscious. It seems this little couple came here for a thrill, but unexpectedly ran into this third-tier beast. The older brother smirked lewdly, thinking he had figured out the whole situation at a glance. However, the younger brother didn't pay attention to what he said. Instead, he excitedly crouched down and yanked the veil off Yilingxuan's face. As the veil fell away, an extraordinarily enchanting and stunning face was revealed, leaving the two brothers dumbfounded, their eyes fixated on Yilingxuan's face, unable to look away. Especially because of her injury, the way Yilingxian instinctively wrinkled her nose made their hearts race, igniting an unnamed fire within them. Their breaths quickened as they first scanned the surroundings to confirm there were no outsiders, then exchanged glances, each seeing the other's thoughts reflected in their eyes. The younger brother, crouching on the ground, was the first to lose control, lunging directly at the unconscious Yilingxian. The older brother, witnessing this scene, was instantly furious, kicking the younger brother, who had already begun to unbutton his pants, several meters away. "You little brat, have you forgotten who the boss is? I haven't even spoken, and you dare to make a move?" At this moment, the younger brother was already blinded by desire, no longer caring about who was the older or younger brother. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "She's my woman," and tackled the stout middle-aged man, starting to wrestle. After a while, both of them sat on the ground, panting heavily, their faces covered in bruises. "Damn it, I didn't realize you were so ruthless." The stout middle-aged man wiped the blood from his face and glared at the younger brother. "How about this, let's play rock paper scissors, the winner goes first." Hearing the older brother say this, the younger brother reluctantly nodded. Just then, a cold and eerie voice echoed in their ears. "Keek, you two don't need to fight, today, you will both die here." "Who? Show yourself." The two were startled by the sudden voice and quickly stood up, looking around. They saw that the young man, who had seemingly lost his breath while fighting the beast, was now standing up, his right eye mockingly watching them. In fact, Meng Hang had woken up long before they started fighting. The first thing he did upon waking was to muster the little bit of spiritual energy he had just recovered to open his storage ring and take out a bottle of recovery liquid, drinking it like water. "Kid, was that you just now? You finally managed to save your life, and instead of lying there pretending to be dead, why do you want to seek death?" The stout middle-aged man squinted at Meng Hang, his murderous intent unabashed. A third-tier aged wolf beast could only exert the strength of a late second-tier. This young man had nearly perished facing such a beast, yet now he dared to threaten the two brothers. "Kid, don't blame us for being ruthless, you can only blame your bad luck." A large knife appeared in the stout middle-aged man's hand as he walked towards Meng Hang with a sinister gaze. At that moment, the younger brother behind him grabbed his arm. The stout middle-aged man was taken aback, then turned his head to glare at him in anger. "You little brother, what are you up to now? What, do you want to play with this kid too?" The younger brother ignored the older brother's taunts, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at the young man standing still, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on his face, gripping the stout middle-aged man's arm tighter. Big brother, don't you think this kid looks like someone?" "Like who?" "Half Buddha, half demon, half madman, that evil Emperor Meng Hang who almost destroyed the entire imperial capital." When he said this, the second brother was trembling all over, nearly crying. Hearing him, the short and stout middle-aged man looked at Meng Hang with some suspicion. That half-black, half-white hair, and that left side like frost, the right side a hideous face. Seeing this, the short and stout middle-aged man's legs went weak, and he knelt down. He had noticed Meng Hang's unusual appearance when he first saw him, but he hadn't thought much of it. After all, how could a figure that should only exist in legends appear in his world? The short and stout middle-aged man knocked his head 3 times in front of Meng Hang, then said in extreme terror, "Evil Emperor, I really didn't know it was you. I deserve to die, please spare my life." After saying this, he continued to knock his head, not daring to look up at Meng Hang again. Looking at the middle-aged man trembling like a leaf, Meng Hang extended his long tongue to lick the remnants of wolf blood at the corner of his mouth, a smirk appearing at the right corner of his lips. "He, Evil Emperor? I like that name. Then I shall be merciful." Hearing this, the short and stout middle-aged man suddenly raised his head, looking at Meng Hang as if he had survived a disaster. "Thank you, my lord." Bang! Before he could finish, his head disappeared without a trace, leaving only his body to sway a few times before collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Meng Hang's second half of the sentence finally came out softly. "Then I shall be merciful and let you die a quick death." Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering the second brother behind him all over his face. The tall and thin second brother trembled all over, his face pale as a ghost. Not daring to say another word, he turned and ran. Can you escape?" Meng Hang fixed his gaze on the panicked fleeing second brother, a sinister smile creeping across his face as his crimson Sharingan spun. Thud! The tall and thin figure collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After dealing with these two, Meng Hang walked over to the still unconscious Yi Lingxian. Looking at her disheveled clothes that had been torn off, and the large areas of her snow-white skin exposed, Meng Hang greedily licked his lips, a hint of lewdness showing in his pitch-black right eye. Let's have our way with her." Saying this, Meng Hang bent down, his right hand slowly reaching towards Yi Lingxian. In the next second, he paused, cold words coming out of his mouth, completely opposite to before. "She saved us and took the attack from Chu Weiyuan for us, save her." After saying this, he was about to retract his right hand. "Are you pretending to be noble with me again?" Meng Hang's right side of his face suddenly roared with a terrifying ferocity, and the right hand that was supposed to retract reached forward again. At that moment, a soft moan escaped, and the previously unconscious Yi Lingxian slowly opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Meng Hang's fierce face reaching towards her body. What are you going to do?" Seeing her clothes in disarray, Yi Lingxian quickly covered her exposed areas, staring at Meng Hang in fear. Due to her severe injuries and unable to protect herself, the once proud saintess of the Wuxing sect now curled up like a frightened kitten. Seeing her like this, Meng Hang's somewhat perverse playful nature began to stir again, feigning a lewd smile. What do you think I want to do? Weren't you saying I owe you a life? Now, of course, I will offer myself." Saying this, he lewdly licked his lips and continued to approach Yi Lingxian. Seeing Meng Hang like this, Yi Lingxian was filled with dread. She had witnessed firsthand how insane Meng Hang became after falling into madness, killing at will even the beliefs of the Dragon Kingdom, let alone facing a saintess of the lifeless sect like her. Yi Lingxian struggled to step back, casually picking up a stone from the side, biting it lightly with her teeth, and glaring fiercely at Meng Hang. "Meng Hang, if you dare to come any closer, I will perish together with you." Who would have thought that the saintess of the lifeless sect has such a fragile side? Meng Hang sneered coldly, not approaching any further, but shamelessly said, "Actually, just now, two petty thieves had ill intentions, wanting to take advantage of your unconscious state to do something inappropriate. Fortunately, I acted in time and killed those two. When I acted just now, I merely wanted to tidy up your clothes." As he spoke, he pointed at the two headless corpses on the ground. Meng Hang spoke as if it were a matter of course, showing no hint of embarrassment for lying. At that moment, Yi Lingxian finally noticed the two corpses on the ground, and a look of doubt appeared on her face. "I still believe in the character of young Master Meng. Then I thank young Master Meng for your assistance." She said this, but in her heart, she had already cursed Meng Hang countless times. Growing up in the lifeless sect, she had seen all kinds of perverts. Meng Hang's blatant gaze just now was no different from the way many in the lifeless sect secretly looked at her. She said this to stabilize Meng Hang, fearing that if her words were too harsh, this madman would recklessly attack her. Missy need not be so polite, after all, you were injured because of me, so this is what I should do." Seeing that Meng Hang did not make any further moves, Yi Lingxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Young Master Meng, please wait a moment while I adjust my injuries, and then we can discuss the next plan." After saying that, she took out a jade green pill from her spatial ring, which emitted a refreshing fragrance, and without hesitation, swallowed it, then began to close her eyes to heal. On the surface, Yi Lingxian had devoted all her attention to healing, but in reality, she kept a sliver of her mind to observe Meng Hang's movements. How could this little action escape Meng Hang's keen eyes? He merely smiled wickedly, not caring, and took this opportunity to summon Luo, who was still in the divine might space. Stepping out from the dark space, Luo stretched lazily, let out a long breath, and said to Meng Hang, "I was about to suffocate. Young master, why didn't you take me along to deal with the Yi family?" No need for young master to act, I could turn the entire Yi family into puppets. Before she could finish her sentence, when Luo saw Meng Hang's half-black, half-white hair and his right eye that resembled a pool of stagnant water, she froze in place. After a long while, Luo trembled all over, coming back to her senses, and an infinite killing intent flowed from her vacant eyes. "You little bastard, who are you, and what have you done to my young master?" As she spoke, her fingers moved slightly, ready to use her mental threads to control Meng Hang. Meng Hang did not move, merely saying lightly, "He, you dare to act against me? Aren't you afraid I'll send you back to that space?" Upon hearing this, Luo's body shook again, her ferocity turning into shock. "What the hell, it really is young master. Have you fallen into madness?" Meng Hang smiled strangely, narrowing his eyes as he looked at her and said, "What, are you going to say something about acting on behalf of heaven and wanting to eliminate me?" Young master, what are you talking about?" After confirming Meng Hang's identity, Luo felt no fear at his current appearance. Instead, she became incredibly excited. "I always thought you were quite perverted." Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with ill intent. No, I've long felt that you act decisively, more like someone from a demonic sect, but I just didn't dare to say it in front of you." Now it's good, with you turning to the dark side, I can accompany you to slay everywhere." After saying this, Luo noticed Yi Lingxian sitting cross-legged not far away, opened her mouth and asked, "Young master, are you planning to?" Meng Hang smirked and said, "Do you have the courage to accompany me to the Wuxing sect for a stroll?" Look at what the young master is saying. I was once the fourth in the ranking of the Dark Pavilion's 10 heavenly Gans. I've long wanted to wander around the Wuxing sect. Almost an hour later, Yi Lingxian slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her pale face had regained some color, and she appeared much more confident. Meng Hang tilted his head, looking at the revitalized Yi Lingxian before him. A question arose in his heart. Is this relaxed demeanor, where every smile and frown can captivate a man's heart, her true self? Or is it all a disguise to mask her inner helplessness? This question only flashed through his mind and did not linger. Yi Lingxian, who had already stood up, of course, did not know Meng Hang's thoughts at this moment. With a smile, she said to him, "Now that young Master Meng has become the greatest demon in the Dragon Kingdom, everyone wants to kill him. In this vast Dragon Kingdom, there is no place for you anymore, so I, a humble girl, invite young Master Meng to join our Wuxing sect once again." This time, Meng Hang did not refuse but smiled faintly and retorted, "Do I have any other choice?" The two exchanged smiles, and Meng Hang's simple statement had already indicated his current attitude. "So where should we go next?" Meng Hang asked Yi Lingxian. "Of course, I will take you back to the Wuxing sect first. But you right now." As she said this, Yi Lingxian looked Meng Hang up and down, frowning tightly, and continued, "But your current appearance is really too eye-catching. You need to dress up a bit, otherwise, you'll be recognized as soon as you go out." Meng Hang nodded as well. He was practically a household name in the Dragon Kingdom now. Some might not recognize a popular star, but absolutely no one would not recognize him. If it really doesn't work, should I scratch my face a few times? Yi Lingxian smiled gently and took out a pile of strange items from her spatial ring, saying to Meng Hang, "That's not necessary." As a member of the Wuxing sect, who has long avoided the Dragon Kingdom's pursuit, everyone has some skills in disguise to varying degrees. If young Master Meng doesn't mind, I can help you disguise yourself. Meng Hang's eyes lit up, just about to nod, but Luo scoffed disdainfully. "There's really no need. After all, I was also an assassin in the Dark Pavilion. I'm quite skilled in disguise, so let me help my young master with the transformation." Yi Lingxian smiled and did not argue further, extending her hand to gesture for him to proceed, stepping aside to start her own makeup. Meanwhile, Luo excitedly hovered in front of Meng Hang, looking left and right, then said, "Young master, my method of disguise might be a bit painful, please bear with it." Meng Hang nodded nonchalantly. In his understanding, disguise was just about sticking on a mustache, dyeing hair, and applying special paint to darken the skin. How painful could it be? He saw Luo channel her mental energy, condensing a slender silver needle in her hand, then without hesitation, she jabbed it towards the right side of Meng Hang's face. The next second, Meng Hang's pupils constricted, and as a wave of intense pain surged, the smile that had always been on the right side of his face suddenly stiffened for a moment. Even his pitch-black right eye showed a brief moment of distraction. Although this distraction lasted less than a second, it still left Meng Hang feeling somewhat shocked. At the same moment the silver needle was thrust down, a flash of red light flickered in Meng Hang's left eye before returning to normal. Luo did not notice Meng Hang's strange behavior and continued excitedly conjuring silver needles to stab at his face. Before long, countless silver needles had been inserted from his neck to his face. Looking at Meng Hang, who had become unrecognizable, Luo nodded in satisfaction and said proudly, "Not bad, not bad. It seems my skills haven't declined." Just then, Yi Lingxian, who had finished her makeup, walked over. Meng Hang turned his head to look at her, and both were momentarily stunned, gazing at each other in disbelief. At that moment, Yiling Xuan's originally fair and delicate skin had turned a muddy yellow, and her stunning beauty had become extremely ordinary. Her face was covered in wrinkles, resembling an ordinary woman who had spent years managing household chores. If Meng Hang had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have connected this woman to the enchanting saintess of the lifeless sect. Meng Hang squinted slightly, secretly shocked by Yiling Xuan's extraordinary disguise technique. At the same time, Yiling Xian was equally astonished by Meng Hang's drastically altered appearance. Meng Hang's once angular face had vanished, replaced by that of a rugged man with sunken cheeks. His half-black, half-white hair had transformed into a single rooster comb. Moreover, since Luo used steel needles conjured from mental energy, outsiders could not detect anything unusual about Meng Hang's face. No wonder you're the famous Ding among the 10 heavenly stems. This disguise technique truly puts me to shame, Yiling Xian sincerely said to Luo. Of course. Luo proudly lifted her chin and then took out an eye patch, putting it over Meng Hang's right eye like a pirate before contentedly returning to his shoulder. In the southwestern province of Manhwa, in front of a medium-sized ancient battlefield teleportation array that was open to the outside world, a man and a woman stood observing the scene ahead. The man had a very rugged appearance, and his rooster comb hairstyle was particularly eye-catching. Meng Hang looked somewhat dazed at the bustling crowd in front of the teleportation array and quietly asked Yiling Xian beside him, "Don't tell me your lifeless sect's main headquarters is actually built in here." Seeing Meng Hang's astonished expression, Yiling Xian felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. After all, who else could make this demon Meng Hang so surprised? Hasn't young Master Meng heard that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Longbo would never expect that we built our headquarters in such a bustling secret realm. Meng Hang licked his lips, secretly marveling. No wonder they were a bunch of rats that could never be exterminated. They indeed had their unique ways of hiding. The two handed over their essence cores to the guards and stepped into the teleportation array. Gazing at the scorching sun in the sky and the endless yellow sand before him, Meng Hang's expression turned somewhat grim as he stared at Yiling Xian. "I say, great saintess, we've been walking in here for nearly an hour, and we haven't seen a single trace of the lifeless sect. You're not just toying with me, are you?" Yiling Xian glanced at him with a charming look before replying, "Young Master Meng is overthinking. I wouldn't dare to toy with you, I'm not that reckless. Look, we've arrived." Saying this, Yiling Xian stopped in her tracks. Meng Hang followed her gaze forward, only to see an endless expanse of desert. "Young Master Meng, keep an eye on my steps, don't get it wrong." As Yiling Xian spoke, she stepped forward in a strange manner. In the next moment, her figure began to shrink, eventually becoming invisible to the naked eye. "Shu Mi Naji Z." Meng Hang exclaimed in surprise. He had not expected the lifeless sect to possess such a treasure. Unlike the spatial ring, the Sumeru mustard seed can store living beings, making it a rare treasure. The fact that the lifeless sect can use it as their headquarters suggests that its internal space must be incredibly vast, making it exceedingly rare. Within the secret realm, there are even more secret realms. The lifeless sect is quite intriguing. A smile crept onto Meng Hang's lips as he no longer hesitated and began to walk, mimicking Yiling Xuan's steps. His body gradually shrank, eventually disappearing into the ancient battlefield. In the next moment, a tall, black giant archway appeared before Meng Hang, with a swirling black vortex inside, as if it were a gateway connecting two worlds, and Yiling Xian was waving at him from the entrance. As he approached, the two exchanged no words and stepped into the archway together. In an instant, the world transformed, and the winds and clouds lost their color. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again, the vast yellow sands had vanished, replaced by a cloudless sky stretching for miles. Birds occasionally flew by, and before him lay a massive square with nearly 100 steps. Cranes danced on either side of the steps, and atop them stood a grand pavilion. Above the pavilion hung a huge plaque inscribed with 3 large characters, "Lifeless Sect." What a place of celestial residence! Meng Hang had originally thought that the infamous headquarters of the Lifeless Sect would be a scene of blood-red skies and roads paved with countless bones, resembling a hell on earth. In fact, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom believed that the morally bankrupt Martial Saint Sect headquarters would be like this. No one expected such a sight. However, contrasting with this celestial abode was a faint, lingering smell of blood that occasionally wafted into Meng Hang's nose, causing him to frown slightly. "Young Master Meng, this is the headquarters of the Holy Sect," Yiling Xian said, having returned to her original appearance, smiling at Meng Hang. Just as Meng Hang was about to respond, an excited voice came from not far away. "Oh, the Saintess has returned." Meng Hang looked up to see a gloomy-faced young man, around 25 or 26, walking toward him. The young man approached, first cupping his hands in greeting to Yiling Xian, then unabashedly staring at her with fiery eyes, as if he didn't even see Meng Hang beside her. The saintess has been away for several months. During this time, I couldn't eat or sleep, waiting day and night for your return. Humph, Qin Jing, I am the saintess of the sect. Mind your words. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yilingxuan's usual charming demeanor vanished, replaced by a frosty expression as she coldly replied. Humph, Yilingxian, others may not know, but I do. You are now a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect yourself, yet you still try to maintain your composure in front of me. The young man's face darkened upon realizing his warm greeting had met with a cold response. As long as you obediently submit to me, I will plead with my father to spare your life. Qin Jing sneered inwardly. Although he didn't know the specifics, he had heard from his father that Yilingxian was about to face a significant upheaval, making her situation precarious. Meng Hang, who had been silent all along, watched the two sparring with interest, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Saintess Yi, it seems your days in the lifeless sect are not as easy as you imagined, Meng Hang said with a half smile. I'll explain later, let's go. Yilingxuan's expression darkened as she grabbed Meng Hang's arm and attempted to leave. Upon seeing her movement, Qin Jing's gaze instantly turned cold, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at Meng Hang, then maliciously said to Yilingxian, I heard that Meng Hang went mad, causing a ruckus in the imperial capital, and you actually helped him at the brink of death. What, do you want to rely on Meng Hang to lend you a hand later? Why haven't you brought that Meng Hang, who is even more rampant than our holy sect, instead of bringing this waste here? Hearing him say this, although Yilingxian appeared furious on the surface, a hint of relief flowed deep in her eyes. She then pretended to be very angry and said, what I do is none of the sect leader's business, and you have no right to point fingers at this holy maiden. This is the headquarters of the holy sect. Although you are esteemed as the holy maiden, you cannot casually bring outsiders here. What if they are spies sent by the Dragon Kingdom? In the face of Yilingxuan's reprimand, Qin Jing retorted sharply, then turned to Meng Hang again, his murderous intent so palpable that even a blind person could see it. Kid, I warn you, this is the stronghold of the Wuxing sect. Not just anyone can come in. I advise you to stay out of our holy sect's affairs. Behave and let me erase your memory and send you out. Although there's a high chance you'll end up a fool, at least it will save your life. Otherwise, don't blame me if you don't know how you died. Qin Jing's words were chilling, and he looked at Meng Hang as if he were an ant. Hearing this blatant threat, Meng Hang's left eye was icy, and although his face was suppressed by steel nails, the corner of his right mouth couldn't help but twitch. Are you talking to me? His tone was calm, but Qin Jing felt a palpable killing intent rushing towards him. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at Meng Hang in terror, shouting in a fierce but weak manner, what do you want? I'll tell you, I am the son of the sect leader of the Wuxing sect. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I guarantee you won't walk out of here today. Oh, are you threatening me? Meng Hang extended his long tongue to lick his lips, his expression growing more excited. At the same time, a flash of red light flickered in his left eye, ready to activate Tsukuyami. But at that moment, Yilingxian hurriedly grabbed his arm, signaling him not to act. Meng Hang narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at Yilingxian, his newly sparked interest interrupted, leaving him quite displeased. After a long while, Meng Hang looked at Yilingxuan's pleading eyes, and finally, with a disdainful smile, he said to Qin Jing, Kid, today you're lucky. With the holy maiden pleading for you, otherwise, I would ensure you die a miserable death. After saying that, he followed Yilingxian away, leaving Qin Jing in a daze. Whose territory is this, damn it? Why is this outsider more arrogant than me, the young master of the Wuxing sect? Also, we are the largest demonic sect in the Dragon Kingdom, so why does that person act more like a demonic sect member than I do? After a long while, a sinister voice appeared beside him. Young master, why are you just standing here? Startled by the sudden voice, Qin Jing turned to see a cold-faced figure in a black robe who had appeared he didn't know when, and he couldn't help but angrily slap him. Waste! I almost got killed just now, where were you? You only show up now. The black-robed man covered his face, looking bewildered at the young master before him, thinking, did I not just leave for 2 minutes to use the restroom? If you're in a bad mood and want to hit me, just say so. Why say someone wants to kill you? Killing the young master of the Wuxing sect? I really appreciate you finding your reason to hit me. Of course, Qin Jing had no idea what he was thinking, and with a face full of fluctuating emotions, he said, that bitch Yilingxian is back, and she brought back an unknown man. The black-robed man was taken aback and asked in confusion, an unknown man? Shouldn't it be that Meng Hang who has been in the spotlight recently? Now everyone in the world knew that Meng Hang was colluding with the Wuxing sect, and the holy maiden of the Wuxing sect had intervened to rescue him. Even all the members of the Wuxing sect naturally believed that Yilingxian would eventually bring Meng Hang back. How could there suddenly be an unknown man? Young master, do you want me to go and deal with him? The man in the black robe did not finish speaking but made a gesture of cutting his throat. Qin Jing shook his head, pondering for a moment before saying, as long as Yi Lingxian hasn't really brought Meng Hang back, whether they are dragons or tigers, they must lie low. However, just in case, you should send someone to investigate that big man's background, and I will send someone to test him as well. Meng Hang followed Yi Lingxian along the way, seeing many people. When these people saw Yi Lingxian, they respectfully stopped to bow and sincerely said, "Mother of no birth, true vacuum hometown." But when they saw Meng Hang beside her, they were taken aback, and then their eyes turned cold, staring at him with ill intent. They regarded Meng Hang as a little sheep that had wandered into a wolf pack. After passing the grand hall on the 100-level steps where Meng Hang had just entered, Yi Lingxian brought him to a quiet and elegant courtyard. "Young Master Meng, this was my residence before. For now, I will trouble you to stay here for a while." Upon entering the room, Meng Hang didn't even glance around but looked at Yi Lingxian with icy eyes. "Yi Lingxian, why do I feel like I've been played here? Why do I feel that it's not the mother of no birth trying to recruit me, but you acting on your own, bringing me here? And what about that kid saying you can't protect yourself and want me to help you? If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't mind destroying you along with this so-called rat nest." As he spoke, the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. Yi Lingxian smiled helplessly and said, "That's right, recruiting you is indeed my personal intention. This all goes back to the origin of the no-birth sect." Meng Hang narrowed his eyes, sensing that Yi Lingxian was about to reveal some earth-shattering secrets. "Do you remember the divine envoy who claimed to be from the Yujiao tribe that descended on the ancient battlefield, and the 108 divine pillars he mentioned?" Meng Hang nodded, remaining silent, but the brilliance in his eyes intensified. The mother of no birth in our no-birth sex ideology is actually the deity of the Yujiao tribe. And the ultimate goal of the no-birth sect is to summon the mother of no birth to descend into the world. In other words, to summon the deity of the Yujiao tribe. Yujiao tribe? 108 divine pillars? What exactly are they? Meng Hang could no longer hold back and asked. Yi Lingxian shook her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. "I don't know the specifics. I only know that the 108 divine pillars represent 108 divine nations, and each divine pillar contains an extremely powerful race. And the Yujiao tribe is one of the top-ranking races among these 108 divine pillars. This information is only known to me because I am the saintess of the no-birth sect. Ordinary followers cannot know these things." "Then what about their strength?" "I don't know their exact strength, but I do know that those demon races fighting against the Dragon Kingdom are merely their discarded pets." Meng Hang's pupils instantly constricted, and even with his temperament, he felt a chill run through his body. It should be known that the demon race is the greatest enemy faced by the Dragon Kingdom. Even now, the Dragon Kingdom is doing everything it can to keep the demon race at bay. To annihilate the demon race with the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom is simply impossible. And such a powerful demon race is merely a pet discarded by the so-called 108 divine pillars? How terrifying must the strength of these 108 divine pillars be? If they are so powerful, why not directly descend upon the Dragon Kingdom and annihilate humanity? Why rely on your no-birth sect for some kind of summoning? Meng Hang still couldn't understand. "I don't know the specifics. It seems there are some restrictions outside of Blue Star that prevent them from descending." "Oh, that's a bit of a pity then." Meng Hang licked his lips and said mockingly. He felt a bit like a worrywart. Even if it really did descend, there would be tall ones to bear the brunt of it. What did it have to do with him, a mere demon? Besides, if it could descend, it would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? "So what does this have to do with you recruiting me?" Yi Lingxian replied with a bitter smile. "This is the sorrow of every generation of saints in the Wuxing sect. If the Wuxing mother wants to descend here, she must have a vessel. Every generation of saints in the Wuxing sect is a carefully selected existence with a special constitution. To put it nicely, they are saints. In reality, they are just containers. My predecessors were lucky enough to escape a calamity. The Wuxing mother had no intention of descending, but I am not so fortunate. I can already feel that irresistible will in the dark. Then why not run away? Why bother being this so-called saint?" Meng Hang, who had figured out the general situation, half lay on the bed and said nonchalantly, "That's useless." Yi Lingxian smiled bitterly and continued, "I cannot escape this fate. I am like a fish in water, with the Wuxing mother holding the fishing rod, using causality as the line, firmly controlling my fate in her hands. No matter how I struggle, it is useless, but I still refuse to accept it. I have tried every means to make myself stronger, attempting to break free from that fishing line. I am who I am. I do not want to be anyone else's container. For this purpose, I am willing to pay any price." At this point, the originally somewhat desolate Yi Lingxian regained the demeanor of a saint of the Wuxing sect, appearing charming on the surface while secretly ruthless, like a thorny rose. "Ah, I said you were so decisive when you took my head, killing that so-called divine envoy without hesitation. In fact, your purpose in summoning him to the lower realm was to kill him and seize the bloodline of his Yuja clan, right? Exactly. To obtain the bloodline of the Yuja clan, I specifically set up a formation to bring their young master to the lower realm. Since their divine master wants my life, I will kill their young master first. As she spoke, a smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Lingxuan's mouth, and there was a hint of bloodthirst in her words. Hee hee, as expected of the saint of the Wuxing sect, you are quite interesting. Meng Hang chuckled and continued. But what can you help me with by letting me join the Wuxing sect? You won't secretly kill me one day, will you? Giggle, young Master Meng is joking. How could a little girl dare? With your terrifying strength, as long as I have even a slight ulterior motive, you could kill me in an instant. This time, I invite you to join the Wuxing sect because I hope that, considering I saved your life back then, if one day the Wuxing mother does descend, you will help me. After saying this, Yi Lingxian bowed gracefully to Meng Hang. Meng Hang did not hold back and retorted directly, "Ahaha, the saint really thinks highly of me. Even the powerful demon clan is their pet. What makes you think I would be their match with my strength? Because besides you, I don't know who else to find." Yi Lingxian said bluntly. As the demoness of the evil sect in the eyes of the outside world, everyone wants to kill me. How could anyone help me? Within the sect, I am nominally a saint, and those men treat me with utmost respect on the surface, but behind the scenes, their gazes are like they want to devour me. It was only with your appearance that I saw a glimmer of hope. Strong and ruthless, I believe those useless ones are not as reliable as you. Moreover, as long as the Wuxing mother has not completely descended here, she cannot exert even 1/10 of her power. I don't ask you to get rid of her, I only hope that when that day comes, you can help me deal with the leader of the Wuxing sect and his subordinates. Deal with the leader of the Wuxing sect, ha! Meng Hang stroked his chin in thought, and after a short while, he readily agreed. He had come here intending to create chaos in the Wuxing sect, and this was just the opportunity he needed. Seeing Meng Hang agree, Yi Lingxian was overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Meng, I have no way to repay you. Then how about dedicating yourself to me? Meng Hang said, looking at Yi Lingxuan's delicate, fragile figure with interest. Hee, as long as young Master Meng truly helps me fend off the Wuxing sect's people when the time comes, what would be wrong with me yielding to you? The news that the saintess had brought a strange man back to the headquarters quickly spread throughout the Wuxing sect, and many were curious to probe into Meng Hang's background. Early the next morning, on the second day of Meng Hang's arrival, while he was sitting cross-legged in his room, he suddenly heard a loud bang as the courtyard door was kicked open by someone. After getting dressed, Meng Hang calmly walked outside and saw a burly man with a face full of flesh and a fierce expression standing at the door, clearly not here for friendly reasons. When the bald man saw Meng Hang's long face, which was bony and had a rooster comb hairstyle, he immediately laughed, thinking to himself that there was actually someone uglier than him in this world. However, his expression quickly turned serious, and his eyes became fierce as he stared at Meng Hang and said, "You are the kid that the saintess brought back?" Meng Hang remained silent, leaning against the door with his arms crossed, watching the big man perform like a clown. Seeing Meng Hang not respond, the bald man became furious and shouted, "You little brat, do you dare to ignore my words? Today, I'll teach you the rules of the Wuxing sect." With that, his muscles bulged, and he stepped forward, quickly closing the distance to Meng Hang. He threw a punch, the wind from it howling as it rushed toward Meng Hang's face. It was clear he intended to strike with full force, showing no mercy. The bald man's face twisted with malice as he said, "Kid, you think you can join the holy sect without any strength? Die!" Boom! The next moment, a crisp sound echoed as the man's fist struck Meng Hang's face. Those observing from outside were stunned. What kind of trash did the saintess bring back? Can't even take a single hit? Qin Jing stood not far from the courtyard, his face dark as he watched the commotion inside, looking extremely displeased. I was scared by this kind of waste yesterday? The bald man was also stunned for a few seconds before regaining his composure, his expression filled with disdain as he said, "What is this? I even held back to wait for you to counterattack." With that, he lowered his fist. However, the next second, his previously disdainful expression froze on his face. He saw Meng Hang, who had taken the powerful blow to the face, standing there completely unharmed, with not even a change in expression. Meng Hang stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips, letting out a few strange laughs. "Keek, did you not drink your milk? How could you have such little strength?" The bald man's face instantly turned red with anger at Meng Hang's insult. "Good kid, today I'll let you know my power." With that, his right arm swelled again, and his strength doubled as he aimed another punch at Meng Hang's face. It looked like this time he intended to smash Meng Hang's head directly. However, this time Meng Hang did not remain still. Instead, he swung out a slap. Smack! A loud, crisp sound rang out as the slap landed on the bald man's face before he could react. The bald man felt a tremendous force hit his face, his eyes bulging as his nearly 200-pound body was sent flying out of the courtyard, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the small courtyard, and upon seeing the bald man's miserable state, they showed no signs of shock. Instead, they appeared to find it perfectly reasonable. That's more like it. After all, he's someone brought back by the Saintess. If he didn't have some skills, how could he come directly to the headquarters of the Holy Church without any testing? Meng Hang also stepped out of the small courtyard, glanced around the crowd, and then looked at the bald man on the ground, whose right half of the face had collapsed. The dark pupil under the eye patch emitted a sickly and excited glow. You little brat, you're dead for sure. I'm one of the young master's men. The bald man forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart, spitting out blood as he spoke to Meng Hang. Oh, is that so? Meng Hang let out a long "oh," with his hands in his pockets, seemingly having no intention of making a move. The onlookers naturally believed that Meng Hang would not act. After all, this was the headquarters of the Wuxing Church. No matter your identity, if you were angry, you had to hold it back obediently. Otherwise, do you think the Wuxing Church could have thrived under the full-scale siege of the Dragon Kingdom all these years without being eaten alive? But in the next moment, Meng Hang's action nearly made the crowd's eyes pop out. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, raised his right foot high, and without hesitation, stomped down on the bald man's head. Smack! Like a watermelon bursting open, the bald man's smooth, shiny head was crushed to pieces by this kick, with red and white matter splattering everywhere. After doing this, Meng Hang wiped the blood from his face, as if he had just accomplished something trivial, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground. Instead, he looked around the crowd with a sinister gaze and said, "Young master, where are you? Come out so I can pamper you." Hearing this, Qin Jing in the crowd felt as if countless slippery poisonous snakes were crawling all over him, raising goosebumps all over his body. Meng Hang's eyes narrowed, and like a snake's tongue, he licked his lips, letting out a strange laugh. He found you. After saying this, he seemed to regard the crowd as air and walked straight towards Qin Jing. Seeing Meng Hang like this, the people present felt mockery, anger, and disdain. They were from the Wuxing Church. They had always been the ones committing evil deeds. When had it ever been someone else's turn to be so rampant? And especially in the Wuxing Church's lair. Kid, do you think we don't exist? Cut this kid down and throw him into the holy pool as a sacrifice to the mother of Wuxing. Daring to act like a demon in our holy church. Today he'll know what cruelty really is. The eyes of the crowd looking at Meng Hang instantly turned sinister, as if they were looking at a doomed person. A bunch of useless trash. If you wanna die, I'll grant you that. Meng Hang sneered and was about to make a move. Just then, a graceful figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Yilingxian looked at Meng Hang, whose eyes were filled with killing intent, and gently leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Just hold on for a few more days. When the Holy Church ceremony comes, you can cause as much trouble as you want." Feeling the refreshing fragrance emanating from Yilingxian, Meng Hang couldn't help but take a deep breath in front of everyone. This frivolous action undoubtedly caused a stir among the crowd. Yilingxian was the saintess of the Wuxing Church. How could her noble body be so desecrated by an outsider? Especially when they saw Yilingxian's face suddenly flush, shyly glancing at Meng Hang. The people present were even more consumed by jealousy. Daring to desecrate the saintess, you must die today. The glory of our holy church cannot be desecrated. Skin this kid alive and offer him as a sacrifice to the mother. Hearing the commotion behind her, the originally shy expression on Yilingxian's face suddenly turned cold, and she turned to glare at the crowd. You want to rebel? Don't forget that I am the saintess of the holy church. You should treat my guest with the same respect as you would treat me. From now on, if I hear anyone speak disrespectfully to my guest, or send such useless people to test him, don't blame me for dealing with you according to church rules. Upon hearing the words church rules, everyone present immediately fell silent, no one daring to speak. Yilingxian glanced disdainfully at the corpse of the bald man and said, "Someone, clean this place up, and throw this useless corpse into the holy pool." As soon as she finished speaking, two men in black robes appeared, carrying the headless body away. The remaining crowd, seeing that the saintess had spoken, dared not act out and dispersed. Qin Jing returned to the room with a dark expression, directly picking up his favorite porcelain and smashing it on the ground. That bitch Yilingxian is definitely having an affair with that person. That person's face is almost as long as my foot, so ugly, how could Yilingxian possibly like him? The more Qin Jing spoke, the angrier he became, a surge of energy erupting from him, turning the room into a mess. After a long while, having vented his anger, Qin Jing finally spoke to the black-robed man who had been standing by. "The holy ceremony of the church is about to begin. Go tell Yin Joyo that the saintess has brought back a mysterious expert, suspected to be Meng Hang in disguise. Have him come back to test this person's authenticity. The Wuxing Church has 8 leaders, each powerful and ruthless. These 8 individuals do not stay at the headquarters but are stationed in various provinces of Long Country, only returning for significant ceremonies held by the Wuxing Church. Soon, the holy ceremony will take place, and all those above the rank of Hallmaster must return to participate. Besides the descendants of the Hallmasters and leaders, and those who are stationed at the headquarters year-round, those below the rank of Hallmaster are not qualified to attend. After all, every position above Hallmaster has been entrusted after rigorous assessments by the Wuxing Church, representing those who are utterly loyal to the church. As for the remaining small fry, who knows how many of them are undercover agents planted by Long Country. If the headquarters of the Wuxing Church were discovered by the high-ranking officials of Long Country, they would be wiped out in one fell swoop. Understood, young master. The black-robed man cupped his hands, acknowledged, and quietly withdrew. After dismissing the crowd in the small courtyard, Yilingxian took Meng Hang to wander around the headquarters of the Wuxing Church. I am quite curious about your mysteriously powerful Wuxing Church leader. I've been here for a day, yet I haven't seen him at all? Meng Hang asked curiously while admiring the surroundings. Humph. Upon hearing Meng Hang mention the leader of the Wuxing Church, Yilingxian snorted coldly, clearly having a poor impression of him. Old Demon Sheen is extremely suspicious, like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail, never revealing his true self even to his own son. He has been in seclusion for years, and no one knows where he is except for himself. He only appears when there are important plans or major events in the church. Meng Hang nodded and mocked. No wonder he's an old turtle, his ability to hide is indeed remarkable. Hee, young Master Meng, don't forget that this is the headquarters of the Wuxing Church. Are you not afraid of being overheard and attacked by the crowd for speaking like this about the leader? Yilingxian laughed at Meng Hang's words, playfully warning him. The corner of Meng Hang's mouth began to twitch oddly again. Just a bunch of mice that only dare to hide their heads and show their tails. If they really dare to act, I can just punch through this so-called shumi into mustard seed. Just then, Meng Hang's brow furrowed as the bloody smell he had sensed upon entering yesterday wafted back into his nostrils, and the stench in this place was so strong it was unbearable. Looking up, he was surprised to find a huge lake not far away. The lake spanned several miles and its depth was unknown. What it contained was not clear water, but a shocking blood-red hue, composed of countless pools of blood. At the edge of the blood pool, many people were dragging the corpses of demonic beasts and humans, pouring blood into the pool. Meng Hang even saw the young master of the lifeless sect among them, brazenly humiliating a beautiful young woman. No matter how the woman pleaded for help from those around her, they seemed to be deaf to her cries, continuing with their tasks. Facing the woman's resistance, Qin Jing showed no mercy. Instead, his expression grew more ferocious. After a while, he stopped his actions, leisurely stood up, and tidied his clothes. Ignoring the half-naked woman on the ground, he cruelly grabbed her by the hair, took out a short knife from his spatial ring, and, as if bleeding a beast, directly cut open the woman's neck. In an instant, bright red blood gushed from her neck, flowing straight into the blood pool. Before long, the woman's body, which had been trembling, ceased to breathe. Then, Qin Jing tossed her body aside like garbage, as if he had done something utterly ordinary, casually wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Seeing this scene, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning cold, and turned to look at Yilingxian beside him. Yilingxian gave a bitter smile and said, "This is what we call the holy pool. To summon the lifeless mother, countless essence blood is needed as a medium. Since the founding of our lifeless sect, our main goal has been to fill this holy pool with essence blood." Meng Hang surveyed the vast blood-red lake, his eyes filled with mockery. To fill this lake, the amount of blood from demonic beasts or humans required is incalculable. And it seems that this lake is already nearly full. I suppose your lifeless sect has put in a lot of effort over the years. Unmoved by Meng Hang's sarcasm, Yilingxian retorted, "Otherwise, why would our lifeless sect be called a demonic sect by the Dragon Kingdom, wanting to eradicate us at all costs?" Meng Hang squinted as he took in the otherworldly surroundings, then looked at the hellish holy pool before him, along with the lifeless sect members who resembled executioners, and his smile grew even brighter. What a lifeless sect! Yilingxian then took Meng Hang for a tour around the area, but by this time, Meng Hang had lost interest and returned to his residence. Once back, he did not go out for 2 consecutive days, and Yilingxian, sensing the mood, did not seek him out again, merely instructing the servants to deliver food to the small courtyard every day. On the 3rd day, at the entrance of the lifeless sect's secret realm, a man with a grim expression and an icy aura was teleported in. Upon seeing the newcomer, the lifeless sect members all changed their expressions and hurriedly bowed in respect. "Master Yin, the grand ceremony of the holy sect is still a few days away. Why have you returned so early?" Jojo merely responded with a faint to their greetings, then asked someone beside him, "I heard that the Saintess brought back a mysterious man recently?" Upon hearing In Joyo's question, the person did not dare to be negligent and quickly replied, reporting to the master, "The Saintess indeed brought back a remarkably ugly strong man." Remarkably ugly? At the mention of this, a glimmer of interest appeared in In Joyo's cold eyes, and he said, "Let's go, take me to meet this mysterious person." In Joyo did not avoid outsiders on his way, so many people saw him heading towards the small courtyard where Meng Hang lived. Hiss, isn't that Master In? Why has he returned so early? Why else, of course, it's because of the mysterious person the Saintess brought back. These past few days, the news has spread wildly within the sect. Although that person hasn't revealed any flaws, most people still believe he is the legendary Meng Hang, the most talented individual in the Dragon Kingdom for hundreds of years, who ultimately fell into madness. I suppose the Shadow Leader has returned this time to test that person's true identity. This is going to be interesting. I haven't been out of the main sect for a long time to carry out missions. I was almost suffocating. Today, I can finally see a good show. With that, everyone hurriedly followed. After Qin Jing learned the news, a flash of excitement crossed his eyes as he rushed towards Meng Hang's courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking at the door, Meng Hang thought it was Yi Lingxian, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, and went to open the door. When he opened the door, Meng Hang was taken aback to see a crowd gathered outside, and a middle-aged man with a stern expression standing at his doorstep. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and asked, "May I ask who you are and what brings you here?" As Meng Hang sized up In Joyo, he was also examining Meng Hang from head to toe. In Joyo looked at the ugly man before him and was momentarily stunned. When he received the news from Qin Jing, he had a strong suspicion that the person Yi Lingxian brought back was Meng Hang. But upon seeing the real person, he couldn't connect this rooster-headed man with the half-demon, half-mad boy he had imagined. He thought this way, yet he still felt extremely wary of the legendary Meng Hang. Even if there was a slight possibility, he didn't want to offend the person in front of him too much. Otherwise, with his status as one of the 8 leaders of the Wuxing sect, why would he need to knock respectfully on the door just now? I am In Joyo, one of the 8 leaders of the holy sect. I came this time because I heard that the Saintess brought back a mysterious expert, and I wanted to take a look. Oh, you've seen enough, then you can leave. The cold, sinister laughter echoed around Meng Hang, leaving him unable to discern where the sound was coming from. Not far away, In Joyo watched as Meng Hang stood frozen in place, his originally cold left eye now showing a hint of confusion, and couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. His dark attribute ability could create an absolutely dark space, where any sound or light emitted by anyone or anything other than himself would be completely devoured. Even if he didn't take action, simply trapping his enemies here for a few days would drive them to madness. In Joyo drew a long knife and ghosted in front of Meng Hang. The two were less than a meter apart, yet Meng Hang remained oblivious to the presence of another person before him. A flash of killing intent crossed In Joyo's eyes as he swung the knife directly at Meng Hang's neck. No matter who you are, Meng Hang, let's see you dodge this attack, otherwise, you're just a waste of time, and there's no need to verify your identity. Just as the long knife came slicing down, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow. Although everything around him was still pitch black, he sensed a faint killing intent approaching. He no longer concealed his power. A red light flashed in his right eye, and the eternal kaleidoscope activated. At that moment, In Joyo's long knife also arrived as expected. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. The knife passed right through Meng Hang without inflicting any harm. Seeing Meng Hang's iconic red eye and this bizarre spatial ability, In Joyo instantly realized that the man before him was undoubtedly Meng Hang. Now that he had confirmed Meng Hang's identity, he didn't want to offend this freak, so he decided not to attack again and instead laughed. "Ha, Meng bro, you really know how to hide. You almost fooled all of us from the no-life sect. I guess this counts as a meeting without a fight. I'll withdraw my ability now." In Joyo feigned a hospitable demeanor, as if he hadn't just tried to kill him. Chilling, eerie laughter reached his ears as he saw Meng Hang slowly remove the eye patch from his right eye, revealing the inky blackness beneath. Meng Hang licked his lips, looking in the direction of the voice, and said, "You think you can just stop fighting? Do you think the no-life sect is playing with me?" With that, the shape of the hook in his pupil shifted instantly. "So what do you want to?" Before he could finish his sentence, In Joyo felt the entire world start to spin, and he lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, he was shocked to find himself no longer in his dark domain but in a blood-red space. Meng Hang stood before him with a short knife, his right eye gleaming with a sickly excitement. Let's play a game." When Meng Hang cancelled the moon reading, In Joyo was already lying on the ground, mentally broken, clutching his head and crying, while desperately screaming, 1000 minus 7 equals 993. 993 minus 7 equals 986. 986 minus 7 equals 979. I got them all right, let me go. He, you're still a leader of the no-life sect, can't you last even 8 days and nights? Meng Hang's mouth curled into a grin, his slick tongue licking his lips as he walked toward the source of the voice, lifting the still writhing In Jiu-Yu off the ground. In Jiu-Yu looked into Meng Hang's blood-red pupils, and he couldn't help but recall the scene from that eerie space, instantly drenched in sweat, twisting like a bullied little girl, desperately trying to break free from Meng Hang's grip. Bastard, look me in the eyes. Meng Hang's icy words reached his ears, and despite his overwhelming fear, his gaze uncontrollably flicked toward those deep eyes. The Tomo and the Sharingan shifted once more, and this time the shape of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was neither the style of Kamui nor that of Tsukuyami, but the onlookers watched as a darkness thick as black cloth enveloped Meng Hang and In Jiu-Yu, and they couldn't help but feel greatly disappointed. Why did the In leader come up and unleash such a big move? We can't see anything. Exactly. It's been a long time since we've seen the In leader make a move. I was hoping to witness the master's skills, but it seems this time was a wasted trip. He, do you think that kid will come out scared and wet his pants? They had heard of In Jiu-Yu's abilities. In the space wrapped in darkness, there was no light, no sound, capable of driving a living person mad. In the past, In Jiu-Yu had used this trick to punish several traitors who betrayed the Holy Church. In the end, those people couldn't withstand the despairing claustrophobic space and all committed suicide. I bet when he comes out, that kid will definitely be kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. He's coming out. Someone shouted excitedly, and everyone hurriedly looked over. The darkness receded like a tide, revealing two figures, one standing and one kneeling. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, it was not Meng Hang who was kneeling and crying, but In Jiu-Yu. In Jiu-Yu was kneeling on the ground, his eyes vacant, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, like a delicate young girl who had just been bullied by a rogue, utterly fragile. This scene nearly shocked everyone into disbelief, their eyes wide as they looked at In Jiu-Yu. Am I seeing things? How can the ruthless In Jiu-Yu be kneeling on the ground crying? Hiss. You're not mistaken, he really is kneeling and crying. What on earth happened just now that could turn the great In into this ghostly figure? At the front of the crowd, Xin Jing had initially been excited, looking forward to seeing Meng Hang tortured into a shape unrecognizable, but the scene before him made his heart skip a beat. How is this possible? In Jiu-Yu is one of our holy church's 8 leaders. Meng Hang, who had already put his eye mask back on, looked around with a half-smile and then bent down to In Jiu-Yu, saying, "You see, so many people are waiting for you to expose my identity. Quickly tell everyone, am I Meng Hang?" In Jiu-Yu shivered all over, as if waking from a deep dream, and quickly stood up, glaring fiercely at the crowd. "I have already fought with this gentleman and confirmed that he is not the legendary Meng Hang. From today on, I do not want to hear anyone discussing this gentleman, otherwise, don't blame me for throwing him into the holy pool." After saying this, he shouted again, "Get lost." With this reprimand, the crowd lost all interest in watching the spectacle and scattered like birds and beasts. The small courtyard in front of Meng Hang quickly fell silent again, leaving only Qin Jing still standing there, unwilling to leave. When In Jiu-Yu walked up to him, Qin Jing asked, "In leader, are you sure this person is not Meng Hang? I've heard that Meng Hang is a crafty one, possessing many extraordinary abilities. Don't let him deceive you." In Jiu-Yu shot a glance at Qin Jing, his expression grim, and retorted without any politeness, "Humph, if the young master does not believe my words, you can certainly bring back the other 7 to test him." After saying this, he didn't give Qin Jing a chance to respond and walked away, leaving Qin Jing standing there with a dark expression. Meng Hang looked at Qin Jing, raised an eyebrow, and mockingly said, "What's wrong? Does young Master Qin also want to take a shot at testing me?" Qin Jing thought of In Jiu-Yu's miserable appearance just now and couldn't help but shiver, forcing a smile as he said to Meng Hang, "Ha, it's all a misunderstanding. I hope." He paused, realizing that after so many days, he didn't even know the surname of the big man in front of him, so he could only follow Yiling Xian's way of addressing him and continued, "I hope you won't take it to heart." After saying this, he turned and left, not daring to stay for even a second longer. Watching Qin Jing's retreating figure, Yiling Xian, who had appeared beside Meng Hang at some point, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. I'm really getting more and more curious about what methods young Master Meng used to scare In Jiu-Yu like that. Hearing her say this, Meng Hang looked at Yiling Xian's curvaceous figure with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "That's easy to say, we can go back to the room and have a deep discussion right now." As he spoke, he reached out to wrap his arm around Yiling Xian's slender waist. Yiling Xian faced Meng Hang's lewd advance with a slight smile, slipping away like a fish, easily dodging his outstretched arm, and playfully scolded, "Young Master Meng, how shameless. I'm still a young lady. How can you treat me like this?" After saying this, her figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a lingering voice. "Come catch me, young master. If you catch me, I'll let you." The latter part of her words faded away, carried off by a gentle breeze. In response to Yi Ling Xian's teasing, Meng Hang smirked. "Little girl, if it weren't for the fact that using divine power to traverse other spaces is too exhausting, I would have taken you right here." After saying this, he turned and went back into the house. After today's events, the Wuxing sect knew that the incredibly ugly man the Saintess had brought back was immensely powerful, even capable of overpowering Yin Jiuyu, one of the 8 major leaders. In the following days, Meng Hang clearly felt that more and more people were entering the secret realm, as many rushed back from the outside world to attend the so-called grand ceremony of the holy sect. 2 days later, the main hall of the Wuxing sect was decorated as if it were the new year, with everyone wearing fervent expressions. Meng Hang strolled around with his hands behind his back, and during this time, no one dared to obstruct him. At that moment, a brilliant light flashed at the entrance of the secret realm, and 7 powerful auras rushed towards Meng Hang, causing him to stop and observe. As the light dissipated, 7 figures of varying heights and builds appeared before him. However, the one common characteristic among the 7 was the strong smell of blood emanating from them, clearly indicating they were seasoned killers steeped in blood. "Ah, where's Yin Jiuyu? What, scared and hiding under the covers crying?" As soon as they entered, a burly man covered in grease, holding a butcher's knife and with an enormous mouth, began to mock Yin Jiuyu in front of everyone. "Li Dezue, you're asking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice filled with murderous intent roared through the air. Following that, a wave of darkness swept towards the burly man like a storm cloud. The man with the butcher's knife was not to be outdone. He snorted coldly and swung his knife at the dark cloud. A flash of bloodlight appeared, splitting the dark cloud in two, but the man also staggered back 2 steps, feeling the impact. Yin Jiuyu's figure appeared, ready to charge at Li Dezue again. Li Dezue grinned menacingly, brandishing his butcher's knife to meet him. Just as the two were about to clash again, Yi Ling Xian's figure suddenly appeared between them, forming a black hole. The attacks from Li Dezue and Yin Jiuyu struck the black hole, disappearing without a trace, as if a cow had sunk into the sea, creating no ripples at all. Seeing this scene, both men's expressions changed, and a storm of shock surged in their hearts. "Ha, it's been a few months since we last met, and the Saintess has made great progress in her strength." The shock on Li Dezue's face flashed briefly before he put away his butcher's knife, acting as if nothing had happened. He laughed heartily and cupped his hands towards Yi Ling Xian. Yi Ling Xian showed no change in expression at his flattery and coldly replied, "With the sacred ceremony approaching, you 2 leaders should set an example instead of fighting in front of so many followers. What kind of decorum is that?" In the Wuxing sect, the Saintess held a very special position. Although it was slightly lower than that of the sect leader, it was still higher than that of the 8 leaders. Therefore, even though Li Dezue and Yin Jiuyu felt disgruntled, they still had to give her some face in the main hall of the Wuxing sect. "What the Saintess said is absolutely right. I was inconsiderate." Yin Jiuyu cupped his hands and said. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in a qipao, holding a folding fan and looking charming, stepped forward to smooth things over. "Oh, Ling Xian, my dear sister, your skin has gotten even better these days. I'm so envious of you." Upon seeing her, a hint of disgust flashed in Yi Ling Xuan's eyes but was quickly suppressed as she smiled and replied, "Hee, Sister Wei, you flatter me. How can I compare to you? Look at your skin. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were my sister." Wei Sanyang, dressed in a qipao, was tickled by Yi Ling Xuan's words, and then she stretched, showcasing her alluring curves. "I've been traveling these days and haven't had a good night's sleep. Sister, let me tell you, lack of sleep is a woman's greatest enemy. I need to catch up on my beauty sleep." After saying that, she waved goodbye to Yi Ling Xian and walked towards her room. However, when she passed by Meng Hang, her gaze subtly assessed him before she continued on her way. Once Wei Sanyang had left, the other 7 lost interest in staying and cupped their hands to Yi Ling Xian before leaving one after another. Yet, as they walked past Meng Hang, they couldn't help but glance at him, their eyes filled with wariness, curiosity, and a hint of eagerness to test him. Although they mocked Yin Jiuyu for losing to Meng Hang, as fellow leaders of the Wuxing sect, their strengths were comparable. Even if they were slightly stronger, none of them had the confidence to defeat Yin Jiuyu so miserably. After everyone had left, Meng Hang approached Yi Ling Xian curiously and asked, "Are these the 8 leaders of your Wuxing sect?" Yi Ling Xian nodded, her eyes showing a hint of wariness as she looked at their departing figures. "That's right, you've already crossed paths with Yin Jiuyu, so I won't say more. The big man who just fought with Yin Jiuyu is called Li Dezue, nicknamed the Blood-Handed Butcher. He is extremely cruel and enjoys using his butcher's knife to disembowel his opponents and eat human flesh raw. And the woman who came out to smooth things over is known as the Black Widow, Wei Sanyang. Her character is lewd, and she takes pleasure in seducing men. I've heard that no man who has slept with her has ever survived. At this point, Lingxian gave Meng Hang a half-smile, teasing, "Young Master Meng, be careful not to be seduced by that vixen." Meng Hang chuckled and licked his lips. Hee, I'm waiting for her to come and seduce me. What about the others? The man walking behind Wei Sanyang, who has a rather effeminate gait, is called Yijihua Jing Xiai. And that handsome fellow Jiang Xiaoxi has a great fondness for women. He never accepts women who come to him willingly but prefers to drug them in the dead of night and engage in unspeakable acts. Hee, isn't that the legendary flower thief? Your Wuxing sect really has all kinds of characters. Meng Hang laughed and mocked. We, the Wuxing sect, have been suppressed by the Dragon Kingdom for years, and how many capable individuals are willing to join us? Only those who have also been hunted by the Dragon Kingdom for years will be forced to join us in the end. Facing Meng Hang's mockery, Lingxian smiled self-deprecatingly. And that gaunt old man is the Bat King, Qi Shao. And then there's that. Lingxian introduced nearly 8 people over the course of 10 minutes before finishing. The Wuxing sect truly has hidden talents. Young Master Meng is joking. On the first day of Yin Jiao's return, he was so scared he nearly wet his pants, and the rest of them combined probably aren't your match. Now everyone in the Wuxing sect is guessing what method you used that day to scare Yin Jiao so badly. Meng Hang smiled slightly, with ill intentions, and said, "As long as you come to my room tonight, I'll tell you." As long as you don't use that trick on me, I wouldn't mind not knowing. Lingxian giggled, then floated away. Late at night, while Meng Hang was cultivating in bed, a gentle knock came from outside the door. Meng Hang suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light shooting from within. He knew someone would come to test him tonight, but he didn't know which of the 7 it would be. Opening the gate to the small courtyard, he saw Wei Sanyang leaning against the doorframe waiting for him. I wonder what brings you here at this late hour, Sanyang. Seeing her, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and asked. Upon seeing Meng Hang, Wei Sanyang's eyes sparkled, her voice soft and sweet. "When I saw you today, my heart raced like a little deer, deeply attracted by your unique aura. Tonight, I tossed and turned in bed, your figure filling my mind, unable to sleep at all. Finally unable to bear the pain of longing, I thought to come and talk with you all night." As she spoke, Wei Sanyang leaned against Meng Hang, her delicate hand drawing circles on his chest. Meng Hang, inhaling the fragrance from the beauty in his arms, couldn't help but show a hint of self-mockery. "Sanyang really has no scruples. With me looking like this, you can still take a liking to me." Young master, don't compare me to other inexperienced little women. The aura you exude is something they could never perceive. Oh dear, after saying so much, my feet are tired from standing, won't you invite me in to sit? Wei Sanyang looked up, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Meng Hang. "If Sanyang doesn't mind, then please come in." Meng Hang smiled, revealing a meaningful grin, and stepped aside to let her pass. "Darling, I'm waiting for you inside." Wei Sanyang tiptoed, her breath fragrant, and after whispering this in Meng Hang's ear, she swayed her waist and walked in. Bang! Meng Hang followed closely behind, slamming the courtyard door shut as he entered. "Young master, why is it so dark in here?" "It scares me." The room was pitch black, with no lights on, and one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Wei Sanyang deliberately unbuttoned 2 of her buttons, revealing a glimpse of white, and then turned to leap into Meng Hang's arms. But when she turned, the first thing she saw was not Meng Hang's tall figure, but a blood-red glow emanating from his eyes. What followed was the complex jade-like pattern in Meng Hang's pupils. A wave of dizziness hit her, and her feet began to stumble. Creak! After an unknown amount of time, the courtyard door opened again, and Wei Sanyang walked out, her eyes somewhat dazed. However, soon her gaze became clear again, and she said to the Meng Hang who had followed her, "Thank you for your hospitality today, young master. I haven't been this happy in a long time." Saying this, she surprisingly gave Meng Hang a gentle kiss on the cheek. Meng Hang did not shy away, accepting the kiss calmly, and then said, "Sister San's skills are indeed impressive, making it hard for me to resist." "Rogue! Then I'll come again tomorrow night." Wei Sanyang lightly tapped Meng Hang's head with her slender fingers, then left with a charming smile. When Meng Hang bid farewell to Wei Sanyang and turned around, the smile in his eyes had completely vanished. He had no interest in a woman whose lips were tasted by many. After the door of the small courtyard closed again, a cold snort came from a tree not far away. "Humph, that little vixen Wei Sanyang, just back and already starting to seduce men. I've worked with her for so many years and never tasted her flavor." The speaker was Li Dazue, covered in grease, looking at the closed door of the small courtyard with jealousy in his eyes. "Wait, Wei Sanyang, this Black Widow, has always left no bones behind with the men she beds. How could this kid walk out unscathed, laughing and chatting with her?" The gaunt-faced Bat King Chi Shao said with a frown, somewhat puzzled. Humph, what else could it be? It must be because this kid, though incredibly ugly, has remarkable skills in bed. He must have tamed that little vixen, unwilling to deal a fatal blow. Li Dezue said somewhat enviously. No, it's not that simple. Chi Shao shook his head, disagreeing with Li Dezue's statement. Just then, a crow with blood-red eyes suddenly flew down from the tree, heading straight for the two. Where did this blind beast come from, daring to provoke me? A fierce look flashed in Li Dezue's eyes as he caught the crow with his large hand and then crushed it. However, as the crow was turned into pulp, both of them saw the complex patterns in its eyes, and a moment of confusion appeared on their faces. But soon, they regained their composure, as if the strange occurrence had never happened. Alright, tomorrow is the holy ceremony, and the long-absent leader will also emerge. Let's hurry back and rest. Chi Shao suddenly felt a bit tired, and after speaking, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared from the spot. Li Dezue cast a cold glance at the small courtyard and also vanished into the tree. Meanwhile, at the residences of the other four leaders of the Wuxing sect, a crow was desperately flapping against the windows. When the four opened the windows and saw the crow's blood-red pupils, they all froze for a second, then nonchalantly chased the crow away before returning to their beds to meditate and cultivate. In Meng Hang's residence, in the dark and dim room, Meng Hang sat on the bed with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, "Holy ceremony? There will be a good show to watch tomorrow." The next day, the Wuxing sect headquarters was bustling with activity. Those qualified to attend the holy ceremony had all returned, their faces showing fervor, greeting each other as if it were the new year. But instead of saying Happy New Year, they exclaimed, Wuxing Lamu, Jinkong hometown. Below the 100 steps, the originally empty square was now filled with dozens of tables, laden with a variety of delicacies made from exotic beasts. On the steps above, a huge altar had been set up, with 3 incense sticks as thick as a baby's arm emitting wisps of smoke. The 8 leaders were the first to arrive at the main table, taking their seats with great ease. Besides the 8 leaders, sitting at the main seat were Yin Lingxian and the young master Qin Jing. What Meng Hang did not expect was that he was also brought to the main seat by Yi Lingxian. Although the others were dissatisfied upon seeing this, they did not say much, only letting out a cold snort in displeasure. The other disciples saw that their leader did not speak, so naturally, they would not stick their necks out. Yin Jiuyu glanced at the empty position at the main seat, his brows slightly furrowed. Why hasn't the leader come out of seclusion yet? Could something have happened? A middle-aged man, looking like a dried corpse, spoke up, his voice as hoarse as if he were sawing wood. Rest assured, the leader is immensely powerful. The years of pursuit by the Dragon Kingdom have not harmed him in the slightest. What could happen during a period of seclusion? Yi Lingxian glanced at the time and said expressionlessly, the time has come. We cannot miss the opportunity to offer sacrifices to the Mother of No Birth. I announce that the sacred ceremony now begins. Bring forth the sacrifices. Ding! The sound of a gong echoed throughout the No Birth sect. Then, 4 strong men emerged, each carrying a young girl in her prime, and walked towards the high platform, arriving at the altar. The 4 girls trembled all over, their eyes filled with endless fear. However, with their mouths sealed, they could not make a sound. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Jing suddenly became excited, unable to sit still any longer. He flashed to the altar, snatched the short knife from one of the strong men's hands, and pushed him away. The strong man, seeing that it was the young master, did not dare to obstruct him and could only obediently step aside. The few people at the main seat frowned at Qin Jing's actions. Such an important moment in the sacred ceremony could not allow him to act recklessly. However, seeing that Qin Jing only took the knife and made no other inappropriate moves, they did not speak to stop him. Meng Hang saw that the sacrifices were not cattle or sheep but rather 4 living people, and his gaze grew colder. Yet, he did not let his sympathy overflow to intervene, he merely watched silently. Ding! Another sound of the gong rang out. Including Qin Jing, the 4 strong men, holding their short knives, slashed at the necks of the 4 girls, and blood immediately sprayed out, splattering the 4 men's faces. A large amount of blood flowed out, gathering on the altar to form a complex blood-red rune. At the same time, a beam of bloodlight emerged from the rune, shooting straight into the sky. At this moment, the members of the No Birth sect had already knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads towards the place where the bloodlight soared, raising their arms and shouting together, Mother of No Birth, True Vacuum Hometown, Mother of No Birth, True Vacuum Hometown. However, amidst this fervent atmosphere, one person sat in his seat, appearing out of place, Meng Hang. Meng Hang looked at the frenzied expressions of the crowd, revealing a mocking look in his eyes. After the crowd completed their bowing, their expressions returned to calm, and they all stood up. But when they saw Meng Hang sitting there without getting up, they were first taken aback, then murderous intent surged. Impudent! Dare to show disrespect to the Mother of No Birth, you deserve to die. Joining our no-birth sect means treating the mother of no birth as the supreme existence. You show disrespect to the mother, you shall be punished. Kill him and offer him as a sacrifice to the mother of no birth. Shouts erupted, and countless murderous gazes surrounded Meng Hang, with some already drawing weapons, ready to charge at him. On the stage, Qin Jing, covered in blood, was enjoying the thrill after killing, and upon seeing this scene, his smile became even more radiant. He dared to show disrespect to the mother of no birth and provoke the wrath of the crowd. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Yin Lingxian, seeing the murderous looks from those around her, also changed her expression. Even though she was the saintess of the no-birth sect, she could not quell the fury of these fanatical disciples towards Meng Hang's disrespectful attitude. At that moment, 8 angry shouts rang out simultaneously. Impudent! Everyone, shut up! The surroundings, once filled with murderous intent, suddenly fell into an eerie silence as everyone stared in shock at the 8 leaders beside Meng Hang. They couldn't understand why the 8 leaders, loyal followers of the lifeless mother, would protect someone who disrespected the gods. Even Yi Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, looking incredulously at the 8, then casting a complex gaze at Meng Hang. She couldn't fathom how, in just one night, he had managed to make all 8 leaders speak up for him. In fact, it wasn't just Yi Lingxian and the others who were confused, even the 8 leaders showed a hint of bewilderment on their faces when they spoke. They themselves didn't know why they suddenly found themselves defending this kid. But now that the words had been spoken, the 8 could only brace themselves and continue. The grand ceremony of the Holy Church is of utmost solemnity. How can you act recklessly here? Whatever the matter, let's discuss it after the ceremony. If only 1 or 2 of the leaders had spoken up for Meng Hang, the fervent followers might not have been convinced. But with all 8 leaders voicing their support simultaneously, the crowd could only grit their teeth and return to their seats. On the stage, Qin Jing's expression stiffened, and a raging fury surged within him. For so many years, he had devoted countless efforts to win over these 8 leaders in hopes of succeeding the position of the lifeless church's leader. Yet in the end, he had only managed to befriend Yin Zhouyo and the jade-faced young master, Jiang Xiaoxi. But this newcomer had only been here for a few days. Why did he deserve the 8 leaders' simultaneous defense in front of so many people? The 4 corpses, drained of blood, were dragged off the altar by 4 burly men, and Qin Jing returned to his seat with a dark expression. However, as he walked past Meng Hang, he unconsciously flicked the blood of a girl from his hand, accidentally splattering it onto Meng Hang's face. Oh, I'm so sorry, I truly apologize. Qin Jing's face was plastered with a smile as he repeatedly apologized to Meng Hang, even using his bloodied hands to wipe at Meng Hang's face. This wipe was no small matter. What had only been a few drops of blood now left Meng Hang's face in a disheveled state. Put! Seeing Meng Hang like this, Qin Jing finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The 8 leaders remained seated, observing with a detached demeanor, as if they hadn't seen anything. Only Yi Lingxian's expression changed drastically, wanting to question Qin Jing. But just then, Meng Hang, who had been silent, raised a hand to signal her to stay quiet. It's nothing. Meng Hang wore an incredibly kind smile as he looked at Qin Jing. Seeing this, Qin Jing's smugness deepened. No matter how powerful you are, what does it matter? This is the main hall of the Lifeless Church, and everyone here is a high-ranking member. And I am the young master of the Lifeless Church. No matter how angry you are, you must hold it in for me. Just as he was basking in his self-satisfaction, Meng Hang's kind smile suddenly transformed. The corner of his mouth stretched wide to his ear, and his long tongue licked the blood from his lips, letting out a strange laugh. Kikik, it's fine. Just be more careful in your next life. Qin Jing's pupils constricted at these words, and before he could react, Meng Hang's left eye turned blood red, and Qin Jing's head exploded in an instant. Blood gushed from Qin Jing's neck like a fountain, splattering all over Meng Hang and the people at the main table, staining the lavish feast a deep crimson. Qin Jing never expected that Meng Hang would dare to strike him down in front of so many people. After doing all this, Meng Hang acted as if nothing had happened, picking up his chopsticks and placing a piece of sauce-covered beef head, still warm with blood, into his mouth, chewing with great enjoyment. The blood from the beef dripped down the corner of his mouth, making Meng Hang look like a man-eating demon. The arena was silent, everyone staring at Meng Hang, still unable to react to the sudden turn of events. At that moment, in the largest stronghold of the demon sect in Longwa, Meng Hang truly resembled a formidable demon. He killed the young master? He killed the young master of the Wuxing sect right in front of so many of us? Am I dreaming? Young master! A piercing scream erupted as the black-robed figure beside Qin Jing was the first to react, his blood-red eyes glaring at Meng Hang with murderous intent. His face twisted in rage, he seemed ready to perish alongside Meng Hang. In truth, he genuinely contemplated dying with Meng Hang. Knowing the sect leader, if he were to learn that the young master had met a tragic end due to his inadequate protection, he would truly find himself unable to live or die. The black-robed man transformed his right hand into a sharp beast claw, lunging straight for Meng Hang's heart. However, before his metallic-glinted arm could reach Meng Hang, his head vanished in an instant. Blood sprayed as his body fell heavily to the ground. Meng Hang! It's Meng Hang! The crowd looked at Meng Hang's grotesque long face, their eyes nearly bursting with rage. They recognized his signature ability. If they still didn't know the identity of the person before them, they would truly be fools. You little beast, you're seeking death. The 8 sect leaders, witnessing Meng Hang ruthlessly strike down the young master before their eyes, changed their expressions drastically and simultaneously attacked Meng Hang. Kick! Meng Hang let out a strange laugh, stepping forward and vanishing from his spot. The next second, as if shrinking the distance, he appeared directly on the 100-step platform. He then stomped his right foot hard on the blood-soaked altar, shattering it in two, causing the blood-red runes upon it to dim and disappear. You wretch, dare you show disrespect to the holy altar? Seeing his outrageous act, the Wuxing sect followers' eyes instantly filled with blood, their fury surpassing even when they witnessed Qin Jing's death. Kill this beast! The crowd's faces twisted in rage as they rushed towards the steps. Hearing the shouts of murder behind him, Meng Hang didn't even turn his head, taking another step and vanishing onto the grand hall above the steps. This was the first time Meng Hang had entered the grand hall in many days. The entire palace was as magnificent as a royal palace, with several stone pillars supporting the hall, each carved with fierce and brutal beasts. Further ahead was a staircase made of white jade, upon which sat a massive throne, pitch black and imposing. When the crowd entered the grand hall, they immediately saw Meng Hang seated upon the throne, looking down at them like a king. As everyone squeezed in, Meng Hang grinned, slowly removing the mask from his right eye, revealing a gaze that seemed like an abyss. When the crowd beheld that eye, their hearts trembled, and they felt a chill throughout their bodies. It was a fierce, wild eye, filled with endless killing intent. Just a glance made them feel as if a vortex was forming in that dark eye, ready to engulf their souls. Meng Hang cruelly smiled, pulling out the invisible iron nails one by one from his face. His hair, once spiky like a rooster's comb, fell smoothly, turning half black and half white. His gaunt cheeks began to fill out again, ultimately transforming into a sharp-featured, handsome youth, yet with an incredibly sinister aura. Just as Meng Hang returned to his original form, the sun peeked out from behind the clouds. A beam of blinding sunlight streamed through the small window behind him, illuminating Meng Hang. Instantly, he radiated a dazzling light in the dim grand hall. The crowd shielded their eyes, gazing at Meng Hang as if he were a deity descending from the heavens. Meng Hang lazily leaned against the throne, resting his chin on his hand, his indifferent gaze fixed on the crowd below. A moment of daze appeared in the eyes of the crowd from the Wuxing sect, as if they truly saw the ruler of this world. Submit or die, Meng Hang said. You're seeking death. Someone in the crowd reacted, looking at Meng Hang with a twisted face, shouting angrily. In the territory of the Wuxing sect, with so many of its members present and the 8 major leaders in attendance, what could Meng Hang do, no matter how powerful he was? Bang! In the next moment, Meng Hang merely glanced at him indifferently, and that person's head instantly vanished, leaving behind a cold, headless corpse. Submit or die, Meng Hang looked down at the crowd and spoke again, his expression unchanged. At this moment, everyone felt a chill run through their bodies, not daring to move. The 8 major leaders felt trapped, unable to act in front of so many Wuxing sect followers, yet afraid of Meng Hang's strange abilities. Just when everyone was at a loss, a cold voice echoed in the hall. A bunch of useless fools, so many of you are actually scared stiff by a young man. Upon hearing this voice, the previously terrified members of the Wuxing sect suddenly rejoiced, shouting, Master! The Master has returned! In the next instant, the entire hall darkened, and a figure appeared before everyone. The person looked to be in their 40s or 50s, hands clasped behind their back, wearing a blue robe. A strand of white hair hung down on their forehead, exuding an air of elegance, making it hard for anyone to believe that this person was the infamous leader of the Wuxing sect. Upon seeing this person arrive, the entire crowd of the Wuxing sect seemed to find their backbone, kneeling down on the ground. Welcome, Master! Welcome, Master! The voices were mixed with excitement and fervor. Humph! Qin Hongxi let out a cold snort, his eyes narrowing slightly, giving his elegant demeanor a hint of harshness. Meng Hang's expression remained unchanged, still maintaining a lazy posture, fearlessly meeting his gaze. Master, the young master was killed by this beast. Someone shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Qin Hongxi's body trembled slightly, and the temperature in the hall dropped several degrees. Meng Hang, my Wuxing sect has no grievances with you, why must you cause a ruckus in my Wuxing sect? Qin Hongxi questioned Meng Hang from the high platform. Because I'm in a bad mood, Meng Hang replied with a slight smile. Ahaha, good, good, good. Qin Hongxi was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, his laughter mixed with 5 parts anger and 5 parts mockery. I, Qin Hongxi, have lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a rampant young man, truly worthy of being the most monstrous genius in the Dragon Kingdom for hundreds of years. However, he changed his tone, his voice becoming sinister. The position of the leader of the Wuxing sect is not so easily taken. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sharp long knives suddenly shot out from the seat where Meng Hang sat, piercing through his body. This sudden scene stunned everyone. They never expected that the high and mighty leader's throne had such a mechanism. Hee, with just this little trick, what can I do? Meng Hang, now pierced like a hedgehog, remained unfazed, looking at Qin Hongxi with mockery. Qin Hongxi frowned. He had long heard of Meng Hang's strange spatial abilities, but seeing it in person was still shocking. Hee, indeed a bit of skill, but I don't believe you can use this trick without limits. Qin Hongxi said coldly, then turned to the Wuxing sect members behind him, shouting, this person has caused chaos in the Wuxing sect and disrespected the Old Mother. I sense the will of the Old Mother coming from the void, to kill this person and offer him as a sacrifice to appease her wrath. Otherwise, after we die, we will be unable to respond to the Old Mother's call and return to the divine realm. Hearing the master's words, the breath of everyone in the hall began to grow heavy, and their eyes started to redden. All the followers of the lifeless sect believed that the master was the earthly representative of the lifeless mother, and his words were the words of the lifeless mother, so they had no doubt about it. The fervent followers of the lifeless sect, upon hearing that they might return to the divine realm after death, felt it was no different from falling into the abyss of hell. And Meng Hang was the sinner who would cast them into hell. Faith is the best way to control a person, and Qin Hongxi's words diluted the crowd's fear of Meng Hang. Kill him, quell the mother's wrath. Lifeless mother, vacuum hometown, my soul needs purification, return to the divine realm. Kill. Countless murmurs echoed throughout the great hall, and the way the crowd looked at Meng Hang was as if they were seeing the murderer of their father, rushing towards the platform recklessly. Qin Hongxi stood still, looking at Meng Hang with a mocking gaze. He certainly did not believe that these people could kill Meng Hang, but he felt no sympathy for these cannon fodder. Sacrificing these followers could deplete Meng Hang's mental strength, which was a gain for him. As long as he existed, he could brainwash another batch of people after this incident. By then, the lifeless sect would still be the lifeless sect. The 8 major leaders, who also remained unmoved, observed the situation in the hall with clear eyes, contemplating whether to intervene. Qin Hongxi felt no surprise or anger at their behavior. Just a bunch of cowardly opportunists. As long as they gain the upper hand, they will naturally not hesitate to show off in front of me. Among the frenzied followers of the lifeless sect, a speed-type ability user was the first to reach Meng Hang. Holding a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, he slashed towards Meng Hang's neck. At that moment, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Meng Hang, and without any hesitation, she pierced her hand through the heart of the follower. Yilingxian smiled slightly, gently withdrawing her hand from the man's heart, allowing him to collapse helplessly to the ground. She lightly licked the blood from her hand, a look of intoxication appearing on her face, then slowly stuffed her blood-stained jade-like hand into Meng Hang's mouth. Meng Hang did not resist, instead, he enjoyed sucking on her fingers. This bizarre scene made those below nearly burst with rage. Seeing his own saintess commit such an act, Qin Hongxi instantly erupted in fury, loudly questioning, Yilingxian, as the saintess of the sect, how dare you publicly slaughter the followers of the sect? Do you wish to betray the sect? Yilingxian covered her mouth and giggled, hee if I don't do this, should I wait to become the vessel of the lifeless mother? Hearing her say this, a cold glint flashed in Qin Hongxi's eyes as he interrupted Yilingxian, not allowing her to continue. This matter could not be known to the followers below. Yilingxian has betrayed the sect and colluded with outsiders. I hereby announce the revocation of her title as saintess, kill her on sight.